Chapter 1. In the midst of chaos, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Gu Chengyan instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Hand. He opened his eyes again and tried moving his arm. Shouldn't he have died? What was going on? Gu Chengyan was originally a newborn human from the interstellar era. He had suffered from an extremely rare genetic illness, leaving his body frail and weak. Fortunately, he was born into a wealthy and influential family, where advanced medical technologies kept him alive. As he grew older, relying on his exceptional memory and extraordinary talent, he independently developed a regimen that could sustain his life. He truly cherished his existence, though plagued by constant pain, it didn't diminish the beauty he experienced in life. Yet precisely because of his remarkable achievements in medicine, he drew the covetous attention of ruthless individuals. Eventually, tampering with his spacecraft led to his untimely death during a trip to attend a conference. Of course, the person responsible never obtained what they desired. The brilliantly calculating Gu Chengyan wasn't solely skilled in medicine. After his passing, the loyalists he had previously planted within his family quickly dismantled it from within. Everyone involved in his murder would meet their deserved end. Having finished recalling his past life, Gu Chengyan faintly smiled under the warmth of the sunlight. Creak. An old wooden door was pushed open, and light footsteps approached the bedside. A little girl called out weakly, "Brother, wake up, please wake up and eat something." The youth on the bed lay pale, breathing almost imperceptibly, his head wrapped in white gauze stained faintly with blood. Though Gu Chengyan had revived, he still didn't understand his current circumstances, so he remained silent. After a moment, he heard the girl suppressing quiet sobs. "Brother, don't die. Mother and father are already gone. Now you're going to leave me too. I'm so scared." Hearing this, Gu Chengyan's heart ached. He shifted his eyes slightly and slowly opened them. The child crouched by the bed looked only 6 or 7, thin and small, with messy hair and a dirty face. Tear tracks carved stark, contrasting streaks down her grimy cheeks. The youth on the bed suddenly coughed. The girl jumped up in delight, her wide eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. "Brother. You're awake. Wait for me." Before Gu Chengyan could say anything, she had already rushed out through the door. A while later, she returned carrying a chipped earthenware bowl. "Brother, drink some water first. Today I gathered a few wild vegetables. Later, you can eat a bowl." Gu Chengyan, who had never known familial affection, watched her scurry about tirelessly, fussing over him, and gently smiled. He obediently drank half the bowl as she guided him, then softly said, "All right, I'll do whatever you say." Wild vegetables weren't particularly tasty. No wonder the siblings ate nothing else most days. With both parents dead and no adult at home, the house, cracked and dilapidated, contained little besides this wooden bed and a broken chair missing one leg. There must have been almost no savings left. After the meal, the little sister grew drowsy. Gu Chengyan scooted over to make space. "Come on, climb up and rest for a bit. You're tired." The girl climbed onto the bed and quietly lay down. A moment later, Gu Chengyan felt his sleeve being tugged. He silently smiled, not moving, and sighed inwardly, still just a child, really. His body was far too weak. Soon, he drifted into sleep. In his days, he rapidly skimmed through the original owner's memories, and one name surfaced, Zhou Wenyuan. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan recalled that shortly before his death, someone had given him an ancient book, an old human novel titled From Peasant Son to Supreme Minister. Judging by the title alone, its plot was obvious, the protagonist was Zhou Wenyuan. In the story, the male lead had a childhood fiancé named Gu Siki. Even more coincidentally, Gu Siki's brother shared the same name as him, also Gu Chengyan. This Gu Chengyan was utterly insignificant, a mere background character, or even better described as cannon fodder. In fact, his entire family were cannon fodder, collectively appearing in less than 100 words throughout the text. The Gu family had once saved the grandfather of Zhou Wenyuan. Out of gratitude, the elderly man arranged a betrothal between his eldest grandson and the infant daughter of the Gus. At the time, the Gu family made a decent living crafting wooden goods, so Zhou Wenyuan's parents raised no objections. Later, Gu Chengyan's parents fell gravely ill. They not only drained their savings but also accumulated a mountain of debt from medical expenses. Meanwhile, the Zhou family's fortunes continued to rise. Zhou Wenyuan had even been taken in as a disciple by a retired scholar official who'd passed the Imperial Exams. His parents often boasted, "Our son is destined for the civil service examinations, he'll become a high-ranking official one day." For some reason, after the Gu parents passed away, Gu Siki drowned when she slipped and fell into a river during a trip up the mountain. Gu Chengyan, already frail and sickly, didn't survive long either. He died on a rainy night not long after. His body wasn't discovered until several days later by a passing firewood gatherer. This was the tragic fate of the 4 members of the Gu household, the very reason someone had sent him this ancient book. It was precisely because their ending was so pitiful that it must have drawn attention. Come to think of it, Gu Chengyan felt he should be grateful to that unknown person, otherwise, he would never have known any of this. Since he had been reborn, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by and accept his fate. For now, however, the most urgent matter was recovering his strength. Everything else could wait. Having awakened, Gu Chengyan felt slightly stronger. After a rough self-examination, he concluded he had no serious ailments, just poor nutrition and general weakness. The wound on his head was from a fall during his parents' funeral procession. He considered their current situation: he was 12, his sister only 8. Neither of them could handle heavy labor, and there wasn't even a grain of rice left in the house. Recalling they lived at the foot of the mountain, he figured they could venture up the slopes to forage for food and medicinal herbs, at the very least, treat his injury. There were still some wild vegetables left from yesterday. The siblings shared a small bowl of vegetable soup before setting off hand in hand toward the mountain. Fortunately, Gu Chengyan had always loved reading in his past life. His family had acquired many ancient texts for him, including a comprehensive guide to medicinal plants from this era. Drawing on his memory, he gathered several herbs that repelled insects and snakes, crushed them, and rubbed the paste onto exposed skin. Both he and his sister were too young to defend themselves against venomous or dangerous animals. Taking precautions was essential. He valued his life. The vegetation in the mountains was thick, nearly swallowing them whole. Relying on memory and reasoning, Gu Chengyan deliberately avoided the well-trodden paths. Instead, he led his sister through dense shrubbery. Their small frames worked to their advantage; they were surprisingly nimble. He walked slowly, frequently turning back to check on his sister. Tired? Hang in there a little longer. We should be close. After pushing through the thicket, towering ancient trees loomed ahead. Gu Siki even spotted a wild rabbit nearby. Brother! Look! At the sound of her voice, the rabbit immediately perked its ears, then bounded into the depths of the forest, vanishing in an instant. Feeling hungry? Gu Chengyan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Gu Siki nodded shyly. Brother, how did you know about this place? When father was alive, he brought me here once to collect timber. Though not along this exact path, it had taken a long detour to reach this spot. It was true that there were many mountains around, but steep cliffs and precipices were common too. That was one of the reasons locals rarely ventured deep into the range: it was too dangerous. A single misstep could send you tumbling down, your body never to be recovered. Brother, why are we here? You'll see when we get there. Gu Chengyan reached out and took her hand. Not long after, they came upon a small house. Could someone actually live here? His sister stared curiously at the bamboo cottage, so out of place among the wilderness. This probably isn't inhabited now, but it's not entirely abandoned either. Because the original Gu Chengyan and his father had once seen people entering and leaving this very hut. And not just the living, also a corpse. Gu Chengyan told his sister to stay put, then cautiously approached the structure alone. He carefully observed the area. Weeds grew thick and untouched, undisturbed by footsteps. Cobwebs layered the door like veils. It clearly hadn't been opened in a long time. He circled to the back, gently pushed open a window, and confirmed no one was inside before carefully climbing in. This bamboo cottage had once belonged to a reclusive physician, until he was murdered. But everything the man had left behind remained. He hadn't come for any other reason than to make use of what the previous owner had left, just enough to survive these difficult days. Otherwise, how could they endure in that broken-down earthen shack the Gu family had called home? More importantly, they needed a place to hide from the creditors knocking on their door. Only after thoroughly inspecting the house did Gu Chengyan call his sister inside. Siki, we'll stay here for a few days. Once the debt collectors are gone, we'll go back. Don't worry, there's no one here. Brother, this place is much better than our home. She wasn't wrong. Although no one had lived here for nearly 3 years, everything essential was still present. With a bit of cleaning, it was quite livable. I'll go look for some food first. You wait here, Gu Chengyan said, noticing she was already tired. Gu Siki felt afraid. Brother, but I want to go with you. After all, it was an unfamiliar place, and a child couldn't help but feel uneasy. Together, they went out and gathered some edible wild fruits and mushrooms they recognized. They were fairly lucky. Eventually they even discovered 2 chestnut trees nearby. It was just the right season for chestnuts to ripen. The nuts were small, but enough to fill their stomachs. Even more important, a clean little stream flowed not far away, its source unknown, yet the water looked clear and fresh. The siblings built a fire, roasted the chestnuts, and ate until full. Afterward, they took the chance to wash themselves by the stream. Gu Chengyan noticed that his sister was actually very pretty. No wonder Lu Rinjia, the debt collector, had repeatedly demanded that the former self hand her over to settle the debt. Chapter 2. After nearly 10 days here, Gu Chengyan's head wound had mostly healed. Exercising daily in the mountains and eating wild game, his body had grown stronger. Even his younger sister had gained some weight, no longer the frail, emaciated little thing she once was. Siki, I'll go check if there are any animals caught in the traps. Alright, brother, be careful. Gu Siki reminded him as she hung herbs to dry. These herbs were quite aged. Collected gradually over the past few days by the siblings, they should fetch a good price. Recovering their health came first, but saving money to repay debts was also crucial, especially since his sister was growing older, and more people would start taking notice of her. Gu Chengyan set out as usual, venturing deep into the woods. He was lucky, he found 2 lingji mushrooms each nearly a century old, and gathered a modest amount of other medicinal plants. With that, he decided to head back. One of the traps had caught a live hare, while the pheasant beneath it was already dead. After a moment's thought, he bandaged the rabbit's wound, stopped the bleeding, then tied it up and tossed it into the bamboo basket on his back. Perhaps heaven saw his kindness and immediately granted him another chance to do good. Not far away, someone lay collapsed beneath a large tree. Gu Chengyan hurried over and examined the person, covered in blood, severely injured, and judging by the wounds, mostly slashes and arrow strikes. The youth appeared about the same age as himself. Though his outer clothing was plain, the undergarment close to his skin was made of silk, a rare fabric reserved for wealthy merchants and noble families. This person's background was clearly not ordinary. Gu Chengyan hesitated. He could barely protect himself and his sister, getting involved with such trouble might jeopardize their future peace. Still, he took out a cloth bundle from his body, unfolded it, used a needle to clean and suture the wounds, then stopped the bleeding. Once finished, he prepared to leave. To the still unconscious figure, he said, "I've done my best to treat your injuries. You should wake within half an hour. Whether you live or die now depends on your own fate." Just then, a strange middle-aged man suddenly appeared from somewhere nearby. "Excuse me, might you be Xiao Meng, the saintly hand of Medical Valley?" He stared at Gu Chengyan excitedly. Gu Chengyan frowned slightly and replied coolly, "No, you've mistaken me for someone else." Cheng Hu scratched his head in confusion. "Ah, right, I forgot. Master Xiao Meng is almost 60. You're far too young to be him. But that set of needles you just used, those are uniquely his. And your technique, it's exactly the same. Could it be?" Gu Chengyan tightened his grip on the medicinal powder hidden in his sleeve, the very batch he'd mixed yesterday, fearing danger from wild beasts in these deep mountains. The dosage should be enough to handle this middle-aged man before him. "You're Master Xiao Meng's disciple." Cheng Hu gasped. "I don't know who you mean by Xiao Meng, but the medical skills I have were indeed passed down from my grandfather. We simply never addressed each other as master and apprentice," Gu Chengyan calmly continued, smoothly following along with Cheng Hu's assumption. "Oh. Ha. Of course. Such a gifted young man, you must be the kind Master Xiao Meng would adore. Then quickly, take me to see him. My madam," he covered his mouth abruptly, chuckled, and added, my lady has something urgent to discuss with the venerable master." Poisoned? Gu Chengyan speculated inwardly. This man wore tight-fitting clothes, likely serving as a guard or escort. Walking alone in these deep mountains, yet appearing without even panting, must be highly skilled in martial arts. Though perhaps not so sharp-minded. Right now, he was desperate for help. If he realized Gu Chengyan had taken another's identity, things could get messy. Cheng Hu noticed the slender youth lowering his eyes, as if touched by painful memories. "My grandfather was attacked and taken away by evildoers. I have no idea where he is now." "What? Gone? No. Impossible." Cheng Hu paced anxiously, hands on hips, filled with regret. After a moment, he asked again, Did Master Xiao Meng leave behind any pills or medicine?" Gu Chengyan seemed to think hard, then nodded slowly. "There are some, yes. But I'm still young, I haven't begun learning alchemy, so you'll probably have to identify them yourself." "Then lead the way. I'll follow you back." He glanced at the man lying on the ground, slapped his chest proudly, and said, "Just as I thought, disciple of Master Xiao Meng, naturally kind-hearted. I saw you tending to a rabbit earlier, and now saving a human on the roadside. Don't worry, I'll carry this fellow back for you." Gu Chengyan smiled outwardly in gratitude, but inwardly cursed, "You're trouble enough yourself, now you've gone and shoved another burden into my lap. Much appreciated." The three returned to the dwelling. Hearing the commotion, Gu Siki came out from the house. "Brother. You," her face lit up with joy, then suddenly froze. She whispered, "You're back." Gu Chengyan stepped forward and gently patted her head. "Don't be afraid." Then he said to Cheng Hu, "This is my younger sister, Siki. Put him inside the room for now." Cheng Hu gave the little girl a smile, but even when smiling, he didn't look particularly trustworthy. Siki shrank back slightly behind her brother. Once they had gone inside, Gu Chengyan removed the bamboo basket from his back, took out the rabbit, and said with a smile, "Caught it fresh, it's still alive. I thought you'd like it, so I bandaged its wound." Little girls adored fluffy animals. She instantly forgot her earlier fear, happily cradling the small rabbit in her arms. "Thank you, brother. I'll go make it a cozy home." "Go ahead." After sending his sister away, Gu Chengyan let the smile fade. He turned and walked into the room. Cheng Hu was scanning the bottles and jars lining the shelves. "These all belong to Xiao Meng?" "Yes. But these were made 3 years ago. After grandfather was injured and taken from here, I never touched them again. Cheng Hu frowned in frustration. There were no labels, and it had already been 3 years, who knew if any of it was still effective. Gu Chengyan offered at just the right moment. If you're in a hurry, there are some medical formulas in the study. I can show them to you, might come in handy. Great. Truly, thank you, young brother. He had read all the books in the study. Among them was a handwritten collection of formulas by Xiaomeng himself, containing treatments for rare and difficult illnesses. He retrieved the book and handed it to Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu couldn't read. He wasn't sure if the book would help, but this young man was supposedly Xiaomeng's disciple and clearly kind-hearted. Lowering his guard, he asked, young brother, I only know how to write my own name, Cheng Hu. Is there an antidote formula in here for something called Shishir-zui? Shishir-zui was a poison that caused excruciating heart pain. In women, it led to gradual weakening. When the poison flared, the victim would clutch her chest like the legendary beauty Shishir, dying in haunting elegance, hence the name. Gu Chengyan flipped through the book, found a page, and nodded. Yes, right here. Cheng Hu sighed in relief. He folded the corner of the page slightly, tucked it close to his chest, then clasped his fists together. Young brother, I need this formula urgently to save a life. Cheng Hu is deeply grateful. When I have time, I will surely return to thank you properly. If you ever need help, I won't hesitate. For now, I must take my leave. After seeing Cheng Hu off, Gu Chengyan glanced at the youth lying on the bed. Well, he was already brought here. Couldn't just throw him out now. So he picked up the bamboo basket and went to deal with the pheasant and herbs he'd brought back. Just as the meal was set on the table, the youth slowly regained consciousness. He stirred weakly, trying to sit up. Gu Siki happened to see him. She tugged on her brother's sleeve. Brother, the person you saved seems to be awake. Should we go check? You're mistaken. Keep eating. With that, he tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. She accepted it happily and began gnawing on it. When meat was on the table, who had time to worry about a stranger they didn't even know? On the bed, the youth heard a young male voice occasionally chatting with a little girl. He quietly observed his surroundings. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. He seemed safe, for now. The delicious aroma filled the air, but he felt too awkward to speak. His stomach growled loudly instead. His hearing was sharp. Soon, it sounded like they finished eating. One person stepped outside, while the other approached with light, cheerful steps. A clear, bright voice spoke, no need to pretend. I saw you wake up. My brother told me to tell you, we left food on the table for you. But we can't afford to feed freeloaders. Once your wounds heal, you'll have to leave. After saying this, Gu Siki turned and ran off. Sure enough, the youth on the bed slowly sat up. His voice was hoarse, likely from not drinking water for days. All right. Thank you for saving me. The little girl had always been shy around strangers, especially one covered in blood. She didn't linger and fled quickly. Aside from eating plain rice the first few days, once the youth recovered somewhat, he started going out daily and bringing back game. From then on, meat appeared regularly on the Gu siblings' dining table. Gu Chengyan had seen him once before. Though the youth appeared to be around his same age, he was clearly trained in martial arts and could easily hunt small animals without much effort. The medicinal herbs had accumulated enough that Gu Chengyan decided it was time to go down the mountain to sell them and pay off their debts. So after dinner that night, he turned to the youth and said, You've seen how hard life is for me and Siki. I want to take these herbs down the mountain to sell. But Siki's just a girl, not strong enough for such work. The youth wasn't foolish. He immediately replied, Since you saved my life, it's only right that I do something in return. Having received the answer he wanted, Gu Chengyan gave a gentle smile. What should I call you? How old are you? The youth suddenly grew alert. Recalling his attendants who had died along the way, all because of him, he fell silent for a moment, then pressed his lips together and shook his head. I don't remember. Gu Chengyan wasn't the type to press further once someone showed reluctance. If the other didn't wish to speak, then so be it. Get some rest. We'll set out early tomorrow. Chapter 3. Before dawn had fully broken, the three of them set off. Brother, walk faster, we don't know how things are at home, Siki pouted, worried about the only thing their parents had left them, a dilapidated little earthen hut. Gu Chengyan shook his head at the little girl, who was bouncing ahead with excitement. He hadn't originally intended to bring Siki down the mountain, he was afraid they might run into debt collectors. But the girl insisted on coming, waking up even earlier than he did. Siki, be careful, don't fall. He and the orphaned boy each carried half a sack of herbs, following closely behind. The descent wasn't too difficult, especially since all three were small and could easily squeeze through bushes. Gu Chengyan led the way while the boy brought up the rear. A broken branch suddenly jabbed at the boy's wound, and he let out a muffled groan. Siki turned around immediately, concerned. Are you okay? They were close together, both crouched low, and when her large, bright eyes met his, the boy's ears turned red. He knew her name was Siki. She was nothing like the noble girls he'd known before. Though she was prettier than any of them, she wasn't delicate at all, and she cooked well, too. Shyly, he murmured, Siki eyed him doubtfully. This guy really was a wooden stump, never said much, just grunted all day long. She turned back and quickened her pace to catch up with her brother. By the time the sun rose, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Luckily, the herb buyer's shop wasn't far, and they arrived just before noon. 3 young children carrying 2 sacks entered the apothecary. The shop boys had gone to eat, so the owner himself stood guard. He hurried over to help them unload their burdens. My, this is quite heavy, what have you got here? He asked. Gu Chengyan smiled. Thank you, master shopkeeper, for your help. My grandfather taught me how to identify medicinal herbs. These are ones we gathered in the mountains. I've cleaned and dried them all myself. There are also 2 lingji mushrooms from home, please take a look. Though the boy was young, his eyes were steady, his speech clear and confident. The shopkeeper nodded appreciatively. All right then. You've brought quite a lot. Follow me to the back. The 3 followed him into the rear of the shop, quickly unpacking the sacks and sorting the herbs neatly. At first indifferent, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to admiration as he inspected the quality of the herbs. When his gaze fell upon the 2 lingji mushrooms, it changed completely. Excited, he stepped forward, picked one up, sniffed it carefully, then examined it under the sunlight, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. Truly century-old lingji. He coughed a few times, then turned with an eager smile. Young man, are you looking to sell? The boy figured the shopkeeper must know his stuff, and seemed decent enough, he'd helped unload without hesitation when they arrived. Thinking this, Gu Chengyan allowed sorrow to show on his face. He nodded. Yes. Our elder passed away due to illness. We have no use for these lingji now, so we wish to sell them to someone who can make good use of them. The shopkeeper seized the moment. Then how about this, I'll take everything you've brought, including the lingji. That way, you won't have to go searching for another buyer. 20 taels of silver, how's that? Back when their family still lived at home, common lingji had cost several taels. These were nearly 100 years old, the shopkeeper was clearly trying to lowball them. We do intend to sell the herbs, but this lingji was given to my grandfather by a merchant whose life he once saved. The man said it was rare and aged. Perhaps, master shopkeeper, you should take another look. Seeing his bluff wasn't working, the shopkeeper feigned surprise and took the mushroom to the light again, circling it thoughtfully. Ah. It truly is quite aged. I must have misjudged it earlier. 50 taels. But not a single coin more. Let me be honest, this is the only pharmacy in town. This is the best offer you'll get. Gu Chengyan wore a look of sincere gratitude. Then we thank you greatly, master shopkeeper. And what about the rest of the herbs? I'll take them all, 60 taels total. Deal. Agreement reached, the shopkeeper promptly counted out the silver and saw them off. Watching the 3 small figures walk away, a sudden pang of guilt struck him, prompting an added remark, if you find more herbs, come back and see me. Gu Chengyan noticed the hesitation and nodded with a smile. Of course. Only after they were well out of earshot did Siki grab his arm, jumping with joy. Brother. You're amazing. Father used to work for months as a carpenter just to earn 10 odd taels. And we sold just a bit of herbs and got 60. She hadn't dared laugh in the apothecary earlier, afraid the shopkeeper might change his mind. Gu Chengyan patted her head gently. From now on, Siki doesn't need to worry about money anymore. Are you hungry? Siki nodded shyly, rubbing her rumbling stomach as she whispered to her brother, yes. I'm hungry. All right then. Let's go eat first. Of course, they didn't go to a fancy restaurant, just a simple wonton stall. Gu Chengyan remembered how much his sister loved the noodles here. They hadn't been back since their parents fell ill. Each of them ordered a large bowl, and Gu Chengyan added 2 more. When the vendor brought the food out, he placed the extra bowls directly in front of the 2 boys. The orphaned boy looked startled. He stood up quickly, about to say it was meant for Siki. But then he heard Gu Chengyan say calmly, eat. It's for you. Siki doesn't have much of an appetite. Carrying herbs from the mountain to the shop had been exhausting, buying one more meal wasn't too much to ask. Gu Chengyan wasn't so stingy. Slowly, the boy sat back down. Staring at the steaming bowl before him, his eyes welled with tears. It had been far too long since someone showed him kindness. These siblings who saved him were rare souls, he might not have been given anything luxurious, but to him, this meal felt more precious than any feast he'd ever eaten. After finishing their meal, Gu Chengyan planned to pay off the debt himself. He left 1 tael of silver with Siki, telling her to buy some snacks and necessities with the boy. 3 months ago, when both of their parents were gravely ill, the Gu family had borrowed 20 taels for treatment. He had calculated that the interest should be covered easily by now. But he never expected the lenders to be so heartless, demanding 100 taels instead. Even worse, they threatened to take his sister as collateral if he couldn't pay. Gu Chengyan seized his chance and bolted, only to crash headfirst into someone while glancing back. Sorry. He scrambled up, ready to run again. But the man caught his arm firmly. Trapped between wolves behind and a tiger ahead, Gu Chengyan flung a handful of medicinal powder straight back. In an instant, all the men behind him collapsed. Not bad, little brother. Truly worthy of being Master Xiaoming's disciple. That voice sounded familiar. Only now did Gu Chengyan pause to look up. It's you. Cheng Hu patted his chest in relief. It had been lucky he hadn't tried fighting the kid earlier. It's me, Cheng Hu. What's going on with you, little brother? Just a small issue. My parents passed away after being sick, and we borrowed money back then. Today I came to repay the 20 taels, but they're demanding 100 instead. Hearing this, Cheng Hu immediately grew furious. How unreasonable can they be? Don't worry, I'll help you settle this. Come on, I'm going to make sure this is taken care of today. He grabbed the man who seemed to be leading the group, slapped him twice hard across the face, and snapped him awake. Heard you've been bothering my little brother? The thug stared at the gleaming blade in Cheng Hu's hand and nearly wet himself. Be big hero, spare me. We just collect debts, we've never done anything truly evil. With Cheng Hu's help, things were naturally resolved quickly. The stamped IOU was returned to Gu Chengyan, and he tore it up on the spot. Rare to run into you. Come on, let me treat you to a proper meal. Cheng Hu slung an arm over the boy's shoulder, ready to drag him off. But Gu Chengyan stopped him. Big brother Cheng Hu, I still need to find my sister. Oh. The little girl's here too. Then bring her along, we'll go together. Walking down the street toward their meeting point, they noticed a growing crowd ahead. As they drew closer, a familiar voice rang out in sobs. Gu Chengyan's expression darkened. He pushed through the crowd and saw a group of ruffians surrounding two people, the rescued boy clutching his side, pale-faced, while his sister held him up. Tears streaked her cheeks, but her clothes remained untouched. Siki. Are you alright? He rushed forward to check on her. With her older brother finally here, the little girl burst into quiet sobs and quickly explained, it was Lu Rinjiao. He tried to kidnap me to settle the debt. This brother protected me, he fought them and got hit several times. His wound opened up again. This brother? Humph. He'd only been gone a short while, and this kid already considered himself equal to him. Gu Chengyan shot him a glance and asked, can you hold on? The boy nodded. His eyes flickered to Siki for a moment, clearly still dazed by being called brother. A hated voice cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Gu Chengyan. Here to rescue your sister. Got any money? If not, hand her over to me to settle the debt. Gu Chengyan stood in front of his family, shielding her body as he said coolly, I've already repaid the debt, just now. The IOU has been returned to me. My sister doesn't need to be handed over as collateral. If you don't believe it, send someone back to check with your men. The small gang leader who had been tailing Gu Chengyan moments ago suddenly stepped forward, approaching his own young master and confirming the truth of the matter. Lu Rinjiao lost face in broad daylight and dared not forcibly seize anyone, especially not with a swordsman standing right beside them. He could only spit out a threat, you just wait, you hear me. Then he kicked the little gang leader hard before storming off with his men. Cheng Hu said, judging by his look, I think he'll still come after you later. Luckily, my mistress would like to meet you too. How about this, you come back with me for now and lay low for a while, little brother. What do you say? Gu Chengyan looked at the severely injured boy, then gently patted his clearly shaken sister. He had no choice but to agree. My name is Gu Chengyan. Brother Cheng Hu, just call me by my name. This is my sister, Siki. He didn't introduce the other boy. But Cheng Hu knew, he was the same kid who'd nearly died last time. Today, though, he seemed rather lively, actually played hero and saved a maiden. Chapter 4. Cheng Hu led the three of them to the small courtyard where they were currently staying. There were two maids in the courtyard, and besides Cheng Hu, a young man sat on the wall with a sword in his arms. Cheng Hu exchanged a few words with the two maids, who then nodded at the three youths before lifting the curtain and entering the room. Cheng Hu invited them to sit on the stone benches in the courtyard and explained, inside is my mistress. We're escorting her back to her family home for a visit, but we've encountered some trouble along the way, so we've rented this small courtyard temporarily. Gu Chengyan noticed the two maids carried themselves like those raised in a prominent household, graceful and courteous, quite unlike Cheng Hu and the youth he had seen earlier. A short while later, a dignified and beautiful woman emerged slowly, supported by one of the maids. The other two stood up with Gu Chengyan. Madam, these are Master Xiaoming's disciples. This young fellow is Gu Chengyan, this is his sister, and the other boy is the one I picked up on the day I met him. But the first person the lady looked at wasn't any of them, it was the only little girl present. She walked toward them and kindly asked, Good child, what's your name? The little girl glanced at her brother before replying, Hello, madam. My name is Gu Siki. Gu Siki, what a lovely name. Sit down. She then gently took the girl's hand and had her sit beside her. Next, she instructed, Bao Qin, Shihua, brew tea and bring out some pastries. You all sit too. Then, gazing at the girl whose face felt oddly familiar, she asked, how old are you? I just turned 8 this year, and I'll be 9 soon, Gu Siki answered obediently. The woman's gaze felt familiar, just like how her mother used to look at her. 8 already? You're rather small for your age. What do your parents do? They haven't taken proper care of you. The child bore such a striking resemblance to the daughter she had lost years ago with Jing Xiu, so much so that Xia Ruoshi couldn't help but let a hint of reproach enter her voice. Gu Chengyan frowned slightly, there was something uncomfortable about the way this lady spoke. Gu Siki lowered her head and murmured, my parents passed away not long ago. Now it's just me and my brother. But my brother has been very good to me. Xia Ruoshi felt a pang of guilt. Just then, the maids arrived with tea and snacks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. It's just, you resemble my only daughter somewhat. But she was frail and passed away when she was 6. Tears gathered at the corners of Xia Ruoshi's eyes as she spoke. Siki felt uneasy and cast a helpless glance at her brother. Gu Chengyan stepped in gently, please accept our condolences, madam. Xia Ruoshi dabbed her tears with a handkerchief and managed a smile at the boy who had spoken. Cheng Hu mentioned you're a disciple of Master Xiaomeng. Has he told you anything about Medical Valley? Gu Chengyan's heart tightened, though his expression remained neutral. He shook his head blankly. My grandfather never formally accepted me as a disciple. I happened to meet him in the mountains once, and after that, I'd occasionally visit to learn about herbs. He never spoke of anything else. Xia Ruoshi nodded. That sounds just like senior uncle Xiaomeng, aloof and proud. Must have seen potential in you. Besides, you're still young, and your parents were still alive back then, he probably thought it unnecessary to tell you more. Since this lady was also a disciple of Medical Valley, she likely had complete medical supplies here. Seizing the chance, Gu Chengyan politely requested to borrow the medicine case and redress the wound of the bleeding boy. After observing his work, Xia Ruoshi gave an inward nod of approval. Despite his young age, his technique was steady and practiced, truly worthy of senior uncle Xiaomeng's recognition. A sudden thought crossed her mind. But voicing it now would be too abrupt, they'd only just met. Yet one child resembled her late daughter so closely, and the other was a protege of senior uncle Xiaomeng. She found herself strongly tempted to adopt the two siblings. After dinner, Xia Ruoshi casually inquired, so what are your plans from now on? Gu Chengyan stroked his sister's head and replied seriously, it's just me and my sister left at home. From now on, I'll become a traveling doctor in the villages using what Grandpa taught me, and I'll take good care of Siki. Xia Ruoshi lifted her teacup, lowering her eyes to conceal her expression. You're a thoughtful child. It's getting late, and I wouldn't feel right letting you 3 travel at night. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, Cheng Hu can see you safely on your way. Gu Chengyan glanced at his sister, then at the injured boy, and clasped his hands respectfully. We'll be in your debt, madam. The more Xia Ruoshi looked at Gu Chengyan, the fonder she grew of him. She would be staying here for a few more days, she could ask the boy's opinion later. If he chose to go to Medical Valley, he was sure to accomplish great things in the future. Early the next morning, the maids had already prepared steaming breakfast. The 3 children didn't leave until they'd eaten their fill. They had bought many things, planning to spruce up their home. But when they arrived, all that remained was a blackened ruin of scorched walls. Little Siki burst into tears, clutching her brother's arm and sobbing, Brother, our home is gone. Gu Chengyan pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. It's all right. We'll have a house again. I won't let you be homeless. Cheng Hu inspected the wreckage and told him, someone deliberately set the fire last night. Our family has always been kind to others. Most likely it was Lu Renjia's men, the same ones who yesterday tried to take Siki as debt payment. A moment's thought confirmed it in Gu Chengyan's mind. He felt grateful they hadn't returned home last night, otherwise, the 3 of them would surely have been asleep in that house when it burned. You should come back with me for now. If the mistress finds out, she'll never feel at ease. Gu Chengyan himself wasn't overly concerned, but he feared Lu Renjia might use his numbers to abduct Siki by force. After careful consideration, he decided to return with Cheng Hu. When Xia Ruoshi learned of what had happened the previous night, she was filled with dread. Forgetting propriety, she asked Gu Chengyan directly, Chengyan, I had an idea yesterday, but I didn't speak of it then, it seemed too sudden. My husband and I have no children of our own, and you are senior uncle Xiaomeng's disciple. I've also grown deeply fond of little Siki. I wish to adopt the 2 of you as my children. Would you agree? Gu Chengyan hadn't expected such a proposal. His first instinct was to glance at his sister. Madam, please allow us some time to discuss this. The 3 gathered inside the room to talk. Siki, tell me what you think. Nervously twisting her handkerchief, Xia Ruoshi anxiously turned her gaze to the only girl present. Siki looked at her brother, then at the lady who clearly cared so much, and nodded. I want to, brother. When the madam looks at me, it's just like how mother used to. Gu Chengyan then turned to the other youth. Though I found you by chance, we've shared hardships together. You say you can't remember your past, but are you willing to live with Siki and me from now on? After a brief pause, the boy nodded. Good. Then from now on, your name shall be Qingxin, new success. We'll start a new life. Don't dwell on the past. The three children knelt together, kowtowed, and served tea to formalize the adoption. And so, Xia Ruoxi gained 3 children. Fortunately, her husband also surnamed Gu, sparing them the trouble of changing names. Now that they were family, any harm done to them demanded retribution. That very night, Xia Ruoxi had Lu Renjia and his gang tied up and hung at the county office gate. With Gu Chengyan's help in acupuncture, Xia Ruoxi recovered completely within a few days, after which she took the 3 children home with her. 5 years later. Torrential rain poured down outside, thunder rumbling through the sky. A frail woman collapsed unconscious on the ground, dressed in plain robes, her long hair covering her face, revealing only a delicate, slender chin. The girl in the carriage cried out, "Stop! There's someone there." Without hesitation, she lifted her skirt and stepped down. Her maid, roughly the same age, quickly reached out to stop her. "Miss. It's pouring rain, how can you go out there? Jishu, don't hold me back. There's a woman lying unconscious. I must check on her." In another carriage, a young man lowered the book he had been reading. His voice, gentle as jade, drifted out, "Qingxin, what's wrong?" Gu Chengyan, sitting outside catching some air, frowned, his face cold. "There's a woman collapsed ahead. Siki insists on going down." The young man in the carriage sighed softly. "Very well." The curtain parted. A graceful hand, its joints clearly defined, unfolded an oil paper umbrella. Beneath it stood a figure of exquisite features and calm demeanor. He approached the unconscious woman and checked her pulse lightly. She still has breath. Gu Chengyan understood his meaning. In these 5 years, his elder brother had saved countless lives. He took the umbrella. Gu Chengyan knelt and gently lifted the woman into his arms. Miraculously, not a single drop of rain touched either of them, not even the woman in his embrace instantly dried. As he walked, a glimpse of emerald green flashed at the nape of the woman's neck, a jade pendant of exceptional quality. Gu Chengyan glanced at it briefly, then paid it no further mind. When they arrived at their lodging, the rain had gradually stopped. Gu Siki clung to her eldest brother, asking non-stop, "Why hasn't she woken up yet? What's wrong with her exactly? Big brother, just tell me." Gu Chengyan, unable to bear her constant questioning, finally revealed the truth. "It's not just that she's weak and caught a chill, she also carries several strange poisons inside her body. Logically, she should have died long ago, but she's still alive. I suspect these poisons were inherited from her mother, who must have borne most of the burden while carrying her. These poisons were extremely rare, and this woman was clearly no ordinary person." He was still the cautious Gu Chengyan who valued his life. Someone who looked like nothing but trouble was exactly the kind he'd rather avoid, especially when it came to involving his sister. Having just taken her pulse, Gu Chengyan hadn't left her room. When the woman on the bed showed a subtle change in breath, he noticed immediately. She's awake. Siki never doubted her brother's words. Excited, she rushed over to the bedside. "Sister, are you awake? Don't worry, we're not bad people. It was my big brother who saved you earlier." The beauty on the bed fluttered her lashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her features were exquisite, her gaze seemingly capable of captivating souls. Her first instinct was to cover the emerald pendant around her neck as she slowly pushed herself upright. Gu Siki quickly stepped forward to support her. Such a stunning, otherworldly beauty truly stirred pity and tenderness. Yet the 2 other young men in the room remained unmoved. "Thank you, young master, for rescuing me." Unlike her strikingly beautiful appearance, her voice was cool and calm, showing little emotion. Gu Chengyan glanced at her, deep in thought, then said gently, "No need for thanks. Rest well for now." With that, he left the room. Chapter 5. When Gu Chengyan returned to his room, the local steward had already been waiting for some time. He quickly stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Young master. Second young master. No need for formalities. Sit down. Have you found out who that woman is?" The eldest young master was known for his kindness and scholarly grace. Now, seeing him in person, it was clear the rumors were true. He resembled their mother more than and indeed, unlike most martial cultivators, he carried himself like a genuine man of letters. It was said he had recently passed the county-level Imperial Examination, earning the title of Shiozai, and clearly stood apart from their Wulin brethren. That woman arrived here a few days ago, seeking refuge with distant relatives. She claims her entire family was slaughtered, and because the perpetrators are powerful officials, she had nowhere else to turn but here. She has an elderly, blind servant with her. Apparently, he had stepped out on some errand when the chaos broke out, and got caught outside during the commotion. The steward spoke with evident sympathy. Gu Chengyan nodded. "You've worked hard. Has the blind servant been found?" Oh. Yes, I've brought him along. Would the young master like to see him? No need. Let him return to serve his young mistress. Yes, sir. After the steward left, Gu Chengyan, standing beside his brother, said, Brother, mother wants you to go to uncle's residence for your studies at the prefectural academy. School starts soon, what will you do about that girl? 5 years ago, when the three of them were brought home by Xia Ruoxi, they first learned that her husband, Gu Chengxiu, was the newly appointed Wulin alliance leader and also the leader of Qianghua sect. Xia Ruoxi herself wasn't just a disciple of the medical valley, she was also the legitimate younger sister of Xia Zhishan, the prefect of Jingzhou prefecture. Though technically siblings, the nearly 20-year age gap meant they were more like father and daughter. When she began tutoring the children, Xia Ruoxi quickly realized that Gu Chengyan possessed exceptional talent. So last February, she let him try the county exam, and to everyone's astonishment, he came back with the top score. When this news reached her brother through a family letter, the so-called uncle immediately sent back a reply late into the night, demanding that the child be sent to him at once. He intended to teach the boy personally. The poison in her body isn't something ordinary physicians can cure. I'm rather intrigued, I'll keep observing her for now. He sensed that though the girl appeared delicate, her eyes held an unsettling aloofness, as if she were used to looking down on others from a position of authority. Gu Chengyan pursed his lips. That little girl probably liked the woman quite a bit, after all, she was incredibly beautiful. Enough. There's likely to be heavy rain for the next few days. We'll stay here 2 more nights. Once the storm passes, we can ride fast and make up time. You go watch over Siki, don't let her spend too much time alone with that woman. Following the order, Gu Chengyan stationed himself atop a tree outside the woman's room. From within, the unmistakable sound of Gu Siki's cheerful, eager voice drifted out. Shuxian's sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your past. But, why don't you come with us to Jingzhou? My brother's going to enroll in the prefectural academy, and our uncle lives right there in the city. Upon learning Lin Shuxuan's tragic background, Gu Siki felt an instant kinship, both were orphans. But compared to Lin Shuxian, Siki considered herself extremely fortunate, she had a caring brother and adoptive parents who treated her as their own daughter. Lin Shuxian coughed lightly, a faint flush rising on her cheeks, making her even more stunning. I thought your elder brother was a physician. I never imagined he was also a scholar preparing for the Imperial Exams. Gu Siki proudly declared, Sister Shuxian, you don't know, the eldest in our county exam. Many older and more famous candidates couldn't beat him. And not only that. My brother loves helping people. Whenever we go out, we always run into someone in need, strange illnesses, rare conditions, but my brother always finds a cure. So don't worry, you're poison. He'll definitely figure it out. Your brother truly sounds like a fine man, Lin Shuxian murmured, lowering her gaze. A flicker of something dark passed through her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. A pounding came from the door. Who is it? Come in. Gu Siki called toward the entrance. Creak. Miss, I am the steward of our Qianghua sect outpost here. The eldest young master asked me to return this young lady's servant. Servant? Gu Siki turned to look at the old man behind him, his eyes clouded and vacant, clearly blind. Shuxian's sister, is this your servant? The girl stared, then trembled as she croaked, Wei Shu. She tried to rise from the bed. Gu Siki rushed forward to stop her. Your body isn't recovered yet. Brother said you mustn't get up. Since he's someone you know, I'll let him stay. The blind servant, following the sound of his mistress's voice, suddenly turned his head and dropped to his knees, trembling. This old servant has failed. To let the young miss suffer such humiliation. Lin Shuxian said softly, it's all right. Quickly get up, Wei Shu. The old servant trembled again, his lips twitching as he slowly rose to his feet. Thank you, young miss. Gu Siki sensed that this master and servant must have private matters to discuss, so she wisely took her leave. After she left, Gu Chengyan faintly heard one word, master. Before he could make it out clearly, Gu Siki began calling him. Chengyan, what are you hiding up in the tree for? Call me second brother. Gu Chengyan grumbled, jumping down and landing in front of her. I won't. For all I know, you might be younger than me, anyway, you don't even remember. Gu Chengyan was usually quiet, but around Gu Siki, the little girl, he spoke more freely. No respect at all, he said teasingly, deliberately ruffling her hair. At an age when a girl cares about her appearance, she immediately bristled. Gu Chengyan. Do you want a beating? Then catch me first. He stated bluntly. Without another word, the two broke into a chase. Gu Chengyan heard his sister's frustrated shouts echoing through the courtyard, a gentle smile tugging at his lips as he shook his head helplessly. It started raining again. He glanced toward the room where the strange woman stayed, but there was not a sound. Logically, she should be suffering terribly now, most people would already be crying out in agony. Yet she remained silent, enduring. After a moment's thought, Gu Chengyan returned to listening to the rain while reviewing his studies. He had heard his uncle was extremely strict, he didn't want to give himself any reason to be scolded. The next day, when Gu Siki came to visit Lin Shuxuan, she found the girl's face pale and almost translucent. Though clearly in pain, her expression remained calm. In contrast, the blind servant beside her kept casting hesitant glances at Gu Siki, as if wanting to speak but holding back. Shuxian sister, if you're really feeling unwell, I'll go get my eldest brother right away. Please don't suffer in silence. Lin Shuxuan's lips curved slightly upward as she shook her head. I'm fine. There's no need to trouble anyone. Her words had barely faded when a coughing fit overtook her, this time, her face drained of all color. Gu Siki, having learned by observation from her mother and brother, immediately recognized something was seriously wrong. She jumped to her feet anxiously. Shuxian sister, please wait a moment, I'll go get my brother right now. With that, she lifted her skirt and ran outside. For a brief moment, the room stood empty. Lin Shuxian turned her gaze toward the blind servant, who knelt stiffly. This old servant overstepped, he murmured. Rise. This time, I'll let it pass. I'm not dead yet. After all, those who deserved to die were still alive and well, how could she possibly leave before them? A chillingly beautiful smile crossed the young girl's face, ghost-like and eerie. Upon hearing his mistress's soft laughter, the old servant lowered his head even further. Soon, several footsteps approached, the most distinct among them steady and rhythmic, unhurried yet deliberate. Brother, look. Shuxian's sister's looking awfully pale. She keeps trying to endure it silently, I just can't bear it. The scholarly youth offered a gentle smile to the delicate young woman before him. Then allow me to take a look. What do you say, Miss Lin? The girl lowered her eyes. Her long lashes cast shadows that concealed her emotions, leaving only darkness beneath. She gave a light cough. Then I shall trouble you. She extended her hand, revealing a slender, porcelain-white wrist. My apologies, Gu Chengyan said, then gently placed his fingers on her pulse. At the touch of skin, he distinctly felt her body stiffen for a brief instant, as though unused to contact, wishing to pull away. Gu Chengyan wasted no time. Soon after, he withdrew his hand and respectfully stepped back. Miss Lin, your willpower is strong, unlike ordinary women. However, your condition shouldn't be endured like this. I have a method that may help alleviate the fetal poison within you. Of course, fully removing it will take time. The old servant's face lit with hope, he dropped to his knees. Please, young master, save my young miss. Lin Shuxian frowned slightly, then after a pause, looked at him with feigned delight. Truly. The warmth in Gu Chengyan's eyes deepened as he nodded. However, the herbs required are quite rare. I'll have someone prepare them tomorrow, then come to administer acupuncture treatment. They exchanged a few polite remarks, after which Gu Chengyan took his leave. Interesting, Lin Shuxian clearly didn't believe he could cure her, yet she pretended to be joyful. Who knew what intentions she truly harbored? Gu Chengyan was growing increasingly intrigued. The next day, Gu Chengyan arrived promptly in Lin Shuxuan's room to administer acupuncture. All right. From now on, you'll need acupuncture once every 7 days. After each session, you must soak your entire body in the prepared medicinal broth for half an hour. I'll have someone bring the tub in shortly. Lin Shuxian had already endured this poison for 16 years, 40 more if counting her previous life. She knew her condition better than anyone. Never had she imagined that someone could actually alleviate her suffering. Thank you, Master Gu. After the stiff expression of gratitude, the atmosphere sank into icy silence. Gu Chengyan still wore a gentle smile. No need to be so formal. Then I shall take my leave now. As Lin Shuxian watched his retreating figure, she suddenly asked, according to common practice, shouldn't I pay him for the treatment? Wei Shu pondered briefly before replying, young miss, the previous family confiscated all our silver. We are completely penniless now. The last few words he whispered especially low. Go borrow some ink and writing tools. Though unsure of his mistress's intention, Wei Shu obediently complied. In the following days, he came to fully understand what she truly had in mind, she was making him sell calligraphy and paintings on the streets. Of course, none of the works bore a signature. Though the quality was good, and despite the pitiable sight of a blind old servant peddling them, only one woman, a restaurant owner, bought them for 2 taels of silver to decorate her shop. 2 taels. Lin Shuxian recalled that her medicinal bath seemed to include kushen, and that single herb alone was worth over 20 taels. Or, perhaps we could prepare some food and send it over. This old servant has noticed several times that Miss Gu personally made soups and porridge for the eldest young master. He probably enjoys such things. Lin Shuxian hesitated. For lack of any other idea, she finally agreed. Chapter 6. What? Sister Shuxian wants to learn how to make soup from me. If you'd like to taste some, I can just make it for you. Gu Sixi said with a smile. At this, Lin Shuxian looked slightly shy and hesitant. She lowered her head and softly murmured, your elder brother has done so much for my treatment, and I'm in such a difficult financial situation now. I just want to do something small within my means for him. Gu Cixi immediately understood. Indeed, she quite liked this delicate and beautiful woman before her. Her brother wasn't young anymore, and although Sister Shuxian was frail, her brother possessed exceptional medical skills, he would certainly take good care of her. Who knew? Perhaps one day she might even become her sister-in-law. No problem at all. Then let's head to the kitchen now. Gu Cixi reached out to take her wrist, but missed. Unfazed, she instead grabbed her arm. When the two of them emerged later, Jishu followed closely behind, carrying a small pot of soup. Gu Chengyan had been keeping a close eye on them and immediately rushed off to report to his elder brother. Brother. That person followed Xiao Cixi into the kitchen and made you a bowl of soup. Is she finally making her move? Could she be planning to poison you? I've always said she doesn't seem trustworthy. Gu Chengyan set down the classical text he was reading and smiled at him. The young lady has a name, Lin Shuxuan. Why do you keep calling her that person? Mother will scold you again if she hears this. Besides, anyone who knows I'm from Medicine Valley wouldn't dare poison me, they're not foolish. And if you dislike Cixi spending so much time with her, why not find some new toys or games to cheer Cixi up? Wouldn't that be more effective than standing here dripping with jealousy? Over the years, as Gu Chengyan's reputation grew throughout the martial world, rumors spread about a brilliant young disciple from Medicine Valley, someone capable of reattaching severed limbs, curing mysterious poisons, and healing terminal illnesses. His abilities were spoken of almost mythically. However, Gu Chengyan had strict principles when it came to helping others. He would not save those who were viciously cruel, morally corrupt, or deliberately murderous. Many who fell outside these criteria attempted to abduct him by force whenever he traveled. The people sent after him varied, men, women, old, young, but Lin Shuxuan's approach was utterly amateurish. Gu Chengyan saw right through it. Yet Cixi rarely left home and wasn't aware of these underlying dangers. She's completely smitten with that Lin Shuxian, I can't be bothered to warn her. Gu Chengyan never dropped his smile. In his eyes, both Gu Chengyan and Cixi were still children, their squabbles were only natural. Not long after, the two people Gu Chengyan had just mentioned knocked on Gu Chengyan's door. Come in. As they entered, Gu Chengyan closed the book in his hand and rose from his desk by the window. A gentle smile played on his lips, and his simple cyan robe perfectly matched his refined, jade-like demeanor. Lin Shuxian suddenly thought of a slender green bamboo. Brother, this is a soup made by Sister Shuxian herself. Reading is tiring, try a bit. His clear yet gentle voice carried a note of surprise. Oh. Miss Lin went through such trouble. That's very thoughtful. But such chores should be left to the servants. Your body hasn't fully recovered, you shouldn't exhaust yourself. Rest is what you need most. Please call me Shuxian, Gu Gongzi. You saved my life. Doing something small for my benefactor is only right. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful, slightly upturned at the corners, holding a faint hint of wild allure. When she gazed at someone with gratitude, it felt as though one could drown in their depths. The curve of Gu Chengyan's smile deepened. How interesting, within just one day, this woman's attitude toward him had undergone such a drastic change. Her gaze had once been distant and indifferent, now, it seemed she was already harboring tender feelings for him. He became increasingly curious about her true identity. Gu Cixi, seeing the prolonged eye contact between the two, quietly covered her mouth and giggled, already imagining how she might soon gain a new sister-in-law. Gu Chengyan sneered slightly at her silly, blissful expression. She actually thought her brother was just like her, smitten the moment he saw a pretty face. Shallow. Perhaps his inner frustration ran too deep, because he actually spoke the word aloud. Now that was awkward. Who exactly was he referring to among the three people present? Gu Cixi's eyes flashed. Hands on her hips, she pointed straight at him and shouted, "Oh really, Gu Chengyan? You dare call me shallow? You'd better explain yourself right now, or I won't be Gu Cixi anymore." With that, the two stormed out, one chasing the other. Gu Gongzi, please try it while it's still warm. Since she insisted, Gu Chengyan naturally sat down to taste it. The moment the soup touched his lips, his movements froze. He forced himself to take another sip, but finally set the bowl down, choosing no longer to torture himself. Seeing Lin Shuxian staring at him, he politely said, "This soup has a unique flavor, quite distinctive. Did you come up with the recipe yourself, Shuxian?" A deeper smile graced Lin Shuxuan's face. "Siki taught me step by step. Since Gu Gongzi enjoys it, perhaps I could make it for you every day and send it over. That should ensure he would properly remove the poison from her body." This was the first time in 40 years, counting both lifetimes, that she had ever cooked. Lin Shuxian thought Gu Chengyan wasn't very old and had a compassionate nature. To make him devotedly treat her and restore her health, it would be best if he could develop feelings for her. Fortunately, she had full confidence in this new appearance of hers. With a little tenderness and subtle charm, she had no doubt she could win him over. For the sake of his own well-being, Gu Chengyan gently declined, "The kitchen is filled with smoke and heat, it's not suitable for someone in your current condition." Besides, I've just performed acupuncture and unblocked your meridians. If the toxins in your body were to circulate too quickly, it might cause complications. Miss Shuxian, resting is what you need most. Lin Shuxian had no intention of risking her health either, so she could only nod in agreement. Lowering her eyes, she spoke hesitantly, I don't have money to pay for your treatment. This, of course, was a deliberate act of vulnerability, meant to stir Gu Chengyan's sympathy. Yet Gu Chengyan recalled seeing a piece of exceptionally fine jade when he carried her that rainy day. If she truly wanted to pay, that single jade alone would be worth a fortune. With a warm smile, he said, it's no matter. I'll be staying here for several more days. After one more session of acupuncture, only twice in total, it won't cost me much effort. Consider it a fated connection between you and Cixi. So, she was right, he wouldn't simply agree to completely cure her without reason. Lin Shuxian mused silently. Not long after, she rose to take her leave. Why does it keep raining? So annoying, I can't go anywhere, pouted Gu Cixi, exhausted from running, as she rested on the veranda, chin propped in her hand. Gu Chengyan sat down beside her. You want to go out? Obviously. You and elder brother are different, you can go wherever you like. But when I'm at home, father and mother never let me go out freely. I finally got a chance to see the outside world, and we're almost near Jingzhou City. Once we reach uncle's house, I'll just be stuck again indoors with aunt and the other women. It was true. Though Xia Ruoxi herself was somewhat part of the martial world, she raised her daughter like an official's daughter, studying classics and calligraphy, learning needlework and embroidery, managing household affairs, overseeing servants. There was so much for her to learn that leisure and playtime rarely came her way. This morning, when I went out on errands, I heard from locals about a temple nearby, it's said to be quite miraculous. Right now, the apricot blossoms are in full bloom up the mountain. If you'd like to go out, I'll ask elder brother for permission. Really? The girl's laughter was bright and clear. Then I'll forgive you for earlier, go quickly. The next morning, the Gu family set off together. Accompanying them, of course, were Lin Shuxian and her blind servant, Wei Shu. Gu Chengyan and Gu Chengxin rode their horses on either side of the two girls' carriage. When Gu Cixi saw all the novel items along the streets, she begged her two brothers to let her go down and look. Shuxian Jijia, I noticed you aren't wearing any hair ornaments. This peachwood hairpin is carved rather elegantly, would you like me to give it to you? Lin Shuxian was somewhat distracted. Today, she had planned a performance, she was still pondering how to avoid arousing Gu Chengyan's suspicion. She glanced briefly at the hairpin and nodded. But she didn't notice someone at the corner of the street who had been watching her for a long while. Gu Cixi bought a few small things and returned to the carriage, excitedly dressing up the ailing beauty beside her. Although Gu Cixi was naturally lively, Lin Shuxian didn't find her bothersome. On the contrary, the girl's innocence and cuteness served as a pleasant distraction that lifted her spirits. At the foot of the mountain, they had to dismount and continue climbing on foot. The girl, spotting the sea of soft pink and white blossoms halfway up the hill, grew ecstatic and immediately gathered her skirts, rushing upward. Gu Chengyan signaled Gu Chengxin to follow close behind, while he himself continued slowly up the path. Lin Shuxian, whose health was poor, also walked at the rear. Though untouched by human artifice, this place possesses its own refreshing, natural beauty, Gu Chengyan remarked with a smile, glancing around appreciatively. No matter when she saw him, he always appeared so composed and unhurried, wearing that gentle smile. Lin Shuxian normally despised people like this, the kind who wore masks everywhere, pretending kindness while harboring filth inside. What do you think, Miss Shuxian? Snapping back to attention, Lin Shuxian met his gaze with eyes that seemed to hold a hidden hook. Gu Gongzi is indeed refined and elegant. A completely insincere, perfunctory response. Gu Chengyan's smile widened. You're truly an interesting young lady. If you don't wish to do something, there's no need to force yourself. Though it's somewhat endearing when your words don't match your feelings, it must be rather tiring for you. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, a vast expanse of apricot blossoms stretched before them in full bloom. Gu Cixi eagerly pulled Lin Shuxian deeper into the grove, laughing with particular delight. It's rare to see Cixi this happy, Gu Chengxin mused aloud. She has no peers at home her own age, and mother doesn't allow her to associate closely with women from the martial world. It's only natural she'd be so pleased to meet a girl she likes who's also willing to listen to her. A quarter of an hour later, they still hadn't returned, and Gu Chengyan began to sense something amiss. Quick, send people to search in different directions. The two of them immediately sprang into action, using their lightness skills to fly back along the path the girls had taken. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan heard his sister's voice crying out, "Stay away. Don't come near me." His heart clenched with urgency as he leapt swiftly toward the sound. Before him stood three masked men advancing menacingly on his sister, their grins filled with ill intent. Chapter 7. He flicked 3 silver needles, embedding them in their necks. In an instant, the 3 collapsed unconscious. Cixi quickly scrambled to her feet and cried out joyfully, "Big brother." Gu Chengyan carefully examined her and found, fortunately, that she was unharmed. Where is Miss Shuxian? Didn't she come with you? Just now, a group of masked men suddenly appeared from behind the trees. I panicked and got separated from Sister Shuxian. Big brother, you must find her quickly. Although Siki herself was still trembling with fright, her greater concern now was for Lin Shuxuan's safety. Don't worry, Qingxin has already gone searching from another direction. I'll take you out first to wait for them. There was no way Gu Chengyan would allow his sister out of his sight again. They hadn't waited long when they saw Gu Qingxin return alone. Siki rushed over and grabbed his arm. Where's Sister Shuxian? You didn't see her? Qingxin frowned. I searched thoroughly but found no trace of her. I thought she'd already be here with you and brother. What should we do then? Big brother. Sister Shuxian isn't well, and she's so beautiful, if those people caught her. It's all my fault. I insisted on coming out and dragged her along too. Siki burst into tears. Gu Chengyan knitted his brows. Fine. Qingxin, take some men back into the woods and search again. I'll go back and have notices posted immediately. Before he even finished speaking, the very person they were discussing emerged from the forest. Gu Chengyan observed her closely. She was completely unscathed, not a strand of hair out of place, yet her usually gentle face carried a faint trace of cold severity. Sister Shuxian, are you alright? What happened to those men chasing you? Before she could answer, Gu Chengyan pulled his sister away. We're leaving. As they turned to go, he glanced back at Lin Shuxian. She seemed about to say something, opened her mouth, but then closed it without a word. The fact remained, his sister had been endangered because of her, while she herself stood untouched. No one could believe she was truly innocent. Back at home, Gu Chengyan ordered Gu Qingxin to keep a close watch on his sister, forbidding her from seeing Lin Shuxian again. On the day of the second acupuncture session, Gu Chengyan arrived as promised. When Lin Shuxian saw him, genuine surprise flickered in her eyes. Master Gu. But he reverted to their original formal address. Miss Lin, it's time for your treatment. She lowered her head slightly, arching a subtle eyebrow. She hadn't expected he'd still come to treat her after such anger. Then I thank you, Master Gu. Please come in. She reached for the teapot to pour him a cup, but he stopped her. No need. Let's begin right away. He seemed impatient. Yet this man, so accustomed to playing the compassionate savior, still came despite his disdain, unwilling to let her die. What an interesting person. So the perfectly sincere, morally steadfast character described in books really existed after all. At that moment, Lin Shuxian suddenly didn't want him to despise her anymore. It would be far better if he could grow fond of her, then she wouldn't have to worry about the poison in her body. Her movements faltered slightly, as if embarrassed. Those emotion-laden eyes shimmered with unsaid sorrow. All right. Even her voice trembled faintly. Gu Chengyan paused, reconsidering whether his words had been too harsh. I didn't mean anything by it. I only said that because earlier I already instructed them to prepare medicinal bath for you. Delaying would weaken its effect. After hearing his explanation, the woman across from him smiled softly, and Gu Chengyan himself felt more at ease. The last time, the needles were placed at the wrists. This time, I'll need access to your shoulders and neck. As a physician, I understand the sensitivity of this, and as an unrelated man, I don't wish to tarnish your reputation. I can blindfold myself while treating you. Rest assured, I guarantee absolute precision. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxuan's eyelashes fluttered uneasily several times. She gave a bitter smile. What do I have left to hope for? Merely surviving this wretched life is already a blessing. If I die before avenging my family, I will never find peace. Master Gu, please don't trouble yourself further. Just proceed, I won't mind. In this era, women guarded their chastity above all. And yet this girl, barely 15 or 16, was willing to make such a sacrifice. The hatred she bore must be immense indeed. Very well. Layer upon layer, the bed curtains hung down. The young woman quietly loosened her robes. Gu Chengyan, with his profound internal energy, heard every small movement with perfect clarity. He could almost envision each gesture she made. Master Gu, I'm ready. Gu Chengyan clenched his right hand tightly, then slowly released it. From within his robe, he took out a strip of gauze and tied it firmly over his eyes, securing it with a tight knot at the back of his head. His movements were in no way hindered by the blindfold. He accurately sat on the chair placed beside the bed and took out the silver needles. Miss Lin, I'm beginning now. After a dozen needles had been inserted, Lin Shuxuan's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. The toxin has accumulated throughout your body for over 10 years. This treatment forces open your acupoints to gather the poison into one area. Pain is unavoidable, you must endure it for this half hour. To prevent her from moving involuntarily during the pain, Gu Chengyan stayed close behind her. As time passed, the woman's breathing grew heavier, and Gu Chengyan could clearly sense her intense suffering. Miss Shuxian, only one more quarter hour. Just hold on a little longer. After a while, finding no other way to distract her, he quietly told her of his plans. Tomorrow, I'll be leaving with Siki. From now on, every 10 days, you may send the old servant near you to find me at Jingzhou Prefectural Academy. I'll come out to administer the needles. When the session ended, her body slumped backward, she had fainted. Gu Chengyan sensed something wrong and quickly caught her. But being blindfolded, he accidentally touched her soft, warm skin. He didn't dare dwell on where exactly his hand had landed. Hurriedly, he laid her gently onto the pillow, pulled the covers over her, and left the room swiftly. Outside, the maids saw their usually composed eldest young master stepping out in unusual haste, a strange white gauze still tied across his eyes. "Greetings, young master. Wait outside. Only let Miss Lin take her medicinal bath once she wakes." "Yes, sir." The moment he left, the door opened again. The frail, pale beauty stood weakly, beads of sweat still clinging to her face. "I'd appreciate it if you'd have the herbal bath brought in, miss." Though the maid found it strange that Miss Lin had woken so quickly, she didn't question it. "It's no trouble at all, Miss Lin. I'll have it sent in right away." Sinking into the medicinal bath, Lin Shuxuan recalled the earlier gentlemanly conduct of Gu Chengyan, and suddenly burst into an unrestrained, triumphant smile. So even he could lose composure. The first thing Gu Chengyan did upon returning to his quarters was ask Gu Chengxin to untie the gauze from his head. Gu Chengxin frowned in confusion. "Brother, why did you tie a dead knot? It can't be undone, only cut with scissors." This wasn't like his brother at all. The man who always planned 3 steps ahead should have foreseen the inconvenience of such a knot. Gu Chengyan smiled gently and admitted without hesitation, "It was my mistake." Before bed, Wei, the blind elderly servant from Lin Shuxuan's side, came to see Gu Chengyan. Later that night, the rest of the Gu family received news, they would not be departing tomorrow after all. Qianghua sect mobilized through the night and apprehended over a dozen people. Early next morning, when Gu Siki went to visit Lin Shuxian, she met no resistance. "Sister Shuxian, do you know what my big brother's been up to? Last night he suddenly announced we weren't leaving today, and now I can't find him anywhere, not even Chengxin. Are they sneaking off to play somewhere without me?" Her lips pouted so exaggeratedly they might as well have hung a bottle of soy sauce. In Lin Shuxuan's eyes, the Gu family had simply shielded her too well, keeping all darkness and bloodshed hidden from her. "He probably has urgent matters to attend to. By the way, I bought you a gift. I'm not sure if you'll like it." She offered it as compensation, for having frightened the girl before. Wow! A jade hairpin. So beautiful. She instinctively took it carefully from the box, examining it with great delight. "Do you like it?" Gu Siki softly bit her lower lip and nodded. "I love it." Lin Shuxian, infected by her joy, smiled as well. "I'm glad." But opposite her, the little girl stared, mouth slightly agape, frozen in place. "What is it?" Lin Shuxian instinctively touched her neck. Gu Siki swallowed hard, whispering in awe, "Sister Shuxian, please don't just smile like that around others. You're too beautiful, so much that even I, another woman, want to carry you home. Heaven knows what men would do." "Is that so? And yet your brother remains untouched." In the afternoon, Gu Chengyan finally returned home. Gu Siki immediately rushed over to intercept him. "Big brother. Did you sneak off to play with Chengxin?" Gu Chengyan chuckled at her, reaching to ruffle her hair, only to notice the delicate jade hairpin now adorning her head. "I was handling serious business with Chengxin. I've never seen you wear this hairpin before." The girl blushed slightly and asked shyly, "Do you think it's pretty?" "Beautiful. Not just beautiful, it was also extremely valuable." "Big brother. Sister Shuxian gave this to me this morning. Can't we really take her with us to Jingzhou?" The little girl tugged at her elder brother's sleeve, swaying back and forth playfully. Gu Chengyan's gaze flickered. He had always doted on his younger sister without exception. "Do you really like her that much?" "More than real gold. Sister Shuxian is not only beautiful, but kind to me as well. And she's unwell, just like us, she has no parents left. If we abandon her, what will become of her?" All right. Look at our little Siki, worrying so much. Since you've pleaded for her, we'll take her along." "Really?" The girl jumped up in delight. "You're the best, big brother. I'll go tell Sister Shuxian the good news right away." Gu Chengyan held her back gently. "Wait. Our parents sent a letter. Go to my study first and read it. Write them a reply. I'll go speak to Miss Lin." "Okay then." Without suspicion, the girl skipped off happily. Chapter 8. He arrived at Lin Shuxuan's door and gave a few light knocks. The familiar, beautiful face appeared from behind the door. She looked at him with a gentle smile and stepped aside. "Please come in." Taking a sip of clear tea, Gu Chengyan said, "I heard from Siki that you gave her a jade hairpin." As expected, at this mention, the woman opposite seemed slightly lost in thought. Instinctively, she touched her neck. "During our last outing, Siki gave me a hairpin first. I liked it very much, so I gifted her one in return." But what she had given was just an inexpensive peachwood pin, while yours was a jade hairpin of great value. A moment later, she rose and fetched a small cloth pouch, placing it on the table and sliding it toward Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan looked at her in confusion. What is this? This is payment for your medical care. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness these past days. The life-saving favor will be repaid by Shuxian one day. With that, she stood up as if to kneel. Gu Chengyan quickly reached out and supported her. There's no need for such formality, Miss Shuxian. I don't accept money, instead, give me your calligraphy or paintings as payment. Lin Shuxuan lifted her head and stared at him. How did you know? Gu Chengyan lightly coughed into his fist. Earlier, I misunderstood you. My apologies. Miss, please travel with us to Jingzhou. Siki has been insisting she wants to stay with you. The young lady before him gazed at him tenderly, eyes smiling, and softly replied, all right. After handing the group of masked men over to the authorities, the party finally set off. They didn't delay much along the way, arriving at Jingzhou 3 full days earlier than expected. Since the prefectural examination was hosted by local magistrates and conflicts of interest needed to be avoided, Gu Chengyan arranged for a courtyard to be rented without informing his uncle of their arrival. Gu Chengyan kept a low profile, locking himself away to focus on studying. Except when he went to administer acupuncture to Lin Shuxian, he hardly ever left the study. Meanwhile, Gu Chengxian went out to gather information about the exam schedule and procedures, learning that this year's test would consist of 3 sessions held entirely within the examination compound over 2 days. Candidates had to bring their own food and bedding. To prevent cheating, inspection this year was particularly strict, and all items brought in had to meet regulations. He took the opportunity to join everyone in shopping, saving considerable effort. Every day, Gu Siki personally cooked elaborate meals for her elder brother preparing for the exam. Everyone moved quietly, careful not to disturb Gu Chengyan's studies. If not for fear of inviting bad luck, Siki would have gone to the temple herself to pray for her brother, asking the Buddha to bless him with smooth sailing. On the morning of the exam, everyone rose early. Siki checked and rechecked her brother's belongings. Gu Chengyan tucked all necessary identification documents carefully into his robe. Seeing his sister try yet again to stuff more things into his bag, Gu Chengyan smiled gently and stopped her. Enough. Our Siki has truly become a little housewife now. Those things won't even be allowed inside. It's only 2 days, not a long journey. Siki huffed, stomped her foot, and walked over to stand beside Lin Shuxian. Shuxian Jijia, look how someone treats kindness like donkey liver. The sky had not fully brightened. Lanterns lit the courtyard, casting a soft yellow glow, beneath which the beauty's laughter bloomed like a flower. May sir achieve all that your heart desires. Gu Chengyan smiled warmly and gave a slight nod. Gu Chengxian escorted him to the examination hall gate, watching as he passed the inspection and stepped inside. 2 days, long enough to feel endless, short enough to pass swiftly. Chengxian had already been waiting at the exit since dawn. Most candidates leaving appeared utterly exhausted. Many looked disheveled after a sleepless night, hair tangled, stubble grown thick. But when his elder brother emerged, he was still composed and fresh-faced. Chengxian spotted him immediately. Big brother. Over here. Hearing his voice, he smiled and walked toward them. How long have you been waiting? Chengxian lowered his head with a chuckle. Not long, just about an hour. You've worked hard, big brother. Go home and rest well tonight. He didn't ask how the exam had gone. In his mind, there was no doubt, his elder brother would surely take first place. How are Siki and the others? Have they been doing all right at home? Unconsciously, the image of her smiling eyes surfaced in his mind. They're all fine. By the way, big brother, now that you've finished the exam, should we go visit uncle? Gu Chengyan snapped back to attention and teased, Chengxian has really learned worldly manners now. Brother's mocking me again. I can't rely on you forever to handle these matters. Even Siki manages the household with ease now. As for me, apart from martial arts, I truly lack any other skill. Gu Chengyan patted his younger brother on the shoulder. If you're not suited for such matters, don't force yourself. Does growing up mean you're no longer my brother? I know you long for the battlefield. After we visit uncle, we'll discuss sending you to join the army. Children grow up, it was only right they accomplish something in life. He couldn't keep holding them close forever. A man's ambitions reach the clouds, he should strive and fight. After returning home, Gu Chengyan first had water prepared for a bath. The examination hall had been cramped and crowded, with latrines inside as well. Fortunately, it was still April, the weather relatively cool, so the stench hadn't been unbearable, but still uncomfortable. Everyone ate dinner together, and Gu Chengyan took the opportunity to mention their visit to his uncle's residence. I didn't inform uncle about this exam, so we must pay extra attention to proper etiquette to make amends to our elders. Only aunt is at home now. Mother once said that uncle and aunt treated her like their own daughter, so neither of you need be overly reserved. Act affectionately, elders appreciate that. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we'll all go together. Yes. Yes. Though Gu Siki and Gu Chengyan felt somewhat nervous, with their elder brother leading the way, they could simply follow instructions obediently. Then came the matter of Lin Shuxuan's arrangements. The two young men understood well and tactfully withdrew to their rooms. Miss Shuxian, the moonlight is lovely tonight. Would you care to sit with me a while in the courtyard? Lin Shuxian agreed. Side by side, they sat beside the stone table in the courtyard, where a peach tree happened to be in full, flourishing bloom. Holding warmth in one's heart, quietly awaiting the blossoming of a tree. Your body has not yet cleared the lingering poison, so we must proceed with patience. Why not stay here temporarily? I will come regularly to administer acupuncture. Moonlight fell upon her fair face, lending it a faint, almost ethereal glow, as if she were one of those enchanting spirits from ancient paintings, beautiful and mesmerizing. She looked at him with a half-smile, then what am I to you? Your kept woman. Gu Chengyan's heart tightened. You misunderstand. To others, you'll be known as Siki's savior, recuperating here. I won't interfere with your actions. Once the poison is cleansed, you're free to stay or leave as you wish. How does that sound? Idle talk was unavoidable, but this was the best he could offer. She nodded, then rose and took her leave. Truthfully, he could have brought her back to the mansion. But that would harm her reputation. The household rules were strict, and living there might confine her too much. Gu Chengyan lifted his head to gaze at the hazy moon, just like his own heart, clouded, unclear even to himself. Inside her room, Lin Shuxian well knew this arrangement was best for her, freedom of movement, convenience for her purposes. Yet still, she was a stranger. Little Siki could naturally enter the house along with him, but for herself, it would be far more complicated. The group arrived at Xia Zhishan's official residence by carriage. A servant stepped forward, knocked, and handed over the visiting card. Our young master and miss have traveled from Liang County to see Lord Uncle. Please announce us. The gatekeeper had received special instructions a few days earlier. The daughter married in Liang County had 2 nephews and 1 niece expected to stay temporarily. He was told to pay close attention and report promptly to the madam. So the nephews and niece have arrived. Please wait, I'll inform the madam at once. Gu Chengyan stepped down from the carriage, standing beside Gu Chengyan. Soon, a dignified, plump older lady hurried to the entrance. Her eyes instantly landed on the refined, elegant figure of Gu Chengyan. Are you Chengyan and Chengxin? The two young men bowed respectfully, replying in unison, Aunt. Good children, let Aunt take a good look at you. Both lads were exceptionally well-mannered. The elder one, with gentle eyes and calm demeanor, appeared particularly composed. The younger, though bolder, still upright and decent. Lady Chen nodded repeatedly in approval. Where's Siki? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a petite, radiant girl gracefully dismounted from the horseback. Auntie, I'm right here, she called out cheerfully. Stepping forward, she curtsied neatly. Siki greets Aunt. Compared to the 2 tall youths, the little girl immediately won Lady Chen's affection. At once, she took Siki's hand, fondly asking after her comfort and well-being. You've had a tiring journey. Look how thin your little face has gotten. You need better nourishment. A girl should be a bit plumper, healthier, more auspicious to look at. I've long heard mother say Aunt's cooking is unparalleled. Now I truly feel blessed. Lady Chen gently tapped the girl's nose. Just as witty as your mother, you two are cut from the same cloth. Back when she was unmarried, she adored my home-cooked meals. Come, don't stand around. Let's get inside, we'll sit and catch up properly. Gu Chengxin rubbed his nose and whispered to his elder brother, Brother, mother was right, once you praise auntie's cooking, everything becomes easier. Gu Chengyan kept one hand behind his back and placed the other before him, glancing sideways as he admonished, hurry up and follow. At dinner, the head of the household, Xia Zhishan, returned home from the government office. He had a stern appearance, and when he frowned, he looked truly imposing. He asked, why did you arrive 2 days later than expected? Did you encounter trouble on the way? Gu Chengyan didn't expect to keep the matter of delivering the bandits to justice a secret from him, so he spoke up, we met a group of ruffians on the road who nearly abducted Siki. At this, Aunt Chen gasped in horror, covering her mouth and tenderly patting her niece's hand. Fortunately, a young lady came to our aid, Chengxin and I arrived in time thanks to her, avoiding a terrible disaster. That girl sounds kind-hearted. Did you properly thank her? Asked Madame Chen. Siki took over, Sister Shuxian was severely injured saving me and is now recuperating in Jingzhou. Madame Chen was about to suggest bringing the girl here, but then remembered her 2 unmarried nephews and thought it really wouldn't be appropriate. Tomorrow, I'll have some nourishing tonics sent to that young lady, to express our gratitude for saving our Siki. Uncle, there's one more matter, I must beg your forgiveness. Chapter 9. Xia Zhishan paused mid-stroke of stroking his beard. Humph. Did you sneak down and take the exam yourself? Gu Chengyan rose and bowed deeply. Nothing escapes my uncle's notice. Do you not know how high my expectations are for you? You've already secured first place in the county examination. If you prepare well and claim first again in the prefectural exam, then proceed to the academy exam, you might even achieve a minor triple triumph. Cold-faced, Xia Zhishan scolded them sternly, leaving everyone too nervous to breathe. Chen intervened gently, "Husband, enough. The children have only just arrived today. Why must you wear such a severe expression? If Ruoshi were to find out, she'd surely throw a fit with you." At the mention of his beloved younger sister, whom he had raised himself and hadn't seen in years, Xia Zhishan softened slightly. "Fine. Write out your examination paper from memory tomorrow and submit it to me. I'll review it myself." Chen nodded subtly, signaling him urgently to agree quickly. Gu Chengyan understood perfectly. "Yes, sir." "Sit down now and eat," Chen continued. "Your cousin passed the autumn imperial examination last year and is currently in the capital preparing for next year's spring exam. Both your elder cousins have married and left home. It hasn't been this lively here in ages. Your uncle is happy, you must understand, but he worries you might slip up in your studies, so he seems stricter than usual." She spoke kindly, trying to ease their discomfort. "Humph. I'm simply afraid they'll follow Gu Zhengxiu's unruly, wandering ways." Xia Zhishan retorted. "Affairs of the bureaucracy are no joke. Tomorrow, Qingxin, you will also come to my study. Since your brother shows talent in scholarship, you certainly aren't lacking either." Siki lowered her head, struggling to suppress laughter. Her uncle had no idea, Qingxin truly suffered headaches at the sight of books. He could read fine, but asking him to write an essay was worse than execution. Gu Chengyan silently glanced at his unfortunate younger brother, who indeed wore a bitter expression, yet dared not speak back. Ignoring his brother's desperate pleading gaze, Chengyan calmly continued his dinner. His aunt's cooking was truly excellent. The next day happened to be his uncle's day off. Gu Chengyan and Gu Qingxin entered their uncle's study together. "Uncle, here is the examination paper I took during the recent prefectural exam. I've written it out from memory as best I could. Please review it." Xia Zhishan took it and placed it on the table. Then he pointed at two rolled-up scrolls lying before him. "These are examination questions I prepared overnight for both of you. Sit down and start writing." "Yes, sir." Gu Chengyan stepped forward, took both scrolls, and handed one to Qingxin. Qingxin accepted it with deep resentment, took a deep breath, and slowly unrolled it. "Well now, entirely classical exegesis." "Uncle," he finally mustered the courage to ask, "are these two exam papers identical?" Xia Zhishan, engrossed in reviewing Qingyan's paper, replied absent-mindedly, "Mm." Qingxin dared not ask further. Picking up his brush, he strained every neuron to fill the blank pages. After finishing, Xia Zhishan looked up with visible approval, nodding repeatedly. Then he quickly repressed his smile, glancing at his two nephews. Seeing both still fully focused on their exams, oblivious to his earlier lapse in composure, he felt relieved. He stood and began to inspect their work. His elder nephew remained unperturbed, with steady mindset, neat handwriting, and answers substantial and well-structured. Excellent. But when he reached his younger nephew, he couldn't help but frown. The handwriting style differed entirely from his elder brother's, bold and unrestrained, almost heroic in flair, but the content was painfully hollow, giving the impression of saying much while conveying nothing at all. After collecting both papers, Xia Zhishan offered brief comments. The contrast between the two was stark. To avoid unnecessary discouragement, he even offered a few words of encouragement to the younger one. "Qingxin, your handwriting has character. Your prose is plain and easy to understand. Not bad." Gu Chengyan seized the moment to add, "Uncle, Qingxin has always been fascinated by military strategy. That's actually why he came to Jingzhou with me, to ask if you might arrange for him to enlist in the army." Xia Zhishan examined his younger nephew's physique, then nodded. "My teacher always said teaching must suit the student. Very well, I'll speak with Tongji Tao, the official in charge of military records, at the earliest opportunity. But Qingxin, let me warn you, military service is extremely arduous. You may very well be dispatched to the frontier to fight against Beiyan. Are you truly ready?" At the mere mention of Beiyan, Qingxin transformed instantly, like a lion coiled and ready to pounce. With firm resolve, he declared, "Uncle, I've made my decision. I fear neither hardship, nor exhaustion, nor even death." The thing he longed for most was to stand proudly on Beiyan soil and face those wolves and tigers in open, honorable combat. Good. A true son of Nanling. His uncle was moved by his spirit. "There's a clerk in our household who once served in the military bureau. He now oversees our family troops. For the next few days, you'll train under him." "Thank you, uncle, for your kindness." Grinning, Qingxin dashed out to find his new instructor. What followed was a straightforward post-exam analysis. Although the prefectural examination was presided over by the prefect of each province, he did not handle the composition or grading of the papers, so there was no need for Xia Zhishan to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Estimating a rough ranking for his eldest nephew, Xia Zhishan concluded there would be absolutely no problem in passing. Whether or not he could secure first place depended entirely on the examiner's personal preference, an element even he could not influence. Having now roughly assessed the young man's abilities, Xia Zhishan was overjoyed, relieved that such a promising talent stood right before him, unspoiled by Gu Chengxiu's crude upbringing. Starting today, I will have you work through past academy examination papers repeatedly. After each attempt, we'll analyze them together. Here are the books you're to study daily. Once finished, write your own annotations and submit them to me. Gu Chengyan looked at the towering stack of books nearly half his height, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Yes, sir." Xia Zhishan himself had been a first-rank Jinshi graduate, surpassing the abilities of most tutors. His own son had thus been personally taught from childhood and had already become a juren by his early 30s. With next year's imperial examination approaching, it wasn't impossible for their family to produce 2 Jinshi graduates in one generation. On the day of the public announcement, crowds swarmed around the bulletin board. "I passed. I passed." One examinee shouted joyfully upon spotting his name. "The top scorer? That name's completely unfamiliar." A bystander exclaimed in confusion. Those who couldn't push through the crowd, like Tao Zichuan, a candidate from this year, called out anxiously, "What is it? What's the name? Just read it aloud, maybe I know him." "Gu Chengyan. The top scorer is Gu Chengyan." The steward from Xia household had been waiting nearby since dawn. There was no need to search, the number 1 name belonged to their own young master's cousin. He immediately rushed back to report the good news. Along the way, he overheard a young gentleman from the Tao family exclaim in surprise, "Gu Chengyan? I've never heard of him. There aren't any prominent Gu families in Jingzhou City, are there?" The steward proudly added, "This top scorer, Master Gu Chengyan, is our Xia family's cousin, raised since childhood in Liang County. This is his first time in Jingzhou, that's why young Master Tao wouldn't recognize him." Tao Zichuan stared at the steward for a moment, then smiled and said, "The Xia family. So he's related to the prefect himself. No wonder his talent is so extraordinary. Master Tao, I must hurry back to inform my lord and lady of this wonderful news. I take my leave now." Beneath the board stood another examinee, also hailing from a small town. Upon hearing of the top scorer's background, he couldn't help but feel curious. If this person truly had such close ties to the prefect, why had he remained in a tiny county all these years instead of coming to Jingzhou to study under the official himself? It was indeed strange. As soon as she received the news, Chen Shi prepared an elaborate feast. Had Gu Chengyan not insisted multiple times against excessive celebration, she would have invited everyone over for a grand banquet. Uncle Xia Zhishan wore a prideful expression he couldn't suppress. His own son, though carefully nurtured by him, had never achieved first place, an old regret lingering in his heart. Now, through his nephew, he finally found solace. A few days later, Gu Chengyan officially entered the prefectural academy as a certified Tongsheng. The instructors were scholars of Jingzhou, each holding the Juren degree, and among them were even 2 Tongjingshi graduates who had chosen teaching over official careers. Though Gu Chengyan was the prefect's nephew, his demeanor was mild and free of the arrogance typical of noble offspring. Excelling in scholarship and always willing to help classmates with their studies, he also shared fascinating tales from the Jianghu. In just a few short days, he earned the admiration and respect of nearly all the students in the academy. Even those from humble backgrounds gladly befriended him. It began with a meal. Students from poor families had limited funds, usually bringing preserved food from home, mostly pickled vegetables and cured meats. Their staple foods were cheap flatbreads or coarse wheat buns, filling and affordable. During meals, these poorer students often retreated to quiet corners, not only to avoid embarrassment from comparison, but also because seeing rich peers eat fresh fish and meat made their hunger worse. This time, Tao Zichuan pulled aside Zhuang Hansheng, a kindred spirit from a modest family. "Brother Zhuang, why do you always eat alone? Are you hiding some delicious treat?" Some young nobles sneered audibly, their expressions condescending. What could it possibly be? Just some coarse commoner's food. Do you expect it to be meat? Zhuang Hansheng felt humiliated, clenching his fists tightly. But Gu Chengyan, having seen life at its lowest, understood his embarrassment perfectly. "Brother Tao," he said calmly, "what Brother Zhuang brings must be dishes lovingly prepared by his parents. To him, living away from home, such meals are far more precious than any ordinary fare. My own mother isn't skilled in cooking, I envy Brother Zhuang for being able to taste the flavor of home every single day." Tao Zichuan suddenly realized and patted Zhuang Hansheng on the shoulder, "Brother Zhuang, you really are something, do you think I'd steal your food? From now on, stop hiding away. We can eat together and chat, even discuss the assignments left by the masters." He also retorted to the sneering nobles, "Out of the way. What's so great about meat anyway? The mountain delicacies he eats are something you couldn't even taste." Turning to Gu Chengyan, he continued, "Gu, may I call you Chengyan from now on? If you ever want a home-cooked meal, you're welcome at my place. My mother grew up in the south of the Yangtze, and her Yangzhou cuisine is unparalleled. She rarely cooks for others, but if you visit, she'll immediately prepare an entire table for you." Madame Tao had always adored scholarly young men who were both bright and good-looking. She disliked seeing her son spend time with those idle second-generation wastrels obsessed with pleasure. Before long, everyone became close, and it was Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing who ended up spending the most time with Gu Chengyan. We should pay a formal visit at an appropriate time, but recently 3 bodies were discovered outside the city walls. My aunt is probably unwilling to let me go out. Bodies. No wonder my father has been returning home late these past few nights, it must be because of the murder case. Hasn't the killer been caught yet? Gu Chengyan shook his head and turned to Zhuang Hanqing. Brother Zhuang, these next few days, don't leave the academy without caution. If you truly need to go out, just let me or Zichuan know, we can send servants instead. After all, you don't have martial skills, what if you run into the murderer? Thank you for the warning, Brother Gu. I'll be careful. Chapter 10. It happened to be the Flower Goddess Festival, and everyone was given 3 days off. It was also time again to administer acupuncture to Lin Shuxuan, so Gu Chengyan came in person. Knock knock knock. A young gentleman dressed in indigo blue robes gently tapped on the door. The neighbors, a tofu-selling family, peeked curiously at him. How strange that such an elegant and refined young man should appear in this remote neighborhood, where the house had long seemed uninhabited. Who is it? Coming. Old Man Wei opened the door, hunched over with age. Master Gu. Please come in. He quickly fastened the door behind him and hurried toward the porch. Masked, he nearly slipped, but corrected himself in time. It had been too long since he'd called his young mistress by her proper title. Miss, Master Gu has arrived. Do come out quickly. Then turning to Gu Chengyan with a smile, he added, I'll go brew you a pot of hot tea. Gu Chengyan smiled warmly and gave a slight nod. Thank you for your trouble. Shortly after, the inner door opened. Though she wore only a simple chignon, her beauty remained breathtaking, her lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with quiet delight. It's been quite some time. I haven't even congratulated you on securing first place once again. Looking at her, Gu Chengyan felt an inexplicable joy settle within his heart. How have you been lately, miss? Me? I suppose I'm well enough. She lowered her gaze, then softly added, but also not entirely. Hearing this, Gu Chengyan's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, are you unwell physically? She shook her head. It's just, living here all alone, it feels rather cold and lonely sometimes. Upon hearing this, he took something from within his robe, an object of pure jade, green throughout, smooth and lustrous. Will this cheer you up a little? The young lady slowly brightened, accepting the familiar piece of jade with a soft smile. She looked up at him in surprise. You actually redeemed it. He said nothing about how much effort it had taken, searching every pawnshop, spending a great deal of silver. Tomorrow is the Flower Goddess Festival. The streets will be lively. Perhaps we could take a stroll together. Siki will be coming out too, Gu Chengyan added, mentioning his sister as if casually, though clearly trying to mask his true intent. All right. When their eyes met, those tender, affectionate glances struck him like fireworks bursting in his chest, and he quickly looked away, flustered. Then let us begin the acupuncture session. He stepped into the room first, failing to notice the faint, almost wicked smile spreading across the woman's face behind him. Careless and indifferent, she watched as Old Man Wei, holding a tray of tea, lowered his head and stepped aside before she slowly closed the door shut. Just as last time, Lin Shuxuan quietly slipped her robe down to her shoulder blades. Gu Chengyan once again covered his eyes with the familiar silk blindfold. It was evening now, 2 lamps lit the room. Softly, he said, Miss Shuxuan, tonight I must insert needles into your back. At his words, Lin Shuxuan let her garment slip suddenly off her shoulders, revealing a back as flawless and white as jade. Caught completely off guard, Gu Chengyan hadn't prepared himself. Even through the gauzy fabric, he caught a hazy glimpse of the delicate silhouette before him. Instinctively, he tightly shut his eyes and turned his head away. The movement was noticeable. Lin Shuxuan heard it, and the curve of her lips widened ever so slightly. Yet her voice came out meekly shy, Sir, I'm ready. Gu Chengyan took a deep breath, struggling to steady his racing heart. He drew out the silver needles, focusing all his attention on precisely stimulating the acupoints. Before long, both were drenched in sweat, Lin Shuxuan from pain, Gu Chengyan from mental and physical exertion. After removing the needles, Lin Shuxuan collapsed limply onto the bed. Gu Chengyan did not feel it appropriate to support her. Her body pressed down on the blanket, so instead, he removed his outer robe and laid it gently over her. Then he opened the door and stepped outside. On the bed, the girl who should have been unconscious quietly opened her eyes. She heard Gu Chengyan's weary yet meticulous instructions, here are the herbs for brewing the medicinal decoction. Once Shuxuan wakes, soak them for half an hour. She may experience discomfort during her next few menstrual cycles, this is due to the lingering toxins being expelled. Eating more blood-nourishing foods should help. Upon hearing the word menstrual, Old Man Wei's face twitched involuntarily. Yes, this old servant remembers. I still have matters to attend to and cannot stay longer. I shall take my leave now. But, Master Gu, won't you rest a moment? At least drink a cup of tea before departing. Old Man Wei tried to persuade him. The young master had come all this way, expended such energy treating his mistress, only to leave without even a sip of water. Word would spread, and it wouldn't sound good. No need. Shuxian should regain consciousness in about half an hour. You'd best start brewing the herbs right away. Dutiful above all, Old Man Wei prioritized his mistress's needs and no longer insisted. Then, Master Gu, please travel safely. Hardly had he seen the guest off when, turning back, he found his young mistress standing there barefoot, her hair loose. How long she had been awake, only the gentle and kind Gu Chengyan believed she was unconscious. Master. He just mentioned monthly matters. What is that? Startled, Old Man Wei realized his mistress had always kept away from women's affairs and naturally wouldn't know. He struggled to explain it thoroughly. Lin Shuxuan frowned. Master Gu truly seems a good man. Why not tell him the truth, Master? Lin Shuxuan pressed her lips together. For some reason, she didn't want him to know the truth, worried he might feel disappointed, and push her away. Old Man Wei then suggested, or perhaps next time, try to casually learn more about Master Gu. I don't think he'd easily grow suspicious. Early the next morning, Gu Siki was already coiling around Lady Chen. Auntie, these days I've been stuck indoors reading account books till my eyes hurt. Today's the Flower Goddess Festival, please let me go out earlier. Auntie. Siki knows you love me most. Lady Chen, worn down by her pleas, laughed and poked her forehead. Go, go. Let your two older brothers accompany you. It's crowded outside today, be careful. Gu Siki darted out at once, calling back, got it, Auntie. I'll go find them now. Though Siki wasn't as poised as an ordinary lady of noble upbringing, she was still young, her innocence and liveliness were charming, so Lady Chen never overly restrained her. Upon arrival, Siki jumped off the carriage and eagerly knocked on the door. Sister Shuxian. Open up quickly, I'm here to play. A moment later, the courtyard gate opened. Siki darted forward and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Shuxuan's. Hurry, hurry. I heard the Flower Goddess Fair outside the city is super lively today. I already asked, once you go in, you can't even squeeze through. When Lin Shuxian passed by Gu Chengyan, she gave him a smile. Gu Chengyan nodded gently in return. Gu Siki looked oddly at the two of them, but eager for the festivities, quickly dragged Lin Shuxian onto the carriage. The Flower Goddess Fair had a history of hundreds of years. Legend had it that Jingzhou City was once plagued by a strange illness, the goiter, that affected every household. Later, a fairy appeared and prayed to heaven on behalf of the people, after which the affliction gradually vanished. To honor this fairy, people began holding the Flower Goddess Fair annually on the day of her prayer. Over time, it evolved into a customary celebration. Merchants offered enticing prizes to draw crowds, and everyone loved coming to take part in the various activities. Wow! So many people. This is incredibly lively. The girl gasped at the sea of heads before her. Lin Shuxian smiled at her. This isn't much. The Qixi festival in the capital is far more bustling. Really? I wonder if I'll ever get to see it in my lifetime. I'd love to witness such prosperity. Gazing at her innocent face, Lin Shuxian whispered, you will. Gu Chengyan had excellent hearing. He glanced sideways at the woman beside him. Let's go, let's go. See what activities there are. She tugged Lin Shuxian forward through the crowd. But where it got dense, their view was completely blocked. Turning back suddenly, she noticed with shock. Sister Shuxian, you're so tall. A whole head taller than me. Miss Lin is indeed quite tall for a woman, remarked Gu Chengyan, looking at Lin Shuxian who stood nearly eye to eye with him. Gu Chengyan, noticeably taller than all of them, wisely stayed out of the conversation. There's archery tossing ahead. Chengxin. Come help me win first prize. Back in Liang County, the two of them always enjoyed strolling town together and playing such little games. Suddenly something happened ahead, the crowd surged, and the two figures in front disappeared. Instinctively, Gu Chengyan drew Lin Shuxian into his arms, shielding her from others pressing close. It's too crowded here. I'm afraid we might get separated. Shuxian, hold tight to me, I'll get you through. His calm voice murmured softly by her ear, gently explaining. Lin Shuxian nodded and obediently grasped his sleeve. Standing so near, Gu Chengyan suddenly noticed she had no ear piercings. Thinking back, she had never worn earrings before. With a graceful leap, he scooped her slender waist into his arms and soared onto the rooftop. Once she was steady on her feet, he slowly released her. Just said, it's clearer up here. Siki and the others should be nearby. If you're frightened, we can go down at once. Sure enough, Lin Shuxian spotted them at a stall about 20 paces ahead, Gu Chengxin holding a set of arrows and tossing them into a pitcher, while Gu Siki clapped and laughed beside him. Lin Shuxian sat down and watched them. No need. I never really liked crowded places anyway. It's nice here. Gu Chengyan followed her example and sat beside her. You're from the capital. I grew up there. The capital is splendid, full of nobles and aristocrats everywhere, but it doesn't have the warmth this city does. She turned to him with a smile. You must be wondering why I came here, right? Gu Chengyan couldn't very well admit he had already investigated her, so he simply nodded. My father was framed by a villain and died before I was born. My mother was forced to marry a man she didn't love, and naturally, he didn't love her either. He had another woman he truly cared for, his concubine. In the struggle of the inner chambers, my mother died. That's how I became an orphan without parents. I came to Jingzhou to seek refuge with distant relatives and also to find a renowned physician to save my life. Everything after that, you already know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up your painful past. Actually, I'm just like you, my parents passed away from illness when I was 12. Your parents took us 3 siblings in and raised us. Lin Shuxuan smiled brightly. Has anyone ever told you that you're too kind? Gu Chengyan paused, then looked at her seriously. I simply respect every person's life. Life means nothing to some people. Her gaze darkened as she spoke. Chapter 11. If only I weren't that kind of person, Gu Chengyan said with a smile as he looked at her. Other people are other people. Lin Shuxuan turned to look at the young man beside her. His face always carried a smile, making others feel as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. Yeah, it's good that you're not. Though they were referring to different things, their words somehow naturally connected. Let's go down and meet up with them. All right. Gu Chengyan once again wrapped his arm around the waist of the person beside him, gently lowering them both onto the open ground where Gu Suiqi and the others were waiting. Few people could practice lightness kung fu, so their sudden descent from above immediately drew many curious glances. Among them was Ma Bingsheng, the vice-governor's son, who had never stopped thinking about Lin Shuxuan. Lin Shuxuan. His eyes darkened with hostility. Go find out who that man holding her is. The man behind him instantly obeyed and slipped away unnoticed. As a martial artist, Gu Chengyan immediately sensed the intense gaze. He casually glanced toward the direction but, amid the crowded, couldn't identify the one he sought. Big brother, what are you looking at? Before he could answer, Gu Suiqi turned around and shoved the beautifully crafted lantern she had just won into Lin Shuxuan's hands. Sister Shuxian. The beauty painted on this lantern looks a lot like you. Holding the lantern closer, Lin Shuxian examined it carefully, then smiled faintly, glancing at Gu Chengyan beside her. Does she? The woman before him mimicked the delicate, alluring smile drawn on the paper. Standing in front of her, the young man stood tall and elegant, his own smile soft and restrained. Not even a fraction as beautiful as you, he said gently. Watching nearby, Gu Suiqi covered her slightly parted lips, her eyes darting back and forth, something was definitely going on. For the rest of the evening, she wisely pulled Gu Chengyan along behind, successfully creating an undisturbed space for her elder brother. Yet neither of the two was particularly talkative. Noticing that Lin Shuxian didn't seem especially interested in the street festivities, and remembering she'd only recently undergone acupuncture treatment, Gu Chengyan guessed she must be fatigued. Thoughtfully, he said, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Lin Shuxian nodded. When boarding the carriage, she hesitated. The height made climbing up gracefully impossible, yet stepping up too boldly might risk exposing her true identity. Just then, a hand appeared before her, slender fingers, clearly defined knuckles. A ripple passed through Lin Shuxuan's eyes. She placed her hand into his, using his support to step into the carriage. As the curtain fell, a soft, thank you, floated out. Gu Chengyan withdrew his hand and clasped it behind his back, instinctively curling it into a fist. Her hand was slightly smaller than his, soft, and a bit cool. After delivering her home safely, Gu Chengyan finally headed back to his residence. No sooner had he stepped through the gate when a shadow emerged nearby. It was the same man Ma Bingsheng had earlier sent to investigate Gu Chengyan. Master, that man is named Gu Chengyan. I asked the servants. He's the nephew of Magistrate Xia, arrived in Jingzhou City only recently. Our men spotted Miss Lin before and intended to bring her to you, but Gu Chengyan interfered. All our men ended up arrested and delivered straight to the magistrate's office. Ma Bingsheng gently stroked a portrait before him. Why would Lin Shuxian be with him? It seems he rescued her on the road. Now she lives in a small courtyard west of the city, rarely goes out. Gu Chengyan has only visited her once. Humph. Anger flared in Ma Bingsheng's eyes. How dare he make a woman I desire into his concubine? Whether he's the magistrate's nephew or not, even Xia Zhishan himself wouldn't dare compete with me for a woman. It seems our honorable magistrate has grown too comfortable, welcoming every penniless relative into his home. Then I'll make sure he has some trouble to deal with. Ha 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 ha. A maid passing by the mansion heard the mad cackle in the middle of the night, thought the household's demon lord had gone insane again, and fled quickly in fear. At lunchtime, everyone gathered together when Chen began to complain. I don't know what kind of urgent matter it was, but your uncle was called away in the middle of the night. It's nearly this late now, and still no message sent back home. I'm so worried. Gu Chengyan set down his chopsticks. Don't worry, madam. Uncle must have been detained at the yamen by official business. Why don't you prepare some meals in a food box? I'll deliver them to him right away. Chen nodded. That's a good idea. As a woman, it wouldn't be proper for me to go myself. I'll leave this task to you, Chengyan. You're too kind, madam. It's only natural. It was the final day of the holiday. Gu Chengyan wore a simple cyan-colored daily robe, his hair tied neatly at the crown with a matching ribbon. The moment he stepped down from the carriage, he instantly became the center of attention. What a refined and ethereal young man, bright as the pure moon, so thought Tongji Tao, who happened to be stepping out just then. Gu Chengyan took a food box from a servant and, upon seeing the official, bowed respectfully. Esteemed sir, I give you my greetings. Modest and courteous, very good, very good. Magistrate Tao inwardly nodded in approval. You're from the governor's household. What is your name, young man, and what brings you here to the yamen? He wasn't surprised that the official knew of his connection to his uncle. The large, Xia, character on the carriage was hard to miss, not to mention that he had arrived with the chief steward of the Xia residence. I am Gu Chengyan, a student at the prefectural academy. My aunt was concerned that my uncle might forget to eat lunch while working, so she sent me to deliver his midday meal. Magistrate Tao nodded with a smile. Governor Xia and his wife have always been deeply devoted, constantly thinking of one another. You've come at just the right time, go ahead now. The steward whispered softly, Master Gu, this is Vice-Governor Tao. Gu Chengyan added, thank you, Magistrate Tao. So this was Zichuan's father, a gentle and affectionate elder indeed. No wonder Zichuan was so innocent and naive, untouched by the ways of the world. Clearly, he had family sheltering him all along. Since the steward was a familiar face, Gu Chengyan smoothly followed him and found his uncle without difficulty. Chengyan, why are you here? Xia Zhishan set down the documents he had been reviewing. My aunt worried you'd forget to eat, so she sent me to bring your lunch. Gu Chengyan placed the food box on the table with a smile. Though they had been married for years, Xia Zhishan's expression still carried the sweet warmth of lovers deeply attached. Yet, maintaining decorum before his younger relative, he cleared his throat. Ahem. She fusses too much. Does the government office really lack meals? She worries you won't care for the food here. The steward tidied the desk, and Gu Chengyan opened the food box, carefully laying out the dishes. After washing his hands, Xia Zhishan sat down at the table. By the way, uncle, you left the house late last night, was there an incident? Gu Chengyan asked on behalf of his aunt. Did she tell you? Otherwise, how would the children know he had left in the middle of the night? My aunt waited and waited, but no word came. She grew very anxious. Xia Zhishan smiled slightly and picked up his chopsticks. I can tell you, no harm done. Last night, near a small village outside Jingzhou City, someone poisoned the water source. By the time it was discovered, 7 people were already dead, and the others are in poor condition. We're seeking renowned physicians far and wide. As for the culprit, I will see to it personally that he is brought to justice. Seeing his agitation, Gu Chengyan stood and poured him a cup of warm water, setting it before him. How despicable. Could the villagers have held some deep grudge against anyone? Xia Zhishan took a sip. We're investigating, but this village is remote and isolated from other settlements, it's unlikely there was any significant enmity. Still, I plan to go there myself later. Uncle, please eat first. I've studied medicine under my mother, perhaps I could accompany you. Maybe I can assist in some way. Xia Zhishan pondered briefly, then nodded. That works well. Before leaving, he instructed the steward, don't let my wife find out about this. She's always fearful. Just tell her I'm busy with official duties. The steward quickly replied, yes, sir. Only then did Xia Zhishan feel reassured. He turned to his eldest nephew. Let's go. Along the way, the atmosphere remained solemn. They reached the site as swiftly as possible. The arrival of the prefect drew all local officials around him. Gu Chengyan, not wishing to intrude, moved aside with a young servant from the household to survey the surroundings. The village was nestled among 3 mountains, truly secluded. The poisoning occurred at a natural spring where villagers collectively fetched water. A packet of poison had been weighted down with stones beneath the surface, crude, yet effective. First, the village had no other wells, every household relied on this spring. Second, the poison was slow-acting. It had been half a month before symptoms became apparent. Yet one detail warranted deeper thought. According to accounts, victims experienced sudden, agonizing pain in the middle of the night, something unusual. Most poisons worked silently, gradually weakening the body over time, rather than causing abrupt onset. Elderly madam, I'm studying medicine and came here with my elders to help. The journey was long and my feet are weary, might I trouble you for 2 stools to rest a moment? Would that be convenient? He appeared gentle and kind, accompanied only by a boy of 15 or 16. Unlike government officers, he didn't provoke fear or suspicion among the villagers. Of course, of course. The woman promptly brought out stools she had made herself for them to sit. You said earlier you're a physician. Gu Chengyan nodded with a smile after sitting down and said, indeed. The elderly woman anxiously rubbed her hands together and moved closer. My little grandson isn't doing well, he keeps crying. The physicians sent by the government say his symptoms are mild and refuse to treat him first. Could you possibly take a look? Of course, Gu Chengyan replied, rising to his feet. Overjoyed, the woman quickly led him into her home. After examining the child, Gu Chengyan already had his conclusion. Don't worry, madam. The child is fine. His incessant crying is due to convulsions. Follow the prescription I give you, brew some of these common herbs and let him drink it, and he'll be all right. He named several easily found wild plants, ones most villagers could recognize. One thing, I'd like to ask, before your family members fell ill, did they notice anything unusual? The old woman paused, then leaned in and whispered mysteriously, my grandson seemed to have seen something unclean. While sleeping, he kept shouting that he saw someone outside the window. Hearing this, the young servant standing beside him suddenly darted behind Gu Chengyan's back. Master. I've heard children's eyes are pure, they can see ghosts. Could it be? Gu Chengyan shook his head and patted the boy's back with an amused sigh. It's broad daylight, what are you so afraid of? But then again, perhaps the child really had seen something. Chapter 12. But what he saw wasn't ghosts or deities, rather, it was a person. A person with ill intentions. The next day, Gu Chengyan visited the woman's house again, this time bringing candy for the child. From the boy's mouth, he obtained the information he sought. That man suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. I saw him holding a sword, and on it were two characters. One I didn't recognize, but the other one, the big brother De Fu from the village chief's family taught me that one, it's Shan. As in Shao Shan, Little Mountain. That's even my name. Qingshan sect. Gu Chengyan now had his suspicions. This massive poisoning case involved a martial arts sect, a troubling development. Currently, all martial sects were under the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance, which enforced strict rules. First, no killing civilians. Second, no involving the government. Feuds among cultivators should be settled within the cultivation world. So why would someone from the Qingshan sect appear at a villager's window in the dead of night? At noon, Xia Zhishan sent someone to summon Gu Chengyan. Uncle, you summon me? In the past couple of days, the frown lines on Xia Zhishan's brow had never relaxed. Chengyan, earlier a physician discovered a hole pricked through the paper window of one household. On the windowsill were traces of strange white powder. When he smelled it, he immediately fell poisoned. Since your medical valley specializes in antidotes, please look into this matter. Gu Chengyan nodded and stepped forward to inspect the scene. His movement suddenly stilled. He narrowed his eyes. It was Meiren Mian. Despite its delicate name, the symptoms upon poisoning were terrifyingly gruesome. What was peculiar, however, was that the corpses always wore faint smiles after death. Meiren Mian and Shisher drunk were clearly crafted by the same hand. It dawned on him, his mother's poisoning by Shisher drunk years ago likely involved the Qingshan sect as well. Treating Meiren Mian required complicated procedures, though the ingredients themselves were fairly common. Gu Chengyan stood up and consulted the local physicians. They were missing only one crucial ingredient, the seven-lily grass. This herb possessed mild hallucinogenic properties and was sometimes used by doctors to ease patient suffering. It served both as a key component in making Meiren Mian and as the primary antidote. He had brought some supplies with him, but they were nearly depleted. Gu Chengyan reported this to Xia Zhishan, who immediately dispatched people to purchase more from nearby towns. Yet strangely, the messengers returned quickly, reporting that the seven-lily grass had been entirely bought out several days prior. Every apothecary in the region now had no stock left. How coincidental. Seven-lily grass isn't commonly used. Why would someone suddenly buy up all supplies right at this critical moment? There must be some hidden secret buried in this small village. Gu Chengyan mused silently. He penned a letter and instructed a servant from the Xia household to deliver it to Baoji Hall. Baoji Hall? Is that an enterprise owned by the Medical Valley? Xia Zhishan asked. Gu Chengyan nodded. Indeed. However, previously the elders in the valley weren't skilled in management, so Baoji Hall never gained fame. Now, it barely turns a modest profit, sufficient only to cover the Medical Valley's expenses. Xia Zhishan nodded, not suspecting anything further. If Xia Zhishan had ever personally purchased medicine before, he would have known that Baoji Hall was far from ordinary. The shop sold various limited edition pills, each with extraordinary effects. Only those who reached a certain spending threshold could request a personal visit from a physician of the Medical Valley, one who would remain until the patient fully recovered. Each doctor from the Medical Valley possessed exceptional medical skills, but each also had their own eccentricities, refusing to treat lightly. Even if you held a knife to their throat, they might still decline. Thus, the opportunity to have such a healer visit willingly was unimaginably rare. Naturally, Baoji Hall's business performance was sky-high, never merely scraping by on thin profits as Gu Chengyan described. It was, in truth, a highly profitable enterprise, though the outside world knew nothing of this. As expected, the successfully delivered shipment of seven-lily grass proved sufficient to cure every poison villager. The nearest branch manager of Baoji Hall arrived overnight, accompanied by capable apprentices ready to follow Gu Chengyan's orders. Acting Valley Master, I've also received word from one of our customers. Rumor has it that the key to unlocking the imperial treasure of the previous dynasty lies within the alliance leader's token. Given Master Gu's current precarious situation, should Baoji Hall intervene? Currently, Gu Chengyan served as acting master of the Medical Valley. The true master was deeply obsessed with alchemy and had offloaded all administrative duties onto him 5 years ago. For now, stay quiet. We must avoid stirring the waters too soon. Find out exactly who started this rumor. Also, are there any Qingshan sect outposts near here? Have they shown any unusual activity recently? The steward hesitated, appearing reluctant to speak. Gu Chengyan dismissed the servants around him. The steward leaned close to his acting valley master's ear and whispered, "It seems the Qingshan sect has connections with the government. One of our physicians went to treat a high-ranking official in Jingzhou City and accidentally discovered several Qingshan sect disciples entering the man's residence." Most people didn't know about Baoji Hall's connection to the Medical Valley, only a few top-tier customers were privy to this secret, and these clients stayed far from martial affairs, unaware of the unspoken rule in the cultivation world, no entanglement with the government. I understand. First, follow my instructions and prepare the antidote for Marin Mian. Save the innocent villagers here. The steward received the order and immediately began organizing his team. Late at night, someone hurled an object into his room. The loud thud startled Gu Chengyan awake. What was that sound? Young master, are you alright? A servant guarding outside called through the door. Gu Chengyan walked to the window and spotted a dark figure. From its silhouette and movements, it appeared to be one of the villagers. Under the moonlight, a small golden-yellow object in the center of the room caught his eye. The next morning, Xia Zhishan held the egg-sized, golden-yellow lump in his hand, examining it closely. This truly is gold. Chengyan, where did you get this? Gu Chengyan smiled slightly. You might not believe me, uncle, but I found it. Found it? Xia Zhishan looked deeply skeptical. Gu Chengyan added, in the middle of last night, inside my room. Xia Zhishan wasn't foolish, he instantly arrived at the obvious conclusion. This must be a token of gratitude from the villager you saved yesterday. Uncle, as always, your wisdom astounds me. Indeed, that's exactly it. Gu Chengyan paused, then said, for an ordinary villager from a remote hamlet to casually offer such a large piece of gold as thanks. Uncle, anyone who doesn't know better would think this is straight out of a fictional tale. Xia Zhishan slammed his palm down on the desk. The teacups jumped, spilling liquid across the surface. Humph. All gold in Nanling belongs solely to His Majesty. This man couldn't possibly have received imperial favor. This village clearly isn't simple, perhaps it hides a gold mine. Gu Chengyan remained silent with a faint smile, gesturing for servants to clean up. Only after the morning meal was cleared away did he suggest something to Xia Zhishan. Uncle, if there truly is a gold mine here that no one has reported, the web of interests involved must be complicated. Why not invite all the officials to jointly investigate? The implication was clear, and Xia Zhishan grasped it at once. Chengyan truly belonged in politics, wise beyond his years, meticulous in thought. Those harboring secrets would naturally resist exposing the truth. And when that moment came, whoever acted suspiciously would reveal themselves. That afternoon, just as the officials finished their meal and prepared for a short nap, they were summoned by the prefect. They whispered among themselves. What does the prefect want now? Yes, why call us all together like this? Could there be a new discovery? Did they catch the murderer? Several officials wore sullen expressions, but with so many present, no one noticed, except the local county magistrate, whose face was particularly grim. He quietly wiped sweat from his brow and signaled his private secretary to contact the village chief and gauge the situation. Xia Zhishan stepped into view and spoke, everyone, last night, someone threw a peculiar item into the physician's room. I'd like to invite you all to take a look. What kind of thing? So mysterious, it can't possibly be treasure, can it? A joking official nudged his colleague. Then the prefect's voice rang out. This item is none other than a piece of gold. What? Gold? Impossible. Who throws gold into someone's room in the middle of the night? Why didn't they throw some into mine? Some expressed shock, others regret. Xia Zhishan swept his gaze over the group and noticed the local county magistrate kept his head lowered, wiping sweat. I suspect there's a gold mine nearby. I hereby command all of you to dispatch men immediately for investigation. Soon after, the village chief came running to the scene. Greetings, Your Excellency. It's all a misunderstanding. There's no gold mine. This was payment from a martial cultivator who bought an ancestral medicinal formula from him. Xia Zhishan frowned. What medicinal formula could possibly be worth such a sum? A burly man behind the village chief dropped to his knees. Your Excellency, my wife's great-grandmother was the infamous poison madam of the martial world. That formula was left behind by her. Gu Chengyan stood right there, his sharp eyes immediately locking onto the man kneeling on the ground. Who did you sell it to? Why don't you tell thee at once? The village chief stamped his foot, urging him forward. I only know he's from the Qingshan sect. A disciple of the Qingshan sect. So it was someone from the Qingshan sect who had poisoned mother with Shishir Zui. But why? Gu Chengyan suddenly recalled a rumor the steward of Baoji Hall had reported not long ago. The key to unlocking the imperial treasure of the previous dynasty was the League Master's order. Could it be that someone actually believed such a rumor? How could the royal family possibly have any connection with the martial world? Utterly absurd. How can you prove what you're saying is true? I order an investigation. Sooner or later, the truth will come to light. The county magistrate among the crowd shuddered violently and fainted on the spot. Xia Zhishan sneered. Going to such lengths to obstruct the government's inquiry, it clearly meant there was something to hide. Soldiers began a widespread search around the village, not even stopping through the night. Aha! There's a ghost. There are ghosts in the forest. An old woman suddenly appeared, her hair wildly disheveled. Screaming hysterically, she ran forward while glancing back in terror. In the darkness, several pale figures drifted among the trees like vengeful spirits returned from beyond. Chapter 13. What's going on? Xia Zhishan, standing guard outside the woods, frowned as he questioned the men below. Our report, sir. There are ghouls in these woods. What? At once, others hunched their shoulders nervously, casting uneasy glances toward the forest. We're all officials of the Imperial Court. Under the Emperor's protection, what do we have to fear from ghosts or spirits? Follow me in. Xia Zhishan strode forward. Gu Chengyan paused briefly, then followed beside him. Though fearful, the men were even more afraid of losing their official hats, so they hurried after the prefect. As they ventured deeper into the woods, strange sounds began to drift through the trees, something seemed to float and flutter nearby. Gu Chengyan's lips curled slightly. Hidden within his sleeves, his hand now held several silver needles. Look! Look there! It really is a ghost. Head snapped up. Not far ahead, hanging from a tall tree were 4 or 5 white-clad figures with long, disheveled hair. They weren't called people because they had no backs, front and back looked exactly the same. Creak, creak. Startled, they simultaneously lifted their heads. They have no faces. Ghosts. Ghosts. The soldier who had gone to inspect beneath the tree collapsed onto his backside, utterly terrified, face contorted in horror, scrambling backward in panic. Why, your excellency. Let's return at once. Vice Prefect Ma gulped loudly, stammering his suggestion. Gu Chengyan glanced at him, the amusement in his eyes deepening. When no one was watching, he flicked the silver needles from his sleeve. Bang! 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 All the figures dropped from the tree. Another wave of chaos broke out among the crowd. Calmly, Gu Chengyan stepped forward alone, parted the hair of one of the creatures, and then walked steadily back to his uncle, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, these are no ghosts. They're merely wild monkeys controlled by drugs. As for why they appear faceless, it's because someone deliberately pasted masks over them, masks colored to match human skin. Xia Zhishan nodded. You've all heard it now. If anyone still doubts, step forward and examine for yourselves. Clearly, someone doesn't want us searching here, meaning there must be something suspicious. Spare no effort, search every inch of this place tonight, until the ground is turned upside down. Yes, sir. Regaining their composure, the soldiers advanced in order, expanding their search. At dawn, they made a discovery. Inside a concealed cave lay several chests of gold, not just gold ingots, but unrefined ore as well. Sir. There must be a gold mine nearby. No explanation was needed. Everyone present understood immediately, the gravity of this matter had escalated beyond measure. This was no longer something Jingzhou Prefecture could handle alone. It had to be reported upward. Xia Zhishan wrote a memorial the moment he returned and sent it rushing to the capital. Several days later, the emperor personally appointed Prince Zhong to investigate the gold mine affair in Jingzhou. Gu Chengyan learned of this only after his uncle returned home and told him. Prince Zhong seems especially favored by his majesty. Chen Shi's family was a prominent clan from the capital. Her father served as an imperial censor and had some knowledge of the royal kin. Though not born of the same mother as the emperor, Prince Zhong was raised by the Empress Dowager since childhood. Thus, his bond with the emperor differs from that of other princes. I see. With Prince Zhong's arrival, more secrets were unearthed. It turned out the mine had been secretly operated by a martial sect in collusion with the local magistrate. Eventually, even the vice prefect of Jingzhou became implicated. Gu Chengyan knew the sect in question was none other than the Qingshan sect. But recently, he'd had little time to dwell on such matters, the provincial examination was drawing near. Even Xia Zhishan refrained from discussing the case with him much, first, because he didn't want to distract him, second, because this affair reached far beyond a mere vice prefect. It entangled ministries within the central government, though of course, ordinary people would never know such things. Before the exam, Gu Chengyan visited Lin Shuxuan once more. A few days ago, Siki wrote me a letter, saying you accompanied the prefect to a remote village. I heard they found illegal gold mining there. This was Gu Chengyan's third visit, and finally, he was offered a warm cup of tea. After finishing the tea, he nodded. Indeed. The matter also involves a martial sect. The full details remain unclear to me, but the investigation is nearly complete. After all, the court has dispatched a prince. The entire officialdom of Jingzhou has been purged. A certain vice-prefect Ma will soon be escorted to the capital. Lin Shuxuan lowered her eyes. The prince? Which prince do you mean? Gu Chengyan glanced at her casually as he replied, Prince Zhong. I hear he's a royal favorite of His Majesty. At this, a faint glint flashed through Lin Shuxuan's eyes. She lifted her gaze toward Gu Chengyan, her expression seemingly that of someone hearing this for the first time. Oh. Is that so? Gu Chengyan mused inwardly. It seems her family background isn't particularly noble, she clearly knows little about court affairs. Let me administer the acupuncture. Her eyes shimmered softly as she cast a fleeting glance at him, then quietly murmured, all right. The familiar scene again, the familiar white gauze scarf. This time, will it be around the waist and abdomen? A voice, cool yet faintly tender, sounded before him. Gu Chengyan coughed lightly. Indeed. Which meant Lin Shuxuan would either have to strip everything below her waist or lift her skirt from beneath. Either way, her most private areas would inevitably be exposed. If not for the undeniable miraculous effects of Gu Chengyan's acupuncture, Lin Shuxuan might well have suspected him of taking advantage, like some lustful rogue scheming under false pretenses. Though his eyes were blindfolded, Gu Chengyan still conscientiously kept them tightly shut. Only after the rustling of clothing had completely ceased did he say, then I'll begin. The woman's voice trembled slightly. Gu Chengyan paused mid-needle. To him, there was no distinction of gender between doctor and patient, but for women of this era, such conduct was nothing short of defying all propriety. Perhaps it was time he seriously considered how exactly he should handle his relationship with this young lady before him. Initially, he'd only helped her at his sister's request. He'd intended to let her go once she recovered a bit in a few days. But due to a misunderstanding, he'd brought her to Jingzhou City instead, even purchasing this courtyard for her to stay in. After finishing the acupuncture, Gu Chengyan gave his usual instructions and left, just as before. He truly is an upright and proper gentleman, Lin Shuxuan murmured to herself as she soaked in the medicinal bath. Compared to Ma Bingxing, who fell utterly short under identical provocation. Oh, by the way, where is Ma Bingxing now? With his father arrested, he wouldn't necessarily wait around to be implicated too. From behind the screen, Wei Shu answered respectfully, Master, Ma Bingxing has escaped under protection from several high-level cultivators of the Qingshan sect. He's currently heading toward Liang County. Liang County? Gu Cheng, the voice from within paused slightly. Gu Siki's hometown. Exactly. He must believe the rumor and plans to seize the Alliance leader's token to find the hidden treasure, hoping to resume his life of leisure. Humph. Lin Shuxuan let out a light laugh, then fell silent. Soon arrived the day of the provincial examination. This time, thanks to the care of his aunt Chen Shi, his food and supplies were excellent, and the exam proceeded smoothly. Perhaps the comfort influenced Gu Chengyan's state of mind, unintentionally, he didn't hold back and composed an exceptionally elaborate essay. On the day the results were posted, he once again ranked first, claiming the top spot and achieving the rare feat of 3 consecutive triumphs. This time, the Xia family joyfully sent out invitations, holding a special banquet to celebrate. Chen Shi even handed him several extra invitations, urging him to personally invite close friends over. Gu Chengyan thought for a moment, then sent invitations to Tao Zichuan, Zhuang Hanqing, and a few of his former teachers. He also told Zhuang Hanqing directly not to bring any expensive gifts, just a copy of the storybook he'd written, since his younger sister loved reading such things. Zhuang Hanqing had confided in Gu Chengyan about writing fiction under a pen name to support his family. Gu Chengyan had even helped him connect with several reputable bookshops. Now, he'd signed a contract with the highest-paying publisher and finally enjoyed a more comfortable financial situation. Inspired and heartened by his friend's thoughtfulness, Zhuang Hanqing stayed up late that night, writing several new chapters. Lin Shuxuan attended the banquet too, though she remained in the inner courtyard with Gu Siki throughout. Chen Shi, busy receiving guests, merely noted her as a strikingly beautiful girl with graceful manners and a pair of sharp, spirited eyes. Her aura somehow didn't quite match her delicate appearance. There was something off, Chen Shi felt, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Meanwhile, Xia Zhishan personally escorted Gu Chengyan around the main hall, proudly parading him like a lucky charm. A triple triumph. How extraordinary. This was a new dynasty, His Majesty was only the second emperor. After this, Gu Chengyan became well known among Jingzhou's aristocratic circles. Many secretly began asking Chen Shi about his marital status. Chen Shi thought of the young woman by Siki's side and let the subject drop, merely saying that since the child's parents were still alive, as a maternal aunt she shouldn't overstep them and make decisions on her own. After the banquet ended, Gu Chengyan, slightly tipsy, remembered there was still a distinguished guest waiting for him to escort her back. He drank a few sips of the sobering tea prepared by his aunt and headed toward his sister's courtyard. Brother. You're finally done. Gu Siki had sharp eyes, she spotted her brother the moment he arrived at the courtyard gate. Gu Chengyan smiled as he walked in. Aunt said you helped a lot with today's banquet. You've worked hard. I have some new works from Master Yanxi that someone sent me, you like those, don't you? Come take them later. Gu Siki was overjoyed, tugging at her brother's sleeve and laughing brightly. Brother. You're definitely the best brother in the entire world. I'll go get them right now. And with that, she darted out. Slightly intoxicated, Gu Chengyan was half a step too slow to stop her. Now only Lin Shuxuan and he remained in the courtyard. This little one, the mansion was rather chaotic today. Was there any lapse in hospitality? Gu Chengyan's drunken gaze held warmth, no longer wearing that gentle mask. This was the real him, warm, sincere. Suddenly, Lin Shuxuan stepped closer. Looking into the eyes of the woman standing so near, intently gazing at him, Gu Chengyan's heartbeat faltered. Chapter 14. She reached out and gently removed 2 petals from his hair. Gu Chengyan only then realized that the woman before him was almost as tall as he was. They say fallen flowers are heartless, but these 2 petals seem quite taken with you, they followed you all the way without letting go. Lin Shuxuan teased with a smile. What about you? Who will you be taken with? Realizing he had said too much, Gu Chengyan bit back the second half of his question. Sorry, I'm a little drunk today. The woman before him let out a soft laugh, lifted her head, and met his eyes. But haven't I been following the young master all the way here too? It felt like an answer, yet also not quite one. Gu Chengyan helplessly curled his lips upward. I'll see you back then. An ambiguous atmosphere hung between them, yet after that slightly improper exchange, they walked the rest of the way in silence. Uncle Wei stole a glance at them and quietly lowered his head, making himself unobtrusive. When they arrived, Gu Chengyan suddenly remembered something nearly forgotten. By the way, winter is approaching soon. Not long ago, we discovered hot springs behind the mountains on this countryside estate. A good soak would benefit your health. I'll be inviting 2 friends, Siki will come as well. Would you care to join us? Of course. When shall we go? In 3 days. After the lady closed her door, Gu Chengyan pressed a hand to his forehead, yet the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Though today had been a bit bold, at least she hadn't been offended. Still, perhaps he should drink less in the future. This estate had been gifted by his uncle just a few days prior, celebrating his achievement as top scholar in the county examination, an occasion for which his uncle had specifically urged him to visit soon. While Gu Chengyan thought his uncle seemed unusually eager, he didn't dwell on it, perhaps his uncle simply wished him to experience the gesture personally. We've arrived. Gu Chengyan dismounted alongside Tao Zichuan. Zhuang Hanqing couldn't ride, so like the 2 ladies, he had traveled by carriage. We're here. Siki pushed open the curtain and stepped down first, supported by her maid Jishu. Jishu, help Sister Shuxian down carefully, don't let her fall. Even someone like Tao Zichuan, a nobleman's son accustomed to beautiful women, couldn't help but admire Cyanyan's younger sister every time he saw her, a lively, adorable, charming little girl. But when the next young lady stepped into view, upon seeing her face, he sucked in a sharp breath and then broke into several uncontrollable coughs. Zhuang Hanqing came over. Zichuan, what's wrong? Did you catch a chill? Let Chengyan take a look later. Tao Zichuan propped his forehead with the handle of his fan. No need, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyan had already moved toward the 2 young ladies. The wind is strong outside. Let's go in first. He considerately blocked the cold gusts for them as he escorted them inside. Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing trailed behind. Hanqing, do you now understand how to win a young lady's heart? Huh? What do you mean? Tao Zichuan clicked his tongue twice, shaking his head with regretful disappointment. Look at Chengyan, details. Thoughtfulness. Don't you get it? Zhuang Hanqing blinked in honest confusion. Really? Where? Oh, hopeless. Tao Zichuan elegantly rolled his eyes, snapped open his fan, and strode ahead. The estate steward had already received instructions from the master and prepared everything the young masters and misses might need. After the meal, the steward made a suggestion: the young sirs and misses must be tired from the journey. Perhaps everyone should retire to their rooms to rest briefly, then later gather to visit the hot springs at the back mountain. That sounds good. Thank you for your care. You're too kind, young master. This way, please. The steward led each guest to their respective rooms. Finally, after escorting Gu Chengyan to his chamber, he added hesitantly, young master, there's also an honored guest residing on our estate. I wonder if the elder has mentioned this to you. Gu Chengyan shook his head. No. Who might this guest be? Should we pay our respects? A learned old gentleman, living deep within the plum grove at the back mountain. He prefers solitude and dislikes frequent disturbances. Gu Chengyan understood the implication, he needed to remind the others to remain mindful and avoid disturbing the elder's peace. I understand. I'll make sure to tell them before we go up the mountain. Thank you for the reminder. No, it's my duty. But this man's identity was particularly delicate. The young master was destined for officialdom, offending such a person could bring future trouble. In that case, I'll take my leave. Please rest well, young master. Gu Chengyan nodded. A light tapping sound came from outside the window. Gu Chengyan closed his eyes briefly, then pushed the window open. A figure flashed in swiftly. Master Gu, my young master has a letter for you, and asked me to deliver 2 messages. Many martial cultivators have recently gone to Liang County, be wary of those around you. Gu Chengyan nodded to show he understood, then took out a pre-written letter from his luggage and said, "This is a small invention I've been working on lately. It should sell well. Have your young master find a few experienced artisans, it shouldn't be difficult to produce." "Yes, sir." This subordinate takes his leave. The man accepted the envelope and vanished just as swiftly as he had come. Unlike the others, Gu Chengyan did not go to rest. Instead, he had someone prepare ink and began practicing calligraphy. Over the years, aside from studying medicine, this was his only pastime. Whenever his mind grew restless, he would write for a while, seeking to calm the turmoil within. Had something unusual stirred in the martial world again? Liang County, what business did they have there? Liang County wasn't significant, only the Qianghua sect maintained a permanent presence. Renowned for their internal cultivation, most sects hesitated to provoke them. Then it must concern the martial alliance. His father was the alliance leader. Half a month ago, his parents had written saying no grand assemblies were scheduled and no disputes required the leader's judgment. The alliance leader's decree. That rumor about the imperial treasure from the fallen dynasty, it was connected to the decree. Who had spread it? What was their purpose? Why drag his father into this? Gu Chengyan's brush flew across the paper, force piercing through each character. His handwriting revealed a sharpness utterly unlike his usual serene and gentle demeanor. No matter what, if anyone dared harm his family, he would show no mercy. He respected life, yes, but he was no bodhisattva sitting idle in a temple. His attendant, Wen Yin, had been by his side since childhood. Recently, he'd returned home to mourn the passing of the last elderly relative in his family. Gu Chengyan had granted him 5 months specifically to handle family affairs. Seeing that Gu Chengyan had finished writing, Wen Yin silently offered a cup of tea at the perfect temperature, gathered the papers from the table, and burned them where no one could see. He spoke little and was loyal solely to Gu Chengyan, the only person who would never betray him. Thus, whenever Gu Chengyan was unusually agitated, Wen Yin knew. Not even his parents or younger sister were aware of this cold, ruthless side of him. Returning after checking on the others, Wen Yin reported, "Young master, everyone is ready." Then we shall depart. The path to the hot springs had been specially paved, allowing sedan chairs to carry guests up easily. After all, with such freezing weather, it wouldn't do to make the masters walk. Men and women would bathe separately. Great. Shuxian senior sister, let's head over now. Ignore them. Lin Shuxuan hesitated. Gu Chengyan, thinking of the girl who would soon stand bare before his younger sister, felt a pang of displeasure. Acting on impulse, he said, "Your pool has medicinal herbs added, unsuitable for her constitution. Better if they remain separate." After a pause, he added, "And don't go visiting her easily. It may interfere with the absorption of the medicine." Lin Shuxian glanced at him thoughtfully. Why does he seem more anxious than I am? Judging by his expression, he doesn't seem to know. Is he trying to prevent others from seeing his sister, or prevent her from seeing others? But having already claimed that medicine needed to be added to Lin Shuxuan's pool, Gu Chengyan followed through on the act, accompanying her to the secluded indoor bath prepared for her. These herbs will release their potency gradually when combined with the hot spring water. However, prolonged soaking isn't advisable. You must rise after 1 hour, at your discretion, miss. Lin Shuxian indeed felt unwell and didn't bother teasing him. She simply nodded and sent him away. Once the door was locked, she shed her garments and immersed herself in the misty waters. Letting out a long sigh, she closed her eyes and began to rest quietly. An hour passed, yet the door remained tightly shut. Gu Chengyan knocked lightly. "Shuxian, time to get up." No answer came from inside. Gu Chengyan frowned, worried she might have fainted in the water. He called 3 times, still receiving no response. Using inner energy, he shattered the lock and forced the door open. Inside the pool, the woman's face alone emerged, delicate and flushed red, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. He rushed forward urgently, drawing nearer, and clearer, he saw her slender neck, elegant collarbones, and below, a blur of crimson that should never have been seen. He abruptly turned his head and shut his eyes, then spun around to pull from his sleeve the familiar white gauze scarf, tying it behind his head. Only then did he pick up her cloak nearby and carefully lift her out of the hot spring. She felt far too light in his arms as he laid her down on the small bed inside the room. It was his fault, he had underestimated. Lin Shuxuan's constitution was so weak she couldn't endure even an hour, nearly causing a catastrophe. Thankfully he had arrived in time. Had she slipped into the water unconscious, she might easily have drowned. A chill ran through Gu Chengyan at the thought. Moments later, the beauty on the bed fluttered her lashes and slowly regained consciousness. Her first awareness was that she lay completely bare, and that Gu Chengyan stood before her, his eyes still covered with the familiar white scarf. It seemed he hadn't seen anything. "Thank you, once again, you've saved my life." Gu Chengyan remained seated sideways by the bed, having guarded her all along. "You're awake. How are you feeling now, any discomfort?" Lin Shuxian instinctively shook her head, then remembered he couldn't see and said instead, "I feel no pain at all. In fact, I feel remarkably light." Only then did Gu Chengyan relax slightly. "I checked your pulse earlier. The lingering poison is nearly gone. 2 more acupuncture sessions and you'll be fully recovered. He felt a flicker of puzzlement. It should have been eliminated long ago. Any excess toxin in a woman's body typically dissipated each month along with menstruation. You should dress first. I'll wait for you outside the door. Chapter 15. Gu Chengyan did not wait long before he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around and saw the person whose face, usually pale, now finally had a healthy flush, enhancing her beauty even more. In my urgency, I carried you out of the pond. Though your eyes were covered with this gauze, we still technically shared physical contact. Are you betrothed? Lin Shuxuan took the white veil from his hand, avoiding the question. I quite like this piece of gauze. May I keep it? Gu Chengyan lowered his gaze, not offended at all, and gently replied, all right. He knew that vengeance was her foremost concern, other matters might not even cross her mind right now. Instinctively, Gu Chengyan refused to consider the possibility that Lin Shuxuan might not actually care for him. It's stifling inside. Shall we go for a walk? He kindly suggested. Lin Shuxuan slipped the veil into her sleeve and softly said, all right. They walked along a small path behind the house, speaking little, simply walking side by side in quiet companionship. Previously, Lin Shuxuan would deliberately act flirtatious and seductive when facing Gu Chengyan, no longer maintaining the facade of a gentle and courteous gentleman. Today, however, her eyes were clear and distant. Gu Chengyan felt somewhat unsettled. His earlier attempt to probe her marital status had been too hasty. Since she didn't wish to talk, he didn't force a conversation. Sometimes silence was better than words. After all, too much talking often led to mistakes. Both lost in their thoughts, they unconsciously wandered far away. They entered a flourishing plum grove, where blossoms defiantly bloomed against the frost and snow, adding a touch of color to the dreary winter. Lin Shuxuan looked up at the red plums high on the branches, falling into memory. Gu Chengyan sensed she seemed to be reminiscing about something. Do you like plum blossoms? Lin Shuxuan suddenly asked him. Not particularly. Lin Shuxuan gave a light laugh. Gu Chengyan, you and I come from different worlds. You are a gentle and upright gentleman, always taking the middle path in conduct. But my nature is extreme, I either love or hate. When I love, I wish for life, when I despise, I wish for death. I doubt you could accept that. Gu Chengyan hadn't expected such words and was momentarily speechless. Due to his past experiences in his previous life, he cherished life deeply and strongly disliked the idea of death. Moreover, he could sense that when she said, wish for death, she truly meant it, she would carry it through without hesitation. Who, exactly, would make you wish for their death? Gu Chengyan asked in return. Those who killed my parents, ruined my health, stole everything from me, and betrayed me. She stared straight into Gu Chengyan's eyes as she spoke each word slowly and clearly. Snowflakes began to fall lightly. Gu Chengyan pulled up her hood, carefully covering her skin. Gently lifting her chin, he said tenderly, I dislike killing. Fortunately, I am skilled in medicine and can ensure your health. In the future, all that I have will be yours. I will love only you for the rest of my life. Perhaps it was the coldness of the snow, or perhaps it was the warmth radiating from the man before her, this gentle, jade-like figure made refusal impossible. As he leaned closer, Lin Shuxuan obediently closed her eyes. Warm breath enveloped her entire being. He carried a faint medicinal scent, mingling with the surrounding fragrance of plum blossoms. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuxuan didn't recoil, instead, she found herself strangely drawn to it. His lips were warm and soft, gently brushing against hers, cautiously exploring, tenderly teasing. Then, slowly parting her lips, inviting her into an intoxicating entanglement. This kind of intimacy came naturally to them, gradually turning into a rhythm of give and take. After a long while, Gu Chengyan forced himself to pull away, drawing her into his arms and striving to steady his breathing. Shuxian, let's be together. I won't stop you from doing what you want. As long as you ask, I'll help you. That last sentence, he added silently in his heart. Lin Shuxian remained silent for a moment, then gave a small nod against his chest. The snow grew heavier. Worried she might catch a chill, Gu Chengyan held her close and continued walking through the plum grove. Snowflakes danced, red plums bloomed, the sheltered Lin Shuxian gazed at his refined, handsome features and quietly smiled, without a sound. Ahead, Gu Chengyan spotted a house. They descended to the ground, and he gently knocked on the courtyard gate. Apologies for disturbing you. We ventured deep into these mountains and lost our way. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall, and the young woman beside me is frail. Might we enter and take shelter for a moment? After a pause, an elderly voice called from within, come in. Thank you, elder. Only then did Gu Chengyan take Lin Shuxuan's hand and push open the gate, stepping inside. A boy of about 10 led them to a tea room. Please come in. The master is inside. He looked at the two exquisitely beautiful figures before him with curiosity, as if they were immortals described in ancient books. The young gentleman had gentle, smiling eyes, warm and approachable, while the lady beside him was more dazzling than any crabapple blossom that had ever bloomed in his courtyard. They hadn't let go of each other's hands since entering, clearly deeply in love. Thank you, Gu Chengyan said with a smile, nodding slightly. Stepping into the tea room, they indeed saw an elderly man behind the screen, his hair and beard completely white. I apologize for the disturbance, Gu Chengyan said, bowing respectfully with clasped hands, a gesture of deference from a junior to a senior. Lin Shuxuan also bowed her head gracefully in greeting. The two before him were not only strikingly handsome and beautiful but also courteous. The old man showed no sign of displeasure. Please, sit down. This snow won't stop anytime soon. You two young people might as well keep this old man company, drink some tea, and chat for a while. With that, he poured each of them a cup of hot tea. It is our honor to have this chance to speak with you, sir. What's your name? And what relation do you have with Xia Zhishan? Gu Chengyan suddenly remembered what the estate steward had mentioned, the reclusive elder living deep in the plum grove was someone of noble status. Earlier, however, his mind had been entirely on Shuxian, so it hadn't occurred to him until now. Xia Zhishan is my uncle. I am Gu Chengyan, and I arrived in Jingzhou City this past April. Currently, I'm studying at the Prefectural Academy. The old man nodded. I've heard about you from him. He told me you recently took the academy examination, and topped it as first place. Truly, a bright future lies ahead for such a talented youth. Gu Chengyan hadn't expected that his uncle not only boasted about him all over Jingzhou City, but had even sent word to this retired elder living in seclusion. You flatter me, sir. I'm merely dull-witted. All credit goes to my uncle's excellent guidance and the vast knowledge of the instructors at the academy. Lin Shuxian lifted her teacup to hide her face, her lips curving upward. So even Gu Chengyan faced the burden of excessive praise from elders. But given his gentle nature, he always went along with their pride, never shaming them. Stroking his beard, the old man laughed heartily. Zhishan wasn't wrong after all, you really are a likable boy. The elder and the youth conversed warmly, even discussing passages from the classics for a time. Worried about Lin Shuxuan's health, Gu Chengyan occasionally reached over to hold her hand and subtly checked her pulse. Observing their intimate demeanor, the old man realized they were a pair deeply fond of each other. Yet, upon closer inspection, the girl's delicate features seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite recall who she resembled. Is this young miss naturally predisposed to poor health? Otherwise, why would this young man keep checking on her so frequently? Gu Chengyan didn't mention her congenital poison but instead replied, You're correct, sir. Shuxian has been like this since childhood. The elder repeated her name softly under his breath, Shuxian. Then asked, How old is the young miss? She's 16 this year. 16 years. Yes, it had already been exactly 16 years since he'd resigned from office and returned to the countryside. By now, that child should be 16 too. Lost in thought, the old man's mood dimmed. Without further words, he withdrew to rest, leaving them to themselves. As Gu Chengyan was about to leave, the little boy who had led them in earlier approached, holding a book. Sir, this is a gift from my master. He also said, if you have time, you're welcome to visit often. Gu Chengyan accepted it with both hands. Please convey my thanks to your master. Then he untied a silk sachet from his waist and handed it to the child. I noticed dark circles beneath your master's eyes, he seems to suffer from poor sleep. This is a special herbal pouch I prepared myself. It calms the spirit and aids sleep. Please hang it by his bedside. The boy opened his mouth slightly in awe. How remarkable this young master was. He carefully took the sachet. I'll thank him on behalf of my master. Gu Chengyan, noticing how well-mannered and solemn the small child was, as though a tiny adult, gently ruffled the topknot on the boy's head. Until next time then. Lin Shuxian suddenly remembered the snacks Siki had given her in the carriage and took them out, offering them to the boy. These were made by a very skilled young lady. Have them, please. The boy's face flushed bright red. A fairy sister had spoken to him, and even gifted him food. Blurted out, thank you, fairy sister. Gu Chengyan chuckled softly at that. Lin Shuxian shot him a sideways glance. Gu Chengyan pressed a fist to his lips, coughed lightly, and straightened his expression. We should take our leave now, before the snow begins falling heavily again. A thin layer of snow covered the ground. Worried that Lin Shuxian might struggle to walk, Gu Chengyan scooped her into his arms, activated his inner energy, and leapt gracefully onto the branches of the plum trees. Lightly stepping across, they vanished into the distance within moments. The little boy, seeing them vanish in the blink of an eye as they leapt through the air, hurriedly ran to his master's room. Master! They're really immortals. They can fly. I saw it with my own eyes. It was already known that Xia Zhishan's youngest sister had married someone from the martial world, so it wasn't surprising that the young man could perform qigong. Oh, master, the young gentleman asked me to give this to you. He said hanging it by your bedside will help with sleep and calm the spirit. He added eagerly, I'll hang it up right away. Hang it, hang it. What's that other thing in your hand? This isn't for you. This is a gift from the fairy sister. Let this old man take a look. You promised not to snatch it from me. Last time, you took half of the snacks Grandpa Xia brought. I just want to see. Ah. Master, you're cheating again. You promised you wouldn't take any. Just one handful, quite delicious. Give this old man a little more. Master. How can you steal food from a child? Inside the room, the old man and the young boy continued their spirited argument. Outside, the snow began falling once more. Chapter 16. They stayed at the estate for 10 days. Before Gu Chengyan left, he formally paid homage to a proper teacher, the old gentleman living in the mountains, whose name was Yuan Xiaohua. According to the teacher himself, he had once been an official in the capital. 16 years ago, he resigned from office and had since traveled throughout Nanling. The previous year, he took in a young boy, whom he named Yuan Qiming. The teacher possessed vast knowledge and profound learning, and their personalities clicked well. So naturally, they completed the formal ceremony of apprenticeship. By seniority, the younger boy Qiming was technically Gu Chengyan's senior brother. The teacher refused to go to Jingzhou City, only asking Chengyan to deliver a letter to his uncle Xia Zhishan. Over these few days, everyone had already noticed the unusual atmosphere between Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan. When they arrived in Jingzhou, seeing Chengyan personally help her down from the carriage, others deliberately turned away pretending to admire the scenery. Only after escorting Lin Shuxuan home did Chengyan return with his younger sister. He came back carrying many gifts. Without even having time to drink a sip of tea, he was summoned by his uncle's messenger. The first thing Xia Zhishan did upon seeing him was to examine his studies over the past period. Not too bad, haven't been idle. By the way, Qingxin recently participated in a military examination and caught the attention of Prince Zhong. The prince seems intent on taking him under his wing. But Qingxin feels uncertain. Go talk to him later, it would be a great pity to miss such an opportunity. Chengyan understood and nodded assent. There is another matter I must mention to you, uncle. By chance, I met the old master who lives behind the mountain. Xia Zhishan looked up sharply, slightly anxious as he asked, did you disturb the master? Of course not. The master has broad insight and deep learning. Out of kindness, he has accepted me as his disciple. What? He actually took you on as a student? Xia Zhishan shot to his feet, pacing back and forth across the study. His expression was strange, a mixture of joy and worry. Uncle? Is there something wrong? Though we were in the mountains, all proper rites of apprenticeship were observed. I didn't slight the master in any way. It's not that. It was because Yuan Xiaohua's identity was far too complicated. His nephew hadn't yet officially entered government service, so the intricacies weren't easy to explain. The master entrusted me with a letter for you, uncle. Chengyan retrieved the letter from within his robe and offered it with both hands. Xia Zhishan received it respectfully with both hands. Carefully opening it, he unfolded the scroll. As he read on, his brows gradually relaxed, and he kept nodding repeatedly. The master once offered me guidance, but I wasn't as fortunate as you, to receive direct instruction under him. From now on, you must study even harder. One day, you'll understand how blessed one is to have such a teacher guiding them. Yes, uncle. There's one thing I wish to ask. Master mentioned only that he resigned 16 years ago. Do you know why? At that time, he was barely 50, right at the prime age for accomplishing great things. Chengyan, if the master hasn't chosen to tell you himself, then there must be a reason. When the time comes for you to know, he will let you know. With that, Xia Zhishan changed the subject. I hear from the master that this trip, you didn't just travel with friends, you also brought along a young lady. The master noted in his letter that the two of you seemed quite familiar. Faced with his uncle's teasing, Chengyan lowered his eyes and smiled gently, responding with calm grace. On Seek's birthday, she visited our residence. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I'll definitely bring her to formally meet you, uncle. Xia Zhishan nodded approvingly. Good, he saw in his nephew the same boldness he'd once had. He had fallen in love with his wife at first sight, boldly made his intentions known, confirmed their feelings openly, and then properly proposed marriage. Good. Have you mentioned this to your parents? If your heart is set, you should get engaged soon. I've already written about it in my family letter. I believe they must have received it by now. You must be tired from the journey. Go rest now. Though he knew they would eventually meet, suddenly learning that his normally composed nephew had someone special stirred real curiosity in Xia Zhishan. Yet being unable to act openly, he instead went to his wife and dropped a few hints. Madam Chen glanced at him wryly. My lord still enjoys meddling in young people's affairs just like in your youth. Very well, I shall find a suitable excuse in a few days to invite that young lady to our residence. Since Ruashi and her husband-in-law won't arrive in Jingzhou anytime soon, I, as her aunt by marriage, ought to treat the girl well on Qingyan's behalf. Otherwise, if the girl misunderstood and thought Qingyan's family looked down on her, that would be unfortunate. After leaving his uncle's study, Chengyan headed straight to Qingxin's courtyard. Luckily, he was resting at home today. Knock, knock. He lightly tapped on the window frame to alert the young man practicing swordplay in the courtyard. The youth quickly halted his stance and called out in delighted surprise, Siki. Qingxin, it's me. Gu Chengyan felt slightly embarrassed and scratched the back of his head as he ran over. Brother. You're back. Is Siki alright? It's been snowing these past few days, she must be playing outside again. What if she catches a chill and then refuses to take her medicine like always? Out of all those sentences you just said, only the first, brother, was addressed to me. The rest were all about Siki. Why don't you go ask her yourself? Gu Chengyan hesitated, words caught in his throat. We had an argument a few days ago. Brother, you don't know, Siki said she never wants to see me again. Then she left with you for the estate without even saying goodbye. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow. So what did you do to provoke her this time? I'm only home 2 days each month. But all she talks about is that Yanxi fellow, how wonderful he is, how his poetry is so simple yet moving, how his stories are full of twists and turns and incredibly fascinating. She says I spend all my time training martial arts and don't understand anything. I merely muttered that only idle people would enjoy such things. Gu Chengyan fumed. Based on Gu Chengyan's understanding of his sister, he knew she didn't say those things to belittle Chengyan. They used to spend every day together, more time than she ever spent with him, her own brother. She just wanted to have something to talk about with the current version of Chengyan. You admitted it yourself, you're only home 2 days a month. When she goes out of her way to come chat with you, not only do you ignore her while focusing entirely on your practice, but you also pull a sour face and call her idol a mere idler. Aren't you indirectly calling her idol too? How could she possibly be happy? After listening to his elder brother's analysis, Gu Chengyan's lips stiffened. Then. I'll go apologize to her right away. Gu Chengyan shook his head and gently held him back. Go later. I wanted to talk to you about Prince Zhong first. What are your true thoughts on this matter? The young man before him lowered his head. Brother, I don't want to leave any of you. Prince Zhong told me that if I follow him, I'll have to head straight to the capital immediately, then on to the borders. After that, we might never see each other again. Is it really because you don't want to leave me and our parents, or are you afraid that someone thousands of miles away will win Siki's heart while you're gone? Gu Chengyan saw through his deepest concern. He looked up abruptly, murmuring, Brother, you already know. But you don't oppose it. Chengyan, I've watched you grow up. If Siki ends up with you one day, I, a real brother, will feel at ease. So no, I won't object. Just as Gu Chengyan's face lit up with a smile, his brother continued. But who Siki ultimately chooses, that decision belongs solely to her. She's only 12 now. I intend to keep her by my side for 6 more years, at least until she turns 18, before considering giving her away in marriage. Chengyan, this is the only chance I can offer you. Brother, I understand. 6 years. In these 6 years, I will accomplish something remarkable. Something that earns father and mother's trust, and yours, so they'll confidently entrust Siki to me. And I'll earn Siki a name worth respecting. Gu Chengyan placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled warmly. I believe in you. This opportunity is rare, serve Prince Zhong well. In a few years, I'll bring father, mother, and Siki to the capital for the Imperial Examinations. We may even count on your protection then. Though both were his elder brothers, the brother who had picked him up from the streets treated him 1,000 times better than his half-brother by blood. One had saved his life and given him a second chance, while the other had tried to kill him. That grudge, he would repay it himself someday. The next day, no one knew what Gu Chengyan said to Siki, but the two reconciled and were inseparable once more. Gu Chengyan took special leave to accompany her everywhere, indulging in carefree adventures. On the day he left, Siki locked herself in her room and cried for a long time. Later that same afternoon, immediately after seeing Chengyan off, Gu Chengyan received a confidential message from Wanhua Pavilion. Qin Shan sect had launched a surprise night attack on Xianghua sect, seriously injuring martial arts alliance leader Gu Jingxiu and stealing the alliance leader's seal. Gu Chengyan instantly mounted a swift horse and galloped toward Liang County. He told no one, not even his uncle. Relying on his profound inner cultivation, he rode day and night without rest. 3 horses collapsed from exhaustion, yet he arrived in just 3 days. The main gate of his family estate was tightly shut. He leapt down from his horse and knocked urgently. Someone peered cautiously through the crack in the door. Seeing him, they immediately flung it open. Young master. You're finally back. The alliance leader is severely wounded, he's in bad condition. Please, go inside quickly. Hearing the urgency, Gu Chengyan activated his inner energy and flew through the compound. Father. Mother. He strode into the main courtyard. There, Xia Ruoshi, her face weary but still graceful and gentle, turned toward the entrance in startled joy. Chengyan. How did you get back so quickly? Gu Chengyan stepped forward to steady her, then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man lying on the bed, his breath faint and feeble, clearly in grave condition. Xia Ruoshi looked at her husband with tears streaming down her face. Your father was ambushed by people from Qin Shan sect. He took a poison dart in the chest protecting me. The wound is in a critical spot, I've been powerless to do more than barely sustain his life. Gu Chengyan pulled her into a brief embrace, soothing her. Mother, it's all right. I'm here now. Just prepare some things for me first, I'll treat father right away. Trust me. At that moment, Xia Ruoxi felt as if she had been given a shot of strength. Her panic subsided. Wiping her tears, she carefully noted down the list he recited and hurried off personally to gather everything. Gu Chengyan changed into clean robes and put on the special gloves he had custom-made. With assistance from other physicians, he remained inside the sick room for a full 4 hours before finally emerging. How is he? Xia Ruoxi asked the moment she saw him. His hands were covered in blood. Though exhaustion lined his face, he smiled gently and reassured her, it's successful. The wound has been sutured. As long as he takes the herbal decoction regularly, the remaining poison will gradually be expelled. But mother, you must keep a close watch, he absolutely must not pick up his sword before fully recovered. Xia Ruoxi covered her mouth, weeping and laughing at once. She nodded repeatedly, only calming down after a long while, saying, I will keep my eyes on him every single moment. Chapter 17. After Gu Chengyan washed away the blood clinging to his body, an overwhelming exhaustion crashed over him. He forced himself to check Gu Zhengxiu's condition once more. As a martial artist, his father's physique was far stronger than that of ordinary men, there was no further bleeding, nor any sign of fever. Xia Ruoxi let out a sigh of relief as well. Only then did she notice her son's pale face and utter fatigue. Feeling a pang of guilt, she said softly, Chengyan, go rest now. Riding day and night without pause, then spending hours healing your father, you must be utterly drained. Go on, I'll stay here with him. Gu Chengyan nodded without argument and retreated to his room to sleep. He woke just 3 hours later, while the sky was still dark. Wen Yin had arrived in Yang County nearly a full day after him and was currently resting in an adjacent side chamber. The moment he heard the door next door open, he instantly sprang from his bed. Master, you're awake. Shall I have some food brought for you? His master often forgot to eat when occupied, and Wen Yin made it his duty to remind him. Just arrange something, Gu Chengyan replied. Have it sent to the main hall. You, unlike me, should get more rest. I'll check on father first. His master was always so considerate towards servants, Wen Yin thought inwardly, replying aloud, yes, sir. After changing his father's medicine, Gu Chengyan sat down to eat when an uninvited but familiar figure strode into the room. The man was richly dressed, wearing a golden crown atop his head, fingers idly rolling a string of sandalwood prayer beads. His expression bore a compassionate smile, one that seemed both contradictory and harmonious. His voice carried a playful irreverence. You arrived quickly. How many fine steeds did you ride to death? Ah, mercy of Buddha, what a sin, what a sin. Though Gu Chengyan didn't rise to greet him, his own smile deepened noticeably. Join me for a meal. And thank you, this time the situation was dire. Without Wanhua Pavilion's timely reinforcements, my parents and the sect might not have survived. Wang Yicheng gracefully took a seat across from him, and a maid promptly added another set of chopsticks and bowl. You're still so formal with me. I didn't do much. They launched a midnight raid, and since your sect's elite disciples were all downstairs distributing relief aid, the casualties became heavier than expected. In the end, it was only thanks to Lord Gu's profound inner energy that they were driven back. How is he now? Gu Chengyan set down his chopsticks and picked up the teacup on the table. He's stable now, just needs time to recuperate. Wang Yicheng took a few casual bites before laying his chopsticks down again. So, what are your plans moving forward? Need me to help you take revenge? Gu Chengyan gave him a sidelong glance and smiled. If your master hears this, he'll make you copy sutras again. How can a disciple of Buddha spend all day talking about fighting and killing? Gu Chengyan. Don't forget, I haven't even taken monastic vows. I'm just a lay disciple. The Buddha isn't idle enough to monitor every move I make. Now be serious, for once. I intend to have my father relinquish the position of sect leader. I'll have them move to Jingzhou City, perhaps even settle in the capital later. Beneath the emperor's watchful eye, martial cultivators wouldn't dare recklessly seek vengeance. I used to think I could protect my family with my own strength, but now I realize, commoners cannot contend with officials. No matter how mighty a martial artist may be, they are still bound by imperial authority. That's wise. That leadership role has always been thankless and exhausting, better off abandoned. Still, one question lingers in my mind, how could the son of a mere assistant magistrate command the entire Qing Shan sect's obedience? Gu Chengyan set down his teacup. Greed, of course. Gold mines, secret imperial treasures from the previous dynasty, and things we don't yet know. With powerful officials backing them, Qing Shan sect was able to expand freely. An assistant magistrate alone couldn't possibly wield such power. There must be someone even higher ranking pulling the strings, possibly tied to the imperial family itself. Wang Yicheng toyed with his prayer beads. No wonder they dared poison an entire village and obstructed the prefect himself when he arrived. If you hadn't been there that time, the truth about the gold mine might never have come to light. Exactly why I've made up my mind, to continue preparing for the imperial examinations. Only absolute power can protect those I care about. Since your path is set, then I wish you swift success in the imperial exams. And remember to favor my Wanhua Pavilion once you're in power. Wang Yicheng raised his teacup like wine in a toast. The two rose and walked toward the main courtyard, discussing Ma Binqing along the way. He's hiding right here in Liang County now. Can you guess where he's staying? Wang Yicheng asked with calm amusement, watching his friend closely. Gu Chengyan didn't slow his step, letting out a soft chuckle. The magistrate's yamen. Wang Yicheng stared at him in surprise. How did you know? Did you send someone to investigate? The most dangerous place is the safest place. The reason his father surrendered so quickly was most likely because someone powerful promised to protect Ma Binqing. If those above want to shield him, then the magistrate's yamen is naturally the safest spot, Gu Chengyan said calmly, laying out his reasoning. My father was right about you, you're indeed so clever it borders on supernatural. We can't just barge into the county office. We need a way to lure him out. He's still guarded by several Qing Shan sect experts, so you must devise a flawless plan. After paying his respects to Gu Zhengxiu, Wang Yicheng left. Rumors began spreading through the martial world, tales claiming that the imperial family of the previous dynasty had hidden all their accumulated gold and jewels deep within the mountains, crafting 2 keys to the treasure. One key was said to be concealed within the alliance leader's order, while the other was kept by Master Yi Hong, the royal preceptor of that era. Now, only his successor knew the treasure's true location. Among Master Yi Hong's disciples, the only one still alive today was Abbot Bao Hua of Han Shan Temple. Lately, Han Shan Temple had become unusually bustling. Yi Cheng. What nonsense have you been spreading again? Abbot Bao Hua's furious shout could be heard from afar. Master, Master. Dad. You're my real father. I'm just borrowing your name for a bit. Don't hit me. Ouch. Lighter, lighter. Passing young monks lowered their heads, barely suppressing their laughter. Abbot Bao Hua's life story was legendary. Originally an abandoned infant taken in by Master Yi Hong, at 20 he met a woman, instantly renounced monastic life, and even fathered a son with her. Sadly, she passed away shortly after, prompting him to return to monasticism, but everyone knew he had a child. What few knew, however, was that he was also the master of Wanhua Pavilion, and that his son was none other than Wang Yicheng. These people come knocking day and night, do they expect anyone to get sleep? Half the temple's belongings are shattered. Our oil lamp donations have dropped 7/10. I'll pay. I'll cover it, alright? Just stop. Humph. Hearing this, Abbot Bao Hua set down his broom, brushed dust off his robes, clasped his hands, and murmured, Amitba. Wang Yicheng leapt off the table and swept his hair back behind his shoulders. He heard his master demand, just what is going on? Just helping Chengyan a little. His father, Gu Zhengxiu, was nearly killed not long ago, and the culprit hasn't been caught yet. Don't ask too much, just don't reveal anything. That's all I ask. So now you're willing to put your own father in danger. Truly, you're the perfect son for this old monk. Bao Hua snapped sarcastically. But Dad, aren't you peerless in martial cultivation? Who in this world could actually harm you? Otherwise, how would I dare? The rumors grew more intense. Eventually, Ma Binqing could endure no longer. Under cover of night, he slipped out of the magistrate's yamen with a group of men, heading straight for Han Shan Temple. Gu Chengyan received the news immediately, he had been waiting precisely for this moment. Ma Binqing himself was no great warrior, so he couldn't sneak into the abbot's chamber. He stayed outside the temple, awaiting developments. Yet he was still guarded by 4 elite cultivators. Gu Chengyan descended swiftly from the rooftops, landing directly before them. Every sword was drawn, blades gleaming under moonlight as they braced for combat. Who goes there? State your name, the lead swordsman demanded. Gu Chengyan wore no mask, only a dark robe. He disliked getting his clothes dirty, and black was convenient, blood stains showed barely at all. Ma Binqing recognized him instantly, gritting his teeth. You know me. We've never met, Gu Chengyan said coolly. What is your relationship with Lin Shuxuan? Ma Binqing stepped forward, pressing urgently. Gu Chengyan suddenly recalled the intense sense of being watched during his outing with Lin Shuxuan at the flower festival. Why should I tell you? Tonight, I came to kill you. A dying man has no right to answers from me. He seemed different tonight, still the same elegant, upright figure, yet radiating an aura of chilling slaughter. Ma Binqing sneered. I didn't go after you, yet you dare come to kill me. What, did you finally find out your father was attacked on my orders? Or rather, by now, perhaps he's already beyond healing. He burst into maniacal laughter. Gu Chengyan's eyes sharpened. He flicked a handful of silver needles, then drew a slender, flexible sword from his waist and lunged forward. Shielded behind the 4 guards, Ma Binqing remained unharmed as Gu Chengyan engaged them in battle. It wasn't long before the 4 cultivators realized their inner energy was draining rapidly, they were utterly outmatched. They shouted frantically to Ma Binqing behind them, run. We can't hold him. Ma Binqing's mocking smile froze. He cursed under his breath, useless. Then he stumbled and fled down the mountain. By the time Gu Chengyan finished dealing with the 4 men and resumed his pursuit, Ma Binqing was nowhere to be found. Instead, deep in the woods, he came upon a masked man. Did you see someone pass through here? The figure slowly turned. When Gu Chengyan met the other's eyes, slightly upturned, narrow like those of a fox, he felt a sudden sense of familiarity. I've taken him. Don't worry, he will die. But before that, he still has some use. Consider him borrowed from you. The speaker's voice carried a light amusement. He seemed to be around Gu Chengyan's age, young but commanding presence without loss of dignity. You're from the Imperial Court, Gu Chengyan stated flatly, not a question. You're clever, Gu Chengyan. Come to the capital, sooner rather than later. I can hardly wait to see you truly shine. The ease and admiration in the other's tone raised suspicion in Gu Chengyan's mind. Do I know you? You seem to know me well. No. To be precise, only today have I truly come to understand you. And yet, I find myself liking you even more than before. We'll meet again, given the chance. The man before him possessed profound inner cultivation, rivaling Gu Chengyan's own. Moreover, several other cultivators of unfathomable strength remained hidden nearby, not revealing themselves. Gu Chengyan did not press forward recklessly. Chapter 18. When Wan Yicheng saw Gu Chengyan returning to the temple alone, he frowned and asked, "Why are you back by yourself? Where's Ma Bingsheng? Don't tell me he actually escaped." He was intercepted by people from the Imperial Court, Gu Chengyan replied, pulling out a piece of brocade to wipe the bloodstains off his soft sword. Seriously? Who were they? Are they really stronger than you? His hands paused slightly. There were several experts with him, none weaker than I am. I don't think I've ever met him before, yet. I feel as if I've seen him somewhere. Gu Zhengxiu had sustained serious injuries due to the Alliance leader's insignia, nearly losing his life. He no longer had the strength to continue serving as leader and formally resigned. He originally planned to leave immediately with his family for Jingzhou City. However, matters concerning Qianghua sect still needed proper arrangement, and given Gu Zhengxiu's condition, long-distance travel would be too taxing. Thus, they decided to depart 1 month later instead. Gu Chengyan set off first, his studies came first. Now that he'd made up his mind to seriously prepare for the Imperial examination, he needed to focus entirely and waste no time. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou City, Chen Shi noticed her eldest nephew Qingyan had already been back in Liang County for over half a month. Learning from Siki that the young lady Qingyan favored had a tragic past and lived alone in Jingzhou, she worried the girl might feel lonely. So, under the pretense of enjoying the plum blossoms, she sent an invitation to the girl's residence. What a graceful name, Lin Shuxuan. Same age as Qingyan, both 16. Gentle in temperament too. No wonder the two get along so well. As Chen Shi wrote the invitation note, she mentioned a few things to her husband. Qingyan's letter arrived at noon. Ruashi isn't seriously hurt, but my brother-in-law took a poison dart straight into his chest. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's face filled with concern. Fortunately, Qingyan returned in time and saved him. Back when we investigated the village and discovered the gold mine, I already realized Qingyan's medical skills likely surpass Ruashi's. He'll return soon, and Ruashi along with my brother-in-law will follow a month later. They should come earlier. Jingzhou is lively and close to us. If Qingyan ends up staying here permanently, that'd be even better. Husband Xia Zhishan disagreed. Qingyan has talent. How could someone like him be confined to a small place like Jingzhou? He must go to the capital and achieve greatness. Chen Shi didn't argue, it was fine either way. In the end, their children would each have their own destinies. When the invitation reached Lin Shuxuan, he, for it was indeed he, not she, was painting. The figure in the painting wore a deep blue gown, tall and elegant like jade, gentle and refined, a mild smile curling at the corner of his lips. But what Lin Shuxuan was painting now was his other side, the extraordinary version from that night, dressed in black robes, wielding a soft sword, silver hairpin securing his topknot, his fair face cold, eyes indifferent, every inch of him radiating lethal intent. You know, Lin Shuxuan murmured softly, it's fascinating, there actually exists someone so similar to me, someone who also wears two utterly different faces. The difference is, I was forced into mine, while he chose his willingly. How intriguing. I truly adore it. Lin Shuxuan wasn't pretending, he was currently dressed as a man, gently caressing the painted face on paper, his gaze wild and bewitching. Master, the Xia family has sent over an invitation. It's from Mr. Gu's maternal aunt, Lady Chen, inviting you to their residence to enjoy the plum blossoms. Shall we accept? The mission was nearly complete. Ma Bingsheng was already in their grasp. The gold mine scandal had been exposed, at the very least, the Minister of Personnel wouldn't escape unscathed. And this trip brought another unexpected gain, the congenital poison in the master's body had been almost entirely purged. They could leave any time now. After all, the person in the palace would soon finish giving birth, and then start watching the master again. Lin Shuxuan lounged lazily, adding a few delicate strokes to the painting, then said, last time he said I'd need 2 more acupuncture sessions. Then let's go. Wei Shu wanted to speak up, those last 2 treatments could be done through other methods, but the cold stare from his master silenced him instantly. He stepped forward obediently, helping his master alter his appearance for disguise. The moment Siki heard her Shuxian Jijia had arrived, she rushed to the main gate to greet her. Shuxian Jijie. You're finally here. Lately, Qingxin left, elder brother went to the old master's place, our house has just been me, and Aunt Chen won't even let me go out. I've been so bored. Why don't you play with the other young ladies? Siki pouted. They look down on me because I'm common-born. I don't want to hang around them anyway. Chen Shi looked up and saw Siki walking slowly toward her, arm in arm with a delicate, beautiful girl whose eyes were calm and aloof. Privately nodding in approval, Chen Shi thought to herself, graceful, elegant, gentle yet firm, truly a lovely appearance. Auntie, this is Shuxian Jijie I told you about. Siki introduced excitedly as she approached. Lin Shuxian gracefully bowed. Greetings, madam. Chen Shi wouldn't dream of being unkind to her. She immediately stepped forward, gently took her hand, and patted it with warmth. I've long heard Siki chatter endlessly in my ears about how beautiful her Shuxian Jijie is, and how gentle she is. Last time during Siki's birthday celebration, there were too many people around, and I didn't get the chance to properly speak with you. Today, I've finally met you. The Lin Shuxian before her seemed somewhat shy, had lowered the entire time. Chen Shi had originally planned to gift her a pair of earrings, but noticed the girl had no ear piercings. This struck her as odd. She led her to the table beneath the plum blossoms. Sit down and rest. You look rather delicate, if you fall ill, Chengyan will surely blame me for not treating you well as an aunt should. Siki chimed in teasingly, exactly. Auntie, you don't know, my eldest brother is incredibly protective of Shuxian Jijie. When we went to the country estate before, it started snowing, and every single day my brother made sure thick cloaks were prepared and warming herbal soups were sent over. He was so afraid Shuxian Jijie would catch a chill and worry him. As for me and my other two brothers, all we got was one pot of ginger tea from elder brother, and he insisted we drink every last drop immediately. Lin Shuxian gave her a playful glance. That's because you insisted on playing in the snow and having snowball fights with Qingyan's two friends. Your brother was annoyed, so he punished you with ginger tea. But afterward, didn't he still check your pulse every 2 hours? Chen Shi could clearly see how harmonious their relationship was. If Qingyan ended up marrying this girl, she imagined the future sister-in-law bond between them would be delightful indeed. I had no idea you were so mischievous behind my back. It's only right that your brother taught you a lesson. Auntie. Siki stretched out her tone, pouting in mock protest. Have some pastries. These are handmade by me specially, I prepared them just for you, so do try them. Chen Shi picked up a piece and playfully stuffed it into her little niece's mouth. The three continued chatting about many private matters. As Lin Shuxian prepared to leave, Chen Shi removed the gold bracelet from her wrist and walked over to her. Madam, what are you doing? With a kind smile, Chen Shi took her slender right hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. I originally intended to give you a set of jade earrings, they would have suited your temperament beautifully. But since I discovered today that you have no pierced ears, it turned out quite inconvenient. This bracelet is part of my dowry. I truly like you from the bottom of my heart, so I'd like to present it to you. Please don't refuse it. Lin Shuxian lightly traced the golden bracelet on her wrist and bowed formally, performing the respectful gesture of a younger generation member. How could I ever refuse such a precious gift? Thank you, madam. You're just like Chengyan, so cautious when receiving gifts. Take care on your way back. He'll return soon, Chen Shi added kindly, letting slip a small hint. After Lin Shuxian left, Siki clung to her aunt, giggling secretly. What are you laughing about so happily? Does this mean Shuxian Jijie will soon become my sister-in-law? Chen Shi didn't answer directly, after all, nothing had been officially betrothed yet, but simply extended a finger and gently tapped the little girl's nose. My Siki is always so clever and cheeky. Siki covered her nose, continuing to laugh heartily. The next day, Gu Chengyan arrived. Hearing from his sister about how their maternal aunt had invited Shuxian yesterday and how warmly they had spoken, the young girl even wistfully mentioned the gift of the dowry gold bracelet. Gu Chengyan lightly tapped her forehead. Don't I give you enough jewelry every year? Siki thought of the few drawers full of gold and silver ornaments at her dressing table and broke into a silly grin. He had hurried back, managing to return just in time. Gu Chengyan spoke with his uncle for quite a while and didn't visit Lin Shuxian until late at night. They hadn't seen each other for half a month. When their eyes met under the moonlight, they both couldn't help but smile. You're back. I'm back. This acupuncture session wasn't painful. It was also the first time they sat across from each other after treatment, simply facing one another in silence. I plan to spend a few more years preparing before going to the capital for the Imperial examination. My parents will come to settle in Jingzhou City in a month. Shuxian, would you be willing to get engaged to me? Lin Shuxian wasn't surprised by his words, Lady Chen's attitude yesterday had already hinted at Gu Chengyan's intentions. Chengyan, I still haven't avenged my family. My enemy is someone immensely powerful in the capital. Being with me would only endanger your political future. I cannot stand in the light. Do you understand what I mean? Gu Chengyan pressed his lips together, a flicker of sadness crossing his face, though he maintained his gentle smile. Then I'll wait, until I rise high enough to clear your parents' names. Only then will I propose again. In his eyes, Lin Shuxuan saw sincerity and unwavering determination. She couldn't bear to meet his gaze and turned away. Her hands clenched tightly into fists inside her sleeves, her heart weighed down by an uncomfortable heaviness. Gu Chengyan felt exhausted. For the past half-month, he had been constantly tense and didn't notice the subtle shift in the person before him. It's getting late. You should rest early. I'll take my leave now. Gu Chengyan stood up and walked toward the door. Suddenly, his hand was caught. He stopped, turning back in mild surprise. A faint fragrance of plum blossoms drifted toward him, followed by a soft, warm touch on his lips. He took control then, pulling her slender waist close, pressing her gently against the large tree in the courtyard as he bent down to kiss her, a tender bite at first, then a kiss edged with quiet punishment. Pouring into it his disappointment at being rejected, the deep ache of missing her during their time apart, he surrendered completely. He had truly fallen, though he could no longer recall exactly when, his heart now filled only with her image. At this moment, Lin Shuxuan was like a bewitching spirit, enchanting enough to unsettle even the most gentle and well-mannered youth, making his heart race and his soul tremble. How long had passed, he didn't know. A sharp sting on his lip snapped him back to clarity. He slowed his movements, softly licking the spot before gradually releasing the woman he had held captive in his arms. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Lin Shuxuan's eyes shimmered with emotion, her lips flushed red as blood, her entire being glowing with a moist radiance, languid, alluring, intoxicating. Gu Chengyan dared not look any longer. He left in haste. Chapter 19. Wei Shu appeared behind him, kneeling to report the news he had just received. My lord, she is likely going into labor soon. This time, the eldest prince will probably escape unscathed again. We should head back. I know. Lin Shuxuan looked up at the full moon obscured by dark clouds. It was about to get lively once more, the moon was round again, and it was time to return and reunite with them. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Without a trace of hesitation or attachment, he strode forward and mounted his horse. Before leaving, Wei Shu ventured one question, shall I leave a letter for Master Gu, so he won't worry? Holding the reins, he cast a faint, contemplative gaze upon Wei Shu, as if weighing the idea. After a moment, he removed the gold bracelet given by Lady Chen from his wrist, tossed it over, and said simply, leave this in my room. Yes, my lord. His master had always despised such gaudy ornaments, yet now he wore this piece willingly. Wei Shu found it curious. Could it be that he truly harbored deeper feelings for Gu Chengyan? At first, he assumed the master was merely manipulating Gu Chengyan into providing medical aid, which explained their ambiguous closeness. But now, it seemed possible that his master's heart had genuinely been touched. Wei Shu placed the bracelet neatly on the dressing table before quietly departing. After returning home, Gu Chengyan hadn't slept well through the night. He had left hastily the previous evening, an impolite departure, so early the next morning, he bought some street-side breakfast and headed out to apologize to his beloved. He knocked repeatedly at the door, but no one answered. Growing anxious, he leapt over the wall and landed inside the courtyard. An unsettling silence filled the air. Last night's leftovers remained untouched on the stone table beneath the tree, undisturbed. Unease welled up inside Gu Chengyan. He walked to the bedroom door and knocked again, no response. He gently pushed the door open. The room was empty. The bed was neatly made, clearly unused. What happened? Gu Chengyan furrowed his brows. There were no signs of struggle, suggesting she must have left of her own accord. His eyes fell upon something atop the dressing table. He recognized it immediately. It was the same gold bracelet his aunt had gifted her only days ago. She was gone. She had fled in the dead of night after he proposed engagement to her yesterday. Gu Chengyan let out a bitter laugh. Clutching the bracelet, he murmured softly, almost despondently, is your hatred really that hard to let go? Or, do you simply not care for me at all? Memories of every moment they'd spent together flooded his mind. Like a green bamboo stalk battered by storm winds, he now stood weighed down by melancholy and sorrow. Early that morning, Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing were both dragged out of bed by Gu Chengyan and hauled off to a tavern to keep him company while he drowned his sorrows. They watched him down cup after cup, exchanging worried glances. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Tao Zichuan reached out and stopped his hand. Zhuang Hanqing slid the wine jar toward himself and asked, Chengyan, what's gotten into you? You vanished without a trace for half a month, just tell us what happened. Even if we can't help directly, we can at least offer advice. Tao Zichuan set down his cup and nodded vigorously, slinging an arm around Gu Chengyan's shoulder. Exactly. A man's ambition knows no bounds, there's no hardship we can't overcome. Gu Chengyan remained silent for a long moment. His alcohol tolerance was never strong to begin with, and now the liquor was clearly taking effect. His vision blurred, his thoughts loosened, and finally, the truth slipped out. Half a month ago, there was trouble at home. But thankfully, everything settled. I worried she'd be alone and helpless in Jingzhou City, especially since her health is poor, so I rushed back day and night without rest. Then, I brought up the matter of engagement. Here, he suddenly stopped. Sensing something amiss, Tao Zichuan exchanged a glance with Zhuang Hanqing. Without another word, the two poured another pot and drank along with him. Only when Gu Chengyan was completely drunk did he finally confess. She left overnight. And she left behind the bracelet my aunt gave her. Was I not good enough to her? Gu Chengyan asked, bewildered, his first encounter with love leaving him lost and confused. Tao Zichuan might have had a strong stomach for alcohol, but he had no experience with romance. Under the table, he fiercely stomped on Zhuang Hanqing's foot. Hai Sheng. Your romance novels are full of these emotional entanglements. Quick, analyze this for Chengyan. Zhuang Hanqing, who blushed even when making eye contact with a girl, stared in shock at Tao Zichuan for throwing him into the fire. Well. Chengyan, everyone sees how much you care for Miss Lin. And she doesn't seem indifferent to you either. Perhaps, she has her own reasons for leaving. Tao Zichuan suddenly found a breakthrough. That's right, Chengyan. You're only 16 and have already won the triple triumph in succession. You're likely to pass the Imperial examination and become a jincher one day, entering officialdom. I'm not saying Miss Lin is unworthy at all, but she's an orphan. In the future, if she were to stay with you, people would look down on her. Aren't there countless operatic tales about top scholars abandoning their humble wives? Zhuang Hanqing stared at Tao Zichuan in shock, thinking, you're making things worse, rubbing salt into Chengyan's wounds. Gu Chengyan, though slowed by drink, still retained a sliver of clarity. He forced a bitter smile and blamed himself. You're right. She must have her own reasons for leaving. I was too hasty, I frightened her away. It was the first time either of them had seen Gu Chengyan, usually so gentle, refined, and softly smiling, appear so dispirited and broken. After all, how many noble young ladies in Jingzhou City had long admired him? Everyone whispered, Gu Lang is bright, elegant, and peerless, his appearance as pure and radiant as the moon in the sky, yet his nature is as warm and polished as jade, truly unmatched in all Jingzhou. Yes, his family background might be modest, but his scholarship is exceptional and his prospects limitless. With a prefect for an uncle who raises him like a son, any family with a beloved daughter would consider it a blessing to wed her to him. Yet who could have imagined that this celestial moon would pine for a single woman, heartbroken and lost? Tao Zichuan shook his head repeatedly. Before they knew it, all three were utterly drunk. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Even little Qi Ming had grown into a young lad now, walking beside a man dressed in a soft green robe, graceful, serene, and ever smiling. The two, big and small, each carried a bamboo basket, just returned from gathering herbs in the mountains. Master. They both bowed respectfully upon meeting Yuan Xiaohua in the courtyard. Chihua, go to the kitchen and reheat the braised beef and roast goose that just arrived. I need to speak with Chengyan. Yuan Chihua glanced at the young man beside him, then unslung his basket and handed it over. I'll go then. The man smiled gently and reassured him, go ahead. Be careful, don't burn yourself again. A few days earlier, the little boy Yuan Chihua, greedy for food, had sneaked out at midnight to steam buns. Now, blushing deeply, he mumbled quietly in protest, I won't. Then he lowered his head and ran off. Gu Chengyan placed the two baskets under the corridor and followed his master into the tea room. Last year in Jingzhou, a prodigy emerged, just like you once were, who also swept the first 3 exams. In last autumn's provincial exam, he topped the list as Shiyuan and wrote poetry so exquisite that scholars and students alike flocked to praise him. But I've read all his poems. They don't sound like something a youth of his age could compose. The depth of insight and life experience in those lines couldn't come without decades of cultivation. Most likely, his teachers wrote them for him, or he bought someone else's verses and passed them off as his own. Gu Chengyan remained calm and unruffled, finding his master's agitation oddly endearing. He poured a cup of tea and handed it over with a smile. Master must be thirsty. Drink some tea, soothe your throat. Having spoken so much, Yuan Xiaohua's throat indeed felt dry. He took the cup and drained it in one go. One more cup, please. Gu Chengyan's lips curled upward even more, silently refilling the cup. You missed last year's provincial exam because you were tending to my ailing body, a great regret. But this year, you may still have a chance. There are certain matters I should tell you now. Please speak, master. This disciple is all ears. The old scholar sank into memories from over 20 years ago. 20 years past, I was personally appointed Crown Prince's tutor by Emperor. Yes, today few dare to mention the former Crown Prince Ling Chen. He was the late Emperor's eldest and rightful son, note the Ling in his name, taken from our nation's title, Nanling. He was the heir carefully groomed by. Alas, fate envied talent. Brilliant as he was, Crown Prince Ling Chen died young. Everything, the throne, the legacy, passed entirely to the current emperor, including Ling Chen's fiancée, the late Empress Wen Zhao, who never officially became Crown Princess. It was then I chose to resign and return home. Empress Wen Zhao bore a son, but he was never favored. The current emperor dotes solely on consort Yan, and even his eldest son is born of this concubine, that is, today's eldest prince. The emperor has 3 sons in total, and the one most likely to ascend the throne is precisely this eldest prince. Gu Chengyan had truly never imagined the royal house could be so intricate. Why would the Crown Prince Ling Chen's betrothed marry his younger brother? Isn't younger brother inherits upon elder brother's death a Mongolian custom? We Nanling have always strictly upheld human ethics. The old scholar sighed. Because of interests. The Empress Wen Zhao's maternal family is the Duke of Zhengguo's household. The Duke commands hundreds of thousands of troops guarding the frontier. Only by marrying the sole legitimate daughter of the Zhengguo Duke's house could one possibly secure the throne. He immediately understood, it was an obvious political marriage. Since the Zhengguo Duke's family holds such immense power, why isn't the rightful heir born to Empress Wen Zhao the one most likely to ascend? Frowning, the old man shook his head. The exact reason I do not fully know. But an old friend in the capital once told me that the imperial heir born to Empress Wen Zhao has always been frail, showing signs of premature death. Though he has survived until now, he remains dependent on medicine day and night. A body like that cannot shoulder the mandate of rule. Gu Chengyan felt it couldn't be so simple. If the Zhengguo Duke's family truly cared only about benefits, wouldn't placing a sickly puppet on the throne make him even easier to control? Still, he had little interest in digging deeper into these hidden matters. Chengyan, there is nothing more I can teach you now. Choose a day and return to Jingzhou City to prepare for the next autumn examinations. Gu Chengyan knew his master still regretted his missed exam the previous year, but he hadn't expected him to urge his departure. Master, what about your health? Yuan Xiaohua stroked his beard with a smile. I'll go back with you. That way, you won't worry about this old frame of mine and lose focus on your studies. Really? Master. We're going to the city. The happiest of all was Qi Ming, the young boy who had lived in the mountains since childhood. Gu Chengyan gazed tenderly at the boy, nearly jumping with joy, a gentle smile on his lips. Whatever Qi Ming's senior brother wants to eat, we can find it in the city. Yay! I want to eat meat every day. Sweet cakes. And flaky pastries. Then let us set off tomorrow. Chapter 20. Returning to Jingzhou City, Mr. Lin and Qi Ming stayed at the small courtyard Gu Chengyan had purchased 3 years prior. Though the Xia residence was more luxurious, it was still the official residence of a prefect, far less convenient than this private retreat. Time slipped by in a blink. Siki had grown into a young lady, and her capping ceremony was just half a month away. Chen, along with her mother-in-law Lady Xia, had begun preparations 3 whole months in advance. With Siki coming of age, it's time we start considering suitable matches. Does your younger sister have anyone in mind? Chen asked her sister-in-law Ruoshi while sorting through the list of families to invite. Xia felt both joyful and wistful. I'm reluctant to let her go, even though she didn't grow up under my roof from childhood. Still, I've raised her all these years, she's gentle, obedient, bright, and clever. Chen gently patted the back of her hand. Only when one becomes a mother does one truly understand such bittersweet feelings. Just like when you insisted on marrying Jingxiu, how far Liang County was from our Jingzhou city. Your elder brother and I feared you'd suffer so far away with no one to support you. We wanted to assess the match further, but you left a letter and ran off without a word. It nearly drove your brother mad. In the end, they had no choice but to consent, sending someone to bring you back gently so the two of you could marry. Now recalling her youthful recklessness, Xia blushed slightly. Sister-in-law, I'm fortunate to have had you and brother looking out for me. Chen covered her mouth, laughing. What are mother and aunt talking about? You've made aunt so happy. Seated Xia suddenly looked up, catching sight of her eldest son standing in the doorway. Overcome with surprise and joy, tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Gu Chengyan shook his head helplessly and stepped forward, drawing his mother into an embrace. Why do you cry every time I come home? His aunt couldn't resist either, pulling out her handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. You've stayed at that mountain estate for 2 full years now, didn't even return for Lunar New Year last year. Not that we're against diligence, but you should remember your parents at home. 3 years ago, after the young lady Lin whom Chengyan admired suddenly disappeared, he fell into a period of melancholy. Later, he declared he would focus entirely on his studies to prepare for future exams, visiting home only once every few months. Then, upon hearing that his mentor had fallen seriously ill, he remained at his bedside, serving medicine day and night. As a result, he missed not only last year's autumn imperial examination but even skipped the New Year reunion. Now, Chengyan appeared much more mature than he had 3 years ago, every gesture radiating the calm grace of a refined gentleman, like a green bamboo deep in the mountains, upright, elegant, serene, and noble. Aunt, your scolding is well deserved. After composing herself, Xia examined her son carefully. Chengyan, you're still too thin. Life in the mountains must lack comforts compared to home. Why insist on enduring hardship? I won't go back, mother. Mr. Lin and Qi Ming are staying right here in Jingzhou now. Later, his father Gu Zhengxiu returned home. Chengyan was taken by him to the backyard to be tested on martial arts. After a brief exchange, Gu Zhengxiu was satisfied. Not bad at all. Your inner energy cultivation likely surpasses mine now. Though you've decided to take the civil service exam, physical health remains paramount. Even if you don't involve yourself in the Jianghu, having solid martial skills will give your mother one less thing to worry about. Yes, thank you, father, for your concern. By the way, how are our disciples of Qianghua sect doing here in Jingzhou? Fairly well. Your uncle suggested I open a martial arts school, offering protection services to high officials and wealthy families. When our family eventually accompanies you to the capital for the Imperial Exam, the disciples will still have a place to stay here. Father always thinks ahead. At dinner, the whole family gathered around the table. Xia Zhishan could hardly contain his delight. Chengyan. You're in luck. This year, our southern Ling defeated northern Yan in battle, achieving great victory and reclaiming Jizhou. The emperor is overjoyed and has specially issued an edict to add an extra round of examinations. The announcement will reach each province and prefecture soon. You can take this year's autumn examination, you won't have to wait another 3 years. Everyone at the table was thrilled upon hearing this. The experienced Chen spoke up, are there any major changes to the examination rules? Be sure to find out everything for Chengyan. Any news should be shared promptly so we can prepare properly. Wife, rest assured, I naturally understand. Chengyan, are you ready to sit for the exam? With a calm nod, Gu Chengyan replied, Uncle, rest easy. My master also believes the time is ripe and has permitted me to participate. Xia Zhishan stroked his long beard, nodding repeatedly. If master says so, then it must be true. In that case, stay home these next days and review your studies. Wait for the official notice. Yes, Gu Chengyan answered softly. Methodically preparing for the upcoming autumn imperial examination, it wasn't long before each prefecture received the emperor's decree, officially opening this year's provincial exam. Gu Chengyan was already accustomed to the atmosphere and procedures of examinations, encountering no discomfort at all. When he emerged after finishing the test, though somewhat fatigued, he still felt confident within. On the day the results were posted, he had gone off to fly a kite with Xiao Qiming. Xia Zhishan received congratulations from his colleagues early in the morning, making him one of the first to know that his eldest nephew had once again claimed the top spot, becoming the Zhuanyuan of this autumn's exam. The family hosted another banquet, and compared to 3 years prior, even more families now inquired about Gu Chengyan's marriage prospects. Yet he himself remained as always, offering only a faint, gentle smile, evading questions. Privately, Xia Shi had asked Gu Zhengxiu and others in the family, but no one could figure out exactly what kind of young lady had held his heart for so long. Though Gu Zhengxiu never voiced it openly, deep down he ached for his son and harbored no fondness for this mysterious girl. Since he had passed the provincial exams smoothly, it was time to head to the capital early to prepare for next year's metropolitan examination, the so-called spring exam, to avoid any delays. The first thing Gu Chengyan did upon arriving in the capital was send people to investigate news of Lin Shuxuan. Unfortunately, after 4 or 5 days of searching, they found no trace of any official family surnamed Lin. A bitter ache stirred in his heart. So even her identity had been false. There wasn't a single woman named Lin Shuxuan in the entire capital. She had deceived him. 3 years, for him, an excruciatingly long stretch, during which the image of that aloof yet delicate woman, secretly laced with a hint of allure, often appeared in his mind, her slender, glistening eyes, her softly flushed lips slightly curved. The emotions Gu Chengyan had suppressed for 3 years surged forth in an instant. When Yin followed silently behind as he stepped out, he noticed that today his young master was different. Though invited, this place, they were entering a brothel. His master had never set foot in such places before. The one who invited Gu Chengyan was a past examinee from Jingzhou who had come to take the metropolitan exam. Success wasn't easily attained, many scholars studied from youth until their hair turned white, and those from wealthy families often stayed in the capital. Every newcomer preparing for their first exam would receive an invitation from the hometown association, nominally to welcome them, but truly to build connections. Should they later serve together in court, these ties might prove useful. But there were also those who had lingered too long in the capital, their ambitions worn down by failure. No longer devoted to their studies, they indulged in banquets and socializing, frequenting houses of pleasure. Unluckily, the man who invited Gu Chengyan belonged precisely to this group. One of the association's hosts, entrusted by elders in their hometown to look after him, enthusiastically introduced him. Brother Gu was not easy to invite at all. Everyone must treat him well. Our elders told me, he's this year's top scholar from Jingzhou. Might very well be on the golden list next year. My greetings to all. Chengyan is newly arrived in the capital and unfamiliar with many things. I hope you'll all grant me your kindness and guidance. No trouble at all. By the way, what was the name of last year's top scholar? Someone suddenly asked. Zhou Wenyuan. Why isn't he here? He's earned the favor of the left chancellor. With such patronage, why would he attend our humble gathering? Clearly, someone hoped to stir resentment toward Zhou Wenyuan in Gu Chengyan's heart. But seeing him remain calm, unhurried, and gently smiling, they realized he wouldn't be so easily provoked. Come, let's offer Brother Gu a toast, a proper introduction. If you ever need help in the future, just say the word. This wasn't Jingzhou. Many here envied a prodigy like Gu Chengyan. Noticing he hadn't yet reached his capping age, they took turns pouring drinks for him. In poor spirits and unwilling to quarrel, Gu Chengyan didn't refuse a single cup. He drank one after another without hesitation. The host who brought him glanced over in surprise. He hadn't expected Gu Chengyan to actually drink everything offered. Men of their status had grown up around banquet tables, they all knew how to politely decline when needed. Enough, enough, if you keep drinking him under the table, my elders will scold me later. Let's disperse, disperse. Wen Yin waited downstairs with the other servants. Though somewhat worried, he still trusted his young master. The host himself was quite drunk. A familiar courtesan giggled and flirted with him, instantly capturing his full attention. Without a second thought, he handed Gu Chengyan over to a passing waiter, tossed down a piece of silver, and instructed him to book a room and settle the guest properly, then left, arms wrapped around the laughing girl. Half-conscious, Gu Chengyan caught a familiar scent. Instinctively, he drew the figure before him into his arms, flipped him onto his back, and pinned him beneath his body. The figure in his arms wore a playful smile, brows arched slightly upward, teasing as he pressed close to Gu Chengyan's ear. So eager, have you really missed me this much? Compared to who she had been 3 years ago, she now carried an indescribable air of bold charm. In Gu Chengyan's memory, her complexion had been pale, her frame fragile and delicate, yet now she seemed to have fully blossomed, even more striking in presence. Torn between joy and anger, Gu Chengyan's mind dulled by alcohol, he gripped the back of the one in his arms and lowered his head, fiercely biting down on those insolent lips. Ah! The figure in his arms let out a sharp gasp, seemingly pained, then unhesitatingly raked his nails across Gu Chengyan's nape. Dazed, Gu Chengyan flinched at the pain and softened his actions, switching instead to gentle, soothing licks. As the kiss deepened, the one in his arms grew restless, not only evading his lips but also lifting a finger to press against his thin, chapped ones, provocatively rubbing the soft pad of his fingertip back and forth. Daring to come to such a place for pleasure, have you been living carefree these past 3 years? Stirred by the teasing, heat began to rise through Gu Chengyan's body, yet a deep-seated sense of morality held him back. In the end, he remained tense, allowing the one in his arms to take the lead. Chapter 21. Seeing him struggle, she finally stopped tormenting him and continued, "Why are you only coming now? I thought you'd arrived last year, but instead it was some presumptuous boy who came in your place, made me needlessly excited for nothing." Half-dazed, Gu Chengyan caught the gist but still remembered to explain to the person in his arms, the young master fell seriously ill last year, which caused him to miss the autumn Imperial examination. After a pause, he added softly, "I looked for you as soon as I arrived, searched for days. You deceived me. You weren't even here at all." Gu Chengyan's eyes were serious and sorrowful, the gentle smile that usually graced his lips was now tightly pressed, yet he showed no anger, voiced no accusation, only gazed quietly at the one in his embrace. The other avoided his gaze, gently tapping behind his head. Gu Chengyan closed his eyes and sank against him. After a moment, he let out a soft laugh. "Fool, can't even get angry properly. Holding everything inside all along." "Master, it's time to leave," Uncle Wei from outside reminded. Ever since they learned Master Gu had entered the pleasure house, nearly 2 hours had passed. "Has the sobering soup been brought?" Uncle Wei placed the tray he carried onto the table. Watching his master rise from the bed, use inner energy to float the ceramic bowl of sobering soup over, take a sip himself, then lean down to feed it mouth to mouth to the unconscious yet still refined and elegant young master lying on the bed, Uncle Wei twitched an eyebrow and carefully lowered his head. "Master, the banquet begins athur, we truly must go now." From the corner of his eye, Uncle Wei noticed his master pause briefly, then stand and walk over, placing the ceramic bowl lightly back on the table. "Have his servant come up to attend him. Don't let anyone else wake him." "Yes, sir." When Gu Chengyan woke again, only Wen Yin remained by his side. He felt oddly disconsolate and asked, "Wen Yin, was it you taking care of me all along?" Wen Yin stepped forward to help his young master sit up. "Young master, yesterday you drank too much, the staff from the house sent me up." "So it was just a dream," Gu Chengyan sighed softly, pressing a hand to his forehead. On the way back, there was commotion near a bookstore, a group of young gentlemen clustered at the entrance, heatedly debating something. Gu Chengyan's carriage was completely blocked, unable to pass through. "Master, there's a crowd ahead blocking the way. Let me go up and clear them aside." "No need. I'll go have a look. Wait here for me." He lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. "Li Yuanluo. Who doesn't know your reputation as the most reckless brawler in all of Beijing? What are you doing at a bookstore?" "What? Is this bookstore yours? Am I not allowed to enter?" "Well, I'll come in precisely because you say I shouldn't. What are you going to do about it?" The voice dripped with arrogance and insolence. "You, ha! Utterly disgraceful. No wonder everyone says Brother Qingjiliang is noble and radiant, while you're nothing but heaven and earth apart. I suggest you stop trailing behind him, save yourself the humiliation." "Ha! Like I'd want to be here. If Qingjiliang hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have come at all." Qingjiliang. That name sounded familiar. Gu Chengyan felt certain he'd heard it somewhere before. Hearing people constantly compare him to Qingjiliang, praising the latter as a graceful paragon while calling him merely a wandering good-for-nothing, Li Yuanluo fumed. He pointed at the young man standing quietly by the roadside and declared, "You all say Qingjiliang is so extraordinary, want to put him on a pedestal. But look, even this stranger standing by the road is better looking than him." Suddenly made the center of attention, Gu Chengyan smiled gently, nodded politely in greeting to everyone, then turned to leave. But before he could fully turn around, the very same young man who had drawn everyone's eyes toward him grabbed his shoulder. Why has everyone gone quiet? Haven't I said something true? Li Yuanluo continued triumphantly, taunting. They were all young men barely 20, indeed incapable of blatantly lying, but inwardly, comparing this stranger beside the road to Qing Jiliang, they had to admit, the man's appearance and bearing were truly not inferior. Brother Jiliang excels in literary talent. Why should a man concern himself so much with looks? Someone couldn't help but retort. Coincidentally, the very subject of their discussion arrived at that moment, dressed in white robes, wearing a jade crown atop his head. It was Qing Jiliang, the only son of the right minister, famed throughout Beijing. Though born into aristocracy, he wasn't haughty, on the contrary, his demeanor was exceptionally gentle. Yuanluo, why did you come alone? I told you to wait at home, I would come pick you up. Yuanluo huffed coldly. As if he'd wait for Qing Jiliang. He knew perfectly well what schemes Qing Jiliang was plotting, he would never give him the chance to get close to his sister. Perfect, Qing Jiliang is here too. Then let him compete in literary talent with this young master beside me, what do you say? Are you brave enough? Qing Jiliang smiled gently at the unfamiliar young man before him and asked in puzzlement, I don't believe I've met this young master before. I am Qing Jiliang. Gu Chengyan could tell that though the other wore a courteous smile, his eyes held wariness and suspicion. Returning a polite bow, he introduced himself, I am Gu Chengyan, a candidate here for this year's Imperial Examinations in the capital. Under Li Yuanluo's instigation, Gu Chengyan was reluctantly drawn into a literary contest with Qing Jiliang, the most celebrated young gentleman in all of Beijing. Yet by chance, the two ended up sharing a meal afterward and found great enjoyment in each other's company. Of the two young masters, Gu Chengyan was mild-mannered and scholarly, a true paragon of virtue, having already ranked first 4 times in regional exams. Qing Jiliang was refined and ethereal, like an immortal fallen to earth, gifted with extraordinary intellect since childhood. Not only were their literary talents evenly matched, but they also formed a genuine rapport, eventually earning the joint title of the twin prodigies of the capital. After that day, Gu Chengyan decided to keep his distance from that circle of so-called fellow townspeople and secluded himself in his courtyard to study. However, Qing Jiliang later sent an invitation, asking him to join a spring outing in the countryside. Gu Chengyan felt a certain kinship toward him, so he accepted and set out. To his surprise, when they met, Qing Jiliang was not alone, Li Yuanluo was there as well, and in the carriage sat his elder sister, Li Qingluo. Chengyan, long time no see, I've missed you since our last parting, Qing Jiliang said warmly. Having learned more about Gu Chengyan, he deeply admired his similar demeanor and sincerity, and truly wished to form a lifelong friendship. Likewise, Jiliang. Li Yuanluo grew annoyed upon seeing Gu Chengyan, the one he admired, chatting and laughing easily with Qing Jiliang, the very person he disliked, while leaving him completely ignored. He spurred his horse forward, cutting between them. Chengyan. Let's race, see whose horse is faster. Qing Jiliang nearly stepped in to stop them. Most scholars had delicate constitutions, and he worried Chengyan might lack horsemanship skills. All right, Gu Chengyan replied, gazing at Li Yuanluo. He was reminded of his own spirited younger sister, Siki, and couldn't help but agree. But I don't have a horse, might I borrow one of yours? Of course. Li Yuanluo gestured for one of his household guards to offer a fine steed. Gu Chengyan mounted with effortless grace. Having grown up among horses, Li Yuanluo instantly recognized that Gu Chengyan must be highly skilled, he immediately became much more excited. Go! The two galloped side by side, dashing forward. Inside the carriage, a woman gently lifted the curtain and watched the scene ahead with soft affection. Yuanluo hasn't been this happy in a long time, she murmured. Qing Jiliang leaned slightly closer to her, adding wistfully, Chengyan excels not only in literature, but in martial prowess as well. He treats Yuanluo with such kindness, perhaps he'd prefer someone like Chengyan as a brother-in-law, rather than me. Her eyes lowered, a faint blush rising on her fair, delicate face. It's enough if the brother-in-law has the sister's favor. With that, she let the curtain fall, concealing her slender, graceful figure. A tender smile touched Qing Jiliang's lips. He signaled for the group to proceed. Li Yuanluo rode wildly, increasingly astonished to find Gu Chengyan keeping pace effortlessly. Chengyan. Next time, come to my family's riding grounds, we'll have a proper match. I've raised over a dozen fine horses, when you come, I'll give you one as a gift. I'd like that, Gu Chengyan replied, feeling a rare sense of freedom. It had been far too long since he'd had such exhilarating competition, not since Qingxin left. They arrived at the destination first. Only then did Li Yuanluo seem to remember he was supposed to be accompanying his sister. After a quick greeting to Gu Chengyan, he turned and rode back. Gu Chengyan shook his head, then looked for a quiet, sheltered spot to wait. Who goes there? A man suddenly emerged from the pavilion, sword drawn, glaring coldly and guardedly at the approaching Gu Chengyan. My good sir, please don't misunderstand. I came here with a friend for a spring outing. I simply arrived early and intended to rest here a while until they arrive, after all, this is the only pavilion nearby. The man sheathed his sword, still frowning. Leave quickly. My master is resting here. Before Gu Chengyan could turn away, an elderly man with a pale, clean-shaven face called urgently, Master is taken ill. He needs a physician at once. I may not be accomplished, but I know some medicine. If needed, I would gladly offer my assistance. After all, life always came first. Gu Chengyan could never bear to watch someone die helplessly before his eyes. This. The guard hesitated. The old man clenched his teeth, then bowed deeply, begging Gu Chengyan to help. The sword-wielding man was about to stop him, when the old man suddenly said, I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens, rest assured, you won't be implicated. Hearing this, the guard stepped aside. Gu Chengyan entered the pavilion and saw a middle-aged man of around 40, surrounded by several servants. The man's garments were embroidered with golden thread, clearly someone of great wealth and status. Gu Chengyan disliked getting involved in trouble more than anything, but now that he was already inside, there was no turning back. He took the man's pulse, examined his eyes and tongue, and diagnosed a severe episode of palpitations leading to sudden fainting. Fortunately, he happened to have a bottle of medicine in his robe that would be perfectly effective, but since this was their first meeting, it felt inappropriate to administer medication so freely. Instead, he reached into his sleeve, pulled out a cloth pouch, opened it, and revealed a complete set of fine needles. The old man, speaking in a soft, almost effeminate voice, asked anxiously, Young master, what exactly has happened to my lord? He suffered an attack of heart palpitations. Did he ride here on horseback? And then walk up a hill afterward? The old man nodded repeatedly. Precisely so. My lord has been in unusually high spirits these past few days, and today came out specifically for some enjoyment. Prolonged sitting has weakened his constitution. He must avoid intense emotions, great joy or agitation can trigger such episodes. Now we must use silver needles to unblock his acupoints, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Then we entrust him entirely to you, young master. My pleasure. But please ask everyone to step further back, the patient needs open air and space. The old man ordered all present to withdraw outside the pavilion, leaving only the swordsman and himself within. Gu Chengyan selected his needles and applied them swiftly and steadily. Within moments, the unconscious man stirred and slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, an imposing aura radiated from him. Immediately, the old man and the sword-wielding guard knelt down. Those stationed outside the pavilion also dropped to the ground in silent obeisance. Chapter 22. Gu Chengyan hesitated for a moment before finishing his needlework. Everyone, rise, said the imposing middle-aged man impassively, his eyes still closed. Only then did the others stand. The old man, affecting a high-pitched tone, stepped forward and reported the current situation, mentioning in particular Gu Chengyan's timely assistance, he who had come here on a spring outing with friends. The dignified man opened his eyes and fixed them on Gu Chengyan. His gaze held not only curiosity but also a subtle glint of killing intent. Gu Chengyan inwardly sensed trouble, he had just saved a fearsome deity. At the man's unspoken signal, the old attendant stepped forward with a smile and said, We are deeply grateful, young master, for your kind rescue. My lord is of the Lin family, and we are merchants by trade. May we know your surname, residence, and full name? In the future, my lord will surely visit to repay this life-saving favor. Playing the role of an innocent and unsuspecting healer, Gu Chengyan gave a simple, age-appropriate smile and replied gently, My surname is Gu, Chengyan is my given name. There's no need for Lord Lin to be so courteous, I merely acted out of chance. Frankly, I am a candidate from Jingzhou City, recently arrived in the capital to prepare for next year's spring Imperial examination. Upon hearing mention of the spring exam, Lord Lin grew interested. He asked directly, You're so young, yet you've already passed the provincial exam and earned the title of Juren. Impressive. Do you feel confident about passing the metropolitan exam? Gu Chengyan smiled modestly, yet his words carried the spirited confidence of youth. Naturally. Once one has mastered literary and martial arts, one offers them to the imperial house. Serving the state is the shared dream of every scholar, otherwise, why would I have journeyed all this way to take the exam in the capital? Lord Lin nodded appreciatively. I possess many rare manuscripts personally written by great scholars. I'll have some copied and sent to you, may they help you secure a place on the golden list next year. Exactly as expected, Gu Chengyan feigned great delight. Many thanks, Lord Lin. Then, as if suddenly feeling he had received too much, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small vial of medicine. Lord Lin, those rare books mean more to me than I can say. Please accept this medicine in return. Your palpitations, if left untreated, may worsen and recur frequently. This formula will ease your symptoms. In case of sudden distress, take one pill immediately, it could save your life until proper care arrives. A smile appeared on Lord Lin's face as he nodded. The smooth-faced old attendant promptly stepped forward to receive the medicine. Thank you, Master Gu. Before Gu Chengyan could reply, he heard Li Yuanluo shouting his name from afar. Chengyan. Come back quickly. We're all here already. Chengyan. Gu Chengyan. At the sound of that voice, Lord Lin's expression flickered with surprise. Is that your friend? Yes. He's straightforward and lively by nature. When he can't find me, he tends to worry. I should take my leave now. Lord Lin nodded. After Gu Chengyan left, the older man repeated softly, straightforward and lively. Li Yuanluo. How was it possible that Li Yuanluo, the notorious playboy even he had heard of, had such a redeeming trait? At the name, the elderly attendant standing beside his lord flinched slightly. He added, for the young Marquis of Zhenghua Duke's household to have a friend like Master Gu, gentle and kind-hearted, is truly surprising. Lord Lin let out a quiet huff. Let's go. Soon after, a palanquin slipped quietly away down an inconspicuous side path. As Gu Chengyan walked toward where Li Yuanluo and the others waited, he mused, that pale, beardless elder clearly resembled a eunuch. The emperor's surviving brothers were few, aside from Prince Zhong, there was only Prince Cheng, who rarely showed himself. Could Lord Lin possibly be Prince Cheng? Of course, he didn't suspect this man might be the emperor himself, because meeting the emperor was part of the original protagonist Zhou Wenyuan's storyline. It wouldn't happen to him. No sooner had he appeared than Li Yuanluo waved excitedly at him. Where were you? I've been yelling for half the day. Gu Chengyan casually replied, one has 3 urgent needs, you know. That shut Li Yuanluo up instantly. Li Yuanluo liked sticking close to Gu Chengyan, but since Gu Chengyan didn't want to disturb Cheng Jiliang and Li Qinluo, a couple deeply engrossed in their budding romance, he usually kept a respectful distance. Cheng Jiliang, grateful for the setup of this private date with his fiancée, often invited Gu Chengyan along on outings. The moment Li Yuanluo returned home, he found someone already in his room. With a nervous gulp, he stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, what brings you here so suddenly? You didn't even send word ahead. The man abruptly thrust the sword he had been examining straight at Li Yuanluo. His long, narrow eyes gleamed with cold severity. Instantly, the two clashed in combat. After over a dozen exchanges, the man casually tossed the sword aside, it flew through the air and slid precisely back into its scabbard. Li Yuanluo wiped a streak of cold sweat from his brow. How did you get to know Gu Chengyan? His cousin before him had a gentle smile in his eyes, once again appearing as delicate and aloof as ever, just like earlier ferocity had been nothing but an illusion. Li Yuanluo swallowed hard and explained everything that had happened. Your Highness, do you know Chengyan too? He asked at last. The man gave a coquettish smile, his words laced with subtle implication. Know him? I know him very well indeed. You keep a close eye on him for me, don't let any shady characters get near him. Understand? Trembling with fear, Li Yuanluo hurriedly nodded. Understood, understood. They discussed a few other matters before the man finally left in the middle of the night. A few days later, Lord Lin personally arrived at the residence, bringing along hand-copied rare manuscripts as a token of gratitude. Gu Chengyan wasn't at all surprised that the man had tracked down his address, but when Wen opened the door, he still feigned astonishment on his face. Lord Lin. What brings you here in person? Please, come in quickly. An uninvited visit, hope I'm not disturbing your studies. This time, Lord Lin seemed considerably more amiable. Gu Chengyan shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. I hardly know anyone in the capital, having guests is a joy, really. Wen, bring up a pot of tea. Yes, young master. You only have this one little servant attending you, surely there are many things left unattended. Gu Chengyan laughed cheerfully. I've always done things myself at home. There's really no need for him to do much. Recalling the secret report mentioning that Gu Chengyan's parents were martial artists who lived unconventionally, Lord Lin thought it perfectly normal. Besides, the boy had spent 3 years living alone in the mountains, he must be capable of taking care of himself. Please, have a seat. My home is modest, I hope you don't mind. Earlier, Lord Lin had taken a quiet survey of the small courtyard. It was clean and tidy, especially the study, the arrangement of items neat and orderly, pleasing to the eye. Oh, right, these are the books I mentioned last time. I've brought them specially today. The eunuch attendant immediately directed someone to place the box they'd carried onto the table. Go ahead and take a look. Gu Chengyan flipped through them casually and spotted a book previously written by his former teacher, Yuan Shaohua. Surely this couldn't be mere coincidence. Most likely, this prince in disguise was testing him. These scholars are great Confucian masters of our age. After retreating into seclusion, they've largely vanished from public life, their works nearly impossible to find. These books are truly precious. Thank you, Lord Lin. That's correct. These were all written when they still served in office. They exchanged a few thoughts on the texts, and Gu Chengyan realized the man's insights were sharp and profound. As a ruler, he was unquestionably qualified. Wen served the tea. Their conversation paused as both sipped quietly. This tea has a refreshing aroma, quite distinctive in flavor. Gu Chengyan explained, my mother personally formulated this blend, adding medicinal herbs. When I stay up late reading, strong tea damages the body, but this one provides enough alertness while also benefiting my health. A parent's love knows no bounds. I have several children at home myself, parents truly carry endless worries. Noticing the man's pallor, Gu Chengyan deduced instantly that he hadn't slept peacefully these past few nights. He gently asked, I noticed dark circles under your eyes, have you been unable to sleep well lately? Lord Lin nodded slowly. The attendant, dressed as an ordinary steward, hurried to speak. It's true, Master Gu. On the third day after we parted from you, my lord suddenly suffered severe chest pain, nearly collapsing into unconsciousness. Fortunately, I had the medicine you gave us, I made him take it immediately, and that's how he avoided disaster. But since then, he hasn't been able to fall asleep. Even when he does drift off, he wakes up moments later. Gu Chengyan pondered quietly, then said gently, Lord Lin, I warned you then, your palpitations require proper medical treatment. Relying solely on that medicine can only provide temporary relief. Left untreated, the episodes will grow more frequent, and worse over time. Lord Lin remained silent. He had already sent people to investigate the composition and effects of that medicine. It contained extremely rare and valuable ingredients, precisely suited to his condition. But still, no physician dared treat him. Lord Lin knew full well why. Everyone feared that one misstep might bring about execution for their entire family. To be honest, young master, interjected the steward, my lord has sought doctors far and wide, but few physicians possess the skill to cure this illness. Might Master Gu be willing to tend to my lord for now? Hidden behind his teacup, Gu Chengyan's lips curved slightly upward. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He set the cup down, hesitating slightly. Wen Yin promptly stepped in, speaking on his master's behalf, it's not that our young master refuses, it's just that he fears it may interfere with his studies. If his parents were to find out, they'd surely scold him. Gu Chengyan frowned and reprimanded, Wen Yin, step back. The eunuch was almost about to blurt out, wasn't his master the most exalted personage of all? Could a mere spring examination possibly matter more than his master's health? Lord Lin glanced at him, and the eunuch immediately sealed his lips. No harm done. It's only natural, I understand completely. Parents worry endlessly for their children. I respect your family's concerns. Then I shall take my leave. He wore an expression of helpless regret. As expected, Gu Chengyan felt a pang of guilt and quickly stood up to block his departure. Saving a life surpasses building 7 levels of pagodas. How could a scholar stand by and do nothing? I'll examine you first, Lord Lin. We can follow up once every 10 days, it won't be much trouble. The eunuch hurriedly helped his master sit back down. Then we're deeply indebted to Master Gu. After taking his pulse, Gu Chengyan brought out his needles and instructed the man to remove his upper garments. He inserted the needles precisely over the heart region. Almost instantly, Lord Lin felt greatly relieved. He had his attendant record the prescription Gu Chengyan provided, then left with a smile. From then on, the two developed a warm, close friendship across generations. Chapter 23. Time flew like a white steed passing through a gap. Spring Palace examination arrived as scheduled. The exam was held at the Imperial Academy, overseen by the Ministry of Rites. True to his role as the original male lead, Zhou Wenyuan had drawn a seat right in the center front row. This wasn't the first time Gu Chengyan had seen Zhou Wenyuan, but back then Zhou had been busy currying favor with powerful figures and hadn't noticed him. Gu Chengyan sat quietly in an inconspicuous corner at the back. The chief examiners were several senior grand scholars from the Hanlin Academy. When the exam began, Gu Chengyan received his test paper. As expected, this year's essay topic concerned the geopolitical dynamics between southern Ling and northern Yan. It was a tricky subject. Students without real-world experience would write shallowly, while those too profound might invite trouble. To stand out, one had to strike a careful balance, offering insight without overstepping, originality without provocation. Gu Chengyan pondered for a moment, jotted down several points on scratch paper, formed a complete structure in his mind, then began writing in earnest. To prevent cheating, the grand scholars patrolled the hall frequently. Many candidates with weak nerves found themselves distracted under such scrutiny. But if one couldn't endure this small pressure, how could they ever serve the empire in office? Is the metropolitan examination being held today? The emperor, who had just finished reviewing one memorial, suddenly asked upon hearing ceremonial drums outside. The chief eunuch of the imperial household, bowing low, quickly replied, Your Majesty, indeed it is. At this moment, the grand scholars from the Hanlin Academy are likely supervising the exam. The emperor set down his vermilion pen, closed the document, and rose. Prepare my robes. I shall go and see for myself. Gu Chengyan wrote diligently, unaware that the head examiners had gathered near the front. A screen had been placed at the front of the hall. It was said the emperor might come in person but would not reveal himself so as not to disturb the candidates. Sitting at the center front, Zhou Wenyuan was the first to sense the unusual caution of the officials around him. He guessed someone must be behind the screen, and immediately straightened his posture. Facing the ruler of the entire nation, even indirectly, filled him with uncontrollable excitement. It wasn't until an examiner reminded everyone of the time that he snapped back to reality. Behind the screen, the emperor scanned the hall but failed to find the person he was looking for. Disappointed, he noticed immediately the front row candidates closest to him. Several seemed flustered. The emperor frowned slightly, displeased, especially with the one seated precisely in the middle. He asked casually, what is the name of the candidate in the very center of the front row? The chief examiner fetched the seating roster and handed it to the chief eunuch, who whispered, "Your Majesty, this candidate is named Zhou Wenyuan." The emperor showed no expression, merely nodded. He flipped idly through the list, then stood to leave. No one dared speak loudly, all bowed silently in farewell. As the emperor passed along the rear of the examination hall, he glanced through the window, and saw the familiar young man inside, fully absorbed in his writing. The emperor smiled and nodded. The chief eunuch saw it too, and smiled along. After each session, clerks made copies of the candidates' papers, to prevent examiners from recognizing handwriting and showing favoritism. On the day the results were posted, Gu Chengyan was at home entertaining Li Yuanluo when messengers came banging on his door with gongs. "Does one Master Gu Chengyan reside here?" Neighbors poured out to see what was happening. A cheerful middle-aged woman called out, "Just knock, he's in there, a real pretty scholar." Wen Yin, hearing the commotion, opened the gate. The messenger asked again. When Yin's eyes lit up, he nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. My young master is Gu Chengyan. Please come in." Gu Chengyan stepped out from his study. The instant he appeared, the messenger exclaimed, "What a graceful and refined young lord, like orchids and jade trees, like clear wind and bright moon. Congratulations, Master Gu, you've passed the examination, and taken first place as this year's Metropolitan Graduates Champion." Gasps and cries of astonishment rippled through the neighbors outside. So young, and already top of the list. Incredible. And so handsome. I wonder if he's married. A look of genuine surprise crossed Gu Chengyan's face. He clasped his hands and thanked the man. "You've worked hard, sir." Wen Yin. "Pour some tea, let this honorable gentleman rest a moment." "Master Gu, your humility honors me," the messenger said with a smile. "But I'm the first to bring the news, many other successful candidates await congratulations. I cannot stay long." At his master's silent gesture, Wen Yin slipped a small embroidered pouch into the man's hand and personally escorted him out. Gu Chengyan stood at the gate, distributing copper coins generously among the crowd, letting everyone share in the joy. Li Yuanluo, hiding in the study, watched Gu Chengyan handling all the formalities with ease, despite it being his first time in the capital, and was truly impressed, for he performed just as skillfully as any scion of a noble house. "Chengyan, you're the top graduate this year, which means Cheng Jiliang came after you. Never thought that fellow would end up beneath you. Ah, how I'd love to see his expression right now." Gu Chengyan could only shake his head helplessly. Li Yuanluo truly took delight in his future brother-in-law's misfortune. Ever since the results had been posted, invitations had flooded in non-stop. Gu Chengyan accepted a few selectively and met many new people. The original male lead, Zhou Wenyuan, seemed to have completely forgotten him and didn't recognize their childhood connection at all. After the metropolitan examination came the palace examination, where the emperor himself posed the questions, from which the top 3 candidates would be selected. Then followed the announcement of names in the palace courtyard, the top 3 riding through the city on horseback in honor, and finally the Lin feast in the imperial garden at night, during which the emperor would bestow official posts, a day marking the peak moment in every candidate's life. As the Metropolitan Graduates Champion, Gu Chengyan naturally stood first to face the emperor. Following the protocols taught by the Ministry of Rites, he kept his head lowered and eyes downcast throughout, careful not to look around casually or gaze directly upon the sovereign. Not only were the chief examiners from the Hanlin Academy present in the hall, but also the Right Chancellor, Left Chancellor, and the 6 ministers observed this new generation closely. Many marveled, this year's Metropolitan Champion was not only dignified in appearance but also remarkably composed and strictly observant of etiquette. Recalling their own nervousness when they had stood in this very spot, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration, such promising youth. Perhaps because of this shining example ahead, the man behind him, Zhou Wenyuan, appeared all the more discourteous, daring even to scan the surroundings freely. The elderly Minister of Rites despised such behavior, it reeked of petty, unrefined manners unworthy of high office. He muttered under his breath to the Left Chancellor, "I heard, Lord Chancellor, that you hold Zhou Wenyuan in particularly high regard. Why didn't you advise him properly? To behave so disrespectfully in the imperial presence, if His Majesty takes offense, he may end up no better than an honorary Jinshi." Standing in front, the Left Chancellor couldn't retort openly and had to endure it silently, though inwardly he began to feel disgruntled toward Zhou Wenyuan. The eunuch beside the emperor loudly recited the procedures and delivered the emperor's words of encouragement to the candidates, setting a time limit of 2 hours for the examination. After expressing their gratitude, the examinees took their seats and began reading and answering the question. This time, Gu Chengyan sat in the front row. He noticed a flash of imperial yellow paws beside him, but still did not stop writing. Remaining calm, he continued transcribing his prepared essay smoothly onto the page, though deliberately slowed his pace. His handwriting remained neat and elegant, yet carried strength and firmness. The emperor didn't stay long. 2 hours passed neither swiftly nor slowly. Examination began at dawn and ended precisely by mid-morning. Papers were collected uniformly. Due to the added examination round last year, this year's number of palace candidates had nearly doubled to about 300, requiring significantly more time for grading. By the end of noon, the list of the top 3 had been decided, but disagreement arose over who should fill the top positions, the Zhuangyuan, Bang Yan, and Tanhua. Chapter 24. The Left Chancellor supported Zhou Wenyuan. Your Majesty, Zhou Wenyuan possesses exceptional literary talent and has composed well-known poems. His examination scroll is also outstanding, naming him the top scholar is only natural. The Right Chancellor supported Gu Chengyan. Since one of the top three was his own son, Cheng Jiliang, he could not openly back his son, so instead he endorsed the original metropolitan first-place graduate. Your Majesty, this subject believes Gu Chengyan should be named Xuanyuan. He was already the top metropolitan graduate, and I have observed that upon entering the palace hall, he strictly followed court etiquette with graceful composure. A six-time first-place graduate earning the title of Xuanyuan, it would be a rare and celebrated event in our dynasty's history. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works backed the Right Chancellor, while the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of War sided with the Left Chancellor. The 4 Hanlin academicians also divided their support accordingly, creating an evenly matched debate. The Emperor grew weary from their arguments. Enough. Let the 3 candidates undergo another round of examination. I shall personally set the question, and they will answer right here in the hall. Zhou Wenyuan's mental fortitude naturally could not compare to Gu Chengyan's. Yet it was then that Gu Chengyan finally got a clear look at the Emperor's face. He felt inner shock, but revealed nothing on his expression. When meeting the Emperor's gaze, he even detected a hint of amusement in the sovereign's eyes. In the end, Gu Chengyan remained calm and unhurried, answering the Emperor's questions flawlessly. He was immediately named the Xuanyuan. Whether intentional or merely a matter of personal taste, the Emperor surprisingly named Cheng Jiliang the Banyan, while appointing Zhou Wenyuan as Tanhua. Ministers present wore various expressions. By tradition, the Tanhua was usually the most handsome of the 3, yet compared to both the Banyan and the Xuanyuan, Zhou Wenyuan seemed somewhat lacking. Still, since the decision came directly from the Emperor, none dared raise objections. The Emperor and officials proceeded outside the hall. After music and formal kneeling ceremonies, the results of the palace examination were officially announced through the ceremonial call of names. During the celebratory horseback parade through the city streets, the 3 rode clad in crimson ceremonial robes, wearing square-winged gauze hats adorned with golden flowers. It truly was like the poem said, riding high on springtime joy, hoofs swift as wind, one sees all Chang'an's blossoms in a single day. Such was the exhilaration and pride on display. Numerous commoners hurled flowers toward them. Someone asked, is the one in front the Xuanyuan? And which one is the Tanhua again? The far left one. Named Zhou Wenyuan. How come this year's Tanhua isn't as good-looking as the Xuanyuan? Indeed. The Xuanyuan has finer features, elegant, gentle, scholarly. Besides, this is our dynasty's very first 6-time first-place Xuanyuan. Perhaps he's the celestial god of literature descending to the mortal world for cultivation. Oh. Then we must pay our respects, may his blessings help our descendants also achieve glory on the imperial lists. For a time, the reputation of Xuanyuan Gu Chengyan soared. As he rode through the streets, countless young ladies from the capital tossed him flowers and embroidered sachets, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Through a window, a familiar figure appeared within Gu Chengyan's sight. Her eyes were alluring, her smile seductive, as she deliberately threw a deep crimson peony toward him. Lucky spectators saw the elegant, refined Xuanyuan leap lightly from his saddle to catch the vividly colored peony, then casually tuck it into his hat. For a moment, no one could say whether the Xuanyuan himself was more striking, or the flower more dazzling. When he looked again, the beauty behind the window had vanished. Only later did Gu Chengyan recall, he thought she had been dressed in men's clothing. Oh my! Now that the Xuanyuan wears a flower, he appears even more dashing. No wonder, they say he's a celestial being descended to earth. Of course he outshines everyone else. Just now the Xuanyuan even seemed to fly. Surely that proves he's an immortal. After celebrating with the people, evening approached, and the Emperor's bestowed Lin banquet was about to begin. Gu Chengyan changed clothes and tidied his appearance before following a eunuch to his designated seat. The 6-time first-place Xuanyuan drew countless admirers. Many raised their cups to toast him. Though Gu Chengyan had little tolerance for alcohol, he had taken antidote pills beforehand. Still, the constant drinking overwhelmed him. To avoid drunken disgrace before the Emperor, he secretly activated internal energy to expel the alcohol from his body. Cheng Jiliang, who knew his friend's limits, took advantage of a toast to whisper, "Can you still hold on? The Emperor probably won't arrive for a while. These people see you shining so brightly, green with envy, and keep forcing wine on you. If you can't take it, just pretend to pass out." Gu Chengyan smiled faintly and whispered back, "I'm fine. Have you forgotten? I'm a physician myself, I naturally have ways to counteract alcohol. Don't worry." But with toasts coming one after another without end, even if he avoided passing out, there were other dangers. After all, nature called. If he couldn't endure it, a great embarrassment would surely follow. So Gu Chengyan feigned intoxication, propping his head on his right hand as he pretended to nap at the table. Zhou Wenyuan harbored ill will. So this is all he can take. Isn't he supposed to be extraordinary? He deliberately enlisted several newly minted jinshi who were friendly with him to repeatedly toast the Xuanyuan, mocking silently, celestial being descending to earth. Just another mortal like the rest of us. He stepped forward himself, feigning deep admiration for the bearing. Brother Gu. There were too many people earlier, I didn't get a chance. Let me offer you this cup. Since their official appointments had not yet been granted, they still used informal titles among themselves. Gu Chengyan pretended to be half-drunk, fumbling blindly across the table for his wine cup. Had Zhou Wenyuan not dodged quickly, the dregs in the cup would have spilled entirely onto his robes. But Zhou Wenyuan did not appear angry. In fact, he looked quite pleased, now thoroughly convinced that Gu Chengyan was completely drunk. Brother Gu. Brother Gu. Surely you're not already intoxicated? Zhou Wenyuan asked loudly on purpose. Gu Chengyan lowered his right hand from his forehead, half-opened his eyes, grasped the cup, and cast a faint, ambiguous smile at him. As he stood, he swayed slightly, appearing barely able to walk straight. His voice sounded hazy. Brother Zhou, please. Many frowned at the Tanhua's deliberate provocation of the Zhuanyuan. It was undignified. They would all serve together in court one day, this left no room for retreat or goodwill. After downing the cup, Cheng Jiliang smiled and stepped forward to relieve Gu Chengyan. Brother Zhou, let me drink with you as well. Zhou Wenyuan dared not offend the Right Chancellor's only son, so naturally he could not refuse. As he poured wine, Gu Chengyan seemed to lose balance, nearly toppling into him. Zhou Wenyuan instinctively shoved him away, but wine still splashed onto his robe. His Majesty has arrived. A sea of figures knelt in the Imperial Garden. The Emperor, dressed in bright yellow dragon robes, passed before them with steady, unhurried strides, then turned and seated himself behind the high imperial table. With solemn authority, he declared, "Rise. All be seated." "Thank your Majesty," came the collective response. Zhou Wenyuan's wine-stained robe touched the dusty ground as he rose, and he carefully tried to hide the mark. When he glanced up, he saw Gu Chengyan's eyes clear and alert, utterly devoid of any drunkenness. Gu Chengyan even turned his head and gave him a gentle, courteous nod. An insult. A direct provocation. Zhou Wenyuan burned with anger but could not show it under the Emperor's gaze, forcing it all down until it choked him. Helplessly, he drowned his frustration in more wine. The Lin banquet hosted many guests. At the very front sat the imperial throne. To the right were the princes and royal relatives, to the left, the high ministers. The new graduates occupied the lower seats, so many were blocked from view by those seated ahead. The Emperor smiled gently. Today, I have gained exceptional talents once more. Our southern Ling shall surely flourish. In life, when joy comes your way, embrace it fully. This is the pinnacle moment of your success, drink freely and rejoice. On this night of the Lin banquet, I shall share a cup with each of you. All rose as one, sovereign and subjects drinking together. Then, beginning with the Right Chancellor, ministers took turns offering words of encouragement and drinking a toast with the new graduates. As the crown prince had not yet been appointed, the eldest prince represented the imperial family in offering wine to the new scholars. After this round concluded and everyone resumed their seats, Gu Chengyan noticed the eldest prince repeatedly glancing his way, even raising his cup toward him. Gu Chengyan responded with a warm, subtle smile and returned the gesture from afar. Dance and music, of course, were indispensable at the Lin banquet. The soft grace of women is beautiful, but seeing it too often grows tiresome. Why not have the new graduates play a game of drinking commands instead, suggested the left chancellor. The drinking commands at such banquets referred to elegant orders, where the commandant would recite a line of poetry, and others had to continue with verses drawn from classics and historical texts, composing lines under assigned rhymes. It tested both literary talent and quick wit. The emperor appeared mildly amused, and suddenly called upon Gu Chengyan by name. Then I shall be the commandant. Let us begin with the Zhuanyuan. The left chancellor frowned. He had intended to showcase Zhou Wenyuan, whose poetry and prose did carry some renown. Who could have expected the emperor to favor the Zhuanyuan so openly? Gu Chengyan rose calmly, accepting the challenge without arrogance or hesitation. In contrast, Zhou Wenyuan behind him shrank and hesitated, looking awkward and unrefined, a clear inferiority on display. Zhou Wenyuan suffered in silence, he couldn't help hiding, or else he'd be guilty of disrespect before the emperor. After one round, the emperor was highly satisfied. On the spot, he bestowed official posts and ordered the edict proclaimed. The Zhuanyuan, Gu Chengyan, shall be appointed as compiler in the Hanlin Academy, to attend personally upon the emperor. The Bangyan, Cheng Jiliang, and the Tanhua, Zhou Wenyuan, shall be appointed assistant compilers in the Hanlin Academy. The looks directed at Gu Chengyan now were markedly different, filled with fervent envy and admiration. Though every Zhuanyuan traditionally began as a compiler, it was exceedingly rare for one to be granted the privilege of personal attendance upon the emperor immediately upon appointment. Gu Chengyan, however, understood clearly in his heart, most likely, the emperor wished for him to remain constantly by his majesty's side, in case his illness flared up and led to some emergency. The three stepped forward to receive the imperial decree and expressed their gratitude. The emperor, having urgent military matters to attend to, took his leave first. As Gu Chengyan rose, he suddenly noticed, seated behind the eldest prince on the right, an incredibly familiar figure. That face, the one haunting his dreams and lingering in his thoughts day after day, was unmistakable. Seeing that he was staring, the eldest prince walked over and asked, Minister Gu, what are you looking at? Gu Chengyan let his hands fall naturally to his sides, clenched into tight fists within his sleeves, yet his expression remained calm and flawless, revealing nothing. I wonder who sits behind your highness. He bears a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance I met years ago. The eldest prince suspected nothing and readily explained, this is my second younger brother. Oh, so this is the second prince. Chengyan greets your highness. Gu Chengyan bowed respectfully toward the pale-faced prince. The second prince leaned on the table, slowly rising with the help of a eunuch attendant. He seemed somewhat flustered, timidly lifting a teacup from the table toward Gu Chengyan. Shuxian is unwell, so I offer tea in place of wine to congratulate the Zhuangyuan. Without waiting for Gu Chengyan to respond, he hastily tilted his head back and gulped down the tea, but choked, coughing uncontrollably. Those nearby showed thinly veiled disdain. Seemingly aware he had embarrassed himself again, the second prince bit gently on his lower lip, appearing lost and uneasy. Yet Gu Chengyan noticed something strange, the unnatural redness of his lips, and for a fleeting moment, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, as if silently telling him, it's me. I am the one you've longed for all these years, The second prince is frail, perhaps you should avoid drinking cold tea. Yet in his heart, he seethed, Lin Shuxuan, don't even change your name, you little liar. The eldest prince appeared deeply concerned, speaking with evident worry, Shuxian, didn't I tell you not to come to events like this? You're unwell, what if you catch a chill in this evening breeze? Then he turned to the attendant beside him, why haven't you escorted the second prince back to the palace yet? The eunuch trembled, stepping forward to grip the second prince's slender arm and half dragged him away. Gu Chengyan turned his gaze away, smiling courteously at the eldest prince. Your highness truly embodies benevolence. As an elder brother caring so deeply for the second prince's health, even I, whose own home has a younger brother, find myself humbled by your highness's devotion. The eldest prince, eager to foster goodwill, seized this rare opportunity to speak with Gu Chengyan and ended up revealing far more about Lin Shuxian than intended. My second brother has always been timid and physically weak since childhood. With our mother gone early and our father preoccupied with state affairs, it falls to me, as the elder brother, to take greater care. These words subtly praised his own virtue while also implying, clearly, that his timid, frail, and unfavored younger brother posed absolutely no threat in any succession struggle. No wonder the majority of court officials currently supported the eldest prince. But strangely, 3 years ago, when Lin Shuxian disguised himself as Lin Shuxian and stayed in Jingzhou for nearly half a year, how was it possible that no one discovered the truth? Did it mean he was truly insignificant within the palace? Instead of flying into a rage at being deceived, Gu Chengyan found himself thinking deeply. Too many questions swirled in his mind. Troubled and unsettled, he exchanged a few polite words with the eldest prince before feigning drunkenness and asking a palace eunuch to guide him to the latrine pavilion. If only there hadn't been so many eyes on him today, he would have confronted Lin Shuxian immediately. Gu Chengyan mocked himself, here he was, clinging stubbornly to his own foolish affection, trying to force it upon someone who had lied about identity, name, and even gender. He splashed cold water on his face, closed his eyes, and struggled to suppress the fury of betrayal. When he reappeared, he was once again the radiant, elegant Zhuangyuan in everyone's eyes, calm, refined, untainted. The young eunuch who had led him there had been suddenly called away. When he came out, a different attendant stood waiting. I recall the person who brought me here wasn't you, Gu Chengyan said lightly, a smile playing on his lips, every word measured, cautious in the treacherous palace grounds. Your Excellency, the one who escorted you earlier was little you. Her Grace the noble consort summoned him. I happened to be passing by, so he asked me to guide you back to the Imperial Garden. In that case, thank you for leading the way. Though the words sounded flawless, the path they were taking was not the same one from before. Gu Chengyan halted in his steps. The young eunuch bowed deeply before vanishing. It's been 3 years. Gu, you're now Minister Gu. The figure turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips, completely unlike the timid presence at the banquet, more reminiscent of the Lin Shuxian Gu Chengyan remembered, cool, composed, brilliant. This humble servant greets your highness the second prince. You flatter me, this minister is from Jingzhou and has never been to the capital before. How could we have gone 3 years without meeting? We've surely never met at all. Lin Shuxian raised an eyebrow. It seems you're still angry with me. How dare this servant feel anger? Your highness is noble-born, of imperial blood. In this servant's heart, there is only reverence. Lin Shuxian paused, appearing slightly wounded. If you harbor resentment or confusion, ask freely. I will answer anything today. Gu Chengyan naturally had countless questions he longed to ask. Why did you disguise yourself as a woman and come into my life? Were the emotions you showed during that time all an act? Why did you suddenly vanish overnight without a word? Do you know I've carried thoughts of you in my heart for 3 full years? Which version of you is real? How many masks do you truly wear? But Gu Chengyan held himself back. Pursuing these questions now would serve no purpose. They were both men, it was impossible for them to be together. Their statuses differed beyond measure. Gu Chengyan prided himself on his intelligence, yet he still couldn't see through the person before him. He didn't want to bind himself to someone accustomed to deception and pretense. That kind of life would simply be too exhausting. So it was better to bury everything deep in his heart, never speak of it again, never dig deeper, never ask or care. Let it all become nothing more than an illusory dream. Your Highness, this servant does not understand. Today is our first meeting, how can there be resentment or doubt? Lin Shuxuan gazed steadily at him. Are you truly sure there's nothing you wish to ask? With due boldness, this servant asks, what is it that your Highness wishes me to ask? What identity should I use to question you? What right do I even have? These latter two sentences Gu Chengyan swallowed down silently. This was the second time Lin Shuxuan had felt Gu Chengyan's coldness. The first was when they first met, he'd smiled gently then too, but his eyes were utterly indifferent. Lin Shuxuan felt a discomfort in his chest. Since growing up, no one had ever made him feel this way. His smile faded. Lin Shuxuan stepped forward until he stood directly before Gu Chengyan, their breaths mingled. One final time, I ask you, is there truly nothing you want to say? With pride, he gave Gu Chengyan one last chance. To protect himself from pain, he instinctively used his princely authority to press upon Gu. But Gu Chengyan had his own resolve. If secrets were kept back then, why demand answers now? He stepped back, clasped his hands, and bowed. With his head lowered, he said, this servant dares not. The violent glint in Lin Shuxuan's eyes intensified. He let out a soft laugh. Gu Chengyan, remember this, I gave you 3 chances. You were the one who refused them. With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows. Gu Chengyan slowly straightened up, staring silently at the spot where Lin Shuxuan had just stood. Moments later, the young eunuch reappeared. Sir Gu, allow this servant to escort you back to the Imperial Garden. Gu Chengyan smiled and nodded. I appreciate your effort. He did not ask why the eunuch had brought him here, nor why he had suddenly returned. After the two departed, Lin Shuxuan emerged from behind the wall. He murmured to himself, oh, Gu Chengyan, you can smile so tenderly at a lowly eunuch, yet treat me with such indifference. Fine. Very well. Except for a deep, palm-shaped dent left in the wall, nothing remained. After the Qionglin banquet ended, Gu Chengyan officially entered the Hanlin Academy. His daily duties mainly involved accompanying the emperor, recording his daily activities, drafting ceremonial texts, and occasionally composing imperial edicts. Though merely a minor official of the 6th junior rank, the position required immense trust from the emperor. Gu Chengyan understood perfectly, the emperor trusted him not only because of his medical skills, but also due to their half-year period of private interaction while the emperor traveled incognito. As expected, after just 2 days of learning under experienced Hanlin colleagues, on the day of the emperor's scheduled medical examination, he was summoned. Gu Chengyan, compiler of the Hanlin Academy, humbly greets your majesty. He performed a full formal kowtow. The emperor observed his graceful, seamless movements with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Rise. It appears you've learned what you needed in these past few days. Gu Chengyan rose and expressed his gratitude. To reply to your majesty, this servant dares not betray your majesty's expectations. The two were already familiar, and the emperor found it unnatural to see Gu acting so formally. We are alone, sit and speak freely. Tell me, how did you feel when you saw me in the hall the other day? Reporting to your majesty, this servant was utterly astonished. I originally believed Lord Lin must be some high noble or royal relative. I never imagined he would be none other than your majesty. This servant failed to think deeply. Such majesty and extraordinary influence, aside from your majesty, there is no second person like this throughout the entire capital. Divine skill and great ability, this referred to the time when Gu Chengyan, at Qing Jiuyang's invitation, attended a poetry gathering. Zhou Wenyuan had posed an extremely difficult upper couplet that no one could solve. Gu Chengyan, unaware of who had composed it, casually cracked the puzzle and even left behind an even more challenging one. Zhou Wenyuan failed to solve it, damaging his reputation. A young nobleman, deeply devoted to Zhou Wenyuan's poetry, came seeking confrontation and caused Gu Chengyan some trouble. It was Lord Lin who stepped in to help. The magistrate of the capital city dared not interfere with powerful aristocratic families, but back then, officials from the Ministry of Justice directly took the man away. The chief eunuch ordered a junior attendant to bring Gu Chengyan a chair and personally served him a cup of tea. Gu Chengyan slightly bowed with a gentle smile. Thank you, sir. The emperor now recalled that minor incident too, though he couldn't remember exactly which family the young man belonged to. I noticed you remained exceptionally calm that day. Your answers were flawless, seamless, more composed than others in my presence. You didn't seem fearful at all. Your majesty is someone this subject deeply respects. How could fear arise? Moreover, I am now one of your majesty's scholarly disciples. One might even say we share a teacher-student bond. The emperor was greatly amused and laughed heartily. At first, I told them I worried that once you learned my true identity, you'd grow afraid of me like other court officials do. But compared to that, I'd much prefer our earlier private interactions. Gu Qing, do you understand? The chief eunuch standing beside the emperor smiled even more brightly at Gu Chengyan. It seemed this newly crowned top scholar's future prospects were limitless. To receive such favor from the emperor, what timing, what destiny. Not only had he saved the emperor's life, but his scholarship was peerless. Even he, the eunuch, would sincerely admire such a man. Gu Chengyan gave a respectful junior's bow as he used to. Chengyan understands. Of course, these words were meant only for listening. Who dared truly treat the emperor as just an ordinary wealthy merchant? And besides, Gu Chengyan had never seen him as merely an ordinary person, he had simply assumed he was one of the imperial princes. The emperor was thoroughly pleased. Perfect. From now on, I won't need to go through all the trouble of sneaking out of the palace to see you for treatment. You have no idea how difficult it is for me to leave the palace. Occasionally slipping out once in a while is manageable, but if I do it too often, people start speculating, especially those women in the inner court. He vented his annoyance to Gu Chengyan with clear irritation. Gu Chengyan played along with a light joke. Could it be that the ladies in the palace suspect this subject is your majesty's secret beauty kept outside the walls? The emperor burst into loud laughter. Outside, the imperial guards were somewhat astonished, the new top scholar this year truly enjoyed extraordinary favor. If next time noble consort Goe throws another tantrum about my leaving the palace, I'll just reveal your name. Gu Chengyan feigned alarm. Then this subject would truly be terrified, perhaps compelled to disclose to your majesty several of your actual beloved companions. You rascal. So mischievous. The emperor indeed kept beauties outside the palace, and Gu Chengyan had even met some of them. Gu Chengyan raised his teacup and took a sip. Though he bantered freely with the emperor, his mind raced continuously, calculating each word carefully, not too cautious, yet never crossing boundaries. Striking this balance proved far more difficult than writing the examination essay for the Imperial exam, as he needed to react instantly. It was genuinely exhausting. At noon, the emperor headed to noble consort Goe's chambers for lunch, allowing Gu Chengyan to return to the Hanlin Academy on his own. Before leaving, noticing Gu Chengyan's fondness for the pastries on the table, the emperor specially bestowed them upon him to take back and enjoy. Seated together with Gu Chengyan were a Hanlin reader and a Hanlin lecturer, both ranked one level above him. Both men already knew he had been attending the emperor, and seeing a young eunuch carrying a food box following him back, they, being seasoned courtiers, immediately recognized it as imperial favor. Their attitude toward this compiler Gu instantly shifted accordingly. Lord Gu has returned. Both rose to greet him. Gu Chengyan smiled in return. Minister Qi, Minister He, have you taken lunch yet? Not yet. Lord Gu, you know how it is, the cafeteria service always runs late. Besides, it's crowded right now. We're planning to go later. The little eunuch placed the food box on Gu Chengyan's work desk. Lord Gu, this servant must return to attend his majesty. I shall take my leave now. Oh. This was an attendant from the emperor's personal court. Both senior officials warmly smiled at the young eunuch. Many thanks. Sir, please take care on your way. Gu Chengyan added, I found these pastries quite delicious while I was with his majesty earlier. Why don't you two try some to tide you over before lunch? This. The two officials exchanged glances. Though they had served in the Hanlin Academy for several years, they had never once received an imperial gift. And now this Lord Gu was so generously sharing his precious, emperor-bestowed pastries with them, truly a kind and sincere man. Gu Chengyan opened the food box and saw, astonishingly, 3 full layers, each packed tightly to the brim. Clearly, the Grand Eunuch had gone out of his way to show favor. The emperor had only said to reward him with some pastries, without specifying quantity. But 1 plate versus an entire box. That made all the difference in meaning. The astonishment in the two men's eyes was unmistakable. After eating the pastries that had been personally gifted to Gu Chengyan by the emperor, they went to the canteen for lunch, and inadvertently spread the news throughout the entire Hanlin Academy. Suddenly, many unfamiliar faces began dropping by Gu Chengyan's office. He quickly sent portions to several senior academicians, then placed the rest on his desk, allowing any colleague who came by to help themselves freely. Within a single day, everyone knew, the newly appointed compiler, Lord Gu Chengyan, was in extraordinary imperial favor. So many imperial pastries had been bestowed upon him that even the common clerks in the academy got to taste them. Cheng Jiliang, a proofreader in the Hanlin Academy, had been busy copying historical texts when he heard the news, and immediately made time to come see the spectacle. Chuckling, he teased, I've never seen His Majesty give someone so much food before. You've really made a name for yourself here in the Hanlin. Gu Chengyan shook his head helplessly. It wasn't some grand reward, I didn't mean to make such a fuss. It's a good thing. The official supervising me heard that I'm close to you and started treating me more attentively. He kept asking me questions about you. You're clearly the emperor's favorite now. One man attains enlightenment, and even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. I might as well benefit from your good fortune. The two shared a knowing laugh. Meanwhile, Lin Shuxuan, who lived within the palace grounds, naturally heard about this as well. So what? Just a lousy box of pastries, what's there to be so happy about, ha? He sneered. Beside him, Eunuch Wei silently observed the small hole his master had dug into the stone table and said nothing. Tell me, Lin Shuxuan asked suddenly, why is he angry at me? Eunuch Wei hesitated slightly before replying, perhaps. Lord Gu simply likes pastries. Is that so? Lin Shuxuan mused. The next noon, as Gu Chengyan walked his duty route, he ran into the second prince, Lin Shuxuan, whose attendant Eunuch Wei carried a massive food box behind him. The timid-looking second prince suddenly blocked his path and whispered, Lord Gu, please wait. Gu Chengyan almost laughed aloud. Innocent in public, demonic in private, how fond this man was of performing before him. Fine. You want to play? Then let me play along. We'll see who breaks first. Though fury churned inside him, his face remained gently smiling. Your Highness, may I ask what matter brings you to seek this subject? The prince glanced at him, then quickly lowered his head, clutching the silk sash at his waist to gather courage. These are pastries I ordered from the Imperial kitchen. I heard you like them, so I specially sent them to you. Promptly, Eunuch Wei presented the large food box. Gu Chengyan didn't understand his intention and thus did not reach out to take it. Lin Shuxuan grew furious. When the emperor gave him something, he accepted it joyfully, but now he wouldn't even accept his gift. Snatching the box back, he shoved it straight into Gu Chengyan's arms and stormed off with his attendant. Under the blazing sun, Gu Chengyan stood on the road holding the enormous food box, utterly baffled. What exactly was Lin Shuxuan playing at? Was this supposed to be an apology? Shouldn't an apology involve a proper explanation and a direct, I'm sorry? As a result of this incident, everyone in the palace learned that the new top scholar, the current Hanlin compiler, Lord Gu Chengyan, was a man with an extraordinary love for pastries. When the eldest prince heard the news, unwilling to fall behind, he also dispatched a eunuch to deliver an entire box of pastries. The emperor found the situation highly amusing and summoned Gu Chengyan to tease him in person. I spoke with Shuxian. He said that on the day of the banquet of the highest forest, he wasn't feeling well and you privately attended to him. When he heard you had received pastries from me, he assumed you particularly loved them, so he sent you another box to express gratitude. But the eldest prince's gesture seemed somewhat abrupt. Without any prior context, wasn't this blatantly courting favor with someone close to the emperor? Gu Chengyan didn't keep either of those 2 boxes of pastries for himself. He gave them all away. Even Li Yuanluo, the young heir of the state-protecting duke, received 2 plates. Though the boy had eaten plenty from the imperial kitchen before, these were special because they came from Chengyan, the man he admired most. So he had them placed in his room, intending to enjoy them as a midnight snack if he got hungry later. But what a coincidence, his cousin appeared in his room again in the middle of the night. This time, his cousin didn't challenge him to a sword duel. Instead, he showed great interest in the 2 plates of pastries in his room. He stared at them for a long time, then picked one up and took a bite, perhaps because the pastry really was that delicious. After finishing it, his cousin laughed in a way so terrifying that Li Yuanluo momentarily felt as if he wouldn't survive till morning, as if he'd never see the sunrise again. Lin Shuxuan slowly wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, grinning widely as he asked, these pastries. Where did you get them? Li Yuanluo shivered at the sound of his cousin's laughter. He struggled to steady his voice as he replied, they were a gift. Someone gave them to me. If my cousin wants some, I can ask for more. The last sentence came out utterly fawning. Who gave them? Lin Shuxuan clapped his hands together and stepped toward him. Li Yuanluo's legs trembled slightly. Faced with his cousin's overwhelming presence, he caved and instinctively took 2 steps back. Lin Shuxuan let out a light chuckle, turned around, and sat back down. Placing his palm gently on the table, he tapped the surface with his fingertips and smiled at him, why are you running? I won't eat you. Just tell me, who gave them to you? Li Yuanluo exhaled in relief, his tense shoulders slumping naturally. It's that man I told you to keep an eye on before, Gu Chengyan. He's this year's top imperial scholar, you know. Before he even finished speaking, bang, Li Yuanluo gasped in terror. The solid wooden table in his room had collapsed under his cousin's brutal force, shattered into splinters. He quickly crouched low, ready to escape through the window. But his neck was instantly seized by a pair of cold, powerful hands. Cousin. Your Highness. I'm the only male heir left in the Li family. Please go easy on me, don't be too rough, wah. Li Yuanluo was utterly miserable. Why run? Lin Shuxuan leaned down, eyes glinting as he looked him over. Are you kidding? Should I just wait here to be beaten to death? Li Yuanluo muttered inwardly. Lin Shuxuan drew closer, his voice sinister as he asked, are the pastries good? See cousin. Should I say they're good or bad? Li Yuanluo gazed at him pitifully, his voice trembling. Lin Shuxuan kindly informed him, 1 plate was sent by me, the other came from your eldest cousin, Lin Chengyan. Tell me, are they delicious? Inwardly, Li Yuanluo screamed, Chengyan, you've doomed me. I haven't eaten them yet. Suddenly remembering this fact, Li Yuanluo's survival instinct kicked in. Lin Shuxuan still had official matters to assign him, so he gave a cold snort and released him. Coincidentally, Gu Chengyan was off duty that day, so Li Yuanluo went to visit him. With great curiosity, he probed, Chengyan, do you know my cousin? Gu Chengyan looked puzzled. Your cousin. My grandfather is the Duke Defender of the nation. The late Empress, His Majesty's deceased queen, was my aunt. The only legitimate son of the imperial couple is the second prince, Lin Shuxuan. He's my cousin, Li Yuanluo explained. The smile at the corner of Gu Chengyan's lips faded. He replied coolly, I don't know him. I'm merely an ordinary scholar from Jingzhou. How could someone like me ever meet such a noble prince? Li Yuanluo thought it made sense, but then why had his cousin brought up Chengyan repeatedly? Could it be? Was he trying to win Chengyan over? Now might be a reasonable time to ally with Chengyan, but when his cousin had first told him to keep watch over Chengyan, the man hadn't even become the top scholar yet, he was just an ordinary Jiren candidate. Li Yuanluo felt his head spinning. He didn't bother untangling their complicated relationship. His cousin was terrifying. If Chengyan had caught his attention, he was truly unfortunate. Chengyan, you mentioned you have younger siblings at home, right? You're so kind-hearted, you must treat them very well. Gu Chengyan glanced at him. Is it that your sister treats you poorly? I recall she has a quiet and gentle nature. Li Yuanluo had his own troubles. Though he hadn't known Gu Chengyan for long, he always found himself pouring out his heart. I'm the only male descendant among the grandchildren of the Li family. Everyone has high expectations of me. My father and 2 uncles died in battle. Eventually, the responsibility of the state-protecting Duke's household will fall on my shoulders. That's why my sister is so strict with me, and so is my cousin. But Li Yuanluo was lively by nature. He hated being restrained, something Gu Chengyan had noticed the moment they met. Gu Chengyan couldn't help but think of Lin Shuxuan. He must have had a difficult life too. His mother passed away early, his maternal family weak and dwindling, with only an elderly grandfather barely holding the lineage together. And now, Li Yuanluo was still too young to carry such heavy responsibilities. The imperial concubine in the palace was highly favored, and the eldest prince was powerful. No wonder he had chosen to endure in silence and remain hidden. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? The death of Empress Wen Zhao probably wasn't simple either, otherwise, Lin Shuxuan wouldn't be carrying congenital poison in his body. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan found himself unable to stay angry with him, he only felt a pang of sorrow. He must have endured so much hardship and suffering over the years. His sole relative, the current emperor, didn't seem to dote on him much. Besides, with the affairs of state keeping the emperor constantly occupied, there was hardly any time or energy left for Lin Shuxuan. Gu Chengyan couldn't help wanting to learn more about him, so he asked, you just mentioned the second prince. What kind of person is he? My cousin. He's someone I both fear and admire. Oh. How so? Nearly letting slip his cousin's true nature, Li Yuanluo quickly shifted his eyes and evaded the question. Actually, life hasn't been easy for him. You've already heard about my family's situation. As the legitimate imperial son, he should have naturally been named crown prince, but his health has always been poor. The imperial consort and the eldest prince constantly bully him, so these days he mostly stays within his own palace and rarely comes out. Is that so? Gu Chengyan smiled at him. Too bad, he hadn't managed to pry out any real information. But it didn't matter. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Yuanluo coughed a few times and excused himself to leave. Gu Chengyan suddenly remembered, the residual toxin in Lin Shuxuan's body from 3 years ago hadn't been completely cleared. One final treatment remained. Since he had already reported to the emperor that he treated Lin Shuxuan, he needed to avoid committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign. He should pay a visit to the prince's palace after all. Chapter 25. Lately, Lu the imperial physician, head of the Imperial Medical Institute, had grown quite close to Gu Chengyan, not for any particular reason, but simply because he had learned that the emperor's palpitations, which had troubled him for over half a year, had suddenly improved thanks to Gu Chengyan's treatment. Dr. Lu had humbly come to seek his advice several times, and through these repeated exchanges, the two had grown familiar. Since there was no conflict of interest between them, Dr. Lu particularly enjoyed sharing with Gu Chengyan various secrets from within the harem. After all, Gu Chengyan was someone deeply trusted by the emperor, both were serving to ease the emperor's burdens. In other words, they were practically family. Based on Dr. Lu's decades of experience surviving in the palace, cultivating good relationships now could prove invaluable in unforeseen emergencies later. Through him, Gu Chengyan also came to learn that the outside world's rumors about the emperor exclusively favoring the noble consort weren't entirely true. Indeed, the emperor doted on the noble consort, but at most stayed in her quarters 4 or 5 nights a month. The consort Shu was barely 1 or 2 nights behind. Moreover, she was refined in poetry and literature, gentle and virtuous. Whenever the noble consort threw tantrums, the emperor would prefer spending time in consort Shu's chambers. However, consort Shu bore no imperial sons, only a daughter, Princess Qinghe. And then there were those younger, beautiful lower-ranking consorts. The emperor wasn't particularly devoted, it was just that he indulged the noble consort more than the rest. Gu Chengyan listened with a faint smile, never showing excessive curiosity, nor did he appear impatient with Dr. Lu's confessions. Instead, he listened patiently. Dr. Lu had tested the waters several times already and now basically understood Gu Chengyan's gentle temperament and quiet nature, so he became even bolder in sharing gossip. Just like now, he rushed over the moment after witnessing a fierce clash between the noble consort and consort Shu in the Imperial Garden. Minister Gu. Guess what I saw in the Imperial Garden? Amused, Gu Chengyan wondered, as he often did, how Dr. Lu, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute, had so much free time to indulge in palace gossip. Still, he obligingly feigned confusion. Has Dr. Lu discovered another pair of ladies quarreling over jealousy again? Dr. Lu poured himself a cup of tea and downed it in one gulp. I'm parched, ran too fast. Who made you rush like that? Gu Chengyan opened the window across from his desk to let in some air. I saw the noble consort getting humiliated again by consort Shu. Oh. Do tell. You know how the throne has been vacant lately. The noble consort stands above all other consorts, so the emperor usually visits her chamber on the 1st and 15th of each month. Yesterday just happened to be the 15th, right? So, the emperor didn't go to the noble consort's place but went to consort Shu's instead? Dr. Lu smiled. Minister Gu is sharp as ever. Correct, but not exactly. Let me explain. A few days ago, the emperor reprimanded the eldest prince. When the emperor went to the noble consort last night, she kept defending the eldest prince, which enraged the emperor. He turned around and went straight into consort Shu's quarters. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow. That must have infuriated the noble consort. Proud and high-spirited, always the supreme woman of the inner court, she was used to the emperor being the one who apologized first, coaxing her back to happiness. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? Indeed. This morning, she took it out on the princes and princesses. She summoned them all to the Imperial Garden for a lecture, and now they're copying Buddhist scriptures under the scorching midday sun. At this, Gu Chengyan frowned slightly. All the princes and princesses. And the emperor doesn't stop her. The emperor doesn't want to provoke the noble consort further, so when she vents her anger elsewhere, he usually turns a blind eye. After catching his breath, Dr. Lu returned to the Imperial Medical Institute. Gu Chengyan stared at the historical texts in his hand, unable to concentrate. With a sigh, he wrote 2 lines of characters, set down his brush, clenched something tightly in his palm, and rose to leave. With his martial arts skills, moving silently through the inner palace was not difficult. His first act was to deliver a message to the yet unmet consort Shu. The root cause. The noble consort, jealous of consort Shu, intended to take out her anger on Princess Qinghe, her daughter. That was why the others were suffering unjustly. True to her scholarly reputation, consort Shu was absorbed in reading a volume of the Book of Songs in her study. Suddenly, 2 soft knocks sounded against the window. Her senior lady-in-waiting went to check and found a note taped to the frame. Your Highness, someone left a note here. Consort Shu, exquisitely delicate in appearance, spoke softly. Bring it to me. She set aside her book and took the note. Upon reading it, her fine willow-shaped brows knitted together. Help me change into a plain-colored robe. I must go to the imperial study to request an audience with His Majesty immediately. The head lady-in-waiting rarely saw her mistress so imposing, and hurried to prepare her attire as instructed. Gu Chengyan, seeing this, felt reassured and made his way to the imperial garden where the noble consort was. It was noon, the harshest time of the sun. This was the transition between spring and summer, when temperature differences between day and night were significant. Most people dressed in layers, removing one piece by midday. But the noble consort had summoned the princes and princesses early in the morning, so they were still fully clothed and now began to sweat profusely under the blazing heat. In a few days, the Empress Dowager will return to the palace. Each of you princes and princesses must copy a full scroll of Buddhist scriptures to show filial piety. The yang energy at noon is the strongest. Scriptures copied beneath direct sunlight are naturally superior to those scribbled inside your chambers. The noble consort, strikingly beautiful like a blooming rose, reclined sideways with one hand propping up her chin. Behind her stood her ceremonial attendants sheltering her from the sun. To her left, a palace maid waved a fan, to her right, another held an invaluable crystal goblet filled with fresh grapes, while a third peeled them one by one, feeding them to her whenever she paused from scolding. She was clearly enjoying herself to the fullest. But Gu Chengyan's attention remained fixed on Lin Shuxuan among the gathered royal children. His face was pale. Though standing in the scorching sun, his body trembled slightly. Dizzy, he tried to lean on a table for a moment's rest, but the stern old matron beside him struck the back of his hand with a ruler. His skin was so fair that even from afar, Gu Chengyan could see the immediate red swelling across his hand. Inside his sleeve, Gu Chengyan clenched his fist tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. The pain in his flesh paled in comparison to the agony tearing at his heart. Several times, he nearly rushed forward, to scoop him up and carry him far away from this cold, cruel place. But each time, he bit down hard and forced himself to stay. Unable to bear it any longer, Gu Chengyan spotted some pebbles on the ground. An idea struck him. He picked up a few and, channeling his inner strength, flung them precisely at the first few royal children. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 figures collapsed. The noble consort sat upright, exclaiming sharply, "Wake them up this instant. They've only been riding for a short while, how dare they slack off and pretend to faint before me?" The maids rushed over and struck them, but the fallen princes and princesses did not stir. Now panic set in. They dropped to their knees, trembling. Your Highness. Your Highness. They've really fainted. Oh heavens. What do we do? If His Majesty finds out, he'll certainly punish us. The noble consort herself might suffer nothing more than a reprimand, but for them, mere servants, such incidents could easily cost their lives. Perfect timing. Consort Shu arrived gracefully in simple palace robes. When she saw her own daughter lying unconscious on the ground, she burst into tears, sobbing like rain-laden pear blossoms. Her voice quivered with fury as she glared at the noble consort, if you despise me, fine, but why drag the children into this? Qinghe is just a delicate little girl. How could you make her copy tiny characters beneath this relentless sun? You are also a mother, how can you be so heartless? Furious, the noble consort leapt to her feet and pointed at Consort Shu. How dare you, Consort Shu? Calling me heartless? I detest nothing more than your feigned sorrow and false virtue. Guards, Consort Shu has committed the crime of disrespecting her superior. Slap her mouth. You dare. A stern and familiar voice rang out suddenly. Everyone turned to see the figure in bright yellow and immediately knelt in obeisance. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor did not command them to rise. His face was stormy with rage. The noble consort turned her head aside, clearly signaling she was still angry. Barely containing his fury, the Emperor barked at the kneeling crowd, why haven't you sent for the physicians yet? Moments later, the 4 attending imperial doctors rushed in. They busied themselves examining the unconscious princes and princesses, yet no one seemed to notice the second prince, who was enduring excruciating pain. Gu Chengyan could endure it no longer. He stepped forward into view. This subject greets Your Majesty. The Emperor frowned. What are you doing here? Did I not order you back to the Hanlin Academy today? Dr. Lu suddenly spoke, Your Majesty, it was I who specifically sent for Minister Gu. Given the royal status of these young masters and mistresses, I feared the attending physicians might be insufficient. Minister Gu possesses exceptional medical skill, he could surely be of assistance. Gu Chengyan remained silent, kneeling upright as before. The Emperor's expression softened slightly. Rise. Then help tend to the collapsed children. Make sure none are overlooked. The Empress Dowager returns in a few days, should she see her grandchildren unwell, it would distress her greatly. Thank Your Majesty. Seeing the pitiful sight of Consort Shu weeping like rain-laden pear blossoms, the Emperor allowed Dr. Lu to accompany her back to her palace to examine Princess Qinghe privately. Before departing, he cast a cold glance at the noble consort and issued a decree, the noble consort has failed in virtue, confine her to her quarters for 3 days, during which she shall reflect deeply on her misconduct. The noble consort was escorted back to her palace by the Emperor's chief eunuch himself, placed under house arrest. Gu Chengyan approached the neglected second prince, gently lifting him into his arms. His expression softened into a warm smile. The imperial physicians are undoubtedly overwhelmed, the second prince shall be under my care. Minister Gu was a favored official close to the Emperor, and besides, the second prince was an unwelcome burden no one wished to bear. That Gu had willingly taken charge was nothing short of ideal. The 3 attending physicians expressed their gratitude profusely. Gu Chengyan carried the prince all the way back to his own chambers himself. Laying him gently onto the bed, he tenderly stroked the boy's delicate features, then undid his robe. This time, there was no white gauze to veil his eyes. Every detail lay exposed before him, the slender, emaciated frame, the pallid skin. With just one look, Gu Chengyan knew clearly, the poison within him had never been fully purged. Chapter 26. The eunuch Wei followed closely behind, standing guard 3 paces away. Gu Chengyan asked, why haven't you removed the poison from him? You understand medicine, don't you? If you can even alter his pulse to disguise his gender, eliminating a little residual toxin shouldn't be difficult for you. Eunuch Wei was somewhat taken aback but replied, nothing escapes Master Gu's notice. Or should I say, Minister Gu now. This servant has indeed been tending to the master's health all along. Though I secretly observed your excellency's acupuncture techniques, I failed to master them. Besides, the palace is full of prying eyes. My method requires vast quantities of rare herbs, such activity would inevitably attract attention from other quarters. The master has always been cautious by nature, so he simply endured it. Gu Chengyan fully understood the agony of lingering illness, it was a burden upon both body and mind, a helplessness he had long struggled to escape. He looked at Lin Shuxuan, who remained unconscious yet with brows tightly knitted, clearly suffering even in his stupor. What kind of hatred drives you to endure over a decade of torment like this? Since that's the case, he said quietly, I will respect his choice. When it comes to the Imperial Medical Institute, I'll say his collapse was due to congenital frailty. Gu Chengyan took out his needle set, this time using far more needles than ever before. Without access to herbal baths at present, he could only do his best to ease Lin's suffering, which demanded greater focus and energy. The person he cherished lay completely defenseless before him, bare-bodied, pale skin glistening, limbs trembling faintly, crimson lips parted, occasionally releasing soft moans. Even Gu Chengyan, known for his self-cultivation and minimal desires, found his composure disturbed. The silver needles stimulated acupoints as sweat continuously dripped from Lin Shuxuan's body. Gu Chengyan pulled out a silk handkerchief, one he kept close to his chest, and gently wiped the sweat away. "You mustn't give my desserts to others," murmured the figure in his arms, drifting into delirium. Gu Chengyan paused, then slowly leaned closer. Upon clearly hearing those words, he lowered his head with a faint smile, exuding an aura like misty spring rain. Gently kissing Lin Shuxuan's forehead, he whispered affectionately, "Never again. From now on, everything that belongs to you, I'll keep it all hidden away from myself. Is that all right?" Unfortunately, no one witnessed this tender moment. No one saw Gu Chengyan at his most gentle, profound, and breathtakingly affectionate. Unwilling to linger too long, he left the inner palace after an hour. Though a trusted court official, as a man he wasn't permitted prolonged access to the harem. After that night, Gu Chengyan never found another suitable opportunity to see Lin Shuxuan again. He could only gather fragmented news through Chief Physician Lu of the Imperial Medical Institute. And those tidings were rarely good. Sometimes, Gu Chengyan wished he hadn't heard them at all, as long as Lin suffered less humiliation and lived a bit more peacefully. Exactly 3 months after Gu Chengyan became the top imperial scholar, his father Gu Zhengxiu, mother Xia Ruoshi, and younger sister Siki finally arrived in the capital. It should be mentioned, he now had his own residence in the city, personally bestowed by the emperor. Upon arriving, Madame Xia surveyed the vast estate, astonished to find only 4 servants. She shook her head in dismay. Chengyan really lives too simply. Now that he holds an official rank, it's unreasonable for him to have only one attending him personally. And such a large mansion, managed by just a handful of people. How can they possibly keep up? Siki laughed and hugged her mother's arm. "Mother. That's exactly why Big Brother wanted you and Father to come and take care of things. Don't let his gentlemanly appearance fool you, he's rough around the edges. Even if you threw him into the wilderness, he'd somehow manage to survive." Gu Zhengxiu, however, thought his son's lifestyle perfectly fine. Smiling, he said, "Chengyan takes after me, doesn't seek luxury or status. There's nothing wrong with that. Right now, serving directly under His Majesty, of course he has no spare time. We'll handle the rest for him." After morning roll call at the Hanlin Academy, Gu Chengyan learned the emperor would spend the entire day with the Empress Dowager, leaving him free from duty. Just then, a servant reported that the elder master, mistress, and young miss had arrived, so he promptly requested leave to return home. Thanks to his excellent rapport with colleagues, someone even volunteered to cover his duties for the day. When Gu Chengyan returned in official robes, Xia and Siki circled him, examining him carefully. Gu Zhengxiu didn't fuss as much, but admiration shone unmistakably in his eyes. "Big brother. You look so impressive now, you're not a bit inferior to uncle." Siki enthusiastically praised. Gu Chengyan chuckled and ruffled his sister's hair. "Uncle holds a 4th rank position. I'm only deputy 6th rank, we're 5 levels apart." Gu Zhengxiu wouldn't hear talk of his son being inferior to his brother-in-law. He retorted, "But you serve beside the Son of Heaven himself. Men of the Hanlin Academy are destined to enter the 6 ministries and become prime ministers one day. Compared to that, your uncle's future certainly isn't as bright as yours." Gu Chengyan stared in surprise at his father. Madame Xia covered her mouth, softly laughing. "Does Chengyan feel like your father has become someone else entirely? Ever since we received the good news from the capital in Jingzhou, he's been especially eager, constantly asking your uncle what the Hanlin Academy is, why you, as the top imperial scholar, ended up there. He's worried for me," Gu Chengyan said. He understood how rare it was for Gu Zhengxiu to willingly humble himself and seek advice from Xia Zhishan. Gu Zhengxiu waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Your uncle has served as an official for decades, he knows more than I do. I just wanted to understand clearly what sort of place this Hanlin Academy is. I heard it's a prestigious institution, where everyone looks down their noses at others. Have they given you any trouble?" Gu Chengyan guessed that his uncle's original words had probably been, "The officials at the Hanlin Academy are exceedingly proud by nature, it might be hard to get along with them. Everyone treats me well. With His Majesty's favor, they wouldn't dare cause me difficulties." The family shared a hearty meal together. Afterward, Gu Chengyan handed over the keys to the storehouse and entrusted all household affairs to Madame Xia. He also gave Siki a generous number of gifts prepared in advance, trinkets, hair ornaments, fabrics, and other things young girls loved. Privately, he even handed her the deed to a cosmetics shop he had acquired half a year ago, purchased using profits drawn from his shares in Wanhua Pavilion. Siki's eyes welled up immediately. "Big brother, why are you so good to me?" The girl burst into tears and threw herself into her brother's arms. Gu Chengyan chuckled and gently patted her back, just as he had done when she was little. "You're my only sister. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well?" In truth, Siki had always carried a quiet sense of inferiority. She knew her origins were humble. Though lovingly raised by her parents and doted upon by her aunt, a prefectural governor's wife, she still felt insecure around daughters of noble families. The family was all aware of it, but to protect the girl's pride, they never mentioned it, instead showering her with even greater affection. Gu Chengyan did his best to provide her with abundant material comforts. The valuable jewelry in Siki's room outnumbered those of most officials' daughters several times over. After all, who buys fine accessories for their daughter so frequently, rather than only on festivals or special occasions? In fact, one of the main reasons the Gu family had hurried to the capital so urgently was an important matter, the ceremony of Guanli, Gu Chengyan's capping ritual. In Nanling, this marked a man's coming of age at 20. Upon being capped, the father or a respected elder would formally grant him the rights to govern people, serve the nation, and participate in ancestral rites, an extremely significant event for every man. The ceremony required a banquet to host relatives and friends. The father must be present to preside, and another virtuous, esteemed elder should perform the capping. Originally, this role belonged to Gu Chengyan's teacher, Master Yuan. However, the master was still in Jingzhou, and due to his frail health, could not undertake such a long journey. Therefore, another must be chosen. Before departing, Gu Chengyan's maternal aunt Chen had suggested asking her own father, the current Grand Censor, to perform the rite. Gu Chengyan shook his head and explained, the Grand Censor holds the position of remonstrant official, responsible for overseeing all court officials. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to appear too close to him, it might stir gossip and bring trouble upon Minister Chen. Then who can we possibly ask here, in a city where we know no one? When discussing this over dinner with Li Yuanluo and Qing Jiliang, the topic arose again. Qing Jiliang laughed. Why worry? Chengyan, you're my closest friend. Why not let my father cap you? I've met the right chancellor a few times, but we've never spoken. He's extremely busy, surely he wouldn't remember a mere deputy editor of the Hanlin Academy like me? After all, the man was a first-rank high official, while he was merely a minor sixth-rank functionary. Gu Chengyan harbored doubts. You undervalue yourself too much. Who in this entire court doesn't know the name of the new imperial scholar favored above all others? Gu Chengyan knew the incident with the pastries had stirred quite a commotion, turning him into near legend among rumors. Everyone still spoke of that story. Jiliang, you're teasing me again, Gu Chengyan said wryly. I mean it. My father knows we're close and has asked about you several times. He holds you in high regard. Better sooner than later, come home with me today. Meet him face to face. If it works out, you can settle it right then and no longer worry. Li Yuanluo clapped excitedly. Lord Cheng has such a gentle temper, much easier to talk to than my grandfather. He'll definitely agree. And so, before Gu Chengyan could object, Qing Jiliang and Li Yuanluo each grabbed an arm and hauled him off to the Qing residence. By fortunate coincidence, the right chancellor happened to be free and sat with the three young men for quite a while, chatting casually like a kind elder would with his own nephews, despite his lofty status. Gu Chengyan suddenly understood why Qing Jiliang, though born into an aristocratic family, was so amiable toward others. It must have been due to his father's example and upbringing. Upon learning that Gu Chengyan had not yet undergone the capping ceremony, the right chancellor expressed interest in performing the rite himself. He felt even greater admiration for the youth upon hearing of his remarkable intelligence at such a young age. He readily agreed. After Gu Chengyan left, the right chancellor turned to his son and asked, "What do you think of Gu Chengyan as your future brother-in-law?" Without waiting for Qing Jiliang's reply, he continued on his own, "Excellent. Graceful in speech, outstanding in both wisdom and talent, and noble in character. I heard just now he has a younger sister at home. In a few days, have your sisters invite him over to our residence for a visit, help build some sisterly affection." Qing Jiliang covered his forehead in dismay. He had nearly forgotten, he was the only son among 6 elder sisters. His father was generally wonderful, except for his constant anxiety over marrying off those 6 daughters. Now that he'd finally found someone as suitable as Qing Yan, naturally he wouldn't let him go. How on earth was he going to explain this to Qing Yan? Chapter 27. Zhou Wenyuan didn't have much of a relationship with Gu Chengyan, but since they had passed the imperial examination in the same year, he still received an invitation to his celebration. And so, he was now sitting in a tavern with several close colleagues, who were teasing him about the invitation, their tones dripping with disdain and mockery. Yet the tavern wasn't devoid of admirers of Gu Chengyan, and just as luck would have it, someone nearby began speaking of him. I heard the newly crowned top scholar, Gu Chengyan, will undergo his capping ceremony in a few days. That means he isn't even 30 yet, 6-time valedictorian, famed at such a young age. Truly admirable. Pity he's so low-key, ordinary folks rarely get to see him in person. I did hear he attended 2 poetry gatherings upon the invitation of Lord Qing Jiliang, and left behind an exceptionally brilliant first line of a couplet, one that no one has managed to answer to this day. Isn't it said that Zhou Wenyuan, the 3rd-place scholar, is exceptionally talented? Even he couldn't respond. Well, he's only 3rd place after all. Gu Chengyan was personally named Xuanyuan by His Majesty. It's just that Gu doesn't flaunt his talents. Still, calling him Tanhua feels rather inaccurate. On the day the top 3 paraded through the city, we all saw them, didn't we? The Xuanyuan, fair-faced as jade and slender as a bamboo shoot, then there's even Qing Jiliang, the former #1 young master of the capital. Who among them isn't more dashing than Zhou? Speaking of that day, Gu Chengyan actually leapt from his horse and caught a deep red begonia blossom midair, tucking it behind his ear. That image remains vivid in my mind. I must say, Lord Gu's bearing is peerless, there is none other like him in this world. Zhou Wenyuan's face turned dark and sullen. His friends quickly comforted him, Wenyuan, don't listen to these fools downstairs. What is Gu Chengyan, really? He's only risen because of the Emperor's favor. You, on the other hand, are the true poetic genius of this age. They said this, but anyone who had met Gu Chengyan in person knew those words weren't exaggerations, he truly was that extraordinary. Forcing a stiff smile, Zhou tried to save face, he hasn't established solid roots in the capital yet. Even for his capping ceremony, how many people will truly come of their own will? Mostly low-ranking officials trying to curry favor. A gathering like that hardly deserves my presence. Exactly. No need to go at all. Everyone knows you're currently favored by Minister Zhou. I've even heard he intends to give his legitimate daughter in marriage to you, what a fortunate match indeed. At this, Zhou Wenyuan wore a self-satisfied expression. This wasn't false boasting, the lady in question, he had seen with his own eyes. How else could she have been arranged to accidentally meet him in the front courtyard unless Minister Zhou genuinely intended to betroth her to him? On the day of Gu Chengyan's capping ceremony, the guests who arrived first were indeed mostly low-ranking officials, yet each had some prior connection with Gu Chengyan, and all had been sent invitations. Xia Shi, having grown up under Chen Shi's guidance and aided by her daughter Siki, ensured every part of the banquet ran smoothly. The household servants also understood proper etiquette, treating every guest equally with warmth and respect. Cheng Jiliang and Li Yuanluo arrived early, helping receive and entertain guests. The three of them were now witnessing firsthand just how extensive Gu Chengyan's connections truly were, from tavern owners and bookstore proprietors among commoners, to the palace guard commander and director of the Imperial Medical Bureau, spanning every class and profession across the empire. Even more surprising, martial cultivators from the Jianhu arrived to offer congratulations. Gifts sent by Wanhua Pavilion and Medicine Valley alone could afford several shops in the Eastern market. These common guests were personally received by Gu Chengyan's father, Gu Zhengxiu. Li Yuanluo sidled up to Cheng Jiliang and whispered, "Is Chengyan really connected to martial sects too?" Cheng Jiliang glanced at him with a smile. "Chengyan understands medicine and martial arts, that's something both you and I know. And Gu Bo was once the alliance leader of the martial world. Is it really so strange?" Li Yuanluo scratched his head. "I didn't know that. I thought Chengyan only knew horseback riding." Cheng Jiliang snapped his fan shut and lightly tapped his palm with the handle, suddenly recalling, "Ah, I forgot, you don't serve with us. Maybe you haven't heard. Chengyan is highly skilled in medicine. His Majesty once specifically ordered him to exchange knowledge with the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Recently, when noble consort caused several princes and princesses to faint in the Imperial Garden and the physicians were overwhelmed, Chengyan was granted imperial decree to assist in treatment." Li Yuanluo suddenly felt distanced from the other two. So many things he had never even heard of. They were all peers, yet he still hadn't secured any official post, while Chengyan, only 1 year older than him, was already earning imperial recognition. Later, even more distinguished guests began arriving, and the three ceased idle chatter, focusing instead on assisting with reception. Nearly all scholars from the Hanlin Academy attended. As Cheng Jiliang himself belonged to the Hanlin, he took personal charge of receiving this group. Not only did the Zhongqin royal send someone, but the person who arrived was none other than the Crown Prince of Zhongqin, someone whose status was comparable, and whose father shared a military background with Li Yuanluo's. Thus, Li Yuanluo personally took charge of receiving this young prince. Later, Lady Chen, the elderly matriarch from the family of the Imperial Censor-in-Chief, also came in person accompanied by her female relatives. Since Xia Shi had grown up under Lady Chen's care, she naturally seized the chance to catch up and speak of the recent circumstances concerning Lady Chen's daughter. Even the wife of the Minister of Rights, who was the maternal family of Consort Shu, showed up. Though Xia Shi was slightly taken aback, hosting these noble ladies posed no difficulty. Last to arrive was the Right Chancellor, the very man who would perform the capping ritual for Gu Chengyan. "Your lordship has come in person, my humble abode is truly graced beyond measure." The Right Chancellor smiled warmly at him. "Chengyan, today marks your full passage into adulthood. I am deeply pleased to be the one performing this rite for you." After exchanging a few casual words, Gu Chengyan said with slight apology, "Uncle Cheng, there remains one exceptionally honored guest who hasn't yet arrived. Might I trouble you to enter first and rest a moment? I shall follow shortly." The Right Chancellor, a veteran of decades in official circles, was no fool. For Gu Chengyan to excuse himself before a high-ranking first-class official like himself could only mean one possibility, that most exalted guest. Yet he didn't take offense. Pretending ignorance, he simply nodded. "Very well, then I shall go inside first." Half an hour later, the Emperor arrived incognito in civilian attire, accompanied by the Grand Eunuch, almost missing the auspicious hour. "Ah, Master Lin, you're finally here, Chengyan has been longing and waiting," Gu Chengyan said with a smile as he stepped forward to greet them. The Emperor, disguised as Master Lin, cleared his throat lightly, looking slightly embarrassed as he explained, "The noble consort and I just reconciled. If she knew I was sneaking out, she'd throw another tantrum. So I waited until her relatives entered the palace before slipping away." Having waited so long without any sign of the ceremony beginning, many guests were already growing discontented. Finally, when the main guest of honor at last appeared, they saw him courteously entertaining an unremarkable wealthy merchant. This Gu Chengyan is simply too arrogant. Daring to make me, a royal prince, wait for half an hour. And now he grovels before some lowly trader. Does he think I'm less worthy than a mere merchant, unfit for him to welcome personally? The crown prince of Zhongqing, who had just been grumbling aloud, suddenly froze upon seeing the merchant's face. His lips trembled, shock written across his features. Li Yuanluo watched closely, smirking with satisfaction. Asterisk, let you cause a scene, let you put on airs earlier before me. I won't tell you the emperor's coming, now look, made a fool of yourself. Wait till you return home, your father will tan your hide for sure, asterisk. Yet those who had ever laid eyes on the emperor remained few in number. Indeed, one zealous admirer of Zhou Wenyuan began loudly causing a disturbance on purpose. The newly crowned Zhuang Yuan is far too disrespectful. Making us sit idly for a full half hour. Has he no concept of hospitality at all? Inviting riffraff from all corners of society, and now personally welcoming a despicable merchant. I refuse to share seats with such people, farewell. Master Lin, the so-called despicable merchant, frowned at the man. The Right Chancellor sensed danger and quickly stepped forward. Dare you? This. Gu Chengyan smoothly interjected, this is Master Lin. The Right Chancellor coughed lightly. This esteemed Master Lin is the honored guest of our top scholar. How dare you call him despicable again and again, demeaning him so recklessly? A guest who dares provoke disorder at the host's banquet, I, this minister, cannot stand by. Guards, take this man to the capital governor's office and lock him in prison immediately. The chief steward of Gu's residence swiftly obeyed, ordering attendants to bind the troublemaking young master and haul him off to the capital governor's office. Master Lin, please forgive the disturbance. Kindly take your seat of honor. Gu Chengyan led him to the central seat at the main table. It's your big day, don't delay the auspicious hour. Begin the capping ceremony first. Master Lin regained his smile and urged Gu Chengyan. Gu bowed with clasped hands. Yes, sir. No one present was foolish. If even the Right Chancellor protected this man so fiercely, how could he possibly be an ordinary merchant? Moreover, many high officials here held deep awe and reverence toward this Master Lin. Just as the ceremony commenced, an imperial edict arrived. The emperor bestowed a golden cap, one that had originally been gifted to him during his own capping ceremony by his beloved elder brother, Crown Prince Lingchen. All senior ministers knew how profoundly close the current emperor had been to Crown Prince Lingchen. After the Crown Prince's sudden death, His Majesty rarely granted any of his brother's belongings to others. Previously, only the Zhongqing prince received one of Crown Prince Lingchen's cherished sabers, awarded after reclaiming Ji province. Gu Chengyan had some awareness of these matters and was genuinely surprised. He had rendered no great service to the state, this honor was indeed excessive. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's boundless favor. Earlier rumors about imperial pastries being personally bestowed, while widely circulated, had been treated by many as jest. After all, what was so special about a pastry? But this golden cap, connected to the late Crown Prince Lingchen, carried an entirely different weight. By that very day, the news had spread throughout the capital. The left chancellor sighed deeply. Why has His Majesty suddenly taken such a liking to this newly crowned Zhuang Yuan? In literary talent, Zhou Wenyuan is no less gifted, in family background and appearance, Cheng Jiliang even holds an edge. What exactly is it about Gu Chengyan that exerts such enchantment, drawing the emperor's favor so profoundly? He suddenly regretted not attending Gu Chengyan's capping ceremony. If young Master Gu harbored any resentment toward him, he might have unwittingly created a formidable enemy for the future. Meanwhile, the original protagonist Zhou Wenyuan was utterly baffled. I am clearly the Transmigrator. Shouldn't I be the main character? Then why has this Gu Chengyan appeared from nowhere, surpassing me at every turn? Chapter 28. Since the coming-of-age ceremony, Gu Chengyan had been inundated with invitations and social requests. Yet he declined them all, rarely leaving his residence. For banquets and gatherings, he would only send generous gifts on his behalf, citing a heavy workload as excuse. Though he never attended in person, his lavish gifts left no room for criticism, so people gradually shifted their attention to his family, especially the female members, inviting them instead, hoping to the possibility of forming an alliance through marriage. Whether it was marrying his sister to one of their sons or wedding one of their daughters to him, either match would be considered highly advantageous. But Siki wasn't fond of attending such events either. She accepted only a few invitations, specifically from the Cheng household and the Marquis of Pacifying the Nation's manor, both families being close to her elder brother. The Cheng family had 6 sisters, all slightly older than Siki, each exceptionally talented and witty in conversation. Lady Qing Luo from the Marquis' household, though gentle in appearance, came from a military lineage and possessed a broad-minded, cheerful temperament, making her extremely easy to get along with. Moreover, Lady Qing Luo was already betrothed to the young master of the Qing family, so they were practically kin already. Thus, the girls often gathered together. On this particular day, they had arranged to meet at the Marquis's estate to place orders with seamstresses from Lanyi Pavilion for new garments. Since the Empress Dowager's birthday was approaching, female relatives from families of officials ranked 5th grade or above would be required to attend the imperial celebration. Lanyi Pavilion was vast, spanning 4 floors. The first floor was where ordinary customers selected ready-made fabrics and garments. The second floor was dedicated to custom tailoring. The third floor was reserved exclusively for distinguished guests, such as imperial clansmen and nobility. As for the fourth floor, it was rumored to be the private domain of the proprietor and was never open to outsiders. They were currently on the second floor. Siki, why don't you have a set made too? Even though elder brother Gu's rank isn't quite 5th grade, he enjoys the emperor's favor, perhaps you'll still be invited to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. This was spoken by the eldest Miss Cheng, the most experienced among them. In previous years, there had indeed been precedents. To reward those close to the throne, the Empress Dowager often granted special exceptions. Yes, eldest sister Cheng is right. It's better to be prepared. And really, who wouldn't enjoy having another beautiful gown? Li Qingluo knew full well that this young girl adored pretty things. Noticing Siki's hesitation, she took her hand gently and whispered, "Don't worry about the cost, consider it a gift from me." Gu Siki quickly waved her hands. "That won't do at all. You mustn't pay for me, Qingluo Jiejie. My elder brother dotes on me, I'm not short of money." Qingluo thought back, she'd met Siki 5 or 6 times now, and just judging by the variety of gold and jade ornaments never repeated in her hair, it was clear how deeply the Zhuanyuan cherished his only younger sister. Most likely, she was the biggest expense in the entire household. It's just. I'm afraid the seamstresses might not finish so many sets in time. Anyway, I don't really need one, maybe I'll order later. Hearing this, the others felt pleased, the girl was genuinely sincere. The manageress of Lanyi Pavilion smiled and said, "Young miss, please don't worry. We have numerous embroiderers here. Every year around this time, we handle hundreds of orders, it's impossible there'd be any delay." Thus, Siki finally agreed and placed her order. After selecting fabrics and styles, they soon finished taking measurements. Strange as it seemed, just as they were about to leave, the manageress suddenly stopped Gu Siki, apologizing profusely, "Miss Gu, please wait a moment. One of our maids accidentally spilled water on your measurement record. We sincerely apologize. As compensation, Lanyi Pavilion would like to present you with an additional garment. Might we trouble you to have your measurements taken once more?" "What?" The other ladies frowned. Time was growing late, if they waited for Siki, returning home would be uncomfortably delayed. Sensing their concern, Siki volunteered, "Please go ahead, sisters. I still have Jishu with me, it'll be fine." They nodded. Qingluo stepped forward, saying, "Then take care of yourself. Once you're out, get straight into your carriage and head home. Don't linger alone in the streets, what if someone bumps into you?" "I understand, Qingluo Jiejie. You go on ahead." After seeing them off, Siki followed the manageress back upstairs. But then, the woman smiled and said, "Miss Gu, my master requests your presence." The girl took a step back, eyeing her warily. "I don't believe I know your master. Please don't be suspicious, Miss Gu. He is an old acquaintance of yours." With that, she gestured to the maid behind her, who opened a brocade box she held. Inside lay a hairpin carved from peach wood. Siki recognized it instantly. "This is the hairpin I gave to Shuxian Jiejie." The manageress waved her hand again. The maid closed the box and retreated behind her. "Miss Gu, please follow me." Siki remained cautious and instructed Jishu to wait for her downstairs. If she didn't return within a quarter hour, Jishu was to go get help. The manageress smiled faintly but did not stop her small precaution. Siki ascended to the 4th floor, a place rumored never to be open to outsiders. Before the window sat a familiar figure, yet astonishingly dressed in men's attire. "Shuxian Jiejie." Siki whispered hesitantly. The beauty by the window turned around, offering a graceful smile. A light breeze lifted his strands of hair, dancing midair. Exquisitely beautiful he was, yet undeniable was the truth that he was a man. "Siki, long time no see." His cool, slightly low voice further confirmed Gu Siki's realization, he was indeed a man. You're actually a man." Siki covered her mouth with both hands, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. "You should call me Shuxian Gage." Siki remained speechless for a long moment. The beauty by the window lowered his eyes, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, looking as though he might cry at any second. "Does little Siki also disdain me for being male, just like your elder brother?" "Brother? Disdain?" Though the reality was hard to accept, how could her brother possibly act that way? Filling with pity, Siki stepped closer and offered him her handkerchief. "Shuxian Gage," she said gently, "please don't be sad. My brother isn't like that. I'm sure he's just as shocked as I am, it took me a moment to react, too. He definitely doesn't disdain you." The beauty accepted her handkerchief and lightly dabbed at the corners of his eyes. "There's no need for you to make excuses for him, Siki. We've met several times already, and each time, he has ignored me completely. Perhaps he is truly angry with me. But, yes, I suppose I was at fault first. I shouldn't have pretended to be a woman to escape my enemies. Hearing this, Siki pitted him even more. Shuxian Gij, losing both your parents was already so tragic. To disguise yourself like that was merely for self-preservation. It really was wrong of my brother. Putting herself in her brother's shoes, she realized, perhaps her brother had suffered too. She added quickly, actually, I'm sure my brother must have been heartbroken too. Shuxian Gij, you don't know, 3 years ago, when you disappeared without a word, my brother fell into despair for over half a year. He went out drinking with friends, then secluded himself in the mountains for 3 entire years, living like an ascetic monk. The image you left behind in his heart shattered overnight. Of course it would take him time to come to terms with it. Lin Shuxuan had never heard any of this before. Hearing it now, he realized, he had indeed been rather cruel. So Gu Chengyan truly cared for him. My brother is very easygoing. As long as Shuxian Gij sincerely apologizes to him, he won't hold it against you. When I was little, I used to get into trouble all the time. But whenever I admitted my mistake obediently and threw in a little coaxing, my brother would stop being upset immediately. Cheerfully, Siki shared her secret method for appeasing her beloved elder brother. Is that so? As long as I apologize. Could someone really be that easy to manipulate? Lin Shuxian recalled that warm gaze, the gentle smile always on that man's face, the very image of a mild, easily taken advantage of person. It will definitely work. You believe me. But how should I apologize? Lin Shuxian had never apologized to anyone before. There were many who had wronged him in this world, later, he had wronged many others as well. But no one had ever apologized to him, and he had never once apologized to anyone else. Siki studied him curiously but couldn't bear to see such a beautiful person distressed. Kindly, she suggested, apologizing is simple. First, we must show sincerity. Lin Shuxian nodded. Then what? Having gone this far, she might as well help thoroughly, seeing the Buddha all the way to the temple. Gu Siki explained further, sincerity means gifts. For example, when I anger my brother, I'll personally prepare a delicious bowl of soup and deliver it to him myself. Gifts? But I've sent gifts before, and he's still angry. Lin Shuxian was puzzled. Siki tilted her head thoughtfully. It's not enough to just give a gift, you must also let him see the heavy price we paid to prepare such a sincere gift. For instance, while making the soup, I might cut my hand or scald myself handling the ingredients. But I won't mention it, instead, when I present the soup, I'll let him notice my injury accidentally, naturally. Lin Shuxian suddenly understood. You mean, feign helplessness? Siki snapped her fingers. Exactly. That's it. Or you could call it playing the victim. This trick I learned from my father. Whenever my father upsets mother, he pretends to have been injured in a martial arts match. Then mother feels deeply sorry for him and forgets all about being angry. I understand now, thank you, Siki. Lin Shuxian thought to himself that he hadn't doted on this little girl for nothing, she really came in handy at crucial moments, far more reliable than Wei Shu's ridiculous advice. Hee, no need to be so polite. After all, we're good sisters. Siki blurted out her true feelings without thinking. She didn't realize anything amiss, and Lin Shuxian didn't point it out either. He actually enjoyed interacting with the young girl so naturally. This orchid ripple pavilion belongs to my mother's estate. How about I give it to you? Siki opened her mouth wide and waved her hands repeatedly. No, absolutely not. I can't possibly accept something from you. Besides, I already have my own shop, a cosmetics store my elder brother bought for me. I much prefer that. Making clothes is just not my talent, nor could I manage such a business. Shuxian Gij, please don't be so generous with me. Then let me give you several sets of custom-tailored clothes. This time, you mustn't refuse. Also, I'd like to ask a favor, would you please take a few sets back for your elder brother, delivered in your name? This time, Siki couldn't refuse anymore. Having accepted a gift, she felt obliged, and promised wholeheartedly to complete the task. She'd make sure her elder brother wore the clothes from Shuxian Gij every single day off. Chapter 29. The clothes had been completed and personally delivered to the doorstep by someone from Lani Pavilion. Coincidentally, Gu Chengyan was at home that day. Siki pleaded with him persistently, and eventually managed to persuade her older brother to wear the new attire on his day off. It must be said, whoever selected these garments truly understood him well. The delicate colors perfectly matched his gentle, jade-like temperament, making him appear like a bamboo lightly inked in a wash painting, elegant, refined, and dignified. Not only were the cuts exquisitely tailored, but the fabrics were also comfortable and lightweight. Gu Chengyan thought to himself that these few pieces must have cost a small fortune. He hadn't spoiled the little girl for nothing. When going out to make clothes for herself, she'd even taken the trouble to prepare so many sets for him. He had previously thought Siki too playful and impulsive, needing more refinement, but now he realized she was already a grown young lady, she had even carefully noted down his height and measurements without him noticing. With a wave of his hand, Gu Chengyan added an even more valuable set of jewelry for his sister. Truly, Siki now lacked nothing even when compared with the young misses of the Cheng household. Recently, the emperor had assigned Gu Chengyan the task of composing a birthday tribute for the Empress Dowager. The process was intricate, requiring frequent coordination with the Ministry of Rites, which happened to fall under the jurisdiction of the Right Chancellor. Many taboos therefore needed direct consultation with the Chancellor himself, but the man was overwhelmed with duties and simply had no time. Thus, Gu Chengyan seized this day off, sent over a visiting card, and made a house call to seek advice. As he was about to leave, remembering his prior agreement with Siki, he deliberately picked out his favorite set, clothing in a serene sky blue hue, from among the new garments. When he unfolded the outfit, a delicate brocade pouch fell out. Gu Chengyan mused, could it be that the little rascal had secretly prepared a surprise for him? Shaking his head with a light smile, he curiously opened it. But as soon as he saw what was inside, the smile slowly faded from his face. He took out the object, holding it by its silk tassel. It was unmistakably a familiar jade pendant. The stone was smooth and luminous, a deep emerald green, so rare and priceless that few others could compare. It was precisely the same one Lin Shuxuan had pawned 3 years ago, the very one Gu Chengyan had gone to great lengths to redeem from the pawnshop afterward. It was said to be a keepsake left behind by his mother. Gu Chengyan remembered how even after fainting and waking up again, Lin Shuxuan's first act had always been to check whether this jade was still with him. Its significance to Lin Shuxuan was beyond measure. Gu Chengyan wasn't a fool. It seemed the true giver behind these clothes was none other than that little swindler, Lin Shuxuan. Most likely, Siki had merely been coaxed into acting as an unwitting intermediary. The pendant was carved in the shape of intertwined knots, the symbol of heart bound together. Did that sly fox realize that giving such a pendant also carried the meaning of wishing to unite their hearts? In the end, Gu Chengyan still hung the jade pendant at his waist before heading out. The Right Chancellor received him in his study. Both men were straightforward and efficient, completing their discussion in less than half an hour. Every taboo related to the Empress Dowager's birthday was listed, and all procedures reviewed thoroughly. Once everything was confirmed correct, the conversation turned casual. Chengyan, you've now reached the age of adulthood. It's time you settled down and started a family. As for your career, you're still the newly crowned top scholar, a close aide to the Son of Heaven, with a future shining brightly ahead. Given some time, you'll surely enter the 6 ministries, perhaps even reach the same rank as this old man, attaining the highest office. Gu Chengyan quickly bowed, shaking his head modestly. How could I, a mere junior, dare dream of matching the achievements of Elder Gu? You flatter me greatly. The Right Chancellor smiled quietly. Still, hearing such words pleased him deeply. He continued, then there is another matter, one perhaps even more pressing, the matter of marriage. I understand you are the eldest son in your family. It would only be right to choose a graceful, virtuous young lady from a distinguished family, to bear children and carry on the household legacy. What do you think, Chengyan? Gu Chengyan instantly understood the hidden meaning in the elder's words. The Right Chancellor wanted to arrange a match between him and one of his daughters. He knew full well how precious such an overture from a top-ranking official was. At this moment, he should feel elated, eagerly seizing the opportunity to express his willingness. That way, not only would he gain a noble and high-status wife, but also secure the Right Chancellor's personal support in his official career, no longer needing to tread cautiously at every step as he did now. But he lowered his gaze, eyes landing on the jade hanging at his waist. His right thumb instinctively stroked it. Gu Chengyan's eyes softened, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What you say is true, uncle. However, 3 years ago in Jingzhou City, I already had an arranged engagement. Though it has never been publicly announced, my maternal uncle and aunt were both present as witnesses to the match. Due to certain circumstances, I've temporarily lost contact with her, and we haven't exchanged birth charts yet, but we have already exchanged tokens of promise. Therefore, I sincerely thank you, uncle, for your concern. Having been young once themselves, how could the Right Chancellor fail to recognize the depth of affection in his eyes? He had initially felt a trace of displeasure, but the young man's honesty and integrity greatly impressed him. If he himself, at 20, had faced such temptation, would he have been able to uphold his principles and reveal the truth so openly? The Right Chancellor believed he would not. That was precisely why Gu Chengyan's candor now seemed all the more precious. Very well, sighed the Chancellor, I shan't beat around the bush any longer. My original intention was to make you part of our family, but since your heart already belongs elsewhere, I won't press the matter. My Qing family daughters are sought after by everyone in the capital. If you regret this decision one day, blame only your own lack of foresight. He gave a light snort. Gu Chengyan rose to bow apologetically. The great Chancellor possesses a magnanimous heart capable of sailing ships, surely he wouldn't hold such minor matters against a junior like me. I truly believe each of the Qing ladies will one day find worthy husbands and live lives filled with happiness. You have a temperament that suits me well, said the Right Chancellor, pleased. Tell me, then, who is it that you study under? Previously, Gu Chengyan had refused to speak of his teacher, which had somewhat irritated the Chancellor. Now, he had no choice but to answer honestly. My master's surname is Yuan, given name. Before he could finish, the Right Chancellor abruptly interrupted. Xiaohua. Yuan Xiaohua. You are a disciple of Yuan Xiaohua. The Right Chancellor looked utterly astonished. Gu Chengyan asked, "Uncle, do you know Master Yuan?" The elder burst into laughter, all lingering dissatisfaction instantly vanishing. "As it turns out, you should call me senior brother. Back then, Master Yuan served as the Crown Prince's tutor and was also my chief examiner. He granted me half the grace of a teacher. I never expected such a connection existed between you two. Truly, fate works in mysterious ways." This was indeed something Gu Chengyan had never anticipated. The Right Chancellor patted his shoulder. "No wonder your scholarship is so solid, you've had an excellent teacher. Your disposition resembles his too, seemingly mild and detached, yet possessing unyielding inner principles, never easily swayed from what you believe. That is good. What I failed to achieve in my youth, I hope you young ones can accomplish instead." There seemed to be deeper meaning hidden within the Right Chancellor's words, but Gu Chengyan couldn't decipher it at the moment and could only smile and nod in agreement. After Gu Chengyan departed, Lin Shuxuan, deep within the Imperial Palace, received a detailed account of their entire conversation. His smile at that moment was particularly satisfied. Just as Xiao Siki said, "Once I play the victim, he softens and forgives me." That jade pendant was deliberately sent to remind him of his origins and stir his pity. Watching his lord's unusually joyful expression, Wei Gonggong frowned slightly. What exactly was his feelings toward Gu Chengyan? His master was destined for greatness, and attaining that position would inevitably require an alliance through marriage with a powerful clan. Then, what would become of his relationship with Gu Chengyan? Yet Wei Gonggong, who had raised the young lord since childhood, had never before seen such vivid, genuine emotion on his face. He had watched him endure endless suffering, the emperor's indifference, DS relentless oppression, the early passing of Empress Wen Zhao. There had never been a single soul close to his heart until he met Gu Chengyan. Let tomorrow deal with its own problems. For now, as long as his master was happy, that was enough. Unaware of how exactly his lord had tugged at heartstrings, Wei Gonggong asked with a smile, "May I ask how your highness managed to win Master Gu's heart back?" Lin Shuxuan replied casually, "I sent him the jade pendant left behind by mother." Wei Gonggong voiced quiet disapproval. "That pendant is Her Majesty the Queen's last memento, your highness actually parted with it." And he faintly recalled, the carving upon it was a Tongxin Jia, the knot of united hearts, something the late Empress had carried with her even before entering the palace. The meaning of the knot needed no explanation. Who could say what thoughts stirred in the heart of Minister Gu Chengyan when he received that token? But now was not the time to dwell on a mere jade pendant. A far more pressing matter loomed ahead, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. "Your Highness, shall we proceed as in previous years?" Lin Shuxuan's smile faded. He lifted his gaze, speaking with quiet calm, "No. This year, I am in good spirits. It's time I presented the Empress Dowager with a grand gift. My grandfather guarded the frontier for half his life. My uncles all died on the battlefield. Yet there are those who have embezzled military rations, consorted with enemies, and profited from betrayal for years. It's time they paid their dues. Don't you agree? My lord speaks wisely. Indeed, it is time." Wei Gonggong suddenly remembered something concerning Gu Chengyan. However, this year His Majesty has assigned Minister Gu Chengyan to assist in the birthday preparations. He may be implicated when we take action. Lin Shuxuan pondered for a long while before saying, "Then we shall wait until after the celebration to proceed." This was the first time his master had ever altered a decision for someone else. The young lord resembled Empress Dowager Wen Zhao, not only in appearance, but in character as well. Coincidentally, the very first time Wei Gonggong saw Gu Chengyan, he was reminded of someone too, that man who should have spent his life beside the late Empress, growing old together hand in hand. The Empress Dowager was Consort Shu's paternal aunt. Since returning to the palace, she summoned the mother and daughter each day to keep her company, and naturally, the topic of guest invitations arose. Qinghe had always been quiet and demure, so it was unprecedented when she took the initiative to make a request. "Grandmother, Qinghe would like to ask a favor of you." The Empress Dowager was greatly surprised. She glanced at her niece, Consort Shu, then asked Qinghe, "What is it you wish for?" "Speak freely, I shall grant it." "Now rise quickly, the floor is cold, and your knees will ache." Qinghe blushed shyly, her eyes shimmering with the tender timidity unique to a young girl just discovering love. Qinghe heard that Minister Gu Chengyan has a younger sister, about my age, of noble virtue and gentle disposition. Since I cannot leave the palace easily, I would dearly love to get to know her. Chapter 30. As for this Minister Gu Chengyan, I've indeed heard a bit about him. I hear he passed all 6 imperial examinations with top honors and became this year's Zhuanyuan, greatly trusted and favored by His Majesty. Though his rank is still modest, since Qinghe personally mentioned it to me, let his younger sister come into the palace as well to celebrate my birthday. Ultimately, this was both giving face to His Majesty and demonstrating her affection for Princess Qinghe. On the day of the birthday celebration, Siki entered the palace behind Li Qingluo, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Zhengguo Manor. Gu Chengyan had worried she might feel out of place in the palace alone, so he specially asked Li Qingluo to keep an eye on her. Before entering the palace, Li Qingluo had already taught her some basic court etiquette, emphasizing that once inside, she must speak carefully and act prudently, not gawk at things she shouldn't, nor speak unnecessarily, lest she offend any noble figures. Gu Chengyan was also in the palace, tasked with reciting the emperor's congratulatory poem before the Empress Dowager, a piece he had personally composed. Among those attending the celebration were royal family members and the wives and daughters from families of officials ranked 5th grade and above. Down below, Siki quietly chatted with Li Qingluo and the 6 young ladies from the Cheng household when she noticed Princess Qinghe, the Empress Dowager's favorite, approaching them accompanied by her maid. Li Qingluo wondered why she was coming over. The princess rarely interacted with them, the few times they'd met, she had always remained close beside the Empress Dowager. Still, since the princess had approached, proper courtesy demanded careful response. All the girls knelt slightly in deference. This humble maiden greets Princess Qinghe. Princess Qinghe gave a graceful nod. You may all rise. Then she walked straight toward the unfamiliar face among them and smiled warmly. You must be Minister Gu's younger sister, Siki. Siki felt flustered. How did the princess know her? In reply to your highness, yes, this one is indeed Gu Siki. The princess stepped forward and took her hand. I took a liking to you the moment I saw you. Why don't you accompany me to sit by grandmother for a while? We can have a proper chat. Instinctively, Siki glanced at Sister Qingluo, who gave her a subtle nod, her way of saying it was all right to go. This humble maiden follows wherever the princess leads. Girls usually didn't pry too deeply into each other's lives, especially when they just met, so after bringing Siki over, the princess simply asked a few light questions, what she liked to do in daily life, what books she enjoyed reading. Soon, however, the conversation shifted toward her elder brother. I wonder, what does Minister Gu usually do at home? Siki wasn't naive. This wasn't the first time she'd faced such probing. Back in Jingzhou, many noble young ladies had tested her before. She answered naturally, my brother has no special hobbies. Other than reading, he mostly practices calligraphy. Occasionally, he goes out with friends. It sounded informative but revealed nothing substantial about Gu Chengyan's true interests. Even if she had told the truth, that her brother's greatest passion was healing the sick, no one would likely believe it. Once, Siki had imagined what might happen if these noble ladies actually found out about her brother's unusual interest. Would they all start pretending to be delicate, ailing beauties, constantly seeking his medical advice? But her brother only cared for rare, complex cases, the kind with real challenge. And honestly, aside from Shu Xiangage, hardly anyone else met that standard. Princess Qinghe continued, and what kind of books does Minister Gu enjoy reading? Poetry, lyrics, or historical classics? Neither. He was most drawn to medical texts. But because her brother often passed along gifted books to her, Siki replied casually, my brother enjoys tales and anecdotes the most. Though in truth, that was her personal preference, especially if they were the latest popular romance novels circulating at the time. Princess Qinghe looked pleasantly surprised. How unexpected. Minister Gu shares my own taste, such a delightful coincidence. And tell me, what kind of woman does he prefer? Siki's very first thought was, my brother likes Shu Xiangage, more precisely, Shu Xiangage in his former female disguise. But weren't they essentially the same person? Just wearing different clothes? Perhaps influenced by Gu Chengyan's progressive views, Siki's own outlook had subtly shifted toward that of a modern woman. In her eyes, love could exist between man and man, or woman and woman, without judgment. My elder brother often says that true love has nothing to do with one's appearance or family background, but rather that there's just someone in your heart whom you think of constantly, someone who consumes your thoughts and leaves you utterly lost without them. So without a doubt, the person he likes is Shu Xiangage. Though they currently have certain misunderstandings between them, Siki believed firmly that they would eventually reconcile. So she described according to Lin Shuxuan's image, the kind of woman my brother admires must be a serene, pure, and understanding beauty. A delicate constitution doesn't matter at all, but inwardly, her character should be strong. In her eyes, Shu Xiangage was precisely such a person. Princess Qinghe looked thoughtful. The birthday banquet commenced with drums beating and rituals announced. First, Gu Chengyan recited the emperor's congratulatory message, followed by collective blessings from imperial clansmen and noblewomen. The feast overflowed with song and dance, all tributes flattering and praising the Empress Dowager. Among the imperial son's gifts, none pleased the Empress Dowager more than the crown prince's half-body-high white jade Buddha statue. Gu Chengyan saw clearly that both the court and palace widely regarded the crown prince as the most likely successor. Everyone had forgotten that his majesty also had a legitimate second prince. Prince Lin Shuxuan presented 10 volumes of sutras meticulously copied by hand, his ink blended with his own blood, a gesture brimming with filial devotion. The Empress Dowager appeared deeply moved, calling him, good child, twice in succession. Gu Chengyan noticed the bandages on his wrist still seeping blood. He felt anger rise within him, how unfair, how unjust. This frail-bodied young man had used his own blood to write 10 entire scrolls, yet received only 2 fleeting words of praise. Meanwhile, the crown prince merely spoke a few words and offered an item gifted to him by another, yet earned boundless acclaim. Such blatant injustice was plain for all to see, yet not a single soul raised objection. Prince Lin Shuxuan, his body weak and frail, excused himself immediately after presenting his gift. No one noticed Gu Chengyan quietly following behind. I knew you'd come after me. Beneath the moonlight, the slender figure turned with a smiling gaze toward him. Gu Chengyan stepped forward, eyes filled with tenderness and sorrow. Why use your blood? Is she truly worth you harming yourself like this? She only has eyes for the crown prince, why do you still bother? Lin Shuxuan smiled, genuinely delighted. You're pain for me. Gu Chengyan, you're the first person who's ever cared about me like this. He wore a smile, but Gu Chengyan could almost see the weeping soul deep within. Closing his eyes, he spread his arms wide and pulled the figure before him tightly into his embrace. Lin Shuxuan curled his lips, nestling against that warm, broad chest and gently nuzzling it. Oh, how he truly loved the way Gu Chengyan showed concern for him. But he wouldn't tell Gu Chengyan the real reason he'd used his blood, to perform early rites of salvation for those nearing death. After all, the Empress Dowager's maternal relatives were technically kin to him too. Gu Chengyan led him to a secluded, quiet corner. He made him sit upon a stone, then crouched down himself. Holding his right hand, he drew the wrist out from the sleeve, gently unwrapped the bandage, handling him as delicately as if he were a fragile paper doll. Gu Chengyan instantly realized the wound wasn't fresh, it had been several days old, and each day afterward had seen it deliberately reopened, layering injury upon injury. His skin was naturally pale, now the contrast made the damage appear even more horrifying. Taking a medicinal pill from his inner pocket, he crushed it into powder and sprinkled it over the wound. Then he tore strips from his undergarment sleeve and carefully rewrapped the injury. He pressed a gentle kiss onto the injured wrist. Promise me you won't do this again. If you lack funds to purchase offerings, come find me. I'll prepare everything for you, don't worry, I won't let you surpass the crown prince's gift and put you in an awkward position. Lin Shuxuan had never before been so tenderly cared for, never met someone who so willingly offered money to help him. Desire gradually darkened his eyes, enhancing his natural allure. Could it really be possible that someone loved him so deeply? A quiet question stirred in his heart. He desperately wanted the answer, so when Gu Chengyan lifted his gaze to meet his, he leaned forward and closed the distance. Their lips met slowly, the deeper red pair gently rubbing and pressing against the other. This satisfied soon, he flicked out his tongue, lightly licking the soft, thin lips before him. No man could remain unmoved. Gu Chengyan swept him up, swiftly shifting their positions until Lin Shuxuan lay across his lap, one arm circling his waist, the other hand tilting his chin upward. Breaking past his defenses, he invaded thoroughly, exploring every corner, lightly tracing the roof of his mouth. A jolt of electric pleasure shot through Lin Shuxuan's soul, drawing a low moan from his throat. Gu Chengyan paused slightly, then chuckled with a raised brow, quickening his relentless advance. Under the intensity of their fierce exchange, both of their breaths grew heavier, audibly clear in the quiet corner. Even the peonies nearby seemed to shyly bow their heads in embarrassment. Lin Shuxuan appeared overwhelmed, instinctively hooking his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck and leaving a faint scratch with his nails at the nape of his neck. Feeling the sting, Gu Chengyan slowly withdrew. Teasingly, he said, in your previous life, you might have been a cat, delicate, alluring, and fond of unsheathing your claws at people. Disliking the submissive position, Lin Shuxuan sat upright. In his past life, he had always looked down on others, after all. He licked his lips, eyes shimmering with subtle allure, and said bluntly, I think, Lord Gu, you clearly enjoyed it. Of course, he himself had enjoyed it too. The sensation was rather delightful, he should meet Gu Chengyan more often for this in the future. But such intimacy would be reserved solely for Gu Chengyan. The mere thought of being this close to anyone else made him feel repulsed. No, this lifetime was better, because there was now Gu Chengyan. That was what Lin Shuxuan thought in his heart. Chapter 31. Gu Chengyan was somewhat at a loss with him, but what the other said was indeed irrefutable. Truthfully, he did care deeply. Keep the medicine safe, don't let water touch your wound, and have someone change the dressing daily. Take good care of yourself. It's taken so much effort just to see you again, I don't want to worry about you any longer, alright? Lin Shuxuan glanced at him, took the small vial from his hand, then turned and walked away. The wind carried back one last sentence, Master Gu, you're becoming more and more talkative. Gu Chengyan could only sigh, utterly powerless. After receiving the title of Gongshi, Siki was promptly sent away. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though this Gongshi seemed amiable on the surface, she was actually rather arrogant and condescending. Siki didn't particularly enjoy her company, it had been exhausting. The next morning, at court. Xianwei Marquis, the nephew from the Empress Dowager's family, was impeached during the imperial audience. He was accused of embezzling military funds and colluding with the royal house of Li Kingdom to sell military secrets, and the evidence was overwhelming. The emperor was furious. On the spot, he ordered the man arrested and thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison, showing no consideration for the fact that this was his own cousin. The Empress Dowager, who had just celebrated her birthday yesterday, fainted as soon as she heard the news. In merely one day, the political situation in the capital had completely shifted. The crown prince, however, was delighted. With Xianwei Marquis fallen, his position was now vacant, someone from his faction could step right in. Dingyuan Marquis would be an excellent choice. His background was unique, he was once a loyalist of Prince Lingchen, the deceased crown prince, and not particularly close to the current emperor. Conveniently, he had recently pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince. In recent years, the Crown Prince's influence had been growing, often drawing suppression from his father. While support from civil officials was important, military power was the true foundation of security. With the Crown Prince's faction pushing hard, Xianwei Marquis swiftly collapsed, and Dingyuan Marquis smoothly took over his former position. Lin Shuxuan was in the middle of changing his medicine when he learned of these developments. He smiled faintly, idly turning the small porcelain bottle in his hands. In a soft voice, he murmured, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Some people truly believe they are the ultimate victors, yet they fail to see that behind the oriole, there lies an invisible hand. Eunuch Wei lowered his head, meeting his gaze. In his heart, he thought, the young master's chess game had been unfolding for a full 10 years now. It was time to draw the net tight. 10 years ago, on a winter night, the young master had burned with high fever, seemingly beyond saving, expected to die before dawn. Yet, miraculously, he woke up the next day, awake and different, emanating an imposing aura, as if transformed entirely. From that point began a series of intricate schemes, leading all the way to this moment. Eunuch Wei felt profound relief. The late Empress must surely be watching over her son from heaven. The day would soon come when every villain who conspired against her would receive their due punishment. That day was fast approaching. Because of the Xianwei Marquis affair, the Emperor remained cold and grim-faced for over a month. Even the noble consort dared not provoke him, instead behaving with gentle sweetness for a while. Still, the Emperor's mood did not improve. Further investigations revealed that the national treasury was nearly empty. Enraged, he ordered the confiscation of Xianwei Marquis estate, only to discover, astonishingly, that a mere second-rank official was wealthier than the Emperor himself. Compounded by constant border skirmishes and tightening military pressure, the Emperor was troubled day and night. Fortunately, just before the new year, a piece of good news finally arrived. A brave and skilled captain, along with a dozen men, had infiltrated the enemy camp of Beiyan and accidentally captured their general. Now, he awaited the Emperor's decision, whether to press forward with renewed attacks, or to pursue peace negotiations. When this news broke in court, the ministers were greatly excited. But fierce debate erupted over whether to continue fighting or make peace. Leading the war faction was the Right Chancellor, who argued that such an opportunity should not be wasted. With morale high among the troops, they should crush Beiyan decisively. But the Minister of Revenue under the Left Chancellor began lamenting their lack of funds. "Sire, the treasury is empty. The southern region suffered floods, crop yields plummeted, we simply cannot afford the grain and pay needed at the front lines. What about this year's collected taxes? Where did they go? Did they all end up like Xianwei Marquis shares, pocketed by certain individuals?" the Minister of War shouted in anger. The Left Chancellor stepped forward calmly. This year's expenditures were substantial. Nearly one-third of the tax revenue alone was spent on Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations last month. The Ministry of Revenue keeps detailed records. Your Majesty may inspect them yourself. Of course, investigation would reveal nothing. The account books were thick and complicated, full of hidden manipulations impossible for ordinary eyes to detect. The Right Chancellor sighed inwardly. In the end, the Emperor chose peace. Among the most crucial terms proposed was the demand to welcome back the eldest princess, who had been sent to Beiyan 20 years ago in a marriage alliance. The Ministry of Right's Honglu Temple was in charge of the negotiations, and Gu Chengyan, who had cooperated so pleasantly with the ministry before, was assigned to join the delegation heading to the border for talks, responsible for drafting official documents. Matters were urgent, so they set off that very night. 3 days later, they arrived at the border. Prince Zhong personally came to greet them with his subordinates. After the formal greetings, the vice director of the Honglu Temple asked curiously, "May we know which brave officer achieved this great feat of capturing the enemy commander? Your Highness, might you bring him forward so we may have the honor of meeting him? What do you think, Master Gu?" Among them, Gu Chengyan enjoyed the Emperor's greatest favor, and throughout the journey, Director Liang of the Honglu Temple had treated him with utmost respect, consulting him on nearly every matter. Gu Chengyan smiled warmly and replied in a friendly tone, "I share Director Liang's curiosity. We'd be most grateful, Your Highness, if you could satisfy our eagerness to meet such a heroic figure of our Ling dynasty." Prince Zhong asked, "You must be the newly crowned top scholar in all 6 examinations, Master Gu Chengyan, am I correct? I've long heard of your reputation. As it happens, this young hero is someone you already know." Gu Chengyan bowed politely. "Your Highness' fame is truly greater in person than by name alone. Speaking of acquaintances, 3 years ago, when Your Highness investigated the gold mine case, several young men from my hometown Jingzhou were taken into service. Could it possibly be one of them?" Prince Zhong burst into laughter. "Once you lay eyes on him, Master Gu, I assure you won't be disappointed." With a wave of his hand, one of his men stepped out to summon someone. A young general clad in silver-white armor entered the tent and knelt at the entrance. "Your humble servant greets Your Highness and esteemed gentlemen." That voice, though Gu Chengyan hadn't heard it in years, was instantly familiar. "Qingxin," he exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing the name, some in the Honglu Temple exchanged knowing glances. "I recall hearing Master Gu has a younger brother serving in the military, could this be him?" Gu Chengyan suddenly raised his head, calling out excitedly, "Brother! How did you come here?" Smiling, Prince Zhong stepped forward and helped him up. "Your elder brother now serves directly under His Majesty. This time, he's come with these honorable officials from the Honglu Temple to negotiate peace with Beiyan." Clearly, the prince held this young officer in high regard. The two seemed quite close. Moreover, in court, the emperor had not revealed the captor's identity, merely stating it was a minor officer under Prince Zhong's command. Now it appeared that this new top scholar, Gu, truly had extensive connections, protected by the right chancellor, closely tied to the Marquis of Zhenghua, related by marriage to the censor-in-chief, and now even having his own younger brother, highly favored, beside Prince Zhong himself. This man was unfathomable, certainly not someone to be trifled with. Everyone present lavished praise upon the young general. Truly, heroes emerge from the young, brave and wise. No wonder he carries himself so magnificently. To think he's the real brother of our new top scholar Gu, a pairing of literary and martial brilliance, both loyal and capable servants of His Majesty. The talents of these two brothers are indeed a blessing to our Ling dynasty. Scholar officials knew how to flatter without repetition, and Chengxin grew increasingly embarrassed. In the army, such effusive words were unheard of, listening to them made him feel strangely shy. He stood by his brother's side, grinning sheepishly. "Esteemed gentleman overpraised me," he said modestly. This success was partly due to luck, but more so to His Highness' brilliant strategy. The coming negotiations will require your wisdom and dedication. If peace can be reached swiftly, our people on both sides will enjoy a peaceful new year. It would be your greatest gift to countless lives. His words subtly elevated everyone present, implying they were all working for the welfare of the nation's people, an admirable achievement indeed. Prince Zhong inwardly admired him. No wonder this new top scholar was favored by the Son of Heaven. His bearing and speech were simply unlike others, making everyone around him feel respected and at ease. Perhaps in a few years, the Gu family would produce one great minister and one great general. Having traveled day and night to reach the border, everyone needed rest. Gu Chengxin followed closely behind his elder brother. That night, the two shared a tent, and Chengxin inquired about family matters. Gu Chengyan answered each question patiently. After a long silence, Chengxin finally gathered the courage to ask, "And Siki, how is she doing?" In the darkness, Gu Chengyan smiled faintly. "I thought you'd keep holding back, perhaps waiting until tomorrow to ask. Never expected these past few years have made your skin thicker. Brother, you're teasing me again. You know she's the one I care about most, yet you deliberately avoided mentioning her." Everyone said his brother was gentle as jade, but he also had his mischievous side, especially when it came to him and Siki. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Siki hasn't realized her feelings yet. Every day she's just busy playing with that group of pretty new girlfriends of hers. When you return this time, it's about time you let her know how you feel. Otherwise, if one day she comes to me saying her heart belongs to someone else, you'll regret it bitterly." Chengxin happily tossed and turned. "Thank you, elder brother." Seeing how considerate his elder brother was, Chengxin hesitated for a moment, then revealed a secret he had long kept hidden. "Elder brother, do you still remember the year you found me in the mountains?" Gu Chengyan used his inner energy to scan the surroundings. Fortunately, no one was nearby. "Chengxin, I know you're from Beiyan. Your origins mean nothing to me. If you wish to keep your past buried, then bury it deep. But if you want to speak, I promise you, no prejudice will ever come between us. You will always be my brother, Gu Chengxin." Touched deeply, Chengxin began slowly. "The reason I was able to capture that Beiyan general wasn't due to any brilliant strategy or luck, it was because my true identity is that of the late emperor of Beiyan's illegitimate son." Chapter 32. Chengxin paused for a moment, then said, "My mother was a female general in the army. I know them too well. Without much effort, I sneaked into their main camp at midnight. Although later an experienced veteran detected my presence, one of my mother's former subordinates is now the vanguard commander of Northern Yen. He sheltered me in a tent not far from that general. I tied him up and took him away in the middle of the night." Gu Chengyan listened with bated breath and scolded, "Never be so reckless again. What if you had run into your mother's enemy? Do you even care about your own life? If you ever do something this dangerous again, I might as well marry Siki off to someone else right away, at least then she won't risk becoming a widow before she even becomes one, needlessly suffering heartbreak." Gu Chengxin looked sullen. "I understand, brother. By the way," he continued, "the general I captured is the biological elder brother of Northern Yan's current empress. The marriage between the empress and the new emperor was purely strategic. They are bound by interests, not affection. The new emperor is lecherous and greedy, there is little emotional connection between them. It's highly likely that the emperor won't make many concessions for his sake. When you negotiate peace with them, you must handle it delicately. Push too hard, and Northern Yen may simply replace him with another commander." The two brothers talked late into the night before finally retiring. Negotiations between the two nations dragged on endlessly, each side refusing to yield. But Southern Ling couldn't afford to wait. The emperor had made it clear, the Princess Royal must return to the capital before Lunar New Year's Eve. Officials from the Ministry of Rites grew anxious. If they failed this imperial assignment, they would face severe consequences upon return. "Do you have any clever strategy, Minister Gu?" Vice Director Liang of the Ministry of Rights asked respectfully. Gu Chengyan pondered briefly and replied softly, I wouldn't call it a brilliant plan, but Qingxin mentioned that the captured enemy leader is the Empress's own elder brother. Perhaps we could secretly contact the Empress herself. One official chimed in, that's not a bad idea. What do the rest of you think? But how exactly do we establish contact with the Empress of Northern Yen? Gu Chengyan smiled faintly. That part isn't difficult. Her elder brother is right here before us. Let him write a letter by hand, seal it with a personal token, and during the next round of negotiations, someone on our side will ensure it reaches her hands. But what if the man refuses? He's stubborn as a mule, why would he cooperate? If my colleagues deem this approach viable, then allow me to take charge. I have ways to make him willingly write that letter. Gu Chengyan bowed. Vice Director Liang returned the gesture. Then we leave it to you, Minister Gu. Gu Chengyan brought Gu Qingxin along to see the imprisoned Northern Yen general. When they arrived, the man hadn't even opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged, left leg propped up, left elbow resting on the knee, palms supporting his forehead, still as a statue, deep in meditation. I've heard tales of how you once fought 100 men alone, shining brightly on the battlefield, Gu Chengyan began. Now, confined within this dark and narrow cell, surely resentment and bitterness stir within you. The general opened his eyes and glanced at him disdainfully. A weak scholar like you? 1,000 of your kind wouldn't match me in combat. Gu Qingxin snorted. Dream on. You couldn't even beat me, let alone my brother. The general stared intently at Qingxin. Are you telling the truth? Is he really that formidable? Don't tell me you're trying to trick me. Qingxin folded his arms across his chest, sword hugged tightly. Why would I lie? This is my real elder brother. I'm Gu Qingxin. This is my brother, Gu Chengyan. And not only is he better than me in martial arts, he excels in academics too. He's our Southern Ling's #1 scholar. The general, who always held strength in high regard, straightened his posture and studied Gu Chengyan carefully. In Northern Yen, might prevails. Fight me. If you win, then we'll talk. Gu Chengyan agreed without hesitation. After just a brief warm-up, the general was defeated within 10 moves. Yet Gu Chengyan remained untouched, his hair unruffled, his bearing as serene and refined as a breeze under a clear moon. Gu Qingxin burst out laughing. I told you he was good. But you insisted on embarrassing yourself. How does that sting feel? The general bore a wound on his face, yet showed no shame. I accept defeat. I am a man of my word. Ask me what you will. So long as it does not violate my principles, I will comply. Gu Chengyan clasped his hands respectfully. General, your integrity is admirable. I ask for nothing excessive, I only wish to help you return safely to Northern Yen. You expect me to believe you're doing this out of kindness. Our emperor is a ruler who deeply values familial bonds. 20 years ago, our crown princess went to your Northern Yen in a marriage alliance. Now, His Majesty only wishes for the crown princess to return to Southern Ling in peace and spend her remaining years in comfort. The general frowned and asked, Xian Taifei? Gu Chengyan nodded. Exactly. The crown princess has only one daughter. Even if she returns to our Southern Ling, it will pose no threat to your Northern Yen. This is a deal from which you stand to gain without risk. General, are you willing to cooperate with my court for mutual benefit? Just Xian Taifei. Gu Chengyan smiled gently. Other matters can be discussed further, but this condition is most important. However, it seems your emperor has no intention of bringing you back, as he has delayed his response so long. Right now, all we ask is that you write a letter by hand and attach a personal token, allowing us to coordinate with your Empress of Northern Yen. At that time, you can safely return to Northern Yen while our crown princess also returns home to Southern Ling. The general looked dejected. Realizing he had already been abandoned as a mere pawn, he accepted Gu Chengyan's request. He used his blood as ink and removed the finger ring he wore. Several days later, through cooperation on both sides, an agreement was reached. It was Gu Chengyan who masterminded the entire effort. Mounted on a fine steed, he waited at the border to greet the returning princess. From the carriage stepped a young girl, followed by a dignified and gentle woman. Though no longer young, her serene beauty still hinted at the grace she once possessed. Zhong Qinhuang knelt with all officials behind him, paying their respects. We welcome the return of the crown princess. As a woman who, through sheer sacrifice, had secured peace along the border for over a decade, she truly deserved such reverence. The crown princess turned aside slightly, brushing away a tear. Please rise, esteemed ministers. Zhong Qinhuang's eyes brimmed with tears. Elder sister, your younger brother welcomes you back to the capital. The crown princess gave a soft nod, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Before departing, the Northern Yen general glanced back at Gu Chengyan and pointed at him, declaring, Gu Chengyan. This general will remember you. Should we meet again, I shall challenge you to a match. Gu Chengyan raised his hand, smiling generously. I await your challenge, general. Wiping away her tears, the crown princess smiled warmly at Gu Chengyan. You must be Minister Gu. Your clever strategy has made my safe return possible. I owe you much gratitude. Facing such a noble woman, Gu Chengyan showed profound respect, bowing deeply with clasped hands. Your Highness flatters me. To serve the sovereign means sharing his burdens. It is His Majesty who cares most for your Highness above all. The Crown Princess nodded softly. Mother and daughter bowed toward the direction of the capital. Then they climbed back into the carriage, returning upon their homeland soil under the escort of Southern Ling soldiers. Once the transfer was completed, the officials from the Honglu Temple who had come for the negotiations began escorting the princesses back to the capital. As a precaution, Zhong Qinhuang also sent Gu Chengyan along with a troop of men. Along the journey, the young Junju who traveled with the crown princess proved remarkably lively. She took great interest in Gu Chengyan, the very man who had captured the Northern Yan general, and frequently chatted with him, praising his bravery. She asked many questions about Southern Ling, but Chengyan, having lived at the border for years, knew little. So he brought her straight to his elder brother, telling her to ask him instead. Gu Chengyan quickly saw through the young girl's shrewdness. She hadn't approached him directly, but first befriended Chengyan, using him as a bridge to reach him. That way, he could hardly refuse her. What would the Junju like to know? I shall answer everything within my knowledge. The Junju's eyes sparkled with mischief. Minister Gu. I heard you often attend the Emperor. What is His Majesty like? Will he like me? Ah, so the young girl was merely anxious about whether she and her mother would be welcomed upon their return to Southern Ling. Gu Chengyan smiled kindly. Junju need not worry. The Emperor is an exceedingly kind elder. He cherishes sincerity and innocence most. He will surely adore a young lady like yourself. He offered that gentle hint with good intent. Having grown up reading people's expressions, the little Junju understood immediately. Thank you so much, Minister Gu, for telling me. She continued asking about the concubines in the inner palace. Later, when Vice Director Liang of the Honglu Temple came looking for her, and seeing that Gu Chengyan had official duties to attend to, she politely excused herself. That young Junju is indeed bright and charming. Minister Gu, since you're still unmarried, perhaps growing closer wouldn't be a bad idea. Gu Chengyan explained wryly. Director Liang jokes again. The Junju is about the same age as my own younger sister. Having lived all her life in Northern Yan, now suddenly returning to Southern Ling, it's natural she'd feel uncertain about her and the Crown Princess's future. She merely seeks to understand the situation in the capital. Thinking of the Crown Princess, Director Liang's expression softened with deep respect. Indeed. They've suffered greatly. It's only natural she'd worry. By the way, did Director Liang have some matter to discuss with me? Director Liang suddenly remembered he indeed had something important to speak with Gu Chengyan about. Almost forgot the main matter. Now that the Crown Princess has returned to Southern Ling, her residence hasn't been built yet. And according to protocol, it wouldn't be proper for her to stay in the palace. What should we do? Gu Chengyan pondered briefly before suggesting, I recall the Crown Princess's birth mother was from the Marquis of Dingyuan's household. Might it be possible for Her Highness to stay at the Marquis's manor for the time being? The Vice Director of Honglu Temple carefully considered this. The Marquis is the Crown Princess's nephew. Currently, there are no senior women residing in his household, so it wouldn't violate propriety. I shall submit a memorial to His Majesty at once. Before leaving, he expressed his gratitude to Gu Chengyan multiple times. Gu Chengyan faintly recalled that in the original book, this Marquis of Dingyuan was an exceedingly devoted man. He endured and waited silently for decades until he finally gained military power, personally bringing back his lifelong beloved, the Crown Princess sent to Northern Yan for the marriage alliance, to Southern Ling. Unfortunately, due to numerous battle wounds sustained over the years, he passed away shortly after her return. Though they never became husband and wife in name, the Crown Princess wore mourning robes for him and managed his funeral arrangements as a widowed partner. Gu Chengyan sincerely hoped that in this lifetime, these two loving hearts could finally be united. Chapter 33. When the Princess Royal arrived in the capital, the Emperor personally went to the southern city gate to greet her. The siblings stood hand in hand, tears in their eyes. Though they had spent little time together growing up, the Emperor still vaguely remembered that his eldest sister had been an exceptionally gentle woman. Now, after 20 years had passed in a blink of an eye, simply being reunited felt like a miracle. Dear sister, you've endured a long journey. But now that you're back, that's all that matters. Welcome home, welcome home. I bow to your Majesty's boundless kindness, replied the Princess Royal. Were it not for your Majesty's benevolence, I might have lived and died obscurely in Northern Yan. The Emperor quickly steadied her hands, deeply moved. Sister, you will break my heart with such formalities. You've given so much for Nanking. Father sent you away to Northern Yan out of necessity, but now that our kingdom has grown strong, bringing you home is only right. Tears rolled down the Princess Royal's cheeks. Her daughter behind her reached forward tenderly with a silk handkerchief. Mother, don't cry. Your eyes are already weak, your headache will return tonight. The Emperor adored filial children and asked kindly, this must be the Princess Royal's daughter. Do you know what you should call me? Yan Yuhuan answered confidently, Huana should call you uncle. The Emperor chuckled. Then from now on, Huana shall call me uncle. Since you've returned to Nanking, Huana deserves a title just like my own daughters. I'll grant you the rank of Junju, a princess of the second rank, and give you a name containing you shall be called Xuanhe Junju. The Princess Royal was taken aback and nearly spoke up to protest, but Princess Xuanhe had already knelt to express her gratitude. Xuanhe thanks uncle. Rise quickly. A young lady like you has a delicate body. From now on, there's no need to kneel at every occasion, that's a privilege I grant you. The Emperor laughed as he gently patted the girl's head. Uncle is so kind to Xuanhe. Though this is the first time we've met, I feel so close to you, as if we've known each other forever. To be honest, uncle, during the journey here, I kept pestering Governor Gu with questions about you. He said His Majesty was noble and dignified, yet very warm-hearted. And since you're my elder family member, he was sure you'd take a liking to me. How true that turned out to be. The Emperor was even more delighted. Oh. Chengyan stays close to me, he knows me well. Indeed, both you and the Princess Royal are my family. With family, closeness comes naturally. The Emperor then invited the Princess Royal to reside within the inner palace. She bowed gratefully but politely declined, saying she was a widow and it would be inappropriate to disturb the Emperor. Therefore, following the earlier suggestion of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rites, they would temporarily stay at the Dinyuan Marquis' mansion. Upon hearing this, the Princess Royal suddenly clenched her hands tightly beneath her sleeves, her fingertips digging into her palms, though she didn't seem to feel the pain at all. The Dinyuan Marquis waited behind. As soon as the imperial decree ended, he stepped forward to accept the order. This subject obeys. I will treat the Princess Royal and Princess Xuanhe with the utmost care. The Emperor nodded. The Princess Royal and Xuanhe have traveled far and must be weary. Return to the manor for some rest. Tonight, I'll host a banquet in the palace, we shall have a proper family reunion. All according to the Emperor's arrangements, the Princess Royal murmured with a slight curtsy. Then the Emperor led his entourage back to the palace in grand procession. Step by step, the Dinyuan Marquis approached her, afraid of offending her, speaking softly and respectfully, Princess Royal, please allow this humble subject to escort you back to the manor. His subordinates behind stared at his back in disbelief. What in the world? Had the Dinyuan Marquis actually become this gentle and bashful? Xuanhe looked from her mother to the Marquis, sensing an invisible atmosphere between them that no outsider could penetrate. The Princess Royal softly replied, As she mounted the carriage, the Marquis instinctively extended his hand. The Princess Royal hesitated for a moment, then placed her delicate hand upon his, using it to steady herself as she entered the carriage. Behind the curtain came a quiet voice, Thank you, my lord. A rare smile appeared on the usually stern face of the Marquis. A moment later, he turned to Xuanhe, Young lady, please. Curious, the girl looked at him and asked, Did the Dinyuan Marquis know my mother before? Lost in memory, the Marquis smiled at the young girl. Yes, we knew each other, and quite well. This was long before you were born. Speaking properly, you should call me cousin uncle. Yet whenever facing him, the girl felt an odd sense of danger, as if her mother might be taken away from her. She snorted lightly, did not call him anything, and jumped straight into the carriage. The Marquis didn't mind, in fact, he found the girl's liveliness rather refreshing. Before leaving, he turned and offered a respectful fist salute to Gu Chengyan. Thanks to Governor Gu's help, the Princess Royal has safely returned to the capital. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. Should the day come when I can repay you, or if you ever need my assistance, please do not hesitate to speak plainly to me. Gu Chengyan returned the salute with a gentle smile. My lord flatters me. The Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple was bewildered, this Governor Gu truly possessed remarkable social finesse. Even Dinyuan Marquis, notoriously known for his aloofness, treated him with such warmth and courtesy. At the banquet in the palace, all officials involved in the recent border negotiations had gathered, including Gu Chengyan. All imperial consorts, princes, and princesses were present to welcome the Princess Royal, and even the Empress Dowager, who had been bedridden for months, made a rare appearance. For once, the imperial family reached unanimous accord, expressing admiration for the Princess Royal and heartfelt welcomes to her and her daughter upon their return to Nanking. Pleased with how things had turned out, the emperor was in high spirits and immediately rewarded the ministers who had contributed. Most received imperial gifts of gold, silver, silks, and brocades. The Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple, who had led the negotiations, was promoted to Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rites, rising from the senior 4th rank to the senior 3rd rank. Yet the most favored by far was Gu Chengyan, who had contributed the most. My new Vice Minister of Rites has informed me of your tremendous contribution in bringing the Princess Royal back to the capital. I must reward you handsomely. Gu Qing, your scholarship impresses me greatly, I am truly pleased. Henceforth, you shall be promoted to the rank of senior 4th rank Hanlin Academy lecturer, continuing to serve close to me. Gu Chengyan rose to express his gratitude. Though both had been promoted 2 ranks, this particular governor had only become a Hanlin compiler earlier that year. To be promoted again within just half a year, it was clear his career was soaring. While the Princess Royal was surrounded by concerned consorts, Gu Chengyan was likewise encircled by other ministers, thoroughly immersed in celebration. Lin Shuxuan was also present. With too many people around the Princess Royal and mostly women among them, it was inappropriate for men to approach. To avoid appearing overly eager to align himself with Gu Chengyan, the Crown Prince deliberately brought Lin Shuxuan along to join him. "Congratulations, Governor Gu," the Crown Prince toasted with raised cup. Gu Chengyan smiled gently. "My thanks to your highness." Shuxian also offers his toast, Lin Shuxian said quietly after they finished a round, his voice tinged with nervousness. Gu Chengyan took his cup away, poured him a cup of light tea instead, and handed it back. Smiling tenderly, he whispered, "Your highness has a delicate constitution, alcohol isn't suitable for you. Tea is better." Then he gently clinked his wine cup against the teacup in Lin Shuxuan's hand, producing a crisp sound. Lin Shuxian stared fixedly at him, drank it all in one gulp, leaving a trace of moisture on his lips, strangely alluring. He extended his tongue slightly, delicately licking it away. Only Gu Chengyan noticed this unconscious gesture. His grip on the wine cup tightened abruptly, he nearly lost control and crushed it into pieces. Despite recovering quickly, a hairline crack still appeared on the cup. Lin Shuxian seemed to have noticed. The corners of his lips curled upward, revealing evident delight. The Crown Prince looked puzzled. "Let's go, Shuxian. Let us offer another toast to our aunt." After they left, Gu Chengyan calmly placed the cracked cup back on the table, switched it for an intact one, and continued drinking with the stream of ministers coming to toast him. Since Nanking's victory over Northern Yan, the emperor had remained in excellent spirits, and everyone felt carefree, wearing relaxed and content smiles. But the Crown Prince hadn't been quite so cheerful lately. Ever since the Princess Royal returned, the Dinyuan Marquis had grown distant toward him. When invited to the Marquis's manor, he always found excuses to decline. Yet he spent increasing time with Gu Chengyan. His spies reported this was already their third meeting. In truth, Xuanhe Junju simply found herself bored and kept seeking out Gu Chengxin to play. Since childhood, she had preferred boys' pastimes like horseback riding and kuju. Chengxin, being male, couldn't play alone with her, so he invited his older brother and Siki along. Somehow, the brother and sister from Zhenguo Marquis' household also joined, and Cheng Jiliang came along as well. The group went together to a ranch outside the city. The Princess Royal wasn't at ease letting them go unattended, so she insisted on accompanying them. And if she went, the Dinyuan Marquis naturally had to attend her. Thus, it became Xuanhe, Siki, Gu Chengxin, and Li Yuanluo riding horses, while Li Qingluo played weiqi with the Princess Royal, and Cheng Jiliang, the Dinyuan Marquis, and Gu Chengyan conversed together. Gu Chengyan noticed that the Dinyuan Marquis kept casting glances toward the Princess Royal. The moment she coughed twice lightly, he immediately stood up and walked over to shut the window. Then he instructed a maid, "Bring a thicker cloak, and tell someone to stoke the brazier." Embarrassed by such attention amidst younger generations, the Princess Royal softly said, "Marquis, there's no need for fuss. This is an old ailment, I cough a little every winter." Gu Chengyan stepped forward. "Princess Royal, this subject has some knowledge of medicine. Might I be permitted to examine your highness?" The Princess Royal had intended to refuse, but before she could speak, she heard the Dinyuan Marquis accept on her behalf. "In that case, I must trouble you, Minister Gu." Then he turned to the Princess Royal and said, "Your highness may not know, but Minister Gu is highly skilled in medicine. I've heard even Chenda, head of the Imperial Medical Institute, frequently seeks his advice. Moreover, he assists His Majesty with his palpitations. Such expertise is not easily obtained by ordinary people." The Princess Royal realized she had underestimated this Minister Gu. She had thought him merely wise and learned, and perhaps unsurpassed in martial prowess. Even Northern Yan's generals acknowledged his superiority, but now she discovered he was also proficient in medicine. Truly a remarkable man, no wonder he was so favored by the emperor. Gu Chengyan took her pulse and said, "Just now, this subject observed your highness suffering from breathlessness and coughing, with flushed complexion and dry throat. May I ask if the cough is accompanied by pain beneath both ribs?" The Princess Royal nodded gently. "Exactly so, it matches your description perfectly. Could you tell me what causes it? When I examined your pulse, I noticed it was unusually weak, much feebler than normal. As the saying goes, where evil qi gathers, the vital qi must be deficient. It is very likely that your body has become too weak, making you vulnerable to external pathogens during seasonal transitions." "What should we do then?" the Dinyuan Marquis asked anxiously. Gu Chengyan replied calmly, "No need for concern. Simply prepare 2 qian each of fangfeng, yin cha hu, wumei, wuweizi, and ganqiao, decoct them in water, and take 1 dose daily, morning and evening. But most importantly, you must strengthen your constitution overall, so as to prevent wind pathogens from invading again." The Dinyuan Marquis grew flustered, sweating at the brow. He hadn't remembered all the ingredients. "Minister Gu, might you write down the prescription?" Gu Chengyan smiled lightly. "Of course." The Marquis immediately ordered writing implements brought over, watching closely as Gu Chengyan penned the formula. Once it dried, he carefully folded it and tucked it into his sleeve. "As soon as I return, I'll send someone to purchase several doses from an apothecary. I'll make sure you drink it tonight." Then recalling her aversion to bitterness, he began wondering whether there were any sweet candies or treats along the street. Spotting Siki nearby, he decided he'd better ask the young lady later. They girls usually knew best which shops sold the tastiest sweets. Meanwhile, Siki had grown tired from running about, but Xuanhe still wanted to play, insistently holding Gu Chengyan back. So Li Yuanluo ended up accompanying Siki back. After they were out of earshot, Xuanhe suddenly called out to Gu Chengyan, Yanqi elder brother. Though Gu Chengyan hadn't heard that name in years, it had been his childhood nickname, and he instinctively responded, Then he froze, gripping the reins tightly and pulling his horse to a sudden stop. Xuanhe's original name was Yan Yuhuan. She had grown up with Yan Qi since childhood, they were half-siblings, sharing the same father. She laughed and urged her horse forward until riding side by side with him. Yanqi elder brother, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about who you really are. Actually, I'm truly happy. You didn't die after all, and now you have a new family. Master Gu protects you dearly, and Siki is close to you too. And as your real younger sister, I'm especially delighted to have another blood relative here in Nanling. Surely you wouldn't disown your own sister. She turned and smiled brightly at him. Gu Chengyan relaxed his guard and laughed heartily. Of course not. You will always be my sister, Yuhuan. Forget the past. Live well as Princess Xuanhe. Isn't life far freer and happier here in Nanling than being a mistreated princess in northern Yen? Xuanhe is Yuhuan, Yuhuan is Xuanhe. It's still me, she cried. Hiya. Spurring her horse into a gallop, she laughed wildly. When Siki glanced back, she saw them smiling at each other, conversing warmly. She pouted, suddenly feeling gloomy. Li Yuanluo followed her gaze and saw Princess Xuanhe riding boldly ahead, full of confidence and freedom, and couldn't help smiling along with her. After dinner, Qingxin began telling stories of northern Yan's customs and landscapes. Siki found herself unable to join the conversation and grew sullen. Li Yuanluo, slightly provoked, declared, "What's so great about northern Yen? Our Nanling boasts far richer produce." Xuanhe shot him a sharp look. Oh. So the young marquis knows a thing or two about delicacies and diversions, do share, and broaden this princess's horizons. Li Yuanluo's reputation as a spoiled dandy wasn't unearned. When it came to food, drink, and entertainment, no one in the capital understood pleasures better. Now, spoiled elegance met reckless indulgence, and the two quickly became inseparable rascals. With Xuanhe having an emperor uncle doting on her and Li Yuanluo backed by the Zhenguo Marquisate, they went on to wreak merry havoc across the capital, getting into every imaginable mischief. Together they visited brothels, gambled in dens, helped an orphaned girl bury her father after she was harassed in public, and ambushed arrogant young aristocrats in alleys with sacks over their heads. There was nothing they wouldn't dare do, only if you could imagine it. Gu Chengyan, however, had already sensed something brewing. It seemed likely those two would eventually end up together. Lately though, Siki seemed rather off. She kept to her chambers all day, didn't go out to play with her girlhood friends, and even ignored Qingxin. It was as if she were silently angry at someone. When Gu Chengyan asked her, she simply shook her head and said nothing. Girls' hearts were so hard to fathom. Already busy with affairs of state, Gu Chengyan decided he'd find time later to sit down and have a proper talk with her. No more than 10 days had passed since the new year when grim news arrived once again from the frontier. The Zhenguo Marquis was gravely ill, his life hanging by a thread. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyan's first thought was that Lin Shuxuan's position would now grow even more precarious. The Zhenguo Marquis had guarded Nanling's borders for a lifetime, the very title, Zhenguo, wasn't one anyone could rightfully bear. Now in his 60s, as long as he remained stationed at the border, the frontier stood impregnable. On the battlefield, he was a figure almost mythic in stature. But now, stricken by severe illness, whether to recall him to the capital for treatment was a decision requiring careful deliberation. The Crown Prince's faction certainly did not want him to return. Better yet, if he simply died at the frontier, many complications could be avoided. If he returned and recovered, he would remain an obstacle. If he fell mortally ill, and in his final moments requested a favor from the emperor, knowing his majesty's temperament, such a plea would hardly be denied. What if he asked to have his own nephew named heir? The Zhenguo Marquisate had always stood apart from every political faction, the very definition of a lone minister serving without allegiance. It all came down to whether various factions would allow his return, and whether he himself could survive this critical juncture. In court, expressions varied among the ministers. "What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers?" the emperor asked again, his brow furrowed. For a moment, no one spoke. At the front, the right chancellor stood silent, hands lowered. Gu Chengyan closed his eyes, torn within himself. The wise course would be to follow the right chancellor's example, remain aloof and indifferent. But this was Lin Shuxuan's maternal grandfather, one of the few remaining kin left to him in this world, the only one he could truly rely upon. In that instant, the Minister of War stepped forward, and Gu Chengyan restrained himself, stepping back. "Your Majesty," said the minister, "the Zhenguo Marquis is the most crucial figure maintaining stability along our border with Li Kingdom. If Li learns he has returned to the capital, they may take advantage of the situation." The Minister of Revenue wailed, "Your Majesty, the national treasury is strained. Truly, we lack the means to fund military supplies and grain in the event of war. We beg your Majesty to consider this carefully." Gu Chengyan stepped forward. With sincerity in his voice, he said, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that given the Marquis's advanced age and frail health, a long journey would indeed be unwise. Yet if a veteran general who has served Nanling with such merit were to die alone at the frontier, it would surely dampen the morale of our troops. Why not send a group of imperial physicians and high-quality medicines to the border instead? The emperor's expression softened, and he nodded. Minister Gu speaks wisely. While guarding the frontier remains vital, cannot stand idly by while he suffers. Select several skilled and experienced physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute, prepare premium medicinal herbs, and, for the border is harsh and cold, send along adequate grain and warm clothing as well. Let this be my gesture of care for the soldiers stationed there. This subject thanks your majesty on behalf of all frontier troops. After court, the Right Chancellor shook his head and murmured to him, Chengyan, your move today was reckless. I had thought you a steady man, but I see you harbor a heart of integrity after all. The Crown Prince's faction will likely make things difficult for you now. Have you truly considered the consequences? Would he now follow the Zhenguo Marquis as a lone minister, unsupported by imperial favor, surviving only by sheer indispensability, immune to suppression? But hadn't he already seen clearly how such a path ended? To refuse allegiance meant that when disaster struck, no hand would reach out to save him. What was it all for? Gu Chengyan smiled calmly and replied, I merely seek to live without regret. He followed only the deepest truth within his heart, to help the one he loved, to preserve his last remaining pillar of support. The next day, Gu Chengyan was summoned to the palace. The Grand Eunuch, chief attendant to the emperor, quietly reminded him, yesterday, His Majesty ordered the imperial physicians assembled, asking if any would volunteer to go to the frontier. But this morning, to our surprise, most of the physicians at the Imperial Medical Institute suddenly claimed illness and took leave. Many thanks for informing me, Gu Chengyan said softly. The Grand Eunuch said no more. Your Majesty, Minister Gu has arrived. A solemn voice came from within, let him enter. Gu Chengyan strode into the imperial study. His bow was smooth and fluid, his demeanor mild and serene. Your humble servant Gu Chengyan pays homage to your Majesty. May the Emperor be in good health. The Emperor found comfort merely in the sight of him. Rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Gu Chengyan rose with composure, head lowered, quietly awaiting the Emperor's words. The majority of the imperial physicians are unwilling to journey to the harsh frontier. Minister Gu, do you have any sound advice? Ligua was rife with poisonous miasmas, its people skilled in sorcery, though rarely fatal, such afflictions could still flay a man alive. The terrain consisted mostly of hills and dense forests, offering countless hidden corners where enemies could lurk undetected, making defense all but impossible. This subject volunteers to go, Gu Chengyan offered without hesitation. The Emperor had indeed considered this possibility, yet he himself still suffered from heart palpitations that only Gu Chengyan could properly treat. He truly did not wish to lose such a skilled physician. Moreover, Gu Chengyan was a man after his own heart, his words and actions always struck the right chord, having resolved many thorny matters for him. He was a talent worth keeping, and any misfortune befalling him was something the Emperor desperately wished to avoid. Let me think on it further. Return for now. This subject takes his leave. That same evening. At home, Gu Chengyan was restless, his left eyelid twitching incessantly, as if foreboding that some ill fate was already unfolding. The next day, while attending duties at court, he happened to see Chen, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute, hurrying past. He casually called out a greeting. Chen wiped sweat from his brow. Ah, Minister Gu. Master Physician Chen, what troubles you? Why the haste? Has one of the consorts fainted again? Chen shook his head and whispered, not a consort this time, it's the second prince. He may not make it through tonight. Gu Chengyan stepped forward, grasping his arm tightly, voice trembling with urgency. The second prince? What happened to him? It was the first time Chen had ever seen Gu Chengyan so uncomposed, and he stared in shock. Gu Chengyan forced himself to suppress his emotions, managing a faint smile. My apologies. I am simply taken aback. Chen didn't dwell on it, attributing his behavior to sheer surprise and natural agitation. The second prince, upon hearing of the Zhenguo Marquis' critical condition, became greatly distressed, coughed up blood, and has remained unconscious since. I can't stay and talk longer, I must report to His Majesty at once. With that, he hurried off again toward the imperial study. Chapter 34. Qinghe rushed into Consort Shu's palace in a rather undignified manner. She said anxiously, Mother. Lord Gu is going to the border personally. What should we do? Consort Shu instructed a maid to pour her daughter a cup of tea, then stepped forward and gently patted her back, soothingly saying, Don't panic. Drink some water and tell me slowly. Holding the teacup, Qinghe took a sip and gradually calmed down. Just now, I passed by and accidentally overheard my eldest brother telling his little eunuch that he would make all the imperial physicians return home pretending to be ill, forcing Lord Gu to go to the border himself to treat the Marquis Zhen. Mother, what exactly is going on? Why does the Marquis need Lord Gu's help? The border is so dangerous, if anything were to happen. Consort Shu looked thoughtful. She raised her hand to signal her daughter to stay silent. Let me think carefully. Don't rush, no imperial edict has been issued yet. There's still time. That night, the moonlight was cold, thin mist rising, casting everything in hazy ambiguity. Gu Chengyan slipped into the inner palace wearing dark robes and a mask. He headed straight for Lin Shuxuan's chambers. It was too quiet, there were no signs of usual activity. The eunuchs and maids outside were listless, leaning against corridors half asleep. Some were even packing their bags late at night and sneaking out through the door. Good birds choose the right tree to perch upon. By now, most probably assumed Lin Shuxuan had no future, so it was better to secure another path early. Those with connections had already arranged everything and found new posts by nightfall. Since Imperial noble consort Zhang controlled the Phoenix Seal and had never favored this second prince, she likely turned a blind eye and made no objection. Gu Chengyan understood all too well what they were thinking. Yet, his heart only grew more bitter. Inside the room, only a few candles flickered. There was no brazier, it was pitch black, damp and chilling. Clenching his fists, Gu Chengyan strode boldly through the main door, yet not a soul noticed. This alone spoke volumes about how little regard the prince received. The room was empty. Eunuch Wei was gone too, most likely fetching medicine from the Imperial Medical Institute. Even such a simple errand would probably involve delays and obstruction. This was how things worked in the palace, kowtowing to the powerful, trampling the weak. Gu Chengyan knew it all too well. Moving as if the place were deserted, he reached Lin Shuxuan's bedside. The figure on the bed was pale, brows tightly knit. His lips, normally crimson, had lost all color, he looked extremely grave. Gu Chengyan pulled out one of the slender wrists from beneath the quilt and felt the pulse. Just as he suspected. Someone couldn't wait any longer and had already struck, with a potent poison that reacted violently against the congenital toxin already lingering in Lin Shuxuan's body. The poison acted swiftly. If not for the fact that only residual traces of the birth toxin remained, Lin Shuxuan would have perished long ago. Gu Chengyan quickly administered a pill to stabilize his breath and slow the spread of the poison. Then he took out a packet of silver needles from his sleeve. The bed curtains were drawn. On the floor appeared the set of sleepwear that had once been on Lin Shuxuan. From within came occasional faint gasps, mingled with soft, gentle murmurs of reassurance. It was an overwhelmingly intimate scene. When Eunuch Wei returned, this was precisely what he saw. Despite decades of experience and seeing nearly everything, the elderly man was flustered at first glance. Had he not known how critically ill his master was, he might have truly misunderstood. Lord Gu. He didn't dare approach directly. Testing his suspicion, he called out cautiously. Gu Chengyan responded after a moment, It's me. Eunuch Wei, please arrange to bring in a barrel of hot water, an oversized bathtub, large enough to submerge 2 people. We'll need it shortly. Knowing his own medical skills were far inferior, Eunuch Wei detected confidence in Gu Chengyan's calm tone, that there was hope to save his master. Without further hesitation, he obeyed and went to prepare. An hour later, a suitably large bathtub was carried inside, filled with steaming hot water. Eunuch Wei reported, Lord Gu, everything is ready. You may leave now. Stand guard outside, and under no circumstances let anyone come near. This old servant understands. After this brief exchange, Gu Chengyan lifted Lin Shuxuan from the bed. The naked contrast between them was striking. They were both extremely fair-skinned, yet one had a tall, upright frame with just the right amount of lean muscle, radiating strength and vigor. The other, frail and sickly, exuded delicate fragility, limbs slender, body almost devoid of flesh, limp and clinging softly in Gu Chengyan's arms. Naked as they were, and with the room cold and damp, the unconscious man instinctively gravitated toward warmth, even in his stupor. He pressed himself tightly against the other, clinging closer, greedily drawing heat from the body holding him. Gu Chengyan tested the water temperature. It had cooled slightly, so he warmed it with his inner energy. He had intended to place Lin Shuxuan into the tub first, but now could do nothing but enter the water together with him, still holding him in his arms. This position made him somewhat uncomfortable, inevitably triggering certain uncontrollable physiological reactions. In a low, hoarse voice, he gently coaxed the man in his arms to let go. After a moment, perhaps sensing the surrounding warmth was pleasant enough, Lin Shuxuan slowly loosened the arms looped around his neck. Gu Chengyan positioned him in front of himself, then gradually channeled inner energy through his back to accelerate the expulsion of toxins. He did not know how much time had passed when he finally closed his eyes and withdrew his inner force, only to find that the person before him had awakened at some point. His face was now turned toward Gu Chengyan, delicately leaning against the edge of the bathtub, gazing at him without blinking. His eyes traced over Gu's shoulders, back, chest, even curiously sweeping below the water's surface. Under such brazen scrutiny, Gu Chengyan's body tensed. He felt unnaturally awkward, perhaps even strangely ashamed. A certain part of him was indeed behaving in an unseemly manner, one he couldn't control. He was immensely grateful for the layer of rose petals floating on the water, offering slight concealment. On the other side, soaked in water that wasn't particularly cool, Lin Shuxuan's complexion had regained some blood, his lips once again a soft crimson. Strands of wet black hair clung to his pale skin. The 3 rich colors together created a striking contrast, exuding a paradoxical aura, ascetic yet seductive. And now, his gaze was languid and alluring, making him appear like a bewitching water spirit. Lord Gu, you've got a fine build, he said with a teasing, irreverent tone. Gu Chengyan chuckled helplessly and countered, so I suppose I should feel honored that you're apparently satisfied with what you've seen. Lin Shuxuan arched a delicate brow. Why so displeased? You've seen me countless times, I've only just seen you once. Isn't that unfair? Shouldn't we be more equal? From now on, you should appear before me more often, so I can have my turn. Gu Chengyan fell momentarily speechless. Knowing how sharp-tongued Lin Shuxuan was, he knew he'd never win in a verbal match. Besides, he didn't have the heart to contradict him and risk upsetting him. With an indulgent smile, he said, if you truly wish to look, then by all means, look. What good is looking alone? Being able to see but not touch, aren't you just torturing yourself? Today, Lin Shuxuan was especially aggressive. Gu Chengyan faintly sensed that behind this playful mask lay a deeply furious man. And beneath his apparent frivolity was an unconscious self-protection instinct. He had instinctively pressed his back against the edge of the tub the moment he woke, a natural wariness toward others, even if that other person was Gu Chengyan himself. Despite the bitterness in his heart, Gu still asked gently, someone in the palace couldn't wait, they've already moved against you. Do you have any suspicions? Lin Shuxuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Who else could it be? Only that mother and son would see me as a thorn in their eye, desperate to eliminate me. No one else. He hadn't been unprepared, but how could one guard against everything? The entire rear palace had been under Thief's control for over a decade. To harm a neglected prince was effortless for her. Still exhausted from detoxification, Gu noticed Lin Shuxuan beginning to massage his temples and immediately knew he needed rest. This time, your vitality has taken a severe hit. Sleep first. We'll talk again when you wake tomorrow morning. If you collapse, it'll truly bring joy to our enemies and sorrow to those who care for you. Gu Chengyan used inner force to retrieve the clothes on the floor, stood up, and dressed himself. Lin Shuxuan happened to catch sight of it, and mentally noted, not small at all. You don't have the strength. I'll carry you back to bed. Gu wrapped him in a clean sleeping robe from the rack, used his inner energy to dry the moisture from his body, then gently laid him back on the bed, carefully tucking the quilt around him. Sleep well. I have court in the morning. I'll take my leave now. Just as he turned to leave, a faint tug caught the hem of his robe. Gu leaned down closer, whispering, what is it? Are you still uncomfortable? Lin Shuxuan shook his head. You've been up half the night too. Come up and rest for a while. Caught by this rare tenderness, Gu Chengyan found himself answering almost involuntarily. Outside, Eunuch Wei, having received his master's instructions, quietly busied himself elsewhere. Lin Shuxuan shifted inward, making space for half the bed. Gu climbed onto the sleeping platform and lay down. Exhausted beyond measure, and feeling safe with Gu beside him, Lin Shuxuan's breathing soon deepened, drifting into sleep. Gu tucked the quilt around him once more, then closed his eyes and slept too. Perhaps half an hour passed, when suddenly someone slipped into his arms. Gu Chengyan chuckled softly and adjusted his arms slightly to make the other more comfortable. It wasn't bad at all, holding someone in his embrace. Gradually, both of them drifted into sleep. The sky had not yet fully brightened, it was already time to rise for morning court. Gu Chengyan awoke, carefully getting up. Before leaving, he left a gentle kiss upon the sleeper's forehead. But the man beneath seemed deeply annoyed at being disturbed, turning over and turning his back to him. Gu watched the retreating figure, finding something endearingly adorable about it, and smiled gently, this time truly departing. After the morning court concluded, everyone dispersed. The Grand Eunuch whispered beside the Emperor who had just stepped down from court, Your Majesty, the young master of the Marquis of Zhen's household has been kneeling at the palace gate since dawn, requesting an audience. The Emperor closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, let out a sigh, and ultimately said, Bring him to the Imperial study to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the youth was brought in. Your Majesty, the young master has arrived. Let him enter. As he spoke, the Emperor did not cease reviewing memorials. Your humble servant Li Yuanluo pays respects to your Majesty. Yet the Emperor above remained silent, making no move to call him up, as if he hadn't heard. One memorial after another was stamped and filed. Roughly a quarter hour passed before he finally noticed Li Yuanluo still kneeling below. Why are you still on your knees? He then turned to rebuke the Grand Eunuch beside him, when I get busy, I might forget, but why didn't you remind me? The Grand Eunuch immediately dropped to his knees. It is entirely this old slave's fault for failing to remind your Majesty promptly. Please bestow punishment upon me. The Emperor replied, What punishment do you ask of me? You're the one who made the mistake, why should you be the one kneeling? Quickly understanding, the Grand Eunuch shifted direction and knelt before the young master of the Marquis of Zhen's household. Please, young master, punish this humble servant. Li Yuanluo tugged faintly at the corner of his lips, stood up, and personally helped the Grand Eunuch to his feet. Honorable Eunuch, you bear no guilt. It was merely that Yuanluo came at an inconvenient time, disturbing his Majesty. Enough, the Emperor said. Speak. What matter is so urgent that you must see me in person? Having made his point, the Emperor nevertheless gave him the chance to speak. Your Majesty, my grandfather grows old, allow me, Yuan Luo, to take his place guarding the border. The emperor sighed inwardly. The Li family had served loyally for 3 generations, he well knew their merits. But the Marquis of Zhen was not someone easily replaced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to marry the Empress in the first place to stabilize the realm. Yuan Luo, you're still young. You lack experience in battle. I know you worry for your grandfather's safety, but I will send suitable physicians to treat him at the border. For now, return home. Everyone knew Li Yuanluo's reputation as a spoiled noble, it never crossed the emperor's mind that he could actually serve at the frontier. He regarded this as mere childish theatrics. Your Majesty, I beg of you. Back then, my father and uncles all died on the battlefield, I was too young, helpless, forced to watch everything with my own eyes and do nothing. Now, I have grown. When my grandfather was my age, he was already fighting on the front lines. Please, Your Majesty, grant me this chance. Let me go to the border. The youth knelt, pounding his head against the floor again and again. Before long, blood began to seep from his forehead. The sound pierced the Grand Eunuch's heart, he trembled. If anything else happened to the young master, the soldiers at the frontier would truly lose faith. Your Majesty. Please say something. The young master's head is bleeding. The emperor inhaled deeply. Fine. Very well. I permit you to go. Blood streamed down Li Yuanluo's brow, yet his face broke into a joyful smile. Many thanks to Your Majesty for granting my request. Annoyed, the emperor waved his hand dismissively. Get out. And you, he turned to the Grand Eunuch, quickly summon a royal physician to dress his wounds. What a disgraceful sight. He could no longer focus on the memorials. Turning to an attendant eunuch, he ordered, summon Gu Chengyan to me. Shan, you. Shui, Ta. When Gu Chengyan arrived, he coincidentally encountered Consort Shu. This humble subject greets Her Highness Consort Shu. Though Gu had never revealed himself during that incident, Consort Shu had already deduced he was the one who warned her the day Qinghe was tormented by noble Consort Gui. At Gu's coming-of-age ceremony, she had even instructed her family to send gifts to congratulate him. Besides, knowing how much Qinghe cared for him, Consort Shu now looked upon Gu Chengyan like a mother-in-law appraising a promising son-in-law. The more she saw, the more satisfied she became. She nodded with a smile. This consort has come to greet the emperor. Since Master Gu has urgent matters to discuss, I shall take my leave first. Gu Chengyan bowed with clasped hands. This subject respectfully sees Her Highness off. Upon entering, the Grand Eunuch murmured, the young master was just here. His Majesty is somewhat angered. Master Gu, please take care to calm His Majesty. The Grand Eunuch truly admired Minister Gu, knowledgeable, considerate, exceptionally capable, and bright-futured. Every time the emperor was in a foul mood, the mere sight of him would instantly lift His Majesty's spirits. He worked even better than those famed elixirs for cooling fiery tempers. I ask you, do you have confidence in healing the Marquis of Zhen? Gu Chengyan had barely entered when the emperor confronted him with this question. Your Majesty, Gu replied, I've consulted Chen, the imperial physician who previously attended the Marquis. The Marquis has fought for decades, accumulating numerous internal injuries. In his youth, he didn't feel their impact, but now in old age, especially during winter, they torment him greatly. I can promise to apply all my medical skill to help him survive this critical period. However, if Your Majesty wishes to prolong his life, there is no other way but for him to return to the capital and recuperate properly. The emperor fell into deep thought. Gu Qing, he finally said, take Li Yuanluo with you to the frontier. The Li family has served loyally across 3 generations. Now only Li Yuanluo remains of their lineage. If anything were to happen to the Marquis, at least let them meet one final time. It would be my small recompense to the Li family. Your humble subject receives your command. Take this imperial edict and make preparations. The other ministries will not dare hinder you. The edict was drafted by Gu Chengyan himself, sealed with the imperial jade seal. After he left, the Grand Eunuch brought up a cup of tea. Your Majesty, please take a sip and rest a while. You've been reviewing memorials since dawn. The emperor set down his red pen and skimmed the foam from the tea's surface. Do you think I'm growing old? He mused. Even my heart grows soft. The Grand Eunuch answered, Your Majesty is in the prime of life. This compassion stems merely from pitying the aged Marquis and his dwindling descendants. It reflects Your Majesty's benevolence. Perhaps. The emperor took a sip, savoring the tea's delicate fragrance. In truth, if the Marquis hadn't remained obedient and refrained from interfering in succession matters after the Empress's death, he likely wouldn't have earned such mercy from the emperor. When Gu Chengyan took the imperial edict to coordinate with the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of War, word spread quickly among all those following the matter. Inside the palace, Consort Shu received news immediately. She could only comfort her weeping daughter, Qinghe, he's clever, he won't let anything happen to himself. But Qinghe's eyes brimmed with tears. What if something does? Consort Shu spoke gently, even if, by misfortune, he doesn't return, there are many fine young men here in the capital. Your mother will petition for the most suitable prince consort for you. But Qinghe refused. Having met that extraordinary man, Gu Lang, whose brilliance had lit up her youthful dreams, how could any other man earn even a fraction of her regard? Dingyuan Marquis, having taken over Xianwei Marquis' duties, now owed Gu Chengyan a favor. The crown prince found himself powerless to interfere, no matter how hard he tried. Preparations proceeded smoothly. 3 days later, Gu Chengyan departed for the frontier, accompanied by Li Yuanluo and escorted by Dingyuan Marquis. Many came to see them off: Cheng Jiuyang, Princess Xuanhe, Gu Chengxin, and Siki. Li Qingluo, weeping uncontrollably at home, couldn't bring herself to come. Cheng Jiuyang laughed cheerfully. I never thought you'd wade into this murky water, but now I admire you even more. Chengyan, I wish you safety on your journey and a swift, safe return. Gu Chengyan nodded. At that moment, Princess Xuanhe looked unusually tender, her usual haughtiness gone as she turned to Li Yuanluo. Once you're gone, I won't be able to run wild anymore. Will you come back? Li Yuanluo didn't know himself, so he simply pulled her into an embrace. Xuanhe, it's been a joy knowing you. Regrettably, I've never had the chance to show you the side of me that isn't spoiled and reckless. I hope you'll find someone who cherishes you, loves you deeply, and stays by your side every day. Perhaps because they might never meet again, Li Yuanluo finally revealed the hidden affection he'd long concealed. Tears streamed down Xuanhe's cheeks without pause. You mustn't forget me. Do you hear me, Li Yuanluo? Li Yuanluo's eyes reddened. He solemnly nodded, promising her, all right. I will always keep you in my heart. The princess dislikes seeing people's backs, so I'm leaving first. With a snap of her whip, Xuanhe turned away before he could speak, riding off ahead. Siki watched them, astonished yet overcome by their sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Chengxin wrapped an arm around her shoulder, clumsily trying to comfort her. Don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Gu Chengyan shook his head. Foolish boy. So bad at consoling others, can't even utter sweet words. Hopeless. Siki, he said gently, take good care of yourself at home. Wait quietly for your big brother to return. Siki cried too hard to speak, only nodding repeatedly. Gu Chengyan then patted Chengxin's shoulder. Look after her, and also take care of mother and father. Got it, brother. Don't worry, I'll be careful on the road. Gu Chengyan glanced down the broad road leading toward the capital, slightly disappointed that he hadn't seen the one person he most wished to see. He took a deep breath, mounted his horse, and returned to the front of the procession. Let's move out, he called loudly. On a high slope not far away, hidden among the trees, stood two figures. Master, you really won't go and see him? Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky. The slenderer figure reached out a hand, catching a few flakes in his palm. They melted instantly upon contact with his warm skin, vanishing as if they had never existed. There's no use seeing him. Nothing would change, only sorrow would grow. It's better this way, letting him leave directly. Anyway, he will return. And when he does, he won't have to stay so far from me again. He withdrew his cold hand, gazing deeply at the tall, upright figure at the head of then turned and walked away. Gu Chengyan felt something, a faint stirring, and turned back toward the hillside just in time to glimpse two small silhouettes atop the high slope. He smiled. For some reason, he was absolutely certain it was Lin Shuxuan. He had come to see him off, though he hadn't revealed himself. But he had come, in person. Li Yuanluo, heartbroken and watching Gu Chengyan suddenly beam with joy, forced himself to perk up. Chengyan, what are you looking at? Why so happy all of a sudden? Gu Chengyan turned back and said calmly, nothing. After a pause, feeling somewhat guilty given how grim Li Yuanluo's situation seemed by comparison, he added, Yuanluo, you're not entirely without hope. If you achieve great merit at the frontier, then petition His Majesty for an imperial favor, ask for him to grant you marriage with thee. Then you could be together. Hope flared brightly in Li Yuanluo's eyes. You're right, Chengyan. But his excitement soon faded. But, what can I offer Xuanhe? Fighting on the battlefield, I might die any day, just like my mother did. She became a widow so young, and died not long after, consumed by grief. Should I make Xuanhe suffer the same fate as my mother? No, better not. Gu Chengyan opened his mouth, but this time, he remained silent. It was Dingyuan Marquis who spoke instead. You're still young, you don't understand that when two hearts truly love each other, no hardship can keep them apart. You think you're making sacrifices for Thea's sake, but have you ever considered how she herself would choose? Chapter 35. When Gu Chengyan and his party arrived at the frontier, they were greeted by Jiang Mo, a deputy general under the Duke of Zhenghua, who was temporarily acting as commander-in-chief. Jiang Mo held Li Yuanluo in the highest regard, an earnest, genuine respect as one would show to the next Duke of Zhenghua. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. Before anyone realized it, the Lunar New Year was approaching. Yet, among those stationed at the frontier, there was no sign of festive joy. The Duke was gravely ill. This time, even Gu Chengyan, who had pulled him back from death's door last year, could do nothing. After the Duke fell asleep, Li Yuanluo stepped out of his chamber. He found Gu Chengyan standing beneath the large banyan tree in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward. Li Yuanluo walked over and asked quietly, truly, there is no hope. Gu Chengyan lowered his gaze and replied softly, a year ago I told you, I could only barely sustain his life. To prolong his years, he must return to the capital for proper recuperation. Yuanluo, I've done all I can. Gu Chengyan had already given his utmost, buying precious time for Yuanluo to become familiar with the battlefield, to take command of the Li family's army. Over the past year, with the Duke's guidance, Li Yuanluo had proven himself capable and earned the troops' loyalty. Yuanluo understood this well. Still, he said, I know, yet I clung to an unrealistic hope. I wanted my grandfather to stay just 2 more years. He said he wished to see me married and with children. Just 2 more years, no matter what it takes, I would have pleaded with His Majesty for a royal marriage decree, so that he could meet Xuanhe. He would have loved her. Yuanluo, you've done exceptionally well. Don't burden yourself too much. These few days, stay close to the Duke. Be with him. He patted Li Yuanluo's shoulder, then turned and walked away. 3 days later, the entire army donned white mourning garments, bidding farewell to the great war hero who had spent his life on horseback. Surprisingly, even the kingdom of Li also declared a temporary ceasefire. Their banners hung with white funeral flowers, a gesture of respect for the legendary warrior. Soon after, the imperial decree arrived. The heir apparent inherited the title of Duke of Zhenghua and was ordered to continue guarding the frontier. Gu Chengyan was summoned back to the capital immediately. Following the Duke's own wishes, his body was cremated, and his ashes scattered across the borderlands, so that even in death, he continued to guard the frontier. Due to the Emperor's urgency, Gu Chengyan returned to the capital at top speed. When he presented himself before the throne, the Emperor treated him with even greater warmth than a year prior. Ever since Minister Gu left, these past 12 months has felt as though much joy has been drained from life. There's no one else who truly understands S thoughts or shares S sentiments. All the other ministers are stiff as wooden posts, not a spark of wit among them. They argue endlessly and give nothing but headaches. Gu Chengyan smiled gently. Your ministers regard your majesty as the son of heaven, thus they naturally feel reverence over familiarity. It has been a year since we last met. How has your majesty's health been? Inwardly, he understood perfectly the principle that distance makes the heart grow fonder. Among all the court officials, only Gu Chengyan dared speak to the emperor as a friend would. The others lacked such an opportunity, and if they tried, wouldn't they fear losing their heads? The emperor was growing old, beginning to crave warmth and sincerity. Those who could offer him such feelings were exceedingly rare. Aside from Gu Chengyan, only Princess Changgong's daughter, Junju Xuanhe, came close. But Xuanhe was a woman, and there were many things the emperor simply couldn't confide in her. Now that Gu Chengyan had returned, the emperor was overjoyed. The Grand Director of the Imperial Household sighed and spoke up, Minister Gu, you're finally back. This past year, His Majesty has neglected his health completely, working late into the night reviewing memorials every single day. Dr. Chen's medical skills fall far short of yours. Privately, the Emperor has already fainted twice. Gu Chengyan was genuinely surprised. While the Emperor had always been diligent, he had never pushed himself like this before. Could something have happened during his absence, something that made the Emperor feel a deep sense of crisis? He didn't press further, merely took the Emperor's pulse and adjusted the previous prescription accordingly. From the moment of his return, the Emperor summoned Gu Chengyan to his side for 5 consecutive days. Among the court officials, whispers began, look at Minister Gu, he was away at the frontier for a whole year, yet the moment he returns, he regains his position as the Emperor's favorite without missing a beat. Zhou Wenyan, whom the Emperor had once enjoyed discussing poetry and literature with, was now completely forgotten. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenyan raged at home until nearly half dead, smashing an entire collection of porcelain, cursing bitterly, you wretched Gu Chengyan, why didn't you just die at the frontier? If you exists, why must Liang also be born? Little did Gu Chengyan know that he had once again ruined the original male lead's plans. Finally finding some free time, he arranged a meal with Cheng Jiliang, where he learned that after his departure from the capital, the eldest prince had been granted the title of Prince Duan. During that year, the prince had grown increasingly active, gathering more and more followers. Not only that, he actively sought public attention, so much so that commoners across the land hailed him as the virtuous prince. Cheng Jiliang glanced around and whispered to him, Prince Duan's reputation now even surpasses that of His Majesty. There are even people who've drawn up a petition signed by 10,000 households, singing praises of his benevolence. Only then did Gu Chengyan understand why the Emperor had been staying up late reviewing memorials night after night, because he was worried about this son whose popularity grew by the day, fearing one day he might seize the throne from beneath him, thus harboring deep resentment toward those ministers who encouraged such favor. That was precisely why, upon Gu Chengyan's return to the capital, the Emperor had shown such extraordinary trust and favoritism. It was 2 parts genuine emotion, 8 parts for show to others. You'll see, Cheng Jiliang went on, in a few days' time, His Majesty will surely assign you to one of the 6 ministries, and the position won't be low either. My father can't meet you directly, but he asked me to tell you, avoid the Ministry of Civil Office and the Ministry of Revenue at all costs. Those places are far too treacherous right now. The Ministry of Rights, however, might not be bad. The vice minister there once served as assistant director of the Bureau of Ceremonial when you knew him, and you two had some rapport back then. He probably won't give you trouble. Gu Chengyan shook his head with a wry smile. Where I go isn't something I can choose. You yourself said it, the waters there run deep. Since the emperor doesn't want Prince Duan gaining more power, he'll likely stir up confusion in the capital. Personally, I'd rather go to the Ministry of Revenue. Yuan Luo is already at the frontier, and Qingxin will soon head to Ji province to guard against any moves from northern Yen. We must ensure the imperial treasury remains full so our soldiers don't lack supplies. You know what happened before. If it weren't for the Ministry of Revenue claiming there was no money, we wouldn't have had to negotiate peace with northern Yen, and Duke Xingguo wouldn't have had to defend the border with his failing health. Cheng Jiuyang nodded vigorously in agreement. Cheng Yan, because you volunteered to go treat Duke Xingguo at the frontier, you've already incurred Prince Duan's enmity. Once you're back in the capital, you're bound to face quite a few troubles. Be careful. Gu Chengyan clinked his cup against Cheng Jiuyang's. Whatever comes, I'll face it head-on. The emperor still needs me. No matter how powerful Prince Duan becomes, he wouldn't dare act against me directly. Besides, don't you remember, His Majesty has more than just one prince. Can't I back another prince of my own? Cheng Jiuyang suddenly thought of someone. Cheng Yan. That idea isn't half bad. Do you still remember the second prince? Gu Chengyan frowned slightly. Of course I remember. He is the son of Empress Wen Zhao, the emperor's only legitimate heir, and also Yuan Luo's cousin. If he ascends the throne someday, he certainly won't treat our people poorly. Lately, Prince Duan has grown overly arrogant, offending many. Among the imperial clansmen, there's quiet support brewing for the second prince. But he rarely appears in public. I don't know him well. You, however, have frequent access to the palace. You should try meeting him more often. If he proves amiable, promoting him to heir might not be out of the question. A few days later, Gu Chengyan received an imperial edict. Minister Gu, having personally attended to affairs at the frontier for over a year, devotedly treated the late Duke Zhongwu and comforted the troops, is deeply satisfied. You are hereby promoted to Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Report to your post in 3 days. The old Duke's posthumous title was Zhongwu, Loyal and Martial. Although Gu Chengyan had been promoted 2 ranks at once, this promotion was well deserved. After all, spending more than a year at the frontier wasn't something an ordinary civil official would dare do. Still, he was far too young, only 24, yet holding a senior third-rank office. It was truly enviable. Within the Ministry of Revenue, only the minister ranked above Gu Chengyan by 2 levels, the other vice minister, a man surnamed Su, aged 40-something, was roughly at the same rank, but at his age, such a position was considered normal. In the days before taking office, Gu Chengyan continued to accompany the emperor daily. They played chess and discussed poetry and prose, but today, the emperor unexpectedly went to the hunting grounds of the imperial retreat to ride horses. Gu Chengyan sensed what was coming. Likely the emperor wanted to speak privately, somewhere with fewer eyes watching. The vast, sparsely populated hunting ground was perfect. Shall race Minister Gu. The rest of you stay here, do not follow. Without giving anyone a chance to object, he spurred his horse forward. Don't worry, your highness, I'll watch over the emperor closely, nothing will happen to a single hair on his body. With that, Gu Chengyan cracked his whip and galloped after him. The grand eunuch stamped his foot and sighed. What kind of situation is this? The chief imperial guardsman asked, Sir, should we follow? Didn't you hear His Majesty? He told us to wait here. How insensitive. No wonder after all these years serving the emperor, he's still just a guardsman. Meanwhile, look at that fellow, for short years and already a senior third-rank official. The grand eunuch muttered inwardly. After riding a stretch, the emperor pulled to a stop and shot a glance at Gu Chengyan, who had deliberately stayed half a horse length behind. He snorted coldly, no fun at all. You're clearly letting me win. Gu Chengyan didn't deny it. He simply said, Your Majesty possesses superb horsemanship. This subject could barely keep pace. The emperor smiled. I originally thought you were just a frail scholar, but after you spent a year at the frontier, someone secretly reported to me that Minister Gu personally took up arms and fought enemies on the battlefield, displaying the same awe-inspiring might as the late Duke Zhongwu, who once held off an entire army alone at the pass. Only then did I realize my top imperial scholar is truly accomplished in both civil and military matters. Gu Chengyan was not the least bit surprised. The emperor had spies watching him at the frontier. Yet he found it strange, why hadn't the emperor known about his martial contest with the northern Yen general during the peace negotiations? Despite their apparent closeness, it seemed Prince Zhong did not report everything to His Majesty. It's not that this subject intended to conceal anything, he replied calmly. Your Majesty simply never asked. The emperor burst into laughter, pointing at him. You. Always so quick with excuses. Then he straightened his expression and said solemnly, Minister Gu, the imperial treasury is nearly empty, leaving with crippled hands and feet. That is precisely why I've appointed you to the Ministry of Revenue, to keep a close, discreet watch on one man, Eugene Song, the Minister of Revenue. Chapter 36. At some point, the second prince had gradually begun to appear before the public. Today, he even showed up in court. Prince Duan arrived late. The moment he saw Lin Shuxuan, his steps faltered, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding his mind, his eyes taking on a terrifying glint. The Minister of Revenue standing beside him had intended to greet him but now dared not utter a word. Instead, he followed Prince Duan's gaze and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the second prince? How did he come to court?" Beside him stood Qing Qinhuang, rarely seen in public. As the royal patriarch, Qing Qinhuang oversaw all affairs concerning the imperial clan, as well as relatives by marriage and meritorious nobles. It was likely no coincidence that the second prince stood here today, it must have been due to his influence. Forcing a fake smile, Prince Duan stepped forward and said, "Why, Uncle Qing, what brings you to court today? And you've even brought Shuxian along." Qing Qinhuang let out a cold snort, his gaze disdainful. "What? Does His Highness Prince Duan now need to approve my attendance at court?" Prince Duan gritted his teeth, his face twitching. Qing Qinhuang was rigid and traditional, placing supreme importance on royal bloodlines. To him, distinctions between legitimate and concubine-born heirs were paramount. Thus, Prince Duan, born of a consort, had never earned favor from Qing Qinhuang. In contrast, this frail, legitimate heir, Lin Shuxuan, had long received special care. Yet Qing Qinhuang's wife had always been ill, so he usually remained in his mansion tending to her, seldom troubling himself with external disputes. "Uncle Qing jokes," Prince Duan forced a reply. "I only asked out of concern for her grace's health." Qing Qinhuang gave him a look of utter disinterest. "Your concern is unnecessary. My wife is perfectly well." With that, he closed his eyes and ignored Prince Duan completely. Used to receiving nothing but respect, Prince Duan was left visibly enraged and humiliated, retreating to his position with an awkward stride. Normally, without Qing Qinhuang present, Prince Duan would stand at the foremost position. But now, with Qing Qinhuang attending, he had to step back, and Lin Shuxian stood side by side with Qing Qinhuang at the very front. This filled Prince Duan with deep resentment. Not long after, the emperor arrived. Seeing Qing Qinhuang among them, he greeted him specially. "Ah, Qing Qinhuang has come today. Your consort must be much improved then." Qing Qinhuang clasped his hands respectfully. "Yes, your majesty. Thanks to Dr. Gu's personal treatment, her grace has recovered fully. On her behalf, I bow to thank your majesty for your benevolence." With that, he knelt and performed a full kowtow. Feeling Qing Qinhuang's genuine reverence, the emperor was delighted and quickly motioned him to rise. "Thank your majesty." Qing Qinhuang rose, then added, "It has been long since I attended court. I realize now that no one reminded your majesty. Now that the second prince has come of age, it is time he learns state affairs and eases your majesty's burdens. So today, I personally brought him here." The emperor nodded approvingly, showing no displeasure. Instead, he said, "You speak wisely, Qing Qinhuang. I do not have many sons. Currently, only Changxian is capable of serving. Now that Shuxian has grown up, he is my only legitimate son with Empress Wenjiao. Yes, it is indeed time he began learning. I entrust him to your guidance." Again, Qing Qinhuang knelt. "This subject accepts your majesty's decree." Below, ministers exchanged varied expressions. The Right Chancellor glanced at Lin Shuxian, the true protagonist of the day, who somehow still remained hidden in the shadow of the clash between Qing Qinhuang and Prince Duan. "None of them are simple," he mused. After court dispersed, Prince Duan strode away without hesitation. Qing Qinhuang approached Gu Chengyan with warm courtesy. "Dr. Gu, now that my wife has recovered, she insists I invite you to our mansion so she may thank you in person. Might you be free tonight?" Gu Chengyan clasped his hands. "Your Highness flatters me. I merely followed the Emperor's orders. Unless there are other commands from His Majesty today, I should be available." Delighted, Qing Qinhuang replied, "Then it is settled, you must come tonight." He turned to his nephew and smiled. "Shuxian, you come too. Your aunt hasn't seen you in ages. Just the other day, she was asking about you." Lin Shuxian obediently nodded. "I should indeed visit my aunt." Their eyes met briefly. No one else knew, but whenever Lin Shuxian looked at him, there seemed to be invisible hooks in his gaze. Ever since he officially took up duties at the Ministry of Revenue, the Emperor's grand strategy had begun to unfold. The conflict between father and son, between Prince Duan and the Emperor, was escalating into open intensity. Born into royalty, indeed, what were mere familial bonds compared to the Golden Dragon throne? He was the Emperor's pawn. Lin Shuxian was the Emperor's pawn. Even Qing Qinhuang was the Emperor's pawn. But if these pawns ever united, could the one holding the pieces still remain the ultimate winner? No one could say for sure. After returning to the Ministry of Revenue, Gu Chengyan spotted his fellow vice minister and called out, "Magistrate Su, there are some parts one don't quite understand regarding the annual account books minister you assign me. Might I trouble you for a moment of your time to discuss them?" Su Yining frowned. He truly did not care much for this Gu. Not only was he overly smooth in manner, but he always wore that irritatingly pleasant smile. Such calculated sociability struck Su as insincere and distasteful. Still, they were equals in rank, and Gu had approached him so humbly, it would be impolite to refuse. What is it that you wish to know, Magistrate Gu? Gu Chengyan cradled a stack of ledgers and brought over the statistical tables he had personally compiled over the past month. Magistrate Su, please take a look. This is something I worked out in my spare time. With these grids, the accounts become much easier to read. Unlike you, I lack experience, many entries remain unclear to me, some figures simply don't add up. I sincerely hope you can enlighten me. Initially reluctant, Su thought the grid system seemed unnecessary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he gradually began to appreciate its merits. How on earth did you come up with this method of tabulation? Brilliant. Simply brilliant. A faint upward curve touched Gu Chengyan's lips as he continued smiling gently, though inwardly he now felt more assured of success. Do you believe this approach is viable, Magistrate Su? Does it offer advantages over our current methods? Su slapped his thigh in excitement. Of course, tremendous advantages. If we adopt this method moving forward, errors and omissions in accounting could be drastically reduced, and auditing would become twice as efficient. Gu Chengyan looked sincerely at this upright official. Would you be willing to work with me to implement this system? We could first reorganize and archive the past few years' records using this method, then present it to His Majesty before rolling it out across all regions of Nanling. What do you think, Magistrate Su? Su was stunned. The method was excellent, yet Gu Chengyan was not only sharing it freely but also inviting him to co-lead the effort. He could have claimed the entire achievement for himself. Blunt by nature, Su asked directly what puzzled him. Gu Chengyan laughed lightly and replied, the method itself isn't particularly complex, and sorting through years of records isn't an easy task. I genuinely have areas where I need assistance. By inviting you to join, aren't all those difficulties resolved? Besides, I've been in the ministry for a month now, and I deeply trust your integrity, I know you wouldn't seize credit alone. Moved, Su even felt ashamed for having misjudged Gu Chengyan earlier. Rest assured, Magistrate Gu. I detest petty men above all. Since you've invited me so sincerely, I promise to see this through properly. Gu Chengyan solemnly nodded. Then I thank you in advance, Magistrate Su. With misunderstandings cleared, the two dove into refining the grid system, making adjustments and improvements. Su, being the seasoned professional, contributed valuable insights, and their collaboration became increasingly seamless. They worked until the end of the official hours before finally parting at the gates of the ministry. Onlookers were baffled. Hadn't Vice Minister Su clashed with the newly arrived Vice Minister Gu? Why did they seem so close today? Gu Chengyan boarded his carriage and instructed the driver to head to Cheng Qinhuang's mansion. Upon arrival, Cheng Qinhuang himself came out to greet him. At last, Magistrate Gu has arrived. Our princess consort has been talking about you for quite some time, worrying you might not come tonight. Gu Chengyan smiled apologetically. Some trivial matters at the ministry delayed me. Forgive me for keeping their highnesses waiting, it is my fault. TCH. No matter, no matter. We serve together under the crown, I know how busy you are. Come, come, follow me inside. Shuxian has already been waiting for some time, seated within. Together, they crossed the threshold of the mansion. Nearby, around a distant corner, a hidden figure swiftly turned and rushed off to report to Prince Duan. Prince Duan flew into a rage and smashed a fine glass cup to pieces. I knew it. It's that Gu Chengyan scheming against me again. Why else would he go out of his way to treat Cheng Qinhuang's wife, if not to use him to elevate Lin Shuxuan? Fine. Gu Chengyan, you just wait and see. The princess consort of Cheng Qinhuang suffered from a lifetime of postpartum ailments since her youth, which often triggered headaches. Not a serious illness per se, but one that caused constant discomfort. After treatment from Gu Chengyan, however, her condition had improved remarkably, she felt lighter, clearer, and far more energetic. At that moment, she was holding Lin Shuxuan's hand, chatting warmly like family. You grow more and more like your mother every day. Before ascending the throne, the late Empress Wen Zhao and the princess consort had been inseparable confidants. Hence, her fondness for Lin Shuxian ran especially deep. Your Highness, I am Gu Chengyan. I pay my respects. Only then did the princess consort of Cheng Qinhuang turn around, her hands instinctively rising to cover her mouth. So alike, so strikingly similar. Cheng Qinhuang knew exactly what his wife was thinking. He stepped forward and gently put an arm around her. This is Vice Minister Gu. Last time, you fainted before you could meet him. Well, am I not proven right? The princess consort composed herself and nodded. Graceful and refined, dignified as a true gentleman, indeed the acclaimed golden scholar everyone speaks of so highly. Today, at last, I've laid eyes on you myself. Gu Chengyan offered a gentle smile, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Lin Shuxian beside the princess consort. Perhaps it was because the two before him resembled that long-lost couple so closely, but no one seemed to find anything unusual in the lingering, tender looks they exchanged. Come, sit down and let's talk while we eat. The princess consort had a forthright nature, and didn't fuss over formalities or rigid customs like eating in silence. Chapter 37. Here, this is the crispy chicken your mother used to make best. I made it myself, though I'm not sure if it tastes quite like hers. Shu Xian, try some and see if you like it. The Qing princess consort attended to Lin Shuxuan with utmost care. Lin Shuxuan picked up a piece, took a bite, and smiled as he replied, I really like it. Aunt's cooking is as excellent as always. Pleased, the princess consort nodded, if you like it, eat more. From now on, whenever you crave it, just come to the mansion, I'll make it for you myself. Upon hearing this, Prince Cheng was somewhat displeased. He didn't particularly want this young boy coming around and disturbing the princess consort's recovery, but he said nothing. Gu Chengyan glanced at Lin Shuxuan. Even when faced with such caring elders, he still had to wear that timid, fragile mask. Minister Gu, please don't stand on ceremony. My lord tells me you've gone to great lengths treating my illness. I shall offer my thanks with tea in place of wine, many thanks for your medical help, otherwise I would still be suffering. The princess drank her tea, while Gu Chengyan could not do the same. Instead, he accepted the fine wine poured by a maid and drained his cup in one go. Minister Gu, you have quite the capacity. This wine was brought by my nephew from my natal family, it's said to be a 30-year aged vintage, rich and mellow in flavor. I used to enjoy sipping it now and then. Since Minister Gu enjoys it, bring another pot. Unable to decline her generous offer, Gu Chengyan had no choice but to accept. He watched helplessly as the maid replaced the tea before him with wine. With a 30-year aged vintage, he feared he would end up drunk and have to be carried home tonight. Lin Shuxuan recalled how the little girl Siki had once mentioned that Gu Chengyan wasn't much of a drinker, and a faint, subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I hear Minister Gu hails from Jingzhou, asked the princess consort. That is correct. Jingzhou is a wonderful place, picturesque mountains and clear waters. No wonder it has nurtured such a refined and elegant talent as yourself. She cast a glance at Prince Cheng, who quickly raised his cup toward Gu Chengyan. Come, Minister Gu, have a drink with me. Helpless, Gu Chengyan downed another cup. In our Nanling kingdom, we value familial ethics above all, especially in the south, where only legitimate heirs are entitled to perform ancestral rites and inherit family estates. What are your thoughts on this, Minister Gu? The princess was testing him. Gu Chengyan replied, according to ancestral customs, indeed this is so. However, for a family's prosperity, it is best to select the most suitable heir, the position should go to the capable. I support this idea. The princess consort nodded. Minister Gu is a wise and far-sighted official. The capable should take their rightful place, but what if such a capable person harbors ill intentions and an unscrupulous heart? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chengyan answered, for a family to thrive long-term, character must come first, ability second. Otherwise, it will hasten the entire family's downfall. The princess looked at him with a pleased smile and raised her cup again. Minister Gu possesses profound wisdom, I toast you once more. Gu Chengyan quickly lifted his full cup and emptied it. By the end of the meal, Gu Chengyan was somewhat dazed, though his usual composure masked it well enough that others hardly noticed, except Lin Shuxuan, who was watching him intently and silently amused deep inside. A drunk Gu Chengyan? How interesting. Seeing that she'd made her point, the princess consort stopped while ahead. Gu Chengyan was still sitting upright after 2 pots of the 30-year vintage, this impressed her even more. I have something I wish to discuss privately with Shu Xian. Your Highness, please keep Minister Gu company a while longer. Prince Cheng nodded and, taking her hand, said with concern, it's cold outside. Put on a thicker cape before you leave. The princess consort patted his hand and said, I know, Your Highness, please don't worry. She led Lin Shuxuan to a side parlor used for guests, dismissed the attendants, and said to him, Shu Xian, since you've decided to compete for that position, you must gather loyal allies around you. This Minister Gu, who enjoys the Emperor's favor, is a good choice. He is intelligent and strictly observes propriety. Just now you heard him speak, he would never align with someone like Prince Duan. That is your opportunity. In the future, grow closer to him. Do you understand? Lin Shuxuan nodded. Aunt, thank you for thinking of me. I will draw nearer to Minister Gu from now on. When he said the word nearer, his voice curled slightly at the end. The princess consort sensed something off, but couldn't quite place it. Never mind, it was enough that he understood. Minister Gu is a bit drunk. After dinner, go with him and escort him home. Try to find an opportunity to talk with him. If he's willing to support you, that would be ideal. But if he hesitates, you must persist, perseverance can carve through even gold and stone. Do you understand what I mean, Shu Xian? Lin Shuxuan raised an eyebrow, recalling a common saying, even the fiercest maiden yields to a persistent lover, he nodded in agreement. Satisfied, the princess consort said, go then. Your aunt won't keep you any longer tonight. Meanwhile, Prince Cheng was still engaged in conversation with Gu Chengyan, curious about his experiences on the frontier. He had long been intrigued by how Gu Chengyan had brought back the eldest princess and treated Lord Zhongwu, as well as the details of the conflict between Nanling and Li during those battles. I never possessed the talent for military strategy like Prince Zhong did. After his late majesty passed, I was given only the post of clan minister. Sometimes, I do envy him, Prince Cheng mused. Gu Chengyan suddenly remembered Prince Zhong's concealment of border affairs and subtly probed, Your Highness grew up alongside Prince Zhong. Isn't it true that his ambition has always been to one day lead an army northward? Prince Cheng, already quite tipsy and off guard, replied, that wasn't always his dream. His mother had a low rank and died early, so he was raised under the Empress Dowager's care. At the time, His Majesty was still a young prince, willful and mischievous, and often bullied him. Crown Prince Lingchen, gentle and kind-hearted, would scold His Majesty and protect Zhong, looking after him. Zhong deeply admired Crown Prince Lingchen, imitating him in every way, vowing to become a virtuous prince himself and serve the crown one day. Here, Prince Cheng paused, his expression wistful. Never mind. That was all in the past. It's fine how things turned out. Gu Chengyan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Shuxuan returned. Prince Cheng rubbed his forehead. I'm feeling rather unwell from drinking tonight. Let Shuxian see Minister Gu home. Gu Chengyan instinctively refused, there's no need to trouble the second prince, this official. Before he could finish, Lin Shuxian interrupted. Rest assured, uncle. I'll make sure Minister Gu arrives home safely. Half-lidded, Prince Cheng nodded slightly and rose to bid them farewell. Utterly manipulated by uncle and nephew alike, Gu Chengyan could only accept his fate. Under Lin Shuxuan's insistent invitation, Gu Chengyan stepped into his carriage, sitting opposite him. I haven't properly thanked Minister Gu for saving my life last time. Now that I think about it, you've saved me twice. This debt might be impossible to repay in a lifetime, Lin Shuxian murmured lazily, leaning against the cushion. What a man who enjoys comfort, Gu Chengyan thought. The second prince doesn't seem eager to repay anything. Rather, it feels as if I've always owed you something. Lin Shuxian chuckled at his words. How do you know I don't want to repay you? Gu Chengyan was indeed somewhat intoxicated. He leaned slowly toward the seductive figure before him and whispered, they say one should repay salvation with devotion. Yet back then, you fled overnight without a single word. Afterward, not even an apology, now I'm being forced onto your ship instead. Clearly, it's I who am in your debt. There was a trace of bitterness in his voice. Lin Shuxian took advantage of the moment, draping both slender arms around Gu Chengyan's neck, pulling his body close. Minister Gu wrongs me again. Didn't I apologize? And you even accepted my gift of restitution. As he spoke the last sentence, his right hand trailed down from Gu Chengyan's Adam's apple, along his neck, down his chest and firm waist, stopping at the jade pendant, a green heart-to-heart talisman, which he idly began to play with. Besides, Minister Gu has already lain on this prince's bed. What's a mere boat compared to that? The final nasal hum lingered, drawing out in a confined space, thickening the intimacy. Gu Chengyan laughed softly and whispered, Lin Shuxian, you truly are a demon sent from heaven to bewitch me, I'm giving you my very life. No sooner had the words left his lips than he forcefully pinned the other man against the cushion, pressing both wrists together above his head with his left hand. The wide sleeves slipped back, revealing two long, delicate arms that gleamed almost blindingly white in the moonlight. With his right index finger, Gu Chengyan gently traced Lin Shuxuan's face, so soft yet faintly alluring, from his brows and eyes down to his crimson lips. Then, lifting his pointed chin, he kissed him fiercely. The wet sound of entwined tongues was masked by the rolling wheels over the pavement, but Gu Chengyan still heard Lin Shuxuan's quiet, tender moans and breathy sighs. Lin Shuxuan's hands clenched the carriage curtain dangling before him, instinctively wrinkling the fabric. Men were naturally gifted in such matters, his legs brushed lightly against Gu Chengyan, who loomed over him. Already somewhat drunk, Gu Chengyan was further inflamed by his provocation. With his right hand, he pressed down on Lin Shuxuan's restless legs and groped lower until he found what he was looking for. Lin Shuxian let out a muffled groan. Gu Chengyan chuckled, nothing like the usual gentle, refined gentleman demeanor. He now radiated unmistakable malice. His lips lightly traced over Lin Shuxuan's small, tender earlobe before he rasped, close to his ear, still daring to tease this subject, Your Highness. This time, you won't be able to run away. Lin Shuxian would never admit defeat verbally. His voice trembled as he weakly bluffed, well, what does this prince have to be afraid of, MMNH? Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow, his hand growing even bolder, slow strokes, light presses, meticulous touches, thoroughly exploring every sensitive point. Lin Shuxuan's face bloomed like peach blossoms, eyes glistening with moisture, half-lidded as he stared at Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan whispered again, why doesn't your highness apologize to this subject? If so, I'll let go of all past grievances, wipe the slate clean. How does that sound? Suspended in unbearable torment, neither up nor down, Lin Shuxian lasted only a short while before sinking his teeth sharply into Gu Chengyan's Adam's apple. He growled fiercely, I'm sorry. Happy now? Satisfied, Gu Chengyan finally released his left hand from its restraint. He slowly untied the sash at Lin Shuxuan's waist, slipped inside, and mischievously continued, forcing him to loosen his bite. Your Highness, we've arrived at Minister Gu's residence. After a long silence, receiving no reply, the carriage driver cautiously called out again, Your Highness. Circle around once more. This prince has urgent matters to discuss with Minister Gu. Though the sounds from within struck the young guard as suspicious, he didn't dwell on it and simply continued driving. Yes, sir. The normally gentle and restrained Minister Gu, engaged in such wanton acts, still wore an elegant smile. Now then, what exactly does your highness wish to discuss with this subject? Lin Shuxuan shot him a glare, refusing to yield, then mimicked Gu's earlier motions, reaching down and suddenly gripping hard, whispering, naturally, something enjoyable with Minister Gu. Gu Chengyan sucked in a sharp breath. After a pause to steady himself, he said helplessly, Your Highness, please be gentler. This subject is made of flesh and blood, not wood or iron. I can't withstand such rough handling. Lin Shuxuan coughed softly, hooking his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck, closing his eyes to fully indulge in pleasure. What could Gu Chengyan do? Naturally, he resigned himself to dutiful service. After circling twice, the carriage returned once more to Minister Gu's mansion. Your Highness, the palace gates will soon lock. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Understood. Inside came faint rustling sounds. A moment later. The elegant and comely Minister Gu stepped down from the carriage, fully dressed and perfectly composed. My thanks. Take His Highness back to the palace immediately, do not delay. The driver nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. In his mind, he marveled, truly the most celebrated man in the capital, Gu Lang, unmatched in grace and dignity, his very voice magnetic, making one's ears tingle with embarrassment. Back home, Gu Chengyan's parents had already retired. But Qingxin and Siki emerged from their respective rooms. Siki covered her nose, fanning the air with obvious disgust. Big brother, how much did you drink? You stink. She quickly ordered a maid to bring the hangover soup kept warm by the stove. Gu Chengyan felt unwell, yet the smile on his face refused to fade. Big brother seems particularly happy today. Qingxin helped him sit down, casually asking. Happy? Indeed, very happy. Qingxin could tell he was truly drunk. As he went to help remove his heavy outer robe so he could breathe easier, he noticed a red mark on his brother's neck. Looking closer, the more he examined it, the more it looked unmistakably like a bite mark. Qingxin glanced at his brother, then at the highly conspicuous mark, thinking, could it be that big brother visited some improper place tonight? And what a bold girl, she actually dared to leave a mark like that. Siki approached with the hangover soup, seeing her brother still tightly bundled despite sweating on his forehead. She shot Qingxin an annoyed look. He's sweating from the heat, why haven't you helped him loosen up a bit? With that, she moved to undress him herself. Gu Chengyan hastily stopped her. Let your big brother drink the hangover soup first. I'd hate for him to catch a chill from sudden temperature changes. Siki paused, then thought about it. That made sense. After delivering Gu Chengyan safely to his room, Qingxin sought out Weining, who had accompanied his brother that day. Where did my brother go today? Weining replied, Oh, the master visited Prince Cheng's manor. But he told me to return early. Was something wrong? Qingxin shook his head. Nothing, nothing. Just making conversation. He wondered who could have taken his elder brother's virtue, what if big sister-in-law found out and became furious. He'd better keep it a secret for his brother's sake. Chapter 38. When Vice Minister of Revenue Su Qian and Gu Chengyan jointly reviewed the financial ledgers, they uncovered numerous irregularities. Before Gu Chengyan took office in the Ministry of Revenue, the previous Vice Minister had enjoyed full trust from Minister Eugene Song, who delegated most affairs directly to him. This was the first time Su Qian had examined the records in such detail. The issues uncovered in the ledgers were extensive and highly sensitive. For now, he couldn't afford to make them public, only discuss them quietly with Gu Chengyan. Minister Gu, now that we've discovered problems in these accounts, we certainly must report them to His Majesty. However, the portion we've read is incomplete, and we lack sufficient evidence. Besides, the former Vice Minister has already retired and returned home. If word leaks out, it might cost him his life. Gu Chengyan frowned and asked, then what should we do? Does Minister Su have a solution? Su Qian was pleased by Gu's reliance on him. Even though Minister Gu is extraordinarily talented, he thought, he's still young and inexperienced. In circumstances like this, someone a few years his senior, like myself, must take the lead, He reassured Gu, let us first organize the ledgers thoroughly, then conduct a private investigation. The two of us can support each other, surely no third party will discover our actions. Once we have solid witnesses and evidence, we'll submit everything to His Majesty for final judgment. With that, he bowed respectfully toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. Gu Chengyan suddenly understood and looked at Su with great admiration. Minister Su, your foresight is truly exceptional. I shall follow your lead entirely. Stroking his elegant beard, Su smiled smugly, completely missing the slight upward curl at the corner of Gu Chengyan's lips that was more pronounced than usual. The emperor naturally observed every move Gu Chengyan made, and held him in high regard. A skilled warrior seeks advantage in momentum, not in blaming others. Clever people know how to leverage circumstances, fools merely exhaust themselves trying to force outcomes. By leveraging the situation, one can achieve much with little effort, remaining quietly behind the scenes while reaping the rewards. To struggle directly against such forces is not only difficult but risks exposing oneself. Moving with the current, leaving no trace, that is the highest form of wisdom. It was a pity, the emperor mused, that such a brilliant man wasn't his own son. Prince Duan, Chongqian, possessed minor cleverness, but arrogance always followed. A true ruler must constantly conceal his true intentions, never allowing them to be easily read. In this, even Xu Xian likely surpassed Chongqian. It was about time Chongqian was taught a hard lesson. The emperor admired Gu Chengyan so deeply that he regretted he wasn't his son. But then he remembered Princess Qinghe, who had recently come to visit him often, bringing soups. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Even if Gu Chengyan wasn't his son by blood, they could still become family. The Grand Eunuch reported, "Your Majesty, Princess Qinghe has arrived. She says she composed a poem and seeks your Majesty's guidance." The emperor's fondness for poetic talent was well known throughout the court. Thus, Princess Qinghe, who inherited her mother consort Xu's gentle disposition and scholarly talent, was greatly favored and permitted frequent access to the imperial study. "I greet father," Princess Qinghe said gracefully, poised and serene. She bore some resemblance in temperament to Gu Chengyan. They'd probably get along well, the emperor thought. "I heard you wrote a poem today, Qinghe. Let father see it quickly." Smiling, Qinghe stepped forward and carefully unfolded the paper from her sleeve. The emperor, long accustomed to the bold verses of male officials, found the delicate sentimentality of a young woman's poetry refreshingly charming. "There's a thread of emotion hidden in your poem, Qinghe. Has my daughter set her heart on some young and gifted scholar?" the emperor teased. Qinghe twisted her handkerchief, lowered her eyes, and remained silent, bashful. All right, I won't press you. I'll ask your mother later tonight. But for now, tell me, what has made this man win the heart of my princess?" Qinghe's original hope had been for her mother to broach the subject with the emperor. Now that her goal was halfway achieved, she felt willing to share more voluntarily. "Father, I'll tell you, but you must promise not to laugh at me," she said shyly, tugging gently on the emperor's sleeve and swaying slightly as she coaxed him. The emperor laughed heartily, he quite enjoyed this side of her. "I promise I won't laugh. Go on, go on." A look of affection lit up Qinghe's face. "He is exceptionally talented, refined and courteous, yet also brave and distinguished. I admire his intellect and character, and I respect his courage and decisiveness. To spend my life with such a person would truly be without regret." The emperor chuckled again and said jokingly, "Could it be Zhou Wenyuan, the official famous in court for his poetry?" Qinghe shook her head quickly. "How could it be Zhou Wenyuan? How could he compare to Minister Gu? So my Qinghe fancies a certain Gu among my ministers." The emperor ran through the list of eligible officials once more and said, "The deputy minister of the Court of Judicial Review surnamed Gu is indeed both capable in civil and military matters, and quite talented, but he's already 40. Qinghe, isn't that a bit too old for you?" Princess Qinghe stamped her foot anxiously and hurried to explain, "Father. No, it's not him. I mean Gu Chengyan, the vice minister of revenue." The emperor turned to his grand eunuch with a teasing smile, "Look at this, our princess here doesn't feel the slightest embarrassment, calling out the man's full name right in front of me. As if she wants everyone to know how much she fancies him." The grand eunuch chuckled along, "This humble servant thinks her highness's taste matches perfectly with your majesty's. Exceptional indeed, Minister Gu is surely the finest young man in all of Nanling, with outstanding talent and remarkable looks to match." The emperor nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I've always thought Minister Gu excels in every way." Embarrassed by their teasing, Qinghe blushed deeply, performed a quick curtsy, and said, "Father, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell mother about this." Then she lifted her skirts and darted out of the imperial study. That night, the emperor stayed in consort Xu's palace. The next day, Gu Chengyan was summoned to the imperial study. The grand eunuch grinned so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. "Minister Gu, tremendous good fortune is about to fall upon you, don't forget to let this old servant share in your joy." Gu Chengyan smiled in return. "Naturally." Entering the study, he bowed respectfully, then took from his sleeve the memorial he had brought and presented it. "Your Majesty, recently I received a petition accusing the Minister of Personnel, Wang Shixiang, of serious misconduct. The matter involves many parties, and I did not dare act on it alone, so I submit it to your Majesty for judgment." The emperor frowned as he accepted the document. Gu Chengyan could hear the deepening breaths from the dragon throne, until finally the emperor slammed his hand hard on the desk and stood up abruptly. "I had no idea the Ministry of Personnel has become a place for selling official posts and profiting from corruption. What a fine job you've done, Wang Shixiang. Excellent, truly excellent." The previous Minister of Personnel had been exiled due to his involvement in the Jingzhou gold mine case. This current one had held office for 6 or 7 years now, with deep-rooted influence, daring even to engage in offenses punishable by extermination of 9 clans. "Your Majesty, the one who submitted this petition is the son of a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan. His father paid a large sum to secure him a 9th-rank position, but although the money was delivered, the appointment never came. Naturally, the family protested, and then their business was sabotaged. In the end, they were ruined completely." The young man changed his identity and disguised himself as a beggar, only making it to the capital after great hardship. He collapsed from hunger on the road as I returned home from the Ministry of Revenue. I took him back to my residence to recover, and since then he has trusted me completely. I've already sent people to investigate in Jiangnan, the facts are confirmed. Of course, the truth was far more complicated. It wasn't mere coincidence, he had actually been secretly escorted all the way from Jiangnan by men sent by Lin Shuxuan. Without such protection, there was no way someone penniless like him could have ever reached the capital. And he hadn't merely fainted from hunger, he had been knocked unconscious by Lin Shuxuan's men. Though by then he truly had gone several days without food, so he himself couldn't remember exactly what happened. The emperor suppressed his fury. For now, keep this man sheltered in your residence to protect him from harm. It's high time we cleaned up the bureaucracy in Jiangnan. Return to your duties and prepare carefully. In a few days, I will send you to Jiangnan on an official mission. Gu Chengyan lowered his head and bowed. Yes, your majesty. The emperor had originally intended to bring up the matter of betrothal today, but now lost interest due to the pressing issue. The grand eunuch, listening attentively, understood that state affairs took precedence. Thus, when Princess Qinghe arrived at the imperial study later that day, he stepped forward to intercept her. Your Highness, the emperor is occupied with urgent matters and simply cannot spare the attention to receive you today. May this humble servant offer some advice, a blessed match is worth the wait. There's no need to rush the matter of imperial marriage, nor should you risk displeasing his majesty. Qinghe listened carefully. Though her heart sank with disappointment, she remained sensible and understanding. Thank you for your counsel, elder. Then I won't intrude. Please inform father that I came to pay my respects. Your Highness, rest assured, I will deliver your message. Consort Shu, having met with her family that day, excitedly revealed to them the news that the emperor had already agreed to grant the marriage between Qinghe and Gu Chengyan. The elder matriarch returned home and immediately passed the joyful news to the Minister of Rites. The very next morning, after court session, the Minister of Rites approached Gu Chengyan with unusual warmth, making casual conversation, all of it somehow circling back to Princess Qinghe. Many officials nearby overheard. Learning that the emperor intended to marry off the princess, they one by one offered congratulations to both the Minister of Rites and Gu Chengyan. Before long, every young woman in the capital who admired Gu Chengyan knew of the engagement. Siki was no exception. That day, she had just made plans with several Qing sisters from the Right Chancellor's household to visit a cosmetics shop, when they brought up the topic. Siki, didn't Princess Qinghe pull you aside for a chat during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration last time? She must have had her eye on your elder brother all along. Still, she has a fairly gentle nature, though a bit too proud. You'll need to get along with her properly later on, so your brother won't be caught in a difficult position. Siki didn't like this so-called Princess Qinghe at all, her nose practically pointed at the sky. The sister-in-law she had in mind was Shuxian Gage, thank you very much. Sure, the princess might be of noble status, but she wasn't nearly as handsome as Shuxian Gage. Besides, her big brother had already reconciled with Shuxian Gage, there was no way he could possibly fall for her. Wasn't she just forcing herself between them? Fuming, Siki stormed back home, full of worry. What if the emperor really did grant the marriage decree? Her brother wouldn't be able to refuse then. She paced restlessly in the front courtyard, waiting for her brother to return so she could ask him about it herself. Sure enough, the moment Gu Chengyan stepped through the gate, his younger sister intercepted him. Big brother. I have something to ask you, come with me. She dragged him to a secluded corner of the backyard and turned around to ask, Big brother, how are things going between you and Shuxian Gage lately? Gu Chengyan had recently shared an intimate, indescribable exchange with him, things were naturally excellent. He nodded slightly. Did you see him? That time when he bought clothes for me? Siki grew nervous, her eyes darting about as she chuckled awkwardly. Big brother is truly big brother, nothing ever escapes you. Hee hee. Never mind that. Weren't you about to ask me something? Out with it. Siki cleared her throat. Big brother, do you still love Shuxian Gage? Are you two going to be together eventually? Their situation was far too complicated to explain clearly to Siki, so he countered instead, why do you ask? Big brother, when are you planning to confess everything to father and mother, bring Shuxian Gage home? And more importantly, don't you dare become a heartless man. She refused to let the heroic image of her elder brother, the one she'd admired since childhood, shatter into that of a despicable, unfeeling cad. Gu Chengyan flicked her forehead lightly and laughed, what nonsense is running through your head now? Since when did I become the villain here? Do sisters normally go around making up stories about their own brothers like this? Rubbing her forehead, Siki snapped back, I'm only repeating what the Qing family sisters told me. They said the emperor plans to marry you to Princess Qinghe, you're going to become a prince consort. Gu Chengyan froze momentarily. No wonder the Minister of Rites had approached him after court today, apparently Consort Shu had started spreading the word. If only he hadn't submitted that memorial earlier, today might have seen the actual marriage decree issued. This was becoming troublesome, he needed to find a way out. Yes, he served the emperor faithfully, but that didn't mean he had to hand over control of his marriage. He had met Princess Qinghe a few times, but she left little impression. Better to keep his distance from now on, avoiding unnecessary gossip. There's no truth to it. Don't believe every rumor you hear. After a brief pause, an idea suddenly struck him. Siki, there's something I need you to help me with. Siki blinked curiously. What is it, big brother? Tell me. Leaning close, Gu Chengyan whispered instructions into her ear. Do you understand? Siki burst into delighted laughter and nodded vigorously. Got it. Don't worry, big brother, I'll definitely make sure it's done right. Go on then. Once it's settled, I'll give you a generous red envelope. That's a promise. With a mischievous grin, she skipped off. A few days later, Gu Siki arranged to meet several young ladies from the Cheng household at a tavern. Well, Siki, has your elder brother mentioned anything about the Imperial engagement yet? Siki feigned sadness, then subtly signaled her maid Jishu to open the window facing the corridor. You know, she began, our siblings lived in Jingzhou City for some time. Back then, my elder brother was betrothed to a woman there, it was arranged by my uncle and aunt themselves. My future sister-in-law is a truly refined and beautiful woman, perfectly suited for my brother. They're deeply attached to each other, though she's been frail in health. As they say, a woman dresses for the one who cherishes her. But prolonged illness inevitably takes its toll, diminishing her beauty. So she withdrew from sight. Only recently did my brother manage to find her again. Now he dotes on her like a precious treasure, waiting for the right moment to formalize their marriage. Then, a few days ago, someone spread these wild rumors, my future sister-in-law coughed up blood from distress. Since then, my brother has shut himself indoors, refusing all visitors, solely focused on caring for her. Heaven knows what would happen if anything went wrong. Sisters, tell me, what kind of thing is this? The young women from the Cheng household exchanged glances, none knowing quite what to say. Easy to obtain priceless treasures, hard to find a man of true affection, Minister Gu is indeed a deeply devoted man. He met his not yet formalized bride in humbler times, and now, though he has risen through the ranks and become a high official, he remains faithful and unwavering. Truly admirable and moving. These words, spoken by Gu Chengyan's own younger sister, quickly spread from one person to 10, then to 100, until everyone in the capital had heard. All agreed that Minister Gu was a man of integrity and loyalty, willing to refuse even a noble princess rather than abandon his humble wife. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Personnel, who had been searching for someone to bring charges against Gu Chengyan, turned to his subordinate and said, could it be that this matter truly has nothing to do with Gu Chengyan? Did you make a mistake? His residence is so heavily guarded, not because he's plotting treason, but because he's hiding a beautiful lover? A man who would turn down a princess can't possibly be guilty, can he? Are you absolutely certain you saw the merchant's son enter Gu's mansion? The subordinate strained to recall the brief glimpse he'd had half a month ago, but now hesitated. Perhaps. I did miss-see, sir. Enraged, the minister slammed his hand on the table. Do you have any idea how close you came to making me offend a highly favored third-rank official? He's now Vice Minister of Revenue, a mere 24 years old. One day he might well become Chancellor. And you wanted me to send men to force our way into his home? Why don't you just suggest storming the Imperial Palace next, you fool? Get out of my sight. The man shrank back and turned to leave. Wait. No matter what it takes, find that merchant's son immediately. If you don't, I'll have your head. Do you understand? The man nodded frantically and fled. Left alone, Minister Wang Shuxiang slumped into his chair, agitated and muttering to himself, all I wanted was a little profit, but who knew my underlings would go this far, so brutal, using my name to swagger around like thugs. Greedy and stupid. If that boy falls into the hands of scheming enemies, I'm finished. He mentally ran through his political rivals, the right chancellor being first on the list, and realized the merchant's son would likely seek help from either the capital prefect or the Ministry of Justice. He must assign spies to watch both places closely. At the first sign of danger, he'd need to act first. Though the capital appeared calm these past few days, beneath the surface, tensions swirled. After receiving secret reports from Jiangnan, the emperor acted swiftly, arresting Minister Wang Shuxiang and throwing him into the Ministry of Justice's prison. Under intense interrogation and torture, Wang began spilling secrets. The left chancellor, who had originally intended to intervene on Wang's behalf, was rebuked harshly by the emperor in the imperial study and fell silent thereafter. With both witnesses and evidence piling up, Wang Shuxiang's estate was ransacked overnight. Many officials were implicated, and under the emperor's direct orders, the second prince was placed in full charge of the investigation. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyan was appointed imperial commissioner of the junior second rank, tasked with going south to thoroughly investigate corruption in Jiangnan. It was clear, the emperor was determined to clean up the bureaucracy. Jiangnan had long been Prince Duan's personal source of wealth. Immediately, people began quietly distancing themselves from the once mighty prince, whose influence had suddenly dimmed. Some even began shifting allegiance to the emerging second prince. Prince Duan shut himself in his mansion, refusing visitors, and shattered another set of fine porcelain. When news reached the emperor, he closed his eyes and shook his head. Still not clever enough. Impatient, can't even endure such a small setback. How could he ever hope to rule? In contrast, the second prince's conduct surprised him pleasantly. Shuer's nature used to be timid, though that was mostly in front of me. But it seems when dealing with officials, he shows a proper imperial bearing. Good. This child deserves some real experience. It was all about expectations. Though the second prince's performance was only adequate, to the emperor, it was satisfactory. Rather than raising suspicion, it actually stirred a sense of quiet approval. Before his departure, Gu Chengyan shared a family meal at home. There were no guests, only Cheng Jiliang. But Gu Chengyan brought someone back with him, Lin Shuxuan. Cheng Jiliang had seen the second prince in person before and was instantly stunned. Could it be? Was the prince Gu Chengyan had mentioned earlier, the one he planned to elevate to rival Prince Duan, really the second prince? His move had been astonishingly swift. Gu Zhengxiu and Xia Shi had never met Lin Shuxuan. They sensed the young man carried an aura of nobility and assumed he came from an esteemed family. But Qingxin and Siki recognized him immediately. Especially Qingxin, seeing Shuxian in male attire for the first time, one breathless, big sister-in-law, nearly escaped her lips. Quick as lightning, Siki pinched her sharply in the lower back. Shuxian elder brother finally brought you home. I asked him just the other day. Lin Shuxian smiled gently, beauty unmatched, and handed her an exquisitely crafted music box as a gift. Siki took it, saying, so beautiful. And it even plays music by itself, how special. Thank you, elder brother Shuxian. Xia Shi noticed her daughter being so familiar with a young man outside the family and grew more attentive. After all, her daughter was of age now, and whenever a suitable young man appeared nearby, she naturally needed to pay extra attention. I don't recall seeing this young gentleman before. Which family does he belong to? Gu Chengyan remembered that Lin Laoi had come and smiled as he said, do you remember Mr. Lin? This is the second son from the Lin household. She certainly remembered the wealthy merchant who'd attended her son's capping ceremony. Oh, so you're young Master Lin. Although not from an official family, his household's business background wasn't bad at all. If Siki married into such a home, she wouldn't have to worry too much about daily hardships. With her older brother there to look after her, life would likely be without concern. Xia Shi felt quite content inside. This was Lin Shuxuan's first time meeting Gu Chengyan's parents. He bowed respectfully, this junior, Shuxian, greets senior uncle and aunt. Perhaps because he looked so delicate, Xia Shi couldn't help but feel increasingly tender-hearted toward him, and even more so given how courteous he was. Quickly, come in and sit down. I remember Mr. Lin as quite a sturdy man, why do you appear so slender? My little Siki, a mere girl, looks sturdier than you. Siki objected immediately, mother. How can you insult your own daughter like that? I didn't say anything untrue. You little rascal, getting upset over nothing. Your elder brother Shuxian brought you such a precious gift, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Lin Shuxian smiled shyly. Auntie, my family has some overseas trade business. These curious little trinkets aren't rare for us. I only brought it for Siki's amusement, nothing truly valuable. Oh come on, mother. Didn't you hear? Elder brother Shuxian says it's just a little toy. Don't fuss over it. Didn't you say something was stewing? Be careful, it might burn dry. Only then did Xia Shi recall the pot simmering on the stove, and she quickly turned toward the kitchen. When the maid returned carrying the soup, Xia Shi saw her own daughter boldly hooking her arm through that Lin young master's, standing unusually close. Good heavens! Had they secretly pledged their hearts? She stumbled, nearly falling, but Gu Zhengxiu, always watchful, caught her just in time. What's wrong with you? Distracted, not watching where you're going. Careful not to fall. Chengyan is leaving for Jiangnan soon, you're only making him uneasy for no reason. Xia Shi shot him an irritated glare. Their daughter was nearly being whisked away, and here he was, completely oblivious. What kind of father lacked this much perception? By the time all the dishes were served, everyone at the table was wishing Gu Chengyan smooth sailing on his journey. But afterward, Xia Shi kept subtly probing about Lin Shuxuan's marriage prospects. How old are you, Shuxian? Lin Shuxian replied with a smile, I'm the same age as Chengyan, slightly younger by a few months. Xia Shi mentally calculated, the boy was 4 years older than Siki. That age was indeed suitable. Well then, you're certainly not too young. Has your family already arranged a match for you? Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiliang nearly choked. For a moment, he nearly ruined the dignity expected of a young aristocrat. He coughed lightly twice, glancing sideways at his friend, who was sitting there, clearly enjoying the spectacle. What in the world was happening? Was the marriage of the second prince really something one could casually inquire about? Why wasn't Chengyan stopping his mother? Lin Shuxian paused thoughtfully, then lowered his eyes. Actually, I was betrothed once years ago. This time, Cheng Jiliang truly choked. The second princess was already chosen, and he hadn't known. Gu Chengyan, upon hearing this, lifted the corner of his mouth and happily picked up another bite of food. Xia Shi froze mid-motion, staring at him in surprise. Betrothed? Then what exactly was going on between him and Siki? Lin Shuxian nodded. Chengyan is my age. I heard he already brought his fiancée to live in the residence. Why haven't we seen her today? Xia Shi exchanged a puzzled glance with her husband. What fiancé? Her father and I know nothing about this. Gu Zhengxiu turned to Gu Chengyan. Chengyan, what is this about? Since when do you have a fiancé? Siki, the one responsible for spreading the rumor, now feeling guilty, tugged on Qingxin's sleeve and hid behind her. Gu Chengyan found her hiding utterly amusing. 7 years ago, in Jingzhou, my uncle and aunt arranged a match for me. You two never met her, though I mentioned her in letters. Xia Shi vaguely recalled such a matter. But didn't your aunt say that girl refused and quietly ran away? Qing Jiuyang's eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Even someone like Qingyan was rejected by a girl. This was truly astonishing news. Gu Chengyan looked at Lin Shuxuan with a gentle smile. Yes, he didn't want to marry me and ran away in the dead of night, didn't even say goodbye. But recently, I found him again. Xia Shi frowned, not entirely satisfied with this unseen future daughter-in-law. Yet seeing how deeply Chengyan seemed to care for the girl, she refrained from speaking ill. Where is she living now? And what are your plans? Would they stay together or not? Xia Shi's heart ached with worry. Gu Chengyan said, he's unwell right now, it's not suitable to discuss such matters. Once his health improves, we can talk then. Emotional distress counted as illness too. Only when this burden on his heart was lifted could they possibly speak of the future. Xia Shi vaguely remembered that the girl had always been frail, likely in poor health, and dared not inquire further, afraid of upsetting her son. Yes, health comes first. But you should visit her often. Don't let a young lady fret alone while sick, Xia Shi added, still speaking kindly from a woman's perspective. Gu Chengyan nodded. I understand, mother. Qing Jiuyang had endured an emotional roller coaster throughout this meal, first encountering the previously hidden second prince, then learning of a second princess consort, followed by discovering that Qingyan had a fiancé who refused to marry him. It was truly more dramatic than any story penned in a play script. Xia Shi grew uneasy. Her eldest son's marriage prospects were fraught with complications. Though he held high office, there was no one close to share his life. She turned to Qingxin instead. Qingxin, what about you? Is there any girl you like? Siki clenched her sleeves tightly, lowered her head, hiding her unease. Gu Chengyan glanced at Siki beside him and said, yes, there is. Xia Shi beamed. Really? Which family does she come from? How old is she? Mother, I haven't even spoken to her yet. Don't rush ahead, what if she doesn't like me? When things progress between us, I'll tell you and father. For now, please stop asking. Siki poked aimlessly at the rice in her bowl. Xia Shi assumed she was saddened upon hearing that this Lin young master was already betrothed. Having unwillingly witnessed the discussion of both Gu brothers' marital affairs, Qing Jiuyang smiled and tried to ease the tension. Auntie, don't worry. Qingyan and Qingxin are both still young. I'm older than them, yet I'm not married either. Xia Shi forced a faint smile. Comforting him, she said, the granddaughter of the Duke of Zhenghua passed away early, the father died young, so she must observe 3 years of mourning for her grandfather as the eldest heir. But 3 years pass quickly, just blink and they're gone. Waiting a little while for such a fine match isn't wrong. Your blessings lie ahead. Thank you for your kind words, auntie. By the end of the meal, everyone sat lost in their own thoughts. Gu Chengyan personally escorted Lin Shuxuan back. When did I become your fiancé? Lin Shuxuan leaned against the cushion, propping his forehead as he asked. Gu Chengyan laughed cheerfully. Didn't your highness just admit earlier that you were already betrothed? Could it be that besides me, your highness has secretly pledged yourself to someone else? Lin Shuxuan stared at him silently without replying. Gu Chengyan surrendered. Fine. Your people tossed that merchant's son in front of my carriage, and Wang Shixiang's men saw it. I feared they might forcibly search my residence, so I had Siki spread a rumor, that my home shelters my frail, ailing fiancé. Do you know that Consort Shu has already spoken to the emperor about arranging a marriage between you and Princess Qinghe? Passing up a princess, you aren't the least bit regretful. Gu Chengyan thought, the one I want to marry is someone even more noble than a princess. What is there to regret? He gazed tenderly at Lin Shuxuan, smiling without reply. Lin Shuxuan avoided his intense gaze and asked, what about the bracelet? Gu Chengyan looked baffled. What bracelet? The betrothal token, the gold bangle. Could it be that Lord Gu is unwilling to part with it? Gu Chengyan covered his mouth, lightly laughing. You threw it so decisively onto the dressing table when you left. Now you come demanding it back, as if you have no shame at all. Just tell me, will you give it back or not? If not, forget it. But if the emperor finds time someday and asks, prepare yourself for punishment for deceiving the throne, Lin Shuxuan snapped irritably. I will. It was always meant for you. I don't have it on me today, I'll give it to you after morning court tomorrow. Lin Shuxuan had drunk some wine and now felt drowsy. His body softened against the cushions, yet he remained uncomfortable, frowning slightly. Gu Chengyan pulled him closer and placed his lap under Lin Shuxuan's head like a pillow. Sleep for a while. We still have a ways to go. My father enjoys drinking, and tonight's wine was strong. You'll likely be drunk when you return. Lin Shuxuan murmured in response, indicating he'd heard. This was the first time Gu Chengyan had carefully observed him asleep. He looked somewhat effeminate, delicate bones, nearly hairless skin, extremely fine complexion. His face was so small it didn't even span Gu Chengyan's palm. His eyes were narrow and long, when fully open, they gave the illusion of pure innocence. His lashes were long and thick, his nose high and slightly upturned, his lips naturally red without need for color, though a bit thin, which people said marked one as emotionally detached. It suited him perfectly. The contrast between his two personas was striking, one timid and weak, seemingly helpless, the other alluring and commanding. Yet Gu Chengyan adored both without exception. Truly poisoned by him. Thinking this, Gu Chengyan instinctively brushed his fingertip across Lin Shuxuan's lips. Lin Shuxuan opened his mouth in mild irritation and sucked the finger in. Such crimson lips and white teeth, it was undeniably tempting. Gu Chengyan gently curled his finger, only for Lin Shuxuan to push his tongue against it, as if warning it not to misbehave. If self-control couldn't hold, then let it go. The gentle, refined Gu Chengyan tore off his mask of calmness, revealing his predatory side. Tangling their lips together, rubbing, pressing. Disturbed from sleep, Lin Shuxuan grew displeased. Grabbing Gu Chengyan's dark, flowing hair, he forced a reversal of their positions. Now atop Gu Chengyan, he turned passivity into dominance. His skills had improved significantly, he tested every technique he knew on Gu Chengyan without restraint. Their hair tangled together, disheveled yet oddly harmonious amidst the chaos. When the second prince stepped down from the carriage, a cyan ribbon was tied around his wrist. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Gu, for escorting me. Please take your leave slowly." Inside the carriage, Gu Chengyan ran a hand through his loose, unbound hair and shook his head helplessly. So stubborn, just because he'd kissed a little longer, now he was upset and had taken the ribbon too. "Your Highness is too courteous." Leaving behind only these quiet words, Gu Chengyan did not reappear, the carriage turned and headed home. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Duan murmured to himself, "It seems Gu Chengyan doesn't truly value me as a brother after all. Putting myself in Shuxuan's place, if I were him, I'd certainly feel aggrieved. Since their hearts aren't united, I have the chance to drive a wedge between them. Let me think carefully on this." Of course, the Prince of Duan didn't know that his younger brother was indeed unhappy, but Gu Chengyan had indulged him endlessly despite all the wrongs done to him. Not even getting angry when his hair ribbon was taken away. For a scholar, appearing in public with disheveled, loose hair was no different from being seen naked. Chapter 39. The next morning, after court ended, Emperor detained Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan. They exchanged a subtle glance, neither had much rapport with the Emperor, so why call only them aside? "You two must be wondering why I've summoned you to my study," the Emperor said cheerfully. "Am I right?" Lin Shuxuan's eyes lit up with affectionate admiration. "Father truly is wise beyond measure. You've seen straight into this son's heart, and into Minister Gu's as well." The Emperor laughed heartily, raising his right hand in invitation. Lin Shuxuan stepped forward smiling, eyes filled with expectation. "Shuxian, would you like to journey south to Jiangnan for some leisure and sightseeing?" the Emperor asked gently. "Of course. They say Jiangnan is a land of immense prosperity, praised by poets and scholars throughout the ages. The riverside towns are veiled in mist and rain, like celestial cities from a painting, so ethereal and enchanting that I've long yearned to see them. Indeed, Jiangnan is a splendid place. And its women? Gentle, graceful, delicately beautiful. It's high time you saw more of the world. This time, go with Minister Gu, you shall represent me on a southern inspection tour." This was unexpected. Outwardly stunned, Lin Shuxuan inwardly calculated, this journey never happened in his previous life. Whether it would bring fortune or peril remained unclear. "Minister Gu, draft the edict." Gu Chengyan bowed and obeyed, taking his seat at a nearby writing desk. Holding a brush in his right hand, he paused above the blank imperial decree handed to him by the chief eunuch. "Bestow upon the second Prince Lin Shuxuan the title of Prince Gong, appointing him to represent me on a southern inspection tour." Following formal protocol, Gu Chengyan carefully composed the Emperor's words into an official edict. Then, the chief eunuch read it aloud. Upon receiving the decree, the second Prince Lin Shuxuan instantly transformed, no longer just a prince, but now Prince Gong, standing equal to Prince Duan, Lin Changxian. "The ship is ready. Depart afternoon," the Emperor said before dismissing them both. Yet Lin Shuxuan, who had just gained a princely title out of nowhere, did not appear particularly elated. As they walked through a secluded corner of the imperial garden, they instinctively halted. "What do you think?" Lin Shuxuan asked Gu Chengyan beside him. Gu Chengyan pondered briefly before replying, "A prince without joy. Better to have a title than none. Without noble rank, officials will never openly side with you. And won't this just make my eldest brother hate me even more?" Lin Shuxuan murmured. Having suffered under that mother and son for so many years, caution had become second nature, a survival mechanism. Just as it had been in his past life. What is there to fear? Very soon, your highness will travel to Jiangnan with this humble subject. It should be Prince Duan who fears, not you. Besides, has begun stepping into the light. Continued silence and patience won't bring peace anymore. It's better to confront openly. That is precisely why His Majesty has pushed you forward. Now is the time to prove your worth, and earn greater favor. Gu Chengyan felt a pang of sorrow seeing the deep-rooted fear Lin Shuxuan still carried toward the noble consort and the eldest prince. No doubt he'd endured countless unseen hardships during those hidden years. Lin Shuxuan gently brushed the petals of a flourishing peony in the flower bed, saying nothing. Enough about that. Bring me the bracelet you promised. And this time, don't lose it again. Gu Chengyan took a small silk-wrapped bundle from inside his robe and held it out. Lin Shuxuan accepted it slowly, unfolding the cloth to reveal a familiar golden bracelet. Slowly, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Happy now? Gu Chengyan asked softly, smiling. I've no time to linger with you. I need to return to my palace and arrange things. Goodbye. Without looking back, Lin Shuxuan strode off toward his residence. Gu Chengyan could only shake his head helplessly, watching the retreating figure with tender indulgence. Though the departure notice was sudden, Gu Chengyan had received the imperial edict naming him imperial envoy several days prior. Most preparations were already complete, he only needed to confirm whether Lin Shuxuan was ready in time. As the hour of departure approached, Prince Gong arrived. Gu Chengyan stepped forward to greet him. I thought I'd have to wait another 1 or 2 hours. Didn't expect you so soon. The newly ennobled prince glanced sidelong at him. Is Minister Gu implying I'm late? How dare this subject think such a thing? They boarded the ship one after the other. The journey from the capital to Jiangnan would take nearly 5 days. The once proud prince, clinging to royal dignity, was now brought low, by seasickness. And as the most skilled physician on this trip, Gu Chengyan had no choice but to stay in the same cabin as Prince Gong, monitoring him constantly to prevent worsening symptoms, with no trusted aide available to share the burden. When they arrived in Jiangzhou, the prefect was already waiting for them at the dock. Gu Chengyan wasn't the least bit surprised, someone had leaked their itinerary. The prefect of Jiangzhou, Qi Jiheng, was about 45 or 46 years old. It was said he and Eugene Song, the former minister of revenue who had been executed, had studied under the same master. Though he had only passed the Imperial Exams as a Tongjianshi, within a mere dozen years he had risen to the position of prefect of Jiangzhou, not just through powerful backing, but also because of his exceptional skill in networking. Your humble servant, Qi Jiheng, prefect of Jiangzhou, greets Prince Gong and the Imperial envoy. Prince Gong stood pale-faced, leaning weakly on an attendant. In contrast, the remarkably young envoy, Minister Gu, appeared far more composed, like someone in charge. Gu Chengyan stepped forward to help him up. Prefect Qi, please rise. Qi Jiheng glanced toward Prince Gong, only to see the prince frowning tightly, seemingly quite displeased. Yet this Minister Gu calmly spoke on the prince's behalf. Prince Gong suffers from seasickness and is exhausted. We shall waive the formalities. Only then did Prince Gong give a perfunctory nod. Qi Jiheng rose. Prince Gong and the imperial envoy must be weary from your journey. This official has already arranged accommodations for your rest. Please follow me at once. My gratitude, Prefect Qi. With Prince Gong still deathly pale, Gu Chengyan approached to take his pulse. Then, he personally helped him into the waiting carriage. Qi Jiheng couldn't quite decipher the dynamic between the two men. On one hand, Minister Gu seemed to be overstepping, making decisions for the prince, stifling his true feelings. Yet on the other, he was personally attending to his health. It was somewhat like what had been hinted in a letter from the capital, that Gu Chengyan treated Prince Gong as nothing more than a puppet, holding him in quiet contempt. As for Prince Gong, though he received no respect, he was still forced to rely on Gu Chengyan, no wonder resentment simmered within him. If the two were truly at odds, then things would be much easier. While Prince Gong was convalescing, Gu Chengyan stayed busy. He met with officials and wealthy merchants of Jiangzhou, and even befriended a renowned courtesan of the Jiangnan region, her stage name, Yingying. This Miss Yingying was said to be skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and possessed an extraordinary gift for empathy. Now that she had met the young, dashing imperial envoy, the two were inseparable, meeting every day beneath flowers and moonlight, eyes full of unspoken affection, growing increasingly intimate. Prince Gong hadn't fully recovered, yet his ears were already filled by various servants whispering about how carefree and indulgent the imperial envoy's life had become. He let out a soft laugh. It was time for him to make his entrance, otherwise, this drama would lose its appeal. That very night, Prince Gong stormed onto the envoy's flower boat, accompanied by guards. He forced Yingying to pour his wine, play the zither for him, and even demanded she accompany him back to his chambers that evening. Minister Gu turned livid and immediately stormed off in anger. Prince Gong seemed to have done it deliberately. Once Gu Chengyan left, he lost all interest and soon followed suit, departing as well. Now, the rumors of their discord were completely confirmed. As Prince Gong was representing the emperor on his southern inspection tour, local officials naturally came to pay their respects and report their achievements. The young and headstrong Prince Gong scrutinized each of them harshly, even punishing several officials for minor missteps. The prefect of Jiangzhou arranged a banquet to bring together the prince and envoy Gu Chengyan. Minister Gu, Prince Gong really is too unreasonable. With consecutive natural disasters and failed harvests over the years, what could anyone do? And yet he scolds them for not focusing on governance. It's easy to speak when you've never felt hardship. This was said by an official who had grown familiar with Gu Chengyan. Though he hadn't been punished by the prince, he had endured a fierce verbal reprimand. After all, he was old enough to be Prince Gong's grandfather. He was deeply humiliated. Gu Chengyan lifted his wine cup, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Prince Gong has always been like this. He used to be nothing more than an unfavored prince. If not for my support, who knows where he'd be now? Truly ungrateful. Exactly. What a pity for Miss Yingying, such a beauty, clearly devoted to you, Minister Gu. Who would have thought Prince Gong would forcibly take her away? Not a shred of respect shown to you. At these words, Gu Chengyan slammed his cup down on the table. He deserves a lesson. It's time he learned his place, just how vast the heavens and deep the earth truly are. A flash of triumph crossed the man's face, followed by feigned outrage. Precisely. Here, far from the capital, he's merely a prince without real power, while you, minister, are the emperor's personally appointed imperial envoy. What do you suggest I should do? Gu Chengyan lowered his gaze, idly spinning his wine cup between his fingers. Naturally, you should file a complaint against Prince Gong before His Majesty. If he's recalled to the capital, won't the entire Jiangzhou region fall under your control? You make a valid point. But honestly, I still can't swallow this insult. What if I were to stir up a bit more trouble for him? What do you think? Gu Chengyan asked with a gentle smile as he gazed at the man. A chill ran down the man's spine. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. Though Gu Chengyan's eyes weren't sharp or threatening, there was something instinctively intimidating about them. It would certainly be excellent. But may I ask how the esteemed minister plans to proceed? Gu Chengyan let out a soft laugh. Not me, how do you intend to act? Surely I don't need to instruct you myself. The men glanced at one another hesitantly, then quickly broke into nervous smiles. No need at all. How could we possibly trouble Minister Gu with such matters? Just leave it to us, we will handle everything perfectly, ensuring Minister Gu is thoroughly satisfied. Wouldn't you all agree? A chorus of voices rang out, yes. Amid laughter and clinking wine cups, they feasted deep into the night before finally dispersing. Chapter 40. Recently, salt prices in the Jiangzhou region had skyrocketed. Salt was an indispensable household staple, and commoners sighed in despair. Yet even so, supply could not keep up with demand. Every day, long lines formed as people scrambled to buy a small amount just to feel secure at home. Rumors began spreading that the Duke of Respect had harshly punished certain officials, one of whom was known as an exceptionally benevolent man. This act enraged a sea deity who had once received great kindness from that official, causing the deity to unleash a terrible plague. Anyone who consumed fish caught from the sea would fall ill, skin rotting, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, forced to watch helplessly as their internal organs decayed before dying in excruciating agony. It was said this illness had no cure once contracted, but salt could prevent it. The rumors grew more intense by the day. Several confirmed cases had already appeared within the prefectural city. Families dragged infected patients to clinic gates, but doctors fled in fear. Even Baojitang's renowned master physician shook his head, declaring he could do nothing. Many witnessed it, the patients truly did exhibit the described symptoms, bodies covered in festering wounds, bleeding from eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Fear spread like wildfire. No one dared eat anything from the sea anymore, nor go near the water, terrified of angering the wrathful sea god and contracting the dreadful disease. Wealthy families paid exorbitant sums to stockpile salt for protection, while ordinary people couldn't even afford basic table salt. With demand surging uncontrollably, salt merchants claimed they had no more stock. Numerous violent incidents ensued. The constables were overwhelmed. Prefect Qi Jiheng of Jiangzhou could only turn to Duke Gong for help. Your humble servant greets His Highness the Duke. Lin Shuxuan, Duke of Respect, was tending to a bonsai. He glanced up briefly and said coolly, "Rise, Magistrate Qi. Why are you drenched in sweat? Do you have something urgent to report?" Qi Jiheng hastily wiped his brow with his sleeve and stood straight. Your Highness, this subject does have an urgent matter. Recently, salt has become extremely scarce. The salt merchants claim they have no surplus inventory. With unable to purchase salt, multiple violent outbreaks have occurred. Might I suggest dispatching troops to restore order? Lin Shuxuan frowned, tossing down the scissors onto the tray, rebuking sharply, nonsense. How can you use military force against our own southern Ling people? Why is there no salt available? The Imperial Court allocates funds annually to subsidize salt producers specifically to ensure stable salt production. What exactly is going on? Summon every salt merchant in Jiangzhou to appear before me at once. I shall question them personally, having accepted court subsidies, how dare they perform their duties so poorly? After receiving the order, Qi Jiheng swiftly assembled the local salt merchants. The leading merchant stepped forward and replied, Your Highness, please understand, we have indeed received the court subsidies. However, salt production demands enormous labor and involves highly complex processes. Yet its selling price is kept low. In fact, producing more means greater losses. Thus, everyone merely follows the quota set by the court each year, manufacturing only the required amount. There truly are no extra reserves left. Lin Shuxuan questioned sternly, then why is salt particularly insufficient this year alone? Qi Jiheng explained, Your Highness, the current surge in salt demand stems from a strange plague sweeping the land. It is rumored that consuming salt prevents infection. Hence, many have begun hoarding large quantities, leaving ordinary citizens without access to even basic cooking salt. What plague? Why have I never heard of this? Lin Shuxuan stared at him, pressing further. A condition where eating seafood leads to full-body ulcers and bleeding from the 7 orifices. This subject personally inspected the corpses of the deceased, it is exactly as described. Lin Shuxuan closed his eyes momentarily in contemplation, then said, If it cannot be eaten, then simply don't eat it. Then the disease won't spread. Is this really so hard to figure out? Qi Jiheng opened his mouth slightly but said nothing. As he lowered his head, he exchanged a glance with the lead salt merchant. Taking the cue, the merchant stepped forward and addressed the Duke, Your Highness, currently, salt production mainly relies on 2 methods, boiling seawater or evaporating it under sunlight, both using sea-derived brine. But now, workers refuse to risk entering the sea altogether, which has drastically reduced output. If we encourage the populace to avoid seafood and stay away from the sea entirely, even this minimal level of salt production may vanish completely. Then what do you propose we do? Lin Shuxuan pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly burdened by frustration. They looked around uneasily at one another, saying nothing. None dared say aloud in front of the Duke, You yourself are the root cause of this plague, you leave, and all these problems disappear. Wouldn't that be tantamount to signing their death warrant? But just because they remained silent didn't mean others would. On one of the Duke's outings, he overheard common folk hurling vicious words directly at him. What kind of good-for-nothing prince is he? Framing a righteous official, provoking the sea god, causing so many innocent people to die, now even we commoners can't get salt to eat. He should just hurry back to his capital city. Jiangzhe doesn't welcome him. The guard beside him frowned upon hearing such insolent words and immediately stepped forward to stop the ignorant commoner. Lin Shuxuan raised a hand, stopping him. No need to bother. They're merely venting their complaints in private. That very day, the Duke Gong's carriage grandly stopped in front of Baojitang's gate. 3 days later, Baojitang's physician announced that he had cured a patient suffering from the plague. Moreover, Baojitang began selling a pill specifically formulated for this illness, one that could achieve miraculous recovery with a single dose. Families with infected members brought their sick directly to Baojitang. After taking the pill, patients visibly regained strength, bleeding ceased instantly, and 3 days later, one entire family joyfully beat gongs and drums as they presented the physician with a brocade banner inscribed, Masterful hands revive the dying. The pills were soon snapped up by eager crowds. Yet the physician looked troubled, explaining that a key ingredient in the pills was extremely rare and would only be sold to those who had contracted the disease to save their lives. Many wealthy families offered exorbitant prices to buy the medicine, but Baojitang adamantly refused to sell it to them, thus winning widespread public admiration. Since the illness was no longer an issue, there was no excuse left for salt merchants to keep production low. The frenzy over salt gradually vanished. It all felt eerily like a carefully orchestrated storm, strange and unsettling. Duke Gong was no fool. He swiftly dispatched men to investigate thoroughly and soon uncovered the originator of these rumors. It was none other than the wife of that official, who was said to have done many good deeds yet had been harshly reprimanded by him, secretly instructing her maid to pass messages to her natal family. Coincidentally, her natal family had been salt merchants for generations. With this final link, the entire scheme unraveled. Every salt merchant involved was promptly imprisoned. Eventually, the authorities released an official notice. The so-called epidemic had been caused by poison administered by the salt merchants themselves. There was no wrathful sea deity at all. Now that the truth was out, the physician at Baojitang accidentally revealed what the crucial ingredient in the pill truly was. It was none other than the blood of His Highness the Duke. As a royal son, His Highness possesses the true dragon lineage, which activates the medicinal potency. This is why critically ill patients could recover within mere days. Overnight, the common folk sang praises of Duke Gong's boundless virtue. Some even set up longevity tablets in temples dedicated to him. The bureaucratic circles of Jiangnan were thoroughly cleansed, but everyone spoke only of Duke Gong, with not a word mentioned about the imperial inspector. Gu Chengyan, whose spotlight had been stolen, flew into a towering rage. It was said that if not for Prefect Qi Jiheng holding him back, he might have confronted the Duke right then and there. The salt merchant scandal extended widely, many officials had financial dealings with them. Now, all trembled with anxiety, fearing Duke Gong would seize evidence and strip them of their positions. One after another, they turned to Imperial Inspector Gu Chengyan, bringing gold, silver, antiques, only to beg Master Gu to save their lives. Gu Chengyan accepted everything without refusal, then casually summoned a few who had offered the most generous gifts. Speak now. What crimes have you committed? The men exchanged uneasy glances in private, each afraid to confess first. Wen Yin, standing beside Gu Chengyan, let out a sharp scoff. If you won't speak, how can my lord help you? If you still harbor doubts, take your offerings and leave at once. There are plenty outside waiting to seek my lord's favor, your places aren't indispensable. Don't waste my lord's precious time. All knew that every gift passed through Wen Yin's hands. Now, genuinely terrified that angering the Imperial Inspector would cut off their last lifeline, one of them finally broke and confessed everything. Gu Chengyan remained as gentle and refined as ever, merely saying, I've taken note. Return home and wait. I will ensure your safety. They went back, hearts pounding with unease. A few days later, Duke Gong arrested a number of people, but these few were all spared. After this test, the threshold of the Imperial Inspector's residence was nearly worn flat by the flood of visiting officials. Learning from the earlier examples, each man now poured out his sins the moment he walked in, terrified of leaving anything unmentioned that might land them in Duke Gong's grasp. Gu Chengyan's smile remained as warm and springlike as ever, telling them to rest assured. 2 days later, every single one of them was arrested. Prefect Qi Jiheng of Jiangxia collapsed limply into his armchair, muttering to himself, finished, all finished. My 15 years of careful scheming, all ruined in an instant. When they came to arrest him, Gu Chengyan personally led the men. He remained as serene and graceful as ever, his lips curled into a faint smile. Master Qi, we're such old acquaintances now, no need for me to say more. Please come along. Qi Jiheng closed his eyes as his official robes were stripped away, his hat removed, and shackles fastened around his wrists. Minister Gu, truly deserving of being the top scholar in all 6 examinations, the finest mind in Ling dynasty. Even someone as cautious as I was deceived by your disguise. One misstep in strategy, and the entire game is lost. Key bows to your superiority. Gu Chengyan stepped forward until he stood before him, speaking gently, it's not that this official is so clever, it's that your subordinates thought me utterly foolish. They assumed because I wasn't born into privilege, I must be short-sighted, because I'm young, I'd surely indulge in beauty and pleasures. Even now, I still find it somewhat laughable, Master Qi. Perhaps living too long in Jiangxia, this land of abundance, had made people here overly presumptuous. You and Duke Gong must have planned this together long ago. Gu Chengyan turned and began to walk away, leaving behind just one sentence, no. This official never discussed anything with His Highness. We merely shared an unspoken understanding, by coincidence, our moves aligned perfectly. Chapter 41. The Prince Gong's delegation stayed in Jiangxia for over 3 months. Officials and salt merchants were thoroughly purged from top to bottom, and from then on salt production became government-managed while still produced by commoners. Civilians could produce salt, but were not allowed to sell it independently, only the government had the right to purchase and distribute it. This greatly prevented merchants from colluding to inflate prices and profit illegally, simultaneously filling the national treasury and significantly increasing the government's fiscal revenue. Initially, the governor of Jiangxia, Qi Jiheng, refused to say anything at all. Gu Chengyan personally went to the prison. Does Governor Qi really believe that once you reach the capital, someone will come forward to exonerate you? Or perhaps you think someone will plead on your behalf, reducing your death sentence to exile, then arrange a fake death along the way so you can assume a new identity and live freely ever after? Even imprisoned, Qi Jiheng was neatly groomed. After hearing Gu Chengyan's words, his expression remained calm and composed. Lord Gu misunderstands me. I merely understand the reality before me and simply wish to preserve what little dignity remains. Gu Chengyan glanced again at the immaculately arranged bed, a sight far from that of a man who had lost all hope of survival. His composure was too profound. Fear of death existed in every person. If Qi Jiheng truly reached such an enlightened state of detachment, he would never have committed so many crimes. Last night, I intercepted a homing pigeon. Coincidentally, it carried a secret letter. Would Governor Qi like to know where exactly I intercepted it? Qi Jiheng's expression flickered slightly before returning to normal within moments, but Gu Chengyan had already noticed. The pigeon was seized from the residence of your beloved concubine. Qi Jiheng still did not respond. And curiously enough, your name was mentioned in the message. Don't you feel the slightest curiosity about what it said? Smiling, Gu Chengyan pulled a small slip of paper from his sleeve. Well, I won't keep playing riddles with you. Out of appreciation for your cooperation these past 3 months in helping me contact others, I'll allow you to see its contents yourself. Should you wish to speak after reading it, just tell the jailer, I'll come immediately. With that, he gently placed the note on the table, smoothed his robes, and walked out of the prison. Qi Jiheng reached out, then hesitated and drew back. After several internal struggles, he finally unfolded the tiny piece of paper. Upon reading it, he closed his eyes. A single tear slowly rolled down his cheek. After sitting in silence through half the night, he rasped to the jailer standing guard, I wish to see the imperial envoy. The jailer, startled from sleep, stepped forward to confirm the request. In the latter half of the night, Gu Chengyan returned to the prison. From Qi Jiheng's mouth poured numerous dark secrets, implicating a certain minister among the 6 ministries, and even one of the grand counselors. Fearing that Qi might be assassinated by those behind the scenes, Gu arranged for 3 separate routes when returning to the capital. Each group was ambushed and attacked en route, but the real Qi Jiheng traveled secretly behind them, shielded by these decoy parties, and safely arrived in the capital. Several days later, Gu Chengyan and Prince Gong stood in court, presenting the results of their investigation in Jiangxia, exposing both the corruption within the Jiangxia bureaucracy and the dangers encountered during their return journey. Qi Jiheng was brought forward by imperial guards. Before the entire court, he confessed in detail to his long list of heinous crimes. Meanwhile, another Vice Minister of Revenue, Su Yinan, submitted a newly compiled ledger of the Ministry of Revenue, using a clear and modern accounting method, which revealed that Eugene Song, the incumbent Minister of Revenue, had colluded with his predecessor in embezzling vast sums from the national treasury. The former vice minister, who had already retired to his hometown, was dragged back into court and wept uncontrollably, claiming he had been coerced by Eugene Song into falsifying accounts. The emperor flew into a rage. The Minister of Revenue was immediately stripped of his office and punished on the spot. The left chancellor was loudly rebuked by the emperor, removed from his post as grand counselor, and ordered to remain confined at home in self-reflection. After these punishments were meted out, the emperor commended Gu Chengyan and Prince Gong. Vice Minister Gu Chengyan shall be promoted to Minister of Revenue. Prince Gong shall take charge of all imperial treasury affairs and be granted a royal residence. Together, the two now controlled Nanling's financial authority, a clear signal that the emperor's greatest trust no longer lay with Prince Duan, but with Prince Gong. Meanwhile, a large portion of military power rested in the hands of General Li Yuanluo, Duke Xinhua, who happened to be Prince Gong's own first cousin. In the event of a succession struggle, there was no doubt he would never side with Prince Duan. Shortly after consolidating control over finances, the northern kingdom of Beiyan began frequent invasions. Gu Cheng was appointed General Yunhui and given command of 200,000 troops to reinforce Prince Zhong against the northern threat. Thus, Prince Gong now held not only the reins of finance, but also significant military power. The Prince Gong's residence had not yet been fully repaired, and since the prince remained in the palace, officials could not meet him directly. As a result, the doorstep of Vice Minister Gu Chengyan's household, newly appointed Minister of Revenue, was nearly worn flat by the flood of visitors seeking favor. Moreover, Gu Chengyan had a mild temperament. Unlike his predecessor, he didn't enjoy putting on airs or making demands, and was easy to approach. He quickly integrated himself into the new social circles. The Right Chancellor met Gu Chengyan privately one day. "You're better suited for officialdom than Jiuyang ever was, and luckier than I was at your age. I spent half my life battling the Left Chancellor and still ended up evenly matched with him. Yet within only 4 or 5 years, he stepped down, and now you've already secured your place in court." The Right Chancellor sighed as he held on to his fishing rod. Gu Chengyan's line suddenly twitched. Calmly, he reeled it in and pulled out a small fish barely 2 fingers wide. "Uncle Cheng, are you here today as an emissary for the Left Chancellor?" he asked gently. The Right Chancellor chuckled. "Emissary? What an idea. Does he need me to worry for him? The Emperor will do that for him. I only wanted to give you a word of caution, Chengyan, the Left Chancellor must not be recklessly challenged. The Emperor will protect him, you saw that yourself, didn't you?" Gu Chengyan pondered. "I have one thing I don't understand. Why does His Majesty favor him so much? Have you heard this saying? Doing 1,000 good deeds for someone won't earn their gratitude like doing one bad deed alongside them." "One bad deed?" The Right Chancellor nodded. "Chengyan, there's much I can't say outright. Think it over carefully. Just remember, don't press too hard against the Left Chancellor. The Emperor will never execute him. On the contrary, if you keep pressing him relentlessly, you risk losing imperial favor. That would be a heavy price to pay. Does the Emperor desire balance, then? But surely another person could serve that purpose. Why must it always be the Left Chancellor? This is a conclusion I've reached after decades. Even I don't know all the details. Only the Emperor and the Left Chancellor truly understand. Sometimes, knowing too much brings you no benefit. You're shining too brightly now. It's time you learn to hide your light. Thank you, Uncle Cheng, for your guidance. I take your words to heart." Indeed, just 2 months later, during the Emperor's birthday celebration, the Left Chancellor moved the Emperor deeply with a heartfelt 10,000-character tribute letter and was reinstated to his former position. Not only that, he petitioned the Emperor for an imperial marriage for his daughter and received approval. His prized son-in-law turned out to be none other than the novel's original male lead, Zhou Wenyuan. Gu Chengyan hadn't paid much attention to him lately. This story's timeline was truly bizarre. Even now, the protagonist still followed the original plot and married the Left Chancellor's daughter. Afterward, the Left Chancellor began to withdraw from public affairs, leaving everything to be handled by his son-in-law Zhou Wenyuan. Among the younger generation, Zhou Wenyuan was quite famous. Naturally gifted in poetry and literature, and generous with his wealth, he attracted many admirers eager to gather around him. The spring imperial examinations were approaching. Gu Chengyan had been personally named chief examiner for this year's exams. Alongside the 3 academicians from the Hanlin Academy, Zhou Wenyuan was also appointed as one of the examiners. With this arrangement, Gu Chengyan felt reassured. Even if the Left Chancellor attempted any underhanded schemes, he wouldn't risk dragging down his own son-in-law, condemning his newlywed daughter to widowhood so soon. Still, Zhou Wenyuan was full of subtle maneuvers, and Gu Chengyan couldn't afford to let his guard down. Perhaps because the emperor's personal sanction of Zhou Wenyuan's marriage to the left chancellor's daughter had stirred such public excitement, many people began entertaining similar hopes. Among them were Princess Xuanhe and Princess Qinghe. Xuanhe hadn't seen Li Yuanluo in 2 full years. Recently, her mother, the Princess Royal, had begun arranging meetings between her and eligible young noblemen, forcing her to attend each one. Xuanhe was growing increasingly anxious. She feared she might lose all hope with Li Yuanluo forever. Thus, she pinned her hopes on her imperial uncle granting her an arranged marriage. Princess Qinghe thought the same way. Previously, Consort Shu had brought up the matter with the emperor, who had agreed. But then Gu Chengyan had abruptly been sent to the border regions for over a year. Upon his return, he had been immediately buried in duties, leaving no opportunity to revisit the topic. Now that he had become Minister of Revenue, those interested in him were countless. Qinghe grew more and more impatient. In the end, Xuanhe had more courage. After being forcibly made to meet the elder family members of a suitable young nobleman by the Princess Royal, she ran straight into the palace. "Uncle! Your Majesty! Help me, please! I can't take it anymore," she pleaded, tugging at his sleeve and shaking him incessantly. The emperor, amused, looked down at her. "Who's troubling our Xuanhe? You've come to see me so early in the morning." "No one but my mother." "Princess Royal? How has she upset you? Tell me all about it." "She's forcing me to meet eligible young noblemen. But Xuanhe already has someone I like." The emperor teased her. "You're not the least bit shy. Go on, tell me, whose son is it?" "If Xuanhe tells you, will His Majesty grant me a marriage decree?" The emperor smiled but did not reply. "Uncle. You've granted a marriage for the left chancellor's daughter, am I really less important than a minister's daughter? You little brat. I've spoiled you for nothing." "Fine, I'll agree, but only if you tell me who it is first. If he's suitable, of course I'll arrange the match." Xuanhe secretly smiled. "I like the current Marquis Zhenghua, Li Yuanluo. Please grant me and Marquis Li our marriage, Your Majesty." The girl gazed at him hopefully. The emperor slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "No. It cannot be Li Yuanluo." Xuanhe was completely taken aback by his anger. "Why not? Does Your Majesty think Xuanhe is unworthy of the Marquis?" "It's because I don't want you to become a widow so young." He did not finish the sentence. "Go back. Never speak of this again." Chapter 42. He was still a young girl, and it was the first time her doting uncle had scolded her. Bursting into tears, she ran away. The moment she returned to the mansion, she shut the door behind her and hid in her room, sobbing quietly. When the princess consort heard from a maid that her daughter had run back home in tears from the palace, she grew deeply worried, fearing that one of the concubines must have bullied or wronged her daughter. She knocked anxiously on He's door. "Huaner, did someone hurt you? Tell your mother, who dares mistreat you? I'll go straight to the emperor and demand justice for you. Don't cry anymore. Come out quickly, please." He opened the door, then darted silently into the inner chamber and threw herself onto the bed. The princess consort closed the door behind her, walked over, sat down beside her daughter, and gently stroked her long hair. Softly, she asked, "What's wrong? My Huaner is always so strong, why are you crying like this today?" Gradually calming, he leaned against her mother's knee and whispered, "Mother, I feel so miserable. I don't want to marry someone else." Knowing her daughter better than anyone, the princess consort smiled faintly and asked, "Has my Huaner found someone she likes? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Which young lord has captured your heart?" He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "It's Li Yuanluo, Duke Zhenghua, Li Yuanluo. Mother, I love him." The princess consort closed her eyes and sighed deeply. "Did you go see the emperor asking for his blessing in marriage?" He nodded. "Huaner, I've met Duke Zhenghua. He is indeed a passionate and honorable young man. But he is not the right match for you. I knew you'd say that, that's why I never dared confess. You're thinking he's always stationed at the frontier, where one misstep means death, isn't stable or safe enough, aren't you?" The princess consort nodded and continued, "Indeed, I don't wish it. If you two were together, I wouldn't dare separate you, but life at the frontier is harsh and cold, and so far from me. I fear I might not live to see you more than a few times before I die. And even if you stayed here in the capital, no matter how brave or skilled he is still flesh and blood. War is merciless. It was precisely because of Nanling's defeat that I was sent as a bride to Northern Yen. You don't understand, on the battlefield, everything changes in an instant. No one remains victorious forever." Tears spilled from He's eyes like broken pearls. "Mother, I can't marry someone I don't love. You've lived through such pain yourself, can't you understand what I'm feeling now?" In that moment, the image of Dingyuan Marquis flashed through the princess consort's mind, and her nose stung. That man remained unmarried for her sake, living alone all these years. Could she honestly say her heart held no regrets? Did she truly want her daughter to live a lifetime filled with the same sorrows? The princess consort relented. "Very well. I'll go plead with the emperor for an edict. Really? Xian he lifted her tear-streaked face, smiling through her tears, her eyes wide with sudden joy. How could I refuse? You're my own flesh and blood. Children are debts from past lives, they say. And you're my little debt collector. The princess consort gently tapped her daughter's nose. Later, the princess consort entered the palace to request an audience with the emperor. Of course, the emperor already knew why she had come. You've come about Xian he, haven't you? Has she complained to you, saying her dear imperial uncle no longer cherishes her? The princess consort replied softly, Your Majesty misunderstands Xian he. She knows you only spoke sharply because you care for her. She already realizes her mistake and specifically asked me, as her mother, to come and apologize on her behalf. The emperor sighed. Princess, I'm acting in Xian he's best interest. She's your only child, and I won't let her throw herself into a burning pit. Except for Li Yuanluo, I would grant her any match among the young talents at court, even Gu Chengyan. By the door of the imperial study, Qinghe Princess and Prince Gong Lin Shuxuan overheard every word. Qinghe bit her lower lip, anxiety flashing across her face. How could Xian he also like Gu Chengyan, and even send her mother as a messenger? Though Lin Shuxuan felt a flicker of discomfort, he clearly noticed her small gesture. Sister, you seem especially anxious the moment Gu's name was mentioned. Qinghe forced a smile, struggling to conceal her true feelings. Not at all. Brother, why are you here at the imperial study? Do you have important matters to report to Father the Emperor? Lin Shuxuan nodded. I oversee the imperial treasury. I come monthly to report here. Then official duties take precedence. I shall return later to pay my respects. Qinghe left to seek reinforcements. Knowing she lacked sufficient influence against the princess consort, she went to summon noble consort Shu to appear before the emperor. The princess consort had originally thought the emperor was reluctant to let Xian he go, but now, seeing the emperor's expression, it seemed the truth was otherwise, as if he were subtly warning her that Li Yuanluo would inevitably meet misfortune. She knew the emperor owed her a measure of guilt and respect, but could it be that he intended to move against the Duke Xingguo's household? The princess consort was no ordinary woman. Having lived as a peace bride for years, she was highly sensitive to political shifts. Since the emperor had already sent his warning, she wisely chose to remain silent and dropped the matter immediately. Your Majesty, Prince Gong Lin Shuxuan has arrived and is waiting outside, the Grand Eunuch reported. The princess consort rose. Since your Majesty still has state affairs to attend to, I shall take my leave now. The emperor pointed at the Grand Eunuch. See the princess consort out personally. Yes, your Majesty. As the princess consort left, Lin Shuxuan bowed and greeted her. Aunt. My dear child, go in quickly, don't keep your father waiting. Lin Shuxuan entered the imperial study. The emperor was holding a vermilion pen, deep in thought. Your humble son greets father, said Lin Shuxuan. The emperor snapped back to attention. Rise. Father, here is the monthly summary of the inner treasury accounts, for your review. Lin Shuxuan stepped forward himself and handed the memorials from his sleeve to the emperor. After glancing through them, the emperor's face broke into a pleased smile. Well done. This month's profits are substantial. With you overseeing the treasury, I feel truly at ease. Perhaps thinking of Li Yuanluo, whom the princess consort had just mentioned, the emperor suddenly asked, Do you think I've been harsh toward the Li family? Lin Shuxuan's heart skipped a beat. After 2 careful breaths, he replied, Your Majesty's grace is boundless. When Lord Zhongwu fell gravely ill, you dispatched top physicians to treat him. And the current Duke Xinguo inherited his title without demotion, it's already extraordinary favor. The emperor seemed content with his answer and nodded. Shuxian, despite them being your maternal kin, you remain fair-minded and don't defend them unjustly. To answer, Father, first I am a prince, so naturally I must stand by your side. Moreover, your Majesty's decisions serve frontier stability. Though the Li family is my mother's clan, I bear the surname Lin, not Li. The emperor gazed intently at him. It's best that you see it this way, your upbringing hasn't been in vain. Continue excelling in your duties. What's due to you, your father will surely not withhold. You may go now. Lin Shuxian nodded, bowed, and backed out quietly. He knew the emperor's eyes remained on his back, so he dared make no sudden movements. Outside, Lin Shuxian looked up at the sky and smiled. 2 lifetimes later, father still loves to dangle promises before me. What's due to me? Not mere princely titles or rewards, but the crown prince's position, which rightfully belongs to the eldest legitimate son. Since you still won't grant it willingly, then your highness, your son can only take it for himself. Perhaps because Xian he and the princess consort had posed a threat to Qinghe, she intercepted Gu Chengyan at the door of the imperial study, gazing at him tenderly. Minister Gu, I have a few words I wish to speak with you privately. Would you kindly come with me? There were many officials present for the court session that day, all watching them with knowing smiles. Since she was a princess, he couldn't very well refuse outright in front of everyone, so he followed her to a quiet spot. What matter does the princess have with this minister? Qinghe moved closer. Gu Chengyan silently stepped back 1 pace. His face remained gentle, scholarly, with a faint courteous smile. There is a distinction between men and women. Standing too close would be inappropriate and might harm the princess's reputation. His gentlemanly conduct only made Qinghe like him more. Minister Gu, what do you think of me? Gu Chengyan smiled gently. The princess is noble-born and exquisite, of course, she is exceptional. Praised by the man she loved, Qinghe beamed with delight and pressed on. Then, Minister Gu, do you have someone you admire? Gu Chengyan thought of Lin Shuxuan and simply smiled without answering. Seeing this, Qinghe's smile faded. Minister Gu, do you love Xianhe? I heard the two of you once traveled together and were quite happy. Gu Chengyan frowned. What did Xianhe and Li Yuanluo's budding feelings have to do with him? From whom did the princess hear such a claim? My relationship with they is one of pure, honorable friendship. We've had little contact, let alone anything as intimate as affection. Such talk is utterly baseless. Hearing him so seriously deny any connection with Xianhe, Qinghe felt a secret thrill. I've cherished you for a long time, Minister Gu. Since you have no one special in your heart, would you be willing to be with me? For the first time, Gu Chengyan's polite smile vanished completely. He'd never encountered a woman of this era who confessed her feelings so directly. Princess, you honor me with affection I do not deserve. This minister. He already has a fiancée. Qinghe, didn't you know? A familiar voice came from behind. Gu Chengyan turned and smiled faintly. Lin Shuxuan strode forward, glanced briefly at Gu Chengyan, then said to Princess Qinghe, Qinghe, you're a princess of the imperial family. Are you actually thinking of becoming a concubine to a mere official? This is absurd. If father finds out, he'll be furious. Qinghe wanted to explain, if only Gu Chengyan would just break off his engagement to that wretched fiancé, everything would be fine, but before she could speak, Lin Shuxuan cut her off again. Minister Gu, could it be you're deliberately seeking royal favor by hiding the truth? Gu Chengyan clasped his hands in salute. Your Highness, this minister harbors no such intention. Humph. I won't listen to your smooth talk. Qinghe lives within the palace and knows little of the outside world, but I don't. I've long heard you're sheltering your wife right in your own mansion, eating from one bowl while eyeing another. Minister Gu, you truly are a man of romantic exploits. Do you not fear I'll report this to father and have you punished? Gu Chengyan knelt on the ground, bowing his head low. This minister dares not. His voice sounded fearful, trembling. Yet his lips curled upward, very, very distinctly. Chapter 43. Qinghe was extremely anxious as she watched her beloved suffer unjust criticism because of her own recklessness, even volunteering to take the blame. She stepped forward to Lin Shuxuan and explained, second elder brother, it's not what you think. Minister Gu did not deceive me. Lin Shuxuan placed both hands on Qinghe's shoulders and said, Qinghe, you are my sister. I cannot let someone with ulterior motives use you like this. There are countless fine men in our southern Ling, men from noble families and esteemed officials who truly deserve you. He released her, then bent down toward Gu Chengyan, who still knelt on the ground, and whispered deliberately near his ear, Minister Gu, do you agree with what I just said? Warm, moist breath brushed against his ear. The usually composed and dignified Gu Chengyan felt his Adam's apple move involuntarily, his body stiffened. His voice came out slightly hoarse as he enunciated each word carefully, the words of His Highness the Prince of Gong are naturally correct. This subject, born of humble origins, is unworthy of the princess's noble status. In Qinghe's eyes, he was clearly enduring humiliation. Overcome with guilt and worry, she thought miserably that Gu Chengyan must hate her now. How could anyone bear to admit in public they were unworthy? Minister Gu, I truly don't care about your family background. Hearing this, Lin Shuxuan paused. He lowered his eyes, hiding the disdain in them. Even if Minister Gu is a genius beyond compare, it would be best to avoid entanglement with imperial daughters. Whether it's Qinghe or Xuanhe, my words end here. You understand my meaning, don't you? He reached out and lightly adjusted the tassel knot hanging by Gu Chengyan's ear from his official hat, the gesture almost mocking. Gu Chengyan's cheek grazed slightly against his hand, instantly burning hot where touched. Yet he had to remain frozen in place, unable to so much as flinch. It was agonizing. Gu Chengyan closed his eyes, his throat tight. This subject understands. Just then, a maid from Consort Shu's palace arrived. Princess, her ladyship Consort Shu is looking for you. Please come back to the palace with me quickly. Qinghe glanced at Gu Chengyan, then at Lin Shuxuan. Clearly, nothing could be said today. She could only follow the servant away. Second elder brother, Minister Gu, I'll be taking my leave now. Lin Shuxuan remained half bent over but gave a small wave in acknowledgement. After walking a few steps, Qinghe suddenly felt uneasy. She stopped and turned back for one last look. She saw her second elder brother standing far too close to Gu Chengyan, so close that from afar, they appeared to be whispering intimately, cheeks nearly touching. Seeing this, Qinghe inexplicably felt her face flush and her heart race. She didn't know why such an absurd sensation had overtaken her. Flustered, she quickly turned back and hurried her pace. Once everyone was gone, Lin Shuxuan dropped his playful expression. Get up. Gu Chengyan rose and lightly brushed the dust off his knees. Lin Shuxuan crossed his arms and stared directly at him. Meeting that piercing gaze, Gu Chengyan felt awkward and looked away. Why are you staring at me like that? Could it be that His Highness the Prince of Gong has actually developed feelings for this lowly-born subject? Lin Shuxuan let out a soft laugh. He stepped closer, eyeing Gu Chengyan up and down, his gaze lingering over every inch of his skin. Gu Chengyan felt as though he'd been stripped bare, utterly exposed and humiliated. Helplessly, he asked, "Have you looked your fill?" Lin Shuxuan's eyes shimmered faintly. "And yet you're ashamed of being looked at? I thought you enjoyed attention, first Xuanhe, now Qinghe. You've drawn quite a few admirers. I simply had to see for myself, what exactly is it about you that makes people so infatuated?" Gu Chengyan couldn't help but laugh bitterly at his sour tone. "You truly misunderstand me. I already have a fiancé, how dare I flirt around? My future wife is notoriously jealous. Just wait till she hears about this, I'll surely catch hell from her." Lin Shuxuan snorted coldly. "Who are you calling jealous?" A faint smile curled Gu Chengyan's lips. "Why, the very fiancé who despised me, refused my proposal, and fled in the middle of the night, of course. TCH. I'm done with you." With that parting remark, Lin Shuxuan walked away, but the moment he turned, a rare, genuine smile flickered across his face. Gu Chengyan was truly grateful that Lin Shuxuan had come all this way to defuse the situation. Otherwise, dealing with Princess Qinghe would have been extremely difficult. From now on, he'd best avoid being alone with her whenever possible. After all, Princess Qinghe had shyly approached him in broad daylight, something many officials had witnessed. Recently, numerous ministers had teased him openly. "Minister Gu, looks like wedding bells are ringing soon, don't forget to invite us to the celebration." "Exactly. Let us share in Minister Gu's good fortune." To be honest, the princess and Minister Gu make a fine pair, talented and beautiful, a match made in heaven. Surely the emperor approves as well. Well said indeed. One is the emperor's most beloved daughter, the other his most trusted and capable minister. If these two were to join together, it would truly be a match made by heaven. For every person who gave blessings and expressed approval, there were others eager to stir up trouble, gossiping among themselves in private. "But didn't I hear that Minister Gu already has a beautiful woman hidden away at home? Is that true? Don't go believing rumors so easily. It came from Zhou Wenyuan himself, allegedly confirmed by Minister Gu's own younger sister. It can't possibly be false. Isn't Zhou Wenyuan also from Jingzhou? Perhaps he really does know something. Speaking of which, isn't Zhou Wenyuan just as talented as Gu Chengyan? The emperor admires him too, and besides, he's already married to the left chancellor's daughter. His future prospects may not necessarily fall short of Gu Chengyan's." Before long, their conversation had shifted toward comparing Zhou Wenyuan with Gu Chengyan. Though Zhou was the male lead in the original novel, for some reason his brilliance was completely overshadowed by Gu Chengyan. Despite deliberate attempts to place them side by side, the difference between them was simply too stark. Oh come now, Zhou Wenyuan is merely a junior 5th rank official, while Minister Gu holds the prestigious post of Minister of Revenue at senior 3rd rank. Do you even know what the Ministry of Revenue is? It controls the entire empire's finances. Not to mention, both the princess and the Junju are infatuated with him. Can the daughter of the left chancellor's family really compare to those two noble ladies? When the left chancellor himself caught wind of this talk, all he could do was sigh. Indeed, there was no comparison. Without Gu Chengyan around, Zhou Wenyuan might have been considered a once-in-a-century talent. But placed beside Gu Chengyan, he appeared far less impressive. With rumors spreading wildly, Gu Chengyan grew concerned about damaging the reputations of the two young women involved. He took initiative to confirm publicly that he already had a fiancée and composed a poem expressing his devotion to her alone. The poem quickly circulated widely among noblewomen's chambers, sparking deep admiration and intense curiosity about this mysterious woman. How breathtakingly beautiful must she be, they wondered, if even someone as outstanding and graceful as Minister Gu could remain so reserved and tender only for her. As a result, speculation surrounding Gu Chengyan and the princess or the Junju gradually faded. People became far more intrigued by the identity of the woman who had captured Minister Gu's heart. Gu Siki suddenly found herself receiving many more invitations, all cleverly phrased attempts to pry information about her brother's unseen fiancé. She fled to Lanyi Pavilion to vent to Lin Shuxuan. "Brother Shuxuan, you wouldn't believe it, the noble daughters in the capital aren't any easier to deal with than the young misses back in Jingzhou. They appear so poised and demure on the surface, but once gossip piques their interest, they'll dig into every corner." Lin Shuxuan raised an eyebrow. "You've had a tough time lately, poor Siki. Take whatever you like from Lanyi Pavilion, consider it a gift." Siki waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it, I don't even want to leave the house anymore. What use do I have for fancy clothes? Oh, by the way, have you seen the poem my brother wrote?" She grinned mischievously as she watched him. That poem had been intensely emotional, so unlike her brother's usual demeanor, yet it perfectly conveyed the delicate tenderness of a man deeply in love. It was romantic, truly romantic. Thinking of it, Siki couldn't help but recall Gu Chengxian, and then pouted. He'd never write love poems in this life, let alone one so moving. A brief stiffness flickered across Lin Shuxuan's lips. Seeing that he remained silent, Siki continued cheerfully on her own. Looks like Brother Shuxian hasn't read it yet. Then, out of sheer kindness, she recited it right before him. Well, isn't it beautifully written? Are you moved, Brother Shuxian? Lin Shuxian listened quietly, then silently repeated the lines in his heart. Red ink on small paper. I pour out my whole life's meaning. Wild geese drift through clouds, fish swim in water. Yet sorrow remains impossible to send. Leaning alone by the western tower at sunset. Distant hills face the curtain hooks. The face I long for, I know not where it lies. Only green waves continue flowing eastward. It sounded exactly like unrequited longing, brimming with quiet melancholy. Lin Shuxian laughed bitterly. The face I seek is gone without trace. Then I shall go search elsewhere. Siki nodded eagerly. Great. Will you come visit our home, Brother Shuxian? No. I only wish to meet your elder brother alone. He still remembered that Xiaoshi seemed to have misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Siki. Appearing before her again might only deepen the misunderstanding. In that case, fine. Anyway, you men can move freely in and out. Unlike us women, confined behind closed gates, unable to step beyond without strict timing, even when we finally get to leave, we must return by the hour. Lin Shuxian gently patted her head. That night, after Gu Chengyan finished his dinner, he stayed in his room reading a book. Suddenly, he heard an extremely light footstep land on the rooftop. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained motionless and expressionless. Gu Chengyan seemed somewhat drowsy. He put down the book, called for water, washed up, then blew out the lamp and got into bed as if preparing to rest. A short while later, the roof tiles shifted quietly back into place. Through the half-open window, a dark figure slipped into the room. Under the dim moonlight, one could only faintly make out his slender figure. The figure slowly approached the bed curtain, gently lifting one corner. Before he could even steal a glance, the person who should have been lying inside pounced and pinned him down. His hands were restrained against the headboard, and his legs firmly pressed beneath. In the darkness, Gu Chengyan spoke, his voice clearly laced with amusement. What little thief are you? Daring to break into my residence, what exactly did you plan to steal? Better confess everything truthfully now, The captured figure replied in a cool voice, yet each word carried a hidden hook, subtly alluring. Steal something? Nothing here interests me. Oh. Gu Chengyan arched an eyebrow, growing increasingly intrigued. The man fixed his gaze upon him, slowly enunciating each word, I'm here to steal a person. Chapter 44. Stealing people. Gu Chengyan muffled a laugh against the side of his neck. What's wrong with that? The masked man shot back. Gu Chengyan brushed past his narrow, upturned eyes and gently pulled down his veil. You bear quite a resemblance to my beloved. Why go through all this trouble? If you wanted to find me, you could have just shown your face outright. Lin Shuxian huffed, now who in the capital doesn't know how deeply affectionate Minister Gu is? Since you're so devoted to your betrothed, shouldn't you have sternly rejected my intrusion into your chamber tonight? Gu Chengyan feigned a sorrowful expression. But she delays marrying me endlessly. I love yet cannot have her, of course I must seek distractions elsewhere to ease this heartache and despair. If we both desire this, why not release me, Minister Gu, and simply enjoy the moment? Lin Shuxian deliberately wriggled closer. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow and loosened his grip at once. In one swift motion, Lin Shuxian flipped him over and pinned him beneath. He slowly leaned in toward Gu Chengyan, then suddenly collapsed, going limp against him. At first, Gu Chengyan thought it was some kind of playfulness. But after 2 or 3 breaths, the other remained completely still. He sensed something was wrong. With a flick of his sleeve, he lit the lamp. In the glow, Lin Shuxuan's ashen face came into view. Gu Chengyan quickly examined him, unfastened his clothes, then turned him over, and there it was, a deep purple-black mark on his otherwise smooth back. Clearly, this was an internal injury. The attacker had held nothing back, this blow was meant to kill. A tiny needle, nearly undetectable upon piercing the skin, and coated with deadly poison to boot. It was fortunate that Gu Chengyan had been fooling around with him just now, otherwise, if Lin had returned to his residence, he might have died from the toxin before anyone realized what happened. Gu Chengyan hurriedly fed him a detoxifying pill, then channeled his inner energy to force the poison needle out of Lin's body. Only when the blood oozing from the wound turned bright red did he stop. Detoxifying this particular poison was no simple matter, it would take at least 3 days. That meant the Prince of Gong would have to vanish for 3 days, and Gu Chengyan himself would need to remain by his side constantly throughout that time. Gu Chengyan sent a covert agent to deliver a letter to the Prince of Gong's mansion. Upon receiving it, the eunuch Wei would surely devise a plausible reason for the prince to disappear from public view for 3 days. As for himself, that wasn't hard either, wasn't his frail and sickly fiancée already staying at his manor? Early the next morning, the Prince of Gong led a grand procession out through the southern gate, reportedly escorting Princess Xuanhe personally to Qingchan Temple for spiritual seclusion. A few days earlier, after Gu Chengyan composed that poem, Princess Xuanhe had declared she would practice asceticism while keeping her hair, vowing to serve before the Buddha. Everyone assumed it was due to her feelings for Minister Gu, and praised her as a bold, passionate woman unafraid to follow her heart. The emperor himself had approved her decision, even selecting Qingchan Temple specifically as her retreat. Gu Chengyan had also taken leave from court, citing his fiancée's deteriorating health and the need to care for her personally. When the right chancellor saw this excuse, his eyelid twitched. Was Chengyan really such a hopeless romantic? Meanwhile, the left chancellor and Prince Duan wore dark expressions. What a coincidence. The night before, Prince Duan had met secretly with the left chancellor. Besides them, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who oversaw the capital's defense, was also present. Given the gravity of the matter, they were extremely cautious. Their meeting took place in an abandoned old house. Just as they were discussing crucial matters, a masked figure appeared atop the roof. Had it not been for a stray cat knocking over some tiles and drawing their attention upward, they might never have noticed him. The left chancellor had a martial artist among his retinue. The man leapt up and exchanged dozens of moves with the intruder but failed to capture him. At that moment, a night watchman happened to pass by. Fearing exposure, the martial artist seized the opportunity when the black-clad figure was distracted and injected a poison dart into his back, ensuring the spy would die before dawn. Yet, by morning, no suspicious corpse had been found in the capital. They remained uneasy, fearing the intruder hadn't succumbed to the poison. If he survived, their secret meeting could be exposed. If the emperor learned of this, all three of them would likely lose their lives. During court assembly, the emperor noticed Gu Chengyan's absence and asked about it. The right chancellor relayed the message on his behalf. Your Majesty, Minister Gu Chengyan of the Ministry of Revenue requested leave because his betrothed's illness has worsened and she requires constant care. The emperor had indeed heard a little about Gu Chengyan's mysterious fiancée, which was precisely why he had never personally brought up the matter of arranging a marriage between Gu and Princess Qinghe. He feared it would only create unnecessary awkwardness. Since that's the case, send some ginseng to his residence. The emperor never hesitated to bestow generous gifts upon his favored ministers. Prince Duan's eyes gleamed sharply as he smiled. Since your Majesty cares so much for Minister Gu, perhaps this subject may go in your stead to pay him a visit. The emperor assumed Prince Duan still hadn't given up on trying to win Gu Chengyan over, but after studying him for a long while, he finally gave his consent. Thus, Prince Duan led a group of palace eunuchs carrying imperial gifts toward Gu's mansion. Minister. Prince Duan has arrived. Wen Yin came hurrying in with evident anxiety. Gu Chengyan glanced at Lin Shuxuan, who still lay unconscious on the bed, and instructed, go fetch Siki. Have her dress her sister Shuxian in proper attire for receiving guests. I'll go greet our visitor in the front hall. Wen Yin looked at the figure in bed, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Gu Chengyan gently squeezed Lin Shuxuan's hand, tucked the quilt more securely around him, then rose and headed toward the main hall. Why has Prince Duan come in person? This subject failed to welcome you properly, please, do sit down. Prince Duan observed the dark circles under Gu's eyes, they truly did appear as if he hadn't slept all night. I heard someone in your household was unwell. The emperor is deeply concerned and specially sent me with this fine ginseng to offer my regards, hoping the patient recovers swiftly. The attendant bringing the gift was an apprentice to the Grand Eunuch of the Inner Palace, someone Gu Chengyan recognized well. This is troubling for you, Sir Eunuch. He gestured for his servant to take the imperial ginseng, then personally handed a small embroidered pouch to the attendant. You've come all this way, it's merely a token gesture, to treat yourself to some tea. The attendant's face broke into a wide smile. Minister Gu is too kind. This one must return to the palace to report, I won't linger any longer. The attendant turned to Prince Duan, who said with a smile, you may go ahead, Sir Eunuch. This subject wishes to have a casual chat with Minister Gu. The attendant nodded. As your highness commands. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. Please walk slowly. Gu Chengyan escorted the man out of the front hall. One always had to be careful with those from the imperial court. Yet Prince Duan seemed outwardly calm, showing no signs of ulterior motives. Minister Gu, your tea smells delightful. Prince Duan lifted the lid of his cup and took a whiff. Gu Chengyan smiled gently in explanation. This blend was personally formulated by my mother. Besides Snowtop Emerald, she added a touch of osmanthus. Prince Duan nodded. No wonder I found the fragrance so captivating, it must be the late madam's ingenuity. Pity that mother and father are visiting friends these days. If your highness enjoys the tea, I could ask her to write down the recipe and send it to your residence another day. Prince Duan raised an eyebrow and said lightly, there's no need. If I wish to taste it again, I can simply visit you. Minister Gu wouldn't deny me hospitality, would you? Gu Chengyan chuckled. Of course not. I would gladly roll out the mat for you. Oh, right, I almost forgot the reason for my visit. What poor memory I have. I came to check on the patient, yet here I am indulging in your tea instead. Minister Gu, I've always been quite curious about the lady you keep hidden in your home. Would it be too much trouble to let me see her, just once, to satisfy this curiosity of mine? A faint upward curve touched the corner of Gu Chengyan's lips. So the fox had finally revealed its tail. Not at all. But she's very weak, and her illness is contagious. Your Highness should stay at a distance. If you, of such noble status, were to fall ill, this subject would be unable to atone even with 10,000 deaths. Prince Duan stood up, hands clasped behind his back. You needn't worry. I'll only take a quick glance. Everyone in the capital wants to catch a glimpse of her. I'm merely driven by intense curiosity. Gu Chengyan led him toward the rear courtyard. Prince Duan, my betrothed resides here. The young lady tending to her inside is my younger sister. The maid lifted the curtain, and a strong medicinal odor instantly wafted out. Prince Duan instinctively raised his hand to cover his nose, but then, noticing Gu Chengyan watching him with an amused smile, he reluctantly lowered it with embarrassment. She does seem seriously ill. Gu Chengyan said nothing further. Prince Duan realized his earlier gesture had offended the minister, leaving him silent and aloof. He coughed lightly and peered into the room. A young lady, her face veiled with white gauze, was holding a bowl of medicine and softly urging the woman in bed to drink. Sister Shuxian, how can you get better if you don't take your medicine? A voice, extremely soft and feeble, murmured something in reply. Prince Duan stood too far away to hear clearly. The veiled young lady spoke again. Brother went to the front hall to receive guests. He might not be back for a while. Shuxian sister, if you wait for brother to return, your medicine will have gone cold. The speaking maiden looked rather distressed, but the woman in bed was clearly difficult to attend to. All right, I'll go fetch brother for you right away, don't get upset. With that, she set down the bowl of medicine, as if preparing to rise and step out. Prince Duan couldn't help but inwardly sigh. What a spoiled and capricious woman, to demand Gu Chengyan himself feed her medicine, making even his own younger sister serve her with such deference. Gu Chengyan murmured softly, Your Highness, this subject must excuse himself for a moment. Prince Duan coughed lightly. By all means, go ahead. Indeed, he had been keeping the minister occupied. Gu Chengyan stepped into the room, where the young lady cried out joyfully, Brother. You're back. Shuxian's sister is throwing a tantrum, quick, go comfort her. I know. Gu Chengyan walked to the bedside, gently took the girl's shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and whispered a few soft words. Then he gestured for his sister to hand over the medicine bowl. He then fed her spoon by spoon with his own hands, soothing her quietly from time to time, his manner no different than if he were tending to an ancestor. Though standing at a distance, Prince Duan saw clearly, the girl's features were delicate and aloof, strikingly beautiful. Despite her pallid, sickly complexion, there was an added fragility that stirred deep sympathy, yet something about her seemed oddly familiar. Once Gu Chengyan had calmed her, he helped her lie back down. Then, after murmuring a few instructions to his sister, he stepped back out. My apologies for keeping your highness waiting. Prince Duan forced a smile. Not at all. Minister Gu truly demonstrates profound devotion to this young lady, attending to everything personally. This subject cannot help but feel deep admiration. Gu Chengyan smiled faintly. She's frail and often irritable, those long-suffering illness require extra patience and care. Forgive me for making such a scene before your highness. Very well then. This subject has now seen her. I sincerely wish Minister Gu every happiness and a swift wedding. I shan't intrude further, farewell. Gu Chengyan personally escorted him to the gate. I am deeply grateful for your highness's kind visit today. You are always welcome in my humble home. Please take care on your way. Prince Duan nodded politely, though inwardly he thought he would likely never come here again. That woman was clearly trouble. Should anything go even slightly wrong, Gu Chengyan would surely hold it against him. Such misfortune would be entirely undeserved. How strange indeed, that Gu Chengyan, so sharp and wise in state affairs, could be so thoroughly ensnared by such a petty, temperamental girl. Chapter 45. After seeing the Prince of Duan off, Gu Chengyan turned and returned to the room where Lin Shuxuan was. Brother, did you see him off? Siki asked as she stepped forward. Thank you for your help today, Gu Chengyan said, patting his sister's shoulder. Siki smiled. It's nothing much, but Shuxuan Gij is truly angry. You should go in quickly and talk to him. I'll take my leave now. Gu Chengyan nodded. Go on. He stepped through the door with a faint smile. The person lying on the bed had not yet changed attire, still wearing the hairstyle of a woman, more imposing than before, carrying an indescribable edge that made him all the more striking compared to how he'd been years ago. Still angry? Gu Chengyan coughed lightly and asked. The beauty on the bed had exquisite features, but his gaze was sharp. The Prince of Duan showed up so suddenly with imperial attendants, he must have ulterior motives. I had no choice but to call Siki to dress me, so he'd believe I took leave due to my fiancé's serious illness. Lin Shuxian snorted coldly. You could have used anyone as a substitute. Why force me to dress as a woman? Isn't this just to satisfy your own selfish desires? Gu Chengyan didn't deny it. He did have personal reasons, but the situation had been urgent, and this method had been the safest. All right, I admit I was wrong. Don't be angry anymore. But what happened to your injury? Why was the Prince of Duan in such a hurry to come here personally? Lin Shuxuan frowned slightly and glanced around at the people present. Understanding his meaning, Gu Chengyan dismissed everyone, leaving only himself and Lin Shuxuan alone in the room. Last night, when I came to find you, I accidentally saw the commander of the Imperial Guard sneaking out from the back gate of your residence. I followed him to see what was going on, and ended up witnessing two others. Gu Chengyan stated with certainty, the Left Chancellor, and the Prince of Duan. Lin Shuxuan's eyes flickered with approval as he continued, exactly. The three of them were conspiring about something. I was too far away to hear clearly, so I climbed onto the roof. The moment I lifted a roof tile, unfortunately, they noticed me. There was someone by the Left Chancellor's side. I exchanged dozens of blows with him, but couldn't find a chance to escape. Later, a night watchman passed by, and somehow, he stopped pursuing me. That's how I ended up at your place. It seems he must have taken advantage of your distraction and shot a tiny concealed weapon into your back. The dart is extremely fine, most people wouldn't even feel the pain, and it was also coated with poison. Lin Shuxuan instinctively touched his back. Seeing the gesture, Gu Chengyan explained, I've temporarily contained the poison, but its nature is severe. For the next 3 days, you must rest here quietly. During detoxification, you'll become extremely weak, bear with it for now. Thinking for a moment, he added, by the way, I've already sent word to Eunuch Wei at your mansion. He's publicly announced that the Prince of Gong will personally escort Princess Xuanhe to Qinchan Temple for cultivation. So you needn't worry, no one ordinary would suspect you. Lin Shuxuan's expression relaxed. I'm not worried. Eunuch Wei is excellent at disguise. He'll arrange for someone to impersonate me. Then Gu Chengyan recalled Lin Shuxuan's half-year-long stay in Jingzhou City, likely another instance of Eunuch Wei pulling off a deception. To those unfamiliar with him, it would be nearly impossible to tell the real from the fake. Restrained by the cumbersome feminine attire, Lin Shuxuan grew irritable and ordered Gu Chengyan, I can't move well like this. Quickly remove this ridiculous outfit. I want to sleep. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, undid the hairpin, and helped loosen the gown. He remained completely unembarrassed, allowing Gu Chengyan to serve him, but it was Gu Chengyan himself who broke into a sweat. Before, he hadn't thought much about the differences between bodies. But now, serving the man he loved, he realized just how different it was, how immense the self-control required to keep a straight face, eyes forward, while changing another's clothes. Of course, he could have spared himself this blissful torment by sending a servant instead, but deep down, Gu Chengyan didn't want that. He preferred to do it himself. Finally finishing the change, Gu Chengyan was drenched in sweat, not letting Lin Shuxuan lie down and sleep as requested, but immediately beginning the detoxification process. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, Lin Shuxuan with his back to Gu Chengyan, as Gu Chengyan placed his palms gently against Lin Shuxuan's smooth, pale back. Right between those two beautifully shaped shoulder blades. When the session ended, Lin Shuxuan was soaked in sweat. Gu Chengyan summoned water and gently bathed him. He had intended to lay him back on the bed, but the moment he tried to pull away, his collar was tightly gripped in the other's hand. With no choice, he wrapped his arms around him and stayed, letting him sleep nestled close. The man in his arms slept fitfully, drenched in cold sweat, and Gu Chengyan kept wiping him down from time to time. Eventually, he woke with a start, breathing softly, trembling as if still caught in terror. His expression made Gu Chengyan's heart ache. Like soothing a frightened child, Gu Chengyan gently patted his back and whispered, it's all right, it's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Was it a nightmare? Lin Shuxuan suddenly threw his arms around Gu Chengyan's waist and buried his face against his chest. Gu Chengyan was surprised, he hadn't expected such meekness from him. His heart softened completely, and he gently stroked the long hair spread across his arm in comfort. After a moment, the weakened figure in his arms murmured weakly, my mother's entire family truly was executed. I didn't lie to you. When I said I saw it happen with my own eyes, do you believe me? Meeting those clear, searching eyes, Gu Chengyan smiled tenderly, kissed his forehead, and said, I believe you. In that instant, Lin Shuxuan felt every trace of unease within him dissolve. Calming himself from the earlier terror, he began to speak slowly. I had a dream, an extremely long one. In it, my grandfather died of illness at the borderlands, the Li family was suddenly accused of treason, and the Marquis of Jingguo Manor was destroyed. It was exactly how the Jingguo Manor met its end in the original novel, Gu Chengyan remembered clearly. He suspected this dream might have been a premonition. It won't happen, Gu Chengyan reassured gently. Yuan Luo is safe at the border now. The southern dynasty cannot afford to lose him. Nothing like that will come to pass. It was only a dream. A relaxed smile touched Lin Shuxuan's lips. Indeed, things were already different from before. In his previous life, Li Yuanluo had never had the chance to leave the capital city. He'd been forced to watch helplessly as the Jingguo Manor was falsely condemned. Not this time. Suddenly eager to share, Lin Shuxuan asked, have you ever heard of my birth mother, Empress Wenzhao? Gu Chengyan hesitated slightly, unsure why the topic had arisen so suddenly, but nodded anyway. I have. The Right Chancellor once spoke of her to me. He must have told you that mother was originally betrothed to Crown Prince Ling Chen, didn't he? Without waiting for an answer, Lin Shuxuan continued, though born into the Xinhua manor, my mother was gentle and dignified, she always followed the right strictly. The emperor favored consort Gui greatly, and whenever she overstepped, my mother would yield again and again, until she yielded herself straight into death. Do you know where my congenital poisoning came from? Gu Chengyan remained silent for a moment before replying, was it something consort Gui poisoned Empress Wen Zhao with? Correct. At the time, no one knew my mother was already carrying me. The emperor had only visited her chambers once, on their wedding night, and since my mother had always been frail, no physician quickly detected her pregnancy. Actually, consort Gui wasn't particularly clever. This matter could have easily been uncovered with even a simple investigation. But what you'd never guess is, the emperor protected her. To save consort Gui from punishment, he struck a bargain with my mother. Gu Chengyan had read the book, but this particular agreement was unknown to him. Lin Shuxuan slowly traced a slender finger along the ridge of Gu Chengyan's throat, then laughed lightly. My mother gave her life so I could grow up safely. In return, she forced the emperor to swear that upon my coming of age, I would be named Crown Prince, and that consort Gui would never be elevated to Empress. Though he smiled, the hatred in his eyes ran bone deep. The emperor never fulfilled that promise, Gu Chengyan realized, sighing deeply. No wonder the Xinhua manor never openly supported the second prince, apparently, that too had been part of Empress Wen Zhao's condition with the emperor, the manor would not involve itself in the struggle for succession, remaining forever a loyal, independent minister. But who could have predicted the emperor never intended to keep his word at all? Even this title of Prince of Gong, it was given merely to temporarily temper the Prince of Duan's nature. So ever since the day I was born, consort Gui has hated me fiercely. After my mother passed, she poured double her hatred onto me. Though she bore no official title of empress, the emperor granted her the authority to manage the inner palace just the same. Since childhood, I endured endless torment at her hands. The emperor ensured only that I wouldn't die, everything else, he turned a blind eye to. I've always wondered, since he loved her so much, why did he bother marrying my mother at all? Gu Chengyan pulled him tightly into his arms and kissed his ear gently. Shuxian, because he was still an emperor. He married Empress Wen Zhao out of fear, the military power and influence of the Xinhua manor. Back when Crown Prince Ling Chen was alive, he was nothing more than an ordinary prince. He wasn't even as esteemed as the loyal prince, who stood faithfully by the side of the former crown prince. The grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with you. You were merely caught in the crossfire. The person consort Gui should truly blame isn't you, nor Empress Wen Zhao, it's His Majesty. This is her fault, not yours. You shouldn't be treated so unfairly. Lin Shuxian said softly, but everyone believes I'm standing in Prince Duan's way, that my mother stole the empress title. The ministers believe it, Prince Duan believes it, consort Gui believes it, even father believes it. All Gu Chengyan felt was heartache for him. As long as you wish it, I will help you. When you stand at that highest position, everyone will bow before you, and no one will ever say you're blocking their path again. Lin Shuxian tightened his grip on Gu Chengyan's robe and whispered, really? Will you help me? Will you remain forever loyal to me alone? Gu Chengyan gazed solemnly into his eyes and vowed sincerely, I, Gu Chengyan, swear upon heaven, this life, I serve only Lin Shuxian. With that, they slowly leaned toward each other. Their lips brushed lightly, like two lost souls who had finally found shelter at last, utterly content. Outside the window, gentle rain fell and soft winds blew, but none of it mattered. At this moment, Gu Chengyan was completely entranced by the intimacy within the room. When the medicine finished stewing, Wen personally brought it over. Hearing the sounds from inside, she discreetly remained at the door. After dinner, Siki hadn't seen either of them, so she came personally to chat with Lin Shuxian, and found Wen standing guard like a door god. Wen, what are you doing here? This must be Shuxuanji's medicine. Let me take it in. Hand it over. She reached out to take it. Wen cleared her throat lightly. Miss, the young master is inside. Sipki didn't understand. Well, if he's inside, that's fine. Isn't it normal for elder brother to be here? Then she moved to knock. Wen quickly stepped in front of the door. Miss, I'm afraid it isn't quite convenient right now. Sipki frowned. Why wouldn't it be convenient? Wen struggled for words, her expression strained. She certainly couldn't say the two inside were tossing amid red waves. Could it be elder brother is giving Shuxuanji medical treatment? Wen hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. That's exactly it. Perhaps Miss should come back tomorrow. All right then. Tell elder brother and Shuxuanji later, I've prepared some soup and will bring it by in the morning. Yes, Wen will remember. After Gu Sipki turned away, Wen let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a low, melodious moan floated out from inside. Gu Sipki froze mid-step, turning curiously toward the closed door. Wen, did you just hear a sound? Wen hadn't even finished exhaling, the breath caught in his chest. He croaked out, perhaps, it was painful during treatment. Is that so? But Sipki clearly heard a voice filled with pleasure, barely restrained in its intensity. Wenyin stood stiffly, pretending seriousness. Maybe I misheard. Sipki glanced once more at the shut door before finally turning away. Wenyin broke into a cold sweat. The medicine was nearly cold, yet he couldn't leave. What if Miss came back again? That scene would be far too spectacular. Fortunately, the noise from within didn't last much longer. Gu Chengyan himself opened the door, intending to call for hot water, only to find Wenyin waiting outside. At the sound of the door opening, Wenyin immediately said, "Young master, this is your wife's medicine." That single word, wife, delighted Gu Chengyan immensely. "You've worked hard. I'll take it. There's no need for you to stay any longer, go rest." "Yes." Wenyin left swiftly, eager to escape this troublesome place. Gu Chengyan used inner energy to reheat the cooled medicine to an appropriate temperature, then carried it to the bedside. "Shuxian, drink your medicine first before sleeping." On the bed, utterly exhausted, the figure pulled the blanket over his head. Gu Chengyan shook his head helplessly. He sat down on the edge, secured Lin Shuxuan's nape firmly in his left hand, lifted the dark bowl of medicine with his right, took a mouthful, and leaned forward to transfer it into Lin Shuxuan's mouth. The medicine was bitterly harsh. Already drained, Lin Shuxian instinctively squirmed, trying to turn away, but was held fast by that strong palm, unable to move. Helpless, he could only endure pitifully. After a struggle, he finally swallowed it. So sip by sip, Gu Chengyan never grew impatient. With infinite patience, coaxing and teasing, he fed every drop into him. Finally, overcome by drowsiness, the moment Lin Shuxian was released, he rolled over and turned his back, instantly falling into deep sleep. The next day, when Sipki came to deliver the soup, she stared in amazement. Lin Shuxian was actually drinking his medicine himself. Now, that was truly rare. "Today Brother Shuxian is drinking your medicine so willingly. I was worried you'd lose your appetite after tasting such bitterness, so I specially stewed the lily and lotus seed soup you love." Lin Shuxian couldn't help but recall the image of someone feeding him medicine the previous day. His mouth suddenly felt dry. Better not think about it. He wasn't sure anymore whether that man was really giving him medicine or taking advantage of him. "Add more sugar. This medicine is far too bitter," Lin Shuxian said, setting down the bowl with a frown. Sipki covered her mouth and giggled. "I know how much you adore sweetness, I've already added rock sugar. But elder brother said you must wait at least 2 asterisk after finishing your medicine before eating anything." Lin Shuxian clicked his tongue, the lingering bitterness in his mouth made him deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, a candied pastry dusted with sugar was slipped into his mouth. He looked up, sure enough, Gu Chengyan had entered silently behind him. Whenever Sipki saw her elder brother interact with Lin Shuxian, she found it unbearably sweet. Just watching them, she felt drawn into the unique aura between them, wishing they could stay together every single day. Lost in thought, she blurted it out without realizing. "If only Brother Shuxian could be here every day." Lin Shuxian smiled gently. "Oh. So you really like me that much?" Sipki nodded earnestly. "Of course. But elder brother would definitely be the happiest one in the family. You don't know this, Shuxuanji, but only when you're around does elder brother laugh so freely." Having grown up alongside Gu Chengyan, Gu Sipki spoke with absolute authority on the matter. Lin Shuxian propped his chin in his hand, gazing at the graceful man beside him, teasing, "Is that so?" Gu Chengyan's lips curved slightly as he sat down next to him. "Didn't you personally experience it yourself yesterday?" Recalling yesterday's events, Lin Shuxian grew flustered, averting his eyes, but then, almost involuntarily, his gaze drifted back to Gu Chengyan's thin, sensual lips. He inwardly sighed, truly indulgent. Who would have guessed the noble, upright Gu Chengyan harbored the potential to be a nation-toppling enchantress? He quickly suppressed that increasingly inappropriate line of thought. "This room feels rather dull." Sipki brightened at once. "Why not go to the orchid garden? The orchids just bloomed, and elder brother can bring his guqin. We could sit there, drink tea, it would certainly be better than cooped up indoors." Her maid Jishu reminded her, "Miss, we haven't tallied this month's estate revenues yet." "Oh dear, I nearly forgot." "Then elder brother, please keep Shuxuanji company. I'll go handle business first, otherwise mother will scold me for laziness when she returns." "Go on." After she left, Gu Chengyan turned to Lin Shuxian. "Well then, why not follow Sipki's suggestion? Let's rest in the orchid garden for a while." Lin Shuxian felt uneasy being alone with Gu Chengyan in a room all the time, so he nodded in agreement. The orchid garden was filled with various strains of orchid grass. Lady Xia loved orchids dearly, and these were different varieties Gu Chengyan had specially collected from across the land. Normally, they were tended to personally by Gu Zhengxiu and thrived beautifully. "This is silver-edged Cymbidium sinense?" Lin Shuxian asked, eyeing a plant with unopened buds, slightly surprised. Gu Chengyan stepped closer. Specifically sourced from the south. My mother loves it. It actually survived transplanting from the south to the capital. That must have taken considerable effort. Not too bad. My father handles most of the care. There's a room beside the garden, we can move them inside when it gets too cold. You parents have such a wonderful relationship. Lin Shuxuan recalled dining with father and mother Gu last time, their silent glances, their effortless understanding. Truly enviable. As long as you wish it, you can have it too. With whom? With you? Lin Shuxuan lifted his eyes to meet his. Gu Chengyan smiled faintly. Did you have someone else in mind? Lin Shuxuan ignored him and walked over to the pavilion, sitting down. Gu Chengyan had some books brought over for Lin Shuxuan to pass the time, while he himself began attending to official matters. Although he'd taken 3 days leave, as Minister of Revenue, certain affairs still required his personal attention. Zeng. Gu Chengyan looked up. Lin Shuxuan sat behind the guqin, slender fingers plucking the strings. The music resonated deep and far, its tone pure and lingering. This was the first time Gu Chengyan had seen Lin Shuxuan so serene, and strangely fitting, given his aloof appearance. Unconsciously, Gu Chengyan found himself drawn into the tender, hidden emotions conveyed through the player's heart. During a pause, he quietly gave Wenyin an order. A moment later, Wenyin returned holding a jade flute of flawless emerald green. This was Gu Chengyan's most treasured flute, rarely ever taken out under normal circumstances. The flute joined in with a bright, spirited melody, yet blended perfectly with the guqin's lingering resonance, each instrument intertwining seamlessly, merging into one, neither leading nor following, only flowing together as if of one soul. At some point, Lin Shuxuan's face had softened into a relaxed, serene smile. He himself didn't notice it, but Gu Chengyan, who had been quietly watching him all along, saw every detail. The wind picked up. Light silken veils meant for decoration fluttered in the breeze, swirling around the two figures in the pavilion. They lifted their eyes at the same moment, sharing a quiet, knowing smile. Though this was their first time playing together, every note fit so naturally, as if they'd rehearsed together hundreds or even thousands of times. Rain began to fall gently from the sky, dampening the ground. Accompanied by the soft patter of raindrops, the duet gained an even deeper sense of harmony and wild charm. Neither stopped, the music became an unrestrained outpouring of emotion, a silent conversation between hearts. The final note trailed off into silence. Lin Shuxuan gazed at the orchids in the garden and murmured, "The flowers have bloomed." Gu Chengyan looked at him and replied softly, "Yes. My flower has bloomed." Lin Shuxuan didn't turn to meet his eyes, but the tips of his ears burned red. Gu Chengyan realized that no matter how bold and unrestrained Lin Shuxuan seemed before, once emotions were laid bare, he showed such endearing shyness. Indeed, he could be shy, often at just a glance or a casually spoken phrase. He was a man of contradictions, endlessly fascinating, cold and innocent in appearance, yet bold and provocative in action, at times pure, at others shameless in his passion. Ever-changing, yet every facet was loved deeply, completely, down to the marrow of Gu Chengyan's being. Step by step, Gu Chengyan approached him. The veils fluttering in the wind now stirred not just air, but desire. He brushed aside the last obstructing sheer curtain and pulled his beloved close, gently laying him back upon the guqin. Leaning down, he claimed his lips in a deep kiss, tongues entwining, cheeks brushing, breath mingling. Now and then, the ancient guqin emitted faint, haunting tones. A misty drizzle cloaked the intimate scene, while the delicate silken veils, as if understanding, curled tenderly around them, shielding the newly confessed lovers from view, two wild swallows giving in to passion beneath the open sky. Chapter 46. Siki always felt there was a subtle connection between her eldest brother and Shuxian Gage, one that had completely changed from before, resembling the kind of bond he shared with their parents. A mere glance or gesture was enough for the other to understand exactly what was meant. And when they looked at each other, they would inexplicably burst into laughter together. On this final day, Siki had originally planned to spend time chatting properly with Shuxian Gage. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Better to leave her brother alone to keep him company. Using the excuse that the account books weren't fully sorted yet, she stood and left. Her skill in reviewing ledgers was taught to her personally by Gu Chengyan. There were only a few small estates to manage, hardly enough accounts to justify her prolonged attention. Most likely, she sensed something between him and Lin Shuxuan, and thoughtfully excused herself to give them space to talk. "Tomorrow I must attend court," Gu Chengyan said, informing Lin Shuxuan about the next day's arrangements. "I've already arranged a carriage to take you to Qingchan Temple. It will depart from the south gate early in the morning." Lin Shuxuan nodded. "My eldest brother is probably getting desperate. When a dog is cornered, it jumps the wall, who knows what he might do. I'll stay at Qingchan Temple for half a month. You should be careful. It's better you're out of sight. That way, he won't fixate on you and do something reckless. The Emperor should already have his own preparations in place. We'll just pretend we know nothing." The tea had gone slightly cold, so Gu Chengyan poured him a fresh, hot cup. "Since he's so impatient, why not stir the fire even higher? My father, who has long held supreme power, must have completely forgotten what it feels like to be threatened or defied. I truly wonder how much he values his beloved eldest son." Lin Shuxuan laughed freely. Gu Chengyan gave him an indulgent smile and said, "I'll do my best to show you the scene you wish to see. In that case, I thank you, Minister Gu." He said it playfully again, his gaze bold as it wandered up and down Gu Chengyan's form. Gu Chengyan reminded him helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. My self-control isn't as strong as you imagine. If you want to leave here tomorrow in comfort, don't provoke me lightly. Lin Shuxuan's teasing expression faltered. Remembering how exhausted he'd been yesterday, weak and spent, helpless as Gu Chengyan carried him all the way back to his room, he wisely reined in his gaze. The next morning, Gu Chengyan left for court. A carriage waited at the back gate, slowly rolling toward the southern gate. Your Majesty, the weather has been favorable and our nation enjoys peace and stability. Succession is the foundation of the state. This minister respectfully requests the appointment of a crown prince to stabilize the court. The speaker was an elderly official from the Ministry of Rights, a department technically under the Right Chancellor. Yet watching the Right Chancellor's expression, Gu Chengyan could tell he seemed unaware of this move. Then officials from the Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of War stepped forward as well, echoing the request to appoint a crown prince. The emperor on the dragon throne showed no clear emotion, merely asking, then what do you all believe? Which of my imperial sons is fit to be crown prince? Speak your minds. The left chancellor stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prince Duan possesses both virtue and talent, shows respect to the worthy, and has served your Majesty in many important matters. He is the most suitable candidate for crown prince. This minister supports the proposal. So do I. For a moment, support for Prince Duan reached its peak. Cheng Qinhuang was absent from the court session today. Standing first among the right faction was the Right Chancellor. And what does the Right Chancellor think? The Emperor asked directly. The Right Chancellor stepped forward. Your Majesty, throughout the history of our Nanling dynasty, when there is no legitimate heir, the eldest son is chosen. Prince Duan is born of noble consort Gui, making him your Majesty's eldest son by concubine. Yet Prince Gong is the son of the late Empress Wen Zhao, the only legitimate son by your true Empress. In terms of rank and propriety, establishing Prince Gong as crown prince best aligns with ritual protocol. Let the Ministry of Rights speak, the Emperor said. Is what the Right Chancellor says true? The Minister of Rights was Xu Fei's father, an old man of advanced age. He shuffled slowly from his position, seemingly preparing to perform the full ceremonial bow. Observing his frailty, the Emperor waved a hand. Skip the formalities. Speak where you stand. Thank your Majesty's grace. According to the founding rules of our Nanling kingdom, the Right Chancellor is correct. Priority goes first to the legitimate son for succession, then to the eldest. Prince Duan's face darkened. In the past, with noble consort Gui favored above all others in the harem, who would dare point out his status as a son of concubine? Now, barely had Lin Shuxuan appeared than they turned against him collectively. Wasn't this all because of his dear father, who insisted on creating such a powerful enemy? He kept his head lowered, but clenched his teeth beneath, his hatred toward the emperor growing deeper by the moment. An imperial censor stepped forward as well. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Zhenguogong's family has served 3 generations with unwavering loyalty, rendering great and meritorious service to our Nanling dynasty. The late Empress Wen Zhao was dignified and virtuous, without fault. If a crown prince must be appointed, this minister believes Prince Gong is fit to bear this responsibility. Others said, Prince Gong has been frail since childhood, and in recent years has achieved nothing remarkable, too ordinary indeed. It would still be better to appoint Prince Duan as the heir apparent. The Emperor favored Gu Chengyan most. Seeing that he had not yet spoken, he asked directly, Gu Cheng, what are your thoughts? Gu Chengyan, dressed in a crimson official robe, stood elegant and refined like polished jade. He replied and gracefully, Your Majesty, I am not well acquainted with Prince Duan. I've only heard he bears the title of worthy prince among the common people, which suggests he must be commendable. As for Prince Gong, however, I have worked alongside him for some time. Though young, Prince Gong possesses strategic insight and clear judgment. He is certainly not the mediocre man some have just described. He did not state his preference outright, but instead offered an objective account based on actual experience. Yet the Emperor was most pleased by his response. His ministers existed to provide perspectives, not to make decisions for him. Only he, the sovereign, held that power. Gu Cheng, your words are fair and balanced. I am very pleased. The court officials glanced at their radiant emperor, then at the poised and graceful minister of revenue, Gu Chengyan. Well now, they had been squabbling like bickering roosters, while he gained imperial favor without offending either prince. Truly, he had cut tofu cleanly on both sides. Even Prince Duan looked upon him more favorably. He hadn't expected Gu Chengyan to speak up for him. Inwardly, he thought, should he ascend the throne one day, for this one good word spoken today, he would surely spare Gu Chengyan's position as minister. Enough. I have heard all you've said today. Dismissed. The Emperor rose, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Moments later, the Grand Eunuch stopped Gu Chengyan before he could leave. Minister Gu. Please wait, His Majesty requests your presence in the imperial study to discuss matters of importance. The surrounding ministers watched him enviously. What urgent matter could it be? Clearly about succession. That the Emperor would consult Gu Chengyan personally on such a decision meant the Minister of Revenue's promotion to Prime Minister was merely a matter of time. Prince Duan breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chengyan wasn't on his side per se, but he was still preferable to the Right Chancellor. Your Majesty, you summoned me, is there a command to give? The emperor waved his hand, pointing to the seat beside him. Sit. Thank your majesty. Today we won't speak of state affairs. Treat me simply as old Master Lin. Gu Chengyan felt surprised within, though his expression remained unchanged. Old Master Lin hasn't been sleeping well these past few days, has he? Perhaps I should take your pulse once. The emperor nodded and extended his wrist. The grand eunuch swiftly placed a soft cushion beneath it. Though inwardly troubled, the emperor always felt an urge to confide in Gu Chengyan. These past days, noble consort Gui has grown much gentler, so gentle it feels as if I've returned to my youth, when we first met. But after all, she is a mother. Every day, she reminds me how excellent Prince Duan is, how capable and accomplished. A chill ran through Gu Chengyan. So the emperor had indeed used those stimulating secret remedies, the noble consort had truly pulled out all stops, luring the emperor deep into indulgence of sensual pleasures. The truth was already clear, but to avoid engaging directly, Gu Chengyan continued maintaining the posture of taking the pulse. You saw today in court, Changshuan's ambitions have swollen under my care. He is no longer content being a prince. Now he sets his eyes upon the dragon throne I sit upon. Humph. The grand eunuch began to sweat coldly. For the emperor to say such words in front of Gu Chengyan, the eunuchs were forbidden from interfering in politics. Just hearing this was already a grave crime punishable by imprisonment. He stole a glance at Gu Chengyan, only to find the man faintly smiling, unmoved and calm, completely composed. The grand eunuch sighed inwardly, indeed, a man of extraordinary mind, courage, and insight, far beyond ordinary men. He thinks everything he has now was earned by himself. Without this emperor, he is nothing. Worthy prince, how many in court truly serve him with sincerity? They flatter him only to please him, neglecting their duties, chasing empty dreams and resorting to crooked schemes. After venting, the emperor felt noticeably lighter. Gu Chengyan spoke at the right moment. Old Master Lin must still care for his health. Do not let anger harm your body. Though your palpitations have been well controlled in recent years, you still require peace and quiet for recuperation. Cultivating tranquility and moderation is advisable, do not indulge too deeply in fleeting pleasures. Slightly embarrassed, the emperor found Gu Chengyan unlike other physicians who spoke in vague euphemisms. He always went straight to the core. But his medical skill was unmatched, so the emperor still trusted him deeply. Are there any remedies that won't harm the body? Being a man, even in old age, the emperor still took great satisfaction in achievements within the bedchamber. Gu Chengyan could not refuse. The emperor was indeed a sovereign, but he was also a man, and no man liked to be told he was inadequate. Thus, Gu Chengyan slowly nodded. However, old Master Lin, we agreed beforehand, although this medicine does not damage one's vital essence like common secret remedies, overuse will lead to increasing fatigue afterward. It must be used with proper discretion. I understand, just rest assured. After examining his pulse, Gu Chengyan left behind a prescription to nourish and strengthen yang qi. By revealing this secret to Gu Chengyan, the emperor's trust in him deepened even further. He now regarded him as one of his most intimate confidants. He then brought up the promise he had made to the late Empress Wen Zhao. I gave her my word that Xu Xian would grow up safe and sound. Now, at last, I fulfilled that promise. Back then, she was barely clinging to life, and in a moment of weakness, I even promised her I would name Xu Xian crown prince. But the heir apparent is the foundation of a nation, such matters should never be treated so lightly. Now, I find myself rather troubled. Upon hearing this secret for the first time, the grand eunuch trembled violently in shock. Chapter 47. Gu Chengyan glanced at him. Why did the chief eunuch of the imperial palace seem so uneasy today? Suppressing his suspicion for now, Gu Chengyan refrained from responding immediately. Minister Gu, do you think Xu Xian is fit to be crown prince? The emperor suddenly asked, his narrowed eyes revealing sharp scrutiny. Gu Chengyan calmly rose to his feet, lifted his official robe, and kowtowed with clasped hands. Your Majesty, the matter of heir succession is of utmost importance. I can only say that although Prince Gong does not match Prince Duan in talent, he possesses a gentler and more benevolent nature, with great tolerance for others. The emperor closed his eyes. What Gu Chengyan said was something he himself well understood, but deep down, he still favored Prince Duan, born of his beloved imperial consort Gui. Rise. Must you kneel at every turn? Haven't I told you to treat me as Master Lin? Gu Chengyan slightly raised his brow, yet obediently replied, yes, forgive me, I momentarily forgot in my emotion. Let's drop this topic. You've been tending to your fiancée these past few days. Is she recovering well? The emperor dropped his mercurial manner and shifted to casual conversation. Much better, Your Majesty. I have yet to thank you for your generous gifts. I express on her behalf my deepest gratitude for your august grace. As long as she's unharmed, that's what matters. Speaking of which, my two sons are reaching marriageable age. Changshan has quite a fiery temper, perhaps marrying a princess who can keep him in check will help calm him down. What do you think? At this moment, Gu Chengyan felt inwardly relieved that the emperor's favoritism had spared mention of his other son, Lin Shuxuan. Your Majesty speaks wisely. There's a common saying among the people, settle down before setting out. Once married, a man's temperament tends to stabilize. Exactly so. I'll bring it up with Imperial Consort Gue sometime. After all, Prince Duan is her son. The choice of daughter-in-law must have her approval. Let her select personally, otherwise, she'll blame me later for choosing someone unsuitable and throw another tantrum. Gu Chengyan smiled silently. After spending the entire morning playing Go with the Emperor, Gu Chengyan was finally dismissed. As expected, 2 days later, the Imperial Consort Gue sent invitations to all eligible unmarried daughters of officials ranked 3rd grade or above, summoning them to the palace for a flower-viewing gathering. The flowers were indeed present, but whether they were meant to admire the blossoms on the trees or the fresh, delicate young ladies remained open to interpretation. Since Gu Chengyan met the rank requirement, Gu Siki was also on the guest list. Gu Chengyan thought it was about time to discuss with his parents an appropriate date to formally settle the engagement between Qingxin and Siki, to prevent any unexpected complications. Yet to his surprise, the girls returned home unusually early. Normally, they wouldn't return until after lunchtime, but it wasn't even noon yet. Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia hurried forward together to greet their daughter. Lady Xia wiped the sweat from her forehead, asking anxiously, "What happened? You're drenched in sweat, yet your hands are icy cold. Did something occur in the palace?" Gu Zhengxiu, equally worried, quickly poured a cup of tea and handed it to his daughter. "Here, drink some water and rest. Don't be afraid, we're right here." Siki instinctively looked around for Gu Chengyan. "Where is eldest brother? Hasn't he returned from the Ministry of Revenue yet? Speak of the devil, and he appears." Gu Chengyan entered through the door wearing a dignified dark red official robe, tall and upright. Seeing him, Siki felt as if she'd found her anchor, her panic began to subside. Gu Chengyan removed his official hat and handed it to Wenin before walking over to his sister. "What's wrong? You're pale and disoriented. Give me your hand, let me see if you're suffering from heatstroke." Siki clutched his sleeve and gently shook her head, whispering softly, "Eldest brother, something terrible happened in the palace." Judging from her traumatized look, Gu Chengyan gently stroked her head, then gave Wenin a silent glance, signaling her to dismiss everyone else from the room. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tell me what happened." There was a dead body. Lady Xia stepped back in shock. Gu Zhengxiu quickly wrapped an arm around his wife. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Siki nodded. The stepmother of Imperial Consort Gue brought a young lady into the palace who bears a striking resemblance to the consort. Somehow, she ended up in close contact with His Majesty, the kind that involved physical intimacy. Many people saw it. Her clothes were all disheveled. Imperial Consort Yan's family background was not prestigious. Her father held only a minor position in the Ministry of Rites, elevated to a 4th-grade ceremonial official only after the emperor ascended the throne. His first wife passed away early, and the current madam was a second marriage. Gu Chengyan had encountered him several times during official dealings with the Ministry of Rites, a man somewhat shrewd but lacking true insight, which explained why the emperor never entrusted him with important duties. This. Lady Xia was somewhat stunned. They were family, yet they had publicly humiliated the imperial consort. Did the imperial consort have her killed? Gu Chengyan surmised that the proud and temperamental imperial consort would not easily forgive a mere impostor who had so blatantly seduced His Majesty in front of many people. Siki hesitated for a moment. It must have been. Though the imperial consort was clearly furious, the girl was still her niece. She ordered one of her senior palace maids to help the young lady change into proper attire, but no one expected that she would lose her footing and fall into the lotus pond. When they pulled her out, her face was badly lacerated. "Enough. This matter has nothing to do with us. It's fine for our own family to know, but don't mention it to outsiders, understand?" "Yes, elder brother, I understand." Gu Chengyan ordered a calming herbal decoction prepared for her, adding medicinal ingredients to help her sleep better. Storm clouds were gathering. The imperial consort must be deeply disappointed in the emperor. And Prince Duan, on his side, might indeed make a bold move soon. "Father, mother, over the next few days, please stay at a friend's home for a while. Take Siki with you." Gu Zhengxiu sensed from his son's tone that something momentous was about to happen. But his son knew far more about court affairs than he did, so he didn't press further. "Tomorrow I'll take your mother and Siki away from the capital for a time. We'll tell people we're visiting friends. You be careful too." His son's martial arts skills weren't inferior to his own, so he wasn't overly worried about his safety. Don't worry." Since the emperor had favored her niece during the previous flower-viewing banquet, Imperial Consort Yan hadn't spoken to him again. Every time he came, her palace gates remained shut. No matter how often the emperor visited, only her chief palace maid would come out to say, "Her Highness is unwell and has retired." Because of this, the gentle and understanding concubine Shu became the emperor's solace, and was even discovered to be pregnant. Rumors said she'd already been carrying the child for 3 or 4 months, though no one had known until now. The emperor was overjoyed. It had been years since any concubine gave signs of pregnancy. There were whispers in the palace that if concubine Shu bore the emperor a son, she might be elevated to the rank of imperial consort. Then there would be 2 imperial consorts in one palace. The fortunes of the new imperial consort Shu might just be unfolding. By coincidence, Imperial Consort Yan overheard this talk and flew into a rage, immediately punishing a group of gossiping servants and sending their severed tongues to Concubine Shu's quarters. Concubine Shu nearly fainted from fright, her pregnancy was thrown into danger, and physicians were hastily summoned. Qinghe, unable to bear seeing his mother mistreated, rushed to the emperor to lodge a complaint. The emperor punished Imperial Consort Yan in turn, confining her to her quarters and stripping her of authority over palace affairs. As a result, Prince Duan was repeatedly reprimanded in court as well. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager fell seriously ill. Ever since the emperor dealt with her family's Marquis Xianwei, she had languished in bed, and it seemed she wouldn't last much longer. Yet the emperor was filial. On Prince Duan's advice, he invited a group of revered monks from temples into the palace to pray for the Empress Dowager's recovery. It was then that disaster struck. The monks and their disciples were actually disguised assassins. The moment they entered the palace gates, they slaughtered the guards at the entrance and let in a large force of hidden imperial soldiers. The white marble steps inside the palace ran red with blood. The imperial guards fought desperately, but the rebels' assault was too fierce and too well prepared. In the end, the guards were forced into retreat. The rebels cut straight through to the gates of the emperor's Taiqing Hall. Prince Duan sent someone to bring the imperial consort from her quarters. Then he stood before Taiqing Hall and shouted, "Father, please step down peacefully. As long as you no longer meddle in state affairs and live in peace as our retired emperor, I swear everything will remain as it was. You'll still be the father I respect most." Inside the hall, the emperor clenched the armrests of his dragon throne so tightly his knuckles turned white. He roared, "Rebellious son! You dare not! This is treason, it will be condemned by all history. Father, winner takes all, those were your very words. Don't struggle anymore. The imperial guards were replaced, the other half were captured by my men long ago. No one is coming to save you, dear father. If you walk out now, write an edict of succession, and hand over the imperial seal, I won't kill you." Pride and greed were fully exposed on Prince Duan's face. "Lin Shuxuan, you heartless, dog-hearted beast. I've treated you like no other. You are the son I loved most, I must have been blind, raising such a filial wolf who dares to overthrow his own father." The emperor cursed furiously. Prince Duan's expression grew increasingly dark. "Enough. What affection, what favor, because of a dying woman's words, you would hand the crown to that feeble, so-called legitimate heir? Ha! Legitimate heir. For 20 years he's been nothing but a dog at my feet. He only survived this long because of my pity. And now he dares to vie for the throne with me. Is he worthy? He is certainly not worthy." The one who spoke was Consort Yan. She wore a golden imperial robe, her appearance radiant and commanding, clearly prepared well in advance. The emperor ordered the gates thrown open. They stood across from each other, separated by the imperial guards and the forbidden army, gazing at one another from afar. "You knew, didn't you? You're involved in Prince Duan's rebellion." The emperor roared, even more furious than during his earlier exchange with Prince Duan. Consort Yan laughed, a bewitching, maddened laugh. "Your Majesty, why are you so agitated? Isn't all of this your own doing? I have treated you better than anyone else. Have I ever denied you anything? Fine clothes, delicacies, status, affection, you lack nothing. Countless women in this world envy the favored. How dare you betray me?" The emperor's eyes burned red, tears brimming within. Consort Yan sneered. "What I wanted was never these things. Your Majesty promised me marriage as your rightful wife, yet turned around and brought the Empress into the palace. I hate concubines most of all, and yet I've spent my entire life trapped as the very thing I despise. You claim to love me, yet driven by lust, you publicly took my own niece before countless witnesses. And that low-born concubine Shu, just because she carries some wretched child, you raise her up to the heavens. Your Majesty, when it comes to selfishness, who could possibly surpass you?" Tears streamed down Consort Yan's beautiful eyes. She had loved him once, indeed, she had. But this man before her had broken her heart time and again. He was no longer worthy. Chapter 48. You actually think this way? The Empress is your rightful wife, yet she has always yielded to you. When you poisoned her and the child in her womb, did you ever stop to consider that it was also my own flesh and blood? Even so, I still protected you, but you remain insatiable. You are truly both foolish and greedy." The imperial noble consort extended her well-kept hands and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Your Majesty, aren't you the one who adores me precisely for being beautiful yet seemingly foolish? How else could your brilliance and heroism shine so brightly? As for the poisoning of the Empress, Your Majesty, without your silent encouragement, how could I have succeeded? You've always resented that the Empress was originally Crown Prince Ling Chen's intended bride, the woman who nearly became your elder brother's consort. Yet you defied heaven and earth, marrying your own sister-in-law while the late Crown Prince's bones had scarcely cooled, all for the support of Lord Jin's family. To you, she was a thorn in your eye, a splinter in your flesh. When I helped you remove her, you must have been delighted, didn't you? Otherwise, how coincidental it was that the guards stationed outside the Empress's quarters suddenly vanished, and every Imperial physician was dispatched to attend the ailing Empress Dowager, none were left behind. The Empress clung to life by a thread, giving birth to the second prince. That poison, how excruciatingly painful it must have been. Still, driven by maternal strength, she held on until you arrived, scheming desperately for her child's future. To be honest, deep down, I admire her. Your Majesty, the Empress's death cannot be separated from your involvement. The Emperor flew into a rage. Silence. I had nothing to do with it. Everything was coincidence, you venomous witch, don't slander me with your lies. How dare you plant spies to eavesdrop on my words and actions? You deserve death. Guards. Kill her. Kill her now. No sooner had the Emperor spoken than archers emerged from the corner towers. The Imperial noble consort let out a stifled groan, staring at the arrow protruding from her chest. Her trembling hand reached toward it, then froze as she saw her palm drenched in crimson. Slowly, she collapsed to the ground. Her magnificent royal gown spread across the stone floor, making her fall appear tragically beautiful. Prince Duan's eyes burned with fury, but he could not rush forward to save his mother. He could only watch helplessly as arrows pierced her body again and again, while he himself was pulled backward under the protection of the Imperial guards. The Emperor closed his eyes, refusing to look upon the beloved consort he had cherished for decades. Prince Duan has rebelled. The noble consort failed in raising her son and has now been punished accordingly. Seize my rebellious son. If he resists, execute him on the spot. During the confrontation between the noble consort and the Emperor, the palace gates had already been opened, allowing another force to enter. At its head was Gu Chengyan. Late last night, he had received a secret order from the Emperor. Using the Imperial seal, he was to summon troops from the nearest barracks and rush to the palace to render aid. The Emperor had long known that Gu Chengyan possessed formidable martial arts skills, ever since his days guarding the borderlands. And given Gu Chengyan's enmity with Prince Duan, entrusting him with command of the troops was, to the Emperor, the safest choice. Your humble subject arrives too late to save your Majesty, forgive my failure. The Emperor personally raised him up, patted his shoulder, and said, I did not place my trust wrongly in you, Minister Gu. I know full well how far the barracks lie from the capital, I do not blame you. Moreover, you have come just in time. Capture that rebellious son of mine. I want him alive, so he may spend the rest of his life repenting for the crimes he and his mother, Lady Yan, have committed. Gu Chengyan lowered his gaze. This subject obeys. With the newly arrived reinforcements, the original Imperial guards gradually crumbled. Seeing the dire situation, Prince Duan mounted a horse and attempted to flee through the southern gate. Gu Chengyan swiftly seized a fine steed and gave chase. While rebellion raged within the palace, the common people outside remained unaware. Fortunately, it was noon, and few travelers were on the streets. In his desperation to escape, Prince Duan killed several civilians who happened to cross his path. Gu Chengyan's handsome face darkened. In one fluid motion, he leapt from his horse and kicked Prince Duan off his mount. The Emperor had ordered him alive, but hadn't specified unharmed. A broken leg still counted as alive. Prince Duan crashed onto the ground, clutching his left leg and screaming in agony. Gu Chengyan stood tall and elegant, pressing the tip of his sword against the prince's throat. Prince Duan, please return with this minister to meet his Majesty. Believing Gu Chengyan wouldn't dare harm him, Prince Duan tried to rise and flee. But the moment he moved, a flash of cold light passed through Gu Chengyan's eyes, and his left leg snapped completely. Now unable to run, Prince Duan was quickly overpowered by those who came after. Minister Gu. What are your orders now? One of the men asked. Gu Chengyan sheathed his sword and replied calmly, back to the palace. The Emperor wishes to see him. Once haughty and disdainful of all others, Prince Duan now crawled like a beaten dog, dragged along by the guards. Just before reaching the palace gate, Gu Chengyan spoke up, after all, he is the Emperor's own son. Until a formal decree is issued regarding his punishment, he remains a prince. Carry him properly. Let him retain some dignity before his Majesty. Thank you, Minister Gu. You truly know so much more, said the man escorting Prince Duan, flattering him. Prince Duan's face was filled with panic as he looked up at Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan. My father actually gave you the imperial insignia of command, he truly trusts you. Go plead for me, say a few kind words to my father, beg him to spare me. Help me. I admit I was wrong before, but if only you help me, once I ascend the throne, I'll immediately appoint you Chancellor. Gu Chengyan smiled gently and clasped his hands in a courteous bow. Your Highness honors me too much, I fear I cannot bear such favor. The Emperor wishes to see you. Your Majesty, please calm yourself and accompany this minister to meet his Majesty. Shaking violently, Prince Duan muttered to himself incoherently, barely audible words like, it's over, everything's lost, slipping through his lips. The blood on the steps before Taiching Hall had already been washed away by the palace servants. Except for a faint scent of iron in the air, it seemed as though nothing had ever happened. Staring at the spot where the noble consort had lain in her final moments, Prince Duan whispered, Mother, it was your son who failed you. Mother, it was your son who destroyed you. Gu Chengyan knelt below the hall. Your Majesty, this subject has fulfilled his duty, Prince Duan has been brought back. Please pass judgment. Rise. Minister Gu, stay. Everyone else, leave. I wish to have a private word with my son. Gu Chengyan understood, the emperor was keeping him nearby to protect himself, in case Prince Duan lashed out. Slowly, the emperor descended from his dragon throne, gazing down at his prostrate son, emotions flickering across his eyes. Changxian, this crown prince title, I originally intended it for you. Did you know that? The tone of bitter disappointment made Prince Duan suddenly lift his head. Ha! Your grand eunuch told me clearly, you had already promised the late empress you'd make her eldest son the heir. Father, stop lying to me. The emperor clenched his teeth. Do you think I didn't know about your secret communications with him? Every piece of knowledge you have, was it not deliberately leaked by me? But you're just too foolish. So stupid you don't even seem like my son. With that, he delivered a harsh kick. You plotted rebellion, yet all you thought of was seizing the Imperial Guards, no move to seal the city gates, no idea what cards I still held. Blindly, you charged into the palace, and now? Now you could only watch as your own mother was pierced by arrows. Gu Chengyan lifted his gaze to the emperor's back. It seemed the emperor did not hold the noble consort in such deep regard after all, perhaps not even as dearly as he held this very son. Prince Duan wept bitterly, clutching the emperor's feet. Father, you personally killed mother consort. Didn't you adore her most of all? It was my fault, not hers. Tears streamed down the emperor's aged face as he bent down, stroking the head of the son he had cherished most, speaking with heartfelt gravity, Changxian. I did it all for you. If your mother didn't die, who would bear this overwhelming guilt? How could I possibly spare your life? You are a good child, but not ruthless enough. That is why you failed. Yet chances come only once. You missed yours, and now you must accept your fate. This is the last thing I can do for you. In utter desolation, Prince Duan clenched his fists tightly. Gu Chengyan sensed danger and shouted, Your Majesty, beware. Prince Duan's hands shot upward, fingers nearly closing around the emperor's neck, when Gu Chengyan struck with a palm thrust through the air. Prince Duan's body was hurled backward by the force. The emperor staggered back 2 steps, heart pounding. He stared as Prince Duan spat blood, hunched over and laughing wildly. Have you gone mad? Prince Duan lay on the ground, staring at him. Father, you always say you're a lonely sovereign, because in your heart, no one else matters. Mother and I, we were nothing but playthings to amuse you, tossed aside or killed at your whim. I'm tired. I never want to see your hateful face again. Kill me. I'll go join my mother. She's so delicate, if no one accompanies her, she'll be frightened on the path to the underworld. What if other spirits bully her? I must go protect her. The emperor seized the sword from Gu Chengyan's hand and stepped forward, plunging it into his own son. Blood gushed from Prince Duan's mouth. His eyes glazed over, a guttural sound escaping his throat, then, within moments, he breathed no more. The emperor collapsed, strength gone, slumping to the ground. He crawled forward, gathering Prince Duan's corpse into his arms, cradling his head, gently closing his son's eyes. In this palace upheaval, he was both victor and loser, victorious over the empire, yet defeated in losing the 2 closest to his heart. Gu Chengyan stepped forward, kneeling halfway. Your Majesty, grieve not. Nanling still needs you. The emperor didn't look at him, merely saying faintly, Minister Gu, you may leave. I wish to stay here with Changxian for a while. Yes, Gu Chengyan rose and walked out, gently closing the door behind him, then standing guard outside the hall himself. At that moment, the assembled ministers gathered around. Finally, it was the Right Chancellor who, unable to bear the silence any longer, spoke up on their behalf, Minister Gu, what exactly has happened? Is His Majesty unharmed? Right Chancellor, as you can see, there has been a palace rebellion today. The Emperor has suffered the tragic loss of both noble consort Yen and Prince Duan. He is now overcome with grief. Let us wait until His Majesty has calmed before discussing anything further. The Right Chancellor understood. Although Prince Duan had committed treason, he was already dead, His Majesty might not necessarily hold him accountable, after all, respect for the deceased mattered. Thus, Gu Chengyan could not rashly pass judgment. In that case, we shall wait quietly. Everything depends on the Emperor's final decree. The troops from the barracks arrived, reporting that the Imperial Guards had been fully subdued. Their commanding officer stepped forward to report. Reporting to Minister Gu, all rebels have surrendered. Should we execute them on the spot? Please give your order. The ministers stared wide-eyed at Gu Chengyan, wondering, wasn't Minister Gu in charge of the Ministry of Revenue? Why were the military barracks answering to him? Those sharper-minded quickly deduced the truth, that the Emperor must have entrusted Gu Chengyan with the imperial seal of command. Such unprecedented trust likely surpassed even that given to the Right Chancellor himself. With the Left Chancellor position vacant, perhaps Nanling would soon have a new Chancellor barely past 20. General, please rise. I commend you and your brave soldiers for your hard work. However, His Majesty is currently grieving deeply. For now, transport the prisoners to the Ministry of Justice to await the Emperor's judgment. What do you all think? Many silently admired how skillfully Gu Chengyan handled the situation. Though everyone knew the barracks answered only to him, he still courteously sought consensus, making it seem as if the decision belonged to them all, leaving each official feeling respected and satisfied. This subject agrees completely with Minister Gu's proposal. I too believe Minister Gu's decision is excellent. One after another, they rushed to voice their approval, none daring to fall behind. Gu Chengyan smiled gently. In that case, I thank the esteemed officials of the Ministry of Justice for your efforts. With the noble consort gone and the virtuous consort pregnant, there was no one to manage the inner palace. In the end, the Empress Dowager sent an experienced matron to take charge, urging the Emperor to put the nation's stability first and not allow personal sorrow to disrupt state affairs. Only then did the Emperor finally set aside his anguish and step out of Taiching Hall. The ministers immediately knelt, calling out in unison, "Long live the Emperor." The Emperor scanned those around him, took a deep breath, and spoke with solemn imperial dignity. Noble consort Yan plotted to poison the late Empress and seize the throne. She has been executed. Her title of noble consort is hereby stripped, and her entire clan shall be exterminated. The director of ceremonies from the Ministry of Rites, a fourth-rank official and father of the Yan family, collapsed to the ground. His life's fortunes had risen and fallen entirely because of this daughter. Prince Duan Lin Shuxuan, coerced by his birth mother Yan and the former left chancellor, attempted to force the palace. Before his death, he repented his crimes and paid with his life. His title as prince is revoked, and he shall be buried in the imperial mausoleum. None of the ministers were fools. The man was already dead. Even if the emperor twisted the truth, all it meant was burial in the imperial tomb, not in their ancestral grounds. This was the imperial family's private matter, no need to provoke the emperor's displeasure by pushing back. Remove Yao Yongnian from his post as left chancellor and capture him at once. I will have him drawn and quartered. Since the dead could not be punished, the emperor's fury would fall entirely upon the living. Gu Chengyan stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, all rebels have been apprehended and are now held in the Ministry of Justice, awaiting your Majesty's judgment." The emperor narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Execute the commander of the imperial guards and eradicate his entire clan. As for the rest, exile them all." It seemed the emperor's rage was far from abating. Gu Chengyan mused. Just then, an anxious voice rang out from afar, "Father." Prince Gong Lin Shuxuan had returned to the capital. He was now the emperor's only surviving son, the sole heir to the throne, with no other contender possible. Lin Shuxuan knelt before the emperor, his filial devotion impossible to conceal. "Father, are you unharmed? Your son returns too late, please forgive my failure." The emperor gently stroked his hair, seeing the boy's face flushed red from the cold, his eyes brimming with worry and tears, stirring deep paternal tenderness within him. "It's all right that you've returned. How could your father blame you? Quickly, rise." With Lin Shuxuan's warm concern, the emperor's expression gradually softened. Chapter 49. The emperor was in a foul mood and did not keep the ministers waiting long in the palace. For 3 consecutive days, he had refused to hold court, said to be isolating himself in the Taiching Hall with no one allowed entry, not even the Empress Dowager or consort Shu could see him. On the 4th day, the emperor resumed court affairs as usual, but at the slightest displeasure, he scolded and reprimanded his officials below. Yao Yongnian and his daughter had both been captured. However, during Yao's arrest, one of the men accidentally wounded his throat. Yao Yongnian had lost his voice, while his son-in-law Zhou Wenyuan, who worked in the Hanlin Academy, remained missing. The entire Yao family was executed by beheading. Yao Yongnian himself was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. The emperor hated him beyond measure. After court dispersed, only the right chancellor, Gu Chengyan, and his now sole surviving son Lin Shuxuan remained behind for a private audience. After Prince Duan's defeat, the Grand Eunuch, knowing he had no path to survival, drank poison and took his own life. Now serving the emperor was the late Grand Eunuch's apprentice, the very eunuch who had previously delivered ginseng to Gu Chengyan's residence, known as Master Yang. "Your Majesty, Consort Shu sent a bowl of lotus seed and lily bulb soup via her maid. Please eat something. You haven't had a bite all day, what if you ruin your health?" A flicker of light passed through Lin Shuxuan's eyes. "Father, please eat first. Your son and these 2 ministers can wait." Though the emperor would never let the 3 stand while he dined alone, hearing such words from his own son pleased him immensely. "Bring more bowls. I shall share this meal with Shuxuan and my 2 loyal ministers." Eunuch Yang waved his hand, instructing servants to present the soup sent by Consort Shu. The emperor glanced at the palm-sized porcelain pot and looked slightly embarrassed. Is Consort Shu so stingy? Never mind, take it away, and send someone to the imperial kitchen to bring proper dishes. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Yang hurriedly dispatched a servant. The right chancellor and Gu Chengyan exchanged a glance. The emperor's temper was growing ever more erratic. Gu Chengyan gave Lin Shuxuan an extra glance, lips curling faintly. This little schemer was likely up to something deliberate. "My lord," Gu Chengyan said, lifting his official robe and kneeling before the emperor, holding out a jade military token, "here is the insignia of command. Please take it back." The emperor gazed softly at the young man before him, asking quietly, thanks to Minister Gu's swift return with reinforcements, we were able to quell this palace upheaval. Why don't I just entrust the insignia to you from now on? Both the Right Chancellor and Lin Shuxuan were taken aback, but being foxes of 1,000 years, neither showed a trace of surprise. The emperor noted their reactions without exception. Seeing nothing amiss, he slowly shifted his gaze back to Gu Chengyan. Sire, Gu Chengyan replied, your minister is deeply grateful for your trust. Yet such a gesture violates protocol. First, civilian officials are not trained in military matters and thus should not hold command. Second, I am already stretched thin overseeing the Ministry of Revenue. I beg your majesty to reconsider. The emperor slowly smiled, took the insignia, and helped Gu Chengyan rise. Minister Gu truly conducts himself with integrity. No wonder all of Jinling speaks of your noble character. Everyone else would scramble for this token of power, yet you reject it over and over. Truly, you have broadened my understanding. The Right Chancellor chimed in with a few praises. Lin Shuxuan added, Minister Gu is indeed extraordinary. The emperor nodded. Shuxuan, then tell me, how exactly is Minister Gu different? Gu Chengyan watched Lin Shuxuan with amused interest, as if eagerly anticipating his response. The imperial kitchen worked quickly. Soon, a full table of steaming dishes was brought forth. Lin Shuxuan's eyes twinkled. Father, why not dine first? The emperor bade them sit. But looking at the spread before him, he felt no appetite. He ordered, bring 2 jars of wine. Gu Chengyan knew this meal might not go smoothly after all. When the eunuchs brought the wine, Gu Chengyan subtly flicked a small pill into Lin Shuxuan's cup when no one was watching. Come, drink with me. The emperor seemed intent on drowning his sorrows. The other 3 raised their cups and drained them in one gulp. The emperor suddenly grew somber, speaking not a word, only pouring and drinking wine. Master Yang, standing beside him, grew anxious and stepped forward too. Your Majesty, too much alcohol will harm your body. The emperor snapped, get away. Lin Shuxuan wore an expression of deep understanding. Father, your son knows how much grief weighs on your heart. If only I could bear it in your place. Let me drink with you. The emperor's furious expression softened slightly. He allowed Lin Shuxuan to pour for him, letting him drink along in solidarity. Poor Right Chancellor, old as he was, could do nothing but follow suit. Eventually, the emperor became thoroughly drunk, losing all traces of his former majesty, appearing instead aged and haggard. Lin Shuxuan slumped onto the table, seemingly passed out from intoxication. Gu Chengyan stood up and opened the door, then said to Eunuch Yang, who had just been scolded by the emperor and was now waiting outside, His Majesty is drunk. Eunuch, quickly arrange for His Majesty to be taken back to his chambers to rest. Oh. Many thanks for the reminder, Lord Gu. This servant will immediately make arrangements to send His Majesty back. You've endured quite a long sitting here, it's been hard on you too. His Majesty hasn't been in good spirits these past few days, shutting himself inside the Taiching Hall all day long, refusing to see anyone. It's only today that he finally came out. Ah. Your loyalty, eunuch, surely has not gone unnoticed by His Majesty. He must see it and keep it in his heart. Gu Chengyan always knew exactly what to say to put people at ease. Eunuch Yang's face lit up into a broad smile at those words. Yes, yes, yes. After the emperor was carried away by attendants, Gu Chengyan called over several imperial guards and instructed them to safely escort the Right Chancellor back to Qing Manor. By now, few remained in or around the hall, only a handful of palace maids. The senior maid attending the emperor looked troubled, gazing at Prince Gong, who lay unconscious and completely drunk. I'll take Prince Gong back to his residence, Gu Chengyan offered helpfully. The maid let out a sigh of relief. Then I truly thank you, Lord Gu. With full propriety, Gu Chengyan hoisted Prince Lin Shuxuan onto his back. When they reached a quiet, secluded spot, the person on his back began to stir. A slick, wet sensation grazed Gu Chengyan's neck. Intimate. Tempting. Gu Chengyan paused mid-step and chuckled softly. No need to pretend anymore. The seductive trailing tone stretched out long, perfectly expressing the speaker's feigned confusion. In your wine cup, I slipped a sobering pill earlier. Not even 2 more jugs could have truly intoxicated you. Gu Chengyan exposed his act of feigning drunkenness. He felt the man on his back straighten slightly, climbing higher. His shoulders were braced by the other's palms. Instinctively, Gu Chengyan extended his arms forward, flattening his hands beneath the other's thighs for support. Though they hadn't planned it in advance, their movements flowed together seamlessly. Lin Shuxuan flipped off Gu Chengyan's back, wrapping both arms around his neck, landing fully before him. He burst into delighted laughter, so brightly that Gu Chengyan jumped in surprise, shaking his head helplessly as he gazed at him with fond indulgence. Lin Shuxuan wasn't entirely drunk, he carried only a hint of intoxication, but he was simply overjoyed, feeling a freedom and lightness he hadn't known in decades. So happy. Gu Chengyan asked as he continued walking, holding him close. Very happy. Happier than I've ever been. I haven't felt this way in 40 years. Gu Chengyan laughed softly, teasing, "You're barely 30-something, speaking of decades already, surely you're counting from a previous life." Lin Shuxuan stared intently at him and said, "Yes. I am counting from my previous life." Gu Chengyan sensed he wasn't joking, there was seriousness in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the little rascal in his arms suddenly snickered. "You, famed throughout court for your wisdom, can be deceived so easily." A smile tugged at Gu Chengyan's lips. "I'm rarely fooled by others, but with one particular little swindler, I've fallen for trick after trick." Lin Shuxuan pressed against his chest, grinning smugly. Petulantly, he declared, "That's because you're slow-witted." Gu Chengyan, the scholar who once swept 6 top honors and claimed the title of #1 scholar, remained silent, merely smiling. He humored him, "Fine. The entire world may be smarter than me except you. Are you satisfied now?" Lin Shuxuan's eyes sparkled with life. He tightened his grip around Gu Chengyan's neck, pulling him down. Gu Chengyan lowered his head accordingly. Warm, soft lips met his, gently licking with shy sweetness, innocently tempting him. Gu Chengyan gazed steadily at him, appearing unmoved. Frustrated by his lack of response, Lin Shuxuan grew irritated and impulsively bit Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan stifled a chuckle. Feeling the vibration in his chest, Lin Shuxuan became even more flustered. He struggled to get down, planting his feet on the ground and turning sharply to leave. But Gu Chengyan wrapped an arm around his waist and pulled him back. Cradling half his face in his left hand, he kissed him tenderly and reverently. Softly nipping, gently coaxing, drawing Lin Shuxuan to part his lips willingly, inviting him in. Gu Chengyan smoothly slipped inside, guiding their tongues into a delicate dance. Under the hazy, silvery moonlight, a faint trail of moisture glistened at the corner of Lin Shuxuan's lips, utterly enticing. Slightly weakened by drink, Lin Shuxuan yielded as Gu Chengyan gradually shifted from gentle to dominant. Overwhelmed by the sudden intensity, he felt his body turn limp. He could only lean into Gu Chengyan, clinging, depending, twining around him. Even so, he refused to show weakness. One arm remained around Gu Chengyan's neck, while the other hand teasingly toyed with the tempting lump in Gu Chengyan's throat, brushing and circling it again and again. It darkened Gu Chengyan's gaze, making him claim every inch of his mouth even more fiercely, thoroughly exploring every corner. Lin Shuxuan could no longer bear it, he suddenly clutched Gu Chengyan's neck hard. Gu Chengyan let out a pained grunt, then gradually tamed his fervor, slowly releasing him. Lin Shuxuan leaned against him, breathing softly into his ear. Gu Chengyan held him like that, suddenly feeling a sense of completeness, no longer haunted by the unreality of knowing this world was merely a book. "Shuxian, I'm so glad I met you. My life is fulfilled." Lin Shuxuan's eyes flickered. He drowned in Gu Chengyan's tenderness and acceptance, yet each time that deep affection surfaced, guilt stirred within him. "Gu Chengyan, how wonderful it would have been if I'd met you in my previous life. Then he wouldn't be who he was now. He would have been pure and gentle, shy and delicate, just as Gu Chengyan had first seen him." Chapter 50. What's wrong? Can't bear to get off me now. Do I really have to carry you in my arms all the way back to your palace? Gu Chengyan teased, seeing that he remained motionless for so long. Lin Shuxuan snorted. "Just say it if you don't want to carry me back. I won't look down on you for lacking strength, I can walk myself." With that, he pushed Gu Chengyan away and staggered forward unsteadily. Behind him, Gu Chengyan watched indulgently and shook his head with a helpless smile. In one swift step, he caught up, then squatted in front of Lin. "Climb on. I won't carry you sideways, others in the palace would see and gossip. I'll give you a piggyback ride back." But Lin Shuxuan refused. For some reason, his temper had suddenly flared today. He stood still, refusing to move or speak. Gu Chengyan lowered his head and chuckled, surrendering. All right, I'm sorry. It's not that you couldn't bear to leave me, it's me who couldn't bear to let you go. Now climb on quickly, your highness, or else the palace gates will lock before we make it." Only then did Lin Shuxuan lazily climb onto his back. Gu Chengyan shifted slightly under the weight, he felt too light again. Then his ear was twisted by the little mischief behind him. "Don't jostle me like that. If I vomit on you because you're bouncing too much, don't blame me. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and vomit, I won't mind. I'll just go to your palace, take a bath, borrow a set of your clothes, and sleep in your bed. If His Majesty asks tomorrow, I'll simply say it was all due to Prince Gong's thoughtful hospitality." "Humph," Lin Shuxuan scoffed irritably. "Who invited you to stay? You're really good at flattering yourself." After delivering him back to his quarters, Gu Chengyan didn't linger. He gently laid Lin on the bed, didn't even have time to finish a cup of tea, and left. Once he was gone, Lin opened his eyes, slowly sat up. Eunuch Wei knelt silently, awaiting orders. "I'm stepping out for a while. I'll return within an hour. Everything remains as usual." "Yes, sir." After a brief exchange, Lin changed into dark clothing for nighttime travel, covered his face, and leapt out the window. On the bed, a life-sized dummy with a face identical to his lay still. Lin arrived at a secret location where a man was kept captive, hunched and curled tightly in a shadowy corner. If Gu Chengyan were here, he would immediately recognize this man as Zhou Wenyuan, the original male lead of the book. Zhou's face was now horribly disfigured, wrists and ankles bound with iron chains as thick as thumbs. Zhou Wenyuan. Lin called his name. Hearing it, Zhou trembled violently and cried out, I'm not Zhou Wenyuan. Who is Zhou Wenyuan? I don't know him. Heh. Lin smiled faintly, then said, look at what you've become, a homeless dog, so wretched I almost didn't recognize you. No wonder everyone says you're no match for Gu Chengyan in every single way. At the mention of Gu Chengyan's name, hatred burned fiercely in Zhou's eyes. He scrambled forward, grabbed the iron bars of his prison cage, and roared, what is Gu Chengyan worth? It should have all been mine. I am the true protagonist of this story. Lin laughed again. He continued coldly, you're not clever at all. Keeping you alive serves no purpose. I should just kill you. The Zhou Wenyuan who once tormented him endlessly in his previous life was now so pitiful in this lifetime, truly disappointing. Zhou clutched at the last straw of hope, urgently kneeling on the ground. Don't kill me. I'm useful. I'm a transmigrator. I can create many things that don't exist in this era. What do you want? Gunpowder. I can help you make it. A sudden upward curve appeared at the corner of Lin Shuxuan's lips. He halted, turned around, walked to the cage, and looked down at Zhou. Zhou Wenyuan, don't play smart with me. Do you even know why you've ended up like this? Of course, Zhou didn't understand. He was a transmigrator, he should have been crowned king, earned high office, achieved great dominance, surrounded by beautiful women, with descendants flourishing. How could he have fallen into such a grotesque, half-dead state? He himself didn't get it either. Lin kindly removed the cloth covering his face, smiling as he said, I've properly dealt with you across 2 lifetimes. Zhou's pupils shrank in shock. You are actually second prince. Suddenly, he seized on a crucial detail from Lin's words. You're a reborn soul. Lin didn't answer. Instead, he said only, I want you to build cannons and firearms for me. Don't deceive me, I know you can. If you fail to produce the same inventions you had in your past life, you'll be of no value to me whatsoever. Understood? Zhou Wenyuan fell back onto the ground, swallowed hard, and nervously asked, Prince Duan is already dead. The emperor has no other sons besides you, sooner or later, the throne will be yours. Why do you even need these firearms? Lin Shuxuan glanced at him coolly and sneered, just as narrow-minded as in your previous life. Humiliated, Zhou's ears turned bright red, yet he dared not speak back. Just do as you're told. What I intend to do is none of your concern. With that, Lin Shuxuan turned and left. After exiting the underground cell where Zhou was imprisoned, he found over 20 people kneeling in the room. I've ordered Zhou Wenyuan to manufacture gunpowder for me. Whether he needs people or materials, prepare everything he requests. But one thing, watch him closely. Don't let him escape, and don't let him die. Understood? Yes, sir, came the unified reply. Lin handled a few matters and gave a few final instructions before departing. It had taken him just about an hour from start to finish. The failed palace coup earlier had left the emperor in low spirits for months, his temper unpredictable. Many assumed Gu Chengyan would be appointed as left chancellor, but the emperor showed no such intention, though his favor toward Gu remained unchanged. As the soul under the emperor's roof, Prince Gong had grown increasingly influential. With the emperor approaching 50 and his health visibly declining, Lin had moved out of the inner palace into the Prince Gong mansion. Countless officials now flocked to pay their respects and pledge allegiance. Yet some still belonged to the late Prince Duan's faction, choosing instead to bide their time. After all, Consort Shu was pregnant, her child's gender still unknown, and the emperor had yet to announce any heir. Nothing was certain. Nowadays, the emperor lavished affection on Consort Shu, spending 1 or 2 hours each day keeping her company, speaking to the unborn child, confidently declaring it would be a prince. Consort Shu heard this so often she began to believe it. After all, the emperor was the son of heaven, his words could not possibly be wrong. Her ambition swelled accordingly, as did the arrogance of her family. Once, the Minister of Rights always greeted Gu Chengyan with a warm smile, but now, confident that their household was soon to have a royal grandson, they regarded him with growing disdain. Especially since Gu Chengyan had rejected Princess Qinghe's marriage proposal due to his frail fiancée, this alone brought shame upon the Minister of Rights. During court sessions, the minister repeatedly set obstacles for Gu Chengyan's Ministry of Revenue. Most recently, the budget drafted by the Ministry of Rights for Consort Shu's birthday celebration was exceptionally extravagant, 30% more costly than the events once held for the late noble Consort Yan, who had once dominated the entire harem. Unsurprisingly, the Ministry of Revenue objected strongly. Spending so much on a concubine's birthday while the northern border was locked in confrontation with Beiyan made no sense. Gu Chengyan stepped forward. Your Majesty, Consort Shu carries royal blood within her womb, her birthday should indeed be celebrated properly. However, news arrived yesterday from the frontier. Beiyan has been mobilizing troops frequently, repeatedly attempting to breach our borders. Our armies stand opposed, and war may break out at any moment. The ministry must begin preparing grain and supplies for war. We humbly beg your majesty to place national affairs above personal celebrations. His words were truthful, so the emperor decided to contribute from his private treasury. Minister Gu speaks wisely. Nanling and Beiyan have never seen eye to eye. The new Beiyan emperor is a wolf at heart, coveting our vast lands. We must remain vigilant. In that case, let funds be drawn from my private coffers to celebrate Consort Shu's birthday. Prince Gong Lin Shuxuan, who oversaw the imperial treasury, wore a troubled expression. Father, due to the recent palace rebellion, many halls were looted, damaged, or burned down. The Ministry of Revenue refused to cover repairs, so those costs have already drained the imperial treasury. At present, what remains likely cannot afford the scale proposed by the Ministry of Rights. Court officials watched, anticipating another clash. Earlier, over disputes regarding palace repairs, Prince Gong and Minister of Revenue Gu Chengyan had stood at odds, until Gu outmaneuvered him, convincing the emperor to hand the financial burden directly to Prince Gong. Now, with the birthday controversy, tensions threatened to erupt anew. Everyone wondered whether Minister Gu would prevail again. The emperor felt a headache coming on. He turned to the Minister of Rights. It's merely a birthday. There's no need for such extravagance. When Consort Shu gives birth to a prince, I shall grant her an even grander celebration then. For now, follow the standard protocol from previous years. The Minister of Rights glanced at the emperor's expression and could only comply. He had originally hoped to elevate Consort Shu's status, but now the entire court knew, the emperor was unwilling to host a lavish celebration for her. Unlike noble Consort Yan, Consort Shu had always maintained a gentle, composed image before the emperor. She couldn't complain, couldn't accuse anyone. Faced with mockery from other consorts in the palace, she could only swallow her bitterness in silence. With such pent-up emotions, she longed to go for a walk. Princess Qinghe accompanied her for a walk in the imperial garden. Coincidentally, they overheard a low-ranking concubine mocking the incident. She actually thinks she's the top woman in the harem now that Lady Yan is gone. Pfft. What good is carrying a child if His Majesty won't even hold a proper birthday banquet for her? The standard this year, haha. In previous years when Lady Yan was alive, they'd only let her arrange 1 or 2 tables of food within her own palace. Absolutely ridiculous. Consort Shu ruptured her membranes on the spot from rage. She gripped her daughter Qinghe's arm tightly, screaming in pain, Qinghe, summon the imperial physician. Quickly, summon the physician for me. Qinghe glared fiercely at the frightened concubine now prostrate on the ground. Wretched woman. If anything happens to my mother, I'll make your entire family pay with your lives. The low-ranked concubine trembled violently as she kowtowed, terrified. The emperor set great value on Consort Shu's pregnancy. Should anything go wrong, she would surely face punishment, possibly dragging her whole clan into disaster. News of Consort Shu going into labor quickly spread throughout the inner palace. At the Prince Gong mansion, Lin Shuxuan also spent the entire night awake. Chapter 51. The moment the emperor received the news, he rushed straight to Consort Shu's quarters. Most of the imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute were already gathered there, including Chief Physician Chen. Your Majesty, Consort Shu is suffering from reverse qi and blood flow, she may face a difficult labor. After hearing Chief Physician Chen's report, the emperor slammed his hand hard on the table. What do you mean, reverse qi and blood? She was perfectly fine yesterday. You yourself said her pregnancy had been progressing well. How could this happen all of a sudden? Princess Qinghe knelt before the emperor, tears streaming down her face. Father, please, you must stand up for Mother Consort. Qinghe, tell me what happened. Today, Mother Consort felt uneasy and restless. The physicians have said it's good to take gentle walks before labor, so I accompanied her to the imperial garden. But we ran into another consort who spoke wildly and insulted her without restraint. You know Mother's nature, gentle and kind. She didn't punish that woman, but she carried the hurt inside. That sorrow caused her qi and blood to reverse. The emperor turned livid, veins pulsing visibly on his forehead. Kill her. Make her commit suicide at once. He waved impatiently at Yang, the senior eunuch attending him. Eunuch Yang immediately set off with attendants to carry out the order. Over an hour passed, yet Consort Shu still hadn't delivered. Chief Physician Chen emerged from the inner chamber, his hands stained with blood. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We can only save one, the fetus or the mother. Please make your decision swiftly. Kneeling, he waited for the emperor's final word. The emperor shut his eyes briefly, then spoke in a cold, steely voice, save my imperial heir first. Princess Qinghe dropped her teacup, hands trembling. Her eyes turned red, lips quivering, but she dared not say a word. For the first time, she truly understood, the man before her was not just her father, but a merciless emperor. The physicians exerted every ounce of their skill and managed to save the infant. A faint cry echoed from the delivery room. A smile spread across the emperor's face. The midwife stepped forward, cradling the newborn. Reporting to your Majesty, a prince has been born. The emperor chuckled. Let me hold him. She carefully instructed him how to support the baby, and the emperor studied her motions with a smile. Yet he made no inquiry at all about Consort Shu's condition. Qinghe crumpled the silk handkerchief in her fist and marched into the birthing chamber herself. Grabbing Chief Physician Chen anxiously, she asked, "How is my mother?" The physician bowed, preparing to perform a formal salute. But the princess brushed him aside sharply. "Enough. This isn't the time for formalities. I'm asking you, how is she?" Startled by the usually gentle and graceful Princess Qinghe's outburst, the physician stammered, "By heaven's grace, Consort Shu is stable. She's merely unconscious now, resting." Qinghe burst into tears and laughter at once, only wiping her face after a while and recomposing herself. "My apologies, Chief Physician. I was overwhelmed earlier, I overstepped." "Not at all. Not at all," the physician hurried to reply. Just as Qinghe was about to instruct her maids to distribute the prepared rewards, shouting erupted outside. "What is going on? Why isn't my son crying? Where are the physicians?" Chief Physician Chen and his colleagues rushed back out. "We are here, Your Majesty." The emperor handed the child back to the midwife and pointed at the swaddled infant. "Examine my son at once. Tell me what's wrong." The midwife brought the baby before the physicians. After a thorough examination, they exchanged glances, then knelt in unison. "Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Because the delivery took so long, the young prince was deprived of air for too long. It is likely, very likely." The emperor slammed the table again, roaring, "Stop hesitating. Speak clearly." Finally, Chief Physician Chen lowered his head and whispered, "He may be born with intellectual impairments." The emperor shot to his feet, heart reeling. His son, the imperial heir, was a fool at birth. "Are you certain? Are you telling me he is truly feeble-minded?" The physician nodded fervently. "I swear on my life. If Your Majesty doubts it, please summon Master Gu to examine the prince." "Summon him. Bring Gu Chengyan here at once." The palace attendant dashed off upon receiving the order. Gu Chengyan was practicing calligraphy in his study. Ever since Consort Shu went into labor, he had been restless. Just then, Wen Yin hurried into the room. "Master. People from the palace have come, they request your immediate presence. Have you found out what it's about?" Wen Yin whispered softly, "I asked, but the eunuch refused to say." It seemed to be a secret matter not to be disclosed, something serious, likely provoking the emperor's wrath. As Gu Chengyan pondered, a drop of ink fell onto the writing paper, spoiling an otherwise fine piece of calligraphy. He casually placed his brush back on the rest and said, "Since it's ruined, throw it away." Wen Yin stepped forward, rolled up the paper, and held it in her hand, planning to dispose of it herself later. Gu Chengyan washed his hands and changed into his official robes. Turning to Wen Yin, he said, "You needn't accompany me today. Stay at the residence and wait. Later, many people will probably come knocking for news." It was his way of instructing Wen Yin to tighten security around the mansion. "Yes, I understand." With that, Gu Chengyan strode to the main hall, exchanged a few words with the palace attendant, and then headed toward the imperial palace. Soon enough, Gu Chengyan arrived at Consort Shu's quarters. "Your humble servant pays respects to Your Majesty, may Your Majesty live 10,000 years. With a swift motion, Gu Chengyan knelt and bowed. "Rise, Gu Qing. Come quickly, examine my infant prince first." The emperor ordered the baby to be brought immediately before Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan rose, exchanging a glance with Chief Physician Chen who knelt nearby. In Chen's eyes was nothing but bitterness, he subtly shook his head at Gu Chengyan. "Yes, I understand." Gu Chengyan gently pulled back the swaddling cloth. He noticed the child was eerily silent, not crying or fussing like most newborns, but rather disturbingly still. "Pardon this servant's rudeness," Gu Chengyan murmured, then proceeded to personally examine the infant's limbs and facial features. He observed that the child's response to external stimuli and his movements were extremely sluggish. His expression faltered slightly, and he examined the child once more. The emperor needed no explanation, just from Gu Chengyan's demeanor, he already knew the truth. "Enough. Just tell me plainly, is he a simpleton?" Gu Chengyan nodded silently. The emperor pressed one last time, refusing to let go. "With your medical skill, is there any hope of cure?" Kneeling, Gu Chengyan replied, "Your Majesty, I cannot promise anything, but I will do everything in my power." The emperor flung the teacup beside him to the ground and stormed out. Only after a long silence did the cry of an infant finally echo through the hall. Princess Qinghe collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face. A foolish son, her mother would surely fall completely out of favor. If she had known this, she might have preferred the child to be stillborn, then perhaps her father would have shown some pity. Everyone turned their eyes to Gu Chengyan, uncertain what to do. Gu Chengyan stood and gently brushed dust from his robe. One by one, the physicians exhaled in relief, wiping sweat from their brows, helping each other to their feet. Chen, the physician closest to Gu Chengyan, cautiously stepped forward. "Lord Gu, may I ask, what exactly does the emperor intend? Will the young prince continue to be treated? And if so, by whom?" Gu Chengyan smiled gently. "He must certainly be treated, he is the emperor's son, after all. But as I am merely an outside minister, it would be more appropriate for you esteemed physicians to take charge. Master Chen, all of you must do your utmost. Though the emperor is angry today, this is still flesh of his flesh, perhaps in a few days, he will begin to care again. Of course, should you need my assistance, feel free to come to me at any time. Gu Chengyan had no obligation to get involved, but out of kindness, he offered help willingly. The physicians were deeply grateful. Had he not come, the emperor might not have simply left with a darkened face, he might have punished them instead. They murmured a few polite compliments in response. Princess Qinghe remained dazed and distracted. When Gu Chengyan took his leave, she only gave a blank nod. Having fulfilled their duty, the physicians departed one by one, not daring to mention rewards, simply preserving their lives and keeping their positions was reward enough. The infant prince was taken away by the wet nurse consort Shu had prepared in advance. Qinghe despised her so-called younger brother, choosing instead to remain by her mother's bedside, waiting for her to awaken. The emperor issued a strict decree to suppress all news of the prince's condition. When consort Shu finally woke and learned the truth from her daughter, she found the entire palace surrounded by imperial guards sent by the emperor. She could not even step outside, much less petition the emperor directly. When the ailing Empress Dowager learned that her niece consort Shu's long-awaited male heir was born a simpleton, she felt all hope for her family's revival vanish, and shortly after, passed away. The Empress Dowager has died. At once, the entire nation entered mourning. The emperor himself declared that consort Shu had been deeply devoted to the late Empress Dowager, and thus would retreat with the infant prince to the summer palace to observe 3 years of filial mourning. Though it was said to be 3 years, deep down everyone knew that consort Shu and the young prince would likely never return to the palace again. Lin Shuxuan personally saw consort Shu off. At the city gate, she lifted the carriage curtain, her face had grown haggard and dark, like a flower on the verge of withering. She looked at Lin Shuxuan and asked, "Is the fact that my son was born a simpleton somehow tied to your highness the Prince Gong?" Lin Shuxuan met her gaze directly and replied coolly, "It has nothing to do with this prince. I have no reason to commit such an evil act. He was born too late, by the time he grows up, everything will already be settled. There's simply no need." The disdain in his eyes made consort Shu's expression turn bitter. "Yes, far too late. I must have been delusional, actually imagining he could compete with you. You must find it laughable, don't you? Now I've lost everything, even the emperor's favor. It's fate. I accept it. I wish your highness every success in fulfilling your desires. Safe travels, your majesty consort." Lin Shuxuan stood silently as the carriage drove away, sinking into memories. Vaguely, he recalled that when he was still young in his previous life, consort Shu had helped him several times. Though her motives weren't pure, she merely used him to slander the noble consort before the emperor. Without her, Lin Shuxuan might truly not have survived to adulthood. So even though she later became arrogant after conceiving imperial heirs and challenged him openly, he had never laid a hand on her or the child within her womb. In that past life, her child had never been born, the noble consort caused her miscarriage. This lifetime, no matter how uneasy Lin Shuxuan felt, he still allowed that child to be born safely. Alas, fate was what it was, no one else could be blamed. He had done all he could for consort Shu, he had fulfilled both benevolence and duty. The emperor suffered blow after blow, first losing the noble consort he had favored for many years, then his most cherished son born a fool, followed by consort Shu giving birth to an idiotic heir, and finally the Empress Dowager passing away. He fell ill. While keeping vigil over the late Empress Dowager's spirit tablet, he suddenly blacked out and collapsed forward. Everyone present was terrified. The physician's treatment plan emphasized caution and stability. Seeing no improvement over time, the emperor summoned Gu Chengyan to treat him. With acupuncture administered by Gu Chengyan, indeed, within half a month, the emperor began to feel noticeably lighter and more at ease. The palace held only familiar scenes, each one stirring painful memories and sorrow. The emperor gradually developed a fondness for leaving the palace, often inviting Gu Chengyan to accompany him. Once, while touring the countryside, they were caught in a sudden downpour and took temporary shelter in a peasant's home. The family lived in a remote location, and the couple had twin daughters. They bore a striking five-fold resemblance to the deceased Lady Yan. The moment Gu Chengyan saw them, he noticed the emperor's enraptured gaze, and from then on, deliberately avoided looking directly at the sisters. Coincidentally, the twin girls showed no particular interest in the handsome, youthful Gu Chengyan, but instead sent coy glances toward the emperor himself. By afternoon's end, the emperor had already decided to take both girls back to the palace. He granted them both the rank of Jiaoyi, naming them elder Yan Jiaoyi and younger Yan Jiaoyi. Yan sounded identical to Yan, and Gu Chengyan could roughly guess the reason behind the emperor's favor. Nothing more than a replacement. After losing the original, the emperor sought out two partial lookalikes to keep close, for a semblance of comfort. Though these two Jiaoyi ladies came from humble origins, their methods were effective. After their entry into the harem, all other consorts faded into insignificance. The emperor, moreover, began frequently skipping morning court sessions. Growing old and increasingly indulgent, the sovereign neglected state affairs entirely, indulging in pleasure day after day. The entire court, unified in concern, jointly petitioned for the establishment of a crown prince. The emperor ignored governance, but pressed relentlessly by ministers, grew deeply resentful. He flung over a dozen memorials to the ground one after another. Outrageous. I'm not even dead yet, and these ministers are already urging me to name a crown prince. The two Jowie glanced at the scattered memorials, then giggled tenderly, one leaning against each side of the emperor. Sire, appointing a crown prince isn't such a big deal. You are the true emperor, what you establish, you can also abolish. It doesn't truly matter. The other quickly added, indeed, sire. Even if the crown prince handles daily affairs, the final decisions will still rest with you. This way, you'll also have more time to spend with us sisters. With soft arms wrapped around him and fragrant bodies pressed near, the emperor felt himself drifting into bliss. What both beloved concubines say is extremely reasonable. Guards, draft an edict. That very day, the Prince Gong's mansion received an imperial envoy. By heaven's mandate, the emperor decrees, since ascending the throne, I have risen early and retired late, governing with utmost diligence, never daring to shirk responsibility in matters of state and military affairs. My eldest son, Lin Shuxuan, beloved by heaven's will, has been solemnly presented before heaven, the ancestral temple, and the altar of earth and grain. He is hereby bestowed the insignia and of the crown prince, rightfully installed in the eastern palace. This proclamation shall be made known throughout the realm. The eunuch delivering the edict was none other than Imperial Eunuch Yang, His Majesty's personal attendant, who smiled with extraordinary deference. Your Highness, these are your imperial seal and, please keep them safe. His Majesty has declared that from this day forth, you shall handle daily administrative affairs in the Taiching Hall, only seeking imperial judgment for matters of great consequence. Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan replied with a smile, this subject receives the decree with gratitude, and shall diligently serve state affairs, living up to your Majesty's profound trust. The formal investiture ceremony would take place 1 month later, at which time the Crown Prince would also move from the Prince Gong's mansion into the Eastern Palace. Thus, this extravagantly luxurious mansion had been inhabited for merely a few months. With the Prince Gong named Crown Prince, civil and military officials naturally came forward with congratulatory gifts. It was an established fact that he would be the future emperor. Gu Chengyan was no exception. In addition to the pair of white jade kirin listed on the official gift register, he included a finely polished emerald thumb ring, crafted entirely by his own hands. When Lin Shuxuan put it on, the fit was perfect, lending him an even more composed and dignified air. Eunuch Wei noticed that he intended to wear it like this without comment. After all, no one knew the origin of this thumb ring. Though the two often clashed in court, every time Gu Chengyan caught sight of that thumb ring on Lin Shuxuan's hand, a strange sensation arose within him, akin to that of a secret affair, almost as though their bond were something disgraceful and hidden. And indeed, perhaps it truly was. At first, the emperor closely supervised all affairs, personally overseeing every matter. But as time passed and the crown prince committed no major errors, remaining steady if unremarkable, the emperor gradually relinquished control. Instead, he spent his days indulging with the two youthful, beautiful, and vivacious Jowie ladies, increasingly demanding those secret medicinal concoctions from Gu Chengyan. Though Gu Chengyan knew he should not provide them, he still earnestly advised the emperor against such indulgence. The emperor verbally agreed, yet immediately ordered Chen, chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute, to prepare tonics to enhance his virility. Each time Gu Chengyan saw the emperor, he noted his deteriorating condition, dark circles under the eyes, a bloated complexion, clear signs of excessive depletion of vital essence. Knowing now that persuasion was futile, he simply wrote prescriptions and handed them to Eunuch Yang, instructing him to ensure the emperor took them regularly to alleviate symptoms. Later, the emperor stopped summoning him altogether. When Gu Chengyan attempted to enter the palace to check on the emperor, he was repeatedly blocked by the crown prince. Gu Chengyan could endure it no longer. He slipped secretly into the eastern palace one night. The crown prince was still in his study, lantern lit, reviewing memorials. When Gu Chengyan appeared, Eunuch Wei spotted him. Aware of the unique relationship between the two men, he gave a light cough to alert the crown prince. The crown prince looked up, lips curling upward, then waved away all attendants. Minister Gu, what brings you here tonight? Could it be that you've missed me terribly? Gu Chengyan shook his head helplessly, moved the lamp closer, and carefully adjusted its angle so that the light fell more directly upon him. Read fewer documents at night. This dim candlelight can damage your eyes. You're young now and may not notice any harm, but when old age comes, your vision will blur, you'll regret it too late. Lin Shuxuan adored the way he fussed over him. So Minister Gu intends to stay by my side till old age? If you wish it, I will naturally remain beside you always. Gu Chengyan poured a cup of warm water and handed it to him. Satisfied, smiling, Lin Shuxuan lowered his head and drank from the cup Gu Chengyan offered. He frowned. Why just water? Have them bring a pot of tea. Gu Chengyan extended his right hand, pressing index and middle fingers gently against Lin Shuxuan's lips. No need. Tea at night disrupts sleep. Plain water is better for nourishing life. You should drink less tea from now on. Lin Shuxuan's heart fluttered inexplicably, and yet he found himself nodding in instinctive agreement. Gu Chengyan withdrew his hand, and Lin Shuxuan turned his attention back to the memorials. But his mind remained unsettled. After finishing the current document, he set down his brush altogether. You rarely come see me yourself. This is your first time in the Eastern Palace, come, let me show you around. Without waiting, he took Gu Chengyan's hand and led him outside. Gu Chengyan glanced at his own captured left hand and lifted the corner of his lips in a gentle smile. The Eastern Palace was quite spacious. Its previous owner had been Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan, whom, by lineage, Lin Shuxuan ought to address as Imperial Uncle. Look, this is a 100-year-old love sickness tree. It said Lin Shuxuan Crown Prince specially transported it from afar and planted it here. The palace maid say my mother favored using it to make incense. As for me, I've always liked its flowers, soft pale yellow, with a delicate fragrance. Gu Chengyan looked up and said, the love sickness tree blooms for a long season, usually from late spring to early autumn, nearly 6 months. For half a year, it gets to accompany your highness. Lin Shuxuan smiled mischievously, teasing him, why do I sense such a strong whiff of vinegar from Minister Gu? You're actually jealous of this tree? Yes. Not only am I envious, I'm deeply jealous. I'd gladly take its place if I could. Compared to him, indeed, the tree would henceforth see Lin Shuxuan far more often than he ever would. Lin Shuxuan continued, what's so difficult about that? I'll grant you the palace entry token. From now on, whenever you wish to see me, you may come freely. From these words alone, Gu Chengyan already understood, the entire imperial palace was now under Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan's control. As for the emperor within, whether alive or dead, it all hinged solely upon Lin Shuxuan's will. But can this token only be used to see you? What about His Majesty? The smile slowly faded from Lin Shuxuan's face. He released Gu Chengyan's right hand, letting his arms fall into the wide sleeves, hands now folded behind his back. His voice turned cold and solemn, reminding Gu Chengyan instantly of the emperor himself. Gu Chengyan, don't oppose me. We've always gotten along well. I hope you won't recklessly ruin what we have. Gu Chengyan simply didn't want him to bear the monstrous infamy of patricide, a crime that defied heaven itself. You know I act for your own good. You're already second only to the emperor, the crown prince above 10,000 others, can you not wait just a few more years? Gu Chengyan, you're so intelligent, you must have heard the saying, the longer night breeds more dreams. Lin Shuxuan stared at him expressionlessly, his tone detached. But he is still your biological father, Gu Chengyan said firmly, holding his gaze. He murdered my birth mother and allowed me to suffer endless abuse at the hands of that venomous woman, Lady Yan. Gu Chengyan, I know you're a kind man, with a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva, but you've never lived through the suffering I endured. One way or another, he will repay what he owes me. As he spoke, Lin Shuxuan's eyes grew distant, his voice eerily calm. It's getting late. Minister Gu, please take your leave. With a sweep of his sleeve, he turned and walked away. The magnificent crown prince's robes hung slightly loose on his frame, making his retreating figure appear profoundly lonely. A pang of sorrow flashed across Gu Chengyan's eyes. Deep inside, he knew, he had become the target of Lin Shuxuan's resentment. Chapter 52. The emperor had collapsed, last night. Chief Physician Chen of the Imperial Medical Institute sent him a message saying it was due to sudden wind, a stroke brought on by overexertion. Last night, the emperor summoned a group of young, low-ranking consorts and engaged in excessive indulgences within the palace, consuming an overdose of stimulating pills. Unable to withstand the strain, he now lay incapacitated. In truth, Gu Chengyan was not the bodhisattva Lin Shuxuan made him out to be. He simply understood the value of life because in his previous life, he had suffered from a grave illness. Thus, he felt greater compassion toward those who were weak and posed no threat to either himself or the people he cared about. The emperor was already old. Now that Lin Shuxuan, the crown prince, was effectively the ruler of Nanling, and widely acknowledged as such by the court officials, the emperor could no longer threaten him. If he were to directly cause the emperor's death, it would truly become a case of father and son destroying each other. What troubled Gu Chengyan most was the fear that one day, when reflecting upon this matter, Lin Shuxuan would regret what had been done. One must always leave a way out, for others, and for oneself. Now the emperor had lost mobility and could not speak. Several times he had tried to summon Gu Chengyan into the palace, but no one could interpret the meaning behind his rolling eyes. Since the emperor's collapse, the crown prince had used the excuse that the emperor's attendants had failed to properly advise him, thus contributing to his deteriorating health, to replace all of the emperor's servants. Every day, Lin Shuxuan personally served medicinal soups, attentively monitored the emperor's condition, and questioned the imperial physicians about their daily treatments. Chief Physician Chen knelt before the emperor's dragon bed and reported, Your Highness, we at the Imperial Medical Institute have discussed His Majesty's condition thoroughly. With a combination of herbal medicine and moxibustion, if treated steadily over time, His Majesty will gradually regain movement. However, he will never fully regain the agility he once had. The emperor heard these words himself. Lin Shuxuan watched his eyes closely and saw the uncontrollable joy welling up inside. That is already good news. I thank you all for your efforts. I sincerely hope my father can recover soon. Lin Shuxuan spoke these words with true sincerity. Standing nearby, Eunuch Wei quietly glanced at his master, something shifting subtly in his heart. The physicians had initially been anxious about the Crown Prince's attitude. After all, if he chose to abandon treatment, he could ascend the throne immediately. But now, they realized, the Crown Prince genuinely valued familial bonds. Later that evening, 2 honored female guests arrived at the East Palace. None other than the 2 Zhao Yi ladies who enjoyed unparalleled favor in the harem. The 2 women strode boldly into the East Palace. Master. Both women knelt together before the Crown Prince. Rise. You 2 are indeed clever, shifting blame onto those lower-ranking concubines. You've endured hardship these past months. The matter has been handled adequately. From today onward, you need not serve the Emperor any further. Return quietly to your respective palaces and wait. After the Emperor passes, I shall arrange for your departure. The 2 sisters were deeply afraid of Lin Shuxuan. We obey entirely at your command. Since the Emperor's stroke, Lin Shuxuan had forbidden all imperial consorts from approaching the Emperor's sleeping quarters, partly because he feared the Emperor might still have tricks up his sleeve, using them to relay messages, partly to prevent someone else from murdering the Emperor and framing him. Thus, even if the 2 Zhao Yi ladies didn't appear before the Emperor, no one questioned their absence. Master, one of the Zhao Yi ladies asked hesitantly, why bother having the physicians continue treatment? If the Emperor dies sooner, won't you ascend the throne earlier? Because, the memory of Gu Chengyan's words from the previous night echoed in Lin Shuxuan's mind. Lin Shuxuan turned away, gazing out the window at the tall lovesickness tree standing outside. Because letting him die so simply would be too merciful. I want him to slowly experience the terror of watching himself inch closer to death, helpless and powerless. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, eyes filled with dread. It seemed their master's hatred for the Emperor ran bone deep. Not long after, the 2 Zhao Yi ladies stormed angrily out of the East Palace, clearly having left under bitter circumstances. From then on, the Crown Prince declared publicly that they were to remain confined within their own palaces, not stepping out a single pace, spending each day kneeling before Buddha to pray for the Emperor's recovery. It appeared the 2 ladies had utterly enraged the Crown Prince and were now under house arrest. Misfortune never comes alone. While the Emperor lay paralyzed by stroke, the southern regions were struck by devastating floods. For an entire month, torrential rains poured without cease, submerging rice paddies and rotting every grain, harvests completely lost. I believe the Minister of Revenue knows the southern situation best. He once accompanied me to the Jiangxia region, and the people there are familiar with him. Therefore, let Gu Chengyan be dispatched to manage the flood crisis. There's no time to lose, we must send him off immediately. Though the Crown Prince's reasoning sounded perfectly reasonable, the ministers could still sense something amiss. Flood control had always been the responsibility of the Ministry of Works, why was it now being handed to the Ministry of Revenue? Gu Chengyan was the Emperor's trusted man, clearly, the Crown Prince was eliminating obstacles in preparation for his ascension. Gu Chengyan remained as composed and gentle as ever. He knelt and said, this subject accepts the decree. It wasn't the first time Gu Chengyan had knelt before him, but this time, Lin Shuxuan felt an inexplicable irritation. He subconsciously twisted the emerald thumb ring on his left hand. Although Gu Chengyan was to go in person, the Crown Prince still assigned a group of experienced officials from the Ministry of Works to accompany him. When Gu Chengyan departed, Lin Shuxuan was not in the East Palace. It was the transition between spring and summer, the rainy season in the south. By the time Gu Chengyan arrived, the roads were extremely muddy, and fields along the way were flooded with rainwater, drowning the crops. The local prefect was someone recommended by Gu Chengyan, a capable and upright official. Reports of the disaster had come early, but the floods had surged violently and already caused immense damage. Many refugees lay along the roads, most having lost their homes to the floodwaters, with nowhere to return. After arriving, Gu Chengyan bypassed formalities and immediately had someone lead him to the worst-hit areas for an on-site inspection. He well understood that under current circumstances, blocking the flood was less effective than channeling it. Gentlemen, this region is flat plain, the floodwaters cannot drain easily. We need to dig a deep and wide canal to divert the upstream river into 2 streams, slowing the flow and preventing further breaches. This would not only resolve the flooding but also benefit more farmers with irrigation. What do you think? Is this approach feasible? His proposal received unanimous approval from the officials of the Ministry of Works. Your Excellency's idea is brilliant. With this flood, farmers have lost all harvests and fear they won't survive. In past years, famine always followed floods, claiming many lives. We could allow those without grain to work in exchange for relief. This was spoken by Prefect Xiao Shuitang, a man of humble origins who genuinely cared for the people. Gu Chengyan gave him an approving glance. Prefect Xiao, you've read my thoughts exactly. I shall petition the Crown Prince to exempt this disaster-stricken region from tax obligations this year. The Crown Prince is benevolent, he will surely understand the people's hardship. Xiao Shuitang knew that currently, the Crown Prince was regent. Under the Emperor's rule, such a policy had never existed. It seemed this Crown Prince was far more compassionate than His Majesty. That would be truly excellent. But someone raised a practical concern. Director Gu and Prefect Xiao's idea of using labor for relief is indeed sound. But those recruited must eat. If, as you suggest, we also pay them wages, where will the money and grain come from? At this, Gu Chengyan answered first, as for funds and supplies, I will find a way. For now, we can temporarily use the local tax silver to tide us over. Everyone assumed Gu Chengyan would report to the imperial court for funding. After all, he headed the Ministry of Revenue, the treasury of Nanling was under his control. Surely, securing funds wouldn't be difficult, so no one pressed further. Once back, Gu Chengyan's plan was quickly refined, and that very day, notices were posted at every level of government calling for workers. Literate men stood beside the posters, explaining the terms in simple language to the common folk. A burly man exclaimed in surprise, "Can such good fortune really exist? In the past, we were always forcibly conscripted. Now we're promised food, lodging, and wages." "Yes, yes, really. Don't you lie to us illiterates," chimed in an old man. The young man who could read grew anxious. "Why would I lie? It's all written here in black and white. Go check at the yamen yourselves if you don't believe me." An elderly woman's eyes lit up. "Well then, I'd best go take a look. I've got 5 sons, that'll earn quite a sum. Our fields are underwater now, and they're idle anyway. A chance to earn state rations? Never heard of such a thing before. I'll sign them up right away." Word spread fast, and soon they had gathered many strong laborers. When Gu Chengyan, dressed in plain clothes, went to inspect, he noticed a woman asking questions. "Might I apply too? There are no men in my household, my husband passed away, but I still have to support my family, elders above and children below. I can do heavy work just like any man. Could you make an exception for me?" The clerk in charge snapped at her, "No women allowed. Move along, move along. Don't hold up others." Helpless, the woman could only leave, her face filled with sorrow, turning back every 3 steps. Gu Chengyan stepped forward and stopped her. "Please wait a moment. Are you calling me, young master?" Gu Chengyan smiled gently and stepped forward. "Yes, I'm calling you. Women may apply as well, they'd be doing tasks like cooking and laundry for everyone. Would you be willing?" The woman's face lit up with surprise and joy. She knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. "Willing, yes, very willing." Gu Chengyan gestured to Wen Yin to help her up. After that, the government's recruitment notice added another clause: women would be recruited to handle logistics, with priority given to households without male laborers. This way, many women whose husbands had died could also earn a meal. Though the rain continued to fall, as the river project progressed in an orderly manner, people felt a sense of stability and began to look toward the future with hope. Gu Chengyan himself was the Minister of Revenue. He understood better than anyone else that Nanling currently had no surplus funds for disaster relief. He would never dare risk diverting the military grain reserves meant for war. As for supplies, Gu Chengyan thought of someone, Wan Yicheng, the young master of Wanhua Pavilion, his close friend. A merchant by trade, Wan Yicheng was already renowned throughout Nanling's business circles. Getting him to lead the effort in rallying wealthy merchants was the perfect solution. Gu Chengyan wrote 2 letters, one to Wan Yicheng, and another sent to the medical valley. With days of continuous rainfall, ordinary people were suffering from shortages of food and clothing. Worse still, more and more fell ill. Some, thinking they might as well die full as starve, began looting and robbing across the region. Now even moderately wealthy families had hired guards for protection against unexpected dangers. These rich merchants all stayed locked in their homes, afraid that stepping outside might get them hacked to death by a mob. Fortunately, the imperial decree exempting the area from taxation finally arrived. Gu Chengyan ordered every local government office to post notices announcing the good news so the people would know. It served as a message that the court had not forgotten them, even tax obligations had been fully waived. When some malicious individuals continued trying to incite the people against the government, others now stood up to defend the authorities. "You have such a wicked heart. The imperial court has sent a high-ranking official to assist us with relief, and on top of that, abolished our taxes for a whole year. You're young and strong, you should be working to support yourself instead of scheming for shortcuts and easy gains." "Exactly. Even if your fields are flooded, you can still sign up for work. They feed you every day, and pay wages too. Many women have already signed up. It's tiring, sure, but at least they can support themselves. If they save carefully, they can even bring extra food home. Are you really going to let yourself be weaker than women and old folks?" Public resentment eased. Coupled with strict enforcement by local officials, the unrest was temporarily quelled. But Gu Chengyan knew well, if he couldn't soon deliver grain and silver, this calm would shatter again, and the chaos would grow worse. Eventually, it might escalate into outright rebellion. If that happened, Nanling would truly stand on the brink of collapse, threatened externally by Beiyan and Li Kingdom, and internally by rebellious factions gathering strength. Nanling wouldn't last long before fracturing completely, inevitably swallowed by its neighbors. In war, the ones who suffered and died most were always innocent civilians. Gu Chengyan refused to let such a fate unfold. Wan Yicheng arrived quickly. He had been conducting overseas trade at southern ports with foreign nations, not far away, and met with Gu Chengyan within 2 or 3 days. "This is the first time I've seen you write so earnestly, actually pleading with me. Tell me, how do you need my help? So long as it's within my power, I won't refuse." Gu Chengyan signaled to Wen Ying to pour him a cup of hot tea. That's what I've always admired about you, your straightforwardness. Well then, I truly must ask for your aid, not just for myself, but for hundreds of thousands of disaster-stricken people. You've seen the conditions along the way. Right now, I need grain. I need money. Wan Yicheng lifted the cup, thoughtful for a moment. I won't lie to you, the Wanhua Pavilion has only just launched its maritime trade. Based on the designs you provided, I built 20 ships, which cost a great deal. Had you asked 6 months earlier, I might have been able to spare a sizable sum. But right now, the pavilion truly doesn't have much ready silver. At most, I can give you 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels was already a substantial amount. Gu Chengyan knew well that Nanling's annual tax revenue amounted to only 4 million taels of silver. Thank you. He realized this sum likely required selling off assets. Deep in his heart, he felt profound gratitude. Wan Yicheng waved his hand dismissively. Pa. With our relationship, why are you still being polite with me? We're family. Half of Wanhua Pavilion's success exists because of you. You just said it yourself, we're family. Half of Wanhua Pavilion is mine anyway, so of course I won't screw you over. What I need is for you to step forward and help me contact those wealthy merchants. They've got grain and money sitting idle. They might as well put it to use for disaster relief. I see your point, but extracting profit from merchants isn't easy. They don't care about the common people suffering like you do. Gu Chengyan smiled gently. Of course I know that, which is exactly why I came to you. I want you to help me stage a little performance. Wan Yicheng sipped his tea, looking at him with keen interest. Oh. Now I'm all ears. They talked late into the night before Wan Yicheng finally left Gu Chengyan's room. A few days later, Wanhua Pavilion made a grand public ceremony signing a contract with the government office. A crowd of curious onlookers formed several dense rings around the scene. What's going on? Why such a big fuss? Someone newly arrived asked. A bystander who had been watching for a while replied, they say Wanhua Pavilion is investing in our local river project. They're planning to build a wharf here, merchant ships from all over will pass through. Not only does Wanhua Pavilion not have to pay taxes to the government, but they'll also get a share of the profits. Ordinary folk were simply amazed by Wanhua Pavilion's wealth and boldness, tossing out 100,000 taels of silver like it was nothing. But merchants, driven by profit, went home and started analyzing the details. Wanhua Pavilion was famous for making smart deals, from desert caravans to maritime trade. Following Wanhua Pavilion's lead hardly ever leads to losses. Hurry up and send an invitation, we should treat them as honored guests now that they're here. Plus, we can discreetly find out more about the terms of this agreement. The wealthiest 24 local merchants gathered together, and their guild leader concluded the meeting with a firm declaration. The next day, Wan Yicheng, young master of Wanhua Pavilion, made his appearance. The group spent the entire day entertaining him with food, drink, and leisure. He had refined tastes and was highly critical, ordinary things didn't impress him, and he wasn't shy about saying so to people's faces. But once you managed to please him, he became remarkably agreeable. Sure enough, after the guild presented him with an extremely rare double-sided embroidery, a masterpiece crafted over more than a year by twin sisters renowned for their skill and harmony, Wan Yicheng finally revealed the full details of the contract and the immense hidden benefits, secrets no outsider could possibly uncover. In the future, merchants who participate in this investment will receive a portion of the wharf's earnings as dividends. Of course, these dividends can't be paid directly by the government. But here's the key, they can be used to offset tax obligations. And if your dividend exceeds your taxes, you can even use the surplus to offset others' taxes. That means, effectively, it becomes liquid silver. That alone is already significant. But more importantly, this gives us direct access to the government. We're all businessmen here, we know how much we spend every year greasing palms, offering gifts to officials just to keep things running smoothly. Much of it vanishes without a trace, accomplishing nothing, yet we still have to smile and keep paying. After all, we merchants sit at the very bottom of society. Take my case, pure chance, really. I happen to have a slight connection with an official from the Ministry of Revenue. This time, when the minister himself came here for relief efforts, I seized the opportunity and managed to meet him face to face. This man holds the rank of second-rank senior official at court, one of the 6 excellencies. A top scholar who aced all 6 imperial exams. A true incarnation of the god of literature. How many ordinary people ever get such a chance? Am I right? The assembled merchants nodded fervently, deeply impressed by Master Wan of Wanhua Pavilion. His vision was unmatched, his connections vast, it was no wonder he ran such a massive enterprise. From then on, more and more merchants actively approached Wan Yicheng, begging for a chance to meet the minister. To outside observers, it seemed as though Gu Chengyan hadn't lifted a finger, yet merchant after merchant lined up voluntarily, delivering chests upon chests of gleaming silver coins. Governor Xiao Shuitang watched in utter amazement. Every official in the region now revered Gu Chengyan as divine. With the merchants' generous contributions, the problems of funds and grain were fully resolved. Gu Chengyan further promised that once the river project was complete, he would inscribe the names of these contributing merchants onto stone steels along the riverbank, so local people would forever remember their benevolence. Merchants, long neglected and disrespected, had wealth but faced the deepest prejudice. To gain praise and recognition from the common people filled them with joy, some were even moved to tears, reporting the honor to their ancestral temples. The resentment once directed at them gradually faded. No longer did they have to cower inside their homes, living in constant fear of being attacked, robbed, or looted. Because of this, several other wealthy families, who lacked neither status nor money, also donated additional sums. Other matters could wait, but the weather remained dire. Illness spread rapidly, and many died outright after drinking unclean water or consuming spoiled food. The government was preoccupied with dike construction and could not spare manpower. Moreover, due to prolonged flooding, the medicinal herbs stored in local pharmacies had spoiled. Despite doctors working day and night treating patients, the death toll continued to rise. Fortunately, help from Yi Valley arrived. Gu Chengyan, the head of Yi Valley, led 100 physicians from the valley and brought with them much-needed medicine. Clad in white robes and veiled in plain gauze, the members of Yi Valley looked like immortal beings from legend, beautiful to behold, skilled in healing the sick. Whatever they said carried more weight among the people than imperial decrees. Boil water before drinking, cook food thoroughly before eating, avoid spoiled food, wash hands frequently, ensure good ventilation, follow medical advice. These rules were now almost second nature to everyone. The epidemic did not spiral out of control, this was entirely thanks to the people of Yi Valley. Conditions were harsh, so Gu Chengyan personally brought some food and came to check on them. The sick had been relocated and gathered at a place called Niu Jiaopa. When Gu Chengyan arrived, the common folk, seeing such a young and dignified minister, began whispering among themselves. This minister is extraordinarily handsome. More beautiful than Miss Li from old Master Li's household. To reach such high office at such a young age, is truly remarkable. I wonder if he's married. If not, he'd suit Miss Chengxuan perfectly. Both so good-looking, their children would be breathtaking. This official is truly kind-hearted. Without him, we poor souls would have no hope. And my family men are all working at the riverbank now, all thanks to this official's policy. He truly cares for us commoners. Gu Chengyan did not put on airs. He walked humbly into the crowd of patients and offered his condolences and comfort. Only afterward did he join the others from Yi Valley for a meal. Esteemed Valley head. At the front stood a woman of cool elegance, her voice gentle. Gu Chengyan personally helped her up. You've forgotten again, I'm no longer your superior. You're the true Valley head now. After Gu Chengyan had passed the Imperial examination as top scholar, he immediately stepped down from his role as acting Valley head and chose Gu Chengxuan as the new leader of Yi Valley. He had personally brought Gu Chengxuan into Yi Valley. Diligent and passionate about medicine, she loved healing others, qualities that mirrored his own. When she felt Gu Chengyan's touch, Gu Chengxuan blushed deeply, but thankfully, her face was covered by the veil, hiding her shame. To her, Gu Chengyan was divine, a man who had given her a second life. She secretly loved him, but believing herself unworthy, she had never confessed. In truth, Gu Chengyan hadn't spent much time with her either and remained unaware of her feelings. Given his senior status in Yi Valley, he simply saw her as a promising junior disciple. You've all done well. I know this has been grueling. Just now, I spoke briefly with the people outside, they're deeply grateful to you, calling you immortals. I'm proud to see Yi Valley earn such praise. Within the martial world, Yi Valley's reputation was polarized. Some praised it highly, others deemed it strange or even sinister, legacies of past elders whose extraordinary medical skills were matched only by their eccentric temperaments. All credit goes to our honored ancestors' teachings. Now we can actually treat many complicated illnesses, we've never felt so fulfilled. Spoke a youth, likely a newcomer to the valley, having joined only 1 or 2 years prior. Gu Chengxuan gently reprimanded him, you mustn't be disrespectful in front of the honored ancestor. Gu Chengyan smiled kindly. It's fine. Come here. He beckoned the boy forward and tested him with several questions. Well answered. Clearly, you've studied diligently, haven't shamed your master. It was during this exchange that Gu Chengyan learned the boy was actually Gu Chengxuan's disciple. After the meal, a few critically ill patients still lacked treatment options. Gu Chengxuan led Gu Chengyan to examine them personally. Gu Chengyan administered acupuncture himself and adjusted their prescriptions. Admiration shone in Gu Chengxuan's eyes. Several experienced older women observed closely. Seeing how approachable, gentle, and humble Gu Chengyan was, they couldn't resist teasing openly. Minister Gu looks so young, tell us, are you married? If not, Miss Chengxuan here would be perfect. Beautiful, gentle, skilled in medicine, both of you love healing, you'd have plenty to talk about. How wonderful a match. Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, shaking his head helplessly. But he offered no denial, knowing full well that once he opened his mouth, he'd never escape the conversation. Gu Chengxuan stole a quiet glance at him, and seeing the gentle smile still on his face, realized he didn't seem to mind at all. She relaxed, her heart secretly elated. She thought to herself, perhaps senior apprentice brother doesn't mind being with me, maybe I really do have a chance. Both Gu Chengyan and Gu Chengxuan looked youthful, both enjoyed excellent reputations among the people, and neither was married. Gradually, whether officials or commoners, everyone began to whisper that they were a destined pair, perfectly matched. Even idle scholars anonymously wrote storybooks about them, which teahouses boldly hired storytellers to recite for guests. Many people enjoyed gathering around during their leisure time just to join in the fun. Every word of these rumors reached Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan's desk without exception. Court ministers had lately noticed that the Crown Prince had become increasingly demanding. Whenever he caught even the slightest fault, he would either rebuke the offender harshly, causing public embarrassment, or impose severe penalties such as demotion or reassignment to distant local posts. Everyone lived in anxiety, terrified that they might become the next target of the Crown Prince's scrutiny. Chapter 53. The situation was gradually improving, and the rain had finally stopped, with the sky beginning to clear. Minister. The rain has finally ceased. If it had continued much longer, I truly would have grown moldy, just as my young daughter joked at home. This was Governor Xiao Shuitang speaking. He lived a relatively simple life with few changes of clothing. Over the past 2 months, he frequently visited the hardest-hit areas to inspect conditions personally, always returning covered in mud and forced to change into clean clothes. Yet even his washed garments hadn't dried completely, leaving him perpetually carrying a faint musty smell. Yes, Gu Chengyan replied, if even our esteemed governor suffers like this, one can only imagine how difficult life has been for ordinary people. Has the new batch of grain arrived? It has. In fact, we owe much gratitude to Wanhua Pavilion for facilitating the transaction. Without their assistance, it would have been difficult to secure such a large supply on short notice. Gu Chengyan nodded. Set aside a portion of the better quality grain for seeds. Once the rain stops completely in a few days, distribute them freely to the people so they can replant. At least then they won't face a complete harvest loss this year. Sir, you are truly the most compassionate official I've ever met. Gu Chengyan patted his shoulder gently. The people are fortunate to have a diligent and responsible governor like you. Keep up the good work, Governor Xiao, the path ahead shines bright for you. I look forward to working alongside you in the capital someday. It was clear praise, an open sign of recognition and appreciation. Overjoyed, Xiao Shuitang clasped his hands together and bowed with a smile toward the minister who had seen his worth. Thank you, sir, for your trust and encouragement. I am deeply honored by your support. Gu Chengyan smiled warmly at him. For those capable and of sound character, he never hesitated to offer opportunities for growth. Would you do me the honor of dining at my humble home tonight, sir? You've been here quite some time, yet I haven't properly hosted you. I feel rather ashamed. My wife reminded me today that I absolutely must invite you. Might you be free this evening? I've heard from several officials about Madame Zhao's exceptional culinary skills. Then I shall accept your kind invitation and impose upon you tonight. Since hosting a second-rank official like Gu Chengyan required proper company, Xiao Shuitang naturally invited several colleagues, and also the merchants who had recently invested in the river construction project. Knowing that Minister Gu remained unmarried and without female companionship, and aware of the rumors circulating about him and the healer Su Qingxuan, Madame Xiao took the initiative to extend an invitation to the young lady as well. Gu Chengyan arrived together with Wanicheng. They had spent the afternoon discussing viable business opportunities. With Gu offering fresh perspectives and one being naturally shrewd in commerce, their conversation flowed vigorously, making the entire afternoon pass swiftly. When Xiao Shuitang saw their easy intimacy, he assumed it was due to Wan's charming diplomacy, no doubt having won the minister's favor and friendship. Minister Gu, young Master Wan, please come in. The two nodded and strode confidently through the gate. As Gu entered the main hall, his steps faltered slightly upon seeing a familiar figure seated beside the head position. He quickly composed himself and stepped forward. Everyone present rose from their seats in unison. Minister Gu has arrived. All greeted him warmly. Wanicheng noticed Su Qingxuan and immediately understood why his friend had paused. Without hesitation, he moved first to her side. It's been quite some time, Miss Qingxuan. Do you remember me? Su Qingxuan shifted her gaze from Gu Chengyan to Wanicheng, replying softly, how could I forget, young Master Wan? Your grace and generosity, opening your purse to rescue the people from hardship, are renowned far and wide. They call you a man of Bodhisattva's heart. How could I possibly forget someone like you? Wan laughed heartily, snapped his fan shut, radiating effortless charm. Miss Qingxuan is not only graceful and ethereal in appearance, but every word you speak is music to the ears. Since we last met, I've thought of you often. To borrow the poetic words of scholars like Minister Gu, one day apart feels like 3 autumns. Isn't that right, Minister Gu? Gu Chengyan took his seat on Wan's other side, nodded, and smiled indulgently as his friend displayed his natural charisma. Wan, now treating himself as host despite being a guest, gestured broadly. Why are you all still standing? Please, sit down. When I heard Governor Xiao was hosting a banquet at home, I made sure to eat only half my lunch, saving my appetite entirely for this feast. Others began to realize, Wanicheng clearly shared an unusual closeness with the minister, daring even to claim a seat near the main position, exchanging casual banter as if they were equals. Governor Xiao signaled for the dishes to be served. Indeed, Wanicheng was a master in the world of commerce, and equally at ease in such social gatherings, moving through the evening with effortless grace. This wine is excellent. Allow me, then, to borrow Governor Zhao's wine and offer a toast to our esteemed Minister Gu. I feel an instant kinship with Minister Gu, we are kindred spirits. When drinking with a true friend, 1,000 cups are never enough. I shall drain my cup first. With that, he clinked glasses with Gu Chengyan and tilted his head back, downing the wine in one smooth motion. Gu Chengyan, ever dignified, drank at a calm pace, one measured sip, but in doing so, granted Wang Yicheng tremendous respect. I am but a merchant, one continued, yet it's a great honor to be here among such distinguished officials. Meeting is destiny, let me raise this cup to all of you. Wang Yicheng showed no hesitation or awkwardness. His graceful ease steadily warmed the atmosphere at the table. As the highest-ranking official present, Gu Chengyan received the most toasts, yet he didn't put on airs, responding with courtesy and giving each guest face. By the end of the round, several guests were flushed from drinking, but Gu Chengyan's complexion remained as fair and composed as jade, showing no sign of drunkenness. Wang Yicheng knew this wasn't natural, it was likely he had taken an antidote for alcohol beforehand. Still, everyone maintained decorum, after all, this was the governor's banquet. But as wine emboldens even the timid, a few gossip-inclined guests grew bold and began teasing Gu Chengyan about Su Qingshuan directly. Miss Qingshuan. Why don't you personally toast Minister Gu? Don't keep holding back. Su Qingshuan's eyelids fluttered slightly. Softly, she replied, the rest of you have been taking turns toasting the minister. A lady should allow him a moment to catch his breath, wouldn't it be terrible if we ended up getting him drunk? Oh. How thoughtful of Miss Qingshuan. We men wouldn't have thought of that, how considerate you are. Indeed. But look at Minister Gu, he seems so refined and gentle, yet his drinking capacity rivals any of us here. Not even a hint of red on his face. Clearly, he has quite the tolerance. In that case, Miss Qingshuan needn't worry so much. Perhaps Minister Gu is actually waiting for your toast. Isn't that right, Minister Gu? At this, Gu Chengyan's best response was silence. Then Su Qingshuan rose, holding her wine cup, and gazed affectionately at the man she loved. Qingshuan toasts the minister. Her voice was soft and melodious. Anyone with eyes could see her feelings for Gu Chengyan. Only then did Gu Chengyan respond, wearing a gentle smile as he raised his own cup. This official drinks in the name of all those patients you've healed, your hands are those of a saint, your heart full of compassion. He elevated the moment instantly. Wang Yicheng watched, amused. Still as cold-hearted as ever, he never left false hope for those he didn't love. A flicker of hurt passed through Su Qingshuan's eyes. Though others believed there was something between her and Minister Gu, she alone knew the truth. She intended to drink deeply, but paused in surprise at Wang Yicheng's movement. He gently tapped his cup against hers. Miss Qingshuan mustn't show favoritism, I deserve half of this toast too. His gaze was sincere, not mocking at all. By the time Su Qingshuan regained her composure, the men were already raising their cups again. Only when most had become pleasantly tipsy did Gu Chengyan finally speak to end the feast. You've all worked hard these past months. Rest tomorrow, no need to report to the office at dawn. It's growing late. I shall take my leave now. Once Gu Chengyan announced his departure, the others naturally followed suit. Originally, Su Qingshuan had been walking the same route as them. Now, with night fallen, she simply stayed close by. Others merely saw Su Qingshuan return to Niujiao Slope. In truth, she was now standing within the small courtyard of Gu Chengyan's residence. The very first thing Gu Chengyan did upon returning was bow his head and personally unfasten the pendant of intertwined hearts, from his waist. The jade was a vivid emerald green, strikingly bright. He wiped it carefully clean and placed it into a brocade box. Su Qingshuan said nothing, but she understood the meaning behind his gesture perfectly. It's late. Go home. Throughout, Gu Chengyan hadn't spoken a single extra word. This was how he always treated women who loved him, tender, yet utterly unyielding. And Su Qingshuan knew, deep down, that she was no different from those who had come before. Master, may I ask what kind of person the owner of this pendant truly is? After all, she couldn't let go. For a fleeting moment, Gu Chengyan's eyes softened beyond measure, filled with tenderness and depth. Then he smiled. He was someone who loved to deceive. He wasn't perfect anywhere, yet somehow perfect everywhere. It was the first time Su Qingshuan had ever heard Gu Chengyan describe anyone in such strange terms. She couldn't imagine it, and dared not ask further. Qingshuan takes her leave. As she departed, Gu Chengyan did not look after her. His gaze drifted elsewhere, lost in his own silent reverie. Everything Gu Chengyan did each day, everyone he met, every word he spoke, Lin Shuxuan knew it all. Only tonight was different. His man had been taken out by Wanin, the one serving beside Gu Chengyan. That woman Su Qingshuan was alone with Gu Chengyan, what exactly had transpired between them, he had no idea. 2 days later, the Emperor's stroke showed slight improvement. Though still unable to move, he could now speak. Gu Qing, summon Gu Qing. Gu Chengyan. The Emperor called Gu Chengyan's name in broken gasps, his voice hoarse and strange. The Crown Prince's lips curled upward, his eyes revealing something eerie. The Emperor wishes to see Gu Chengyan. He has gone south to manage the floods. But since the emperor desires his presence, this subject shall immediately recall him to the capital. With urgent couriers racing 600 li a day, the emperor issued 8 consecutive edicts summoning Gu Chengyan back to the capital. Governor Xiao Shuetang saw for the first time what true imperial favor looked like. When gravely ill, upon regaining consciousness, the very first person the emperor wished to see was Gu Chengyan. The depth of trust and esteem was self-evident. He dared not delay any longer. Worried about hindering Gu Chengyan's swift return, he even led officials and merchants alike to work overtime, day and night, finally completing the essential construction of the canal. Only then did Gu Chengyan feel at ease. In that case, I entrust you completely with all subsequent matters. See to it that nothing goes wrong. After sternly admonishing the officials and merchants, Gu Chengyan set off toward the capital with his entourage. As he departed, crowds lined both sides of the road to bid him farewell, shouting, "Master Gu, come back again. May Master Gu live 10,000 years. Wishing Master Gu success in your career, and an early marriage." To save time, Gu Chengyan rode on horseback. In an instant, his body was covered with scarves and flowers tossed by young women. Many commoners held bamboo baskets filled with eggs and local specialties, pressing them into the hands of his attendants. If they refused, the people blocked their way, forcing them to accept. Unable to resist such heartfelt kindness, even Wenin ended up carrying a basket. Chapter 54. Gu Chengyan and his party had barely reached the city gate when Yang, the eunuch attendant of His Majesty, arrived personally to escort them to the palace. Summoned by the emperor himself, Gu Chengyan encountered no obstruction along the way. Yet, the crown prince did not make an appearance. With no time to ponder, Gu Chengyan lifted his robes, stepped forward, and knelt in a formal kowtow. "Your humble servant, Gu Chengyan, pays respects to His Majesty." The emperor, bedridden and paralyzed for days, suddenly widened his eyes at the sound of Gu Chengyan's voice. He cried out in agitation, "Gu Cheng! Gu Cheng! Save me quickly!" He had lost faith in the imperial physicians, only Gu Chengyan, the one he had personally promoted, inspired trust. At this moment, the emperor deeply regretted ignoring Gu's advice before. In a reckless fit of impulse, he had consumed numerous potent and dangerous remedies, which had left him completely immobilized, able to move only his eyes and mouth. His voice was weak. To hear more clearly, Gu Chengyan rose and stepped closer to the emperor's dragon bed. Eunuch Yang hurriedly brought a chair and placed it behind him. "Sire, please rest assured. I am here now, and will do everything within my power to heal your majesty." The emperor blinked at him, an apparent response. After carefully examining the emperor's current condition, Gu Chengyan confirmed that the illness was indeed severe. He believed the imperial physicians had already done their utmost. The crown prince had not interfered, the emperor's state was truly due to excessive medication and his own lack of restraint. "Sire, I have now assessed your condition. I shall treat you with acupuncture combined with internal medicinal remedies to regulate your body. After some time, sensation will gradually return to your limbs. For further recovery, however, you must personally commit to rising and moving daily, practicing each day to strengthen your tendons and bones." Gu Chengyan's gentle tone soothed the emperor's restless heart. Upon learning there was hope for recovery, the emperor's eyelids slowly grew heavy, and he drifted into sleep. Everyone in the hall quietly withdrew, leaving only 2 young eunuchs inside to stand guard, in case the emperor awakened and summoned someone. Eunuch Yang wore an expression of relief. "Lord Gu, you've finally returned. Ever since the emperor regained his ability to speak, he hasn't slept properly. He rages every single day, we servants truly carry our lives in our hands while serving." Gu Chengyan replied sympathetically, "Master Yang, your efforts are deeply appreciated. His Majesty is in physical discomfort, so it's natural for his temperament to become irritable and agitated. Even so, His Majesty clearly still trusts you, otherwise, would he entrust all affairs to your care?" Eunuch Yang, who had spent most of his life suppressed by the previous head of the imperial eunuchs, especially enjoyed hearing that the emperor valued him. Now, he beamed with undisguised delight. Jokes aside, Eunuch Yang didn't escort Gu Chengyan back to the palace gate. Instead, he led him toward the direction of the eastern palace. Gu Chengyan understood at once, this Eunuch Yang was likely the crown prince's man stationed beside the emperor. He wasn't sure how to feel. On one hand, he was pleased, after all, upon returning to the capital, even that ungrateful little fellow still wanted to see him. On the other hand, it was precisely because of that same ungrateful boy that he had been forced on this long journey in the first place. The eastern palace remained unchanged since his last visit. As Gu Chengyan entered, he unconsciously paused, gazing at the tall siang tree without realizing it. Seeing him staring up at an otherwise ordinary tree, Eunuch Yang gently reminded him, "My lord, we should hurry. The crown prince has probably been waiting a long while." Gu Chengyan smiled warmly. "Of course. Thank you, Master Yang, for leading the way." Eunuch Yang couldn't help but admire this Lord Gu. He remained utterly composed, undisturbed even after learning that the person guiding him served the crown prince. Not only that, but he even took the time to appreciate the trees in the crown prince's courtyard. Truly, what a broad mind. When they reached the entrance, Eunuch Yang stopped. Bowing slightly, he said, "This servant shall not enter. Please proceed on your own, my lord." Eunuch Yang showed genuine respect toward Gu Chengyan. One reason was simple: whether in the emperor's court or the crown prince's circle, Gu Chengyan was highly esteemed. Offending him would simply invite trouble. Gu Chengyan nodded, then walked forward himself. At the door, a maid curtsied and said, "The crown prince has given orders. If Lord Gu arrives, there is no need to announce. You may enter directly." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyan merely smiled faintly, said nothing, and strode confidently into the crown prince's private chamber. It was already afternoon. The crown prince lay resting on a couch near the window. The memorials on the table were somewhat disordered. Even in sleep, he still held one in his hand. Everyone aspires to that supreme, exalted throne, but the mental and physical toll of sitting upon it is beyond ordinary imagination. Governing a vast nation means handling affairs large and small, each requiring the emperor's approval. He must consider impacts from all directions and make the most appropriate decisions. Gu Chengyan knew he was intelligent. Though he had never dealt with state affairs before, upon suddenly becoming crown prince, he made no mistakes during his regency, but the hardships behind this achievement were unavoidable. Moreover, constrained by powerful clans and court officials, the crown prince's position was far from comfortable. All of this Gu Chengyan saw clearly. Yet Gu Chengyan could not show support for the crown prince, not openly, at least, not while he still remained crown prince. Gently, Gu Chengyan slid the memorial out from his hand, placed it neatly on the table, then tidied up the disordered desk. At that moment, a lazy voice came from behind. "How come I never knew, Lord Gu, that you have a habit of tidying things for others? It seems you not only enjoy worrying about other people's business, but are also extremely helpful, truly a man of noble heart." Gu Chengyan paused slightly, eyes smiling, and continued his task until the desk was completely orderly. This subject helped His Highness, only to be mocked in return. Truly, it shows how society has declined and human hearts have changed. Lin Shuxuan snorted bitterly. Lord Gu is so morally upright, keeping company late into the night with a young maiden, alone together in a private chamber, acting intimately with an unrelated man and chatting cheerfully till midnight. Meanwhile, I am stuck day and night with these dull, cold memorials. How envious I am of your carefree, romantic life. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. Is your highness truly so concerned with every move I make? This greatly surprises me. Even across thousands of miles, you know my every word and action. I suppose my charm toward you really is quite strong. Lin Shuxuan glared, shoved Gu Chengyan down onto the very couch he had just been lying on, then lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes, staring down at him. Don't change the subject, Gu Chengyan. What exactly is your relationship with that woman called Gu Chengyan? You even ordered your Wanin to arrest one of my men on her account. How dare you? Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, lifting his gaze to meet his. Is your highness jealous? To prevent him from falling, Gu Chengyan gently placed his hands against Lin Shuxuan's lower back. Lin Shuxuan looked down coldly and let out a disdainful huff. Lord Gu, you flatter yourself too much. I sent you there to manage the floods, not to flirt and fall in love. Such improper conduct, do you not fear I'll punish you for dereliction of duty? Gu Chengyan burst into laughter, wrapped his arms around Lin Shuxuan, and pulled him tightly into an embrace. How can you be so adorable, Lin Shuxuan felt the vibrations from his chest and grew furious. He abruptly struggled free, straddled him, his expression stern and aloof, once again assuming the lofty bearing of the crown prince. Gu Chengyan, how dare you? Did I permit you to hold me like this? Gu Chengyan glanced at his crooked crown, the flushed corners of his eyes and lips, and the otherwise serious look on his face, finding it utterly delightful. Irritated by his laughter, Lin Shuxuan reached out and covered his mouth. What's so funny? I forbid you to laugh any more. Gu Chengyan caught both of his wrists with one hand and pulled him close again. Fine, this subject obeys the crown prince, we won't laugh anymore. That woman and I share only a simple uncle-niece mentor relationship. My mother was a disciple of Medicine Valley, and my nominal master holds a high seniority there. She is now the current head of Medicine Valley, and some matters concerning the valley require discussion with me. Nothing more than that. Lin Shuxuan shifted slightly, then stubbornly added after a pause, if you say there's nothing, who knows if that's true. And what about that man? He casually gives you 100,000 taels of silver, who is he to you? Gu Chengyan sighed, leaned forward, and kissed the top of his head before continuing patiently, that is my dearest friend, Wanicheng, the young master of Wanhua Pavilion. We met by fate in my youth, shared similar interests, and occasionally I'd share ideas or craft small inventions for him. He excels in commerce, so we've maintained a partnership. Half of today's Wanhua Pavilion belongs to me. Therefore, those 100,000 taels weren't given to me as personal gifts, but as investment capital. Once the wharf is completed, that money will earn returns. Lin Shuxuan fell silent. This was the first time he had ever heard Gu Chengyan speak of his past. The two lay quietly in each other's arms for a while. Then a minister requested audience, and an attendant outside came to report. Lin Shuxuan rose to his feet. Understood. Tell him to wait in the side hall, I'll be right there. Gu Chengyan personally picked up a wooden comb and gently combed his hair, then carefully adjusted his crown. Your Highness may go now. Lin Shuxuan walked to the door, then turned back to look at him, saying firmly, you stay here. Wait for me to return. Gu Chengyan smiled softly and clasped his hands together. This subject receives your Highness's order. While waiting, Gu Chengyan idly reached for a book, but the stack of memorials on the table was too high. A slightly stronger gust of wind blew in from the window, knocking 2 volumes off the top onto the floor. Glancing over, Gu Chengyan set down his book and bent down to pick them up, only to catch sight of their contents. The Crown Prince has reached marriageable age. With His Majesty's health deteriorating daily, this minister respectfully petitions that the Crown Prince select a Crown Princess as soon as possible, to settle the hearts of the people and officials. There was no red-inked reply beneath it. Gu Chengyan's eyes darkened, inner fury rising like a storm, simmering with deadly rage. So many at court were already eyeing the position of Crown Princess. Humph. Coveting what should never belong to you could cost one's life. Some people clearly still hadn't grasped that lesson. Perhaps Gu Chengyan needed to remind them. He glanced at the name signed at the bottom of the memorial, Minister of Rights. What a coincidence. An old acquaintance. Now that Consort Shu had fallen, he was already scheming for the future Empress. How far-sighted indeed. After Lin Shuxuan returned, they chatted a while, shared dinner, and only then did Lin send Gu Chengyan out of the palace. The next day, at morning court. Cabinet Minister Gu Chengyan, for his outstanding success in flood control, has greatly pleased His Majesty, who has issued a special decree promoting Gu Chengyan to first-rank Left Chancellor, overseeing the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Works. This was the first imperial edict issued by the Emperor since the Crown Prince assumed regency. Many had previously suspected the Emperor was completely sidelined by the Crown Prince. After all, there had once been friction between the Crown Prince and Gu Chengyan, they were not supposed to be allies. Yet this reward clearly carried the Emperor's will. Everyone in court knew Master Gu wasn't merely accomplished in governance, he was also a peerless physician of extraordinary skill. This subject bows deeply to thank His Majesty for such immense grace. And I thank the Crown Prince for the promotion. On the throne, the Crown Prince wore an ambiguous smile. The ministers below saw it clearly. These two were surely at odds again. The Crown Prince's earlier dispatch of Gu Chengyan to manage the floods was never meant as a promotion, it was supposed to exile him to a remote region, removing him from the political center. But Gu Chengyan had proven capable, actually achieving notable results. Even more fortunate, the Emperor, who had always favored him, recovered enough to urgently recall him to the capital. Now the power structure was clear, the pro-emperor faction led by Gu Chengyan, the Crown Prince's party and its affiliates, and the ancient aristocratic clans that had endured for centuries, the court was now divided into 3 major forces. Since Gu Chengyan's return to the capital, these 3 factions constantly clashed covertly, yet maintained a fragile surface balance due to their comparable strengths. Until the Emperor, who had previously improved enough to walk short distances out of bed, suddenly fell into another deep coma, after which the hidden powers lurking in the shadows began to slowly emerge. Chapter 55. Your Highness, the Emperor has once again fallen into unconsciousness. Last night I observed the celestial phenomena and discovered that the purple forbidden star within the palace radiates excessively strong light. All things in this world require balance between yin and yang. At present, Your Highness's Eastern Palace lacks a secondary star governed by yin. The speaker was Yuan Liping, director of the Astronomical Bureau, a man famed for his precocious talent and said to be able to deduce a person's fate merely from the stars. Lin Shuxuan fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly intrigued. According to your meaning, where should I go to find such a yin-governed secondary star? Only then did Director Yuan reveal his true intent. Yin and yang also represent male and female respectively. The purple forbidden star naturally symbolizes the Emperor and Your Highness. While the Emperor's harem is never short of consorts, the Eastern Palace remains completely empty, especially with the position of Crown Princess still vacant. Therefore, this humble minister speculates that if Your Highness were to marry a Crown Princess, perhaps His Majesty's illness might improve. Lin Shuxuan saw through it all. Celestial signs. Nothing more than an excuse. Yuan Liping himself was merely a pawn in someone else's game, attempting to pressure him into marriage using filial piety as leverage, not foolish at all. Even though this conversation took place away from court, now that he, as Crown Prince, had learned of this supposed method to save his father, refusing to act would undoubtedly invite relentless moral condemnation from scholars and officials. With no high-ranking concubines remaining in the palace, Princess Qing personally oversaw the selection process, reviewing noble young ladies on behalf of the. From among them, she would pick out the most outstanding few for Theto meet. Whoever suited him would be chosen as the most exalted woman in Nanking, the Crown Princess. Siki was among those being considered. When she returned home from Princess Cheng's mansion, she found her elder brother, who normally vanished amid official duties and was never seen at home, sitting in the main hall sipping tea. How strange. Brother, don't you have official business today? A maid removed Siki's cloak and retreated outside the hall. Siki took a seat beside Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan poured her a cup of clear tea himself. Just idle today. Taking half a day's rest at home. Wen Yin raised her eyebrows. Idle? Wasn't that blatant falsehood? Ministers were fiercely debating the matter of appointing a crown princess, with piles of administrative work accumulating. How could he possibly be idle? Siki suddenly understood. She lifted her teacup and took small sips to moisten her throat. Since you're free today, I won't hesitate to disturb you then. Let me tell you, what happened at Princess Cheng's residence today was quite a spectacle. Those noble young ladies went to great lengths, nearly displaying every skill they possessed before the princess. At first, it was delightful to watch, but as time passed, I grew restless. It became too monotonous. Gu Chengyan seemed slightly surprised, asking offhandedly, not a single standout. Our Siki standards must now surpass even those of Princess Cheng. Siki smiled shyly. Not exactly. Lady Cheng from the Cheng family was excellent, the princess clearly favored her. Oh, and the second daughter of the Minister of Rights, her manners and bearing were exceptionally refined. The princess engaged her in lengthy conversation too. Then there's the young lady from Marquis Wuwen's household. Likely one of these three. The Cheng family represented the Right Chancellor, the Minister of Right symbolized the conservative old guard, the Marquis of Wuwen stood for aristocratic clans. Clearly, he already had plans, to simultaneously secure the support of these three factions. Did that mean he truly intended to marry one of them? Then what did that make her to him? Gu Chengyan's thoughts churned in turmoil. The teacup in his hand shattered suddenly, slicing open his palm, spilling vivid blood. Siki gasped in alarm, quickly grabbing his hand. Wen Yin, fetch medicine at once. What happened to you, brother? You're no child anymore, how can you injure yourself like this? She carefully picked out the shards of porcelain embedded in his flesh, sprinkled medicine over the wound, and bandaged it meticulously. Gu Chengyan remained silent throughout. This was the first time Siki had seen him so gloomy. Brother? He tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth, pulling back his injured right hand. It's nothing. Go about your matters. I need to go out later. Siki opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. The next morning during court assembly, Gu Chengyan remained uncharacteristically silent, contrasting sharply with several ministers whose daughters were under consideration, all wearing unusually cheerful expressions. That afternoon, the sixth young lady of the Right Chancellor's household received an invitation from the. Some claimed to have seen them together aboard a painted boat drifting across the lake, where they personally plucked a budless flower and gifted it to her. When the sixth miss stepped down from her carriage upon returning to the Cheng residence, she cradled the blossom close to her chest. Whispers spread instantly, surely Thi had set his eyes on the Right Chancellor's sixth daughter as his future crown princess. Cheng Jiliang, the only male in the Cheng family, was surrounded by people seeking information from all sides. That evening, he rushed to Gu Chengyan's residence to vent his frustrations. Having seen the crown prince interact privately with his friends before, he chose to reveal the truth outright. I've gotten a taste of what it's like being imperial in-laws, even going to the privy means someone rushes over to chat. Gu Chengyan remained silent. Chengyan, don't misunderstand me, I went back and asked personally. My sixth sister and the crown prince were completely innocent. They simply took a short boat ride together on the lake, didn't exchange more than 3 sentences, and the crown prince fell asleep halfway through. Only right before landing did he have someone pick her a few lotus blossoms. Jiliang, thank you for coming all this way to tell me. To be honest, if it must be one of these family's daughters becoming crown princess, I'd much rather it be yours. Cheng Jiliang smiled gently. Chengyan, personally, I hope our Cheng family girls don't chase wealth or status. As long as they live peaceful, joyful lives, that's enough. Anyway, enough about that, my wedding to Qing Luo is in another month. You absolutely must come. Gu Chengyan gave a warm smile. Of course. I certainly intend to drink from your cup of joy. It's better sooner rather than later. The emperor likely won't last much longer. Once he passes, the state mourning period will delay all weddings among the common people. My father said the same. A month is sufficient. Truthfully, I've been preparing for this wedding for 3 full years. Time really does fly. Yes, it truly does. And people change just as quickly, Gu Chengyan murmured softly. Cheng Jiliang glanced at him. That time he dined at the Gu residence, the crown prince wasn't crown prince yet. He hadn't failed to notice the unspoken tension between Chengyan and the prince, he just hadn't dwelled on it. Now, with the crown prince selecting a consort and Chengyan growing increasingly withdrawn, the truth finally became clear. He wanted to urge him to let go. But how could he? That man was the heir apparent, the future son of heaven. It was impossible. Yet given Chengyan's intelligence, he surely understood this already, only that being entangled in emotion made detachment unbearable. As someone who also loved deeply, Cheng Jiliang could empathize. The next day. The young lady from the Wuhan Marquisate was invited by the crown prince to attend a performance by a famed lute master celebrated throughout the capital. At the end, he gifted her a lute handmade by the musician himself. Now, speculation about who would become crown princess shifted once more, this time favoring the Wuhan Marquisate. Another day passed. The second daughter of the Minister of Rights, the lawful born, and his fifth daughter, born of a concubine, were both invited by the crown prince to worship at Qingchan Temple outside the city. Strangely, upon returning, the lawful-born daughter returned empty-handed, while the concubine-born fifth daughter received an exquisite hairpin. After that, the crown prince invited no one else. All of Nanjing began placing bets on which family would ultimately claim the crown princess title. But the greatest farce belonged to the Minister of Rights. For a concubine-born daughter to compete against the legitimate heir, and for him to elevate that concubine so publicly, it had long been known his household was in chaos. And now it had escalated to involving the crown prince himself. Indeed, the aristocratic faction backing the Wuan Marquisate struck. The Minister of Rights should be the foremost upholder of ritual propriety, yet he openly favors his concubine over his lawful wife, banishing his spouse to a side courtyard and allowing his concubine to manage the inner chambers. Utterly absurd. The crown prince seemed genuinely shocked. Oh. Is this true? Where is the Minister of Rights? Speak for yourself, what exactly is going on? The minister stammered, drenched in sweat. This. Hadn't the crown prince already chosen his concubine-born daughter? But his daughter swore earnestly that the prince adored her. Otherwise, why would he bestow upon her an exquisite Fenghuang phoenix hairpin? Your Highness, didn't you already gift a Luanying phoenix hairpin to my concubine-born daughter? Luanying. All the ministers exchanged stunned glances. Gu Chengyan merely sighed quietly. The crown prince regarded them with narrowed, faintly amused eyes. I do recall gifting a Qinghuan hairpin, but not to your concubine-born daughter. I gave it to my cousin, Princess Xuanhe, who has been secluded at Qingchan Temple. Father misses her dearly, so I specially went to invite her back to court to care for him during his illness. The ministers looked around at each other, baffled. No one had paid attention to Princess Xuanhe's return. All their focus had been on the young ladies recently invited by the crown prince. Well then, I'll have someone bring Princess Xuanhe to the hall immediately. Minister of Rights, you may ask her yourself. It wasn't long before Princess Xuanhe arrived. Who dares summon this princess? I'm currently attending His Majesty. Ask quickly, if you delay me from serving the Emperor and something happens to him, can any of you bear the consequences? Though everyone knew the Emperor was still unconscious, if His Majesty were to pass at this moment, the accusation would hold true, entirely dependent on whether the Crown Prince chose to press it. The Crown Prince fell silent. The Minister of Rights, his legs trembling, staggered toward the Junju. May I ask Her Highness, has the Crown Prince recently gifted you a Qinghuan hairpin? Xuanhe Junju swept him with a glance, then said indifferently, he did give me one. But I found it unappealing, so I had someone pass it to a rather ill-mannered young woman who visited Qingchan Temple that day. Could she possibly be one of your daughters, sir? The minister collapsed to the ground, realizing he had been deceived by his most favored concubine-born daughter. Xuanhe and the crown prince exchanged a distant look. If there's nothing else, this princess shall return to attend my uncle. Your Highness, this subject takes her leave. You've been most helpful, Junju. Please go, the crown prince replied with unusual courtesy. After the Junju departed, ministers looked around at each other in disbelief. Those who had bet on the wrong contender wore looks of disappointment, while those who had backed the other two rejoiced. Now another rival had vanished. Only Gu Chengyan, standing apart from it all, saw clearly, without lifting a finger, the crown prince had shattered their ambitions. The faction led by the Minister of Rights was now utterly crushed. So then, between the Right Chancellor and the Marquis of Wuan, who would ultimately emerge victorious? No one dared make guarantees. This crown prince, who had lain dormant for over 20 years, once appearing weak and timid, had now seized power, and grown increasingly inscrutable. Following this incident, the Minister of Rights submitted a petition requesting retirement and return to his hometown. The Ministry of Rights came under Gu Chengyan's supervision. He recommended Liang, formerly his colleague and former vice-director of the Honglu Temple, later promoted to Vice Minister of Rights, as the new minister. The crown prince approved. Rumors about the crown princess continued to swell, until Gu Chengyan could bear it no longer. He decided to confront the central figure himself and demand the truth. That evening, he slipped into the Eastern Palace, only to find Lin Shuxuan just stepping out. Gu Chengyan remained calm and followed silently. They arrived at a remote, secluded place on the outskirts. Who was he meeting here? Gu Chengyan waited patiently until everyone gathered in one place, seemingly preparing to report something to Lin Shuxuan. Moving swiftly and silently, he infiltrated the passage Lin Shuxuan had entered. It was an underground chamber, with a long corridor stretching ahead. Possessing profound inner cultivation, Gu Chengyan sensed two guards stationed below. With 2 silver needles in hand, he struck without warning, incapacitating both. Inside, a man was imprisoned. Gu Chengyan recognized him instantly. Yet even so, he hesitated slightly, then cautiously called out, Zhou Wenyuan. Zhou Wenyuan had etched Gu Chengyan's voice into his very bones. He rose from the bed, rushed to the prison bars, and gripped the iron grills tightly with both hands. Gu Chengyan. It must be you. It is I, he replied, removing the black veil covering his face. What is the crown prince keeping you here for? Zhou Wenyuan let out a hoarse laugh. Gu Chengyan, you're so clever, why don't you guess for yourself? Why would the crown prince keep me alive? Seeing the original male lead's face disfigured, his demeanor deranged and wild, Gu Chengyan frowned. You made gunpowder for him. In the original story, advanced weaponry that shouldn't exist in this era had appeared, only Zhou Wenyuan, a transmigrator, had the ability to create such things. The laughter froze on Zhou Wenyuan's face. He lifted his head and stared fiercely at Gu Chengyan. How do you know? Are you reborn too? Gu Chengyan did not answer, but caught one word in his statement. *2*. Reborn? You mean the Crown Prince is also reborn? Zhou Wenyuan suddenly slammed his head against the iron bar in front of him, muttering, Why do you know everything? Why is everyone smarter than me? What meaning does my transmigration have then? Why? Why am I even alive? His condition made it clear no coherent answers would come. Gu Chengyan felt no fear over whatever he might reveal. After a final glance, he turned and left. Upon returning to his room, Wen heard the movement and stepped in. Lord, you've returned. Shall I call for bathwater? Gu Chengyan placed his right hand on the table, lost deep in thought. Wen noticed the bandage on his right hand had begun to seep blood again. Lord, has your right hand been injured once more? Gu Chengyan snapped back to awareness, slowly unfurling his palm. Earlier, he had clenched his fist too tightly along the way, the wound reopened, torn anew from the previous cut caused by porcelain shards. He had been too absorbed in thought to notice. Chapter 56. Whether it was truly due to Xuanha's companionship or not, the Emperor's condition indeed showed signs of improvement. Having lain in bed for so long, and seeing that the day was bright and sunny, he decided to go out for a stroll. Summon the palanquin. I wish to visit the Imperial Garden and see this year's newly bloomed crabapple blossoms. The eunuch beside him knelt down, panic evident in his voice. Your Majesty. You mustn't go out. The Crown Prince has specifically instructed that for the sake of your health, you should avoid going anywhere beyond your chambers if possible. The Emperor's face darkened instantly. He hurled his cane to the ground. How dare you? Since when does this Emperor need the Crown Prince's permission to come and go as I please? The eunuch immediately signaled someone at the door, urging them to fetch Director Yang right away. In no time, Director Yang arrived. Oh dear. Your Majesty, why have you thrown your cane on the ground? These young ones only worry about your precious health. They've remembered every word the Crown Prince and the royal physician said, not daring to slacken even a bit. Please calm yourself, Your Majesty. It's such a fine day, this old servant will have the palanquin prepared immediately. The Emperor remained silent. Two strong eunuchs helped him onto the imperial sedan chair. Upon arriving at the Imperial Garden, they overheard several palace maids chatting idly. Director Yang was about to scold them, but the Emperor raised his hand, stopping him. The Emperor's illness keeps recurring without showing any real improvement. Do you think his days might truly be numbered? What do you care? You're not one of those consorts. Even if the Emperor passes, the Crown Prince will ascend the throne. Besides, isn't the Crown Prince younger and stronger? If you're aiming to rise quickly, wouldn't he be a far better choice? Exactly. After the Emperor dies, low-ranking consorts will have to crowd together. Those with children will fare better, but childless ones are doomed to fade into obscurity within these walls. But if you manage to attach yourself to the Crown Prince, well, who knows? You could become the next noble consort Yen. Watching the Emperor's face grow darker by the second, Director Yang hurried forward to disperse the group. What are you all doing, slacking off like this? Have you forgotten you still have heads on your shoulders? Scatter, now. Then he turned back to the Emperor. Your Majesty, with so many people in the palace, loose tongues are inevitable. Please forgive their thoughtless words. The Emperor now saw everything clearly. Even a mere eunuch by his side wielded more authority than he did, the Emperor himself. He let out a cold laugh. Back to the palace. Summon the Crown Prince to me, at once. Director Yang bowed. Yes, this old servant will go personally to summon him. The Emperor returned to his sleeping quarters and dismissed everyone around him, clearly in a foul mood. The Crown Prince, preoccupied with state affairs, didn't arrive until 2 full hours later, when the moon had already climbed high into the sky. He pushed open the chamber doors without ceremony. This subject greets his imperial father. How is your Majesty's health today? Though his words were polite, he didn't even bother to bow. The Emperor, though physically weakened, had grown increasingly lucid in recent days. The Crown Prince has become busier than ever, now even I must wait 2 entire hours just to see you. Lin Shuxuan smiled faintly and took a seat opposite the Emperor without waiting for an invitation. Indeed. State affairs are heavy. This subject manages all the administrative duties of Nanling, unlike father, who still finds time for leisurely strolls in the Imperial Garden. The Emperor, having ruled for decades, felt his authority openly challenged. A vein throbbed visibly on his forehead. It seems I've underestimated you. You, Shuxian, and perhaps all of us, we've all gravely underestimated you. Changxian probably never realized, even in death, who his true rival truly was. Lin Shuxian poured a cup of tea for the Emperor himself and extended it gently toward him. Father, please drink some tea. Tonight, we have much to discuss, father and son. The emperor turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Lin Shuxuan arched an eyebrow, set the teacup down on the table, and slid it closer. Eldest brother always believed you were his greatest opponent. Of course, he'd look down on a timid younger brother like me. Humph, timid. You almost fooled even me. Was it you who instigated Changshuan's rebellion from behind the scenes? Lin Shuxuan gave a soft chuckle. Father, you're still as selfish as ever, shifting the blame onto your son. Wasn't it your relentless suppression of eldest brother that drove him to desperation and rebellion in the first place? The emperor fell silent. How did you meet Gu Chengyan? The question shifted abruptly. Lin Shuxuan looked momentarily surprised. You know about that? I have only you as my son, the throne will eventually pass into your hands. But the imperial lineage must not falter under you. Such disgrace defies all principles of heaven and earth. You've delayed naming a crown princess for far too long, so I sent the Shadow Guard to investigate. Now I want to hear it from your own lips, what exactly is your relationship with him? Lin Shuxuan's mind whirled. The Shadow Guard? When he was crown prince in his previous life, he had never known of such an organization. Faced with an unknown threat, Lin Shuxuan remained cautious by nature. When I was 17, I traveled to Jingzhou City. My original intention was to get close personally to Ma Bincheng, the son of Jingzhou's vice magistrate, but by sheer chance, I encountered Gu Chengyan instead. Nevertheless, my mission succeeded, exposing the gold mine scandal, costing eldest brother a minister of personnel, and removing most of the poison that noble consort had secretly administered to me since birth. How did you stay by Gu Chengyan's side? The emperor stared intently at him. Lin Shuxuan remained calm and answered, as an orphaned girl who had lost both parents, using the alias Lin Shuxuan. He seemed to develop feelings for the woman I pretended to be, even planning to become formally betrothed to me. The emperor already knew all this, he merely wanted to test whether the crown prince would conceal anything. He sought to uncover whether any lingering bond still tied him to Gu Chengyan. Lin Shuxuan continued, but though this magistrate Gu is kind-hearted, he is foolishly loyal. Ungrateful. I showed weakness repeatedly, hoping to win his allegiance, yet he insists he serves only the emperor of Nanling. What use would I have for his loyalty once I ascend the throne? Father, wouldn't you agree? How many from humble backgrounds could I find then? Do I truly lack another Gu Chengyan? The emperor narrowed his eyes. You mean to kill him? Not a trace of old sentiment remains. He has seen me at my most wretched. Of course, I cannot let him live. After your majesty passes, a mere left chancellor like him, I can easily fabricate a single mistake and dispose of him. Unless, does your majesty truly care for him? Shall I arrange for him to follow you in death, to serve you in the afterlife as well? Lin Shuxuan laughed freely, meeting the emperor's gaze without flinching. The emperor chuckled. Good, very good. I've grown accustomed to having Minister Gu accompany me, without him, I'd lose much amusement. But you, my crown prince, seem firmly seated. From now on, I shall no longer meddle in state affairs. There is only one thing, I wish to see you married before I die, and welcome a worthy future empress for our Nanling. Lin Shuxuan agreed. That is most fortunate. May father rest peacefully and enjoy his remaining years. All other matters I shall handle personally. Since father wishes to see it, I will naturally comply. I intend to choose a suitable lady from either Right Chancellor Cheng's household or Marquis Wuen's estate to become crown princess. If father has nothing pressing, perhaps you could meet them yourself, assist in evaluating them for me. Of course. Summon them to the palace. Let Xuanhe help assess them. I will observe alongside and help make the choice. On the day of your wedding, I shall issue the abdication edict, entrusting the entire realm of Nanling entirely to you. Do not disappoint me. Lin Shuxuan rose and bowed deeply. This subject will certainly not fail to meet father's expectations. It is late. I am weary. Return to your quarters. This subject takes his leave. After the crown prince departed, a faint sound stirred behind the bookshelf in the emperor's sleeping chamber. It concealed a finely crafted mechanism leading directly outside the palace. In the past, the emperor often used this passage when leaving incognito. Naturally, Gu Chengyan also knew of this secret tunnel. Minister Gu Chengyan pays respects to your majesty. A figure clad in plain green robes, refined and dignified, knelt before him. The emperor gazed upon the young man and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youth had passed swiftly indeed, this world now belonged to such young souls. You heard everything the crown prince just said, didn't you? Gu Chengyan kept his eyes lowered, lips pressed into a tight line, clearly struggling to accept it. This subject heard it all. You are a wise man. The crown prince has lain hidden for years, now that he holds power, those ugly truths he once hid, you have seen them all. Once he ascends, he will certainly not spare you. Gu Chengyan prostrated himself, voice earnest, choked with emotion. This subject humbly pleads for your majesty's mercy. My parents have only me as their biological son. I have neither wife nor heir. My own death means little, but if our ancestral line ends with me, I would have no face to face my ancestors. Since entering service, I have worked diligently without lapse. I beg your majesty, save me. The emperor could not hide the smile tugging at his lips. He quickly suppressed it and sighed. Rise, Minister Gu. As Lin Laoi, I became friends across generations with you. Our bond as sovereign and subject has always been close. How could I possibly desire for you to perish so young as my sacrificial companion? Those were merely words spoken in jest, following along with the crown prince's threats. Gu Chengyan's eyes turned red, his emotions nearly. The emperor gazed at him and shook his head. The crown prince has always been quiet by nature. I never knew he was such a man of deep calculation. You know my health better than anyone, I won't last much longer. But to hand the throne over to the crown prince like this. I fear no one will be able to restrain him. He'll act as he pleases and destroy the very foundations of Nanling. Your Majesty speaks wisely. In court lately, any official who fails to meet the crown prince's favor is targeted through every possible means. Not long ago, the two young ladies from the family of Consort Shu, daughters of the Minister of Rights, were publicly humiliated by the crown prince's schemes, causing a citywide scandal. The Minister of Rights, unable to bear the blow, resigned and returned home in disgrace. That was a loyal servant nurtured by your Majesty's own hand. And yet the crown prince showed not the slightest mercy. It truly chills the hearts of all officials. The emperor sighed deeply. I am old now, and powerless in many matters. You've seen how the crown prince treated me just now, I needn't say more. If it were only me, it would be one thing. But I worry for the future, all the civil and military officials, even the countless common people, may suffer the same fate under him. Gu Qing. Will you help me keep watch over him? After my passing, you must be the rein that holds him back. Shock crossed Gu Chengyan's face. He hesitated for a moment, as if struggling to comprehend the weight of the request. The emperor pressed on, I will issue an imperial edict appointing you crown prince's tutor, and eventually, the emperor's teacher. You will assist the crown prince in overseeing state affairs. While I still live, he dare not defy it. With a sweep of his robe, Gu Chengyan knelt firmly on the ground. This subject, Gu Chengyan, shall never betray your majesty's trust. Good. Excellent. This edict, you shall write it yourself. Present it tomorrow morning in court. By then, the crown prince will have no choice but to accept. This subject receives the decree. The next morning, at court. Any business to present? If none, the court adjourns. The imperial attendant announced loudly. Gu Chengyan stepped forward with firm strides. The emperor has issued a decree. All ministers, listen well. He drew out a bright yellow edict from his sleeve, raising it high with both hands. As a close confidant of the emperor, though recently overshadowed by the matter of the crown princess, none among the ministers dared underestimate him. Led by the right chancellor, several officials knelt first, followed gradually by the rest until all were prostrate. Crown Prince, please join us in hearing the decree. Gu Chengyan called out clearly toward the elevated throne. For a moment, the hall fell into complete silence. The crown prince let out a light laugh, then slowly descended step by step from his seat. When did you receive this edict, Minister Gu? How is it that I haven't heard a word of this? Though smiling, the coldness in his voice sent a shiver through the backs of those kneeling below. In response, Left Chancellor Gu answered calmly and gently, the crown prince is merely the crown prince. When his majesty issues a decree, naturally the crown prince need not be informed in full detail. Should the crown prince question the authenticity of this edict, the scholars of the Hanlin Academy are more than capable of verifying it. Faced with Gu Chengyan's unwavering confidence, the crown prince had no retort. With a flick of his robe, he knelt at the head position. Then read it, he said icily. Gu Chengyan unrolled the edict and read aloud, word by word. Appoint Left Chancellor Gu Chengyan as Crown Prince's tutor, to assist the Crown Prince in supervising state affairs. That sentence, the core of the decree, was heard clearly by all. Once again, the winds of change were blowing. The Crown Prince rose, walked straight to Gu Chengyan, and extended his right hand. Matters concerning imperial edicts are of grave importance. With Father bedridden, it's only prudent to verify its authenticity. Minister Gu, don't you agree? Gu Chengyan smiled warmly. Of course. Let the right chancellor examine it as well, so that no ill-intentioned party may use this as grounds to disobey the emperor's command. The right chancellor stepped forward. Your Highness, this old minister was once of the Hanlin Academy, and have transcribed edicts for both the late emperor and his majesty. I believe I can distinguish truth from falsehood. Perhaps, Your Highness, you would allow this old minister to inspect it first. The Crown Prince withdrew his hand. Right Chancellor, please. The edict was genuine, beyond doubt. From that day forth, the Left Chancellor began co-governing court affairs with the Crown Prince. Every policy required the approval of both the Crown Prince and Left Chancellor Gu Chengyan before it could be enacted. The Crown Prince found himself constantly restrained. It was said that each day he directed biting sarcasm toward the Left Chancellor. Many ministers witnessed it firsthand. The Crown Prince grew increasingly volatile, while the Left Chancellor remained as gentle and composed as jade, serene and unmoved in the face of provocation. Grand Tutor Gu. Must you oppose me even when I seek to punish a mere director of the Ministry of Rights for dereliction of duty? Gu Chengyan picked up the memorial that had been hurled at him, brushed off the dust and calmly placed it back onto the desk. How does the Crown Prince determine that he is guilty of dereliction? I asked him to draft the procedures for establishing a Crown Princess, and he couldn't even manage that. What would you call it if not dereliction of duty? Your Highness may not be aware, but our dynasty has never formally established a Crown Princess. Even when the late Empress Wen Zhao was betrothed to the former Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan, the full protocols were never completed. How could a minor official like him possibly write such a document? Why press him so harshly, Your Highness? The Crown Prince sneered. He doesn't know. Very well then, you must know. You write it. I demand that you write it yourself. Chapter 57. Since it is the Crown Prince's command, this minister will naturally comply. However, with court affairs so demanding, and His Majesty summoning me daily to take his pulse for reassurance of health, I alone fear I may be stretched too thin. This task may require some time. The Crown Prince was furious. He let out a cold snort. I can wait. In any case, Father will personally select a Crown Princess for me. When that day comes, you need only present the ceremonial regulations for the investiture, Grand Tutor. Standing at the door, Marquis Wuan heard every word clearly, thinking to himself, the open conflict between the Crown Prince and Left Chancellor grows increasingly brazen, no longer sparing even the barest pretense of respect. Yet if the choice of Crown Princess lies entirely in the Emperor's hands, passively waiting might leave little chance of victory. After all, the Right Chancellor was a seasoned elder statesman who had served beside the Emperor for decades, thoroughly familiar with His Majesty's preferences. Thus, Marquis Wuan spent a considerable sum to bribe an informant, from whom he learned through Director Yang, one of the Emperor's personal eunuchs, that Princess Xuanhe would make an appearance on the day of the selection. Marquis Wuan had met this young lady who recently returned from northern Yen. She was known for her fiery and willful temper. In fact, to avoid an arranged marriage before, she once fled alone to Qingchan Temple to live as a lay nun. Though the Emperor flew into a rage over it, he still, despite his failing health, ordered the Crown Prince to bring her back from the temple. This showed just how deeply favored she was. Her status far surpassed that of ordinary nobles. It stood to reason, then, that Princess Xuanhe held significant influence over the Emperor's final decision regarding the Crown Princess. Marquis Wuan therefore sent people to investigate her tastes and interests. He discovered that the princess missed her homeland dearly, loved horseback riding and archery, and greatly admired martial prowess. Acting swiftly, he had a rare Western region warhorse delivered to her, along with a finely crafted long whip specially designed for women. When Princess Xuanhe received the gifts, her face lit up with clear satisfaction. To the steward who delivered them, she said, "Return and tell Marquis Wuan that I am very pleased with these two gifts. Thank him for his thoughtfulness. I know what he seeks. If the Emperor asks me to accompany him during the selection of the Crown Princess, I will certainly recommend the young lady of Marquis Wuan's household first." "Yes, my lady." The man could barely conceal his joy. "Oh, and one more thing," she added. "I rarely use whips myself, but this craftsman's skill is excellent. Bring him before me. I wish to personally commission a pair of dubois from him. I will return immediately to relay your request to the Marquis, my lady. Rest assured." When the steward brought Princess Xuanhe's request back to Marquis Wuan's estate, the Marquis himself hesitated. The craftsman who forged the whip couldn't appear publicly right now without risk. Yet the position of Crown Princess remained undecided. Angering Princess Xuanhe over this might do more harm than good. Besides, the princess knew nothing of military matters. She likely wouldn't suspect anything. And so, an unremarkable blacksmith was secretly escorted into the Long Princess mansion by Marquis Wuan. The Long Princess usually took no interest in her daughter's affairs, but when Princess Xuanhe summoned the blacksmith, Duke Dingyuan happened to be visiting, and saw the entire scene unfold. Something about the man struck Duke Dingyuan as distinctly military, an air of someone trained in the ranks. Having regarded Xuanhe as his own daughter, he stepped in to intercept the blacksmith and casually questioned him, testing his responses. Sure enough, the man spoke with deep knowledge of military affairs. Duke Dingyuan remained calm and gave no outward sign of suspicion, but privately assigned men to monitor the blacksmith. Because crafting the requested dubois required a long period, Princess Xuanhe did not keep the blacksmith within the mansion. Instead, she instructed him to forge them at his own home and deliver them upon completion. As a result, the blacksmith assumed he was unobserved and ventured to an extremely secluded private weapons forge. In Nanling, ironwork was strictly regulated. Private individuals were forbidden from mass-producing weapons. This operation was clearly illegal. Duke Dingyuan had his men observe the site for half a month, eventually discovering that the forge belonged to none other than the Zhongqin prince's mansion. That the prince was manufacturing vast quantities of weapons in secret, what could his intentions be? He was stationed at the frontier, locked in standoff with northern Yen, with all military supplies provided by the imperial court. There was no legitimate reason to stockpile arms privately. Unless, his ambitions were unlawful. In earlier times, Duke Dingyuan would have immediately requested an audience with the emperor to report such treason. But now, with court politics unclear and the struggle between the crown prince and left chancellor escalating toward open hostility, caution was paramount. For the sake of the Long Princess and Xuanhe's future peace, he needed to choose carefully whose side to support. The crown prince, temperamental and unpredictable, might make a capable ruler, but certainly not a benevolent one. As for Left Chancellor Gu Chengyan, Duke Dingyuan had spent time with him before. The man was gentle and kind-hearted, upheld justice, and carried himself with integrity and grace, the very image of a noble gentleman, trustworthy and dependable. Compared to the crown prince, he would rather align himself with Left Chancellor Gu Chengyan. Thus, Duke Dingyuan paid a visit to the Gu residence. As the year-end approached, Prince Zhongqin petitioned the emperor for permission to return to the capital to pay his respects at Empress Dowager's memorial. The emperor sighed. Prince Zhongqin lost his birth mother at an early age. It was the Empress Dowager who raised him personally. When she passed away, the northern border was in turmoil, and he could not return in time to offer even a single stick of incense. Now that your younger brother Gu Chengyan has proven capable, let him temporarily take command of the frontier army. Let Prince Zhongqin return to the capital for a visit. I haven't seen him in so long. Gu Chengyan accepted the order without hesitation. With a change of commander at the frontier, the emperor personally issued an imperial edict. Alongside it, Gu Chengyan received a private letter from his elder brother Gu Chengyan. Though Prince Zhongqin should have felt disgruntled at being relieved of his command, the opposite proved true. He remained quite cordial toward the new commander. For several days running, he invited Gu Chengyan to drink in his tent. Under the influence of wine, he reminisced about the past. Back then, it was I who brought you from Jingzhou City to serve by my side. You were a promising one, exceptional martial skill, sharp mind, born for the battlefield. And sure enough, through hard-earned merits, you've grown into someone fully capable of succeeding me. Excellent. Touched deeply, Gu Chengyan replied, Chengxin will forever be grateful for your highness's recognition and patronage. Without your support, I would never have had so many opportunities to prove myself. In my heart, you will always remain the only true commander. The prince patted his hand, then asked almost casually, Chengxin, suppose, just suppose, there came a day when I needed your help. Would you support me without reservation? Gu Chengyan blinked once, then knelt down, clasped his hands, and declared firmly, Chengxin is willing to sacrifice everything for your highness, so long as my family remains safe. As he said the latter half, Gu Chengyan gave a simple-minded grin while rubbing the back of his head, making it all too easy for others to forget those final words and remember only the bold promise before. Prince Zhongqin, hearing this, was immensely satisfied. I shall depart for the capital tomorrow. Should anything arise, I'll send someone bearing my household token to contact you. It's late now, go rest. Yes, your highness. After leaving the prince's tent, Gu Chengxin's smile faded instantly. Recalling the hidden message in his elder brother's letter, he closed his eyes, exhaled heavily, and strode away without looking back. As the new year drew near, court officials suddenly noticed that the crown prince and the left chancellor had ceased their usual quarrels, an unusual truce that brought collective relief. Many whispered gratefully, at last, we may enjoy a peaceful festival. The emperor, too, found himself in reflective spirits. He summoned the two young ladies under consideration as crown princess, inviting Xuanhe to join them for conversation, so he could assess their temperaments and talents. Xuanhe kept her word, speaking highly of the daughter from Wuan Marquis. Of course, she also praised the right Chancellor Cheng's daughter. After all, wasn't this still truthful? She had indeed spoken well of the Wuan Marquis' daughter before the emperor and recommended her. What choice the emperor ultimately harbored, however, was beyond her knowledge. After meeting both young women, the emperor made no immediate announcement regarding the selection of the crown princess. Instead, his thoughts turned entirely to Prince Zhongqin's impending return. A courier from the relay station reported that the prince had taken a detour to pay homage at the Empress Dowager's tomb. He might arrive in the capital a few days later than expected. Upon hearing this, the emperor showed no anger. Instead, he remarked to Gu Chengyan, that's just his nature. He always held deep respect for the Empress Dowager. Deep down, he probably blames me for disregarding her dignity, disposing of the Xianwei Marquis while she lay dying, making her final days restless. In his eyes, only my elder brother, Crown Prince Lingchen, ever deserved true allegiance. Though I wear the throne, he likely still holds defiance in his heart. Watching the emperor's aging silhouette, Gu Chengyan sometimes felt that despite his deteriorating health, the emperor saw everything clearly, knew everything, only chose silence. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chengyan recounted to the emperor what Marquis Wuan had told him a few days prior. The emperor let out a low chuckle. I've long known of his secret stockpiling of troops. That's precisely why I used this opportunity to relieve him of command. Gu Qing, before my death, Prince Zhongqin will rebel. Otherwise, after I'm gone, where else would he vent a lifetime of resentment? Your Majesty is infinitely wise. After Marquis Wuan informed me of this matter, I sent men to investigate. The quantity of weapons uncovered is indeed substantial. However, we found no direct evidence linking them to Prince Zhongqin, thus, I have kept silent. Gu Qing, your caution does you credit, but there are times when it is better to kill 1,000 wrongly than to let one escape. Even if there is no direct proof tying these weapons to Prince Zhongqin, so long as suspicion exists, you must crush it utterly. As the emperor spoke these words, the ruthless determination in his eyes was fully revealed. Go. The military insignia I entrusted to you before the last palace coup is kept in a hidden case behind the secret passage. Retrieve it. You need not have me instruct you on what to do next. Gu Chengyan replied gently, this subject knows what must be done. I take my leave. Before departing, Gu Chengyan heard the emperor murmuring to himself, what good is resentment? I am the son of heaven, and you are but an imperial prince. The one you admired most is already dead, even he could not defeat me, let alone you. He tightened his grip on the insignia in his hand, sensing that within the emperor's words lay a secret unknown to anyone, a secret powerful enough to shock all who heard it. A vague suspicion had formed in his mind, but it still required confirmation. Chapter 58. As expected, Prince Zhong had no intention of sincerely paying his respects at the Empress Dowager's tomb. Under the pretense of mourning, he secretly mobilized troops once commanded by his former subordinates. Prince Zhong advanced with overwhelming force. At the same time, as if prearranged, Northern Yen launched a massive invasion. Gu Chengyan led his army to resist, but ultimately, Prince Zhong had controlled this military force for decades, and a significant portion of the troops did not fully respect the young Gu Chengyan. They did not fully obey his orders, causing disconnection between command and action, missing crucial opportunities, and leading Southern Ling toward visible defeat. At this moment, Gu Chengyan used the imperial token to mobilize defending forces near the capital and personally headed to the front lines to confront Prince Zhong. The court officials had originally assumed the crown prince would hinder Gu Chengyan from behind, given that the two factions were already locked in bitter conflict. This rare opportunity, once missed, might never come again. After the war, suppressing Gu Chengyan would be even harder. Yet, the crown prince did not obstruct him at all. In fact, he offered maximum support and cooperation to the front lines. Prince Zhong had assumed that Duke Dingyuan would be his opposing commander, since there were few capable generals left in the capital. He never imagined the crown prince would allow Gu Chengyan, a mere civil official, to lead the army. Wait, no, the crown prince had no authority to command troops. This must have been the emperor's decision. But wasn't the emperor gravely ill? How could he still wield such influence over court affairs? The hatred in Prince Zhong's heart swelled ever greater. What he hadn't anticipated was that despite his youth, Gu Chengyan handled military strategy with exceptional skill, every bit as formidable as a veteran prince who had fought countless battles. The two armies became locked in deadlock. This couldn't go on. Southern Ling couldn't afford further internal collapse. If the northern front fell unstable, the capital itself would be in danger. The crown prince sent a letter to Gu Chengyan, scolding him harshly, accusing him of incompetence for being stalled for so long and failing the emperor's trust. Gu Chengyan appeared flustered, losing his composure and was steadily driven back by Prince Zhong, his forces scattering everywhere. Before long, Prince Zhong marched his army to a plain less than 100 li from the capital, ordering his troops to camp there. Fearful citizens and ministers began packing their belongings and fleeing. Prince Zhong seemed supremely confident, sending men far and wide to proclaim that the current emperor had seized the throne through illegitimate means. He accused the emperor of cruelty and treachery, of murdering his own elder brother, Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan, violating human morality, and usurping power. To secure his position, the emperor had married his deceased brother's fiancée, committing acts so unfilial, unbrotherly, disloyal, and immoral that he was unworthy of the throne. He declared he would act on heaven's behalf, restoring imperial power to its rightful heir. Upon hearing these words, the emperor flew into a rage and returned to court once more. Where is Gu Chengyan? Didn't I give him the command token? How dare a traitorous subject bring his army within striking distance of the capital? The civil and military officials remained silent. Right Chancellor stepped forward and replied, Your Majesty, Minister Gu is currently at the front line. However, Prince Zhong has led troops for decades and possesses vast experience. That Gu cannot match him immediately is understandable. Tai Zi. You tell me, what exactly is going on here? The emperor was no fool. He knew Gu Chengyan's capabilities well. Even if he lacked Prince Zhong's experience, there was no way he should have collapsed so quickly. The crown prince pressed his lips together. This subject merely worried that prolonging the campaign might invite trouble from Northern Yen, so I urged him slightly. I didn't expect Grand Tutor to be so easily rattled. The emperor was nearly beside himself with fury, gasping violently, almost fainting from anger. At this moment, Yang Dongdong, the eunuch attendant beside the emperor, whispered 2 sentences into his ear. The emperor's expression shifted abruptly from fury to joy. Excellent. That settles it. After pondering a moment, he announced to the court, I will meet this traitorous subject face to face. Tai Zi, send someone to negotiate with him. He has spoken insolently, fabricating lies and defaming this emperor. I shall confront him personally and settle this matter clearly. The officials stood bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. But the crown prince showed no surprise, he simply agreed at once. The imperial court dispatched envoys for negotiations. Prince Zhong laughed coldly but accepted. The meeting place was set at an ordinary gorge midway between the capital and his encampment. Few people attended, only the emperor, the crown prince, and the right chancellor. No others were present. As agreed, both the emperor and Prince Zhong arrived at the site. One looked worn and frail from illness, the other gray-haired and aged, but both burned with stubborn defiance. I knew it, the emperor said. You would never be satisfied. Before I died, you were bound to rebel. Prince Zhong laughed. You know well what dark deeds you've committed. Justice may have been delayed, but it has finally come. You stole this dragon throne through scheming and deception, clinging to power for over 20 years. Now, it's time to step down. The emperor sneered at him. Hand it to whom? To you. Are you worthy? Or should I hand it to someone already dead? Prince Zhong's emotions surged, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you? He was your own elder brother, born of the same mother. How could you kill him and then live in peace, enjoying everything that rightfully belonged to him, without a trace of remorse or shame? You are truly worse than a beast. Yes, yes. All of you admired him, worshipped him like a god. Why? We were both sons of father and mother, why must I always remain behind him? Just because he was born before me? But look, 20 years on the throne, and Southern Ling has flourished under my rule. I believe I have been a worthy emperor, without guilt toward ancestors above or the common people below. So what? You favored consort Gui excessively, caused the Empress's death, let the imperial lineage dwindle, look at your own sons. One rebels against you, the other imprisons you. The entire court is in chaos. You allowed factions to fight, drained the nation's strength while war rages at the borders. The Ministry of Revenue can't even supply grain and pay for troops. While corrupt officials fill their pockets, soldiers bleeding on the front lines can't even get basic supplies. You, the emperor, drown yourself in flattery and lies from ministers, Southern Ling flourishes. Open your eyes and see for yourself. If not for Lord Zhengguo's family sacrificing themselves generation after generation, holding the western frontier against the kingdom with their lives, could you have lived so peacefully? And how did you repay them? You caused the death of their only daughter. Their rightful heir must now survive by depending on the mercy of a concubine-born younger brother. Up north, the northern Yen border, isn't that line forged from our soldiers' flesh and blood? Northern Yen is naturally fierce in battle, yet you repeatedly cut military funding. How dare you still claim to be a worthy ruler? Prince Zhong tore away every last shred of the emperor's dignity, exposing all in plain sight. After falling seriously ill, the emperor had become barely able to speak. Forced to listen to Prince Zhong's outburst, his lips trembled, but no sound came forth. He recalled drinking a cup of water before coming, he remembered now, the taste had seemed strange. Report. My lord. Disaster. Several strange machines have appeared at our rear. They're impervious to blades and spears, constantly firing arrows outward, our men are suffering massive casualties. Prince Zhong rose to his feet, staring at the emperor. You deliberately lured me here. The emperor couldn't speak, only making unintelligible sounds. The crown prince smiled. Yang Gonggang, my father has suffered another stroke. Quickly take him down to rest. Leave this matter to me. With a gentle smile, Yang Gonggang bowed and gestured for attendants to carry the emperor away. Right Chancellor opened his mouth, then closed it again. The succession of the crown prince was now inevitable. For the sake of his family's future, he shouldn't oppose the incoming emperor, and besides, this wasn't regicide. Only now did Prince Zhong turn his gaze upon the crown prince, someone he had long ignored. It was you. You used him to lure me here. Don't you fear I might kill you? The crown prince stepped forward and calmly took the seat just vacated by the emperor. Uncle, if I didn't have absolute confidence, would I place myself in such danger? Naturally, if I die here today, you won't escape either. Let me be honest, this is a narrow gorge. On both mountain ridges above us, I've secretly placed large quantities of gunpowder. If I do not leave here unharmed today, this very spot will become the shared burial ground for all of us. You're insane. You don't even value your own life. The crown prince seemed to recall something, then smiled reassuringly. Uncle needn't worry too much. I've already had geomancers examine this place. It bears auspicious dragon chi, favorable for generations to come. Who knows? Perhaps the two of us dying here together might ensure Southern Ling's enduring prosperity. Prince Zhong stared at him in disbelief. Have you been oppressed by Qingxian for so long that your mind has broken? I can help you eliminate him, you could ascend the throne legitimately. Why waste your time opposing me? At this moment, they seemed as if they'd long been in secret contact. Right Chancellor could not hide his shock. Bowing his head lower, he made himself invisible. Years of experience taught him one truth, the more you know, the sooner you die. Uncle, there's no need to pretend with me anymore. Kill the emperor, then expose our supposed collusion to the world, drag me down from the throne, and you'd easily seize everything. I'm not foolish. Compared to eldest brother, there are still differences. Prince Zhong suddenly looked as if he'd accepted fate, speaking casually like family. That boy Qingxian seems domineering, but in scheming, not even he can match me. I merely dangled the position of Capital Guard's commander before him, and he bit instantly. Clearly, your father never properly trained him, naive to the point of absurdity. He was born with far too much, so naturally he never had to bother calculating, said the crown prince indifferently, his expression blank and unreadable, as if the person he mentioned had nothing to do with him. Then what about those machines at the rear? Wasn't it agreed that we just pretend? The crown prince raised an eyebrow, seeming somewhat helpless. That has nothing to do with me, it was the Grand Tutor's doing. Have you heard of Wanhua Pavilion? Prince Zhong had heard of it. A organization involved in trade, they deal in all sorts of strange contraptions. I've even heard they build ships and conduct business at sea. Could it be that these machines were made by them? The Crown Prince said, I suspect so. There's something you probably don't know, Your Highness, apart from Wanicheng, who runs Wanhua Pavilion publicly, there's another master behind it. None other than the Grand Tutor himself. He came from the Jianhu, I know that much. I've seen it myself, truly formidable in martial arts. A brilliant young man, both wise and brave, no wonder he holds equal power with you in court. Prince Zhong looked at the Crown Prince with ill intent and said, even if I don't contest with you, this Minister Gu will not be easy to deal with for a long while. Especially since he holds the Emperor's decree like a trump card. I enjoy it. To struggle against heaven, to struggle against men, what boundless pleasure. One day, I will make him submit wholeheartedly. Right Chancellor thought to himself, so the Crown Prince has always intended to tame Qingxian. This won't happen overnight, their rivalry might drag on for years. Even if I don't fight you, the iron cavalry of Northern Yan cannot be easily resisted by Southern Ling. I've already sent word to Qingxian. Should I fall in battle, he'll immediately retreat with the frontier army. Crown Prince, you're not the only one who prepares for every possibility. After decades of campaigning, if I hadn't kept a few cards hidden, I'd have lived these years in vain. The Crown Prince's expression darkened. But the Emperor's decree appointing Gu Chengyan as Supreme Commander, that had never happened in his previous life. No one could predict how things would unfold now. Bring forth the guards. Seize this traitorous minister. He no longer cared to waste words. In the end, Prince Zhong feared death. He offered no resistance as the Crown Prince's men took him into custody. Crown Prince, imprisoning me changes nothing. One day, armies will arrive at the city gates, and you'll have no choice but to release me. Why go through all this? Until the very end, no one knows who will emerge victorious. Your Highness, you may as well enjoy the rest of the spectacle from your prison cell. Take him away. With Prince Zhong captured, and left Chancellor Gu Chengyan's faction wielding mysterious war machines, momentum turned swiftly. The domestic uprising in southern Ling was quickly suppressed. The new year arrived. The palace was filled with song and dance. Then, news arrived from the north. A great victory over Northern Yan. In past years, the imperial court hosted a grand banquet on New Year's Eve for royal clansmen and officials. Though the emperor was unable to rise this year, the Crown Prince, now in charge, still invited nobles and ministers to attend. The Crown Prince sat high upon the central throne, right Chancellor and left Chancellor seated to his left, royal kinsman to his right. At the start of the feast, the Crown Prince raised his cup and declared, just now, good news arrived from the north, our Supreme Commander, General Gu Chengyan, not only repelled the fierce cavalry of Northern Yan but pursued them all the way to Qingliang River, capturing 50,000 enemy troops. Last year brought much turmoil, but in this new year, such miraculous news arrives. Truly, heaven protects Southern Ling. Heaven protects Southern Ling. Long live the Crown Prince. All ministers raised their cups and chorused their congratulations. Only Marquis Wuan wore a face as grim as mourning a parent's death, clearly in low spirits. Marquis Wuan, you seem rather unhappy. Is our victory not cause for celebration? The Crown Prince smiled warmly. Startled, the Marquis knocked over his wine cup, shattering it on the floor. Pardon me, Your Highness. Of course I rejoice for our dynasty, but lately, I've been unwell, hence my poor appearance. Left Chancellor spoke with apparent concern. Oh. Unwell. Let me examine you then. One must never hide illness or refuse treatment. The Marquis wasn't actually sick, he dared not let Gu Chengyan diagnose him. That would confirm he was lying to the Crown Prince. Yet now, Gu Chengyan held military authority, and his own younger brother was the marshal guarding the northern frontier. He couldn't afford to offend either side. I'll be fine after some rest. Just an old ailment, Your Highness, an old ailment. No need to trouble you or Minister Gu. Gu Chengyan set down his wine cup and said, how could that be? Marquis Wuan has served Southern Ling faithfully from the very beginning. If not for your recommendation of that skilled craftsman who manufactures weapons to Princess Xuanha, this official would never have learned of the secret arms production by Prince Zhong's household. Without early preparations, who knows, Prince Zhong and Northern Yan might have already breached the capital by now. The Crown Prince began clapping, then chimed in. Indeed, from this perspective, Marquis Wuan truly is a great contributor to our dynasty. Deserving of commendation. The Marquis turned ashen, prostrating himself before the hall. Your Highness, spare my life. I was forced into it. Prince Zhong threatened to kill my entire family if I refused. You must understand, my daughter is about to enter the Eastern Palace. Then I'd become the Emperor's father-in-law. Why would I throw that away, Your Highness? The Grand Hall fell into utter silence. No one dared speak. It was clear now, the Crown Prince and left Chancellor were settling scores after the storm. After all, when Prince Zhong's army approached, many had planned to flee. The Crown Prince twirled the emerald thumb ring on his left hand, saying nothing. After a long while, as if suddenly recalling something, he spoke. But Prince Zhong's heir would also have a chance at becoming crown prince. Should Prince Zhong seize the throne, you could still marry your daughter to the new heir, then you'd be the emperor's father-in-law all the same. So you made the clever choice to bet on both sides, didn't you? What fine calculations indeed. Many ministers inwardly scorned him. The Marquis of Wuhan came from a noble house, how could he stoop so low, and allow such a disgraceful scheme to be exposed so thoroughly? This was poking the tiger on its tail, clearly tired of living. In the eyes of others, the crown prince truly had suffered. He had genuinely favored Marquis Wuhan, even today, noticing his poor complexion, he had personally shown concern. Yet now, the left chancellor had ripped away every layer of pretense, humiliating the crown prince publicly. Everyone knew the left chancellor and the crown prince were at odds. Now, for the left chancellor to personally expose this truth, which even the crown prince seemed unaware of until now, no wonder the crown prince was angry. Only the right chancellor remained fully aware. He felt that although the crown prince and Gu Chengyan outwardly clashed, their coordination tonight was too seamless, it gave off an uncanny sense of unspoken understanding between them. Well then. There had been an 80% chance the crown princess would come from the Wuhan household, but now, with Gu Chengyan laying bare everything, it was impossible. Only Miss Cheng from the right chancellor's family remained. Right chancellor suddenly sensed the heat in everyone's gaze toward him had intensified by another 3 degrees. The title of crown princess was truly a hot potato. Deep down, he had no desire for it, but now, it seemed he had no choice but to accept. Still, he was accustomed to playing dead. As long as the imperial decree hadn't been issued, he would pretend ignorance and remain motionless. But how, exactly, had Northern Yen been defeated? Logically, Prince Zhong should have had plans in place. The crown prince didn't explain, and thus none dared ask. After the banquet, the Marquis of Wuhan's household vanished completely. Noble families everywhere retracted their claws, afraid to stir trouble. All understood that neither the crown prince nor the left chancellor were to be trifled with. Since they couldn't fight back, they'd better behave, learn from past mistakes. At least for now, none would dare show their heads again. That night, the crown prince was in high spirits. Look at me, I almost forgot. Such a wonderful day, receiving such fantastic news, how could I not go tell my beloved imperial uncle, who surely still holds hope? Come, accompany me. I shall deliver the message in person. Eunuch Wei beside the crown prince ordered the palanquin to be carried toward the Ministry of Justice, where Prince Zhong was imprisoned. Creak. The old prison gate opened with an ear-piercing screech. Lin Shuxuan, dressed in full crown prince's ceremonial robes, stepped into the dark, damp dungeon. The attendants swiftly lit candles and laid out a sumptuous feast on the table. You may all withdraw. I'll keep Prince Zhong company for a drink. Yes. Once everyone had left. The crown prince swept up his robe and sat cross-legged on a straw mat. Prince Zhong opened his eyes and looked at him. Tonight is New Year's Eve. The palace banquet just ended, I'm late. I trust my imperial uncle won't hold it against me. It wasn't a question. The crown prince merely tossed it out casually, indifferent to Prince Zhong's feelings. Why doesn't my uncle speak? Oh, right, I know what you're thinking. Why am I so cheerful tonight? Shouldn't I be frantic, furious instead? Prince Zhong had grown cautious in prison. He rarely drank water provided by the guards. Each time, he would pour it on the ground and wait for the rats in the cell to drink first. Only after confirming it was safe would he sip the remainder. His lips were dry, and due to days of anxiety, he had developed painful sores at the corners of his mouth. So when he spoke, his voice was hoarse and grating, like aged elm bark scraping against itself. Gu Chengyan hasn't withdrawn from the border, has he? The crown prince ignored him, sipping his wine absently until gradually, he became somewhat drunk. A flicker of cold malice flashed in Prince Zhong's eyes. Without a word, he reached for chopsticks on the table and quietly snapped one in half. At the moment the crown prince lifted his cup to drink, he suddenly lunged forward, aiming the broken end straight at his throat. A crimson figure swiftly wrapped an arm around the crown prince's slender waist, pulling him away from Prince Zhong. It's you. A calm yet courteous voice rang out, Your Highness, long time no see. There stood Gu Chengyan, clad in his black and red robe of the Grand Chancellor, cradling Lin Shuxuan, dressed in light golden crown prince's ceremonial attire, giving a cordial nod to the prisoner clad in rags. The crown prince leaned limply against the man behind him, slowly tilting the wine in his hand into his mouth. Gently but firmly, Gu Chengyan plucked the cup from his hand and, with a flick of inner force, sent it floating back onto the table. Deprived of his wine, the crown prince shot him a sidelong glance and murmured coolly, What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? With tender sincerity, Gu Chengyan replied, Your Highness has been angry with this subject for over 3 months. I've been anxious beyond measure, so I followed you in secretly. The crown prince snorted, shoved him aside, and returned to sit on his straw mat. Prince Zhong saw everything clearly now, these two were far too intimate. Hadn't the entire court believed they were locked in deadly rivalry? Even he, a grown man, could feel the charged atmosphere between them, their entanglement thick with unspoken affection. Lovers, not enemies. Gu Chengyan settled himself gracefully upon the ground, still composed and dignified. He casually picked up a vegetarian dish and placed it on the crown prince's plate, saying, "Earlier at the banquet, I noticed you drank without eating. You'll suffer stomach pain again later tonight. Have something light now. Later, I'll have them bring you a bowl of congee, you should eat a bit more before bed." Prince Zhong forgot the wound Gu Chengyan had just inflicted, thrusting out a trembling finger to point at the pair, utterly stunned. You actually have a forbidden passion for each other. Yet neither of them so much as acknowledged him. The crown prince remained silent, ignoring everyone. Gu Chengyan continued humbly, "It was my fault, I humiliated you in court today. But you sought to use the crown princess affair to pressure the ministers without consulting me first. I panicked, believed it truly happened. Don't be angry. Aren't you fascinated by that new mechanical device? I'll have Wani Cheng deliver the blueprints and craftsmen to you, alright?" Only then did the crown prince's expression soften slightly. He picked up his chopsticks and lifted the green vegetables Gu Chengyan had served him into his mouth. Enraged, Prince Zhong slammed the table hard. "You're deliberately flaunting your love before me to taunt me, is that it? If you want to dote on each other, go back to the Eastern Palace." Only then did both men turn to look at him together. The crown prince opened his mouth to speak, but Gu Chengyan added another morsel to his plate. "Have it while it's hot." The crown prince raised an eyebrow and obediently began eating. Only then did Gu Chengyan smile gently at Prince Zhong. "Your Highness wishes to know something? There is no need to trouble the crown prince. This minister can answer on his behalf. Earlier, your Highness asked whether Qingxin had withdrawn his troops. Qingxin naturally has not withdrawn. Your Highness may not know, to Qingxin, family matters above power, that is one reason. The second concerns Qingxin's true origins. He is a Northern Yan native, born of the late Northern Yan Emperor and a female general. Persecuted by the current Northern Yan Emperor, he fled all the way to Jingzhou. The murder of his mother is a debt he intends to repay personally. He will never retreat without the head of the Northern Yan Emperor on a pike." Suddenly, Prince Zhong recalled something. When he had left the northern camp, he once asked Gu Qingxin if he would obey him unconditionally, no matter the cost. At the time, Gu Qingxin had answered firmly that he would always regard him as his supreme commander, but hadn't he added something afterward? Something about not endangering his family. A fine principle, not endangering family. You, Gu Chengyan, are Gu Qingxin's real elder brother. I fought against you on the battlefield, my favor as a prince might run deep, but naturally it cannot compare to the bond of brotherhood between you. But even so, Prince Zhong continued, given Gu Qingxin's rank, how could he possibly command full control over the border troops? They're all my old subordinates. A unit that disobeys its commanding general, how could it ever stand against Northern Yan's iron cavalry? Gu Chengyan smiled again. Because of gunpowder and machinery. They had various uses for gunpowder, such a marvelous substance, developed long ago and secretly sent to the border as precautionary measures, though your Highness was never informed. As for the machinery, you've seen it yourself, it was crafted by Wanhuich, under this minister's command. Its destructive power far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers, capable of matching thousands, even tens of thousands. Prince Zhong laughed softly. Heaven's timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, all of these you possess. This subject admits defeat without regret. The crown prince set down his chopsticks. Full already? Gu Chengyan took out a brocaded handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it to him. The crown prince accepted it and wiped his lips. Cold, he replied. I'd rather not eat anymore. Then don't. We'll have something hot prepared back at the palace. They rose, one following the other toward the door. As Prince Zhong watched their retreating figures, he suddenly spoke, "You two really resemble a pair of old acquaintances from long ago." Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan paused. This phrase sounded familiar. Once before, when they stood together, Princess Cheng had said something similar in their presence. "Which ones do you mean, uncle?" Lin Shuxuan asked. "Your eldest uncle, the late Crown Prince Lingchen, and Empress Wen Zhao. Perhaps you don't know whom I speak of," he added, "but Gu Chengyan, you are very much like my elder brother, gentle, scholarly, refined, courteous. If he were still alive today, his child with the Empress would likely be about your age." They stepped out, side by side, only Wei Gonggang waiting outside. Lin Shuxuan murmured coolly, "Bring poisoned wine. Let him die with dignity intact." Wei Gonggang bowed slightly. "Yes, your highness." Chapter 59. It was already late at night, the surroundings quiet and deserted. Gu Chengyan walked hand in hand with the crown prince into the East Palace, unseen by anyone, and no one ever would be. Gu Chengyan instructed the palace eunuchs, "Bring a bowl of plain congee and a few light side dishes." "Yes, sir." The servants of the East Palace were all loyal followers of Lin Shuxuan, most of whom had seen how Gu Chengyan interacted with the crown prince. They knew the two were far closer than what the outside world perceived, certainly not the sworn enemies people assumed them to be. Lin Shuxuan removed his ceremonial robe and changed into a looser nightgown. Gu Chengyan picked up the discarded royal robe from the floor where Lin had carelessly dropped it and hung it neatly on a rack. Noticing Lin was dressed too lightly, he took a thicker cloak from above and draped it over his shoulders. "I'm not cold," Lin said, trying to shrug it off. But Gu wrapped the cloak tightly around him, pulling him into an embrace. "Be good. You're frail, if you catch a chill again, you'll feel awful." With Gu's gentle coaxing, Lin stopped resisting and allowed himself to be bundled in the warm fabric. The congee arrived and was placed on the table. Gu personally ladled a small bowl and set it before him. "Have something to eat. Warm your stomach." Lin poked at it listlessly with his spoon, but eventually brought a spoonful to his lips. Only after watching him drink nearly half the bowl did Gu finally let him be. He then undid Lin's hairpin, using his fingers like a comb to gently smooth through his long, ink-black hair. Lin nestled against Gu's lap like a drowsy cat, eyes closed, feigning sleep. "Why do they always say I resemble my mother?" Lin suddenly murmured softly. After a brief pause, Gu answered, "Perhaps because you look much like the late Empress." Lin had never seen his birth mother. All he knew of her came from fragmented stories told by his wet nurse and eunuch Wei. "I've always thought she must have been weak and foolish, and yet it's so contradictory. She left me eunuch Wei, who is skilled in both medicine and martial arts. A mere ordinary lady of the inner chambers couldn't possibly command such a man, could she?" Recalling the deep reverence both Prince Cheng and Prince Zhong held for the late Empress, Gu realized she must have been far more capable than the conventional image suggested, perhaps even a woman of great cunning and strength. "How ridiculous," Lin went on quietly. "Almost everyone believes my mother was destined to be with Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan. They hold such quiet contempt for father, as if, even after ruling the throne for over 20 years, he still cannot measure up to a man who died young." At that moment, Gu remembered overhearing the Emperor mutter something in the secret passage. He decided to share it now. "I once accidentally heard His Majesty speak to Prince Zhong when no one else was around. The one you admire most is already dead. Even he wasn't my match. What makes you think you are?" Lin opened his eyes. Uncle Zhong once spread rumors everywhere claiming father stole the throne. Do you think he knows something? He regretted it deeply. Back in the dungeon, drunk and unconscious, he'd forgotten to press for answers. "I once heard the Right Chancellor mention that Prince Zhong greatly admired Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan. It's very likely just his own assumption. Think about it, if he truly possessed solid evidence, he would have revealed it publicly to accuse the Emperor outright. Why bother stirring public opinion instead?" "You're right," Lin admitted. He closed his eyes again, relishing the soothing scalp massage from Gu. Rarely did he let his guard down like this. Now, completely unguarded, he exposed his neck and abdomen, vulnerable spots. Gu recalled reading somewhere that cats, naturally distrustful creatures, only reveal these areas to those they trust completely. The description fit Lin perfectly. Wasn't he just like a cat? Adorable, pitiful, and yet equipped with sharp claws. The moment something displeased him, he'd lash out without hesitation. And afterward? You'd still have to kneel and beg for forgiveness, or else he'd hold the grudge forever. Truly difficult to please. Gu let out a helpless, soft chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Faced with the question, Gu dared not answer truthfully. He'd surely get scratched again tonight. He'd worked hard enough to calm him down earlier, better not provoke him again. "Just laughing because we've finally reached sweet times after enduring bitterness." Lin turned his head, staring straight into Gu's eyes. "You brought it all upon yourself. Why did you insist on opposing me all along?" Gu thought to himself, you were enjoying it too, but self-preservation made him keep that thought locked away. Wasn't it to allay the concerns of the court officials? Besides, that day in front of His Majesty, you even said I should accompany him in death. How do you explain that? Lin Shuxuan's gaze flickered away, clearly feeling somewhat guilty. "How did you know?" Gu Chengyan pressed his advantage and continued, "That day, His Majesty had me stay inside the secret passage. I heard every word you said to him. You claimed someone like me could be replaced anytime, and once you ascended the throne, you'd just find a single mistake of mine and dispose of me." Lin Shuxuan covered Gu's mouth with his hand. "Father knows about us, I was only afraid he'd grow suspicious and harm you." Gu Chengyan gently grasped his hand and slowly moved it from his lips, then leaned forward, pressing close as he tenderly brushed his own against Lin's soft, crimson lips. "Will you compensate me?" Gu murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. Lin Shuxuan felt a tingling warmth spread through his ears at the sound, letting out a soft moan. A smile tugged at Gu's lips. Unwilling to let him feel uncomfortable on the couch, he lifted him gently and laid him onto the soft, wide bed. The golden bed curtains were drawn shut, and soon, indistinct yet intimate sounds began to fill the room. Eunuch Wei, knowing exactly what was happening inside, promptly dismissed everyone nearby. Besides, starting tomorrow was the new year, no court session would be held. The two inside had been locked in cold war for months, finally reconciled after misunderstanding. It hardly mattered if they lingered longer tonight. As for visiting the Emperor to pay New Year greetings on the first day, His Majesty was currently suffering from a stroke, clearly unfit to receive visitors and in need of rest. Who would care if the Crown Prince rose a bit late? Yet Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia were well aware their son hadn't returned home all night. During such an important holiday, leaving without telling anyone where he went, that wasn't right. Siki quickly sent Weining to inform Cheng Jiliang, her eldest brother's good friend, asking him to cover for them by saying her brother had gone drinking with him, so their parents wouldn't grow suspicious. When daylight fully broke, Lin Shuxuan fluttered his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. He found himself staring into the smiling face of the man before him. Good morning. Happy New Year. Lin smiled faintly, burying his head against Gu's shoulder and nuzzling gently as he whispered back, Happy New Year. He had assumed Gu would have left after he fell asleep, but waking up to find Gu still beside him made this moment feel unexpectedly precious. He never imagined such days existed, and now experiencing one, it wasn't bad at all. It's already noon. I'll stay and have lunch with you, then go back. Hearing this, Lin Shuxuan, rarely so eager to rise, actually got up willingly. After washing up, the attendant swiftly set the meal and quietly withdrew, leaving plenty of private space for the two masters. Still dazed from waking, Lin stared blankly at Gu without blinking. Seeing him motionless, Gu had no choice but to reach over and place a bite of food into his bowl. Teasingly, he said, What? Haven't had enough looking last night? Unexpectedly, Lin actually nodded. Don't tempt me. Eat your meal. Then he served another bowl of soup and placed it beside him. Your stomach is weak. You should drink some warm soup before eating. Lin glanced at him, then obediently picked up the bowl and began sipping slowly. Only before Gu Chengyan would he show such a dazed, helpless side. From last night till today, he seemed unusually clingy and remarkably obedient. Throughout the meal, he ate whatever Gu gave him without protest. Gu nearly couldn't restrain himself from feeding him non-stop, only stopping when he judged Lin had eaten about his usual amount. After finishing, Lin leaned against his shoulder again like a boneless creature. Gu thought sitting or lying around all the time wasn't healthy, so he took Lin outside the courtyard for a walk around the giant lovesickness tree to aid digestion. The flowers had fallen, only deep green leaves remained now. Suddenly, Lin spoke in a slightly petulant tone, My favorite lovesickness blossoms have all left me. For the next 6 months while they're gone, you must come see me often. Gu gently brushed a stray strand of hair from Lin's brow, answering softly, Of course. Lin pulled out a palace pass he had prepared in advance and handed it to him. I meant to give this to you earlier, but you angered me then, so I didn't. Now, take it, and remember to come visit me. Gu accepted it, carefully placing it in his inner robe, close to his heart. I'll come to the palace whenever I can spare the time. Just don't complain that I'm coming too often. If only you could live in the palace, Lin suddenly sighed. Gu's heart ached, pulling him tightly into his arms. Shuxian, in this lifetime, we may never be able to walk together openly in front of others, but remember this, I will always be one step behind you. If you ever turn back, I promise, I'll be there within your sight. Lin Shuxuan's voice was soft, content. Time spent together always felt so brief. But as they stood hand in hand, Gu Chengyan couldn't bring himself to say he had to leave. Worried about his health, Gu Chengyan stayed and accompanied him for a short nap at noon. After Lin fell asleep, he quietly got up, carefully tucked the quilt around him, and gently kissed his forehead. To himself, he whispered, It's really time to go now, if I linger any longer, I might not leave at all today. After Gu Chengyan left, Lin Shuxian opened his eyes, buried his nose into the pillow, inhaling the faint, distinctive, clean scent that still clung to the sheets, then slowly drifted off to sleep. When Gu Chengyan returned home, he ran into some guests who had come to offer New Year greetings. They exchanged a few casual words before he saw them out. Lady Xia huffed, not coming home and not even telling anyone, you didn't say a word. If Jiliang hadn't sent someone to let us know, I'd have gone straight to the magistrate's office. Forgive me, mother. I was too drunk to return last night. It won't happen again. As Gu Chengyan turned to head upstairs, Lady Xia suddenly noticed that the fabric of his inner garment didn't seem like the kind she usually prepared for him. Could it be something he bought himself? But with many visitors arriving for the new year, another guest soon appeared at the door, and she dismissed the thought from her mind. Chapter 60. Good news from the northern front had been arriving one after another recently. The emperor, upon hearing these victories, became remarkably cheerful, and his spirit suddenly seemed to revive. Gu Chengyan examined the emperor's pulse, yet inwardly knew this was likely nothing more than a final flare before the end. The emperor probably didn't have many days left. Gu Chengxin's military achievements were now evident to all, and it was only a matter of time before he received official enfeoffment. Many began visiting the Gu residence, inquiring about his marital prospects. Lady Xia had been so busy lately that she failed to notice her daughter Siki's persistent gloom. Yet Gu Chengyan observed everything. Taking an appropriate moment after dinner, he personally visited his younger sister's courtyard. You seem to have poor appetite today, barely ate anything. Are you unwell? Let your elder brother check. Siki did not refuse. Indeed, she'd been suffering from lack of appetite lately. There's nothing serious, he said gently. Just avoid too many snacks. Don't spoil your hunger at mealtimes, then grow hungry again later. These treats are meant to satisfy cravings, not replace proper meals. I understand, big brother. Gu Chengyan poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it leisurely. After a long hesitation, Siki finally spoke. Brother, when will Qingxin be returning? He glanced at her. Haven't you two been writing letters all along? Why ask me instead? A flush rose to her cheeks. She felt embarrassed, he already knew about their correspondence. The northern border situation has been tense. He hasn't written for over a month, nearly 2 months now. Setting down his teacup, Gu Chengyan said, don't blame him. His right hand was injured in battle. Even his official reports had to be penned by his aide. He probably didn't want you to worry, so he chose silence, fearing you might find out. Siki stared at him anxiously. Injured? How serious is it? If he can't even write, it must be grave. I wonder if there are physicians there. Brother, could we send some wound-healing medicine to him? It's alright, I've already arranged regular deliveries of medicinal supplies. I anticipated such needs. Qingxin is strong-built, he'll recover fine. But what? Siki interrupted urgently before he could finish. But Qingxin has earned great merit. Soon he'll surely receive the title of Great General, at minimum. His future shines brightly. You've stayed close to mother, you must know many are now asking about his marriage. I've been considering whether we should separate his household earlier. Siki frowned. Why separate his household? Aren't we all one family? Gu Chengyan shook his head. Silly girl. You're practically wasting away with longing. If we don't set Qingxin up separately, how can he marry you? Or do you truly wish to watch mother pick him a bride and call her sister-in-law to your face? Siki blushed and bristled. Brother. What are you saying? He told me long ago about your relationship. Still, your brother must hear it from you directly. Do you truly wish to spend your whole life with Qingxin? She nodded softly. That settles it. I'll explain everything to father and mother. Once the war ends and Qingxin earns his title and independent estate, I'll petition his majesty for imperial marriage approval. That shall make it complete. Meanwhile, the Nanling army marched northward relentlessly, eventually seizing half of Baiyan's territory. Faced with defeat, Baiyan sent a formal letter of surrender. The emperor, despite his failing health, forced himself to receive the Baiyan envoy. Afterward, he personally bestowed upon Gu Chengyan the rank of second-rank Great General of National Protection, an honor nearly equaling that of his elder brother, Gu Chengyan. Qingxin was granted a separate household. At first, rumors swirled among the court, were the Gu brothers falling into discord? Yet just days later, the newly titled general submitted a personal memorial requesting imperial sanction for marriage, the woman he sought being none other than Gu Chengyan's own sister, Gu Siki. Only then did everyone learn the truth, Gu Chengxin, the celebrated general, had been adopted by the Gu family. He shared no blood ties with Chengyan or Siki. As Qingxin remained on the frontier, the marriage was temporarily approved without setting a date. With his younger brother and sister's future secured, Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia naturally turned their attention to their eldest son's marriage. Chengyan, they say one builds a family before building a career. You've reached first-rank official status, your path is secure. It's high time you found a virtuous, understanding wife to assist you in managing household affairs. Your sister will soon marry, I'm growing old. I cannot care for your household forever. Keeping secrets indefinitely wasn't sustainable. Gu Chengyan had intended to confess several times, but feared his parents might struggle to accept the truth. Gradually, though, he began allowing subtle hints, knowing that with Qingxin and Siki's union settled, any future children would still bear the Gu name, ensuring the family line would never fade. Mother, the affairs of the household can be left to Wenin and the others. You and father should just enjoy yourselves. Qingxin and Siki's wedding must be prepared soon, you are both the bride's family and the in-laws, and this concerns the dignity of our household as well as the general's residence. My own matter can wait. There's no rush. Lady Xia, being a refined woman of official descent, was perceptive. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, Qingyan, tell me honestly, do you still have feelings for that girl named Lin Shuxuan? Gu Chengyan gently placed his hands on Lady Xia's shoulders, sat beside her, and spoke carefully. Mother, no. That was all in my youth. So many years have passed, I don't even know if she's alive or dead. Now I live well, with you and father by my side. Our family is safe and harmonious. Moreover, precisely because I hold such a high position, I must be especially cautious. If I were to marry someone unsuitable, it could bring unrest into the household. You know I've made many enemies. Should someone seize an opportunity at such a time, losing my office would be the least of it, those who stand with me might not even survive. Born into an official family, Lady Xia well understood the treachery of court politics. I'm only worried you'll have no one to rely on in old age. Don't think I don't know, you've secretly kept a concubine in your mansion. The entire capital is talking about it, saying you've hidden away a beauty. If you truly care for her, just bring her openly into the home. Are you afraid she'll be bullied at social gatherings? Is that why you work so hard in your career, so you can earn her a noble title? The more Lady Xia spoke, the more surprised Gu Chengyan became. He hadn't expected her to consider these possibilities. Mother, there's no truth to it. Whether there's a woman in my house or not, you wouldn't know. Those are just rumors. Sometimes I let them spread deliberately to serve certain purposes. You're the mistress of this household. If I truly harbored a secret lover, how could there be not a single trace? Lady Xia stared into her son's eyes, her gaze filled with worry. Chengyan, could it be that after being rejected by that Lin Shuxuan long ago, you've grown resentful toward women? I've heard that many powerful officials nowadays favor handsome young men. Chengyan, if you truly cannot accept women, men aren't entirely out of the question. It would just mean you'd never be able to walk side by side with him in public. Having traveled with Gu Chengyan through the martial world, Lady Xia had seen many devoted male couples among commoners and wasn't particularly disturbed by such matters. If her son truly found happiness, having a companion was better than living alone. Qingxin and Siki would soon leave for their own household. The two of them, old and aging, would eventually pass on. Her greatest fear was her son being left all alone, lonely beyond words. As for heirs, that mattered less. After all, neither she nor her husband had borne biological children. They had raised 3 adopted children, and they lived no worse than families with natural offspring. In fact, each of their children brought them great pride. February 2nd, the awakening of the dragon. Yet the supreme dragon of Nanling could no longer rise. He had endured last year's harsh winter, but after the arrival of spring, his body deteriorated rapidly. After morning court, the crown prince received the report from the imperial physicians. The emperor likely won't survive the night. At last, everything was coming to an end. The crown prince showed neither sorrow nor joy. He merely said, I understand. Then he proceeded to the emperor's sleeping chamber. Your son comes to pay respects, father. Hearing the voice, the emperor roused himself, signaling to Director Yang to help him sit up. Everyone else, leave. Summon Gu Chengyan to me. And also, he paused, thinking, the right chancellor and Prince Cheng. Once the chamber emptied, the emperor looked at his only son and said, I am dying. I neglected you greatly in the past. I hope you do not blame me. I am not only your father, I am the sovereign of all Nanling. With so much on my mind, it was inevitable that I gave you less attention. Perhaps because his beloved eldest prince had rebelled, while Lin Shuxuan, his legitimate heir, showed no intent to kill him after taking power, the emperor now felt a pang of remorse before death. He wished, at least once, to speak as a father. The crown prince lifted his eyes and stood silently by the bed, unmoved, indifferent. He knew the emperor could no longer see clearly. I wronged your mother. She was dignified and virtuous, she did nothing wrong. But in my youth, my favoritism toward the noble consort harmed her. Shuxian, you suffered much through the years. Now I pass the throne to you, that, at least, is some recompense. I hope you can forgive your father, yes? The crown prince reached out, almost casually, and pulled the slipping blanket back up over the emperor. Father, your son does not resent you. Those who have harmed me have already received their due retribution. All the pain I've endured has been repaid. In this life, I have been truly happy. I met someone who rescued me from hatred and bitterness. Rather than clinging to past darkness, it's better to live well in the days ahead. Life is still long, isn't it? The emperor nodded slightly at these words. Shuxian, in my first half of life, I was crushed under the shadow of my elder brother, Crown Prince Lingchen. Truthfully, your temperament and suffering resemble mine greatly. From now on, all will kneel before you. The past will no longer matter. Now, I am about to meet the people of old. If I do not speak certain things now, they may never be known. Father and son, we have never had a heartfelt talk. Today, I shall reveal to you the greatest secret of my life. The crown prince grew quietly attentive, ready to hear him out. Please speak, father. Your son is listening with full attention. My elder brother, Crown Prince Lingchen, was extraordinarily gifted from childhood. At 3, he could recite poetry, at 5, he could shoot deer. Our late emperor praised him for his wisdom and benevolence, calling him the true heir of the throne. By 8, he was already crown prince, while I remained forever overshadowed by his brilliance, never favored by father or mother. But none of that truly mattered, my brother treated me with great kindness. He was an exemplary elder brother. He took me horseback riding and hunting. When I was young and unruly, failing my tutor's assignments, I was punished with copying texts, I wept as I wrote. That night, my brother slipped into my chamber secretly, imitated my handwriting, and copied for me through half the night, while I slept soundly beside him. At this point, the emperor's gaze softened with nostalgia and gratitude. But soon, his expression shifted, twisted, darkened with jealousy and resentment. We always got along so well. I merely needed to grow up carefree, while all storms were blocked by my elder brother. I believed I would one day become an idle prince and live out my days in peace. Then, as we came of age, our late emperor arranged a marriage for my brother. The bride-to-be was none other than your mother. Nothing wrong with that, but I myself was fond of Lady Yen. I intended to ask father to grant her to me as my princess consort. My brother knew this, knew it clearly, yet her birth tablet was sent to the Eastern Palace. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Shuxian hadn't expected such a revelation. Besides the crown princess position, the Eastern Palace also had the rank of Liangdi vacant. Clearly, Lady Yen had already been destined for the crown prince's residence. So what happened then? The emperor continued, then, I was furious. A certain Eastern Palace official named Gu Chengyan sensed my resentment and gave me a suggestion: if my brother died, everything would be mine. He urged me to poison my brother's food. My brother distrusted many, but he never guarded against me, his own younger brother. And indeed, when he died, I ascended the throne and became the most exalted emperor of Nanling. How many today even remember the once glorious Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan? He burst into laughter, yet tears streamed down his face. No wonder you trusted Gu Chengyan so deeply, pardoning him time and again. But you never anticipated, he would incite your eldest son just as he incited you. Truly, heaven's justice is clear, retribution never fails. The emperor offered no rebuttal to Lin Shuxuan's words. Deep down, he had regrets. In the end, he was abandoned by all, left in lonely desolation. His only son spared his life, yet stripped him of power, something far more unbearable than death. Your Majesty, the two chancellors and Prince Cheng have arrived. Eunuch Yang reported from outside. The emperor wiped his tears, composed himself, and said to the crown prince, let them enter. Before I die, I shall pass the throne to you in their presence. The crown prince personally opened the door. Without further words, the emperor motioned for Gu Chengyan to retrieve the pre-written succession edict from the hidden compartment and read it aloud before the three men. Your son accepts the decree. I shall fulfill your father's trust, govern diligently, love the people, and strengthen Nanling. The emperor felt his strength fading rapidly. Leave now, he said to them. I am tired. I wish to hear Minister Gu recite some poetry, exchange a few idle words. Let him stay here with me. The Right Chancellor and Prince Cheng exchanged a glance, then responded in unison, yes. They withdrew one after another. Minister Gu, help me lie down. I am weary. Gu Chengyan stepped forward, gently lowering the emperor onto the dragon bed. Does your Majesty have words to leave with this subject? Please rest a moment. There is no rush. The emperor chuckled faintly. Hearing you speak, it always gives me a strangely familiar feeling. I won't rest. I fear if I close my eyes, I may never wake again. Gu Chengyan understood, the emperor was beyond saving now. If he wasn't allowed to speak his final words, even in death he would find no peace. Please, your Majesty, speak. Chengyan, do you remember the jade crown I gifted you on your coming-of-age ceremony? Gu Chengyan thought for a moment and replied gently, this subject remembers. That jade crown is extremely precious. I wore it only on the day of my coronation, and afterward kept it carefully stored away in a cabinet. Of course it's precious. It was the late emperor's gift to Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan for his own coming of age. You may not resemble him in appearance, but in temperament and aura, you are 6 parts like him. Whenever I look at you, it feels as though he has come back to life before me. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan understood why the emperor had favored him so deeply. Most likely, it was not truly for himself, but because he resembled Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan, offering the emperor a sense of psychological comfort. In the emperor's eyes, it was as if Lin Shuxuan knelt before him once more, calling him sovereign. Resembling Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan even slightly is this subject's fortune. There was no need to hold grievances against a dying man. Moreover, Gu Chengyan had indeed gained much from the emperor's favor. Contentment showed upon the emperor's face. Suddenly, he broke into violent coughing. Gu Chengyan looked closely, blood stained the emperor's lips. Your Majesty. Please rest for a moment before continuing. The emperor slowly shook his head. Minister Gu, I trust you. There are 3 things I must entrust to your keeping. The Crown Prince, he is too much like me. I fear that without restraint, he may destroy Nanling. As he spoke these words, the emperor began coughing again. Gu Chengyan gently rubbed his chest and pressed several acupoints, helping him regain enough strength to continue speaking. Within the secret passage, there is a hidden chamber. Inside lies the key to the imperial treasures of the previous dynasty, the ancestral shadow guard token passed down through generations of Nanling emperors, and also a sealed decree from me. If, after the Crown Prince ascends the throne, his conduct proves unworthy, act on my behalf to depose him. Choose a suitable child from the imperial clan and install him as the new emperor. As the emperor spoke these words, his voice grew fainter, his gaze beginning to scatter and fade. Gu Chengyan let out a deep sigh. The emperor has passed. Outside, all immediately knelt to the ground, wailing in grief. Far beyond the palace walls, deep within her retreat, Consort Shu and her son suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Gazing toward the capital city, tears streamed silently down their faces. Chapter 61. The transition of imperial power this time encountered no turbulence. With the witness of the 2 prime ministers and the director of imperial clan affairs, the crown prince's ascension was legitimate and proper. Under the Ministry of Right's meticulous arrangements, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Many had assumed that after the crown prince took the throne, Gu Chengyan would no longer remain as the all-powerful left chancellor. But to their surprise, he continued to meddle in state affairs under the honored title of imperial tutor. Even more strangely, the new emperor showed no objection at all. It was truly baffling. Only the right chancellor and Prince Cheng knew the truth. Before his passing, the late emperor had kept Gu Chengyan alone in his death chamber for a long while. When Gu emerged, he clearly held a scroll, the imperial edict left behind by the late emperor. Yet Gu had not proclaimed it publicly at the time, indicating this was a secret decree to be revealed only under exceptional circumstances, either a personal pardon granting him immunity from death, or something concerning the legitimacy of the throne itself. The new emperor, thus cautious, refrained from taking immediate action against Gu, instead honoring him as imperial tutor and allowing him free reign over politics. Traditionally, among the two chancellors, the right chancellor held higher precedence. But in reality, Gu Chengyan's authority was so immense that it rivaled even that of the new emperor, so everyone respectfully addressed him as Lord Gu. With the new emperor's enthronement, the inner palace stood empty, a vacancy many coveted. Many officials began submitting memorials urging the emperor to hold an imperial selection and replenish the harem. Your Majesty. The inner chambers are barren, how then can heirs be born to continue your lineage? Though the late emperor had few sons, by your age, he already had one heir. For the sake of the imperial bloodline's continuation, we beg your Majesty to open the selection process and fill the inner palace. This plea came from a senior member of the imperial clan, older than even the late emperor, whose limbs were frail. Yet despite his condition, he knelt with great effort. The new emperor was not one to torment the elderly, quickly ordering eunuch Wei to help him up. Grant him a seat. Let him speak sitting down. Thank your Majesty. The late emperor called you cousin uncle. You are my elder, and I respect you deeply. It is not that I refuse marriage, I was once the crown prince, and back then, the matter of selecting a crown princess caused much turmoil. The late emperor promised he would personally choose for me. Then came the rebellion. After that battle, my father's health declined rapidly. I have often wondered, am I destined to bring misfortune upon any woman I wed? Your Majesty is the son of heaven. Ordinary women may simply lack the fate to withstand such auspiciousness. We merely need to find one whose destiny is strong enough to match yours. The emperor's eyes clouded with sorrow. Though that may be true, I cannot bear the thought of an innocent life lost without cause. Moreover, my father has only just passed. As his son, I wish to observe 3 years of mourning for him. Upon hearing this, the old royal uncle panicked and knelt again. Sire, this cannot be allowed. Heaven surely sees your filial devotion, but 3 years is far too long. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. What you say holds merit, elder uncle. Then let us shorten it to 1 year. Now the royal uncle dared not press further, fearing that if he pushed too hard, the emperor might stubbornly insist on 3 full years. Having dealt with the imperial clansmen, yet more memorials poured in from court officials. The Jinyang Marquisate, the maternal family of Princess Cheng, learned that their eldest daughter had grown close to the new emperor. They promptly sent their own refined and virtuous daughter to stay at Prince Cheng's mansion, claiming she was merely visiting her aunt to experience life in the capital and learn court etiquette and decorum. With no capable female relatives currently in the palace, whenever occasions required noblewomen's presence, Princess Cheng typically stepped in to assist the new emperor. By placing their beautiful daughter directly beside her, the Jinyang Marquis ensured frequent opportunities for the girl to appear before the emperor. Everyone could see their intention without needing to think twice. Lately, the young lady from the Jinyang Marquisate had become the talk of the town. The Qixi festival approached soon, and as always, the palace would host a grand night banquet. Everyone knew this, and many young ladies had spent the past month commissioning gowns and jewelry, all hoping to outshine each other at the event. But the Jinyang Marquis daughter arrived late. Fashions from the Jinyang region also differed from current capital trends, leaving her anxious. In desperation, she paid a small fortune to cut ahead in line at Lanyi Pavilion, demanding they prioritize her order immediately. Yet Lanyi Pavilion, though a business, upheld its own principles, whoever paid the deposit first got served first. No amount of money could break their rules, they would not risk tarnishing their reputation. Lanyi Pavilion belonged to Lin Shuxuan. Now that he had become emperor, citing inconvenience in direct management, he had privately entrusted the shop to Siki, asking her to oversee operations and giving her 20% of the profits. That day, she happened to be upstairs checking accounts. Later, she returned home and recounted the incident to Gu Chengyan as a petty grievance. Though the new emperor hadn't moved against Gu Chengyan yet, he now freely ordered him around, making unreasonable demands from time to time. For example, supplies at the front lines are running critically low. Why can't the Ministry of Revenue produce funds? I want to see silver, right now. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue manages the national treasury, and its income comes primarily from taxes levied by each prefecture. The amount collected is fixed, how can I possibly produce more out of thin air? I am but an ordinary mortal. For some reason, the new emperor snorted coldly and suddenly ordered him to audit the tax records of recent years. If you cannot conjure silver, at least you can investigate. Uncover the reasons thoroughly for me, I'll give you half a month. Fail to clarify this, and I shall hold you personally accountable. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue followed Gu Chengyan in frantic work, day and night without rest, and finally completed the verification within the deadline set by the emperor. They compiled the list and presented it before His Majesty. Prominently listed among them was Jinyang Prefecture. I have instructed the Ministry of Revenue to verify tax payments from all prefectures and found that many claimed natural disasters over 2 or 3 consecutive years as justification for failing to deliver silver to the treasury. Previously, during the floods in Jiangnan, Your Majesty dispatched me to manage relief efforts, establishing a policy of benevolence. Affected regions would be exempted from taxation for that year alone. Nowhere did it say exemption extended to multiple years. The treasury belonged to the Ministry of Revenue, and when Lin Shuxuan had still been crown prince, he naturally hadn't paid much attention. But now that he was emperor, every inch of land under heaven was his dominion, the entire realm of Nanling belonged to him. The emperor's expression darkened instantly. How dare they exploit my benevolence as cover for corruption? Delaying tax payments with false excuses, who gave them such audacity? In fury, the emperor flung Gu Chengyan's compiled list to the ground. Senior ministers in the front row stared in shock, so many names. And leading the list was none other than Jinyang Prefecture. Deceiving the sovereign and defying imperial authority, their hearts are utterly despicable. Arrest them all. Confiscate their households. Their wealth shall perfectly supplement the northern military supplies. That last sentence revealed his true intent. Your Majesty, this matter involves far too many. If we confiscate properties en masse, court officials will live in fear. Moreover, these vacated posts cannot immediately be filled with suitable successors. We beg Your Majesty to reconsider. Failure to pay taxes is indeed a crime, but not one deserving death. Please show leniency and punish them lightly. Court ministers were entangled through marital ties and kinship, nearly everyone had relatives on that list. With no way out, they could only collectively plead despite their unease. At this moment, Gu Chengyan stepped forward. Your Majesty, law does not punish the multitude. Surely they now realize their wrongdoing. Require each prefecture to make up the missing payments on schedule. Given that the late emperor passed away so recently, such upheaval may disturb his eternal rest. Everyone knew the new emperor valued filial piety. He had even postponed the imperial selection ceremony out of mourning for his father, though the inner palace currently stood completely empty. Thus, all officials followed Gu Xiang's lead and said together, we support Gu Xiang's proposal. For the sake of the late emperor, please grant them mercy and allow them to redeem themselves by promptly replenishing the outstanding tax silver. The emperor gazed at Gu Xiang below and smiled faintly, sending chills down the spines of those present. Then let it be as Gu Xiang suggests. Ensure the missing tax silver is fully restored to me, down to the very coin. Dismiss the court. Officials bowed gratefully toward Gu Xiang upon leaving. The new emperor's actions had grown increasingly severe, one misstep might lead to household confiscation. Now losing office seemed the mildest possible punishment. The emperor cares deeply about the northern war effort, and you've all seen today what drives him. Our strength lies in gunpowder and weaponry, yet both come at tremendous cost. Hence His Majesty seeks every means to squeeze out funds. Return home and urge your families accordingly. Who among you lacks familial ties? Would you really stand idly by while your own kin face property seizure? Isn't this the truth? Yes, yes. Lord Gu speaks wisely. Throughout Nanling, every household tread cautiously, living humbly. Lavish displays vanished overnight, none dared appear wealthy lest the emperor find cause to confiscate their homes for military funding. Prefectures scrambled desperately to gather silver, and most eventually made full repayment. A few bold ones stubbornly delayed, until the emperor issued orders that on the final day of the payment deadline, their homes were stripped clean to the last item. Now all understood clearly, the new emperor acted swiftly and decisively. Gu Chengyan still left room for leniency, but once caught by the emperor himself, one need only prepare the chopping block. Those who once harbored ill thoughts and wished to see Gu Chengyan fall from grace now fervently prayed daily for Gu Xiang's continued power. They feared the emperor, unchecked, would dispose of anyone without warning, giving no chance even to repent or atone. At the Qixi festival banquet, young ladies dressed with unprecedented simplicity. Golden hairpins and jade ornaments were replaced with silk flowers, leaving far less spectacle than usual. High on the throne, the emperor appeared unusually joyful, drinking cup after cup. My heart is filled with joy tonight. I wish to drink with all my beloved ministers, none shall leave until thoroughly drunk. The ministers grumbled inwardly, of course you're happy. All the silver we've hoarded in our pockets for years has now flowed into yours. Who wouldn't be joyful in your place? Among the entire imperial court, you're truly the only one rejoicing. They merely vented quietly in their hearts, most too afraid to voice their anger aloud. After all, the new emperor's temperament was unpredictable. If one didn't wish to die, one had better stay silent and compliant. The officials of Nanling, who had lived decades of ease and comfort, now began the difficult task of adjusting to the new emperor's ways. After all, without official posts, they neither knew nor could do anything else. The new emperor held power over gunpowder, weapons, and the shadow guards. Whether facing internal affairs or external threats, he possessed absolute authority. When the sovereign is strong, the ministers must be weak. That was an unchanging truth throughout history. And still, life wasn't unbearable, not with Lord Gu standing at the forefront, holding things together. Lord Gu himself smiled gently, saying nothing. He showed no sign of collusion with the new emperor, naturally receiving from all sides waves of gratitude and reverence. The ministers had no idea that among the three things they feared most about the new emperor, the second was something he himself controlled. The tax investigation had been improvised, a result of a casual complaint his younger sister once made at home, staged as a performance between him and the emperor on the spur of the moment. After sipping another cup of wine, the emperor observed the scene around Gu Chengyan and lowered his eyes with a faint smile, thinking to himself, the noble and serene Lord Gu appears merciful as a bodhisattva, yet beneath that exterior lies a heart as dark as ink. Chapter 62. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to their respective mansions from the palace. Prince Cheng had originally intended to invite Chancellor Gu to his manor, so that Marquis Jinyang could personally meet the Chancellor. After all, his wife's family, the Marquis of Jinyang, had narrowly escaped disaster this time thanks to the Chancellor's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Wen Yin wore a pained expression as he said, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize, but my lord drank quite heavily at the feast and has now completely passed out. It would be most inconvenient for him to come to your manor." The hour was still relatively early. Ever since the new emperor ascended the throne, he had shifted banquet times earlier, on the advice of imperial physicians, who warned that his majesty had been frail since childhood and should not stay up late. Thus, even after a night banquet concluded, it was barely past the hour of the dog. That was precisely why Prince Cheng wanted to invite him over for a chat. Then again, he suddenly recalled that many others at the feast were just as grateful to Chancellor Gu, and likely had urged him to drink heavily as well. Even though Gu Xiang was famously capable of holding his liquor, no one could withstand such relentless toasting indefinitely. In that case, let Chancellor Gu rest well. Please tell him on my behalf that when he is available, he must come to my manor for a drink. Wen Yin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will relay your words the moment my lord awakens. Prince Cheng nodded and departed. Only then did the Gu family carriage finally set off. Wen Yin let out a sigh of relief, he'd truly been sweating bullets. The carriage was completely empty, the Chancellor Gu whom Prince Cheng sought was currently in the new emperor's private chambers. Are you missing your beloved tree again? Gu Chengyan had just entered and noticed him gazing out the window in silence, his hair still damp. Frowning slightly, he picked up a cotton towel and walked behind him, gently drying his long hair. Why stand before the window letting the wind hit you with wet hair? What if you catch a chill? Lin Shuxuan lazily allowed himself to be led toward the couch before sitting down. Gu Chengyan used inner energy to dry his hair completely. No need to move the tree over. Having you by my side is more than enough. When Lin Shuxuan suddenly murmured those affectionate words, a warm smile appeared in Gu Chengyan's eyes. Finally, it wasn't all for nothing, caring so deeply for this ungrateful little brat. By the way, the emperor added, if you're truly dissatisfied with these current officials, hold an imperial examination and recruit a group of capable scholars. Train them for a few years, then replace the present batch. The emperor leaned back, rubbing his temples as he lazily observed the man who always gave him such wicked ideas, Tiskanji twice. Everyone outside now worships you with endless gratitude, calling you kind-hearted and compassionate. They'd build you longevity steels and offer daily incense, while treating me like a demon straight from hell. At the mere sight of me, they tremble with fear. In a few more years, my name alone might suffice to quiet crying children at night. Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, pulling the emperor onto his lap and tenderly massaging his temples. The emperor had drunk heavily at the feast, though he didn't show it yet. He must have had some headache by now. Is your majesty jealous of this subject? No matter, I shall inform the gods. All merits and offerings I receive shall be shared with your majesty. Everything I possess belongs to you. Would that please you? The emperor closed his eyes, thoroughly enjoying both the skillful massage and the words spoken. A pleasant warmth spread through him. Pleased indeed. Anyway, I enjoy seeing them fear me like this. It's perfect, you take the merit, and I'll avoid descending into hell later. These people are afraid of me, so they won't dare act recklessly or provoke my displeasure. This works perfectly. He wrapped his arms around Gu Chengyan's firm waist and buried his face against him. With this man by his side in this life, he was willing to restrain his temper, merely punishing the greedy a little rather than slaughtering them all. He faintly remembered how, in his previous life, blood from executions in the Western market had stained the streets red for over a month. He enjoyed seeing people cower before him, and he loved seeing Gu Chengyan revered and cherished. Such a good person deserved to stand above all others. In his past life, by this point, his body had already deteriorated, and he'd lost all interest in governing the nation. After killing everyone who'd ever wronged him, he set fire to the entire palace, burning it to the ground. Suddenly, he asked, what does a person look like when burned to death? Though Gu Chengyan didn't know why he asked, he patiently answered nonetheless. If one is lucky in the fire, they inhale a certain gas that causes unconsciousness, dying without awareness. But another fate is far more tragic, trapped in flames with no escape, watching helplessly as fire consumes their entire body. At that moment, the person doesn't feel intense physical pain. Instead, what overwhelms them is deep, primal fear of the unknown. Before losing consciousness, they can do nothing but feel their life slipping away. A body burned to death is hardly a pleasant sight. Mild cases result in blisters and bright red skin, severe ones become blackened and carbonized. Lin Shuxuan thought about how his health had been poor back then. He probably died from smoke inhalation, since he couldn't recall anything about being in the fire. But his corpse must have been burned to blackened charcoal all the same. Thank goodness I have you. Why suddenly ask such a thing? Lin Shuxuan nuzzled against his abdomen and whispered, nothing. Just stay with me tonight. I remember you have a day off tomorrow. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that he actually remembered when he had a day off. All right. I'll stay with you today. Hearing Gu Chengyan's response, Lin Shuxuan's face lit up with a smile. Chengyan, come closer and let me whisper something. Gu Chengyan obliged, leaning down to place his ear near. Lin Shuxuan hooked his neck and gently removed the hairpin from Gu Chengyan's head. He took a strand each from both their long tresses. From beneath the table, he pulled out a small dagger and neatly severed them together. Gu Chengyan glanced at the dagger in his hand, then briefly at his actions. Why do you keep a dagger here? Lin Shuxuan clutched their severed strands and casually replied, just a habit, better safe than sorry. He stood, retrieved a small lacquered box from the cabinet, took a piece of white gauze from inside, tied it around the severed locks, carefully placed them back into the box, then tucked the box safely away. Today is Qixi. I remember Siki once told me that if two lovers tie their hair together, it ensures lasting love. Only Siki would share such playful tales in front of him, Gu Chengyan mused. Gu Chengyan said softly, if we wish to last forever, all we need to do is remain good to each other. Thinking about his resurrection, Lin Shuxuan began to believe that perhaps gods and Buddhas truly existed. They must have pitied his miserable past life so much that they sent Gu Chengyan into his life to save him. Turning to Gu Chengyan, he said, let's find time to visit Qinchan Temple together. Gu Chengyan had heard Xuanhe Junzhu mention that there was a venerable monk at Qinchan Temple named, over 100 years old, renowned for profound wisdom who could see through fate, but rarely offered readings. All right. I'll go wherever you wish. Lately, Lin Shuxuan had felt restless for no clear reason, which was why he begun to believe in deities, even acting like a lovesick maiden tying their hair, to bind Gu Chengyan close. Everything felt surreal lately, as though Gu Chengyan might vanish at any moment. Gu Chengyan seemed to sense his unease and gently stroked his hair. It's getting late. Let's retire for the night. The most effective way to distract someone from obsession was to swiftly immerse them in something else entirely. Their dark, ink-like hair spread together across the bed, impossible to tell whose belonged to whom. A lamp flickered faintly before abruptly extinguished by a burst of inner energy. The room plunged into darkness, leaving only dim moonlight near the window, illuminating two entangled silhouettes. The next day, a minister requested an audience with the emperor. But the eunuch Yan, standing beside the emperor, replied, His Majesty didn't feel well last night and won't be able to receive you today. Please return another time. The news that the emperor was unwell quickly spread across the capital. Everyone knew of his frail constitution and feared he might not survive this illness. After all, the emperor had no heirs, the court might plunge into chaos. So all could do was hope fervently for His Majesty's recovery. Recently, Lin Shuxuan often had nightmares, dreams of his previous life, dreams where Gu Chengyan wasn't by his side, where no matter how desperately he searched, he couldn't find him. Deeply unsettled, he frequently feigned illness to summon Gu Chengyan openly into the palace. All officials knew that Chancellor Gu was a master of medicine, he'd once treated the late emperor's palpitations, and even imperial physicians sought his advice willingly. Once, when Lin Shuxuan clung tightly and flipped atop him, attempting to take control himself, Gu Chengyan, rarely losing composure, was driven to the edge. In the end, he grew ruthless. No matter how much Lin Shuxuan pleaded, he refused to stop. Lin Shuxuan left deep scratch marks on Gu Chengyan's neck, breaking skin, drawing blood. Later, while reporting to Chancellor Gu, an official from the Ministry of Revenue noticed the wound on his neck. It wasn't hard to imagine something passionate behind it, the injury simply looked too severe. With Gu Chengyan's fair complexion, the scars appeared particularly terrifying. Given that Gu Chengyan had just come from the emperor, and knowing His Majesty had been irritable lately, the official secretly wondered, could it be that Chancellor Gu had been used as an outlet for the emperor's anger, deliberately harmed? After all, Gu Chengyan now stood second only to the emperor in power, no one else dared touch him. Only the man at the very top could do such a thing. Yet precisely because Gu Chengyan now handled countless state affairs and met with numerous officials daily, rumors about the wound on his neck spiraled into increasingly wild speculations. Chancellor Gu has such a gentle and magnanimous character. The emperor, though hot-tempered, is otherwise wise, and certainly received solemn last words from the late emperor. Chancellor Gu is sacrificing himself for the stability of our southern Ling kingdom. Chancellor Gu truly sets an example for us all. Bearing the emperor's wrath upon his own body. Thanks to him, we are able to live in peace, he deserves our deepest respect. They say those plagued by chronic illness tend to be gloomier and more irritable than others. The emperor has been frail since childhood, no doubt he vents his pent-up resentment on Chancellor Gu. But Chancellor Gu, with his tolerant nature, endures this humiliation silently. No one knows how much suffering he bears each time he enters or leaves the palace. Being at the pinnacle of power isn't easy. On one side lies the responsibility to the people and the late emperor's final trust, on the other, his own dignity. Chancellor Gu has forsaken himself to protect the common folk. Even Qing Jiuyang couldn't help but gather a high-grade healing ointment and send it over to his mansion. Though this matter involved the emperor, no one dared question him directly. Yet deep down, everyone was convinced, it was the emperor who had done this. deliberately humiliating Chancellor Gu. While Chancellor Gu received numerous precious medicinal salves, his comings and goings to the palace raised no suspicion. Instead, he earned even greater, inexplicable admiration from many. Chapter 63. Recently, Wanwij had delivered some fine goods. A maritime fleet had returned from foreign lands with rare and exotic items, and Gu Chengyan personally visited their branch in the capital. "You've finally come, Mr. Busybody," said a voice, one that Gu Chengyan knew all too well. Wan Yicheng descended slowly from the upper floor, a smooth white jade hand-carving twirling idly between his fingers. It had been a long time since they'd last met, and Gu Chengyan's face broke into an easy smile. "I thought you wouldn't come to the capital at all, didn't I hear it'd interfere with your profits?" Wan Yicheng bowed playfully. How could profit compare to meeting with the mighty Prime Minister Gu himself? "I've heard there's an unspoken rule among court officials now, if you want something done, go see Minister Gu first. Once he nods, the matter is nearly settled." "None of that," Gu Chengyan chided lightly. "The Emperor governs Nanling. I merely assist him. How long do you plan to stay?" He asked so he could arrange time to show his old friend around the capital. "No rush this time, I made a tidy sum on this voyage, and I'll be taking a break for a while. You mentioned something in your letter, asking me to look out for certain things. As luck would have it, I found them. If they're truly as useful as you claimed, I might train a few more crews. Making money at sea turns out to be far simpler than doing business on land." Gu Chengyan perked up at once. "Take me to see them. If these are indeed what I sent you to find, the court might grant you special privileges, perhaps even direct funding or official shares. Is that true? Official documents under our name would significantly increase our returns. You wouldn't believe how well tea, silk, and porcelain sell abroad, prices are tenfold higher than in the interior markets." They chatted as they walked toward the storage warehouse. "I worried the seeds might get damp, so I had them tightly sealed in waterproof sacks." He gave the order, and attendants began opening the packages one by one. "Have a look. Are these what you wanted?" Gu Chengyan stepped forward, and his breath caught. Golden kernels, corn. Lumpy tubers like dirt clods, sweet potatoes. And even regular potatoes. Excited, he cried, "Yicheng. You've done the people of Nanling a tremendous service. Do you realize that just these 3 crops alone could free our people from the agony of hunger?" Wan Yicheng was stunned, he'd never seen Gu Chengyan so emotional. "The locals eat these, yes, but the taste, honestly, nothing special. Are you certain these were what you asked me to bring back?" Gu Chengyan understood, apart from China's diverse culinary traditions, foreigners likely boiled these foods plainly and served them with sauces. To the unaccustomed palate, such fare would naturally seem dull. "There aren't many seeds, so this year may not yield much. But next year, when we harvest fresh crops, I'll cook for you myself. I guarantee the flavor won't disappoint." Hearing his confidence, Wan Yicheng grew genuinely eager. "Then it's settled. When the harvest comes next year, send me word at once. I'll gallop straight to the capital without delay, just to witness your legendary cooking skills. It's been ages since you last cooked for us. Tell me, now that you're an official, has the gentleman truly grown distant from the kitchen?" Gu Chengyan brushed the dust from his hands and instructed Wen Yin to have the goods carried back to the government office, so he could present them to the court ministers the following day. "By the way, I know Aunt Xia loves flowers and plants. This time, I brought back many novel species not found here. Take a look first, make sure none are poisonous. If everything checks out, I'll come to your residence tonight to pay my respects to your elders. Worth every bit of her affection for you. Where are they kept? Let's go take a look." "They're stored in the back courtyard." Sure enough, Gu Chengyan saw numerous plant species unfamiliar to the Central Plains. Fortunately, having studied encyclopedias thoroughly in his past life, he recognized them all. "Wait." Gu Chengyan suddenly halted, then carefully moved a potted plant bearing creamy white blossoms onto an open patch of ground, examining it closely. "Where exactly did you obtain this one?" Wan Yicheng couldn't recall, so he quickly called forth the servant responsible for managing the plants. "Esteemed sir," the man replied, "I remember purchasing this flower when we docked in Tianzhu. I found it peculiar, the bloom first opens creamy white like this, then gradually turns deep red over time. Did you ask the locals about its fruit, what does it look like?" I did. Whenever buying plants, I made it a point to inquire carefully, what kind of flower it bears, its features, what fruit it produces. This particular plant bears unusual fruit, soft, fluffy, white masses, much like willow catkins, though whiter, purer in hue. This is cotton. If we collect enough, it can protect against the cold. The key point is its lightness. If our northern soldiers are equipped with garments padded with this, they won't fear the bitter winter when fighting. Wan Yicheng's fingers spun his hand carving faster. This plant was indeed highly valuable. If it could be mass-produced and sold to the wealthy, it would bring in a considerable profit. Tianzhu isn't far from our coastal ports. I'll write a letter at once and have them purchase more of it. Gu Chengyan nodded, adding, "Buy plenty of seeds, the black grains hidden within the white fibers. There's no need to bring back the stalks themselves." They'd need to reseed anyway, there was no point wasting effort transporting whole plants across the sea. Understood. I'll do exactly as you say. After settling all matters, Gu Chengyan instructed Wen Yin to go to the office and request leave on his behalf. Then he led Wan Yicheng back to his residence. The ministers were puzzled when they saw Gu Xiang, rarely absent, not only sending someone to report his absence but also bringing in several tightly sealed sacks. They gathered around Wen Yin, trying to find out what was going on. What secret is Minister Gu hiding this time? Why all these sacks? What are they for? Come on, Wen Yin, give us a clue. Wen Yin chuckled. My lords, please be patient. My master said he will reveal everything tomorrow. Today, we have an honored guest arriving, so I must hurry back to assist at home. Please excuse me. Wen Yin, ever loyal, truly not a drop leaks out. Minister Gu really knows how to train his people. After Wen Yin left, one official sighed aloud. Though merely a servant beside Minister Gu, over the years Wen Yin had earned great favor and proved more capable than many capital officials. The others glanced at the dull gray sacks, probably nothing particularly rare, and gradually dispersed. When Wan Yicheng arrived at the Gu residence, he paid full respects to Elder Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia. His etiquette was impeccable, yet he spoke so wittily that he delighted both elders. Seeing them thoroughly enjoying the conversation, Gu Chengyan shook his head and interrupted, let's move inside and talk further. Yes, yes. Let's sit down and chat. Lady Xia quickly took Wan Yicheng by the arm and led him inside. It's been ages since I've tasted Aunt Xia's cooking. Tonight, I'm going to eat my fill, you mustn't mind if I overindulge. Lady Xia adored hearing praise about her cooking. How could I possibly mind? Eat as much as you like. Consider this place your own home. It's been years since we last saw you, Yicheng. Tell me, what have you been up to all this time? They chatted incessantly as they walked. What? You actually went overseas? When Lady Xia and Master Gu Zhengxiu heard Wan Yicheng mention his seafaring business, they were utterly astonished. Is it safe? You're the only child in your family, what if something happened to you? Gu Zhengxiu blurted it out without thinking. Lady Xia shot him a sharp look. Hush, hush. Don't speak such ill-omened words. Yicheng has great fortune and divine protection, he's sure to remain perfectly safe. Gu Zhengxiu coughed awkwardly twice. That's not what I meant, Yicheng. It's just. I've heard the seas are unpredictable, storms arise suddenly, and weather changes beyond human control. Accidents happen easily. Wan Yicheng smiled calmly. I understand completely. Uncle Gu is only worried about me. Fortunately, this voyage succeeded thanks to Chengyan. He's exceptionally clever, he designed incredibly sturdy ships for me. Even in violent storms, they hold strong. To lighten the mood, he ordered attendants to present his gifts to the two elders, one by one. A pearl this large. It must be exceedingly rare. Lady Xia gasped, gazing at the fist-sized gem nestled in the gift box. Oh, this is nothing special, Aunt Xia. You love pearls, don't you? Just take this one to enjoy. I've brought many, really not that rare anymore. Just as Siki finished tidying herself and entered the main hall, she overheard their discussion about rare pearls and laughed playfully, Yicheng brother. What precious gift have you brought for mother again? And what about me, did you bring anything for me? Wan Yicheng turned and saw Siki, now grown into a graceful young lady, no longer the shy little girl who used to trail behind him and Chengyan. Of course yours is included. Have I ever missed your share? Didn't I send things through your elder brother every year? Could it be he secretly kept them instead of giving them to you? I sent everything, I'd make you go claim it from him if anything's missing. Siki saw he was still as charming and quick-witted as ever, unchanged after all these years, and the initial stiffness of their long separation melted away instantly. That's not the case at all. My elder brother treats me wonderfully. You can't possibly sow discord between us, I'm not as gullible as I was when I was little. I won't fall for your tricks. Laughing and chatting, after dinner Wan Yicheng recounted his recent travels and adventures. His storytelling was so vivid and dramatic that it captivated everyone in the Gu household. Unsurprisingly, they didn't disperse until late into the night, and even then, they were still left wanting more. It had grown too late, so Gu Chengyan insisted Wan stay the night rather than return home. Since the two had matters concerning Wanhua Pavilion to discuss, Gu arranged for Wan to stay in a room adjacent to his own within the same courtyard. Unexpectedly, as they talked, Wan fell asleep. Gu Chengyan thus gave up his own room to him and spent the night next door. In the morning, Gu had to attend the early court session, so he rose while the sky was still dim and quietly departed. Lady Xia instructed a servant to call Wan Yicheng for breakfast. Normally she wouldn't have disturbed the guest's rest, but Wan's stories from the previous night had been so fascinating that she and her husband were eager to hear more. But the servant couldn't find Wan in the guest room. Finding this odd, Lady Xia went personally to her son's courtyard. What a coincidence. Just then, Wan Yicheng happened to be walking out of Gu Chengyan's bedroom, his clothes disheveled, hair loose and messy, dark circles under his eyes, and holding his waist awkwardly, with a peculiar gait. As Lady Xia opened her mouth to call him, a sudden thought struck her mind like fireworks exploding, it stunned her completely, leaving her frozen in place, unable to move. Good morning, Aunt Xia. Why are you coming in person? Having taken over Gu Chengyan's room and overslept, now being seen by an elder female relative, one felt genuinely embarrassed. Lady Xia opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a long moment. Finally regaining her voice, she stiffly said, I came to invite you to breakfast. Judging by how you look, you must have been quite exhausted last night. Rest well. I'll have them bring your meal to your room later. After all, it was because of her own son that he was in this state. She'd heard that in matters between men, the one who bore the burden suffered especially. As his mother, she absolutely couldn't become the kind of wicked mother-in-law people gossiped about. Wan Yicheng indeed wanted to catch up on more sleep, so he replied sheepishly, Thank you so much, Aunt Xia, for your understanding. Last night, Chengyan and I stayed up late dealing with things, we're both still rather worn out. These were children she'd watched grow up, and seeing Wan's condition, she genuinely pitied him. Waving her hand gently, she said, Go lie down again for a bit. Aunt Xia won't disturb you anymore. Then she turned and quickly walked away, already planning to share this astonishing secret she had just discovered with her husband. Chapter 64. What's the matter with you? You look like your soul's wandered off. Gu Chengyan noticed that ever since his wife returned from the backyard, she had opened a medical book but hadn't turned a page for half the day, just sat there, lost in thought. Xia's hesitation lasted only a moment before she finally broke, her eyes reddening. Watching her closely, Gu Chengyan immediately set aside his beloved sword, not even bothering to wipe the clinging oil from his hands. He rushed forward and drew her into his arms. What happened? Tell me, Ruoshi. Don't cry. Though stern by nature and long seasoned in the martial world, he only let his tenderness show before his wife. Jingxiu, could it be that I've simply paid too little attention to Chengyan as a mother? The thought of her son's troubled emotions stirred deep guilt within her. He gently patted her shoulder, pulling her closer. How could that be? Ever since Chengyan came into our lives, he's always been independent, clever, mature, and considerate. He's always spared us worry. Exactly. Because of that, I focused more on Siki and Qingxin. Chengyan has talent in both medicine and martial arts. Aside from pushing him toward the Imperial Exams, I've done nothing to help him. Even the one girl he ever truly liked, as his mother, never even met her. But back then, the alliance was overwhelmed with affairs. It was thanks to your decision that we sent the 3 children to stay with their uncle. Without that, who knows where they'd be now? Xia lightly slapped his arm. Always talking about prospects. Fine for Siki and Qingxin, but look at Chengyan, high-ranking though he is, he has no one close to share his life with. At his age, most families in Liang County already have several children. At the mention of children, Xia recalled what she'd seen that morning. Sorrow welled up in her chest, and tears began to fall. Don't cry. It's my fault, I'm just awkward with words. Chengyan isn't lacking wives to choose from. When the time comes, it'll happen naturally. We elders can't force it, can we? His future partner must walk beside him for life, we can't pick that person ourselves. But Xia cried harder. Natural? There won't be a natural time. The truth is, he's already started favoring men. She choked on her words, barely able to speak through her sobs. Gu Chengyan ached for her. Only after calming her down did he fully absorb her meaning. Ruoshi, did you just say Chengyan likes men? But, he always loved that woman, Xu Xian. How could he suddenly change? Are you sure this isn't some mistake? Wiping her tears irritably, Xia snapped, do you take me for someone so careless? I saw it with my own eyes. And the man, he's not a stranger to you either. Gu Chengyan scratched his head, pondering hard. Not a stranger. Chengyan doesn't have many particularly close male friends. After a moment, enlightenment struck. Could it be Wen Yin? He's always at Chengyan's side. With such closeness over time, feelings might indeed develop. Xia shook her head helplessly. You're babbling nonsense. I'm talking about Yi Cheng. What? Yi Cheng? Stunned at first, Gu Chengyan quickly regained his composure and reasoned aloud, that's unlikely. Even Wen Yin would make more sense than Yi Cheng. When was the last time Yi Cheng even saw Chengyan? They slept in the same room last night. And this morning, when I went to Chengyan's courtyard, I saw Yi Cheng with his clothes disheveled, leaning on his waist, his posture alone screamed impropriety. He even slipped up and said they'd stayed up late, tiring each other out. What do you suppose they were doing, sparring? Tiring, uncomfortable, come on. Gu Chengyan coughed awkwardly twice. There's no use worrying now. If Chengyan truly likes him, we should accept it. Besides, didn't you always like Yi Cheng? He poured her a cup of water. After all that crying and speaking, Xia Ruoshi was indeed parched. Once she finished drinking, she calmed herself. Before, Chengyan constantly spoke of that fiancé of his, rumors spread across the capital. Later I asked him, and he said he held no attachment to that woman. I panicked then, afraid his heart was broken beyond repair, terrified he'd shut himself off forever, end up alone. In desperation, I thought, so long as someone entered his heart, anyone, even if it were a man, I'd accept it. Now that it's actually happened, I find myself thinking, 2 men together, in the end, there will be no heir. Gu Chengyan patted his wife's back gently. Aren't we the same? All 3 children are adopted by you, yet isn't our life just fine? Each generation has its own fortune, let him be. After her husband's comfort and reasoning, Xia Ruoxi finally came to terms with the fact that their son not only preferred men, but that the man in question was none other than Wan Yicheng, a boy they had watched grow up themselves. Wan Yicheng was warmly invited to stay at the Gu residence for a few days. He was treated to the finest food and drink, never scolded for sleeping in late. In fact, he was cheerfully encouraged to rest more. The elders doted on him as if he were their own flesh and blood. Even Siki grew envious, hugging her mother's arm and pouting. Mother! You're treating Yicheng Ji so well, I'm jealous. Xia lightly tapped her daughter's head with mock irritation. How could it be the same? He's your eldest brother's close friend. She nearly slipped out the truth. These past few days, you've sent people to Tianxia De Xiang every day to buy the dishes he likes. Back when I wanted something from there, I had to beg you endlessly just to get a taste. You're so unfair. Xia thought to herself, Chengyan is young, and hasn't seen Yicheng in so long, it's only natural they've been indulging passionately every night. As the one enduring the strain, Yicheng must be especially exhausted. Of course he needs proper nourishment. The soups from the chefs at Tianxia De Xiang are superb, she couldn't possibly skimp as a mother. But she couldn't say such things directly to her unmarried daughter. You greedy thing, if you're worried about gaining weight, that's why I hold back. We certainly aren't short on money. If you like something, go buy it yourself. Do you think I'd really stop you? Just then, Xia suddenly remembered, did her son even know how important it was to care for Yicheng's body? Chengyan may seem steady, but ultimately, he was still an inexperienced youth. So Xia personally left the house and went to Baoji Hall nearby in the capital. As both establishments originated from the medical valley, the shopkeeper naturally recognized Xia Ruoxi. Master Xia, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Judging from her rosy complexion, she didn't appear unwell, so he assumed her visit must concern something else. Xia felt a touch embarrassed but straightened herself. I have a matter to trouble you with. Let's speak somewhere quiet. The shopkeeper quickly led her to the back courtyard. Please, master, speak freely. The medical valley has many prescriptions for physical nourishment, do you keep any here? The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. Of course, of course. I thought it might be something serious. Master, your beauty hasn't faded, so attentive to upkeep. When Master Ancestry was serving as acting valley head, he reminded us, since we're doing business in the Imperial City, where every inch of land is precious, we must cater to the needs of high officials and nobles, anti-aging remedies, tonics, health-regulating formulas. We brought copies of them all. Xia shook her head slightly and said, it's not for me. She leaned in and whispered a brief explanation. Understanding dawned on the shopkeeper immediately. So this is meant as a gift. If you have it, give me a copy, I'll take it back myself. He nodded. Rest assured, master, I'll have someone transcribe it right away. Then, recalling something, he casually added, what a coincidence, after Master Ancestry became #1 scholar, this shop was just being set up. He once asked for this exact type of formula. But the collection we brought initially didn't include such things. I had to specially send a letter to others in the valley to have them send it over. Xia gripped her handkerchief tightly, surprised. Years ago already. Seeing her expression darken, the shopkeeper grew uneasy, fearing he'd misspoken. Master? Did I say something inappropriate? Xia snapped back to reality and forced a faint smile. No, nothing. Since Chengyan has already obtained it, there's no need to prepare another copy. You carry on, I'll be leaving now. Puzzled, the shopkeeper could only escort her to the door himself. Take care. All the way home, Xia turned over this new revelation in her mind. Years ago, and yet at that time, Chengyan and Yicheng hadn't even been close. After all, Chengyan had been utterly heartbroken over his fiancée for quite some time. It was impossible he'd switched affections the moment he arrived in the capital. Something about it simply didn't add up. In court, Gu Chengyan presented to the officials the several seeds Wan Yicheng had brought to the capital, describing their characteristics and projected yields, and recommending their widespread cultivation across Nanling. Some ministers voiced approval, while others remained skeptical. The newly enthroned emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, kept his expression veiled behind the curtain of pearls on his crown, revealing nothing of his true thoughts. Since Chancellor Gu is so adamant, let us first plant them nearby the capital and see whether they truly perform as you claim. If they do, we can always expand cultivation nationwide later. If not, then this is an act of deceiving the throne, what say you? The emperor, unfriendly toward Chancellor Gu, spoke coldly. The ministers, fearing his displeasure, quickly chimed in with approval. Your Majesty's wisdom shines brightly. After court dispersed, the new emperor strode away without his usual lingering glance at Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan smiled faintly to himself. Someone was clearly angry again. His own men had kept him informed. He knew full well that Yi Cheng was currently residing in the Gu household, getting along splendidly with his family. He stepped forward and followed. Many officials watched his movements closely. It seemed the Chancellor feared the Emperor's distrust and was going to explain himself personally. His Majesty, Chancellor Gu requests an audience. The young Emperor snorted. Let him in. This subject pays homage to your Majesty. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, refusing to look at him or speak. Gu Chengyan remained kneeling quietly, half prostrate. It didn't take long before the Emperor broke. Must I drag you up myself for you to rise? A gentle curve lifted at the corner of Gu Chengyan's lips, his eyes warm with quiet amusement. Many thanks for your Majesty's kindness. Still fuming, the Emperor found his serene expression unbearable. He pointed at the towering pile of memorials on his desk. Finish all these for me. Consider it penance for your sins. Though unaware of what crime he'd supposedly committed, if the other party insisted, then innocence meant nothing now. Gu Chengyan understood the game perfectly. This subject obeys. Behind the Emperor's desk wasn't an ordinary chair with a backrest, but a wide reclining couch large enough for two. He lazily settled onto his side, making space for Gu Chengyan to sit. Eunuch Wei dismissed the others and stationed himself outside the study's door, guarding it alone. State affairs demanded focus and energy. As Gu Chengyan immersed himself in piles of documents, the Emperor grew discontent once more, annoyed that his attention wasn't fixed solely on himself. With a flick, he kicked off his shoes and rested his feet atop Gu Chengyan's thighs. Gu Chengyan naturally took hold of them, murmuring, "Why aren't you wearing silk socks again? Your feet are ice cold." The Emperor arched a brow, smiling coquettishly. "Then it falls upon Chancellor Gu to warm them for me." With that, he slipped beneath the man's official robes. Gu Chengyan allowed it without resistance. Yet the youth never stayed still, always wriggling, carelessly brushing against certain secret places. The vermilion brush in Gu Chengyan's hand stilled. Slowly, his left hand traced the slender, delicate bones of the other's ankle. "Chancellor," the Emperor teased, voice smug, "why have you stopped? Fail to finish, and I'll deduct from your salary." Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, pressing down firmly on the waist beneath him, pinning the restless form motionless. The Emperor's robe slipped loose. Holding the vermilion brush, Gu Chengyan gently traced patterns across warm, bare skin. Outside, Eunuch Wei heard the Emperor cry out in flustered outrage, "Insolent! How dare you!" Whatever came next died abruptly in his throat. Inside, none could see. All anyone knew was that when Chancellor Gu emerged from the Imperial study at dusk, his clothes were torn. It was sensational news, spread throughout the capital by nightfall. Rumors claimed the Emperor and Chancellor Gu had fought violently within the palace chambers. Chapter 65. When Gu Chengyan returned to his courtyard, Siki was chatting idly with Wan Yicheng, seeking advice from him on how to better manage her Lani pavilion. "Brother, you're back," Siki greeted him with a smile as she stepped forward. The closer she got, however, the more she noticed something off about her brother. Pointing at the torn spot on his clothes, she asked in confusion, "Brother, did you get into a sparring match with someone?" Gu Chengyan glanced down at his torn robes and smirked. "Yeah, got beaten up by someone." "Huh. So there are truly outstanding talents in court who can actually make you come out on the losing end, impressive indeed." Siki exclaimed earnestly. Wan Yicheng, being a man just like Gu Chengyan, casually cracked sunflower seeds at the table while observing his friend thoughtfully. He examined him up and down and indeed spotted a faint bruise peeking from beneath his collar, one that looked very fresh. Wan Yicheng was no innocent lamb. With a knowing smirk, he stared at his friend. "Siki, it seems your brother quite enjoyed being beaten. You don't need to worry about him too much." Siki turned to look at Wan Yicheng, then back at her older brother. Now that she thought about it, her brother really did seem strangely pleased despite saying nothing. Just being near him, she could sense an unmistakable air of joy radiating from him. "I'm going to change my clothes." Naturally, Siki didn't linger any longer. "I'll go help mother prepare dinner." Gu Chengyan nodded. "Go ahead. Don't let mother do everything herself today, keep an eye on things." Siki chuckled privately, they both knew Xiaoshe wasn't much of a cook. "Got it, don't worry." Before leaving, she waved goodbye to Wan Yicheng. "Brother Yicheng, I'm heading off now." Wan Yicheng smiled and waved back. "Go on, don't keep Aunt Xia waiting." Both victims of Xiaoshe's cooking torment, neither would ever say a word against the other. After dinner, Gu Chengyan made an announcement. "Tomorrow, I'll be bringing His Majesty to the country estate. We'll stay overnight there, and the day after, the Emperor will spend the afternoon at our residence. Mother, we'll need your help preparing for the imperial visit." Xiaoshe exchanged a startled glance with her husband, Gu Zhengxiu. "The Emperor himself will grace our humble home? This is overwhelming. I've never hosted such an honor before. Maybe I should go ask someone early tomorrow morning what the proper protocols are." Gu Chengyan gave a light smile. "No need to panic. Treat it like welcoming an ordinary guest. The Emperor will simply rest in my courtyard, just make sure my place is thoroughly cleaned." Wan Yicheng, his mind already turning over possibilities, volunteered promptly. Since His Majesty will be staying here, I'll move to another residence to avoid disturbing the imperial presence. Xia Shi hesitated slightly. On one hand stood the noble new emperor, and on the other, her son's beloved companion. That Wanicheng suddenly offered to vacate felt uncomfortably similar to those romance tales where a virtuous, long-suffering wife quietly steps aside for a delicate new favorite. There's no need, Gu Chengyan said firmly. You're the one who brought back these grain seeds. His Majesty specifically wishes to meet you. Wanicheng nodded, his suspicions largely confirmed. Wanhua Pavilion was likely about to receive official recognition from the court. As Gu Chengyan had planned to discuss the cooperation between Wanhua Pavilion and the imperial government tonight anyway, the two retired together to talk. Siki wanted to follow along and learn something valuable. But Xia Shi pulled her back. Mother, why are you stopping me? Brother Yicheng is a business genius, and brother knows all the latest developments at court. If I listen in, I might earn myself a little profit too. She knew every time Qingxin went to war, funding was always an issue. If she managed well, she could help support him. Xia Shi couldn't bring herself to say the real reason, that she didn't want her daughter interrupting their chance to deepen their bond, so instead replied, His Majesty is visiting our home the day after tomorrow. I need your help with all the arrangements. Business matters can wait. You can ask them during daytime if you must. Well, fine then. Siki wasn't unreasonable, preparing for the imperial visit clearly took priority. I wonder what dishes the emperor prefers. Xia Shi sighed, pulling her daughter close. Siki frowned in concern. She'd heard how her brother and the emperor weren't exactly on good terms. What if when the emperor arrived at Gu Manor, he deliberately picked faults and made things difficult? Determined to leave nothing to chance, mother and daughter carefully planned and prepared every detail. Their instructions to the servants were especially strict, they feared any slip-up by a careless staff member might cause serious trouble. Early the next morning, Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan arrived together at the country estate. It was late March, the ideal time for planting these three crops. The estate covered nearly 100 mu of land, divided into 3 sections for growing potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn respectively. Gu Chengyan had arranged for sweet potato seedlings to be prepared half a month in advance. Potatoes only needed to be cut into small pieces on the day of planting, each piece containing 1 bud eye, and then planted directly into the soil. Corn was even simpler, just drop the seeds into the small holes that had been dug. Gu Chengyan had already written down all necessary planting instructions in detail and distributed them to the estate manager, who then relayed the information orally to every farming household. Lin Shuxuan wasn't one to act superior, he rolled up his sleeves and followed Gu Chengyan into the fields. Gu Chengyan worried he might tire easily, so he took the hoe himself and dug holes at the front while letting Lin Shuxuan simply toss corn seeds into each hole, one task that didn't even require bending over. Seeing how delighted he was with it, Gu Chengyan indulged him, digging steadily for a full hour. Fortunately, Gu Chengyan had previously requested the Ministry of Works to prepare special plows. The land had been tilled the day before and remained relatively soft, otherwise, his hands would surely have blistered. Tired? Then let's rest for a while. Truthfully, Gu Chengyan never expected Lin Shuxuan to do any real labor, he merely wanted him to come see the planting firsthand, more as a leisurely outing than anything else. He could sense the emperor's unease lately and simply wished to ease his mind. He wiped the sweat from Lin Shuxuan's forehead with the back of his hand, took the remaining seeds from him, and walked beside him toward the edge of the field. When head eunuch Wei saw them approaching, he quickly poured 2 cups of tea and hurried forward. Chancellor Gu, allow this old servant to take the seeds. You stay and accompany His Majesty while he rests. The estate manager noticed how head eunuch Wei attended first to Chancellor Gu rather than the emperor and felt a pang of concern, carefully observing the emperor's expression. But the emperor showed no sign of displeasure, calmly sipping his tea as if this were nothing unusual. You may go about your duties, said Gu Chengyan, dismissing the managers and leaving only the emperor's personal guards and head eunuch Wei nearby. Well then, was there some unique pleasure in doing the planting yourself? Reflecting on what he'd just experienced, Lin Shuxuan admitted it hadn't been unpleasant. Not bad at all. If you hadn't insisted on dragging me out of the palace, I probably would never have done something like this in my entire life. Once sufficiently rested, Gu Chengyan led him into the hills behind the estate for hunting. Having once lived in the mountains with his sister, Gu Chengyan was thoroughly familiar with the terrain, where edible plants grew, where game animals typically gathered. He knew it all. Following behind him, Lin Shuxuan sampled several wild fruits, all surprisingly delicious. You seem remarkably skilled at surviving in the wilderness. Faced with Lin Shuxuan's question, Gu Chengyan didn't conceal the truth. I'm not my parents' biological child. To be precise, none of us 3 siblings are. Siki and I were born in a remote mountain village. Our parents passed away early, I lived in those hills for a time, raising Siki myself. That's also when we found Qingxin. Lin Shuxuan nodded slowly. This is the first time I've heard you speak of it. I was but a simple peasant boy, yet fortunate enough to earn the favor of the Son of Heaven. I should thank your Majesty for not despising me. At Gu Chengyan's playful words, Lin Shuxuan gave a faint smile. I sometimes wish I'd been born into an ordinary family, without all these struggles and intrigues. Maybe then I would have remained kind and pure-hearted. Gu Chengyan stepped closer and gently plucked a blade of grass from his hair. Listen to me, you're already wonderful just as you are. There's no need to regret anything. And in my eyes, you've always been kind. Your presence alone brings fortune to the people of Nanling. Lin Shuxuan hadn't expected to see himself reflected in Gu Chengyan's gaze in such a light. It truly was good, he hadn't repeated the path of his past life, murdering father and brother, purging ministers, staining his hands with blood. This time, he had earned Gu Chengyan's genuine heart. For once, he let his guard down, revealing a rare look of dependence as he wrapped his arms around Gu Chengyan's waist. You'll stay by my side forever, won't you? Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, tenderly stroking the back of his head. Naturally. I've already said it, I will always remain one step behind you, walking beside you. By the time they came down the mountain, they carried a hare and 2 pheasants. Combined with ingredients from the estate, they cooked a hearty pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Rarely had Lin Shuxuan eaten so heartily. Your body may be delicate, but your stomach is common. You don't crave delicacies, seems you actually prefer rustic country dishes. Lin Shuxuan didn't deny it. Imperial chefs cook with precision, but their food lacks the warmth of a common hearth. How about this, we find a quiet, secluded place when we grow old. I'll make all these humble country dishes for you. Would you like that? For once, Lin Shuxuan looked genuinely hopeful. He nodded. After a brief rest at noon, the two headed to Qingchan Temple not far from here, the very temple where Xuanhe had once lived as a lay practitioner. There was a master residing within it. Lin Shuxuan had never believed in such things before, but recently weighed down by constant anxiety, he decided to pay the temple a personal visit. Even if it was just for a little peace of mind. Gu Chengyan accompanied him there, surprised to find the temple bustling with worshippers even in the afternoon. Is Master Minhui available? Lin Shuxuan asked a young monk. The boy looked about 10 years old, hands clasped together, wide pure eyes gazing up at them. My master is here, he's been expecting you 2 noble patrons. Please follow me. Gu Chengyan assumed that someone sent ahead by Lin Shuxuan must have made prior arrangements, nothing unusual about that. Yet Lin Shuxuan himself wore a faint look of confusion, though he said nothing. They followed the young monk to a quiet and secluded courtyard deep within the temple. Please come in, honorable patrons. My master awaits inside. As Gu Chengyan stepped cautiously through the gate, he noticed the young monk raising his hand to stop Grand Eunuch Wei and the guards. The master said only these 2 patrons may enter. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuxuan waved dismissively at them. The group retreated, taking positions outside. Gu Chengyan saw the revered Master Minhui, rumored to be over 100 years old, yet the man didn't appear nearly as aged as expected. He had a strong voice, barely a wrinkle on his face, looking no older than 50 or 60. Amitba, long time no see, your majesty. Lin Shuxuan's eyes flashed sharply. In this life, it was their first meeting. He knew of Minhui only because in his previous life, after ascending the throne, the master had appeared and urged him not to commit acts of slaughter, warning that otherwise he would lose what he treasured most. Back then, he had nothing to lose, he would have given his own life without hesitation, let alone anything else. How come I don't recall ever meeting you before? Master Minhui smiled gently, gazing at Lin Shuxuan as if seeing straight through him. Your majesty has forgotten. Back then, this humble monk advised against bloodshed, but you did not listen. You were told you'd one day lose what you hold dearest. At the time, you did not believe it. But now, surely you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lowered yourself to travel all the way here to Qingchan Temple, over 100 li away. Gu Chengyan sensed the deeper meaning behind those words and regarded the venerable monk with newfound seriousness. Lin Shuxuan clenched his fists tightly. In his former life, he feared nothing. In this one, he had attachments, desires, he had begun to fear loss. The past life is the past life. This life is this life. I came seeking answers, not listening to your ominous predictions. Master Minhui remained silent, merely smiling, then turned his gaze toward Gu Chengyan. Young patron, you are a guest from beyond heaven itself, with an extraordinary fate and immeasurable merits, an ordained savior of this land. Please accept this old monk's bow. The elderly monk suddenly knelt and kowtowed before Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan was bewildered, what did this mean? He tried to step forward and lift him, but found he could not move the old man. He had no choice but to accept the gesture. Master, please rise. I do not understand, since you can see my origins, might you clarify my doubts? Why am I called the savior of the realm? After rising, Master Minhui did not answer directly. Instead, he personally invited them to sit, then poured 2 cups of tea. It's not that this old monk refuses to answer, but heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. I am unable to respond to your inquiries. However, you have a profound karmic connection with the Buddha. Would you consider, in time, renouncing worldly life and devoting yourself to cultivation? Before Gu Chengyan could speak, Lin Shuxuan slammed his teacup onto the table with a loud clatter. Are you trying to steal him from me, old monk? I ask how I can keep him close, and right before my eyes, you try to poach my very foundation. Do you truly think I won't kill you as I did in my past life? Master Minhui trembled slightly, He wasn't ignorant of the carnage this fearsome figure before him was capable of. Instinctively, he felt fear. Your Majesty, this humble monk has already warned you, refrain from bloodshed, or what you cherish will vanish even faster. Lin Shuxuan took a deep breath, fighting back his fury. Sensing Lin Shuxuan was on the verge of losing control, Gu Chengyan reached out across the table, gently squeezed the hand resting there. I do not believe in Buddhism. I'm only here today accompanying my beloved. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Master. With regret, Master Minhui slowly shook his head and murmured another Buddhist chant. Alas, it cannot be helped. You have sacrificed yourself to save countless lives, bringing peace to the realm, truly immeasurable merit. This old monk asks too much. Enough with the nonsense. Tell me quickly, how can I keep him by my side forever? Is it simply a matter of avoiding killing? Lin Shuxuan had no intention of letting Gu Chengyan stay another moment in Minhui's presence. Had he known the monk harbored such intentions from the start, he would never have brought him along. Amitba, Your Majesty, refrain from taking life. If you accumulate virtue and merit in this lifetime through good deeds, what you seek will naturally come to pass. That's it. Is there nothing more? Lin Shuxuan pressed, barely concealing his impatience. Minhui paused in thought, then added, if Your Majesty can become a wise and enlightened ruler, the sins of slaughter from your previous life may be balanced by your merits. You should return quickly and devote yourself to state affairs. As for the other patron, perhaps he could visit Qinchan Temple more often. The mutual disdain between Lin Shuxuan and Minhui was plain to see. Lin Shuxuan let out a cold snort, seized Gu Chengyan's hand, and strode swiftly out. To the attendants waiting outside, he barked, leave, now. Gu Chengyan smiled faintly at his retreating figure. So the little cheat truly cared for him this much after all. Chapter 66. After descending the mountain, Lin Shuxuan felt even more anxious than before. The old monk had spoken in vague riddles, saying something yet nothing at all, and even tried to trick someone into becoming a monk right before his eyes. Gu Chengyan stepped forward and walked beside him, turning to gently grasp his hand. There's no need to dwell on mystical talk. Am I not always by your side? Rather than praying to gods and Buddhas, why not cherish the present moment? Come, walk with me through these mountains for a while. It's been so long since we've left the capital, I find the scenery out here quite refreshing. Since there was still time, the two strolled along the hills behind the temple. Roar! A sudden, fierce beast's cry echoed from not far away. Gu Chengyan instinctively pulled Lin Shuxuan behind him. The guards quickly formed a protective circle around their masters, eyes sharp and fixed toward the direction of the sound. I'll go check, said old eunuch Wei, then shot forward like lightning, leaping onto a treetop to survey the area. Moments later, he returned. Your Majesty, ahead there is a small pond. A white tiger and a pack of wild wolves appear to be fighting over territory. The white tiger seems pregnant, which puts her at a disadvantage. She's injured, hence the roars. Gu Chengyan pondered. Pregnant? In that instant, Lin Shuxuan remembered what Master Minhui had just said, about doing good deeds, accumulating merits. Wasn't this an opportunity handed right to him? Let's go take a look. Gu Chengyan glanced at him, surprised. You, who usually scolds me for meddling, why are you taking interest now? Has the cold-hearted Shuxian finally vanished, replaced by a compassionate bodhisattva? Meeting Gu Chengyan's teasing gaze, Lin Shuxian lifted his eyes slightly and tugged the corner of his mouth. As if you don't know exactly whose sake this is for, he yanked his hand free and strode past him without another word. Beasts possessed extremely keen senses. As their group approached, both the wolves and the tiger grew alert, casting wary glances their way. When Gu Chengyan arrived, he noticed something was off, the white tiger looked unstable. He hurried to catch up with Lin Shuxian, grabbing his arm and warning, Shuxian, don't get too close. She must be close to giving birth, she'll be most aggressive now. Lin Shuxian studied the tiger's body, several deep, bone-exposed bite wounds, then suddenly thought of his late mother. When Empress Wenzhao gave birth to him, she too had faced danger from all sides, utterly alone, until she breathed her last. Since we've come across her, she's lucky indeed. This emperor shall spare her life as an act of grace. With that, he signaled the guards to bring forth his sword. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed free, killing intent flared. The wolf pack lunged. The guards struggled under the assault as Lin Shuxian faced off against the alpha wolf alone. Gu Chengyan cast a glance at the tense, trembling white tiger but remained silent for now. Instead, he drew his own flexible sword and stood guard around her. Any wolf attempting to exploit the chaos and attack the vulnerable tiger was swiftly cut down. At that moment, the white tiger could focus on nothing else. She limped into a patch of tall grass nearby, trying to conceal herself. Yet the scent of blood grew heavier by the second. Gu Chengyan guessed it, the labor had begun. The white tiger roared in agony again and again, but each cry grew weaker. Not good. She might be having a difficult birth. Finish off these wolves quickly, I must help her. Gu Chengyan leapt to stand behind Lin Shuxian. No words were needed, their minds moved as one. In perfect harmony, they surrounded and overwhelmed the Wolf King. With its leader fallen, the pack lost cohesion, faltering before beginning to retreat. Don't pursue them. Let them go. Lin Shuxuan ordered, watching the wolves vanish into the depths of the forest. Old eunuch Wei was bewildered. He had raised the emperor since childhood, this man was no soft-hearted soul. What had changed today? Saving a white tiger, sparing the wolves. Could it be something Master Minhui had said in the meditation chamber? As Gu Chengyan stepped toward the tiger, Lin Shuxuan reached out and caught his hand. Gu Chengyan squeezed it gently, understanding the unspoken words. I'll do everything to save her. She won't die like Empress Wen Zhao did. Lin Shuxuan paused, lowered his eyes, then gave a slight nod. He whispered, be careful. As Gu Chengyan approached, the white tiger strained to keep her gaze locked on him, exhausted, yet defiant. But in her eyes burned a deep plea for help. Gu Chengyan looked closely, one of the cubs was stuck. A paw had emerged, but the head remained trapped inside. The situation was dire. The tiger seemed to be losing strength rapidly. Gu Chengyan spread his arms wide and slowly approached, then squatted down before the white tiger. He gently reached out to touch the tiger's head, signaling peace and kindness. Gradually, the white tiger relaxed, closing her clear blue eyes as she allowed him to stroke her. Gu Chengyan fed her a few medicinal pills, then moved behind her, carefully grasping the cub's leg to assist the mother in delivering her young. The medicine took effect quickly. The tigress regained strength and finally gave birth successfully. No wonder she had struggled, the cub was significantly larger than an ordinary white tiger newborn. White tigers already faced greater challenges surviving in the wild compared to regular tigers, due to their conspicuous coloration making both hunting and evading predators more difficult. Gu Chengyan pitied her for having endured this long against such odds. The mother began licking her newborn cub, only to find it motionless. Growing anxious, she nudged its body with her nose. Seeing this, Gu Chengyan surmised the delay during labor had caused the cub to suffocate too long, it appeared near death. He picked it up gently and began resuscitating it. With patient repetition of his motions, at last, the cub's limbs began to twitch. After returning it safely to the mother, who lovingly licked her nearly lost baby, Gu Chengyan stood up, ready to leave. But after just one step, the hem of his robe was caught between the tiger's teeth. Careful. Lin Shuxuan stepped forward swiftly in 3 strides. Fearing the tigress might attack, Gu Chengyan immediately raised a hand to stop him. It's all right. Don't come closer, she might hurt you. Once Lin Shuxuan halted, the tigress carefully picked up her cub and laid it at Gu Chengyan's feet. Old eunuch Wei sighed, all living beings possess spirit. This mother likely knows she cannot raise the cub alone, she must be entrusting it to Chancellor Gu. After hearing that, Lin Shuxuan felt oddly unsettled. Was Gu Chengyan now going to raise the cub himself? Gu Chengyan crouched down, stroking the tigress's head. You wish me to take it? Do you understand, if I take it away, you may never see your child again. The tigress lifted her cub once more and placed it directly into Gu Chengyan's hands. Understanding her intent, Gu Chengyan extended both palms and accepted the tiny white tiger. The mother rose slowly, glancing back every few steps as she walked alone into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. Holding the newborn white tiger, Gu Chengyan lightly tapped its soft pink nose. You're coming home with me. Approaching Lin Shuxuan, he said, would you like to hold it yourself? Lin Shuxuan looked at the tiny, fragile bundle, so small and tender. Though his heart softened, he still refused, he feared he wouldn't hold it properly. Gu Chengyan did not insist. There would be plenty of time ahead. Faced with such an adorable creature, Lin Shuxuan would surely grow fond of it eventually. Back at the estate, Gu Chengyan instructed the steward to find a healthy cow in lactation, then have fresh milk boiled and brought over. Ever since birth, the cub had smelled Gu Chengyan's scent and thus clung closely to him. As long as he held it, the cub slept quietly and obediently. But feeding proved difficult while holding the cub, so Gu Chengyan turned to Lin Shuxuan and said, Your Majesty, might I trouble you to lend a hand? Please feed this little one spoon by spoon with the milk. Lin Shuxuan had gotten along reasonably well with the cub in the carriage earlier, so he didn't refuse. Yet when he picked up the spoon and glanced at the cub, he suddenly felt awkward, unsure how to proceed. How do I feed it? I don't know, better you do it. I'll hold it for you. Gu Chengyan smiled softly and nodded. But the cub refused to cooperate, tightly clinging to Gu Chengyan's hand with its tiny paws. He dared not pull away, afraid of hurting it. Thus, he could only verbally guide Lin Shuxuan through the feeding process. After some trial, they succeeded. Starving, the cub sniffed the milk and obediently opened its mouth. One cradled the white tiger, the other fed it slowly. Old eunuch Wei watched the scene unfold, the emperor and the chancellor working together so intimately, and couldn't shake the feeling he'd seen this somewhere before. Only after the cub finished eating and released Gu Chengyan's hand did Wei step forward to take it away. Outside the estate, he spotted a common household, a man cradling an infant while a woman carefully spoon-fed something into the baby's mouth, bite by bite. Old eunuch Wei suddenly understood. The scene was exactly the same as what he had just witnessed, the emperor and chancellor feeding the white tiger cub. Not a single detail differed. He glanced at the white cub in his arms, instinctively cradling it tighter. This must surely be the future little ancestor. The cub let out a milky burp. Worried it might catch cold, old eunuch Wei quickly shielded it with his sleeve, sealing off every draft. The white tiger cub would spend the night with an elderly man on the estate who specialized in raising plow oxen. The man had experience and could promptly notice anything amiss. Old eunuch Wei gave him countless instructions, urging utmost care and caution with the precious cub he had brought. Knowing that the estate belonged to none other than his own master, the current chancellor, the old man dared not slacken in the slightest. He truly treated the delivered white cub as a revered ancestor, attending to it with meticulous care. He even specially prepared a bamboo basket he had woven himself as a nest, padding it with leftover fabric scraps from making clothes, warm and soft. Serve dinner, Gu Chengyan instructed. After returning, their thoughts had all been on the little cub, neglecting their own hunger until now. Perhaps due to the active afternoon, Lin Shuxuan's appetite was exceptional, twice his usual amount. After the meal, Lin Shuxuan asked, "Where is the little one? Aren't you bringing it back?" Although the white cub wouldn't let him hold it, he wasn't upset, he simply couldn't stop thinking about it. "You're quite patient with it. I've sent Wei Gongong to deliver it to where the dairy cows are kept. It will need feeding tonight, it would disturb your rest." Lin Shuxuan nodded. Suddenly, he recalled something that had happened when he was a child. "When I was young, I once found a little white kitten in the Imperial garden. It was likely born to a stray cat in the palace, abandoned and uncared for. I secretly hid it in my robe and brought it back to my sleeping quarters. Since it had already been weaned, I saved portions of my meals every day to feed it. It was very affectionate, its eyes somewhat like that little cub's, though only one of its eyes was blue." Gu Chengyan thought to himself, no wonder he took to feeding the cub so naturally, he'd done this before. "Unfortunately, my eldest brother later smashed it to death. At the time, I felt I shouldn't have taken it in. If I had ignored it, it would have grown wary of people. Ordinary folks wouldn't have been able to catch it, and perhaps, it might have lived longer. This little cub here is cautious around me, smarter than that one." Gu Chengyan gently stroked his back, pondering how best to heal the wounds left by his childhood sorrow. "This cub is a tiger. Once its teeth grow in, ordinary people won't be able to harm it. Shuxian, raise it in the palace. You can teach it to protect itself, what do you say?" Lin Shuxian considered it, and in the end, did not refuse. Softly, he said, "All right." Since they had decided to raise it, preparations needed to begin immediately. Back then, he hadn't had the means to provide better care for that cat. Now, he could make up for it through the white cub. Lin Shuxian mused, why not assign the palace right next to his own to the cub? With the vastness of the inner palace, leaving it empty served no purpose. Thus, he summoned old eunuch Wei. "First, have them thoroughly clean Jinghe Palace, the one closest to mine. Furnish it properly. That will be the little one's new residence, convenient for me to come visit." Old eunuch Wei hesitated a moment, but finally spoke, "Your Majesty, that has traditionally been the residence of the Empress. This, the court officials may well submit memorials again." Gu Chengyan raised a brow and calmly offered, "No matter. I'll ensure they stay silent." Seeing this, old eunuch Wei suddenly understood, indeed, His Majesty didn't seem likely to ever appoint an empress, let alone take concubines. Why not let the little cub have it then? He felt relieved he had earlier sensed the cub's bright future. Indeed, throughout the entire palace, aside from the Emperor and Chancellor Gu, wasn't this little one now the most esteemed? "Does your Majesty have further orders?" Lin Shuxian continued, "Arrange in advance to raise several milk-producing cows. Also find a few gentle-tempered cats, they can keep the little one company once it returns to the palace. Other matters, handle them yourself, but see to it carefully." Old eunuch Wei quickly complied, "Yes, this old servant remembers. I'll send word immediately for preparations." Just as he stepped forward with one foot out the door, the young emperor called after him. "Wait. Isn't there a eunuch in the palace who tends to the cats? Let them take care of it. One person might not be enough. 2 is still too few, assign 4. Find 4 men dedicated solely to caring for this little one." Gu Chengyan felt that if he let Lin Shuxian continue like this, they'd never sleep tonight. "Wei Gongong, that's enough for now." Lin Shuxian frowned. "I haven't finished speaking yet, why did you let him leave?" Gu Chengyan placed a hand against his waist, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Your Majesty should pay some attention to your minister first. Ever since we returned, your Majesty's eyes have been fixed solely on that little cub, this subject is feeling rather jealous. You're the one who brought it back and told me to raise it. Why are you blaming me now? Chancellor Gu truly knows how to turn the tables." Lin Shuxian shoved him away sharply, but Gu Chengyan simply sank onto the chair, pulling the emperor into his lap with practiced ease. The young emperor straddled his thighs, hands braced on his shoulders, eyes shimmering as he arched a brow in challenge. "What? Unable to win with words, so you resort to force? Isn't Chancellor Gu praised by all as a gentleman? Gentlemen use words, not violence. It seems you've broken your own principle." Gu Chengyan gave a soft laugh. "Then this subject shall fulfill His Majesty's wish, and use only words. Lin Shuxuan had meant to speak again, but no sooner had his lips parted than the audacious chancellor closed the distance, sealing his mouth with a kiss. Delicate provocation, teasing entanglement, their lips and tongues danced in slow exploration. The emperor's eyes grew dusky with desire, red-tinged at the corners, damp with passion. He gripped Gu Chengyan's ink-black hair, tugging helplessly as if to quell the fire being stoked across his body, but still, the other man gave him no relief. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he gasped out a command, "Gu Chengyan. Are you even a man?" Gu Chengyan ceased his teasing, lifting the younger man effortlessly into his arms. Carrying him toward the bed, he murmured hoarsely, "I wonder who it was begging me to stop time and again. Your Majesty, ever so forgetful. I shall demonstrate personally, after experiencing it once more, you surely won't doubt me again." Lin Shuxuan bit down sharply on Gu Chengyan's chest. "Chancellor, all talk and no action. When did I ever beg you?" Gu Chengyan laughed again. "Very well. His Majesty may be stubborn with words, but your body is soft indeed." Outside, old eunuch Wei stood guard, checking the hour. Tonight felt especially long. Only when he heard the familiar sound of the emperor crying surrender from within did he finally hear Gu Chengyan call for water moments later. Lin Shuxuan lay drowsily with closed eyes as Gu Chengyan carried him into the bathing tub, gently cleansing him. After what felt like endless washing, just as sleep overtook him completely, he weakly kicked Gu Chengyan with one foot. "I'm going to bed now." Gu Chengyan caught his ankle, caressing it lightly before relenting. Fine, he'd let him rest tonight. The boy was tired, after all, farming in the morning, mountain climbing in the afternoon. He wrung out Lin Shuxuan's hair and dried it with inner energy, then drew him close beneath the covers. As always, Lin Shuxuan instinctively buried his head against the other's chest. Deep into the cold night, they slept wrapped in each other's arms. Sunrise painted golden warmth across the room, illuminating their peaceful slumber. Lin Shuxuan stirred slowly from the warmth of that embrace, opening his eyes to find Gu Chengyan's refined face inches away. He rarely saw Gu Chengyan asleep. Even on nights when the chancellor stayed in his chambers, he always woke before dawn. Here at the estate, far from court intrigues and early audiences, he had finally slept soundly. Unwilling to disturb the tranquil scene, Lin Shuxuan remained perfectly still, tracing Gu Chengyan's features with his gaze, the arch of his brows, the straight bridge of his nose, his lips. That ever-present hint of a smile curled even now at the corners of his mouth, even in sleep. He gazed quietly, lost in thought, until those closed eyes finally opened, revealing depths like crushed starlight beneath. Unconsciously, Lin Shuxuan smiled. "You're awake." Gu Chengyan brushed a light kiss on his lips, answering drowsily. Why did you wake so early today, and not wake me?" Lin Shuxuan surprised himself with an uncharacteristic tenderness, "I couldn't bear to." The flicker of delight in Gu Chengyan's eyes was unmistakable, so close that Lin Shuxuan could see every trace of it. "What's gotten into you today? In such a good mood?" He leaned in to kiss him again, lingering a while. Both men, and at dawn, least able to resist temptation. Unsurprisingly, they rose late. They left nearly at noon. In the carriage, Lin Shuxuan spent the entire journey catching up on sleep, the white tiger cub cradled in his arms. From Lin Shuxuan's robes, it caught the strong, pervasive scent of Gu Chengyan, thoroughly soaked through. Gu Chengyan took a book, flipping pages slowly to pass the time. For a moment, there was nothing but quiet peace. Just before reaching the capital, Lin Shuxuan finally stirred. Gu Chengyan gathered his long hair, securing it with a ribbon and crown. "Shall we send the little one ahead to the palace?" Lin Shuxuan, entranced by the cub's soft fur, shook his head. So Gu Chengyan lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage, switching instead to horseback. "To the guards," he said, "proceed directly to the palace." The procession entered the imperial city through the southern gate. Meanwhile, an unassuming carriage paused briefly at the rear entrance of Chancellor Gu's mansion. Gu Chengyan dismounted at the main gate. The gatekeeper of the Gu residence took the reins from his hand, and Gu Chengyan strode inside. The great door closed promptly behind him, cutting off any hidden observers. It was Gu Chengyan himself who had gone to fetch the person from the back entrance, leading him straight to his own courtyard. Upon the young emperor's arrival at the Gu estate, Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia, accompanied by their daughter, were already waiting at the courtyard entrance. "Your Majesty, we kowtow. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000. Lin Shuxuan personally helped them rise. "Please, both of you, stand." Gu Siki, hearing a familiar voice, instinctively looked up. She froze, mouth agape. Lin Shuxuan gave her a gentle shake of the head. Siki quickly lowered her gaze again, yet her heart continued to pound uncontrollably. This was simply too absurd. The new emperor was actually brother Shuxian. She had believed Shuxian truly came from a mere merchant family. After all, Master Lin was just a businessman. Yet now it seemed Master Lin was actually the late emperor. And thinking back, Shuxian had even disguised himself as a woman in front of her for such a long time. Now that she knew such a shocking secret, would she be silenced to protect it? There's no need for such formality. Think of me merely as Chancellor Gu's friend. Today, I am but an ordinary man. May I still address you as uncle and aunt, as I did last time? Seeing that the new emperor was actually the young man from the Lin family whom they'd met before, the Gu parents instinctively glanced at their eldest son. Only when they saw him nod did they smile and reply, "Since your majesty speaks so, then we shall continue calling you young Master Lin." Lady Xia recalled how she had once mistakenly thought young Master Lin had a secret affair with Siki. How foolish she had been. He was royalty, now the emperor himself, who wouldn't offer him daughters of the noblest families? Why would he ever set his eyes on her own daughter? If anything, speculating he favored Chengyan over Siki would have made more sense. TCH, TCH, TCH. Lady Xia scolded herself inwardly, truly losing her mind. Chengyan preferred men, how could she recklessly link the emperor with him like that? Besides, Chengyan already had Yi Cheng. The men of the Gu family must remain loyal and devoted to their partners. Chengyan could never entangle himself with anyone else. I haven't seen this one before, someone unfamiliar. Who is he? Lin Shuxuan smiled gently at Wan Yicheng standing beside Siki, deliberately asking. This subject, Wan Yicheng, pays homage to your majesty. This was Wan Yicheng's first time seeing the emperor. Though excited, he felt an odd chill. He wore a smile on his face, yet somehow Yicheng sensed a coldness behind that gaze. So you're Wan Yicheng. Handsome fellow. Rise. Standing behind Lin Shuxuan, Gu Chengyan failed to notice his unease. Young Master Lin must be hungry after such a long journey. Let's not stand here catching the wind. I'll take him to rest briefly. Father, mother, Siki, and Yicheng, please go ahead. We'll join you shortly. Then. Young Master Lin, we'll see you in the main hall later. Lin Shuxuan nodded with a smile. After they left, he turned back for one last look. Wan Yicheng, the Gu parents, and Siki were chatting intimately, laughter flowing easily among them. Noticing he seemed displeased, Gu Chengyan proactively asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Considering how long they'd been at it last night, and that they'd given in again this morning. I'm fine. I just feel your family is quite close with Wan Yicheng. They are close. He's an old friend since my youth. Wanwij owes much of its success to him. He has exceptional talent in commerce. Even the grain seeds this time were brought back by him from overseas. Hearing Gu Chengyan praise him repeatedly, Lin Shuxuan felt a sour discomfort and replied flatly, "Oh." He quickened his pace, leaving Gu Chengyan behind. Gu Chengyan, thinking he might be in urgent need, pointed in a direction and told him where the privy was. Lin Shuxuan didn't feel like responding, paused briefly, then actually walked toward the place Gu Chengyan had indicated. Gu Chengyan had brought out a set of his own clothes for him to change into, knowing full well he must feel uncomfortable after being cooped up in the carriage all morning. When he returned, Gu Chengyan said, "The underrobe has been worn by me but washed clean. The outer robe is new. It should fit you." Lin Shuxuan reached out to take them, but Gu Chengyan didn't let go. Gu Chengyan had intended to ask if he truly felt unwell. But Lin Shuxuan spoke first, "Are you planning to change my clothes for me yourself?" Gu Chengyan reluctantly let go. If he were to personally help him change clothes, they'd never make it to lunch, and then the entire household would surely know the truth of their relationship. Not yet. Gu Chengyan still knew his limits. For some reason, seeing him so cautious, Lin Shuxuan let out a cold snort. Gu Chengyan was baffled. What had he done wrong this time? Knowing others were waiting, Lin Shuxuan moved quickly and didn't cause any delay. Upon reaching the main hall, naturally it was Gu Zhengxiu who rose first to offer a cup to Lin Shuxuan. "I was unaware of your noble status back then. This toast may come late, but better late than never. Uncle, you're too kind. I'm the one intruding. Please." Lin Shuxuan graciously reciprocated the gesture, clinking cups with Gu Zhengxiu. Concerned about Lin Shuxuan's health, Gu Chengyan said, "That's enough, toasting back and forth. Let's eat as we normally would." Lady Xia, however, found it hard to adjust, still somewhat stiff and unnatural. Chapter 67. The meals at home are simple and ordinary. I don't know if His Majesty, if Master Lin would find them palatable. They're perfectly fine. The food I eat at home is too refined. Strangely enough, I find these homely dishes much more appetizing. That's good, that's good. Xia had always liked him. He was handsome and looked somewhat frail, qualities that easily stirred her maternal instincts. But now he was the emperor, and Xia feared that any misstep in her behavior might displease him. When an emperor grows angry, thousands lie dead. She wouldn't risk her family's lives over such matters. Wan Yicheng sat beside her and lightened the mood on purpose. "Aunt Xia, how unfair you are. These past few days I've been eating nothing but restaurant fare, yet as soon as Master Lin arrives, the household kitchen springs to life. Clearly, Master Lin is far more important than I am." Xia smiled and placed a piece of his favorite crispy pork onto his plate. "You child, eat, eat. Your beloved crispy pork isn't going to run out. Don't be so greedy, you'll embarrass yourself in front of Master Lin." Wan Yicheng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He'd accidentally met Lin Shuxuan's gaze. He seemed dissatisfied with me. One couldn't help but inwardly reflect, was I too flippant just now? Gu Chengyan noticed that Lin Shuxuan kept looking at Cheng and assumed he wanted some of the pork dish, so he instructed a servant to bring another platter. Everyone assumed it was Gu himself who wanted it, so no one commented. Try some, it tastes quite good. But as soon as the fresh serving arrived, Gu Chengyan picked up a piece and placed it directly into Lin Shuxuan's bowl. Lin bit into it, the outer layer crisp, the meat within rich and savory, though there was still a slight gamey aftertaste. It wasn't as refined as the Imperial chef's cooking, but Lin enjoyed it all the same. Master Wan, you're noble in bearing and wealthy beyond measure, have you taken a wife yet? This sudden question made Xia sit up attentively. Cheng hadn't expected to be asked about marriage by an elder, but rather by the current emperor himself. I haven't married yet. There are many matters to attend to with Wanhua Pavilion, and I haven't come across anyone suitable. Could it be, Master Lin, that you intend to make a match for me? Lin Shuxuan saw his candor and sensed genuine curiosity, so he played along. I don't have many sisters, but there is one younger sibling named Qinghe. She's around your age. If you're interested, I could arrange a meeting. If both parties consent, marrying her to you would be most favorable. Cheng thought to himself, the emperor's sister, wouldn't that make her a princess? Princess Qinghe. Truthfully, he'd always kept his distance from highborn ladies. As a merchant, most noblewomen looked down their noses at men like him. He understood this clearly and had no desire to invite their scorn. But the emperor's goodwill, he couldn't possibly reject it outright. Instead, he wore a look of delighted surprise. Truly. Then I must thank you deeply, Master Lin. If I'm fortunate enough to wed such a beauty, then you won't merely be my matchmaker, you'll become family. Mrs. Gu dropped her chopsticks, they slipped right out of her right hand and clattered to the floor. Bring grandmother a fresh pair, Gu Chengyan instructed calmly. Lin Shuxuan smiled faintly, eyes lowered in quiet contemplation. So, Lady Gu seemed to have set her sights on Cheng. But Siku and Gu Chengxin were already promised to each other, could it be she was seeking a match for a relative's daughter? Upon realizing this, Lin Shuxuan suddenly felt much better. Mother Gu manages your household with such grace, and even your cooks outdo mine. I found my appetite here much better than at home. With Lin Shuxuan now engaging her in casual conversation, Xia relaxed considerably. As long as Master Lin enjoys the food, that's all that matters. The last time I saw you, I thought you really should eat more and nourish yourself properly. Later, I'll personally brew you a pot of soup. You try it, if you like it, I'll write down the recipe for you to take home. Lin Shuxuan rarely experienced the care of an elder woman. Only the Qing princess consort before her, and now Xia, both touched him deeply. He cherished this feeling. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with Mother Gu. I certainly will taste it. The atmosphere at the table grew warm and easy. After dinner, the two elders took their leave. The others moved to Gu Chengyan's courtyard to relax. Siku had been watching him the whole time, and Lin Shuxuan wasn't oblivious. Now that the elders were gone, he reached over and gently flicked her nose. My, Siku, so unusually demure today, not saying a word. Have you grown distant from me? Siku, seeing him once again the familiar brother Shuxian she knew, tugged at his sleeve and said, Brother Shuxian, you kept me completely in the dark, didn't even let a single clue slip. I actually believed your family was just ordinary merchants. My family really does run a business. It's just that our business happens to be the livelihood of all the people under heaven. So technically, I didn't lie to you. For a moment, Siku couldn't find a way to refute him. Cheng, observing how close Siku seemed with the emperor, felt somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his majesty had feelings for Siku? But hadn't Siku already been promised to Chengxin? And from the way Lin Shuxian acted, he seemed to treat Siku more like a little sister. The group sat in the courtyard, sipping tea. Cheng, tell his majesty about what you've discovered regarding the grain seeds, Gu Chengyan proactively prompted his friend. Only then did Cheng begin to carefully relay all the information he possessed. What do you need from, and what can you offer in return? When it came to state affairs, Lin Shuxian was very rational. He asked directly and incisively, not being lenient simply because Cheng was Gu Chengyan's friend. On the contrary, he was serious, showed sufficient regard for Cheng, and gave him ample opportunity. After the three of them had roughly clarified the matter, Siku gathered her courage and said, I want to be involved too. Lin Shuxian did not reject her outright, only saying, only conducts transactions with Wanhua Pavilion. If you wish to have a share, discuss it directly with Master Wan. Siku immediately dragged Cheng off to the study for a detailed discussion. Once the official matters were settled, Lin Shuxian suddenly said, let's take a walk in the orchid garden. The last time he had unexpectedly been injured, hiding his identity while staying briefly at the Gu residence, the memories of the orchid garden were unforgettable. He wished to stroll through it once more with an old friend. Gu Chengyan felt the same. Before they left, Gu Chengyan instructed someone to retrieve the ancient zither and jade flute from last time. The orchid garden had been managed by Gu Zhengxiu on Xia's behalf. A few days earlier, Cheng had sent over many rare and unusual flowers and plants. He'd found himself too busy alone, so he had hired two experienced gardeners. He and Xia often enjoyed sitting here together. Oh dear. What if His Majesty truly intends to marry his sister off to Yicheng? What are we going to do then? Xia was now anxious and distressed, pacing like an ant on a hot pan, yet utterly powerless. Gu Chengyan comforted her. Ruoshi, sit down first and rest a while. You're making my head spin, don't you feel tired? Xia sighed helplessly and sat down. And you, the father, aren't worried at all. If things really go that far, and someone ends up marrying and having children, then what will become of our child? How could that happen? You yourself said Chengyan and Yicheng are together. Surely Yicheng wouldn't still go marry another woman. Xia shot him a glare. There are precedents among common folk for blood brothers doing exactly that. Even after forming a sworn brotherhood, the authorities don't recognize it formally. If one of them marries a wife, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Gu Chengyan pondered for a moment. It won't come to that. We're talking about a noble imperial daughter here, a real princess, not an ordinary woman. Would she force herself upon a man already bonded to another man? But apart from us, who else knows they're together? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xia's mind. I wonder, shouldn't we establish some kind of proof? Otherwise, why don't we let Chengyan and Yicheng form a sworn brotherhood first? This sentence happened to be clearly overheard by Lin Shuxuan and Gu Chengyan, who had just stepped into the orchid garden. A sworn brotherhood? You and Yicheng? Lin Shuxuan scoffed, then turned and stormed away. In his furious state, Lin Shuxuan walked too fast. Gu Chengyan couldn't catch up in time. Helplessly, he called loudly to his parents, there's nothing going on. Me and Yicheng are perfectly innocent, what are you two rambling about? What need is there for any sworn brotherhood? Before Gu Chengxiu and Xia could recover their senses, Gu Chengyan had already turned and gone after Lin Shuxuan. Lin Shuxuan hadn't actually left the Gu estate. Instead, he instinctively walked straight into Gu Chengyan's courtyard, shut the room door behind him, and stayed alone inside. When Gu Chengyan caught up, he could only knock on the door and explain, Shuxian, it's not what you think. Me and Yicheng are truly just friends. My parents must have misunderstood something. Please let me in, I'll explain everything to you face to face, alright? Yicheng had just returned from talking with Siku when he saw his friend anxiously knocking at his own bedroom door, speaking in a soft, pleading tone. He asked a servant to find out what had happened. The servants replied, we don't know either, sir. We only saw Master Lin return in a rage, lock himself inside, and shortly afterward, the young master came back and has been trying to explain ever since. Naturally, as servants, they would never say such things within earshot of one of the central figures involved. At that moment, Gu Chengxiu and Xia arrived in a hurry. The moment they spotted him, they dragged Yicheng into a corner. Yicheng, are you and Chengyan really, that kind of relationship? Xia asked urgently. Yicheng was utterly confused. What kind of relationship? Aunt Xia, Uncle Gu, could you please speak more clearly? Well. Xia hesitated, unable to bring herself to say it. Finally, Gu Chengxiu spoke up. Your aunt once saw you leave Chengyan's room with your clothes disheveled. She assumed the two of you were, particularly close. Yicheng quickly shook his head. That's impossible. Aunt Xia, I like women, girls. And Chengyan, he has someone he likes too, also a girl. Xia froze. But Chengyan said he likes men. I thought the two of you. The misunderstanding had escalated. Yicheng wasn't stupid. Putting together the suggestive marks he'd noticed on Chengyan's neck before, the Emperor's subtle hostility toward him today, and now seeing Chengyan desperately explaining himself outside the Emperor's chamber. There was only one truth, he was being made the scapegoat. Chapter 68. Xia Shi exchanged a glance with her husband, feeling awkward and unsure how to face their children. She could only stiffly shift the focus. Where's Chengyan? Yicheng coughed lightly and replied, he's inside with His Majesty. Xia Shi's heart twisted. Suddenly recalling something, she whispered nervously to her husband, earlier, what we said, could His Majesty have overheard it? Gu Chengxiu, being a martial cultivator, had indeed heard the Emperor's voice at the time. He nodded firmly. Oh no, oh no. Would this cause His Majesty to misunderstand? Could it affect Chengyan's career? As soon as Xia Shi finished speaking, she rushed toward the courtyard. Yicheng quickly stepped forward to stop her. Aunt Xia. Chengyan and His Majesty are discussing important matters. Most likely, His Majesty won't take offense. Please, wait here for now. If there's anything, you can talk when Chengyan is free. Flustered and lost, Xia Shi trembled in place. Fearing she might make things worse, Gu Chengxiu wrapped an arm around her and soothed, it's all right, let Chengyan handle it himself. We should return first. If there's anything needing explanation, he'll come to us. For now, don't stay and add to his burden. After the two elders left, Yicheng sighed deeply. So Chengyan hasn't told his parents yet. Am I really the first person who noticed something was off between them? Seeing that Chengyan was still standing by the door, and recognizing that the couple's private affairs were none of his business, one decided to step out for a walk. Gu Chengyan had been waiting outside for a while, but hearing no movement from within, He drew the soft sword from his waist, cut through the bolt behind the door, and pushed it open. Inside, Lin Shuxuan lay half reclining on the couch, massaging his temples. Seeing Chengyan barge in, he murmured listlessly, "Did I grant you permission to enter?" Chengyan moved forward, wanting to take his pulse and examine him closely. Though Lin didn't push him away, he sneered coldly, "Why aren't you off doting on your beloved sworn brother? What business do you have coming here?" Desperate to assess his condition, Chengyan dropped to one knee before him, leaned down, and pressed his forehead against Lin's to check his temperature. "You're burning up." Chengyan regretted it instantly. This morning, he shouldn't have indulged. They both knew Lin was weak. Today, after traveling all day without rest, he'd pushed himself too far. "Shuxian, stay at the Gu residence tonight. Your illness has flared up. If you're exposed to the wind, I fear it will worsen." Lin Shuxian, unwilling to stay even a moment longer for fear of exposing his presence, stubbornly refused to respond. With no choice, Chengyan administered anti-inflammatory medicine first to reduce the fever, then applied needles to several key acupoints, performing bloodletting to ease his discomfort. When the eunuch Wei arrived to escort the emperor back, Lin Shuxian opened his eyes. As he prepared to leave, the entire Gu family gathered to see him off. Fearing he might catch a chill and worsen his condition, Chengyan personally fastened his own cloak around Lin in front of everyone. This time, Lin did not refuse. Xia Shi staggered, nearly losing composure before the emperor, but Gu Chengyan caught her just in time. Lin, who had already turned to leave, paused and looked back at Xia Shi and Gu Chengyan. "I know you're Chengyan's parents, and naturally concerned about his marriage. But since he has chosen to be with me, he cannot entangle himself with any other man, or woman. Ignorance bears no guilt, so today I shall let it pass. However, as elders, I am now informing you directly, please do not force anyone upon him again. I would find it most disagreeable." Hearing the emperor publicly declare his possessiveness, Chengyan felt a quiet joy in his heart. Today, though Shuxian had been furious, he had still shown respect to his parents. That was enough. For an emperor, this was already exceptional. Siki, stunned by this earth-shattering revelation, stood with her mouth hanging open long after Lin Shuxian had departed the Gu estate. "Big brother, you and his majesty, you too." Chengyan turned to face his family, offering a gentle smile filled with deep affection, and nodded. "I love him. To be with him in this lifetime is my greatest fortune." Xia Shi exchanged another glance with her husband, then sighed. "Very well. You've grown up and can make your own decisions. Today, I acted rashly. Apologize to His Majesty on my behalf when the time is right. I'll go rest now." Ever since the new emperor ascended the throne, the inner palace had remained completely empty. Xia Shi had heard the rumors, but now she understood, the reason was clearly Chengyan. The emperor's sacrifices were no less than Chengyan's. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. Only sorrow, regret, and a quiet blessing lingered in her heart. Siki followed Chengyan all the way to his room, bombarding him with endless questions. "So, big brother, is it really for Shuxian that you've been striving in the imperial court? You must have known all along he was a prince, so you gained power and stirred up the political storms just to help him. I knew it. You're nothing like what others say, obsessed with authority. You love healing people and living a carefree life, like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Back then, you only took the Imperial Exams because mother forced you to." Gu Chengyan poured his younger sister a glass of water. "All that talking must have made you thirsty. Drink some water and rest a bit." Siki took the cup and drained it in one go. Then she continued excitedly, "Big brother. You and Shuxian, he's actually yours. Even romance novels wouldn't dare write such a plot. If I hadn't witnessed your meeting, falling in love, and everything leading up to now, I wouldn't believe a single word no matter who told me. You're together with Shuxian, and Shuxian is the emperor. I'm related by blood to someone whose lover is the emperor." Gu Chengyan looked at her and helplessly shook his head. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was the one dating the emperor. But wait, when Shuxian was leaving, why did he say not to force anyone on you? Our family doesn't practice such things at all. What exactly happened? Gu Chengyan let out a deep sigh. Then he recounted to her everything that had occurred in the orchid garden earlier. After listening, Siki could only laugh in disbelief. What? How could Yi Cheng possibly be in that kind of relationship with you? He has countless beauties fawning over him. She paused in thought, then suddenly said, "If I were in my beloved's home and heard their parents trying to arrange another match, I'd definitely throw a tantrum." But earlier, even though Shuxian seemed unhappy when he left, he still treated father and mother as elders and calmly expressed his stance. He must truly love you. Gu Chengyan smiled warmly. Of course I know. Do you think I'm a fool? If our feelings weren't mutual, how could we have come this far? Siki gazed at him dreamily, clearly shipped beyond belief. She slammed the table and declared, "Big brother, go comfort Shuxian right away. Don't let him feel sad anymore. Do you have any advice?" Gu Chengyan asked, knowing well how close Siki was with Shuxian. Siki's mind raced with ideas, blurting them all out one after another. Gu Chengyan listened in silence, then frowned skeptically. Are you sure this will actually work? Siki puffed her chest proudly. Big brother, trust me. I'm your real little sister, and Shuxian has always been so incredibly kind to me. Would I ever lead you astray? This plan is based on my extensive observation of local customs and social norms across Liang County, Jingzhou, and the capital. It's guaranteed to work. From that day onward, officials in the imperial court noticed, the emperor was ill again. This time, His Majesty's illness brought forth an especially cold and severe temperament. He fiercely rebuked those ministers who questioned the new grain seeds and opposed opening the coast to allow Nanling merchants to sail overseas. He accused them of being stubborn, inflexible, and narrow-minded, like frogs at the bottom of a well, capable only of seeing the sky above their own well. To seasoned officials who had served for decades, these words were akin to receiving a humiliating slap in the face before the entire court. Scholars valued dignity and moral integrity above all else. Many became so distraught they began threatening suicide. The emperor dismissed them with disdain, ordering them bound and sent directly to the coastal docks. He commanded that each accompany the merchants on an actual sea voyage, to witness firsthand the truth of his words and realize their own ignorance. As a result, Wang Cheng not only gained many government officials traveling alongside his fleet but also received financial support from the influential families behind these officials, all begging him to ensure the safe return of their sons and relatives aboard the merchant ships. With full procedures approved and ample funding secured, Wang Cheng's trading fleet set sail once more. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyan visited the palace daily, humbling himself, bowing low, but still failed to earn the emperor's forgiveness. Having run out of options, Gu Chengyan decided to take a risky move, following his sister's advice to the letter. Eunuch Wei eyed the bulky object wrapped in black cloth on Gu Xiang's back with curiosity. Lord Gu, what exactly are you carrying there? Shall this old servant ask the guards to assist you? Gu Chengyan's eyelid twitched. Rarely flustered, he replied, no need. Thank you, Eunuch Wei. This is something I'm presenting to His Majesty as an apology. It's inappropriate for others to handle. Eunuch Wei chuckled nervously. With the two masters sulking, life for those serving the emperor wasn't easy either. That Lord Gu was taking initiative to mend things was truly welcome news. How is His Majesty's condition today? Has he been eating properly? After returning to the palace, Lin Shuxuan had indeed developed a fever. Fortunately, it wasn't high, but this persistent low-grade fever had lasted several days straight. Since then, he'd remained listless and had lost his appetite entirely. Today isn't too bad. His Majesty dealt with a group of officials this morning, perhaps he vented his frustration and is in better spirits now. Gu Chengyan nodded. When they reached Lin Shuxuan's chambers, Eunuch Wei stopped at the door. After Gu Chengyan stepped across the threshold alone, the eunuch quietly shut the door behind him and stood guard outside. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty. Lin Shuxian sat on the bed, barely lifting his eyes. Rise. Start reviewing the memorials quickly. Recently, Gu Chengyan had been handling the imperial documents after his official duties ended each day, as Lin Shuxian had grown increasingly impatient with such matters. Normally, Gu Chengyan would never fully take over, aware of his position, he only assisted. Every final decision still had to be made personally by the young emperor, he himself could only offer suggestions. But these days, in an effort to placate Lin Shuxian, even that principle had been repeatedly compromised. Gu Chengyan rose. Yes, your Majesty. He removed the object from his back, set it upright beside the table, then took his seat behind it and began working. Though curious about what exactly he had brought, Lin Shuxian refrained from asking outright. Yet his eyes kept wandering toward the black cloth. Was it a board? Why would Gu Chengyan bring a board into the palace? Chapter 69. Your Majesty, it's time for the meal. Shall we serve it? The new emperor glanced indifferently at Gu Chengyan, who still had more than half of the memorials left to review, and said, not yet. Bring the little white tiger to me. I'm bored, let him keep me company for a while. Gu Chengyan's right hand paused slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting faintly. In truth, he found Lin Shuxian rather adorable when angry, his actions sometimes so childish, yet endearing. The little white tiger's quarters were close by, and it arrived shortly after. As soon as it entered the hall, it caught Gu Chengyan's scent and began crawling toward him on its own. Lin Shuxian stepped down from the couch, deliberately intercepted the cub 3 feet away from Gu Chengyan, dragged it backward a few paces, then let go. Each time the little creature crawled forward again, Lin Shuxian would drag it back once more before releasing it again. At first, the cub remained cheerful and full of energy, but as this continued, it grew increasingly exhausted. After being dragged back yet another time, it finally gave up completely, flopping down onto the floor and refusing to move. Only then did Lin Shuxian feel satisfied, picking the cub up into his arms. Lately, the little one hadn't been too fond of being squeezed and petted by him, yet whenever it saw Gu Chengyan, it happily wriggled over. So now, Lin Shuxian simply wore out its strength first, then held the now docile creature in his arms, freely rubbing and tousling its fur. Gu Chengyan had been glancing at them intermittently throughout, witnessing Lin Shuxuan's mischievous behavior with clear eyes, yet chose not to intervene. Instead, he silently sympathized with the poor cub lying there panting, its tiny tongue lolling out as it huffed and puffed weakly. Lin Shuxuan returned to the couch, lying on his side and placing the little white tiger directly in front of him. He stroked its soft little belly, pinched its pink paw pads, ruffled its silky fur, and even poked at the little tongue sticking out of its mouth. Truly leaving no form of mischief untried, the cruelty varied endlessly. Shan. You. San. Ta. I shall give you a name, he declared. You shall be Chingu, carrying forward my will, guarding the mountains and rivers of Nanling forever firm and secure. Placing such high hopes upon a milk-drinking cub caused Gu Chengyan to wonder what exactly to make of the man. Still, Chingu was a fine name. Though distracted, Gu Chengyan never slowed in processing the memorials. Today's stack consisted mostly of routine greetings and ceremonial reports, nothing urgent, hardly taxing at all. When he neared completion, Lin Shuxuan ordered eunuch Wei to bring the meal. By the time Gu Chengyan finished, the imperial banquet had been fully laid out. On Lin Shuxuan's table sat delicacies from land and sea. In front of Gu Chengyan, however, was only plain porridge and pickled vegetables, a dish specially requested by Lin Shuxuan himself, since the palace previously didn't even have anything so modest. Gu Chengyan raised a brow. This exact same humble meal had been served to him for several consecutive days now, while Lin Shuxuan feasted daily on elaborate imperial banquets rotated through Han and Manchu styles. Though he didn't particularly care for gourmet food, under such stark contrast, his eyes couldn't help lingering just a bit longer on Lin Shuxuan's lavish spread. Lin Shuxuan noticed, of course, he'd orchestrated it precisely to provoke that reaction. Casually, he set the little white tiger on the ground. The two men sat across from each other, enjoying their evening meal in apparent harmony. The table was too high for the cub, though it could smell the enticing aromas, it couldn't see anything at all, so it began circling around Lin Shuxuan. Gu Chengyan glanced at his own bowl of plain porridge. No wonder Lin Shuxuan felt safe letting the cub down, right now, it wouldn't come near him even if called. Lin Shuxuan picked up a glossy piece of braised pork belly and sighed, this braised pork is fatty, yes, but not greasy, melts right in the mouth. Still, it doesn't compare to Buddha jumps over the wall in terms of flavor. Fragrant, rich, layered. Don't serve it tomorrow. Eunuch Wei responded promptly, yes, your majesty. This old servant will inform the imperial kitchen. Beside him, Gu Chengyan, who had been eating plainly for days, froze mid-bite upon hearing yet another of the emperor's whimsical demands. That roasted lamb rack, crispy outside, tender inside, but I'd prefer a hot pot tonight. Have them slice some fresh lamb tomorrow. The meat tastes much fresher when boiled. Yes, your majesty. Right in front of Gu Chengyan, Lin Shuxuan proceeded to critique 7 or 8 dishes, analyzing each meticulously in color, aroma, and taste, not to mention listing his menu requests for the next day. He completely disregarded the royal rule of silence during meals. Only when Gu Chengyan finally put down his chopsticks, clearly unable to endure any longer, did Lin Shuxuan finally stop talking. With a wave of his hand, he ordered all the exquisite dishes cleared away. Bang! A strange noise. The little white tiger let out a soft, mewling cry. Ah, there it was. It held in its mouth a familiar piece of black cloth, and the item Gu Chengyan had brought with him had fallen to the ground, now exposed to view. Lin Shuxuan had just been speaking animatedly, and now felt slightly overstuffed. He stood up and walked toward the wooden board, taunting Gu Chengyan, Chancellor Gu, is your household in such dire straits? To pick up an ordinary piece of scrap wood from some obscure corner and carry it here personally, those unaware might think you're a destitute villager. Yet I seem to recall your salary is quite generous. Surely I haven't underpaid you. Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, compared to your majesty, who possesses the entire realm, this subject is indeed impoverished. This board is specially presented to your majesty. Though it may appear humble, I hope your majesty won't disdain it. Lin Shuxuan snorted coldly and examined it closely. It truly seemed like nothing more than a common wooden plank, nothing special at all. Even the timber looked. Wait. This was one wali wood. Said to last 10,000 years. A piece this large would surely be priceless. But he had already declared it a worthless scrap. Even if he realized now what it truly was, there was no way he'd admit his mistake and lose face. Seeing Lin Shuxuan fall silent, Gu Chengyan stepped forward, lifted the board, and turned it over to place the other side on the table. Your majesty just now saw only the back. This is the front. Allow this subject the chance to redeem himself, please take a closer look. Lin Shuxuan's curiosity had genuinely been piqued, and for once, he didn't resist. His casual gaze grew serious. He instinctively reached out and traced the 2 characters carved upon it, marriage contract. The inscription read, 2 surnames unite in marriage, bound by moonlight, a good union forever sealed, matching in name and deed. With vows of white-haired fidelity inscribed on crimson paper, let the alliance of red leaves be recorded in the Mandarin duck scroll. You carved this yourself? Yes. I'm not skilled in such craft, so it's rather crude. Does your majesty find it acceptable? Lin Shuxuan withdrew his hand, glanced at it one last time, then turned and returned to the couch. When did we ever enter into a marital pact with you? How come we weren't aware? Though slightly softened, he still wasn't fully appeased. Lin Shuxuan had no intention of letting him off so easily. So your majesty means to deny it again? Didn't you already accept the betrothal token? The token was the gold bracelet sent by Gu Chengyan's Aunt Chen. Lin Shuxuan remembered it well. He didn't deny it. Yes, we accepted it. But although this marriage contract reads beautifully, its craftsmanship is rough, we are dissatisfied. Gu Chengyan sighed helplessly. Your majesty, the imperial examination begins tomorrow. This subject will be occupied and eager to earn your majesty's forgiveness. Since you're displeased, I'll take it back, refine it, and present it again later. Lin Shuxuan knew about the exam, it had long been scheduled. No. We forbid you from taking it away. In truth, he liked this crude marriage contract after all. Helpless, Gu Chengyan ordered someone to fetch polishing tools. He would perfect it right within the emperor's chamber. Eunuch Wei immediately sent word to the Ministry of Works to bring them. Lin Shuxuan sat holding the drowsy Chingu, watching Gu Chengyan work. By accident, Gu Chengyan scraped his hand on a splinter, dripping blood onto the board. Frowning, he worried the blood would bring ill omen. In haste, he knelt down on the board and wiped the stain with the hem of his robe. Watching Gu Chengyan kneel there on both knees, carefully wiping the surface, Lin Shuxuan felt an indescribable emotion rise within him. In Nanling, kneeling on both knees was exceedingly rare. A man's knees held the value of gold. Aside from solemn occasions like ancestral rites, no one was expected to kneel like this, even before the emperor. For a man of immense power to kneel without hesitation before him, showing such vulnerability, unsettled Lin Shuxuan. He never wanted to see Gu Chengyan look so lowly. He always believed Gu Chengyan should stand beside him, sharing in the adoration of 10,000 people. Unable to resist, Lin Shuxuan rose and stepped toward Gu Chengyan, extending his hand. Gu Chengyan's hand was bleeding. He hesitated, and ultimately didn't reach out. Instead, Lin Shuxuan grasped his hand first, pulling him up. It's dirty, my blood has stained it, Gu Chengyan murmured, regretfully gazing at the marriage contract he had crafted with his own hands. Lin Shuxuan reached beneath the table, pulled out the dagger he had hidden, and made a small cut across his own palm. Blood welled instantly. He let it drip onto the board. Not dirty. This is our marriage contract. It should bear the mark of both of us. Frowning, Gu Chengyan brought his finger to his mouth and sucked on the wound. Fortunately, the cut wasn't deep, the bleeding stopped soon enough. He looked earnestly at Lin Shuxuan and said, I have loved only two people in my life, both surnamed Lin, both named Shuxuan. Past, present, and likely future, I doubt there will ever be a third. Can you stop being angry with me now? Lin Shuxuan broke into a relaxed smile, though his words remained stubborn. As long as you don't provoke me, why would I bother quarreling with you? Gu Chengyan had Eunuch Wei bring in medicine and first tended to Lin Shuxuan's wound before cleaning his own injury. It was getting late, so Gu Chengyan had the little one, Chingu, taken away. Seeing the cub sleeping soundly, Lin Shuxuan grumbled, I don't know why, but lately Chingu has been growing less attached to. I play with it every day, feed it myself, yet it still clings to you instead, such an ungrateful little white-eyed wolf. Gu Chengyan wore a strange expression as he leaned close, whispering into his ear, Does your majesty wish for Chingu to grow closer to you? Lin Shuxuan nodded. Naturally. Otherwise, why would I keep it in the palace? A dark glimmer flashed in Gu Chengyan's eyes. The subject has a method, one that can make Chingu attached to your majesty just as it did on the very first day. Would your majesty care to give it a try? Lin Shuxuan looked at him eagerly. Really? What is it? Tell me quickly, I'll try it at once. Gu Chengyan pushed him down onto the couch, smiling against his lips, this subject obeys your command. I shall guide your majesty through the attempt now. Gu Chengyan. You fraud. The next morning at court, the prime minister stood at the forefront, bearing two faint purple-red marks across his face. The emperor made several sarcastic remarks directed at him. The other ministers, who had feared being implicated due to yesterday's incident, breathed sighs of relief. They cast grateful glances toward Gu Chengyan's back. One man alone had drawn the emperor's full attention upon himself, saving them all from trouble. Chapter 70. Upon the emperor's ascension, a special imperial examination was specially opened. Gu Chengyan, serving as the chief examiner, had to work with several other officials to compile the test questions and oversee every step of the examination process to ensure no major mistakes occurred. With talent in short supply across Nanling and key positions dominated by aristocratic families, replacing old blood with new was essential to reclaim actual control and dismantle their power one by one. The examination began swiftly and rigorously. Watching the candidates assembled in the hall, Gu Chengyan couldn't help but recall when he himself had once been among them. Among the examinees were several familiar faces. Yet, to avoid suspicion of favoritism, none had visited him before the exam. Gu Chengyan believed that after years of cultivation, they had each become outstanding in their own right, and it would be more fitting to reunite only after their names appeared on the honor roll. Some of the candidates felt fortunate to catch a glimpse of Xianghua Gu, the legendary, 6th scholar who now wielded immense influence in court. Many admirers boldly stole glances at his face. Gu Chengyan showed no irritation, instead, he remained gentle and soft-spoken throughout, even offering subtle nods in return. After the exam concluded, discussions about Gu Chengyan quickly became the hottest topic among the candidates. I never expected Xianghua Gu to be so young, and so exceptionally handsome. No wonder there were rumors that the late emperor always brightened whenever he summoned Gu to his presence. You must be from out of town, brother. In the capital, it's long been said that when Gu rode through the streets after securing first place in the triennial exam, the townspeople all agreed, this Xuanyuan's looks far surpassed even those of the Tanhualang that year. Were it not for Gu's undeniable scholarship, who knows if another would have claimed third place. Absolutely. I remember clearly, so many women tossed sachets and flowers at him. Not only is Gu unparalleled in intellect, but his martial skill is exceptional too. He leapt from his horse mid-ride and caught a crimson peony, tucking it behind his ear. To this day, no one can say whether it was the flower or Gu himself that dazzled more. Of course, where there were admirers, there were also critics. Humph, an official should serve the nation, not prance around like some courtesan. What use is such beauty? Exactly. Gu Chengyan now dominates the court, forcing nearly everyone to obey him. The emperor is his age, yet rather than relinquishing power, Gu uses his role as a late emperor-appointed guardian to control the sovereign. It's truly intolerable. In terms of true grace and beauty, His Majesty surpasses Gu by far. Even women feel ashamed standing beside him. He is infinitely more refined than Gu Chengyan. Fascinating. If I looked as fair-faced as these men, perhaps I wouldn't even want to marry an ordinary woman either. Standards get high when you're constantly staring at perfection, you hardly fall for anyone less extraordinary. Supporters of the new emperor seized upon this argument to justify the emptiness of the imperial harem. Thus, debate raged fiercely between Gu Chengyan's followers and loyalists of the emperor. Many aristocratic families tried to recruit these young talents, only to be rejected. Some even declared openly, I studied hard for 10 years to serve the empire and earn a respectable future. Now that noble houses are declining, aligning with Xianghua Gu, or even selling oneself to the new emperor, is better than groveling beneath the old clans. Although the aristocrats nurtured capable individuals, their hierarchies remained rigid. Titles and estates overwhelmingly passed to legitimate heirs, leaving lesser sons to rely solely on their own merit via imperial exams. This disparity caused them to distance themselves from family loyalty and prioritize personal gain instead. For half a month straight, Gu Chengyan stayed buried in grading papers. Only after final rankings were set did he finally find time to visit the palace and accompany Lin Shuxuan. To prevent a repeat of the awkwardness at his residence last time, Gu Chengyan spent a fortune gathering rare flowers and exotic plants from across the land, transforming the hall where Lin Shuxuan once lived as a prince into a greenhouse. They sat facing each other, one playing the qin, the other the flute. Without exchanging words, they played in perfect harmony, eyes meeting and instantly understanding the next move. Chingu chased after a snow-white cat with mismatched eyes, the two little beings darting and tumbling together in joyful play. As music lingered in the air, the two exchanged a warm smile. This year's candidates aren't bad. There are many promising ones, Your Majesty should assess them carefully and assign them where they're most needed. Lin Shuxuan nodded, sipping tea offered by Gu Chengyan before continuing to pluck the strings. You read people better than I do. Right now, Nanling lacks nothing except wealth. Let us stabilize the nation for a few years. Once the treasury is fuller, we can pursue greater ambitions. Gu Chengyan sighed. I've been too impatient lately. With everything so hectic, I keep dreaming of retiring early, finding a quiet corner of the world with you, stepping away from court politics forever. Lin Shuxuan looked up at him. The idea of the Prime Minister Gu, who regards the development of the people's livelihood as his own duty, actually contemplating retirement, should the candidates outside hear this, few would believe it. You and I have been portrayed as mortal enemies by them. If one day the truth is revealed, I wonder what they will make of it. Lin Shuxuan smiled along. Most likely, they won't believe it either. Perhaps they'll even curse the one who exposes the truth. Thinking about how increasingly divided the two camps, those supporting himself and those backing the new emperor, had become, Gu Chengyan also chuckled. Chingu trotted over to Gu Chengyan's feet and plopped down on his leg, whimpering softly. In good spirits, Gu Chengyan flipped his jade flute in hand, then used his other arm to lift Chingu up and place him on his shoulder. Seeing this, the white cat jumped onto the table, stared intently at the other shoulder of Gu Chengyan, and prepared to leap. Lin Shuxuan noticed, mimicking Gu Chengyan by placing the cat on his own shoulder as well. This cat had been specially sought out by Gu Chengyan based on Lin Shuxuan's description, extremely similar to the one he had as a child. Let's give the cat a name too. Gu Chengyan nodded upon hearing this, knowing Lin Shuxuan was leaving the naming to him. After a moment's thought, he said, like Chingu, we'll call him Qingyu, taken from half of your given name, Shu. After the palace examination, would you mind meeting Han Sheng and Zichun privately with me? Zhuang Hansheng and Tao Zichuan had both seen Lin Shuxuan in women's attire, whether or not to meet them, Gu Chengyan still asked for his opinion. If he was unwilling, there would be no need to force it. Certainly. If they are to serve in court, we will have to meet eventually anyway. I've read their essays. After the exam, I'd like to assign Hansheng to the Ministry of Works. He's steady by nature. Now that cotton production has begun, we should promote the use of spinning machines. Coming from a poor farming family, he can empathize deeply with peasants and think more meticulously than others. As for Zichuan, he'd be better suited for the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He had long been trained in handling human relations, able to get along well with both aristocratic and commoner families. The Ministry of Civil Affairs needs fresh blood, someone like Tao Zichuan would fit perfectly. The palace examination questions were personally set by the new emperor. All who ranked this year could be considered imperial protégés, completely cutting off any possibility of aristocratic families recruiting them. Among the top 3, only the third-place laureate came from a noble house, the other 2 were both commoners. Zhuang Hanqing took second place, while Tao Zichuan, though slightly behind, still placed near the top of the second tier. After thoroughly assessing this group, Gu Chengyan compiled a detailed list outlining their strengths and characteristics, then assigned most of them to various prefectures across the land, with only a few remaining in the capital. Once the rankings were announced, Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing submitted formal letters of greeting to Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan hosted a banquet at home to celebrate their success. It's been many years, we haven't met since youth. Now seeing the two of you, Zichun and Hanqing, you're much more composed than before. Honorable Prime Minister. Though not yet officially appointed, they were no longer commoners, they were now colleagues of sorts with Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan personally helped them up. Must you be so formal with me? If you keep acting like outsiders, I really will get upset. Tao Zichuan laughed heartily and clasped Gu Chengyan's hand. I told you Chengyan isn't like how he's portrayed out there, he wouldn't look down on us. Hanqing, rarely moved, felt touched deep inside. His idol remained just as he was in their youth, unchanged. He still remembered back when studying at the academy, he had been mocked by classmates for eating poorly due to poverty. Gu Chengyan had not only defended him, but afterward gently found him work copying books, enabling him to earn a living. He would never forget that kindness. I heard both of you have married. Hanqing, you even have a child old enough to run around, why didn't you bring them along so your uncle here could meet them? Hanqing looked a bit embarrassed. The child is mischievous, I worried he might disrupt things in your household. Gu Chengyan patted his back reassuringly. A mischievous child. I imagined you'd have some precocious little scholar, serious beyond his years. Tao Zichuan burst into laughter and playfully exposed Hanqing's weakness. Chengyan, you don't know, his wife is the strict one, plays the stern mother, while Hanqing is the doting father. He can't control the kid at all. That little fellow is nearly as lively as I was as a boy. Speaking of which, Chengyan, have you still not found Miss Lin? Everyone knew the Prime Minister remained unmarried. Hanqing, however, knew of Lin Shuxuan's existence, hence his careful phrasing. Gu Chengyan smiled. I found her, but the situation is somewhat complicated. Come inside and see for yourselves. He's here today. Zhuang Hanqing and Tao Zichuan exchanged a glance, puzzled. If Chengyan had already found Lin Shuxuan, why hadn't they married all these years? In the grand hall, a slender figure was directing servants to serve the dishes. Zhuang Hanqing had just begun to wonder, could this be Miss Lin? Brother Zhuang. Brother Tao. Long time no see. The girl turned around and greeted them openly and warmly. Tao Zichuan responded enthusiastically. Siki. You've grown into a young lady. Look at you managing the household so well, you're destined to be a virtuous wife and good mother. Nothing like the delicate little girl I remember. Zhuang Hanqing smiled and nodded at her. Humph. Since when was I ever delicate? Well, never mind, that's not important today. This is your celebration for passing the Imperial exam, so I won't hold it against you. Hurry and sit down, the dishes have just been served. Where are your parents and Shuxian? Gu Chengyan asked. Siki suddenly remembered and replied, they're playing with Qinggu and Qingyu in the back garden. Honestly, my parents are of such an age, yet they play along with the two children like they're kids themselves. We couldn't drag them away even if we tried. The more Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing listened, the more suspicious they became. Could it be, that Chengyan had actually fathered children with Lin Shuxian before marriage? And not just one child, but two. Chapter 71. Zhuang Hanqing, now a father himself, took the initiative to discuss child rearing with Gu Chengyan. How old are Qinggu and Qingyu? Chengyan, you never even told us about them, I didn't bring them any gifts. Gu Chengyan thought for a moment before replying, they're about 2 months old. It wasn't such an important matter, and we can always make up for the gift later. So they're still very young, Zhuang Hanqing thought to himself. 2 months, that's exactly when they start getting fussy. They definitely need help from the elders. Siki added, exactly. They're both so mischievous, yet somehow they look especially adorable. The elders at home dote on them endlessly, wouldn't hesitate to pluck the moon from the sky if it pleased them. Recalling how Xia Shi and Gu Zhengxiu had rushed to snatch the two little ones into their arms that morning, chasing after them with fresh milk in hand, Gu Chengyan shook his head with a smile. It's time to eat, Siki. Could you go fetch them, the three of them? All right, I'll be back shortly. You two chat for a bit. After Siki left, Tao Zichuan sighed dramatically. Never thought you'd beat me to it, Chengyan, already have 2 children. Children? What children? Gu Chengyan stood up, smiling as he walked to the door to welcome Lin Shuxuan and guide him to a seat. As he led the way, he said, "Why did you come so late? You skipped breakfast this morning. You said you were hungry, didn't you?" Lin Shuxuan raised his sleeve slightly, indicating for Gu Chengyan to take a look. "It's not that I didn't want to come. Look," Chingu clamped onto my sleeve and wouldn't let go. "If it weren't for uncle and aunt stepping in, I might still be stuck there by now." When Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing saw Lin Shuxuan's face, they froze momentarily. Could this be Miss Lin's younger brother? He looks exactly like her. Tao Zichuan exclaimed. Gu Chengyan covered his mouth with his fist, letting out a muffled chuckle. Lin Shuxuan shot him a sharp glance, his eyes holding a subtle warning. Gu Chengyan cleared his throat lightly and explained, there was some misunderstanding before. Shuxian had special reasons to dress as a woman. But he, like me, is truly male. This. Tao Zichuan was stunned into silence. Seeing how close Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxian were, though surprised, Zhuang Hanqing, who wrote fiction himself, had conjured far stranger tales in his writing, he accepted the situation faster than Tao Zichuan did. As long as lovers end up together, all is well. After going through so much over the years, you've finally found your happiness. As friends, I truly wish you well. Tao Zichuan then snapped out of his thoughts. He quickly added, what others say doesn't matter. Hanqing is right, we're your friends, and we fully support you. After all, seeing how freely Lin Shuxian moved in and out of the Gu residence, clearly Qingyan's parents already knew about their relationship. In the end, this was their family affair. Behind closed doors, their life was no one else's business. Still, Tao Zichuan glanced again at Lin Shuxian, feeling somehow that he had seen him somewhere before. Lin Shuxian looked at the two of them, satisfied with their reactions. It's been a while. Please, sit. Once everyone was seated, Lin Shuxian continued, I just heard you talking about children, do you both have kids now? Zhuang Hanqing smiled and said, we were talking about the two little infants, Qinggu and Qingyu. At that moment, Xia Shi and Gu Jingxiu walked in, overhearing the remark. Qinggu and Qingyu aren't human beings. Qingyan, how could you introduce them to your friends like that? At your age, still playing jokes for amusement. Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hanqing immediately stood and gave a respectful junior bow. Aunt Xia, Uncle Gu, sorry to trouble you. No need for such formality. Sit, sit. We don't stand on ceremony at home, just like before. Don't hold back or feel constrained. Now everyone was gathered. Hearing their confusion, Siki couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Qinggu is a little white tiger that Brother De and elder brother Shuxian adopted deep in the mountains. Qingyu is a cat with odd-colored eyes, one pupil blue, one gold. But in our household, they really are treated just like children. My father and mother cherished them as if they were pearls in their eyes. Seeing how harmonious and joyful this family was, no different from any ordinary household, Zhuang Hanqing and Tao Zichuan gradually relaxed. After finishing the meal, they engaged in light, casual conversation. In the end, Gu Chengyan hinted at his plans and hopes for the two men, detailing to them the current situation in the capital. Their official ranks were still too low, even during court assemblies, they stood outside the hall. For a long time, they would have no chance to see the emperor's face. Not until 3 years later. Zhuang Hanqing, having been commended by the emperor for his contributions to promoting and developing textile machines, finally had the chance to approach his majesty up close. Your humble servant Zhuang Hanqing thanks the emperor. After receiving the imperial decree, he heard a solemn yet cold voice say to him, rise. He dared to lift his head slightly, and that single glance nearly made him kneel again. The emperor. The emperor looked exactly like Lin Shuxian. Lin Shuxian, noticing the disbelief on his face, raised an eyebrow and curled his lips. He deliberately asked in a teasing tone, Zhuang Hanqing, do I look handsome? Handsome, very handsome. Your majesty possesses extraordinary beauty, as if a celestial deity has descended. How do I compare to Minister Gu? Zhuang Hanqing cautiously glanced at his friend standing nearby. Gu Chengyan smiled gently and gave a slight nod, signaling him to speak freely, it was fine. Your majesty is undoubtedly superior. The emperor laughed heartily, then turned to Gu Chengyan beside him. It seems the reputation of Minister Gu being peerless in elegance and grace isn't quite accurate after all. The other ministers in the hall who were unaware of the truth thought to themselves, after so many years, the emperor still fiercely competes with Minister Gu. Before, it was about power and capability, now, even appearance is not spared. He's determined to surpass Minister Gu in every way. Minister Gu, however, carried himself with the humility of a true gentleman. Your Majesty is the son of heaven, naturally favored more by Nuwa herself. Your Majesty resembles a noble orchid or a jade tree, fairer than any maiden, far surpassing this minister's modest looks. The official's heart skipped a beat. Minister Gu had just struck right into the emperor's sore spot, daring to mention his delicate, almost effeminate features. Sure enough, the emperor became furious once again. He then lashed out at several other officials, stripping them of their positions on the spot and promoting new faces to replace them. As for the emperor venting his anger at court officials over minor disagreements, everyone had long grown accustomed. At first, they would try to intervene, but later realized doing so only brought greater repercussions. Moreover, the emperor's reasons for punishing people were always beyond reproach. Now, everyone stayed silent merely to protect themselves. The Right Chancellor sighed quietly. The atmosphere in court these days was much better than during the late emperor's reign. It was time to entrust Nanling to these ambitious young men. The Right Chancellor submitted a petition requesting retirement due to old age. The emperor declined 3 times before finally agreeing. From then on, Nanling had only one chancellor, and the emperor never showed any intention of appointing another. Noble families gradually began sensing something amiss. Now, the pinnacle of power in Nanling was occupied by Gu Chengyan and the new emperor, neither of whom belonged to their faction. Without realizing when, the number of influential figures from the clans in key positions had gradually decreased, and their influence continued to shrink. Over the past 3 years, Nanling had developed rapidly. Common people no longer suffered from hunger and cold. High-yield, filling crops such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were widely cultivated. Soft cotton became abundant, and textile machines were now widespread. The Ministry of Works had created a material called cement, low-cost and extremely durable, perfect for building houses and paving roads. With improved transportation, commerce flourished, and people's lives grew steadily better. Suddenly, rumors spread among the populace about a lost imperial treasure from the previous dynasty resurfacing, capturing the attention of all quarters. Chingu had grown into a massive cat 2 meters long, upon whose head sat a white cat with heterochromatic eyes. Because their fur colors were so similar, one could easily miss the smaller cat unless coming close. The carriage curtain was lifted. Gu Chengyan, dressed in simple green robes, stepped in. Seeing Lin Shuxuan leaning comfortably against Chingu's belly, fast asleep, he smiled faintly. He pulled the younger man into his arms. Gu Chengyan carried a light scent of sandalwood, which Lin Shuxuan found soothing. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Gu Chengyan's waist. Have we arrived? Hearing his drowsy voice, Gu Chengyan gently brushed aside a strand of his long hair. Did I wake you? No, I woke up on my own. His voice was soft and muffled as he stirred, still nestled in Gu Chengyan's embrace. After learning of the rumor regarding the lost imperial treasure, Gu Chengyan recalled that before the late emperor passed, he had left behind a key, said to unlock the treasure. When he mentioned it to Lin Shuxuan simply clapped his hands and dragged him out of the capital city together. Their official excuse? To retreat to the summer villa for coolness. The ministers didn't suspect anything. Most of the 6 ministries were now filled with fresh talent, so there was little worry about major issues arising. They were currently in Chang'an, the former capital of the previous dynasty, located within Nanling territory, though not far from Beiyan. Earlier, while riding on horseback, Gu Chengyan had spotted many people wearing Beiyan attire, even a few from the kingdom. Clearly, all 3 nations had caught wind of the news and sent people to Chang'an to investigate. So you're saying the royal families of Beiyan and Li might come here too? Gu Chengyan used his fingers as a comb, gently smoothing Lin Shuxuan's long hair. That's not out of the question. After all, was divided into the present 3 kingdoms following the fall of the previous dynasty. If I possess the key once held by Nanling's imperial family, it's possible Beiyan and Li may have acquired theirs as well. Now that Nanling has finally risen, countless eyes are watching. It wouldn't matter much if this so-called imperial treasure didn't truly exist. But if it does, we cannot let it fall into the hands of the other 2 nations. With added wealth, they would likely use it as an excuse to launch invasions and gradually consume Nanling. Lin Shuxuan sat up. He had considered precisely this point, which was why he insisted on coming here in person with Gu Chengyan. They disguised themselves as a married couple searching for lost relatives in Chang'an. Eunuch Wei posed as their elderly steward, publicly claiming Wen Yin to be the steward's son, while the 2 bodyguards protecting them were actually imperial guards in disguise. By the time they arrived, most inns had already been fully booked. Fortunately, Gu Chengyan had arranged ahead of time for the manager of Beitongtang in Chang'an to reserve several high-grade rooms for them. The exceptional martial skills of the guards accompanying Gu Chengyan's party did not go unnoticed by many. Wen Yin and Eunuch Wei stepped down from the front of the carriage first, then turned toward the 2 masters inside. Master, madam, we've arrived at the inn. Please come down now. Gu Chengyan lifted the curtain and descended with Wen Yin's hand supporting him. Onlookers immediately recognized from his demeanor and attire that he was clearly a frail scholar, gentle, refined, and rather good-looking. Madam, please come down. A slender figure emerged from within the carriage. She wore a white straw hat, her face veiled with white gauze, though unseen, everyone could tell just from her figure alone that she must be a beauty. Her delicate fingers rested softly in the scholar's palm, her fragile appearance stirring vague reveries in the minds of those watching. Chapter 72. A gentle breeze brushed past the woman's hair, lifting the white veil that concealed her features. Her brows and eyes were as delicate as a painting, her gaze cool and distant, her lips slightly tinted crimson. She looked just like the fairy described in legends. Yet the beauty seemed especially frail. After stepping down from the carriage, she leaned against her husband beside her, speaking not a word. Their elderly steward entered first to speak with the innkeeper and collect the keys. Moments later, the group made their way to the finest guest suite on the third floor. After that, the uniquely composed couple never appeared again. All matters were handled by the capable young man accompanying them. Chang'an was gathering more and more people. With more people came greater conflict, and fights broke out constantly. Although the authorities had explicitly banned brawling within city limits, many of those arriving these days were highly skilled martial experts whom the officials could do nothing about. Eventually, they simply stopped intervening. So long as no one was killed, they turned a blind eye. Yin, under the pretext of purchasing herbal tonics for his mistress, arrived at Baoji Hall. "Shopkeeper, please prepare 2 doses according to this prescription." Recognizing it instantly as one of Baoji Hall's secret formulas, the shopkeeper calmly took the paper and smiled. "Please wait a moment, I'll have it ready for you shortly. By the way, why has your place been so crowded these days? I'm not entirely sure myself. They say everyone's come searching for treasure. It all started a month ago when the young master of the Tiandao sect here in Chang'an married a woman of unknown origin. They say she was somewhat deranged. One day, she suddenly ran out into the streets shouting about some hidden treasure appearing in the world. The word spread like wildfire, and ever since then, more and more people have flooded in. Are you here seeking treasure too?" Yin laughed lightly. "Not at all. My father and I are traveling with our master and madam to find lost relatives. Over 30 years ago, due to famine, my old lady's family relocated southward. Our ancestral home is right here in Chang'an." The shopkeeper nodded. "I've lived in Chang'an for several years now. Perhaps I can help. May I know your master's surname? And who exactly are you trying to find, their name, profession?" Yin said, "Then I thank you in advance. Our master surnamed Gu, and we're looking for my madam's maternal uncle, a physician like yourself, surnamed Zhao. Given how long ago it was, I don't know his full name." The shopkeeper pondered. "There are a few physicians surnamed Zhao in Chang'an. I'll make inquiries for your master." "Thank you very much." "My pleasure. Your medicine is ready, sir." Yin paid, picked up the cloth-wrapped herbs, and walked out of Baoji Hall, completely unaware that not far behind him followed a stranger dressed so inconspicuously as to blend into any crowd. Back at the inn, Yin knocked on the couple's room door and asked, "Master, I've returned with the medicine. Shall I brew it for madam now?" Gu Chengyan replied, "Come in first. Let me inspect the quality of the herbs." "Yes, sir." Yin stepped into the couple's room, closed the door, unfolded the herb bundle on the table, then quietly pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to Gu Chengyan. The Qiandao sect holds absolute power in this region. It seems the identity of this mad, young mistress isn't simple. Why else would mere rumors draw such a convergence of forces? But change the rumor to this: the young emperor is in peril, Lin Yanliwang rises, the Zhao clan's secret treasure lies hidden in Chang'an. Lin Shuxuan took the note from his hand, glanced over it briefly. Before, the Qiandao sect sought renowned physicians far and wide to treat this young mistress's madness. Clearly, they hoped to extract something from her. When Lin Yanli divided the realm into 3 and declared himself king, storming the Zhao imperial palace, he found neither the young emperor nor much treasure. That defies logic entirely. Hence, the persistent rumors: the Zhao royal family had foreseen disaster and hidden away all accumulated treasures over centuries in a secret location. Most likely, the Qiandao sect has also caught wind of this and grown greedy. As for the true story behind the fall of the previous dynasty, out of respect for royal dignity, noble families remained tight-lipped. Few today knew the details clearly, and even historical records skimmed over it with vague mentions. "You're awfully fearless," Gu Chengyan said with a smile. "After all, your ancestors played their part too. Shouldn't you leave a bit of dignity for the old ancestors?" Lin Shuxuan raised an eyebrow. "What's there to hide? The Zhao royal house practiced benevolent rule, which only fed the ambition of their ministers beneath. If you ask me, rulers should be stricter, make them understand power, instill fear deep in their bones. Only then can one sit securely upon the throne." Gu Chengyan lightly scraped his nose. "No wonder you're the emperor now. After finally getting out on a journey, you're still thinking about how to keep your ministers in check. Who in the entire imperial court isn't afraid of you by now?" Lin Shuxuan wrinkled his nose, ticklish from the touch. "You're not afraid of me." Gu Chengyan gently rubbed it for him and continued, "However, the real reason this rumor about the secret treasure has spread so wildly isn't actually that woman, but rather the Mo family. Their mechanical artifice is peerless. Not long ago, their previous Grand Master passed away from illness, and during the internal power struggle that followed, a secret was leaked: the Zhao royal clan's treasure vault was originally designed and built by the ancestors of the Mo family. The Mo family holds the original blueprints. Now, all one needs is to find the entrance, and the accumulated treasures of the Zhao clan over 1,000 years would be theirs. No wonder everyone came rushing as soon as the news broke in Chang'an." Lin Shuxuan held Qingyu, the cat, and pinched its tiny paw. "Have we found a house yet? Qingyu stays outside all by himself. What if some clueless person hurts him?" Seeing how unconcerned he appeared, Gu Chengyan shook his head. I know exactly what you're up to. You just want to ditch state affairs and go have fun. You haven't shown the slightest interest in the treasure at all. Chenggu is a tiger, clever and quick-witted. He knows how to hide himself. Just relax. Lin Shuxuan, caught in his intentions, remained perfectly composed and even boldly replied, I've already listened to you and disguised myself as a woman. Now you should uphold your end of the deal. Everything else must be handled by you. Gu Chengyan knew of his lazy nature. He had originally used the idea of wearing women's clothes to provoke him, but never expected Lin Shuxuan to take it so readily, completely unfazed. Ah well. This indolent disposition was something he himself had indulged into existence. If not for the times when Lin Shuxuan grew angry and he'd immediately step in to manage official matters and review memorials himself, Lin Shuxuan would never have become so recklessly confident. After all, during his time as crown prince, Lin Shuxuan had attended to every detail personally, under the watchful eye of the late emperor, and never once made a mistake. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, he simply didn't want to. Since we're committed to playing our roles, this tonic benefits the lady's health. Go ask the innkeeper for a place to brew it and bring it here. Yin obeyed and went off to attend to it. Coincidentally, the very same day the Baoji Hall shopkeeper mentioned seeking a physician surnamed Zhao, someone actually showed up on his own. Shopkeeper, doesn't your Baoji Hall have physicians from the Medical Valley attending patients? Could you help me see if there's anything wrong with this prescription? The shopkeeper smiled politely. We do indeed have physicians from the Medical Valley available for consultations, but only for our special clientele. I'm truly sorry. I'm from the Qiandao sect. The Qiandao sect is one of your special clients. The man pulled out a token, speaking anxiously. The shopkeeper took it and inspected it. It was genuinely from the Qiandao sect, no forgery. Might I ask your surname, sir? The Qiandao sect is usually represented by a steward surnamed He. I don't believe I've seen you before. The man said, I'm surnamed Zhao. My father was summoned by the Qiandao sect to treat their young madam. They claim his prescription is flawed. Your physicians from the Medical Valley are highly skilled, could you please speak a fair word for my father? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper paused slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would have made an excuse to refuse. After all, the Qiandao sect dominated this region, and was not easily provoked. But his master had just instructed him to look for a doctor surnamed Zhao, and this man fit perfectly. The shopkeeper thought to himself, your family's luck hasn't run out yet. Rest assured, young Master Zhao. A disciple from our Medical Valley happens to be here searching for relatives. I can have him take a look. Please wait a moment, I'll go fetch him right away. He gave instructions to an apprentice in the shop and personally left to invite the guest. Yin led him to the door of Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan's room. Master, the shopkeeper from Baoji Hall is here. He says he has a request. Bring him in. Yin pushed open the door and said, please come in. The moment the shopkeeper saw Gu Chengyan, he respectfully knelt and kowtowed. Greetings, senior master. The managers of Baoji Hall were handpicked by Gu Chengyan himself, so recognizing him was not surprising. Rise. What's so urgent that you had to come in person? The shopkeeper recounted what had just happened. The Qiandao sect, and a man surnamed Zhao. How remarkably coincidental. Lady, would you care to come along and take a look? The shopkeeper stole a glance at the woman reclining on the couch. She wore a flowing white gauze dress trailing on the ground, her cloud-like hair pinned with a silver hairpin that swayed gently as she moved, truly breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder Senior Master Gu had no interest in the Valley Master, with such a peerless beauty by his side, how could anyone else stand a chance? Then let's go. I absolutely love joining in on the fun, especially other people's drama. When they arrived at Baoji Hall, the man surnamed Zhao immediately rushed over upon seeing the shopkeeper return, as if spotting a lifeline. This is Dr. Gu from Medical Valley, and beside him is his wife. The moment the man saw how young Gu Chengyan was, even seemingly younger than himself, he grew uneasy. Gu Chengyan smiled gently. If you don't trust me, that's fine too. Baoji Hall never lacked patients, especially those suffering from rare and complicated illnesses. Gu Chengyan treated 3 patients right before his eyes. One of them was a middle-aged man who had lost sensation in his lower body due to a fall. After Gu administered acupuncture, tingling sensations returned to the man's calves, and he burst into tears of joy on the spot. The rumors about Medical Valley disciples reviving the dead, restoring flesh to bones, and reattaching severed limbs, are actually true. Please forgive my ignorance, Dr. Gu. Help me examine this prescription and clear my father's name. I beg you. Seeing the man kneel down immediately and apologize so earnestly, Yin finally gave up on her secret plan to beat him up quietly. Get up. Since I've promised the shopkeeper to help you, I won't go back on my word. The shopkeeper promptly reminded him, Master Zhao, why don't you quickly take out your father's prescription so Dr. Gu can take a look? Oh, right. The man suddenly realized his mistake and hurriedly pulled the prescription from his chest, handing it to Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan took it and studied it carefully. This prescription. Gu Chengyan frowned slightly. Seeing his expression, the man instantly panicked. Dr. Gu. Is there something wrong with this prescription? Gu Chengyan offered a gentle smile, calming his anxiety. There's no need to panic. If I'm not mistaken, this was originally intended to treat madness, but the effect wasn't strong enough. The formula itself has flaws, though it isn't harmful to the body. Chapter 73. Upon hearing that the young man's surname Zhao had brought a physician from Meta Valley to vouch for his father, the young master of Thousand Blade Sect immediately ordered them brought before him. As soon as the man entered Thousand Blade Sect, he knelt before a youth in his early 20s. Master. I've brought Gu Doctor from Meta Valley. He personally reviewed the prescription my father wrote for the young mistress. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Please, spare my father. He's been wronged. Seeing that Gu Chengyan carried himself with remarkable grace and was accompanied by a woman of exceptional beauty, and noticing how respectfully the owner of Baoji Pharmacy stood beside him, treating him with such deference, the young master deduced that this man must hold a high position within Meta Valley. Noticing also that Gu appeared scholarly, he refrained from using the common martial world term, young hero, instead addressing him respectfully as, Sir. Sir, you are of Meta Valley. Gu Chengyan smiled slightly and gave a modest nod. Since Sir has confirmed that the prescription written by Master Zhao poses no harm, release him now. The steward behind the young master wore an expression of displeasure but dared not openly object in front of everyone. He could only shoot Gu Chengyan a venomous glare, blaming him for ruining his scheme. Release the man surnamed Zhao from the firewood shed, the steward said coldly. Would you be so kind, sir, as to examine my wife? She was perfectly fine just days ago, no idea what happened, but on the eve of our wedding, she suddenly became deranged. I've sought every renowned physician, yet none have been able to cure her. The young master's tone sounded sincere, and the affection visible on his face seemed genuine. Gu Chengyan glanced at the delicate figure beside him, perhaps reminded of his own beloved, and nodded. Young master, your devotion is truly moving. I shall do my best. At that moment, an elderly man in his 60s was brought forward. Zhao Jin hurried over to support his father. You may take your father home now, the young master told Zhao Jin. I'll let this matter go this time, but in future, cease boasting about your medical skills. Zhao Jin looked toward Gu Chengyan, eyes filled with silent concern. Gu gave him a subtle nod, reassuring him. Yes. Thank you, young master. The young master glanced at the small group accompanying Gu Chengyan and said apologetically, Forgive me, sir, but my wife becomes fearful when too many strangers are present. Might the others please wait here for a short while? Gu Chengyan exchanged a glance with Lin Shuxuan before replying, Other matters aside, young master, my wife is frail, usually I keep her close by my side, never apart. As one who cherishes his beloved, I trust you can understand my reluctance. The young master frowned slightly, displeased by Gu's refusal, but upon seeing the fragile form of Lin Shuxuan, he finally relented. This way, sir. Lin Shuxuan gently squeezed Gu Chengyan's finger in gratitude. He wanted to witness the drama unfold firsthand, and Gu Chengyan had made it possible. Gu's eyes softened even more, brimming with indulgence. When Gu Chengyan first saw the woman rumored to be mad, he realized she was nothing like these state people assumed. She was fully aware, her gaze far from vacant. In fact, beneath the surface was a faint wariness. Though she tried hard to conceal it, Gu still caught it. Lin Shuxuan noticed it too, and his curiosity toward Thousand Blade Sect deepened. Yuner, this is Dr. Gu from Meta Valley. Let him examine you, would you mind? The young master was exceedingly gentle with the woman called Yuner, full of love and care, attentively watching her every expression, clearly afraid of upsetting her. But the woman remained unmoved, showing neither acceptance nor strong resistance. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, the young master gave Gu Chengyan a slight nod. Gu approached and sat beside the woman. A member of Thousand Blade Sect carefully placed his medicine case on the table. May the young mistress extend her right wrist? I shall examine your pulse. The woman noticed Lin Shuxuan standing beside Gu Chengyan and suddenly appeared more at ease, obediently placing her wrist on the table as instructed. I beg your pardon. With an apology, Gu began taking her pulse. Her pulse was bizarre, fluctuating wildly between strength and weakness, unlike any normal person's, seemingly matching the signs of someone suffering from a lunacy disorder. But in truth, it was not so. This was clearly the result of a martial arts practitioner succumbing to internal chaos during cultivation. And Gu Chengyan was certain, this woman possessed extraordinary martial skill, rivaling his own. He withdrew his hand. The young master grew instantly tense. Sir, how is Yuner's condition? Is there any way to heal her? Gu noticed something odd in the man's final question. His voice had dropped almost imperceptibly, carrying a discordant hint, as if he did not truly wish for her complete recovery. The young madam's pulse is irregular, alternating between strong and weak, clearly different from that of ordinary people. It's highly likely she has suffered an unbearable trauma. Whenever she recalls it, her condition worsens. Is that the case? Gu Chengyan asked this while staring directly at the woman named Yuner. The woman lifted her eyes to meet Gu Chengyan's gaze, then slowly nodded. With this, Gu Chengyan had a general understanding and turned to the young master of Thousand Blade Sect. Young master, please remain calm. The young madam's condition isn't severe. As long as she isn't deliberately provoked, combined with medication and acupuncture treatment, she will naturally recover after some time. The woman's expression remained indifferent, yet a faint glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. That's wonderful. Once Yuna recovers, she'll be just like anyone else, no longer plagued by headaches. Could I trouble Mr. Gu to personally treat her? Money is no object. Gu Chengyan rose and held Lin Shuxuan's hand gently, quietly asking, does my wife agree to my treating her? He had once promised Lin Shuxuan not to recklessly give away his kindness, hence this question. Lin Shuxuan wasn't particularly willing, after all, for Gu Chengyan to treat this woman would require close physical contact. But recalling what Master Minhui once said about doing good deeds and accumulating merit, he hesitated briefly before finally nodding. Why must the physician consult his wife before treating a patient? The young master asked in confusion. After all, Gu Chengyan was from Meta Valley, wasn't it only natural for someone from Meta Valley to practice medicine? Gu Chengyan smiled lightly. My wife comes from a prestigious family, they value propriety, and she dislikes it when I have overly intimate contact with other women. Thus, whenever there's a female patient, I always ask for her permission first. The young master was greatly surprised. Looking at Gu Chengyan's wife, her pale, aloof appearance, he hadn't expected her to be the jealous type. But then again, those from noble families often followed strict customs. Their lineage could stretch back hundreds of years, etiquette was paramount. The young master glanced at his own wife. She seemed entirely unconcerned about him being around other women. Even when his mother suggested taking additional concubines, she hadn't reacted at all. With help from Thousand Blade sect, Gu Chengyan found a suitable courtyard to settle in, not far from their sect, convenient for him to visit daily to treat their young madam. After Gu Chengyan had settled down, Zhao Jin's entire family came to express their gratitude. As soon as they entered, Zhao Jin, his parents, wife, and children knelt together before Gu Chengyan and said in unison, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." Gu Chengyan quickly instructed others to help them up. "What are you doing? Get up quickly. Dr. Zhao was wrongfully accused, I merely spoke the truth. It's nothing deserving thanks. Please rise." Only then did the whole family stand. The elderly Dr. Zhao finally got a clear look at Gu Chengyan's face, staring at him intently for a long while. "Your accent doesn't sound local. May I ask what brought you to Chang'an?" This was Zhao Jin's father, Dr. Zhao, speaking. Gu Chengyan replied, "I've come to Chang'an in search of my relatives. My late mother was born here. Due to famine, she migrated southward and settled there. Her greatest wish before passing was to trace back to her ancestral roots." Dr. Zhao nodded. "I've lived in Chang'an since childhood, perhaps I can assist. Might I ask your mother's name? I'll make some inquiries for you." Gu Chengyan answered, "My mother surnamed Zhao. She was very young when she went missing and only remembered her childhood nickname, Inger." Dr. Zhao took a deep breath and studied Gu Chengyan's face carefully. "Could it be possible?" Gu Chengyan asked in confusion, "What is it?" "My elder uncle was in the herbal medicine trade. Roughly 30 to 40 years ago, he had a daughter, her little name was also Inger. Later, when they traveled south for business, their only daughter somehow vanished. I notice you bear some resemblance to my uncle when he was young, could it be that the lost Inger is actually your mother?" Gu Chengyan raised an eyebrow. "That would indeed be a remarkable coincidence. However, my mother left behind nothing to prove her identity, so we cannot say for certain. No matter, no matter. After my cousin disappeared, my aunt fell gravely ill and bore no more children. Later, they adopted a girl they found, raising her as their own. Now she manages the household. For decades, they've never given up searching for my lost cousin. Young sir, why don't you accompany me tomorrow to meet the two elders? You can speak with them, should it turn out to be the same person, it would be beyond fortunate. In that case, I truly appreciate Dr. Zhao's effort in arranging this. It's only proper, only proper. You saved my life, perhaps in the future, we might even be related. Let's not speak of gratitude." The next day, Gu Chengyan went to Thousand Blade sect to treat the young madam. She dismissed her maid and asked Gu Chengyan, "Sir, after several days of treatment, I know you are a divine physician who can surely tell that I'm not truly ill, only that my cultivation took a wrong turn. May I ask, when will my memories fully return?" The young master of Thousand Blade sect had asked Gu Chengyan this same question before, but he hadn't answered truthfully. The young lady's memories can be restored with 7 consecutive days of acupuncture treatment. After hearing this, she clenched her fists tightly. "Is there any way to restore my martial cultivation?" Gu Chengyan smiled without replying. "I beg you, sir, save me. Once my memories return, the sect master of Thousand Blade sect will surely realize it, and knowing what he wants from me, he won't let me go." The young madam knelt on the ground, kowtowing several times, then raised her glistening, tear-filled eyes to look at Gu Chengyan. Lin Shuxuan stepped in front of Gu Chengyan and said, "Why should my man save you for no reason? Drop that pitiful expression. If you want to live, fine, but offer something worth our risk in exchange." Gu Chengyan looked at Lin Shuxuan with affection, indulging his antics. "As for what you just mentioned, the thing the Thousand Blade sect master is seeking, I do find it rather intriguing." The woman named Yuner lightly bit her lower lip. "I agree. As long as you're willing to save me, I'll tell you everything I know." Gu Chengyan exchanged a glance with Lin Shuxuan, and they both smiled. They hadn't expected the entrance to the former dynasty's hidden treasure to fall so easily into their hands. Chapter 74. Dr. Zhao had already arranged a time with Gu Chengyan's eldest uncle and hurried over personally to inform Gu Chengyan himself. Since it was for a reunion, the meeting wasn't held in public but instead at the Zhao family residence. A sharp-eyed woman came out to greet them. "This must be Mr. Gu, the one who saved my cousin's life. Truly impressive, handsome and well-mannered. And his wife is also exquisitely beautiful, you two are perfectly matched. Please come in quickly." Upon entering the Zhao household, two elderly people, their hair turned silver and appearing about 60 years old, gazed at them with eager anticipation. Their eyes locked onto Gu Chengyan and didn't stray again. The elderly matriarch, tears brimming in her eyes, hastily rose and reached out as if to touch Gu Chengyan's face. Wen Yi moved forward instinctively to stop her, but Gu Chengyan waved him back gently. "Inger. My Inger. You finally returned." The woman managing affairs in the Zhao household opened her mouth to speak, yet seeing how overcome her parents were with emotion, she couldn't bring herself to interrupt. Apologetically, she looked toward Gu Chengyan. After a moment, the elder woman finally regained some clarity and noticed something amiss. Her Inger would now be well into her 40s. How could this person still appear so young? And clearly, this individual standing before her was a man. Seeing the dawning realization in her eyes, Gu Chengyan spoke calmly, "Esteemed Madame Zhao, I am male. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Husband. Come see for yourself," the elderly woman called desperately to the old man behind her. "This young man looks exactly like our daughter Inger, how can he not be her?" The patriarch slowly stood and walked up beside his wife, studying Gu Chengyan closely. "He does bear a striking resemblance, 7 parts alike, at least," he murmured. "Young man, what was your mother's name?" "My mother surnamed Zhao. After losing her family, she fell gravely ill and remembered only that she was born in Chang'an and that her family gave her the pet name Inger." Tears streamed down the old lady's cheeks. Deep within, she felt certain, this child's mother was indeed her long-lost daughter. "Did your mother possess anything else? Any keepsake or distinguishing mark?" Gu Chengyan replied, "When my father found her, she carried nothing. However, I do recall, one mole on the left side of her chest." "Yes. There was a mole, a red one," the elder woman cried. "It must be my Inger. Where is she? Where is my daughter?" Gu Chengyan lowered his gaze and remained silent. The younger woman stepped forward to support the weeping matriarch, sighing softly as she whispered comfort, "Mother, sister passed away over 10 years ago." The old couple clung to each other, sobbing bitterly. All these years they had searched, knowing deep down the chances of reunion were near impossible. Yet now, having found a thread of hope, they learned too late that she was gone, and grief overwhelmed them. "Father, mother," interjected the middle-aged woman gently, "though my sister has passed, her child, your own grandson, stands right here before us. Don't weep any longer. This is a joyful occasion, the reuniting of kin should be cause for celebration." Gradually calming themselves, the elders took hold of Gu Chengyan and began asking countless questions, about his mother, about his upbringing, and upon learning there was also a granddaughter, they eagerly inquired after her as well. When they saw their grandson married to such a graceful and beautiful daughter-in-law, the two elders warmly welcomed Lin Shuxuan, fussing over him kindly. Unused to such tender affection from grandparents, Lin Shuxuan found the experience strangely touching. Smiling softly, he answered their inquiries patiently, every inch the gentle, dignified lady of a noble house. After more conversation and comparison of details, all pieces aligned, they truly were family. With solemn respect, Gu Chengyan knelt with Lin Shuxuan at his side and addressed them properly, "Grandfather. Grandmother." Having officially recognized the kinship, the elders naturally wished for them to move into their home. But Gu Chengyan explained gently that he was currently attending to the young mistress of the Thousand Knives sect, and residing far away might prove inconvenient. "Very well," the elder woman sighed, though still wistful. "In truth, you're doing this to save your cousin by marriage. But promise an old woman, you'll visit often and keep me company." Gu Chengyan readily agreed. The family then shared joyfully in a long-overdue reunion meal, decades in the making. Only 7 days remained. On the very eve, Jiang Yuner fully regained her memories, but in her haste, she contacted her clan, drawing suspicion from the leader of the Thousand Knives sect. Under relentless torment, she finally revealed her true identity. Bathed in blood, Jiang Yuner lay pale and sweating, her brow slick with cold drops. Yet her eyes burned with unyielding resolve as she spat hatefully, "My Jiang family has guarded the Imperial Zhao clan's secret treasure across generations. I will never betray my ancestors' legacy for my own sake. Kill me if you dare, otherwise, if I ever find an opening, I swear I'll cut you down with my own blade." Still refusing to talk. "Then die." With those words, the sect leader raised the infamous edgeless blade, the weapon renowned throughout the martial world, and prepared to strike. At that instant, the young master of the Thousand Knives sect appeared suddenly, throwing himself before the woman he loved, shielding her with his body and daring death itself. "Father. Please spare Yuner. She really doesn't know anything. If you insist on killing her, then kill me first." The young master was the only son of the Thousand Knives sect's leader, and naturally, the man couldn't bring himself to strike. With a cold snort, he lowered his great blade. Keep an eye on both of them. He had to go personally to monitor where Jiang Yuner would contact her clan, planning to capture every last one of them. This region belonged entirely to the Thousand Knives sect's territory. He refused to believe they couldn't catch the head of the Jiang family. Yuner. Are you alright? The young master reached out helplessly, afraid to touch Jiang Yuner's battered body covered in wounds. Jiang Yuner sneered, crocodile tears. I curse the day I ever opened my foolish eyes for a heartless, ungrateful man like you. Not only have I been gravely injured, but now my entire clan is being dragged into this. The young master recalled their first meeting, him, a passionate youth, her, innocent and bright. But after returning to the Thousand Knives sect, everything changed. The sect leader's wife despised Jiang Yuner as a mere orphan and openly placed other women beside her son. The harem schemes were vile and relentless. The young master was caught in compromising acts with other women, and Jiang Yuner, seeing it all, fell into deep despair. Her grief led to cultivation backlash, leaving her spirit shattered. Then, when the sect leader learned she was connected to the secret treasure, the interrogations began daily. Bit by bit, their love was ground to dust. She now harbored deep hatred toward everyone in the Thousand Knives sect. Gu Chengyan felt puzzled when summoned suddenly to treat the young mistress. It didn't make sense, something must have happened that he wasn't aware of. This time, Gu Chengyan did not bring Lin Shuxuan along. As soon as he entered the young mistress's chamber, a heavy stench of blood hit him. Master Gu. Yuner has suffered grave injuries. You must save her. Facing the young master's plea, Gu Chengyan asked no questions, replying gently, I will do everything in my power. Upon seeing Jiang Yuner, though she changed into clean robes, Gu Chengyan could tell from her pallid face that the blood odor came entirely from her. And there were 2 extra people in the room, watching Jiang Yuner without blinking. Jiang Yuner opened her eyes, red-rimmed and filled with unspeakable words. Gu Chengyan flicked his silver needles, knocking the 2 watchers unconscious instantly. He gave her a pill to restore her vital energy. You've been exposed. Why so reckless? Jiang Yuner regained some strength and pushed herself upright. You people aren't any different from the leader of the Thousand Knives sect. All of you just want the entrance to the treasure from my mouth. Now that I'm gravely wounded, I know I won't live long. But I hate the Thousand Knives sect more than you. I'll tell you everything I know, but my clansmen are innocent. Can you promise not to harm them? Gu Chengyan chuckled. You're bargaining with me? What a naive girl. To dare bargain with him, few in the entire imperial court dared such a thing. Yet Gu Chengyan found it intriguing and admired her courage. I can agree, but only on the condition that they don't cause trouble themselves. Jiang Yuner revealed how the Jiang family had guarded the imperial treasure across generations, and that only the clan chief knew the true location of the entrance. In the end, Gu Chengyan still saved her life, and then leaked the information to the public. Chaos erupted throughout Chang'an. A crowd surrounded the Thousand Knives sect's headquarters, creating such disorder that they could barely manage themselves, let alone watch for members of the Jiang family. Wen Yin couldn't understand why his master had revealed the secret to everyone. Lin Shuxuan merely smiled and said, Wen Yin, Gu Chengyan's skill in manipulating hearts isn't inferior to mine. You still have much to learn. Only when chaos reigned would the Jiang family dare emerge. Otherwise, with the Thousand Knives sect watching so closely, how could they possibly show themselves? Gu Chengyan never returned to the Thousand Knives sect. Instead, he moved with his people into the Zhao residence. The head of the Zhao household was a woman named Zhao Yingying. Gu Chengyan called her Aunt Ying. She managed the family's medicinal business and remained unmarried. Now that a younger generation had arrived, she wanted to bring him into the shop and train him personally, eventually passing the entire Zhao business into his hands. Chengyan understands herbs and medicine far better than his old auntie. Looks like our family business is secure for the future. Gu Chengyan smiled helplessly. Naturally, he had no time or intention to take over the Zhao business. But since he was hiding his identity, he couldn't refuse outright. For now, he'd play along. Just as he was learning under her guidance, a youthful-looking young man of about 20 walked in, greeting Zhao Yingying familiarly, Aunt Zhao. What are you busy with? When he noticed Gu Chengyan, he asked, Who's this? Zhao Yingying replied, This is my nephew, Gu Chengyan. He's a few years older than you. Just call him Brother Chengyan. Then she turned to Gu Chengyan and introduced, This is a young friend of mine. He once helped manage our family business during tough times. Now he's one of our regular customers. His surname is Li, and his given name is Shuxuan. Li. Could it possibly be Li, asterisk as in asterisk? Gu Chengyan mused inwardly, a faint smile in his eyes. Brother Chengyan. It's my pleasure to meet you, just call me Xiao Jia. Gu Chengyan smiled gently and nodded slightly. Xiao Jia, thank you for your support of the Zhao family. When he smiled, his demeanor was refined and dignified. For a fleeting moment, Li Shuxuan felt strangely unsettled. Chengyan, that name sounded exactly like that of Gu Xiang from Nanling. But wasn't he from Jingzhou? This man before him was Zhao Yingying's nephew, they couldn't possibly be the same person. Though Li Jishuan's mind spun with thoughts, his expression remained innocently cheerful. Here to buy medicinal herbs again. Just leave the order here as usual. We'll have everything ready within 10 days. You can send someone to pick them up from the warehouse then. Zhao Yingying's voice snapped Li Jishuan back to attention. He grinned harmlessly, pulling out an envelope from his robe and handing it to her. Then I'll trouble you, Aunt Zhao. Zhao Yingying passed the envelope to Gu Chengyan. He's one of our important clients. This time, Chengyan will personally oversee the preparation. You may contact him directly. If you need to add anything later, just come find me. Li Jishuan nodded and looked at Gu Chengyan. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands, brother Chengyan. Gu Chengyan replied softly, it's nothing. Simply doing my duty. Watching him hold the brush steadily, meeting his gaze with calm composure, his entire presence as warm and polished as fine jade, it reminded him so much of his father. No wonder mother always said he didn't resemble father at all, while this man here was, in every way, the perfect image of his father. Chapter 75. Since moving into the Zhao residence, Gu Chengyan had been following Aunt Zhao Yingying every day to learn how to manage the family's businesses. This aunt truly treated him as her own child. No sooner had he arrived than she handed over all the account books without any hesitation or reservation. When the elder couple learned that Lin Shuxuan wasn't in good health, they offered a treasured 300-year-old ginseng root they'd kept for decades, intending to nourish and strengthen him. Lin Shuxuan usually disliked taking such tonics, but the old couple didn't force him. The warmth and kindness in their eyes made him accept instinctively. Since the two elders enjoyed music, he spent time with them daily playing the zither, even co-composing new scores together. The elderly pair grew fond of his temperament, calm, unhurried, clear-minded yet free of worldly cunning. Staying cooped up at home with us every day must be dull for you. The weather is lovely today, and there's a lantern festival tonight in Chang'an. Shuxian, why don't you go out with Chengyan for a stroll? It was his grandmother who spoke, gently patting the back of Lin Shuxuan's hand, smiling tenderly and affectionately. Grandfather nodded in agreement. Quite right. Lately your little aunt mentioned that Chengyan has picked up our family business quickly, especially skilled in accounting. His arithmetic surpasses even our head bookkeepers. Let him accompany you for a while today. Gu Chengyan smiled gently and agreed. Yes, Chengyan will obey grandfather and grandmother's guidance, and take good care of my wife. Is that all right? He said the last sentence while looking fondly at Lin Shuxian. Lin Shuxian glanced at him, his gaze carrying a subtle warning. He turned to the elders. Then I won't be able to play music with you both tonight. His grandmother chuckled softly. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Young people should go enjoy the liveliness. Gu Chengyan always deliberately addressed him as wife in front of the elders because earlier, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Shuxian had reluctantly replied to him, I'll follow whatever my husband says. That single word, husband, seemed to delight Gu Chengyan immensely. Not only did he coax Lin Shuxian to say it privately, but he also loved hearing him utter it before others. Then I shall take my leave with Shuxian now. With that, the two stepped onto the carriage. Although they claimed to be spending the day accompanying Lin Shuxian, they still needed to stop by the shop. The delivery for Li Jishuan's order was due today, and he had to hand it over in person. Let me first accompany you to the store, I need to verify a shipment. Then we can wander around the city. We might as well visit Qinggu too, it's been a long time since we've seen him. Truthfully, neither man had any real intention of shopping. They had been in Chang'an for over half a month but had hardly stepped outside during that time. Lin Shuxian relaxed into his usual languid posture, leaning against Gu Chengyan, twirling a strand of his hair between his fingers. As you wish. Gu Chengyan brushed aside the stray strands from his forehead, smiling warmly and deeply. These past few days, thank you, for keeping grandfather and grandmother company. They seem very happy. Lin Shuxian lifted his gaze to meet his, raised an eyebrow, then slowly shifted his eyes away. They're my grandparents too. What's there to thank for? Gu Chengyan leaned forward and gently kissed his lips, a pure, chaste kiss devoid of any desire. Master, madam, we've arrived. When Yin's voice rang out. Gu Chengyan lifted the curtain and stepped down first. No one noticed the faint upward curve at the corner of Lin Shuxuan's lips. The staff here already held great respect for their incoming future master. As soon as Gu Chengyan arrived, they promptly presented the prepared shipping documents and led him through each item for inspection. There were no mistakes, nothing could escape those calm, perceptive eyes of his. Very well. Everyone has prepared meticulously. I will report honestly to little aunt, and she will distribute the rewards accordingly. Oh, and has the buyer not arrived yet? The manager stepped forward with a bright smile. Usually this buyer comes about a quarter-hour late. He should be here shortly. Gu Chengyan nodded. They had just settled into the main hall and sipped a cup of tea when Li Jishuan appeared. Brother Chengyan. Haven't seen you in days, and you're still as radiant as ever. And who is this? Li Jishuan felt an inexplicable closeness toward Lin Shuxian, lowering his voice unconsciously, as if afraid of disturbing him. Gu Chengyan introduced him. This is my wife. Without thinking, Li Shuxuan greeted, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Never would have guessed brother Chengyan had married such a beautiful and delicate lady. Lin Shuxuan remained expressionless, giving only a slight nod. He's always been cold by nature, and because of his frail health, he doesn't talk much. Please forgive him. By the way, all the medicinal ingredients have been prepared, I personally inspected them this morning. Shall I take you over to see them once more? Li Shuxuan had been fixated on Lin Shuxuan, and snapped back to awareness only when addressed. Oh, yes. The group proceeded to the warehouse, where they went through each item one by one. Only then did they sign and affix their seals on the contract. After delivery, Gu Chengyan politely said, "Shuxuan, would you like to stay for a cup of tea?" Li Shuxuan eagerly nodded, clearly delighted at the offer. Lin Shuxuan narrowed his eyes, staring at Li Shuxuan's retreating figure with an unreadable expression. A chill ran down Li Shuxuan's spine. He glanced cautiously back at Lin Shuxuan. Caught in the act of radiating coldness, Lin Shuxuan remained perfectly composed, slowly lowering his gaze. But Li Shuxuan grew extremely nervous. Asterisk, was the beauty just now looking at me? Did I say or do something rude that offended her? Asterisk. Your wife doesn't seem to be from Chang'an. May I ask where she hails from? Gu Chengyan took a sip of tea, concealing the complexity in his eyes before meeting the other's gaze again. My wife is from the capital. Her family holds official posts. I once went there for the Imperial Examinations and happened to meet her. It was only through great persistence that I was fortunate enough to form this marital bond with her. From Gu Chengyan's words, Li Shuxuan learned that Lin Shuxuan came from a prominent bureaucratic family. He assumed she might be sensitive about manners and conduct, so he straightened his back and meticulously applied every rule of etiquette he'd learned since childhood. What a wonderful tale. A scholar traveling to the capital for exams, falling for a lady from a noble house, just like in those operas. Truly enviable. If you desire it, you won't lack admirers. Li Shuxuan seemed to recall something and shuddered, shaking his head vigorously. No, thank you. I'm still young. My mother says a man should aspire to greatness and not bind himself too early with love and sentiment. Yet she herself stayed constantly by their father's side, while it was always him sent off to handle matters outside the kingdom. Thinking of this, Li Shuxuan shook his head again. They had already finished an entire pot of tea, yet Li Shuxuan showed no signs of leaving. Seeing him cling to Gu Chengyan, endlessly asking questions, Lin Shuxuan grew increasingly displeased. He deliberately spoke up, "Husband, didn't you promise to accompany me for a walk? It's nearly noon already." Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, fondly gazing at Lin Shuxuan who tugged at his sleeve. He patted the back of Lin Shuxuan's hand, then turned to Li Shuxuan with an apologetic smile. "Shuxuan, I promised my wife I'd spend today with her strolling through the market. I can't keep you any longer. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal and we can chat as long as you like." Li Shuxuan glanced at the tender, demure Lin Shuxuan, coughed lightly, and set down his empty teacup. "In that case, I won't disturb you and your wife any further. Until next time." Finally bidding farewell to Li Shuxuan, Lin Shuxuan let go of Gu Chengyan's sleeve and gave a soft humph. "He's merely a curious youth. Why take offense?" Gu Chengyan said, torn between amusement and exasperation. "You have far too great a talent for attracting attention, one helpless young madam from Qiandao sect after another, now an innocent youth. I'm simply being cautious." The two left the shop and stepped into the bustling streets of the East Market. Goods here were abundant and diverse, not only from Nanling itself but also imports from Ligua and Beiyan. Lin Shuxuan picked out a pair of small bells from Ligua, planning to tie one around each of Qinggu and Qingyu's wrists. Gu Chengyan followed behind like a dutiful purse, paying without hesitation for everything Lin Shuxuan picked up. After buying a whole heap of things for the two little ones, Lin Shuxuan finally ceased his shopping spree. Gu Chengyan led him to a lively restaurant nearby for lunch. Before leaving, Lin Shuxuan asked the kitchen to pack 10 jin of fresh lamb. The request surprised the manager, it was the first time he'd heard such an order. Curious, he personally brought the wrapped meat upstairs, eager to see what sort of guest would ask for so much. Knock knock knock. Come in. The male voice was gentle and elegant, surprisingly youthful. The manager pushed open the door, and froze. Not for any ordinary reason, but simply because he had never before seen a couple so striking in appearance and extraordinary in aura. Though their attire was unremarkable, the air around them stirred his heart with unease. These two must be someone important. Having spent a lifetime observing travelers from all directions, the manager had developed a keen eye for people. When he encountered individuals of exceptional bearing, he always sought to make connections. Esteemed guests, here is the fresh lamb you requested. It's truly our honor that you favor our humble restaurant. I've noticed your extraordinary bearing and the evident harmony between you, so perfectly matched. With the Qixi Lantern Festival approaching in Chang'an, our establishment is hosting a special event. You are the 99th loving couple to dine here today. Might we trouble you for a piece of calligraphy as a token? I would be delighted to offer this lamb to you free of charge as your ink fee. Gu Chengyan gently turned to Lin Shuxuan beside him, silently seeking his opinion. Lin Shuxuan rather enjoyed being praised as a well-matched pair with Gu Chengyan, and having been satisfied with the meal, readily agreed. The manager promptly had a writing set brought in. Brush in hand, Gu Chengyan glanced at Lin Shuxuan, a soft smile curling at the corner of his lips as he inscribed upon the paper. In the morning I watch the sky, at dusk I gaze upon the clouds, walking I think of you, sitting I think of you. Lin Shuxuan smiled radiantly and replied with another line. Yesterday I admired autumn's hues, today I enjoy the chrysanthemums, awake I long for you, asleep I dream of you. They didn't bother hiding their intimacy. At the end, one signed, Gua, the other, you. Gu Chengyan even added a simple sketch, a scene of a great white cat and a small kitten eagerly sharing the lamb. Only those closest to the new emperor of Nanling and Prime Minister Gu would recognize the secret meanings behind Gua and you. Gu Chengyan's drawing perfectly captured the two little one's spirits, making Lin Shuxuan miss the big cat all the more. He took Gu Chengyan's hand and led him out of Chang'an, toward the forest where Qinggu usually rested. Gu Chengyan surveyed the surroundings, soon noticing traces and scents left by Qinggu. He drew a jade flute from his sleeve and began to play. Roar! A mighty tiger's roar echoed nearby. Moments later, a snow-white great cat appeared before them. It stopped in front of Gu Chengyan, enthusiastically rubbing its massive head against his hand. Qinggu. Come here. We've brought delicious food for you. Lin Shuxuan impaled the fresh lamb on his sword, holding it out toward Qinggu. Qinggu abandoned his favorite master without hesitation, trotting straight to his master's partner, sitting obediently with his head raised and mouth wide open, patiently waiting to be fed. Chapter 76. Lin Shuxuan tossed the meat into its mouth. Qinggu gulped it down in big bites, then let out a contented grunt after finishing. Qingyu poked his head out from the carriage, meowing non-stop at Lin Shuxuan. A bell hung around his neck and a rope was tied to his body, Gu Chengyan's precaution before leaving home, designed specifically to keep him from getting lost. Lin Shuxuan sliced off a small piece and placed it in front of the little one. Both the big and small cats lowered their heads and devoured the food greedily. Truly a greedy creature. The moment it sees food, it abandons me entirely. I wonder who it takes after, certainly not its mother, as far as I can tell. Gu Chengyan put away his jade flute and stroked Qinggu's head with a sigh. As if understanding what he was saying, Qinggu lifted his head and rubbed against Gu Chengyan's face. All right, stop smearing blood from your mouth all over me. Shuxian, keep feeding him a bit more, then take him for a quick bath. He's far too dirty. We'll head back into the city a little later. Lin Shuxian hadn't picked him up earlier precisely because the cat was covered in fallen leaves and speckled with bits of grass, so he naturally had no objection. Fortunately, there was a large river nearby, they wouldn't have to go far to find water. The 10 gene of lamb were completely devoured by the giant cat Qinggu, while beside him, Qingyu had already finished grooming himself, licking his paws and fur until he was perfectly neat. Gu Chengyan mounted his horse and stroked Qinggu's head as the family made their way toward the river. Both Qinggu and Qingyu had been bathed regularly since they were kittens, so neither feared water, quite the opposite, they actually enjoyed it. Gu Chengyan dismounted and said to the filthy feline, "Go on, clean yourself up." Both cats could swim well, and with them watching from shore, nothing would go wrong. Upon receiving the order, Qinggu happily trotted to Lin Shuxian, who gently placed Qingyu atop his head. The large cat carried the small one into the water, where they played joyfully, even chasing after big fish in the river. Before long, Qinggu dove beneath the surface, and when he resurfaced, something was clamped between his teeth. He scampered ashore, shook the droplets from his fur, and ran straight to Lin Shuxian. Lin Shuxian held out his hand, allowing Qinggu to drop the object into his palm. What is this? Gu Chengyan stepped forward for a closer look. It was a family token, engraved with the character Jiang. Jiang. Could this be related to Jiang Yun'er's family? After speaking, Lin Shuxian handed the token over. Gu Chengyan took it and examined the reverse side. A distinct sword mark stood out, clearly recent rather than an old scar. He sniffed it, there was a faint trace of blood, barely perceptible, but still detectable by his keen nose. The token's owner is most likely dead. The force behind that slash was tremendous. From what Jiang Yun'er herself mentioned, members of the Jiang family are taught from childhood never to part with their tokens, it seems these serve as keys to unlock their hidden refuge. Lin Shuxian followed up, most martial cultivators are currently gathered near Qiandao sect. So who would kill someone from the Jiang family? You forget, besides sects, there are also royal clans from Li State and Beiyan. Speaking of which, you've already met someone from Li State's royalty. Lin Shuxian looked surprised. I have. Do you mean Li Shuxuan, the man buying herbs today? Before Gu Chengyan could reply, he continued, Li. His surname is Li. Li Shuxuan. According to Yuan Luo's letter, the crown prince of Li State is named Li Jia. Exactly. I suspected it was him the moment I saw him. As for Bei Yan's people, we haven't spotted any traces yet, they must be hiding deeply. I feel they know more than we do, which is why they remain concealed in the shadows. They spent some time sunbathing on large boulders near the river, waiting until both cats' fur dried completely. Then Lin Shuxuan scooped up the white kitten Qingyu, burying his face in the big cat's soft belly, while Gu Chengyan combed through Qinggu's coat with a brush. After Lin Shuxuan had his fill of kitten cuddles, he fastened another tiny bell around Qinggu's neck. Only then did Gu Chengyan and he turned back toward the city. By the time they reached the city gates, night had fallen. Lanterns of various kinds hung along the streets, casting brilliant lights that shimmered beautifully. Hand in hand, the couple walked toward the busiest avenue, where a lantern festival was underway. Do you remember the Flower Goddess Festival in Jingzhou City, back when we first met? Lin Shuxuan suddenly brought up the past. Gu Chengyan nodded. Of course. There were too many people, I took you onto the rooftops. That was the first time you told me about your past. You said I was too kind. Gu Chengyan tightened his grip on the man before him, interlacing their fingers. Who would have thought, such a kind Master Gu would later become the dreaded Prime Minister Gu, feared by all. Truly, one can never know what lies beneath. Lin Shuxuan's laughter only enhanced his exquisite beauty, deliberately provoking and teasing. Gu Chengyan smiled faintly. Only then am I worthy of you. If I weren't ruthless, wouldn't you have to endure even more turmoil? Since that's the case, I'm willing to bear half your cruelty and darkness, so you may live in greater peace. Unspoken words need no explanation, they understood each other in the silent exchange of glances. Lin Shuxuan leaned forward and kissed him, then put on the fox mask he had just bought, turning his attention to the novelty items lining the street. The longer he stayed with Gu Chengyan, the more childish he became, curious about everything unfamiliar. Gu Chengyan's lips curled upward, his eyes brimming with tenderness and indulgence. There seems to be a circus ahead, different from those in the capital. Let's go take a look. Lin Shuxuan nodded. This local circus featured a vanishing act. A strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in exotic attire, belly exposed, swayed her hips seductively, her gaze captivating the crowd. She drew many onlookers. Then she was locked inside a narrow box, and a man beside her began stuffing live snakes into it. The crowd gasped. As the spectators' shouts grew louder and people pushed forward, Lin Shuxuan nearly got knocked over. Shuxian, careful. Gu Chengyan reacted swiftly, pulling him into his arms. Not far away, Li Zhexuan spotted the couple. Just as he was about to approach and greet them, he heard that name, a name etched deep into his memory. Shuxian. Lin Shuxian. Gu Chengyan. He suddenly understood. At last, he knew their true identities. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Lin Shuxuan's back. It was him. It really was him. They looked so alike. No wonder. Earlier, he'd thought Lin Shuxian merely gentle and delicate, but now that he knew the truth, he could only think how despicable Gu Chengyan was, forcing an emperor, a sovereign, to disguise himself as a woman and call him husband. No wonder everyone said Prime Minister Gu of Nanling held absolute power. Here was undeniable proof. What had he done to the new emperor? Li Zhexuan, better known as Li Jia, began tailing them quietly from behind. He watched helplessly as Lin Shuxian was forced into Gu Chengyan's embrace. And Gu Chengyan even kissed him. This was outright rebellion. Treason against the throne. Li Jia wished nothing more than to exterminate Gu Chengyan's entire clan. The more he watched, the angrier he became, boiling with rage until he nearly lunged forward. Only to be stopped by his retainer. Back at his residence, Li Jia tore open his collar and slammed his sword onto the table violently. How dare that scoundrel Gu Chengyan? Such audacity. Such wicked ambition. To defile the emperor like that, unforgivable. I will kill him tonight myself. I won't let my elder brother suffer any further humiliation. The attendants dared not speak, the matter would enrage anyone in his place. Your Highness, the Zhao family was personally entrusted by Her Majesty to be protected. You mustn't act rashly. After all, Gu Chengyan is technically half Zhao family, as Lady Zhao's grandson, and from what we've seen, old Master Zhao has already accepted him. But Li Jia didn't care. He couldn't swallow this insult. I'll go masked, sneak in under cover of night. The Zhao family won't find out. I just want to see my elder brother clearly. Mother and father miss him dearly. Now that I've finally found him, even if we can't reveal ourselves, I should at least lay eyes on him. When I return to Li State, I can tell them how he fares. This. The attendants had nothing more to say. The moon hung above the treetops, it was late into the night. The streets were empty, save for a lone night watchman making his rounds. Li Jia slipped silently into the Zhao residence. The courtyard lay quiet, every lamp extinguished, everyone seemed fast asleep. This was troublesome. He didn't know where his brother stayed and could only search room by room. He ruled out the main courtyard immediately, surely occupied by the Zhao family themselves. He checked the side chambers on the right first, most were filled with medicinal herbs, unoccupied. On the left, one side chamber still had a light burning. He crept closer. Not daring to approach too closely, he knew Gu Chengyan possessed profound inner cultivation and feared being detected. Instead, he leapt onto a tree. Just then, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, masking his footsteps perfectly. From within, he heard muffled sounds, something akin to bodies moving together. He couldn't make it out clearly. Then the wind ceased. And he heard Lin Shuxuan's soft sobbing, broken, choked whispers. Gu Chengyan. You stop. Do you hear me? I order you, as the Emperor, ah. That final sound seemed excruciating, distorted in pitch. Li Jia heard several rapid thuds shortly after. Then a deep voice, slightly different from his usual gentleness, drifted out. What did your majesty say? Just now, this subject was momentarily carried away, didn't hear clearly. Lin Shuxuan hurled a pillow, or some object, to the floor and gasped, get out. Li Jia clenched his teeth, fists tightly balled. Gu Chengyan had gone too far. Sneaking into his elder brother's chamber late at night, tormenting him like this. Who knew how much suffering his brother endured daily? A cultured monster. Unforgivable beyond description. Gu Chengyan opened the door, instinctively glanced up at the tree, his gaze sharp. Li Jia held his breath, frozen. Bring in a tub of hot water. After giving the order to Wen Yin at the door, Gu Chengyan quickly returned to Lin Shuxuan's side, guarding him closely, watchful of every movement around. Exhausted, Lin Shuxuan drifted into unconscious drowsiness. Not long after, Gu Chengyan sensed that the intruder had left. Only then did he slowly relax, cleaning Lin Shuxuan gently before pulling him close. The two of them sank into deep sleep, entwined. Li Jia did not sleep all night. He knew, he couldn't defeat Gu Chengyan. And with guards nearby, surely elite masters, acting recklessly would not only fail to save his brother but might provoke even harsher treatment. His brother would suffer more as a result. Fuming, Li Jia trained relentlessly throughout the entire night. Chapter 77. The Thousand Blade sect ultimately could not withstand the pressure and handed over Jiang Yuner. In front of the entire martial world, Jiang Yuner declared, I am a descendant of the Treasure Guardian clan. I've already revealed all the entrance details to the leader of the Thousand Blade sect. But he threatened my husband's life, I had no choice but to remain silent. I, Jiang Yuner, am unworthy of being a descendant of the Jiang family. I shall die to atone to the Zhao imperial lineage. With that, she seized a sword from someone nearby and slit her own throat. What a brave and righteous woman, what a pity. The leader of the Thousand Blade sect is truly despicable. Not even sparing his own son. He drove this young couple apart, forcing them into life and death separation. I don't care about any of that. Where's the treasure entrance? Don't play dead, Thousand Blade sect, spit it out now. Yeah, hand it over immediately. Chaos erupted within the Thousand Blade sect. Eventually, it was overrun. Countless martial cultivators stormed in, setting fires, killing, and looting. The sect master was cornered by several top experts. He exhausted every argument claiming ignorance, but no one believed him. In the end, he fell beneath the blade of a hot-tempered swordsman, becoming just another soul lost to violence. Eventually, the authorities intervened to suppress this massacre. A few individuals were captured, naturally, only greedy underlings with mediocre martial skills. The true masters. Not even their shadows were seen. Upon learning of the incident, Old Master Zhao summoned Gu Chengyan to the ancestral hall. Chengyan, these are our ancestors. First, offer an incense stick, it's proper for the ancestors to recognize you. It was Gu Chengyan's first time entering this secluded ancestral hall. Rows upon rows of spirit tablets lined the shelves, bearing only names and no additional inscriptions. Yes, grandfather. Taking the lit incense from his grandfather, Gu Chengyan bowed solemnly, stepped forward to insert the incense into the burner, then retreated a step, knelt on the cushion, and kowtowed 3 times. This is on behalf of my mother. I hope the ancestors may care for her in the afterlife. Though my taking over this body was mere chance, I hope the ancestors of the Zhao family will protect the original soul down below, ensuring he isn't wronged. I will take good care of Siki, treating her as my own younger sister. Old Master Zhao nodded, his face filled with satisfaction. Stand up quickly, the ground is cold. After Gu Chengyan rose, Old Master Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the rows of spirit tablets. Chengyan, I didn't originally plan to bring you here so soon. I intended to wait until you took over the family business before revealing everything. But now that the Thousand Blade sect has suffered such a tragedy, and more people are pursuing the hidden treasure of the former Imperial Zhao clan, I fear that one day, our Zhao family might be exposed. Rather than let you face disaster unprepared, it's better I tell you now. Gu Chengyan swiftly lifted his eyes toward his grandfather. This kind old man, usually so gentle and kind, had carried a colossal secret in his heart for decades. My father belonged to a collateral branch of our Zhao family. The main lineage perished due to natural disasters, leaving no heirs. Since then, the ancestral tablets of our Zhao lineage have been moved to our household, along with the heavy burden they carry. Our Zhao family descends from a younger brother of the last emperor of the fallen dynasty. The young emperor vanished during the rebellion when traitorous ministers invaded the palace. Only the Jiang clan, the treasure guardians, knew the location of the hidden imperial treasure. The mechanisms guarding the site were designed by the Mo school, renowned throughout the martial world for their mechanical ingenuity. But what few know is that unlocking the treasure requires not only the key, but also the blood of a direct descendant of the Zhao family. This is because the royal astrologer of that era once prophesied, the Zhao family will face great calamity, yet from desperation shall come salvation. Centuries later, a peerless emperor shall rise among them, one who will unify the realm, claim the central plains, receive the worship of countless people, and usher in an age of prosperity. Gu Chengyan furrowed his brows. That astrologer's prophecy sounded far too unbelievable. Old Master Zhao continued, thus, the imperial family concealed all their accumulated wealth in a secret location, hoping that one day it might aid this fabled emperor destined for greatness. I do not know how many others are still aware of this legend. Strictly speaking, the main line of the Zhao family has indeed died out, we're merely a collateral branch. Yet I fear that if those with ill intent discover this, they may capture members of our Zhao family one by one, testing each to see who can open that gate. Chang'an is no longer safe, Chengyan. Take your wife and return to the capital. And never mention your blood ties to the Zhao family. When the old master spoke these words, he clenched his fists tightly, revealing the deep reluctance in his heart. The daughter he had searched for over 40 years was already dead. Gu Chengyan was his own flesh and blood grandson, the only descendant left of him and his wife in this world, and there was still a clever little granddaughter he had yet to meet. But for the safety of his two grandchildren, the elder's personal sorrow meant nothing. Gu Chengyan stepped forward to support his grandfather and gently guided him to sit down beside. Then he lifted his robe hem and knelt on the ground. Chengyan is unfilial, having deceived you, grandfather. Though it's true I studied medicine at Yi Valley, after taking the Imperial Examination, I was favored by the late emperor and have served in court for nearly 10 years. I am now the Chancellor of Nanling, second only to His Majesty, above countless officials. Grandfather, you need not worry about anyone daring to harm our Zhao family. Though old Master Zhao had withdrawn from worldly affairs in recent years, he still kept track of major developments in the imperial court. That's right. Our Nanling has had a powerful and influential Chancellor Gu in recent years. Could it be that he's actually my very own grandson? The old man was momentarily overwhelmed with both surprise and pride. Quickly, rise. How could your grandfather ever blame you when my grandson has become such an outstanding figure? No wonder your aunt once said you didn't seem like an ordinary scholar destined to become a son-in-law to another family. But if you're not attending His Majesty, why have you concealed your identity and come all the way to Chang'an? Has His Majesty sent you here on some urgent matter? Gu Chengyan nodded. Indeed, it is an urgent mission. Old Master Zhao nodded in turn, asking no further questions. He understood the boundaries. In that case, focus on fulfilling your duties. I won't let your aunt drag you into her work. State affairs come first. Gu Chengyan smiled lightly. Grandfather, it's no trouble at all. In my youth, I studied medicine at Yi Valley and have some knowledge of herbs. Besides, I previously served in the Ministry of Revenue, so financial accounts are also familiar to me. It won't take much effort. My aunt has worked tirelessly for decades, helping her allows her a chance to rest. Old Master Zhao felt somewhat guilty toward this adopted daughter of his. I'm glad you're willing to understand your aunt. Your grandmother has always been frail. To stay by her side, I handed over management of the household business to your aunt early on. Yes, she enjoys it, but ultimately, she's shouldered the entire family burden. She never married, never found a good match, all because of us. That, Chengyan, is where I have wronged her. Without sons in the family, and with his younger sister being beautiful, many must have sought her hand when she was young. Yet she likely feared the Zhao family would fall into outsiders' hands, so she chose to remain unmarried. Oh, Chengyan. For now, do not reveal your true identity to your grandmother. I've kept the matter of the Zhao family hidden from her as well. Her health is poor, emotional upheaval could easily make her ill. Chengyan understands. The two of them talked for quite some time before finally leaving the ancestral hall. Before departing, Gu Chengyan glanced back at those spirit tablets. An odd feeling stirred within his heart. From then on, Gu Chengyan continued visiting the shop every day to help out. It made it easier for him to move around and gather information. Less than 3 days later, Jiang Yun'er's body, which had been placed in the mortuary, disappeared. Gu Chengyan guessed it was most likely that members of the Jiang clan had appeared. To show themselves now was no different than walking straight into a trap. Sure enough, his shadow guard stationed in secret soon reported, the royal house of Beiyan had taken action. The Jiang clan's hiding place had been exposed. Yet the mechanism guarding the entrance was particularly unique, none could decipher it quickly. Gu Chengyan put himself in the shoes of the Beiyan royals. If the mechanism couldn't be unlocked, then destroy it. As long as one person inside survived, it wouldn't matter if others perished. They would surely resort to gunpowder. Beiyan possessed gunpowder too. Though its effectiveness paled in comparison to what the original male lead Zhou Wenyuan had created, it was sufficient to breach a mechanism. Rather than adding flowers to a brocade, better to send charcoal in snowy weather. When the Jiang clan reached their final desperate moment, he would step in to rescue them. At that point, obtaining the entrance to the secret treasure would no longer be difficult. Especially now that he held a more fitting identity, as a descendant of the Zhao lineage. Wasn't reclaiming what belonged to him perfectly justified? Everything unfolded exactly as Gu Chengyan predicted. The royal house of Beiyan, no longer caring about exposing their presence, used gunpowder to blast open the mechanism sealing the Jiang clan's refuge. Fierce fighting erupted within and lasted a long time. Only when the sounds gradually faded did Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan appear leisurely atop Chenggu. Who are you? Before them lay countless dead and wounded. Only a dozen or so members of the Jiang clan remained, all with blades pressed against their throats by the Beiyan forces. The one who spoke wore traditional Beiyan attire and appeared to be the leader of this Beiyan expedition, a man Gu Chengyan happened to know quite well. Gu Chengyan let out a cheerful laugh and greeted him warmly, "Long time no see. Does the general still remember me?" "You are Gu Chengyan. Aren't you the Chancellor of Nanling? What brings you here?" This man was none other than General Tuoba Xiong, the elder brother of the Northern Yan Empress, whom Gu Chengyan had once encountered years ago when escorting back the eldest princess from her political marriage to Northern Yan. This chancellor's purpose is naturally the same as General Tuoba's. "What brings you here is exactly why I have come." Tuoba Xiong's eyes flashed with ferocity. "Excellent. After so many years, let this general test you once again. General, don't act rashly." "What? Has the general fallen so far in Northern Yan that even fighting this chancellor requires approval from your attendants?" Gu Chengyan smiled gently. But to Tuoba Xiong, it was nothing short of mockery. He violently shoved aside the servant holding him back and charged forward, raising his massive hammer. Gu Chengyan leapt down gracefully from Chenggu's back and drew the flexible sword at his waist. The two clashed fiercely, their fight raging from the ground up onto the rocky walls, so fast and furious that no one could tell where one ended and the other began. Seeing that they couldn't assist their general, the other Northern Yan soldiers turned their attention toward the delicate woman riding atop the white tiger. Lin Shuxuan curved his lips into a smile, stunningly beautiful and dangerously alluring. "Fools without regard for life or death, coming right to your doom." He jumped down from Chenggu's back, long sword in hand. Chenggu let out a loud roar and lunged at the nearest Northern Yan soldier. Without taking his eyes off the battle, Lin Shuxuan called out sharply, "Chenggu, it's dirty. You're not allowed to eat him. If you do, I'll send you deep into the mountains and never bring you back to the palace again." Chenggu, whose mouth was already clamped around the man's arm, instinctively loosened his jaws and cast a pitiful glance toward his master's consort. He'd just spent nearly a month suffering in those desolate mountains, such bitter days were the last thing he wanted to return to. The beauty, bathed in blood and backed by a fierce white tiger, looked exquisitely intoxicating, yet simultaneously terrifying. Chapter 78. While Lin Shuxuan and Gu Chengyan were respectively engaged in fierce combat with the Bayans, a group of martial cultivators arrived on the scene, their rationality and humanity completely eroded by greed. They seized the few remaining members of the Jiang clan, demanding to know the entrance to the hidden treasure. The Jiang clan had long lived in seclusion, regarding ancestral rules as sacrosanct, so they refused to speak. Enraged, one of the martial cultivators resorted to brutal methods. He chopped off the hand of a young man from the Jiang clan. "Better start talking, or else you'll suffer more. I've got plenty of nasty tricks, believe me, you won't last, kid." The young man stared at his severed limb lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, blood gushing from the wound. His face grew paler by the second, his mind clouded and deaf to anything around him. Witnessing this, the Jiang clan elder's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging across his temples. "You wretched scum." Ignoring his own wounds, he lunged forward with his sword, aiming straight at the man who'd harmed his kin. But the elder was old, already injured, the strike failed to sever his enemy's head. Instead, the movement only caused his wounds to bleed even more profusely. Gu Chengyan noticed the dire situation and swiftly increased the speed of his attacks. He knocked down the massive hammer in Tuoba Xiong's hands and landed a powerful palm strike. Tuoba Xiong spat blood immediately, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Gu Chengyan glanced over at Lin Shuxuan. Now that Chenggu had arrived, dealing with the Beiyan guards wasn't proving too difficult. He then rushed forward to rescue the remaining Jiang clan's people. At that moment, Li Jia of Ligua appeared, accompanied by his men. Gu Chengyan frowned. Arriving now, did they intend to reap benefits without fighting? Yet Li Jia paid no heed to the fate of the Jiang clan. Instead, he led his men straight toward assisting Lin Shuxuan against the Bayans. "Be bravo, sir. What an excellent sword technique." Li Jia's first words upon approaching Lin Shuxuan were these. Lin Shuxuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Your Highness means to say, you're not afraid people will suspect Ligua has allied with us Nanling to attack Beiyan?" Li Jia nodded earnestly. "You want to attack Beiyan?" "Sure. I'll go tell mother right away." Lin Shuxuan studied him up and down twice, thinking, is this guy simple-minded? As if on cue, Li Jia grinned stupidly at his older brother. Lin Shuxuan gave a slight nod. "Looks like it. But oddly endearing, nonetheless." With the two of them joining forces, defeating the Bayans was effortless. Before long, the battle concluded. Lin Shuxuan reached into his sleeve and pulled out a fine silk handkerchief. He walked over to Chenggu, gently wiping the blood from its muzzle. Noticing more blood smeared across its body, he wiped carefully while checking for injuries. Chenggu had obeyed its master's mate and refrained from eating recklessly earlier. Now it was rubbing affectionately against Lin Shuxuan, desperately trying to appease him, pleading never to be abandoned in the wilderness again. Without its master, without little cats, all other animals feared it. A lone tiger was too lonely. Li Jia watched helplessly as his own elder brother ignored him completely, instead fussing tenderly over some beast. A pang of jealousy struck. He moved closer to Lin Shuxuan and said, "That's a white tiger, isn't it? At this size, still can't even groom itself properly. Looks imposing, yet clearly enjoys spoiling for attention." Lin Shuxuan paused mid-motion. Chenggu understood well enough that this bipedal creature was mocking him. With a roar, he bared his fangs directly at Li Jia's face. Startled, Li Jia froze, staring wide-eyed into the gaping maw before him. He stood rigid, utterly unable to move, drenched instantly in flying tiger saliva. Seeing Li Jia's pitiful, disheveled state, Lin Shuxuan couldn't help but laugh. A rare smile graced the beauty's face, pure, exquisite, unparalleled. Li Jia stared, mesmerized. Muttering softly under his breath, "Brother is so beautiful. Even more than father and mother. The most beautiful person I've ever seen." Meanwhile, Gu Chengyan had driven back the martial cultivators and rescued the rest of the Jiang clan's people. Not long after, Imperial soldiers from Chang'an arrived. At their helm was the prefect of Chang'an. Upon arrival, he leapt off his horse and snapped at his men, "How dare anyone commit murder and arson within my jurisdiction? Arrest every last one of them." When Tuoba Xiong saw officials from Nanling arriving, he sensed disaster. Signaling silently to the remaining Bayans, he slipped away when others weren't looking. "Dare you run? Chase them." Gu Chengyan furrowed his brow. Chasing was pointless, they wouldn't catch them, even if they tried. Lin Shuxuan cast a brief glance at the prefect. This man didn't look particularly sharp. It seemed about time for a change. The two exchanged a knowing glance, they had clearly been thinking the same thing. The Imperial soldiers surrounded everyone. The more skilled martial cultivators among the crowd seized the opportunity to escape, leaving only low-level ruffians behind. The prefect stormed over to Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan, but upon noticing the enormous white tiger behind them, he hesitated and kept his distance. "Why haven't you knelt yet? You've murdered innocents, surrender at once." Li Jia snorted in amusement. "Well. Even if you don't recognize me, you don't know them. And you're demanding they kneel before you? You really have no fear of death. These are the two most esteemed figures in our Nanling, the Prime Minister, Gu Chengyan, and right here, your Emperor himself." The prefect rolled his eyes and sneered, "They're the Prime Minister and the Emperor. Do you take me for a fool? Next I suppose I should claim to be the Grand Emperor. Seize them all," he barked. Before the words had even finished echoing, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Who dares?" Eunuch Wei arrived with a detachment of border troops. He dismounted and immediately dropped to one knee before the two masters. "This servant has come too late, forgive my failure, your majesty, Lord Prime Minister." The prefect recognized the uniforms on these soldiers and instantly realized his fate. Trembling, he collapsed onto the ground, prostrating himself without daring to lift his head. "Rise," said the new emperor coolly. "Eunuch Wei, you couldn't have arrived at a better time. A moment later, it seems our esteemed prefect of Chang'an would have had me kneeling before him." The prefect wiped sweat frantically from his brow. "This subject is blind and ignorant, unaware of your majesty's presence. My reckless words have offended the Son of Heaven. I beg your majesty's magnanimity to overlook this unintentional transgression." Gu Chengyan stepped forward gently. "Your majesty, now that the Jiang clan has been rescued and the hidden treasure lies within reach, we are in dire need of manpower. Why not allow the prefect of Chang'an to lead men in excavating the treasure, thus redeeming his faults through service?" The prefect straightened his posture, deeply grateful that the gentle and scholarly prime minister had spoken in his defense. The young emperor merely snorted coldly and said nothing more. At that moment, the elder of the Jiang clan turned his head away and declared firmly, "You'll extract no information about the treasure from any of the Jiang people. We would rather die than betray our former lord." Gu Chengyan smiled lightly. "And what if your former lord stands right before you?" The Jiang elder jerked his head up sharply. Gu Chengyan turned toward him, then drew from his sleeve a 9-dragon pendant, one that signified royal blood of the Zhao family. He had found it beneath the ancestral tablet in the ancestral hall. Generations had safeguarded the tablet with great care, yet the carving itself was crude, bearing only a single name, an oddity, as though deliberately concealing something underneath. Stunned, the elder stared at Gu Chengyan. A descendant of the Zhao lineage, how had he become a vassal under the Lin family? This was clearly a reversal of master and servant. Seeing the elder lost in shock, Gu Chengyan quietly tucked the pendant away. The Jiang clan's people offered no resistance as officials led them away. Within half a month, the hidden treasure was successfully unearthed. It truly contained vast troves of gold, silver, and jewels. All of it was transported directly to the capital. Another half-month passed, and the new emperor, accompanied by the prime minister, returned to the capital. Their first imperial decree, launch an attack on Beiyin. Half the court fiercely opposed it. "Well then," the emperor said calmly, "tell me why we must not attack Beiyin." You have the chance, persuade me, and it will be your merit. Fail to do so, and we expect each of you to unite and support the cause. The First Minister repeated the old argument. Your Majesty, our national treasury is not overflowing. Though conditions have improved somewhat in recent years, our foundation remains fragile. We implore your Majesty to reconsider. Gu Chengyan stepped forward. Your Majesty, before his passing, the late Emperor entrusted this servant with a key to a secret treasure of the former dynasty. Through extensive efforts by our shadow guards, the royal treasures of the fallen dynasty have now been fully retrieved and deposited into the state treasury. Here is the account ledger, please review it at your leisure. Eunuch Wei quickly stepped forward, took the ledger from the Prime Minister's hands, and presented it to the Emperor. The Emperor flipped through it, visibly pleased. Unknown to others, the ledger had actually been handwritten by Gu Chengyan inside the Emperor's own chamber, he had already seen it long ago. Your Highness, another minister interjected. Even with gold in hand during war, grain prices soar uncontrollably, it would be difficult to secure supplies. At that moment, Zhuang Hansheng, Vice Minister of Works, stepped forward. Your Majesty, after multiple rounds of planting, our reserves of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and maize are sufficient to feed Nanling's troops for 3 full years. Furthermore, cotton production has increased. With the advent of spinning machines, we have purchased ample cotton garments from the commoners to clothe our frontline soldiers. Excellent, said the Emperor. Are there any more doubts? The ministers glanced at one another, none daring to speak up. Nanling had prepared ample grain supplies, provisions, and equipment, everything needed. The war concluded in a year with overwhelming victory. Commander Gu Chengyan personally beheaded the Emperor of Bei, hanging his head from the city gate as public spectacle. Bei was defeated and extinguished as a nation. Due to the long-standing chaos within Bei's regime and deep-seated resentment among its people, once Nanling took over governance, their peaceful conduct, refraining from looting or killing, abolishing taxes, and freely distributing high-yield, nutritious seeds, brought immediate relief. The people found hope, life became more stable and joyful than before. They quickly integrated into Nanling, accepting the new emperor as their son of heaven. Gu Chengyan returned to the capital and was immediately enfeoffed as the highest-ranking first-class general of flying cavalry. He held a grand wedding with Gu Siki, drawing crowds from all across the capital. 10 li of red bridal procession, it truly cannot surpass this. The Prime Minister himself marrying off his sister, and the general taking a wife, this union was even decreed by the late emperor. Nothing about it is excessive. Indeed. General Gu has earned extraordinary military merits, rumor has it the emperor himself attended. Since Gu Chengyan had no parents alive, Gu Chengyan sat at the seat of honor. Given that the emperor was also present, the highest figure of state, he technically served as the senior representative for the groom's side. The Ministry of Rites felt something was slightly amiss, but logically, it made sense. More importantly, the general kept demanding they hurry, the official didn't dare delay unnecessarily. If both the emperor and the prime minister saw no issue, he wouldn't be the one to spoil the mood. One bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to elders. The elders included not only Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia, but also Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Escort the couple to the bridal chamber. Instinctively, Gu Chengyan glanced at Lin Shuxuan beside him. Watching Siki and Chengxin, the perfect match, Lin Shuxuan's eyes brimmed with blessings, yet also carried a quiet regret. That day, he drank far too much. When he collapsed drunkenly against Gu Chengyan, he murmured, "Chengyan, I wanted to wear wedding robes just once. Tell me, would I look good in red?" Gu Chengyan pressed his lips together, stroking his long hair gently. "Yes," he whispered softly. "You would." Chapter 79. After conquering the state of Li, Nanling grew even stronger. With capable governance and no internal unrest, neighboring states began to fear it, dreading that Nanling might one day set its sights on their own territories. On the occasion of the Nanling Emperor's birthday, nations from far and wide came to pay tribute, seeking to establish friendly diplomatic relations. Li was no exception. And the envoy they sent wasn't just any ordinary minister, it was Crown Prince Li Jia himself. To show respect, Gu Chengyan personally led officials from the Honglu Temple to greet them at the city gates. They were old acquaintances by now. When Gu Chengyan saw Li Jia in person, his expression remained calm and composed, he was courteous and warm, his smile humble. "Welcome, Crown Prince of Li, to our land of Nanling." Dressed in a pale yellow Crown Prince's ceremonial robe, Li Jia's lips curled upward, revealing 2 sweet dimples. "I've long heard that Nanling is a land of outstanding people and splendid scenery. Now that I've seen it for myself, the reputation proves true indeed." The two sides introduced their respective officials, exchanged polite formalities, and then escorted the Li delegation to the guest embassy. Logically, after such a long and arduous journey, the envoys should have been exhausted. Yet the Crown Prince of Li proved to be quite different. "Chancellor Gu, am I not required to formally pay respects to your emperor today?" Gu Chengyan found this odd. Last time in Chang'an, Li Jia had shown particular interest in Xu Xian, was it possible he had fallen for him at first sight? He clasped his hands respectfully. "Your Highness, please understand, for the sake of consideration, foreign envoys are permitted to rest briefly upon arrival. The formal audience with His Majesty will take place the following day. Li Jia nodded slowly, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. So it's tomorrow, then. What time exactly? Noticing Gu Chengyan watching him, Li Jia quickly added with an awkward laugh, "Ah. I brought several gifts along, some perishable items, and I worry they may spoil if kept too long. That's why I'd hoped to present them to the Emperor as soon as possible." Gu Chengyan smiled gently. "After tomorrow's morning court session, a eunuch from the palace will come to the embassy to inform you of the precise time. Until then, your highness must kindly wait with patience." Once Li Jia realized the schedule wasn't under Gu Chengyan's control, his enthusiasm toward him cooled immediately, and he stopped questioning him further. "In that case, I shall leave you to rest properly. This official won't intrude any longer." Back in his room, Li Jia gazed longingly toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. That night, Gu Chengyan stayed in the Emperor's chambers. He recounted to Lin Shuxuan what he had observed about the Crown Prince of Li. "He seems particularly interested in you." Lin Shuxuan lazily leaned against the chest of the man behind him, cradling Xiao Bai, the soft and warm little white cat named Qingyu, playing happily. He turned around and kissed Gu Chengyan lightly, a man who was clearly showing signs of jealousy. "What? Does he plan to assassinate?" Gu Chengyan returned the kiss and tightened his arms around Lin Shuxuan's waist. There was no murderous intent in his eyes. "It doesn't seem to be malice, he watches you with a strange kind of attentiveness. Almost as if he harbors deep feelings for you." Lin Shuxuan paused mid-stroke, fingers still tangled in Qingyu's fluffy belly fur. "On the contrary, I remember back in Chang'an, he seemed much warmer toward you." "What makes you say that?" "When he went to Zhao family's pharmacy to collect the purchased medicinal herbs, he kept clinging to you, asking all sorts of questions. If he hadn't wanted something more, once the goods were handed over and payment settled, why would he still hang around so desperately?" Gu Chengyan chuckled softly. "When did I ever feel him clinging to me? In commerce, sometimes pleasantries are necessary to maintain relationships. It's the same between nations. Tomorrow, when you meet the Crown Prince of Li, you'll still need to utter the expected courtesies, or else they'll think you bear ill will toward them." Lin Shuxuan pinched the paw pads of the little white cat, unconvinced. "Why have you been so busy lately? Receiving these envoys is the duty of the Honglu Temple officials. You give them salaries, not to mention I feed them, so why must you intervene yourself? Lately, you haven't spent proper time with me. Though you return to the bedchamber at night, by daylight you vanish completely." For nearly half a month, Gu Chengyan had failed to properly accompany him, constantly caught up in whatever duties consumed his days. This recent annexation of Beiyan has intimidated nearby smaller states. This birthday celebration has drawn far more envoys than usual. The Honglu Temple simply can't handle everything alone. There are moments where my presence is required. But don't worry, it will calm down soon. As always, Gu Chengyan sensed Lin Shuxuan's mood instantly, offering gentle comfort without delay. True enough, Lin Shuxuan instantly softened like a cat being stroked down its fur, no longer sharp or irritable. Meow. Qingyu, shoot off the bed by the other master, glanced back. Behind the bed curtains, two entwined figures were barely visible, only their interlocked fingers clearly seen. On its own, the little cat leapt from the windowsill and ran next door to find the big cat, Qinggu. It wanted to snuggle with Qinggu too. The next day. The morning court concluded quickly, and a eunuch from the emperor's side arrived at the embassy to notify the envoys they were to enter the palace for audience. The order in which envoys entered was strictly observed, delegates of major states naturally took precedence, while those of smaller nations could only follow behind. Li Jia, as Crown Prince of Li, stood unquestionably at the forefront by virtue of his status. Upon entering the palace, they offered greetings to the emperor in accordance with their national customs. Some noticed with astonishment that the Crown Prince of Li performed the full kowtow, a gesture so solemn it stunned the onlookers. This. Gu Chengyan also frowned slightly. Seated high on the dragon throne, Lin Shuxuan raised an eyebrow. "You are no subject of Nanling, Crown Prince of Li. There is no need for such a grand ritual, please rise at once." Li Jia rose, though performing the kowtow had been entirely voluntary on his part. "Your Majesty. I, on behalf of the state of Li, present a most precious gift to honor your Majesty's birthday." Since the offering was made so willingly, Lin Shuxuan naturally did not stop him. "Oh. What might this gift be? Now I am truly intrigued. Please, present it before me so I may see it." The Crown Prince signaled to his attendants to bring forth the item. The ministers watched as a small box, about the size of a teapot, was carried forward. Seeing this, the envoy from a country let out a scoffing laugh. "Humph, thought it was something extraordinary, turns out it's barely larger than a palm. Daring to call this precious? Truly ridiculous." Li Jia shot him a glance, snorted coldly, and chose not to reply. Instead, he lifted the lid himself and gently removed what was inside. The moment the ministers saw it, they sucked in sharp breaths. This. The Imperial Seal. Nanling's current jade seal was newly made, the seal of the previous dynasty had long been lost, yet now, it had appeared in the hands of the Li royal family. What meaning does this hold, Crown Prince? Li Jia knelt, cradling the seal with both hands, gazing up with devout sincerity at the elder brother seated above. Your Majesty possesses unmatched talent in governance, aided by loyal ministers and capable generals. Through your own strength, you have ushered in a golden age where the common people know no hunger or cold. The state of Li willingly submits to your rule. I offer this ancestral imperial seal of the former dynasty as a token of our sincerity. The Wa country envoy fell completely silent. This gift was indeed priceless, no comparison, absolutely none. Who would ever gift an entire nation along with its seal? Truly unprecedented. Is the Crown Prince of Li out of his mind? Giving up a Crown Prince's throne to become another's subject? Is he mad? It wasn't just foreign envoys who found this absurd, even many of Nanling's own officials struggled to believe it. Several began speculating darkly about hidden motives behind Li's sudden submission. Yet Gu Chengyan sensed nothing deceitful in the Crown Prince's demeanor. Lin Shuxuan rested his elbow on the arm of the throne, propping his temple with the knuckle of his bent index finger, eyeing the young man below with growing amusement. And does the Queen of Li know of your actions, Crown Prince? Li Jia swallowed hard and forced himself to answer, of course Her Royal Majesty knows. Gu Chengyan suppressed a quiet chuckle. Naughty boy, he must have secretly brought the seal without permission. We have received your goodwill, Crown Prince. I greatly admire this imperial seal. However, the matter of Li's submission requires careful deliberation. We shall set it aside for now. The smile on Li Jia's face froze before it could fully bloom. Does elder brother dislike Li? Does your Majesty think Li is inferior to Beiyan? Lin Shuxuan curved his lips, suddenly finding Li Jia's foolish sincerity almost endearing. Gu Chengyan stepped forward to explain on the Emperor's behalf, Crown Prince, the unification of Li is no minor affair, it involves extensive discussion and mutual agreement. Though you are heir to the throne, the Queen still reigns. Matters of such magnitude require direct consultation with her. It is not merely a spoken word, it concerns the lives of millions across both nations. Li Jia said nothing more. At least the gift, the imperial seal, had been accepted. The rest could wait. But why does Chancellor Gu keep speaking for elder brother? Can't elder brother say these things himself? Always rushing in, surely harboring improper intentions. Emperor Lin Shuxuan's birthday had certainly been eventful. Later, an official letter arrived from the Queen of Li herself. On the surface, she fully endorsed Li Jia's proposal. Li expressed willingness to be incorporated into Nanling's rule, agreed to allow Nanling troops to be stationed within its borders, and pledged that the Li clan would cease using the title of emperor. Lin Shuxuan conferred upon Li Jia the peerage of Duke Ding, ranked above first class. The Queen declined, stating she wished to retire with her royal consort. She passed the title to her son Li Jia and formally invited the new emperor to attend Li Jia's investiture ceremony in Li. Lin Shuxuan felt a flicker of interest. The look of intimate trust Li Jia gave him, such warmth, piqued his curiosity deeply. Where is Chancellor Gu? Lin Shuxuan asked the eunuch Wei standing beside him. Eunuch Wei replied, it seems Chancellor Gu is quite busy. Lin Shuxuan frowned. Busy with what? Weren't all matters regarding Li already delegated to the 6 ministries? Eunuch Wei hesitated, as if holding back his words. Who has he met these past few days? He hasn't met any particularly important officials. However, the steward from Lani Pavilion comes and goes from Gu Mansion frequently, and the general's wife has also been staying there. Lin Shuxuan snapped his memorial shut and rose to his feet. I shall go to Gu Mansion myself, let me see just what he's so busy about. Eunuch Wei, being privy to the truth, quickly gestured to a junior eunuch nearby to rush ahead and warn Chancellor Gu. When Lin Shuxuan arrived at Gu Mansion, the main gate was tightly shut. Eunuch Wei stepped forward to knock, and since the gatekeeper recognized them, the door opened swiftly, allowing them entry. Lin Shuxuan, still wrapped in his cloak with hood drawn, strode forward swiftly toward Gu Chengyan's courtyard. Eunuch Wei hurried to follow, only to see His Majesty suddenly stop at the entrance of the courtyard. The yard was adorned everywhere with red silken ribbons and glowing red lanterns. Lin Shuxuan stood dumbfounded as Gu Chengyan, dressed in crimson wedding robes, smiled and walked toward him. Why so impatient? If it weren't for Eunuch Wei's warning, I'd have barely made it in time to change. Gu Chengyan extended his left hand toward him. Come, follow me inside, let's get you changed first. Lin Shuxuan instinctively reached out his right hand. With each step he took, he glanced around, the courtyard was empty of others, yet every corner bathed in red. He stared at their intertwined hands, then gazed at Gu Chengyan's back for a long while, unaware that they had already entered the room. Lin Shuxuan turned his head and noticed on the left a clothing rack holding an exquisitely embroidered dragon-patterned wedding robe, slightly different from Gu Chengyan's, its crown bore 3-tailed phoenix motifs instead. You said you wanted to wear it, didn't you? This one I had Lani Pavilion make specially. Try it on quickly. Saying this, Gu Chengyan released Lin Shuxuan's hand. Lin Shuxuan glanced back, meeting eyes full of gentle warmth, affectionate laughter, expectation, and encouragement. Gu Chengyan turned away himself and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Lin Shuxuan slipped into the crimson dragon-embroidered wedding robe, then smiled, a beauty both delicate and bewitching. When he opened the door, the awe in Gu Chengyan's eyes was unmistakable. Lin Shuxuan heard him say, with utmost sincerity, "You look stunning in wedding attire. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen." Hand in hand, they walked into the main hall. Seated at the high table were Gu Zhengxiu and Lady Xia, standing to one side were Gu Qingxin and Gu Siki, as well as Qing Jiliang and Li Qin Luo, and Zhuang Hanqing with Tao Zichuan. Everyone present was among Gu Chengyan's closest family and friends. Under their collective witness and blessings, Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan shared a complete wedding ceremony. Seeing the two, clad in wedding finery, standing side by side, Siki wept bitterly. She knew how hard it had been for her two elder brothers to reach this day. Others, too, were deeply moved. Precisely because their love had not come easily, it was all the more precious. After sharing a cup with the newlyweds, the guests discreetly dispersed, leaving the couple alone. Lin Shuxuan was somewhat drunk, his eyes sparkling. When they were finally alone, he hooked his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck and giggled softly. "So happy." Acting like a child, Gu Chengyan murmured, seeing this rare childishness in him for the first time. "Chengyan, I'm so happy." I am too." They gazed into each other's eyes, affection deepening steadily. Drawing closer, they pressed together. What began as tender exploration soon burned hotter, whispered breaths mingled, lips met, passion coiling tighter, entwined beyond reason. Their crimson wedding robes slipped to the floor, dragons and phoenixes woven together, interlaced as one, impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Tonight, Gu Chengyan was especially fierce, yet Lin Shuxuan loved it, his gaze locked onto Gu's, pulling him deeper into ecstasy. Lin Shuxuan mounted him once more, taking control of the rhythm, watching Gu Chengyan's usual composure crumble, his elegance vanish, transformed into fervent, wild abandon. Lin Shuxuan laughed, delighted, until, near the end, when overwhelmed, even pleading desperately did not make Gu Chengyan stop. The night grew deep, but their life together stretched far ahead. The wedding robe was somewhat soiled. Although Lin Shuxuan knew he would only wear this attire once, he still instructed the palace servants to clean it thoroughly and preserve it carefully. Gu Chengyan's everyday garments were mostly in shades of blue and black, colors that were steady and subdued. He had worn red, a vivid color, only twice in his life, once during the parade after topping the Imperial Examination, and the second time yesterday, at his wedding with Lin Shuxuan. Lin Shuxuan believed that even for the sake of preserving this rare side of Gu Chengyan, the robe must be kept. Yesterday's festivities had gone quite late. By the time Lin Shuxuan left Gu Manor and returned to the palace, it was already past noon. The reason provided by Eunuch Wei was that His Majesty hadn't slept well the previous night and was unwell. Thus, Gu Chengyan accompanying him back to the palace became perfectly justified. Whenever the emperor fell ill, it was always Gu Chengyan who personally attended to him. A quick word to head physician Zhao of the Imperial Medical Bureau sufficed. Gu would oversee the medical records and prescriptions, which would then be archived in the bureau. As for the emperor's actual health, there was no real need for them to worry. These days, the Imperial Medical Bureau had become an excellent place for retirement. With the emperor's harem lying vacant, the physicians only needed to attend to the various dowager consorts, Lord Baihu, and Lady Whitecat. Occasionally, they might rush to some noble household for an emergency. Compared to how things were during the late emperor's reign, their lives now couldn't be more relaxed. Recently, they had even begun studying ancient medical texts, combining their decades of clinical experience to compile a new edition of the Neijing. Every physician qualified to serve in the Imperial Bureau was a genuine expert, and their willingness to share hard-earned knowledge was invaluable. Gu Chengyan had also made special arrangements to facilitate their work, promising that upon completion, the court would publish the book, list their names as authors, and promote it throughout the realm. With such a rare chance to achieve lasting fame, they naturally became even more diligent. Yet as Chancellor, Gu Chengyan had numerous matters demanding his attention. Especially today, with the emperor indisposed, every official matter required his review and approval before execution. He sat in the outer chamber of the emperor's sleeping quarters. Piles of greeting memorials lay before him, documents not particularly important, yet responses were mandatory. For certain officials, replies had to sound sincere and heartfelt. No wonder Lin Shuxuan had gathered a stack and handed them all over to him. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Clad only in sleepwear, barefoot, Lin Shuxuan stepped out from the inner chamber toward Gu Chengyan. Gu shook his head helplessly, set down his vermilion pen, and in 3 quick strides swept him into his arms. "Why aren't you wearing shoes again? I've told you, the floor is cold. You'll fall ill like this. Have you forgotten?" Cuddled in his embrace, arms around Gu's neck, Lin Shuxuan paid no mind to the scolding. Instead, he leaned in and pressed his lips to Gu Chengyan's, silencing him. Entwining himself, coaxing, refusing to listen to another lecture. Gu Chengyan allowed him this indulgence, letting the provocation unfold, until, before he could react, he laid Lin down on the couch and nipped sharply at his lower lip. It was their private, silent warning, one more move like that, and Gu Chengyan would turn into a wolf, no longer a gentleman. Lin obediently ceased his mischief. When they parted, glistening threads lingered faintly between their lips. Gu reached out, gently brushing the corner of his mouth, slowly wiping away the trace. The air suddenly thickened with intimacy. Remembering last night, how difficult it had been to get out of bed, Lin had no desire to return to the couch so soon. So he pulled a memorial from beneath the pile and handed it to Gu Chengyan. Gu paused, reining in the desire in his eyes. Take a look. This is the invitation to Prince Gongding's enfeoffment ceremony. Taking the document, Gu opened it and skimmed through quickly. Seeing excitement sparkle in Lin's eyes, Gu asked, "Want to go?" Lin nodded honestly. Each time he left the capital with Gu Chengyan, whether to Jingzhou or last time in Chang'an, his mood soared with rare delight. There were no restraints, no pressure, no politics, just the two of them, and the fresh wonders he had never seen before. Watching him gaze so longingly, Gu softened, stroked his head, and indulgently said, "Then we'll go. I'll accompany you, just like last time. If anything comes up, let the 6 ministries handle it together. If decisions are stuck, they can send messages to us." Lin's eyes curved into bright crescents, thoroughly satisfied. Any discomfort anywhere? After every time, Gu meticulously cleaned and medicated him, never missing a single step of care and maintenance. Lin shook his head. Gu Chengyan saw the clarity in his eyes and truly didn't seem unwell. "I thought you'd make me go alone, so you could stay behind to steady the court and maintain order." Gu Chengyan was slightly surprised. "Why would your majesty think that?" Lin Shuxuan traced the bridge of his straight nose. "Chancellor Gu cares deeply for the world and values the livelihood of the people. You're never without state affairs in hand, perhaps the common folk and the nation's matters weigh heavier in your heart than I do." Gu Chengyan caught his wandering hand firmly and replied seriously, "The only reason I entered politics, worked tirelessly, and rose to become chancellor is because you wished to become emperor. Only then could I assist you and earn the privilege to remain by your side. Without you, I might have simply been an ordinary wandering physician, doing small acts of kindness without grand compassion. How then could I ever speak of serving the people or governing the state?" Lin Shuxuan wrapped his arms around his waist and leaned close. "I merely sought a breath of dignity. Ever since childhood, I endured endless bullying from Lady Yan and my eldest brother. Even the lowliest maids and eunuchs within the palace dared torment me at will. Ascending this throne hasn't brought as much joy as I once imagined. Most of the happiness I've known in life comes from you. But you are always so busy, state affairs constantly steal your attention from me. I know you're sharing my burdens, yet I still find myself dissatisfied. Am I being too petty?" Gu Chengyan gently curved his lips into a tender smile, holding his gaze. "No, not at all. I think it's wonderful, being able to hear everything you feel, every thought in your heart. In the past, misunderstandings and conflicts arose because we didn't understand each other and lacked communication. Life is short. Say what you wish to say, do what you long to do. We've weathered storms to reach this point, becoming the most powerful voices upon this land, all so we may live freely, authentically, and true to ourselves." Lin Shuxuan smiled sincerely. What he loved most about Gu Chengyan was that he wasn't some selfless paragon, though kind-hearted, he always prioritized their shared feelings above all else. Having already promised to accompany Lin Shuxuan, Gu Chengyan swiftly arranged all necessary affairs. Though the investiture ceremony for Prince Gongding wouldn't be for another month, they departed the capital under cover of night far ahead of time. Gu Chengyan commanded vast military power. Even if someone harbored ill intent or entertained rebellion, none could stand against him. His military achievements were earned through blood and battle, others who'd never set foot on a battlefield stood no chance. Stationing him merely to guard the capital was, in truth, a waste of his capabilities. The carriage journeyed southwestward. It was autumn now, and golden scenery unfolded everywhere along the road, interspersed with patches of rosy red, breathtakingly beautiful. Rarely one to laze about inside the carriage, Lin Shuxuan rode alongside Gu Chengyan on horseback. "Chengyan. My horsemanship is definitely better than yours. If you don't believe me, come catch me." Before the words fully left his lips, he cheated, giving a sharp kick to his horse's flank, and dashed ahead first. This journey was openly sanctioned. Accompanying them were Marquis Dingyuan and the princess consort. The Marquis had married the princess 2 years prior. Xian he had also wed Duke Zhengguoguo Li Yuanluo, and the young couple now guarded Lizhou City, the former kingdom of Li. The princess consort, having married into northern Yan as part of a peace alliance, naturally possessed excellent riding skills. She and her husband laughed together as they watched the emperor race alongside Chancellor Gu. The princess was no fool, she'd long seen through the special bond between her imperial nephew and Gu Chengyan. Marquis Dingyuan frowned. The son of heaven, ruler of a nation, how can he behave so undignified? Even if Chancellor Gu is a subject and the emperor sovereign, a proper contest must be fair and just. Otherwise, how can the realm place faith in him? The princess looked at her husband, so earnest in defending Gu Chengyan, and gently shook her head. Fool. The Marquis, confused, turned and gazed back with a hint of grievance. Then you are also the wife of a fool. With elegant charm, the princess cast him a glance. It's been a while since we've raced. Let's have one match. Without waiting for a response, she too broke the rules like her imperial nephew, spurring her horse forward before the words even finished. Marquis Dingyuan hurriedly gave chase, calling out, "How is it you're still acting like a child?" jumping ahead again. As he pursued her, he began to laugh. The princess, after all, was no longer young. After galloping a short distance, she tugged gently on the reins and slowed to a walk. It wasn't long before the Marquis caught up. "Why did you stop? Are you unwell?" Riding chafed the thighs, something the princess used to be particularly sensitive about, often unable to endure more than a brief ride. "No, I'm fine. It's just, I'm not as young as I once was. A short sprint leaves me winded now. Stay with me and return to the carriage for a rest, will you?" Dingyuan Ho naturally hurriedly agreed, and they waited on the spot for the rest of the convoy to catch up. Watching the Emperor and Chancellor Gu riding ahead, whip in hand, he suddenly felt that the princess consort's earlier behavior was exactly like the Emperor's. No wonder they were of royal blood, even their way of cheating was so brazenly confident. He indulged the princess because he cherished her deeply, she was his wife. But why did Gu Chengyan do the same? Could it be merely because the Emperor was his sovereign? They were clearly laughing together, so joyful, nothing like the rumors of eternal enmity and irreconcilable rivalry. For the first time, Marquis Dingyuan felt a faint doubt stir within his heart. Lin Shuxuan, seeing that they had already put some distance between themselves and the accompanying entourage, one that wouldn't easily catch up anytime soon, brought his horse to a stop. Gu Chengyan met his gaze and gently smiled. "Tired? Gu Qi knows me best." Lin Shuxuan pointed at the space behind him. "Will you come over? I'd like to rest a while." Gu Chengyan gathered his breath, leapt gracefully from his own horse, and landed just behind Lin Shuxuan, wrapping his arms around him and drawing him deep into the warmth of his cloak, leaving only two slightly alluring eyes peeking out. Lin Shuxuan leaned fully into his embrace, his hands tucked inside the warm fabric. Gu Chengyan took the reins in hand and guided the horse forward at a slow, steady pace. The other horse moved closer, nuzzling affectionately against its companion, then followed quietly beside them. Their silhouettes merged as one. Lin Shuxuan gazed at the passing scenery, a tranquil and contented smile gracing his lips. Chapter 81, The Chancellor's Admirer. By the time the convoy was about to catch up, Gu Chengyan had already returned to his original horse. Lin Shuxuan yawned, nestled deep within Gu Chengyan's cloak, its warmth made him drowsy. "Tired?" Gu Chengyan urged his horse forward, asking with concern. Lin Shuxuan's eyes shimmered softly as he lazily lifted his eyelids and nodded. "Can't sleep." Gu Chengyan knew how delicate he was, particular about his bed and naturally wary. Last night, they had traveled continuously. Though the road was newly paved and smooth cement, it still wasn't comfortable enough for proper rest. "The Marquis of Dingyuan came last night to inquire about our travel arrangements. We spoke late, so I didn't come to your carriage. From now on, I'll have Eunuch Wei leave a discreet gap in the evening schedule. I'll come keep you company." Lin Shuxuan nodded. This time, the elder cat Qinggu and the younger one Qingyu had also joined the journey. They always brought the two little ones wherever they went, it had become habit since raising them from young. Being apart would only make the cats uneasy. "Your Majesty, you and Chancellor Gu rode off too fast just now." This subject and the eldest princess could barely keep up. The Marquis of Dingyuan finally caught sight of the Emperor and quickly rushed forward. He feared that Gu Chengyan might suffer further mistreatment from the Emperor. Whenever someone else was present, the Emperor usually showed Gu Chengyan a modicum of decorum. Most of his torment occurred behind closed doors, when they were alone. The Marquis was well aware of those faint purple and red marks often seen on Gu Chengyan's neck. Though His Majesty was indeed a wise ruler, much of that credit belonged to Chancellor Gu's guidance. Those traces filled the Marquis with sorrow on Gu Chengyan's behalf. The Chancellor, the second most powerful man in the Empire, caring for millions of people, yet willingly enduring abuse at the hands of the Emperor. His own family was related by marriage to the imperial line. From his elders, he had heard stories of the many cruel methods used within the palace, subtle tortures invisible to the naked eye, yet deeply damaging inside, meant to punish disobedient servants. The consorts couldn't let outsiders see them punishing staff, lest they earn reputations for cruelty and malice, hence the invention of all manner of secret punishments. Chancellor Gu had sacrificed far too much for the Ling dynasty. The Marquis felt it his duty to help in any way he could. Lin Shuxuan glanced at him coolly. "Are you chasing after? Yet it seems you care more about Chancellor Gu's safety. What? Are you afraid we'll eat him alive?" It was understandable for civil officials, but these generals who'd served with Gu Chengyan at the frontier, all of them guarded against any closeness between him and the Emperor, as if he were about to devour Gu Chengyan whole. The Marquis stammered, unable to speak, and forced an awkward laugh. Gu Chengyan stepped in to save him. "The Marquis naturally cares most for your Majesty's safety. We are in the wilderness now, dangerous beasts could appear at any moment. Surely, that is what concerns him." The Marquis quickly seized the lifeline. "Yes, yes. Beasts may roam here. Even though Chancellor Gu is highly skilled in martial arts, he is still only human, accidents could happen. And especially with the need to protect your Majesty." Gu Chengyan inwardly sighed. The Marquis really had no idea how to talk, how could he say outright that someone was a burden? Lin Shuxuan laughed coldly. "Oh. So the Marquis thinks that whenever encounters a beast, it must be Chancellor Gu who protects me, that has no ability to defend myself at all. The Marquis waved his hands frantically. Your Majesty. That's not what this subject meant. Lin Shuxuan, too tired to argue further, simply grunted. Humph. Without letting him continue explaining, Lin Shuxuan dismounted and stepped into the carriage without looking back. Gu Chengyan shook his head, consoling the man. Marquis, don't worry too much. His Majesty isn't petty, he won't hold your unintentional words against you. The Marquis looked dejected. I only wanted to divert the Emperor's attention from you, to prevent him from verbally mistreating you again. Instead, I ended up making you explain for me before His Majesty. It truly was beyond explanation. Gu Chengyan smiled wryly in his heart. Their performance in court had been too convincing, now the entire Imperial court believed the Emperor and he harbored mutual hatred, locked in an endless feud. Still, the fact that the Marquis was willing to stand up for him proved the man's sincerity. Unable to clarify, Gu Chengyan changed the subject. This journey will allow you and the eldest princess to meet Lady Junju and Duke Xinghua. You might as well buy some interesting local items along the way. Lady Junju would probably enjoy them. After all, the eldest princess and Xuanhe, mother and daughter, had been personally escorted back from northern Yen to southern Ling by Gu Chengyan himself. It was natural that he knew their preferences well. Just then, the Marquis of Dingyuan happened to be worrying over what gift to bring. My gratitude, Chancellor Gu, for your reminder. This subject has spent little time with Lady Junju and am uncertain of her preferences. It would be improper to inquire directly, now I finally have some direction. Night fell, and the entourage arrived at a prefectural city named Xingzhou. The local prefect welcomed them in person, His Majesty would temporarily reside in the prefect's mansion for the night. At the banquet, Lin Shuxuan casually offered words of encouragement. The prefect, wise and considerate, did not linger long, allowing the Emperor peace to rest. Gu Chengyan stayed in the courtyard next to the Emperor's. Just as he was about to rest briefly before going to accompany the finicky, bed-sensitive Emperor to sleep, the prefect sent someone to invite him. He could only ask Wen Yin to inform Eunuch Wei and let them know he would come later. This prefect had been an examinee in the very year Gu Chengyan was promoted to Left Chancellor. At the Qionglin banquet, he had received personal guidance from Gu Chengyan. Since coming to Xingzhou, he had refused to sink into corruption with the powerful clans and instead upheld his original ideals, becoming a well-respected and virtuous official praised by the people, rising steadily until attaining the rank of prefect. Your student greets Chancellor Gu. Upon seeing Gu Chengyan, the prefect performed the formal rite of a disciple toward his teacher. Gu Chengyan did not decline it. I remember you, he said, accurately stating the year of the man's examination and his name. Hearing this, the prefect's eyes instantly reddened with emotion. The chancellor still remembers this humble official. Though already middle-aged, he deeply revered Gu Chengyan and poured out all the difficulties he had encountered throughout the years, seeking answers. Clearly, he was a man who sincerely cared for the welfare of the people. Gu Chengyan patiently listened and carefully analyzed each matter, offering practical suggestions tailored to the situation. It wasn't until the moon hung high in the sky that Eunuch Wei himself came to retrieve Gu Chengyan on behalf of the emperor. A servant from the prefect's household led Eunuch Wei inside and whispered to his master, "Sir, the eunuch from beside His Majesty has arrived." The prefect grew nervous, cautiously rising with an apologetic smile as he cautiously asked, "I wonder what instructions His Majesty has to trouble the esteemed eunuch with such a late visit." Eunuch Wei kept his gaze straight ahead and replied, "His Majesty has urgent matters to discuss with Chancellor Gu." Upon learning that Chancellor Gu was not in his residence but had been invited over by the honorable prefect, His Majesty sent this old servant personally to fetch him. The prefect turned flustered, he had delayed the emperor's important discussion with the chancellor. This. Gu Chengyan knew perfectly well there were no urgent matters, the truth was someone couldn't fall asleep and had grown impatient waiting. It's quite all right. Earlier, the honorable prefect consulted me on several vital civil issues, and I've already done my best to answer them. If further difficulties arise, feel free to state them clearly in future memorials submitted to His Majesty. Gratefully, the prefect glanced at Gu Chengyan. Here was the chancellor personally explaining on his behalf before the emperor's eunuch. His invitation for a late-night discussion was not about building private connections, but truly seeking guidance on public affairs. Surely, the emperor wouldn't hold it against him. Eunuch Wei smiled gently. Since these were discussions of official importance, His Majesty naturally bears no ill will. Please, Chancellor Gu, do follow this old servant promptly. Gu Chengyan stood. Lead the way, elder. The humble official respectfully sees Chancellor Gu and elder off. After walking a short distance, Gu Chengyan quietly asked the eunuch, "Has His Majesty not yet slept? Has he lain down?" In a low voice, the eunuch replied, "Not yet asleep, he's been lying down for a while. Even the cats were taken away by this old servant upon his order. He's been waiting for you. Only when he became utterly impatient did he send me on this errand." Gu Chengyan now understood clearly, it was most likely that someone had grown irritable, needing careful soothing, or else tonight's rest would be difficult indeed. Sure enough, the moment he entered the room, he saw a certain person sitting barefoot at the table, fingers rapidly tapping the surface with sharp impatience. Chancellor Gu certainly has many admirers, even in this remote Qingzhou city, someone invites you to share moonlit confessions. Lin Shuxuan slightly arched his brows, lifting his chin as he fixed Gu Chengyan with a look that hovered between amusement and mockery. Gu Chengyan shut the door behind him, pressed a fist lightly to his lips, and gave a soft cough. He once received my instruction, we share a bond akin to master and disciple. He merely had some questions regarding civil administration and sought guidance. There is absolutely no impropriety. Lin Shuxuan naturally knew why he had chosen to stay in Qingzhou. He had already confirmed beforehand that this prefect was upright in conduct, with only 3 sons and no daughters, married to a single wife who had been his consort since before his rise to power, no danger of Gu Chengyan being entangled in any unwanted attachments. Humph. Why can't civil matters be discussed in a memorial? Must he summon you to his side in the dead of night? Gu Chengyan stepped forward and gently lifted his feet, placing them atop his own abdomen. You've forgotten again what I told you before, not to step barefoot on the ground. This isn't your imperial chambers, and it's already autumn, the floor is awfully cold. Lin Shuxuan was like a cooled volcano, suddenly falling dormant, quietly savoring Gu Chengyan's care and tenderness. As his feet gradually warmed, Gu Chengyan slipped one arm beneath his waist and the other under his legs, lifting him gently onto the bed. He swiftly removed his outer robe, slid under the covers, and drew Lin Shuxuan close, tucking the emperor's still cool feet between his own warm thighs. After pressing a light kiss to his forehead, he murmured while holding him, "Sleep now. I know you're tired." Lin Shuxuan lazily yawned, nuzzled closer against Gu Chengyan's warm chest, closed his eyes, and slowly drifted into slumber. From that point on, Lin Shuxuan altered the previously arranged itinerary, no longer entering cities to rest at night, but instead camping where they halted. It was more convenient this way, allowing Chenggu and little Qingyu, the elder and the younger, to enter the tent and sleep together with them. Chapter 82 The rabbit head really is incomparable. Since it was inconvenient for Lin Shuxuan and Gu Chengyan to travel with a large group, and it wasn't the right moment to reveal their true relationship publicly, the two of them once again split off from the main party, taking only eunuch Wei and Wen Yin with them. The Marquis of Dingyuan remained completely unaware of this. He found it quite strange, why hadn't the emperor been seen recently? Even Chancellor Gu had disappeared along with him. The two acted as if they were shy maidens unwilling to face others. When he mentioned this to the eldest princess, she didn't suspect anything improper either. She assumed the emperor and chancellor must have arrived near Lizhou and needed to handle some confidential matters privately, so they chose to stay hidden inside their carriage. In reality, the two men had already taken swift horses and rushed ahead, reaching Lizhou city well before the rest. Lizhou had only recently submitted to the Ling dynasty. The farmers had just received their first batch of seeds, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the like. A few days prior, officials had come to teach them how to sow. Now, people were gradually planting in their own fields. As Lin Shuxuan and Gu Chengyan rode past the farmland, something within him stirred. For a fleeting moment, he truly understood why Gu Chengyan had devoted himself so single-mindedly to the people's livelihood all these years. These were real, living people. With only a little care and support, their eyes filled with hope, the vibrant energy of life itself. You seem different, Gu Chengyan remarked softly. Before, you rarely paid attention to them. Lin Shuxuan, as always, refused to show his softer side. Naturally not as much as you do. Wasn't it your suggestion that we come early to Lizhou to inspect the actual conditions of the people? Gu Chengyan chuckled. Yes, indeed it was my suggestion. Shall we call this, husband leads, husband follows then? Lin Shuxuan was caught off guard, once again letting the other man steal a verbal advantage. But technically, since they were already married, the words weren't wrong at all. I'm hungry. As the head of the household, shouldn't you be taking action now? Their entire entourage consisted of men who lived roughly, focused solely on the journey. They now truly felt the emptiness in their stomachs. To enter the city proper at this point would take time, and by the time they arrived, it might already be late. Gu Chengyan said, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you today. Let me ask nearby villagers if any household has spare rooms we could use for the night. Wen Yin stepped forward immediately. Master, let me go ask. Gu Chengyan nodded. Very well, but under no circumstances should you reveal where we're from. Just say we're visiting relatives. Wen Yin understands. He had traveled to Jianhu with Gu Chengyan since youth, dealing with ordinary villagers posed no difficulty. Sure enough, he returned shortly. Master, I offered some silver. There's an old lady whose son and daughter-in-law went to visit her daughter-in-law's family in the neighboring town. Her house has 2 spare rooms tonight, we can stay there. If she can spare 2 rooms, this family must be relatively well off. The group greeted the elderly woman from afar and followed her home. Have some water, she said kindly. Just now, your young man mentioned you're visiting relatives in Lizhou city. It's not far, about 100 li. If you set out early tomorrow and ride horses, you should arrive by afternoon. Of course, there was no expectation for Lin Shuxuan to chime in during such moments. Gu Chengyan smiled warmly. Thank you, madam, for informing us. We appreciate your kindness, though we've troubled you greatly today. Seeing Gu Chengyan's gentle, scholarly demeanor, clearly a man of letters, the old woman instantly held him in high regard. No trouble at all. But you've arrived at a fortunate time. The Li People's Qitian Festival, held once every 5 years, will begin the day after tomorrow. The city will be bustling then. The priests from the sacred temple will stand in the square, bestowing blessings upon those destined to receive them. You ought to stay and try your luck. Lin Shuxuan perked up. He'd grown deeply curious about these mystical, intangible things lately. For dinner, Gu Chengyan personally cooked using the host family's ingredients and stove. Though Lin Shuxuan usually had a small appetite, he found himself particularly fond of these simple, home-cooked dishes imbued with the warmth of daily life. Early the next morning, the four of them bid farewell to the kind old woman and set off again. All of them were martial cultivators, capable of moving nearly twice as fast as ordinary travelers. They reached Lizhou city while the morning was still young, well before noon. This time, they wore no disguises, but Li Jia, who had specifically ordered men to watch the city gates for a couple matching the description of a gentle, scholarly man and a cool, elegant woman, missed their arrival entirely. Lin Shuxuan watched, fascinated, as a woman on the street stood with hands on hips, scolding her husband. Lizhou seems different from other places. Women here appear to hold a significantly higher status within the household. Gu Chengyan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I still remember, when the report came from Lizhou City, one of the officials who submitted it was actually a woman. She suggested that we provide as many spinning machines as possible here, and also requested modifications to their size, so that men could operate them as well. Could it be that the men here actually do weaving? Surely this isn't a place where women handle external affairs while men stay indoors. Wei the eunuch was older, but even he had never heard of such a situation before. Gu Chengyan explained, that's right. In Lizhou, most professions can be undertaken by both men and women. To be honest, I think there's much to commend in their system. Women are sometimes more meticulous and patient than men. For instance, certain accounting positions in the Ministry of Revenue could very well be filled by women. Lin Shuxuan nodded. This is excellent. Equal opportunity for all, positions go to those who are capable. How about this, from now on, let boys and girls attend school together. In the future, both can take the Imperial Examinations. Whoever proves more talented will rise through the ranks and serve in court. What do you think? Gu Chengyan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Shuxuan to accept this idea so readily, let alone seriously consider implementing gender equality. He had never discussed such views with Lin Shuxuan before. I will fully support it. Lizhou boasted an abundance of unique cuisine, each dish intensely spicy and flavorful. Though Lin Shuxuan had a weak stomach, he found these dishes incredibly satisfying. Gu Chengyan had to constantly monitor him, restricting how much he could eat. On the menu was a dish called spicy fragrant rabbit head, an item that made Wen Yin and eunuch Wei recoil in horror. Yet Lin Shuxuan, curious, actively asked the shopkeeper, how exactly does one eat this rabbit head? The shopkeeper pointed to a customer at the neighboring table. Sir, this must be your first time in Lizhou. Watch closely, just split the head open from the mouth, then grab it with your hands and start gnawing. Lin Shuxuan frowned. That motion seemed extremely uncivilized, so he said nothing further. But Gu Chengyan could tell, he still wanted to try it. He was just hesitant because they were dining in public. After a simple meal, everyone returned to their rooms at the inn to rest. The two of them napped together during midday. Lin Shuxuan woke up later. By then, Gu Chengyan had already left the room. Instinctively stepping down from the bed, he hesitated briefly, then obediently put his shoes back on. No point letting Gu Chengyan come back and lecture him again for walking barefoot. Just as he was about to go look for someone, Gu Chengyan returned. In his hand was a package wrapped in oiled paper. Lin Shuxuan twitched his nose slightly, then his eyes lit up. Rabbit head. Gu Chengyan's gaze immediately dropped to the man's legs. Seeing that he was properly wearing shoes and socks, he relaxed instantly. I knew you'd want to try it. I woke earlier than you did, so I asked around among the locals. This is from the best vendor in town, they make the tastiest ones. Here, taste it. It's in our room, so no one will see His Majesty of Ling Dynasty shamelessly gnawing on a rabbit head with his bare hands. Lin Shuxuan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you human either? Well, sometimes, you really aren't. The second half carried particular nuance, only the two of them understood exactly what, not being human, implied. Whether I'm human or not doesn't matter. What matters is, we agreed beforehand, this rabbit head is far too spicy. You mustn't eat too much. No more than one per day. Because the flavor really was exquisite, and he'd sampled it earlier, knowing full well Lin Shuxuan would love it, he needed to set clear boundaries up front. Fine, fine. I promise, alright? Just open it already, let me try. Earlier, Gu Chengyan had specifically asked the vendor to demonstrate the eating method. Now, standing before Lin Shuxuan, he taught him step by step. At the very first bite, Lin Shuxuan's eyes widened. The meat was firm and tender, sweeter in flavor than the usual pork, beef, or mutton he ate. Though there wasn't much meat on the rabbit head, the taste was extraordinary. It disappeared in no time. Lin Shuxuan stared longingly at the remaining half in Gu Chengyan's hand. With a helpless shake of his head, Gu Chengyan held out the other half. Go ahead. Eat it, as if I've starved you for days. Lin Shuxuan beamed with delight as he snatched it. Thank you, husband. He calls me husband when he wants something, and Chancellor Gu when he doesn't. Gu Chengyan had figured it out. So long as delicious food was involved, Lin Shuxuan would willingly do anything. On my way earlier, I ran into another man who was also buying a rabbit head for his wife. Believe it or not, he looked quite like me. If I didn't know for certain that I was my parents' biological son, I might have thought he was family. Lin Shuxuan chewed on the rabbit head, distracted. It's not certain. I'm still father's biological son, yet I don't look anything like him. According to Eunuch Wei, I resemble mother more. Gu Chengyan thought for a moment and agreed, probably just a coincidence. At this very moment, inside the Gongding Prince's mansion, a scene strikingly similar to the one in Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan's room was unfolding. A woman appearing to be around 40 years old was gnawing happily on the spicy, flavorful rabbit head. Opposite her sat an elegant, dignified middle-aged man who watched her with tender affection. Slow down. No one's going to take it from you. The woman shook her head. Who says? If that Bradley Jia finds out I've been faking illness and sneaking food, he'll never willingly accept his title. Besides, once the Grand Priest comes out of the sacred land and removes the poison from your body one final time, you'll be able to leave Lizhou. Then I won't be able to travel around with you anymore. I want to return to the capital for a visit. That child Shuxian, we owe him so much. Now that the kingdom of Li has fallen and become part of Ling dynasty, this unfilial daughter should finally pay her respects at my father's grave. Chapter 83, The Revelation of Origins. Gu Chengyan accompanied Lin Shuxian on a half-day stroll through Lizhou city. Many hospitable locals kindly informed them that tomorrow would be the Li People's Qitian festival, held once every 5 years, and insisted they visit the central city square. If they were lucky, they might even receive blessings from the priests. It seems the priests of the Li tribe are akin to the imperial masters of the previous dynasty, apparently possessing some unique abilities. Chengyan, let's go join the festivities tomorrow. Lin Shuxian was deeply curious about these rumored all-knowing priests. He wondered whether they could detect the extraordinary nature within him and Gu Chengyan, himself from another world, the other reborn into a second life. If they couldn't perceive such things, then they were likely nothing but frauds. As if preparing for the next day's celebration, shops along the streets closed earlier than usual. The two didn't linger outside long and returned to their inn. After dinner, they retired to their rooms early. The next morning, just as dawn broke, it was already bustling outside. It was even earlier than Lin Shuxuan's usual court time. Buried in Gu Chengyan's chest, only a tuft of his long hair peeked out from under the covers. Gu Chengyan had already woken. He gazed at Lin Shuxian, the same man who yesterday had confidently declared he'd rise early to catch the excitement, and found himself suppressing a chuckle. Afraid he might feel stifled, Gu gently tugged the quilt downward, revealing Lin's slightly flushed cheeks from being cooped up. Lin's long lashes fluttered, his delicate brows knit together briefly before he instinctively grabbed Gu's hand and pressed it over his ears, a clear refusal to wake. Gu didn't force him. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin opened his eyes on his own. Though wide open, upon closer look, his gaze was unfocused, his lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of soft pink inside, an obvious sign he hadn't fully awakened yet. Shuxian. A moment passed before Lin sluggishly responded, Every time Gu saw him like this upon waking, dazed, slow to react, expression blankly adorable, he couldn't help but find him utterly charming. Wife. Gu teased deliberately. Without thinking, Lin murmured back, husband. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Lin's eyes gradually sharpened, his gaze becoming more fluid, slightly flirtatious. You're taking advantage of me again. His tone was calm, almost indifferent, but his hands were anything but well-behaved. Gu froze, his pupils darkening. Yet Lin remained unaware of the danger approaching, continuing unchecked while Gu feigned indifference, making no move. Once Lin felt he had achieved his purpose, he attempted to withdraw and rise. Sleeping nearer the wall, he had no choice but to climb over Gu to get down. But the moment Lin swung his leg across, Gu seized his waist, pinning him firmly against his body. The Li people have already headed to the square. It's time to get up. Lin insisted with forced composure, maintaining a serious expression. You're only here to see the priests anyway. I asked yesterday, they won't appear until C hour. Right now it's still Mao hour. We have plenty of time. Before Lin could argue further, Gu silenced him with a kiss, swallowing every protest whole. Over half an hour later, Lin's hand hung limply over the edge of the bed. A faint, unusual flush colored the corners of his eyes. He lay lazily, spent. Gu rose, rinsed his mouth, then went outside to fetch a basin of water, returning to help Lin freshen up. Both changed into clean robes, Gu in a light green gown, Lin in white with golden trim. When Yin and the eunuch Wei were already waiting, tactfully refraining from questioning why their masters had risen so late. After breakfast, the four joined the crowd toward the square. Many people wore traditional Li attire adorned with numerous silver ornaments. One by one, they knelt respectfully before a stone statue at the center of the square, offering flowers and fruits they had brought, placing them neatly and orderly. Then, they moved quietly to another side and knelt again in silence. One person doing so might seem ordinary, but now, with hundreds gathered in the vast square, each voluntarily observing the ritual, the atmosphere became profoundly still. Being present within it brought immense awe. They too bought 4 bouquets from a nearby flower stall, offered them, and then waited quietly in the shade. They hadn't arrived particularly early, and soon enough, hour arrived. 3 elderly figures, completely draped in black cloaks with hoods covering their heads, entered the square leaning on silver staves. Everyone bowed their heads, placing their left hands over their hearts, a gesture of deep respect. The 3 priests also knelt and offered their respects just like everyone else, except what they presented was not ordinary flowers or fruits, but a recited prayer. After finishing the incantation, whether it was an illusion on Gu Chengyan's part or not, he seemed to see specks of shimmering starlight sink into the bodies of the people in the square. He turned to exchange a glance with Lin Shuxuan. Though neither spoke, from each other's eyes they both knew, the starlight had indeed existed. Yet for some unknown reason, Wen Yin, the eunuch Wei, and the rest of the crowd appeared completely unaware of this strange phenomenon. Afterward, the 3 priests sat atop a raised platform, and the villagers spontaneously formed long lines. What's going on? Why are they queuing? Wen Yin wondered aloud. Let me go ask someone. Midway through the line, he stopped an elderly man with kind features walking forward. Grandfather. What is everyone queuing for? Young man, you must be from out of town. This line is for receiving blessings from the priests. It only happens once every 5 years, nobles and officials alike must follow the rules and wait their turn. Since you're here, why not join us? Such an opportunity is rare. Oh. I see, thank you so much. The elder waved his hand. No trouble at all. I must get going, I'm in line myself. You'd better hurry too. With that, he hurried off. Wen Yin hadn't stood far away, so Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan had overheard their entire conversation. In that case, let's join the crowd. Might as well receive their blessings, good fortune is never too abundant. Eunuch Wei, being a palace attendant, worried that someone might recognize him and expose Lin Shuxuan's identity, so he chose not to join the line. Upon hearing Lin Shuxuan's words, the other 3 stepped into the queue. During the wait, people remained mostly silent. The order was impeccable. Though the line stretched long, progress moved steadily. Coincidentally, Gu Chengyan once again encountered the middle-aged man he had met yesterday when buying rabbit heads. This time, the man was accompanied by a veiled woman, most likely his wife. The line split into 3 parallel rows, and the couple ended up standing directly in front of Lin Shuxuan and Gu Chengyan. It was the man who first noticed Gu Chengyan, turning mid-conversation with his wife. Young friend, we meet again. Gu Chengyan found it rather serendipitous himself. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly as a younger generation would. From yesterday's brief chat, he knew the man was also from the capital, though his wife hailed from Lizhou, where they had settled more than 20 years ago. We truly seem destined to cross paths, young sir, 2 days running, we've ended up in line together. Their conversation stayed low, attracting no attention. They then introduced themselves briefly. Yesterday we were in such a rush, I forgot to properly introduce myself. My surname is Zhao. This is my partner. Lin Shuxuan added, I am surnamed Gu. Gu Chengyan hadn't expected him to take his surname so directly. The man smiled gently. His gaze toward Lin Shuxuan was warm and accepting, showing no trace of surprise or judgment at his being another man. I am surnamed Lin. This is my wife. The veiled woman studied Gu Chengyan's face for a long moment before blurting, you truly aren't surnamed Lin. Her remark drew the attention of all 3 men present. She suddenly realized her words had been inappropriate. She laughed softly. Please don't misunderstand. It's only because you bear such a striking resemblance to my husband that I made a jest. Lin Shuxuan took a closer look. Indeed, Gu Chengyan and the middle-aged Mr. Lin looked remarkably alike, not just in facial features, but in their gentle, scholarly demeanor as well. Lin Shuxuan added, when I first met young Master Zhao, I felt an instant familiarity. Now I understand why, it's the resemblance. That said, young Master Zhao's companion, Master Gu, also bears some likeness to your lady. The veiled woman glanced at Lin Shuxuan. There was indeed a similarity. But her attention soon returned fully to Gu Chengyan. Young Master Zhao, you're also from the capital. How old are you? Instinctively, Gu Chengyan concealed his true age, borrowing Lin Shuxuan's instead. The woman's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter, and she immediately extended an invitation for them to visit her home. My husband mentioned you yesterday, saying he felt an instant kinship upon meeting you, regretting he couldn't speak with you further. Today, since fate has brought us together again, I'd like to invite you both to our residence as guests. Please, do not refuse. Gu Chengyan, calm and courteous as ever, accepted. Since Madam and Senior Lin have invited us so sincerely, we shall trouble you at your residence. As they spoke, it was already their turn. The couple spent slightly more time on the platform than the others. High atop the dais, unknown to anyone else present, the priest drew a blackish-red parasite from Lin Shuxuan's body and implanted another one, pure white in color, into him instead. The priest advised solemnly, the poison within your highness's body has been almost entirely purged. This new parasite will remain inside to nourish your constitution and absorb the last traces of residual toxin. It can survive in any region, so your highness may leave Lizhou with peace of mind. I shall remove it during the next Qitian festival 5 years hence. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Shuxuan's eyes. He had lived in Lizhou for nearly 30 years, and longed deeply for everything back in the capital. He yearned to return, even if only once. Many thanks, High Priest. The priest gave a slight nod and silently watched Lin Shuxuan step down from the dais. When it came to Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan's turn, the priest's expression grew unusually serious. The head priest, in particular, rose and bowed respectfully before Gu Chengyan. The Zhao clan has awaited the return of our long-lost king for generations. Hail the king. I am Shenmu, current high priest of the Li tribe and successor to the national preceptor. Gu Chengyan thought to himself that he had only jokingly claimed the surname Zhao earlier. He was actually surnamed Gu. How could he possibly be the king of the Zhao lineage? Why do you call me king? And how could you possibly know I'm of the Zhao bloodline? The priest smiled. When the Zhao imperial dynasty still stood, my ancestor was granted the title of national preceptor, a decision many ministers could not understand. But there is a reason. Members of the royal family can see our rituals and spells at work, while ordinary people cannot. You did witness today's ceremony in the square, didn't you? Gu Chengyan nodded. Yes. I saw tiny specks of starlight sinking into the townspeople's bodies. Was that your magic? Precisely. Gu Chengyan chuckled lightly. Yet I am no descendant of the Zhao family. My surname is Gu. My mother was a distant branch member of the Zhao clan. The destined king you seek is surely not me. With due respect, I must take my leave. The high priest made no move to stop him, only saying softly, Your Majesty, even if you refuse to believe your identity, it remains true that you will bring great change to this world. Gu Chengyan did not pause. Yet he noticed a faint halo of golden starlight swirling gently around his body. Looking up, he saw that Lin Shuxuan was likewise surrounded by such light. He stepped forward and took Lin Shuxuan's hand. He called you king, too? Lin Shuxuan asked, voice low. Gu Chengyan nodded, saying nothing. There must be 3 swindlers at play. How can there be 2 kings? One mountain cannot host 2 tigers. Besides, I'm surnamed Lin, you're surnamed Gu, we both barely have ties to the Zhao family. This is utter nonsense. Lin Shuxuan couldn't help but complain. After stepping down from the platform, they found the couple from earlier still waiting for them. Young friends, let's go. Come to my home as guests. When Yin and Eunuch Wei exchanged glances, each puzzled, how had their masters queued up and suddenly made new friends who now invited them home? Then they saw the grand plaque above the gate, residence of the reverently enthroned king. Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan exchanged startled looks. This couple were none other than the former queen and king consort of the independent state of Li, prior to its submission to the empire. Inside the mansion, Queen Li Yusen lifted the veil from her face, revealing features strikingly similar to Lin Shuxuan, 3 parts alike, her demeanor calm, dignified, and reserved. It's inconvenient to walk openly with my true face, most commoners have seen me before. Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan did not perform a formal bow. Instead, they addressed her humbly as younger kin. Madam's status means little to us. We've simply met kindred spirits today, and come seeking friendship. Li Yusen deeply admired their poised and unpretentious manner. Lin Shuxuan said, please come inside, young friends. Lizhou boasts many delicacies, mostly spicy. I wonder if you are able to tolerate the heat. By now it was nearing noon, it was time for lunch. Gu Chengyan glanced fondly at Lin Shuxuan and said, he likes spicy food, but his stomach is weak, can't eat too much. As for me, I'm fine with anything. Hearing this, the steward immediately left to relay the information to the kitchen. The 4 of them sat in the main hall sipping tea and chatting casually. Now, a question burned in Li Yusen's heart, one she desperately sought to verify. I heard young Master Zhao came to Lizhou City to visit relatives. Do you need assistance finding them? Gu Chengyan replied, thank you for your kind concern, madam. We came to visit my cousin's family, but we haven't paid them a visit yet, only planned to sightsee in Lizhou City along the way. Li Yusen knew that her younger nephew, Li Qingluo, had inherited the title of Marquis who pacifies the nation and was now the military commander stationed in Lizhou City. He had been born after Shuxian, so he did not recognize her true identity. Judging from appearances, this young Zhao must be her eldest son. The more Li Yusen looked at him, the more she liked him. His appearance was excellent, remarkably resembling Ling Chen, while his bearing and manner of speech were gentle and elegant, dignified beyond compare to that wretched boy Li Jiao. Unconsciously, Li Yusen fell into memories of the past. 30 years ago, Ling Chen had been poisoned by her own younger brother, the current late emperor, and Li Yusen used a clan parasitic insect to sustain his last breath. Afterward, she was forced to marry the emperor, though she had already been pregnant before the wedding. She had never cared for palace intrigues, let alone the emperor's favor, but that fool woman Yen had relentlessly persecuted her. Even during childbirth, Yen bribed palace maids to poison her. Unaware at the time, Li Yusin fell victim, the toxin seeped into the unborn child's body as fetal poison. She believed the child would not survive. So she seized the opportunity, holding Yan's crimes over the emperor in exchange. He must guarantee the child's safety and, upon reaching adulthood, pass the crown prince title to him. In return, Li Yusin faked her death, fled the imperial palace with Lingchen, and reached Li state. Her mother had been a princess of the Li royal house, and at that time Li lacked an heir. With the high priest's support, she smoothly ascended as queen of Li. Every Qitian festival, the high priest would purge Lingchen's body of poison, gradually reviving him from a living corpse until now, when he had fully recovered. But the high priest's help came at a price. She must remain within Li for 30 years, devoting herself entirely to governing the nation, and under no circumstances betray Li for the sake of personal feelings toward Nanling. Thus for decades, she had to rule as a cold-hearted monarch, unable to contact her own son, even when her father, stationed at the border between the two nations, was repeatedly injured. She still had to smile and commend the Li soldiers responsible. This was her bargain with the high priest. Should she break it, both she and Lingchen would die. The Li royal line had already ended, and the entire country would descend into chaos. Ordinary people would truly bear the suffering. Fortunately, all that was now behind them. Li had submitted to the Ling dynasty, the high priest had removed the final traces of poison from Lingchen, and even the child they owed the greatest debt to stood before her now. Gu Chengyan was no stranger to the look in Li Yusin's eyes. It was a mother's gaze, filled with tenderness and love. He had no intention of prying further. There must be secrets behind this. So he chose to observe quietly. At the dining table, the couple kept serving dishes to them, exceptionally warm and hospitable. From that day onward, the couple invited them daily for 3 consecutive days to tour the scenic spots of Lizhou city. Wei Gonggang, the only one capable of recognizing Li Yusin and Lin Lingchen's true identities, remained confined at the inn during these days. As a eunuch, he could easily be recognized, so it was unsafe for him to appear in public. Not until new business dragged them away, along with 3 full days of being completely ignored, did the newly appointed Prince Gongding, Li Jia, finally appear before them. Jia, how did you end up here? Lin Lingchen spoke first. Li Jia glared resentfully at the retreating figures of the 2 strangers and snapped, I came to see just what divine beings you found that you'd ignore your own son. Day after day, eating and playing with outsiders. Li Jia was furious. He was suffering through learning to manage official duties, while his parents ran off enjoying themselves with complete strangers, returning home each night complaining he wasn't as refined or elegant as those guests. Well, he'd take a good look. He wanted to see exactly how elegant they could possibly be. At the sound of that familiar voice, Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan exchanged glances. They knew the truth could no longer be hidden. They turned around simultaneously to face him. The moment Li Jia looked up, he nearly collapsed to the ground. With a trembling voice, he solemnly performed a formal bow. Your humble subject Li Jia greets His Majesty and Chancellor Gu. The couple froze. Chancellor Gu. So the seemingly frail young Zhao was actually Chancellor Gu of the court. But wasn't Chancellor Gu famously known as the paragon of grace, the gentleman unmatched in elegance? That description suited young Master Zhao far better. Having once been a queen, Li Yusin did not kneel, but instead placed her right hand over her heart and offered Gu Chengyan the traditional oath the Li people. Welcome, Your Majesty, to Lizhou. Gu Chengyan stepped forward and gently supported her. Smiling, he explained, it's my fault for causing such a misunderstanding, Your Majesty. I am not the one you think, I am merely the Chancellor. This is His Majesty. With his left hand, he gestured subtly toward the person beside him, revealing Lin Shuxuan's true identity. Li Yusin's mind went completely blank. So young Zhao was actually surnamed Gu, and young Master Gu turned out to be surnamed Lin. Her real son had been standing right before her for 3 full days, yet she, his own mother, had mistaken him all along. This blunder was truly embarrassing. There's no need for formalities, please rise. Li Jia, unaware of the tension, thought they had already revealed everything during their days together and cheerfully ran over to Lin Shuxuan, calling out, Brother. How come you didn't tell me you were coming to Lizhou? You must be here for my enfeoffment ceremony, right? Li Yusin and Lin Lingchen's faces changed instantly. Watching this fool child blurt out such a world-shaking secret without pause, they quickly interrupted him. Jia. Silence. Do not speak disrespectfully in front of His Majesty. Lin Shuxuan was no fool. Over the past few days, this couple had repeatedly asked about Gu Chengyan's age, family, preferences, and palace matters, showing him exceptional kindness. He had already guessed they'd mistaken him for someone else, most likely confusing him with Gu Chengyan himself. And now Li Jia kept calling him brother, explaining why he always looked at Lin Shuxuan with such desperate longing every time they met. Lin Shuxuan laughed coldly. So Crown Prince Xuan and Empress Wen Zhao are still alive. If the late emperor knew, he would surely rise from the grave in fury. How amusing. Truly amusing. Gu Chengyan stepped forward and quietly took Lin Shuxuan's cold hand into his own, holding it firmly. Hearing her son's indifferent tone, Li Yusin felt immense pain welling up inside her, tears brimming in her eyes. Lin Shuxuan steadied his wife, who had already begun weeping, and explained urgently, "Shuan. It's not what you think. Your mother never abandoned you by choice, everything happened under unbearable circumstances." Li Jia seemed to realize he had caused a disaster and fell silent, too frightened to speak further. "You have your reasons, but what do those reasons have to do with me? No wonder father never liked me since childhood. I truly can't blame him. On the contrary, I should thank him." Li Yusin gazed at her son's face, so strikingly like her own, and spoke softly, "Shuan, the late emperor was no decent man. He deliberately poisoned Lin Shuxuan, stole his throne, and forced me into marriage. At the time, I was already carrying you in my womb. I had no choice but to marry him first, give birth to you, then escape with your true father to the state of Li, seeking a chance at survival. These years of debt we owe you, your parents have carried them in our hearts every single moment. If you refuse to acknowledge us, it is only natural." On Lin Shuxuan's face was profound helplessness, deep tenderness for his wife, overwhelming guilt toward his eldest son, and painful self-reproach for having burdened and harmed them all. "It's my fault. I failed to see his treacherous heart earlier. I made your mother bear all of this alone, and left you trapped in the dragon's den for over 20 years. If anyone is to blame, it's me. Don't hate your mother. So then. I am not the late emperor's son, but rather born of the two of you. That's utterly absurd." For a moment, Lin Shuxuan struggled to accept it. The person he had hated across 2 lifetimes, the one he had sought revenge against for 2 lifetimes, it was all based on a lie. "I'll take his majesty back to rest now," said Gu Chengyan, momentarily unsure how to properly address either of them. Fortunately, the imperial procession was approaching quickly. They did not linger any longer in Lizhou city, but instead set off immediately to rendezvous with Princess Dingyuan and her husband, Marquis Dinghua. Inside the carriage, Lin Shuxuan held the white kitten Qingyu close, his mood heavy and subdued. "All this time, across 2 lives, I hated the wrong person. I took vengeance on the wrong person. He was never even my real father, the moments when he favored me suddenly make sense now." Gu Chengyan pulled him into his arms. "The late emperor himself didn't know you weren't his son. From his perspective, his favoritism was unjustified. Moreover, he destroyed the once happy lives of Crown Prince Shuan and your mother. You should have grown up in warmth and love. You merely avenged your true parents. An eye for an eye. You don't need to feel guilty. If you don't wish to recognize them, then don't. In any case, it's no longer suitable for them to reveal their past identities. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you to acknowledge them. Just treat them as strangers." Lin Shuxuan leaned closely against Gu Chengyan's warm chest and murmured, "Whether it's children or parents, they each accompany a person for only half a lifetime. Only a life partner walks fully alongside you through the entire journey. To them, I will naturally never mean as much as they mean to each other. Likewise, to me, they will never matter as much as you do. So long as you stay by my side, they simply don't matter that much anymore." "That's a good way to think," Gu Chengyan replied softly. Lin Shuxuan suddenly had a mischievous idea. "What do you think of Li Jia?" Gu Chengyan was puzzled. Why bring him up all of a sudden? He's not bad, kind-hearted, with the innocence of a child. He'd make a better emperor than me, wouldn't he?" Lin Shuxuan declared this with absolute certainty. Gu Chengyan chuckled softly, immediately understanding what game his lover was playing. Kneeling before his parents, Li Jia suddenly shivered, feeling as if some ominous fate had set its sights on him. What terrible luck. "Li Jia. How old are you now, still acting so recklessly? Luckily this is a private moment, otherwise if you behaved like this in front of ministers," his usually composed mother finally snapped, her voice sharp with frustration. "Think before you act. How many times must I tell you this?" Seeing his wife so distressed, the elegant Lin Shuxuan raised his voice for the first time. Li Jia pouted while kneeling, clearly at fault but still feeling the need to defend himself. "How was I supposed to know you'd been together for so many days and still hadn't revealed anything? Even worse, you didn't even recognize each other correctly. At least when I met them in Chang'an, I got it right." Li Yusin hesitated slightly, then asked cautiously, "You said you met a married couple earlier, when did you encounter your brother and Chancellor Gu?" Li Jia decided to save face for his older brother. "Oh. Chancellor Gu disguised himself as a woman." Li Yusin and Lin Shuxuan were no fools, they instantly realized it was their eldest son who had actually dressed as a woman. Their son actually had such a peculiar habit. In that moment, much of their disapproval toward Gu Chengyan quietly faded away. Chapter 84. We've always had a good relationship. Come to think of it, I do find it puzzling myself. Gu Chengyan does resemble you quite a bit, Lin Shuxuan. Perhaps it's because I've always longed for a child who not only looks like you but carries your very essence, so subconsciously, I mistook Gu Chengyan for our own son. Lin Shuxuan nodded. Perhaps it's just coincidence. 2 days later, the imperial procession arrived outside Lizhou city. Li Jia, as the newly appointed Prince Gongding, naturally stood at the forefront to welcome them. Li Yusin and Lin Shuxuan could not appear publicly, their faces were far too recognizable. Both Princess Changong and Duke Dingyuan had been close childhood companions to them, so the couple excused themselves on the grounds of illness to avoid showing up in public. Your humble servant Li Jia welcomes your majesty. May your majesty enjoy everlasting peace. Although they had met recently, Lin Shuxuan appeared utterly different now. In private, he was more gentle and composed, dressed in full imperial regalia, however, his expression was unreadable, emanating an aura of solemn majesty and authority. Rise. This time, I have come at the invitation of Her Majesty the Queen to attend the enfeoffment ceremony of Prince Gongding, and also to experience the local customs and culture of Lizhou. I have heard that the cuisine here is so delicious its aroma travels 10 li, truly mouth-watering. I am greatly looking forward to it. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Gu Chengyan's lips, his eyes twinkling slightly. Most likely just craving food again, he absolutely adored those spicy, flavorful dishes. It was both a clever way to bond with the officials of Lizhou and an excellent opportunity to satisfy his own appetite. Li Jia, always eager to cater to his elder brother's preferences, noticed this light-hearted mood and assumed His Majesty must no longer be upset about what happened a few days prior. If the Emperor wished to taste the delicacies, then by all means, let there be plenty. Your Majesty may rest assured, I will make all necessary arrangements and will certainly not disappoint. The Emperor, Chancellor Gu, and key officials would naturally stay at the Prince Gongding's mansion, while others in the entourage were accommodated elsewhere. This inevitably meant having to pay respects to the Queen and her consort. Though their nation had submitted to the Empire, the imperial court still retained their titles out of courtesy. As the only noblewoman among the party, Princess Changong took care to act with proper etiquette and gently inquired, I've heard that Her Majesty the Queen and her consort are unwell and confined to bed. May I ask if their condition has improved? Would it be convenient for us to pay them a visit? Li Jia knew he couldn't avoid this. After all, Princess Changong was his maternal aunt, and he was aware of the history behind her marriage alliance. She was a respected elder relative. Her Majesty has improved somewhat thanks to the physician's round-the-clock care, but she still isn't suited to receive many visitors. We kindly ask for everyone's understanding. Gu Chengyan understood the situation perfectly and stepped in smoothly. In that case, let Princess Changong represent the Emperor and pay them a visit on His Majesty's behalf. Princess Changong had always been close to Crown Prince Lin. She could be trusted not to reveal anything detrimental to her elder brother. Lin Shuxuan was Emperor, the Queen and her consort were now subjects. For the sake of the Emperor's health and propriety, this arrangement was most appropriate, and no one dared object. Then so it shall be. Let Princess Changong visit them in my stead. Princess Changong gave a graceful curtsy. This subject accepts the command and shall fulfill your Majesty's trust without fail. She immediately instructed her senior lady-in-waiting to prepare generous gifts, adding to them the presents bestowed by the Emperor, before heading toward the courtyard where the Queen and her consort resided. After the evening banquet, Duke Dingyuan embraced his wife, asking with concern, Is something the matter with you, Princess? Are you unwell? Shall I summon the imperial physician? Princess Changong gently shook her head. Today, she had been profoundly shocked. Her eldest brother, the crown prince presumed dead for 30 years, stood alive before her eyes. She had nearly lost composure, almost collapsing and crying out. Her elder brother was now a consort. Wen Zhao, the former empress, was actually the queen of Li. This was too absurd. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Absent-mindedly, she replied, Nothing is wrong. This matter was of immense consequence. She could not involve her husband. Sometimes, knowing less was better, for his own sake. Duke Dingyuan didn't press further and instead shared news he'd gathered. The enfeoffment ceremony will be held 3 days from now. Duke Xinghua and Xuanhe should arrive in Lizhou City tomorrow morning at the latest. Princess Changong brightened with a smile, her eyes shining with anticipation. That's good news. Stationed in this remote region under Duke Xinghua's command, Xuanhe must not have had access to her favorite pastries. Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to buy some, she has quite a sweet tooth. The couple chatted quietly about their daughter for a while before retiring for the night. Since Qinggu was openly accompanying the emperor on his tour, there was no need to hide this time, it had its own dedicated courtyard. But the eunuch in charge came to report that Qinggu had lost its appetite, growing restless and agitated, making people hesitant to approach. After all, Qinggu was a tiger whose body spanned twice the height of a man. Unable to sleep, Lin Shuxuan and Gu Chengyan decided to go see it in person. As soon as they entered the chamber where Qinggu was kept, they found it pacing in circles non-stop, breathing heavily, its claws occasionally raking at the ground, an unmistakable sign of intense anxiety. Qinggu. What's wrong with you? Lin Shuxuan called out, stepping forward. Gu Chengyan stopped him. Qinggu isn't acting right. Let me check on it first. If it suddenly lashes out, you could get hurt. Then be careful. Lin Shuxuan didn't argue. He knew Qinggu listened to and trusted Gu Chengyan most of all. Besides, Gu Chengyan possessed deeper inner strength and medical expertise, truly more suited for this task than himself. Qinggu, lie down. Though clearly agitated, the great feline still obeyed its most beloved master, lowering itself onto the floor. Gu Chengyan gently stroked its tiger head, offering comfort. He then quickly examined its body. No poison had been detected, and it wasn't mating season. Could it simply be due to water and soil incompatibility? Unable to pinpoint the cause, Gu Chengyan could only administer a mild sedative to calm its nerves. Seeing Chingu gradually relax, the two men turned to leave. In the dead of night, a sudden, piercing tiger roar shattered the silence. Gu Chengyan rose at once. He lightly patted Lin Shuxuan twice, just enough to prevent him from waking fully, then tucked the blanket securely around him before stepping out. Something about Chingu's behavior today deeply troubled him. As he passed by a side gate of the mansion on his way back, he heard barking from outside. Not far away, an abandoned well that had long run dry suddenly gushed with water, while koi fish in the pond leapt frantically toward the surface. A strange suspicion flashed through Gu Chengyan's mind: earthquake. Whether or not he was right, his first instinct was to return for Lin Shuxuan. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Wake everyone up. Get them to open spaces now, hurry." Soon, lights flickered across the mansion grounds. Gu Chengyan roused Lin Shuxuan and led him swiftly to the central city square. Lin Shuxuan yawned. "Why drag me here in the middle of the night? I was sleeping. I suspect Liz Ho is about to suffer a seismic disaster. I've sent people to wake everyone and move them out, but I don't know if we'll be fast enough." Thanks to the efforts of soldiers and officials, many citizens, though half asleep, followed instructions and gathered at the square. But being roused so abruptly stirred resentment. "What's going on? Knocking on doors at this hour and forcing us out like this? Who knows? Haven't you heard? The Emperor of Lingqiao is visiting our land, probably trying to show off his power. Troubling innocent folk like us at midnight." Gu Chengyan said nothing. It was only a suspicion, for now. If nothing happened, speaking too much would only give people grounds to accuse him. The queen and her consort followed Li Jia, approaching Lin Shuxuan. "Your Majesty, why summon everyone here in the dead of night?" Li Jia asked. Lin Shuxuan glanced at Gu Chengyan and replied, "I've heard this square is where the least priests come to bless the people. Tonight, the moonlight is exquisite and the stars shine brilliantly. I wish to invite everyone to enjoy the night sky together." This. Li Jia looked up at the sky. Nothing seemed particularly special, the night was just like any other during his 15 years in Lizhou. Was it really different from the capital's skyline? He hadn't paid attention when he visited last time. Not long ago, the sacred site had opened, and the priests still resided at the stargazing platform near the square. Seeing the commotion below, they leapt down gracefully. Upon spotting the two young men in the center, they knelt immediately, pressing their right hands over their hearts. "We greet our two kings. We humbly ask, why have you summoned everyone here at this late hour?" Aware of the least deep reverence for their priests, whose words often carried more weight than imperial edicts, Gu Chengyan explained, "This humble minister suspects a seismic disaster may strike tonight. That is why I've urged everyone to gather in open ground for safety." The priests exchanged glances. Rather than questioning him, they said, "We understand. We shall lend our aid to the kings." They began performing their incantations. Gu Chengyan watched as shimmering specks of light scattered into the distance. Soon, more and more citizens emerged from their homes. 15 minutes later, the ground shook violently. Cries broke out everywhere. "What's happening? Why is the earth trembling? It's an earthquake. A real earthquake. Thank the heavens everyone's already out of their homes." In the blink of an eye, the houses on both sides of the square had mostly collapsed. Anyone still inside would have been crushed to death instantly. Even if they somehow survived the initial impact, they'd likely be trapped beneath the rubble with little hope of rescue. The destructive force of this natural disaster was immense, yet the actual number of casualties was remarkably low. No wonder even the three high priests submitted wholeheartedly. "His Majesty and Chancellor Gu are truly divine beings," exclaimed a senior official from Lizhou City. At once, everyone present, filled with gratitude, knelt before Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan. "Thank you, Your Majesty and Chancellor Gu, for saving our lives." Grateful voices rose and fell in waves, echoing endlessly across the square. Afterward, Gu Chengyan warned the crowd about aftershocks, urging them not to rush back into the ruins to retrieve possessions, lest they endanger themselves. This event would later be recorded in historical texts as the Prophecy of the Divine, marking the first time official chronicles carried such a mystical tint. Before Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan, the priests personally explained the Grand Seer's prophecy. "Our master once foretold that centuries later, a king would arise who would bring great change to the world, a descendant of the Zhao clan." Gu Chengyan exchanged a glance with Lin Shuxuan, then said, "But my surname is Gu, not Zhao. Although, my mother was from a branch family of the Zhaos. That might explain me, but His Majesty is of the Lin family, and his mother surnamed Li. How does that fit?" Lin Lingqian seemed to recall something. He said, "The maternal lineage of Crown Prince Lingqian included a great-grandmother surnamed Zhao. She may well have been another descendant of the Zhao clan. Perhaps that is the connection." Lin Shuxuan snorted coldly. "Your master spoke of one king, yet now you acknowledge two. How do you justify that?" This. The three priests could not offer an explanation, naturally at a loss for words. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan thought of Monk Minhui. "Chingu was rescued by us near Monk Minhui's temple. If not for it tonight, I might never have sensed the anomaly. It is the true hero here. Perhaps the three of you should meet it, maybe it bears the aura of a sovereign as well. Lin Shuxuan leaned against Gu Chengyan's shoulder, laughing until he doubled over. Marquis Dingyuan watched their intimate and natural physical closeness, momentarily baffled. It seems His Majesty and Chancellor Gu get along quite well in private. Princess Chang sighed with mild exasperation. When have they ever not gotten along? Marquis Dingyuan. Chapter 85, A Rift Between Ruler and Minister. Since returning to the capital from Lizhou, Dingyuan Marquis had often noticed a peculiar harmony between the Emperor and Prime Minister Gu whenever he accompanied them. Yet, this was not how most officials at court perceived things. Recently, with the Emperor's birthday approaching, marking his 30th year, a significant milestone, every official of the 5th rank and above had the opportunity to present a birthday gift. Many were distressed, choosing the right gift involved countless subtleties. It had to stand out, yet not too much, excess could bring disaster. In such cases, it might have been better not to offer a gift at all. The preferences of past emperors were easy to discern. But the current one? Well, best left unspoken. The ministers worried. The imperial clan members worried even more. Yet no matter how anxious they were, when the day arrived, they still had to grit their teeth and present their offerings. If the emperor happened to take offense, they would surely suffer. Though now 30 years old, Lin Shuxuan had changed little in 10 years. The aura of imperial authority had been ingrained in him since his previous life. Now, if anything, it was more restrained. When it did occasionally show, even briefly, it was enough to awe the entire court. An emperor's birthday was never just about him, it involved all officials and the common people alike. Starting from the birthday itself, the entire nation would enjoy a 3-day holiday. Grand celebrations would be held across the land, allowing commoners to revel freely, an occasion of rare, nationwide festivity. The reason was simple, the holiday had been proposed by Prime Minister Gu. Because of the shadows from his childhood, Lin Shuxuan had long believed his birthday coincided with the death anniversary of his birth mother. Only after returning from Lizhou had the truth come to light. To make up for the joy he had missed, Gu suggested sharing the celebration with the people, spreading the happiness of this day to every subject's heart. Thus, as the people rejoiced, they would also send blessings and gratitude toward Lin Shuxuan, exactly what Gu desired, a unified, heartfelt sentiment from all under heaven for the emperor. The common folk rose early, eagerly joining the festivities. Meanwhile, the birthday celebrant himself had only just woken. There was no morning court today, the time for officials to present their gifts would be at the hour of Mao. Gu Chengyan wanted him to rest longer, so he remained outside handling memorials. Lin Shuxuan blinked slowly, hugging the cat beside his pillow as he gradually came to his senses. Barefoot, he stepped off the bed and walked gently into the outer chamber. Gu Chengyan looked up and smiled at him. Your Majesty is awake. Lin Shuxuan nodded lazily, then nestled beside Gu Chengyan with the cat in his arms. Eunuch Wei, serve breakfast, Gu Chengyan instructed. After finishing the current memorial, he set down his brush, placed the red pen neatly on the rest, and wrapped his arms around Lin Shuxuan in silence. After a moment, he murmured softly, let this subject style your Majesty's hair. After breakfast, we must go to the front hall to receive the officials' birthday tributes. In Gu Chengyan's presence, Lin Shuxuan always acted languid and carefree, nodding agreeably to whatever was said. Gu led him to the dressing table, first selecting the ceremonial cap Lin Shuxuan would wear that day, then picking up the comb to tend to his long hair. Your Majesty, the court recorder has arrived, Eunuch Wei announced. Lin Shuxuan kept his eyes closed, stroking the cat in his lap, and replied indifferently, let him in. A moment later, a young official in his 20s entered, bowing deeply with his head lowered. This subject, Pei Su, court recorder, pays respects to your Majesty. The voice sounded unfamiliar. Lin Shuxuan opened his eyes to look. Why has there been a change? Where is the previous court recorder? The new appointee felt awkward, how could the emperor not recognize him? As a newcomer, he had no idea what had become of his predecessor. Gu Chengyan explained gently, your Majesty may have forgotten. This subject reported it before, I sent the former court recorder to Lizhou to assist Prince Gongding. Pei Su cast a grateful glance toward Gu Chengyan behind the emperor, but froze in shock upon seeing Gu holding a jade comb, personally styling the emperor's hair. This was servant's work, how could His Majesty allow the Prime Minister to do such a thing? Wasn't this deliberately humiliating the Prime Minister? But as a lowly court recorder, he dared not speak, silently expressing nothing but pity and sorrow for Gu throughout. There, your Majesty. Pei Su stole another glance. The emperor absent-mindedly glanced at the mirror, responding coolly, Not bad. Not good, not excellent, not splendid. Just 3 words. Yet consider, it was Gu Chengyan, doing it personally. And that was it. By the way, though Pei Su came from a prominent family, he greatly admired Gu Chengyan's scholarship and abilities, making him a devoted fan of the Prime Minister through and through. Your Majesty, please eat. This subject shall return to reviewing memorials. The emperor seemed slightly displeased, but said nothing. He simply got up and sat at the table. Breakfast had already been laid out, varied but moderate, clearly enough for just 2 people. Pei Su jotted things down with his brush. There was a special rule regarding the imperial diaries, the emperor himself was forbidden from reading them. Thus, what he recorded remained unknown to the emperor, in other words, aside from Pei Su himself and future generations, likely no one would ever know its contents. The emperor picked up a crab roe soup dumpling, took a bite, and immediately frowned. Pei Su watched as he then drank a sip of soy milk before setting his chopsticks down. Pei Su thought to himself, the emperor is far too picky. Based on his own 20-odd years of experience in tasting fine cuisine, that crab roe dumpling had smelled exquisite even from afar. Each small dumpling, barely half the size of a palm, required the roe of 10 crabs, and these crabs had to be fresh, premium Yangqing Lake hairy crabs weighing around 5 taels each. The flavor was sweet and rich, so savory it could make one's tongue melt. Yet the emperor took only 1 bite, and didn't even touch anything else. Gu Cheng. Pei Su saw the diligent Prime Minister Gu, who had been working behind his desk, immediately set down his brush, rise, and step before the emperor, bowing slightly. What does your majesty command? I'd like some birthday longevity noodles. Why ask the Prime Minister for that? Shouldn't the imperial kitchen handle such matters? Pei Su was baffled. Then he heard the emperor add casually, I want you to make them yourself. Indignation flared within Pei Su. A gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. How could the emperor force the Prime Minister to personally cook for him? A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Yet Gu Chengyan accepted with his usual mild temper. He even asked, shall I add a soft-boiled egg for your majesty? The emperor lifted his chin slightly, nodding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gu rolled up his sleeves and went off to the side chamber to prepare the noodles. There wouldn't be time to knead dough now, the noodles must have come freshly from the imperial kitchen, needing only boiling. That was all Gu needed to do. Pei Su was still lost in his emotions when he looked up again. There stood the elegant Prime Minister Gu, carrying a bowl of noodles into the room himself. It even smelled delicious. Pei Su narrowed his eyes. The presentation was pleasing, vibrant green vegetables garnished the top, along with a perfectly poached egg. It exuded a homely warmth. He felt a pang of pity for that bowl. Given how particular the emperor was about food, this humble home-style dish clearly couldn't compare to the refined delicacies prepared by palace chefs. Not only would the emperor likely waste Gu's sincere effort, he might even use this as an excuse to criticize. But then, to his astonishment, the emperor lifted the noodles with his chopsticks. Though he ate slowly, he finished every strand, eating even the runny egg and the vegetables completely. He even drank several spoonfuls of the broth. Pei Su's understanding of the emperor shifted once more. Your skill in the kitchen is commendable, Gu Cheng. This must be sarcasm. It has to be intentional. Pei Su inwardly seethed, feeling utterly wronged on Gu's behalf. If your majesty enjoys it, that is enough. Oh, woe is me, Gu Cheng truly has infinite patience, enduring such treatment without complaint. Truly my idol, Pei Su wept inwardly. After the meal, time had nearly come. Your majesty, the ministers are gathered in the front hall. It is time to change and proceed. This came from Eunuch Wei, the senior attendant at the emperor's side. No wonder he was the chief eunuch, his timing was impeccable. Today being the emperor's birthday celebration, a private banquet of sorts, there was no need for excessive formality. Simply changing into everyday court attire would suffice. The entourage withdrew from the emperor's chambers. But Pei Su noticed, the emperor called Gu Chengyan back inside alone. Unbelievable. Even changing clothes requires the prime minister's personal attendance. This is treating the prime minister like a mere servant. The chamber doors reopened. Pei Su's first glance caught something odd, the emperor's lips seemed overly red. They hadn't been that dark earlier. Before he could ponder further, he saw Gu Chengyan kneeling before the emperor, putting on his boots. Pei Su's mind exploded, a ringing in his ears. Unbearable disgrace. Utter humiliation. His eyes reddened, fists clenched tight. He couldn't let others see his distress, so he quickly lowered his head, but his heart raged, unable to calm. After receiving tributes from all officials, sovereign and ministers feasted together, accompanied by music and dance. Flattering words flowed endlessly, as was customary. Pei Su observed that although the emperor privately enjoyed tormenting people, he was truly a wise ruler. Faced with such flowery praise, he remained utterly unmoved. He didn't care for alcohol either, and thus the banquet concluded relatively early. In Pei Su's eyes, it wasn't even as extravagant as some private birthday banquets hosted by powerful aristocratic families. After leaving the feast, the emperor walked toward the palace where he had lived as a prince. There was a greenhouse here, a place he seemed particularly fond of. Not long after, Gu Chengyan arrived as well. Pei Su knew that Gu probably still had memorials to review. During these 3 days of the emperor's birthday, after all, the emperor refrained from handling official business. The two stood silently amidst the garden's exotic flowers and rare plants, yet the atmosphere between them was strangely harmonious. Your Majesty, the wind is rising. Let us return. I don't feel like walking. How about you carry me back, Chancellor Gu? Pei Su watched as the emperor gazed playfully at the prime minister. Gu smiled faintly, said nothing, then crouched down before the emperor. The emperor chuckled triumphantly and climbed onto his back. This is outrageous. Only lowly servants who performed menial labor ever carried people on their backs. Pei Su was so furious his head felt ready to burst, longing to take Gu's place. It wasn't late yet, but since the emperor had no further engagement scheduled, he was soon dismissed back to his residence. Burdened with pent-up anguish and nowhere to release it, Pei Su wandered off alone to the #1 pavilion in the capital, seeking solace in wine. The pavilion was frequented by scholars, and inevitably, conversations turned toward the emperor and Chancellor Gu. Since it was the emperor's birthday, one of his admirers proudly proclaimed, "His Majesty is a once-in-a-thousand-year sovereign." Unifying the realm, such an achievement isn't something anyone can claim. Today our nation thrives in peace and prosperity, a rare golden age indeed, all thanks to His Majesty's benevolent rule. That's not entirely accurate. This prosperity isn't solely due to the emperor. Much credit goes to Chancellor Gu's able governance. He distinguished himself even during the late emperor's reign. Wasn't it he who proposed the irrigation projects and maritime trade expansion? Am I right, friends? A supporter of Chancellor Gu spoke up. Chancellor Gu's admirer would not be outdone. Indeed, Gu Chengyan possesses talent. But as a minister, he clings to power, restricts imperial authority, takes advantage of being a trusted aide left behind by the previous emperor, and forms cliques for personal gain. Worse still, he feigns kindness to win popular favor, a scheme full of hidden intentions. You're talking nonsense. The emperor has been frail, how could he possibly manage state affairs diligently? Chancellor Gu simply stepped forward to share the burden. He has worked tirelessly for the nation, and remains unmarried to this day, all because he prioritizes governance over his own personal life. Humph. Liar. Isn't the emperor's harem just as empty? Do you really think Gu Chengyan can deceive the entire world with his hypocritical face? By now, half drunk and boiling with rage, Pei Su could contain himself no longer. He slammed down his wine jug, flung open the window of his private room, and roared outside, "What do any of you know? How much humiliation does Chancellor Gu endure that he should never have to bear? The emperor deliberately targets him, makes things difficult over trivial matters. Yet Chancellor Gu bears it all silently, all for the sake of our people of Ling dynasty. And you, enjoying the benefits of the examination system he championed, dare to slander him so vilely? It's absolutely sickening." Many patrons were present at the #1 pavilion, and some officials recognized Pei Su. Isn't that Pei Su, the newly appointed imperial chronicler? Has he gotten drunk? Today he served directly beside His Majesty, he must have spent the entire day with the emperor. So why doesn't he look pleased, but instead appears utterly enraged? Someone in the know explained, "I heard he deeply admires Chancellor Gu. Probably witnessed something today we're unaware of." You don't suppose he actually saw the emperor humiliate the chancellor? Most likely. That must be it. Men gossiping could be terrifying too. More and more joined the discussion, and once again, rumors of discord between the emperor and Chancellor Gu topped the capital's most talked about topics list. Chapter 86, We're doing just fine. With the new palace attendant Pei Su causing such a stir, the entire capital has once again erupted over the two of you. Gu Chengyan rarely had the chance to gather with his close friends, and Tao Zichuan, ever the most well-informed, hadn't stopped talking since they met. Cheng Jiliang was feeding his son a bowl of rice, smiling as he said, "Even Qing Luo has heard plenty of gossip about you two from within the inner chambers. Everyone knows how close I am to you, Chengyan, they keep probing me for information. But it's not malicious, people are just fascinated. Some even find the whole thing rather charming." Zhuang Hanqing sat nearby with his eldest son, a boy of 7 or 8 by his side. "You all know I used to write storybooks. Well, what's happening between the two of you feels straight out of one of those tales. They meet by accident, clash fiercely, then eventually end up together. A classic twist." Gu Chengyan himself didn't seem bothered at all. Noticing that all the dishes on the table were spicy, perfect drinking food, he still took the time to order a bowl of steamed egg custard for each child. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care what others say, and neither do I. It's always the same old rumors anyway. But are you two really never going to make it public? Tao Zichuan asked. Yeah, Chengyan, Cheng Jiliang added casually, these days, the entire realm respects both of you deeply. Rather than letting everyone remain confused, why not just clarify things? Don't you think so? Chengyan hesitated slightly, but in the end, shook his head. This is fine as it is. If we go public, I'm afraid the aristocratic families will seize the opportunity to attack him. Future historians might condemn him, I don't want any of that shadow falling on him. Now he's the emperor who unified the realm, revered by all. Why should I become a stain on his legacy? Zhuang Hanqing sighed. You've both elevated each other, how could that ever be a stain? The peace and prosperity of Ling dynasty is the result of your joint efforts. If you're worried about public opinion, perhaps start by testing the waters, through storytellers, serialized novels, operas, things people love. Make subtle changes, let the idea seep in gradually. We'll see, Gu Chengyan replied, taking a sip of wine. Meanwhile, in the palace, Imperial clan Prince Songjin, Prince Cheng, kneeled before the throne, his voice urgent and heartfelt. Your Majesty, you have now built a peaceful and prosperous era. It is time to think of yourself. Founding a family and securing heirs should be your priority. Even if you fear that Chancellor Gu might oppose a union with the noble houses, you could still select virtuous women from commoner families. Or, if necessary, arrange for surrogate motherhood. Your Majesty, the Imperial Lin lineage cannot end here. Not long ago, Prince Cheng had become a grandfather himself. Every time he saw his little grandson, his thoughts turned to the emperor, alone in the vast palace. He had watched this young man grow up with his own eyes, how could he bear to leave him without an heir? Your Majesty, please say something. The prince grew anxious when the emperor remained silent. Lin Shuxuan sighed deeply and personally helped the old prince to his feet. Royal uncle, my heart already belongs to someone. Aside from the empire, there is only him. There is simply no room left for anyone else. This was the first Prince Cheng had ever heard of it. Staring in shock, he pressed, who is she, may I ask? If your Majesty truly cares for her, why not bring her into the palace? Then it struck him, and he answered his own question, you fear she might be harmed. Chancellor Gu holds the late emperor's edict, if he uses it to strike against her, even you might not be able to protect her. Better safe than sorry. In that case, why not open the imperial harem widely? Hide your beloved among them. Then no one would ever know who truly holds your heart. Seeing the excitement on the old prince's face, Lin Shuxuan didn't have the heart to correct him. Let him believe what he wants, he thought. As long as he stops kneeling and pressuring me. From that day on, ambitious families began jostling and scheming among themselves. Word had spread that the emperor intended to welcome new consorts into the palace. Ministers with eligible daughters at court started attacking one another, dragging down rivals, slandering opponents, retaliating back and forth. It became a chaotic spectacle. Gu Chengyan saw it all unfold, but could do nothing. He couldn't step forward openly to stop it. Fortunately, there was no Empress Dowager, and the emperor resided permanently in the palace. Ordinary women could hardly hope to catch even a glimpse of him. But Prince Cheng was the emperor's senior relative. His 50th birthday demanded the emperor's presence, as a sign of honor and favor. Naturally, Gu Chengyan also received an invitation. As soon as he entered the prince's mansion, he noticed the banquet was divided, male guests in the front courtyard, female guests in the rear. Yet the women were not far from the main hall, and nearly all were young and unmarried. Prince Cheng's intention was unmistakable. This was creating an opportunity for these women to get close to His Majesty. Chancellor Gu has arrived. We've failed to greet you properly, said Prince Cheng, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Ever since Gu Chengyan had become a powerful minister constraining the emperor's authority, Prince Cheng had gradually grown resentful toward him, especially annoyed by his interference in the emperor's personal affairs. Gu Chengyan wore a faint smile. My humble congratulations to your highness on your birthday. As the chancellor who stood second only to the emperor himself, Gu Chengyan could not be ignored. Even if Prince Cheng wished otherwise, he still had to invite him to sit at the main table. His Majesty has arrived, came the sharp, distinctive voice of a eunuch. Everyone rose and knelt to welcome the imperial presence. Hail to His Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000. Lin Shuxuan stepped through the doorway and immediately helped Prince Cheng to his feet. Today is Royal Uncle's birthday. I've specially ordered a rare and magnificent coral retrieved from afar, as a gift to celebrate this joyous occasion. Prince Cheng knelt again, visibly moved. Your Majesty's generosity honors me beyond words. Please rise, Royal Uncle. All of you, stand as well. This is a day of celebration, be joyful, and do not feel too constrained. Thank your Majesty. Only then did everyone throughout the courtyard rise. Though today's celebrant was Prince Cheng, all present understood clearly that the true center of attention was the emperor. One by one, officials brought forward their daughters under the pretense of offering birthday greetings, using the chance to let them appear before the emperor. One particularly bold young woman stared fixedly at the emperor and even dared to personally offer him a toast. Gu Chengyan, seated directly across from Lin Shuxuan, saw it all with perfect clarity. Chancellor Gu, I don't drink well, perhaps you could drink this one in my stead. The woman's expression instantly fell. Gu Chengyan curled his lips into a smile as he stood, lifting his cup. As your Majesty commands. He drained the cup in one go, then turned it upside down over his head, demonstrating that not a drop remained. After that, whenever any official offered the emperor wine, it was always Gu Chengyan who drank in his place. This was aged, high-quality liquor. Before long, Gu Chengyan's face had taken on a soft flush, his eyes shimmering with tipsy mirth, his jade-like features glowing warmly. The young women seated nearby found themselves stirred by the sight. True, the emperor was sovereign of all under heaven, but he was more delicate and radiant than any woman. To spend every day facing such flawless beauty might grow wearisome, and judging from how just now he had obstructed others from approaching Gu Chengyan, he clearly wasn't someone easygoing or agreeable. But Chancellor Gu was different, the very model of gentle elegance and upright grace, the ideal noble gentleman. Which young maiden with dreams of love wouldn't wish for a husband so outstanding? More women stepped forward to offer their own toasts. Gu Chengyan was already somewhat drunk and reluctant to offend anyone, yet couldn't very well refuse. He pressed on despite the haze clouding his mind. Seeing this, Lin Shuxuan grew displeased. He let out a cold snort, then downed his own cup in one gulp, repeating the action several times in quick succession. What's so special about this wine? Why does everyone keep seeking out my Chancellor Gu? The young lady currently standing before Gu Chengyan blushed deeply, two rosy blossoms blooming on her cheeks, overcome with shyness. Finding the scene dull, Lin Shuxuan abruptly stood and walked over to Gu Chengyan, his gaze slightly unfocused. I want to taste it myself. Is the wine in Chancellor Gu's cup really sweeter and finer? He took the cup from Gu Chengyan's hand and slowly sipped from it. Then shook his head. It doesn't taste particularly good. With that, he raised a hand to press against his temple, swaying unsteadily, as though suddenly dizzy. Others moved forward, ready to support the emperor, but the nearest person, Gu Chengyan, swiftly reached out, drawing the emperor against his shoulder. A tender smile graced Gu Chengyan's lips, his movements radiating indulgence and care for the man leaning on him. Prince Cheng watched the scene unfold, sensing something oddly unfamiliar about it. He forced a dry comment. Just now, when no one was paying attention, His Majesty drank nearly half a flask of strong wine. Seems he's quite intoxicated. I am not drunk. Lin Shuxuan snapped. None of you are allowed to drink with Gu Chengyan. He can only drink with me. The ministers nearby quickly agreed, humoring him. Your Majesty, Gu Chengyan soothed gently, playing along, why don't I accompany you back to the palace to continue drinking? Back to the palace. Let's keep drinking. Then I leave His Majesty in your hands, Chancellor Gu. Prince Cheng had barely finished speaking. When Lin Shuxuan caused another scene. Chengyan, carry me back. The ladies in neighboring pavilions strained to listen, faces flushed as they fixed their eyes upon the pair. So the emperor called the chancellor by his given name so affectionately in private? Clearly, their relationship wasn't strained at all. Gu Chengyan smiled, tender and doting. All right. Then, with practiced ease, the emperor wrapped his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck and buried his face in his chest. Gu Chengyan swept him up into a horizontal embrace and carried him steadily toward the gate, the two of them whispering quietly to each other as if unaware of the world around them. I remember, on my birthday, you made me longevity noodles. Do you want to eat some now, Your Majesty? Will you make me a bowl every year from now on? Of course, as long as Your Majesty enjoys it, even if you ask this minister to make them every day, I would gladly oblige. No, that would tire you too much. I'm feeling drowsy now. I don't want to drink when we return to the palace, just stay with me and let me sleep for a while. Very well, this minister will accompany Your Majesty and rest. Their voices were soft, but the mansion had fallen so silent that everyone clearly heard their exchange. How could these two possibly be mortal enemies? They were more like celestial lovers. Only after they left did the ministers finally snap out of their trance. Who cared about Prince Cheng now? All they could talk about was the Emperor and Chancellor Gu. I used to think Chancellor Gu suffered disgrace and hardship solely for the sake of the dynasty, sacrificing himself like bait for a tiger. After all these years, I finally realize, they've been putting on an act all along. Their relationship is actually strong. Sacrificing himself? That's just their private amusement. Like the intimate joys between a husband and wife, only theirs happens to play out before the public eye, with feigned hostility. Still, the Emperor and Chancellor Gu together seem oddly fitting. The Emperor's temperament is inscrutable to ordinary people, only someone as gentle-natured as Chancellor Gu can tolerate him. If it were any ordinary woman constantly targeted by His Majesty, she'd surely weep every night. Chancellor Gu isn't as flawless as you claim, he's cunning and calculating. Only someone as supremely exalted as the Emperor can keep him in check, making him willingly serve. Say, between the Emperor and Chancellor Gu, who do you think is the one on top? Ah, there it was, a brand new topic of heated debate. For 1,000 years to come, this question would remain fiercely contested. Chapter 87, Extra, The Past Life. Gu Chengyan drifted into a deep sleep, his consciousness floating toward some unknown distance. Gradually, the scene before him grew clearer, and he saw a delicate, fair-skinned child. He thought to himself, this child is truly adorable, his features as refined as those of a celestial boy from ancient tales, with large, round eyes, curled lashes, clear innocent gaze, a small face, and porcelain-white skin. Gu Chengyan stepped forward, only to find that the child seemed unable to perceive his presence. The boy was gazing intently at a bird's nest in a tree. Following his line of sight, Gu Chengyan noticed a brood of newborn chicks, still unopened-eyed. Now ravenous, they stretched their tiny necks and chirped plaintively. Not long after, the mother bird flew back, a pair of insects clamped in her beak. The chicks chirped even more excitedly until their mouths were filled with food, then finally quieted down. Pitter-patter, the sky began to fall heavy raindrops like beans. Instinctively, Gu Chengyan tried to shield the child's head, but it was futile. The raindrops passed right through his body and landed on the little boy's delicate face. Because the boy was looking up, Gu Chengyan clearly saw the look in his eyes, envy. He paused, then glanced back at the nest. The mother bird had spread her wings wide, sheltering all her young beneath her. Yet beside the little boy, there was no one. Gu Chengyan looked around. This was the palace, though somewhat dilapidated, he recognized it nonetheless. It was the residence where Lin Shuxuan had lived when he was still a prince. So this child was Shuxian. He studied the boy's features carefully. Yes, it was Shuxian. His younger self. How angelic and pure he looked. A soft smile graced Gu Chengyan's lips as he reached out to stroke the child's cheek, only to grasp empty air. He felt a pang of regret. Where were the palace attendants? Not even Elder Wei was here. At this moment, Gu Chengyan could only hope that young Shuxian would move under cover on his own. His health was frail, getting soaked would surely bring fever. Gu Chengyan grew anxious, but no matter what he said or did, little Shuxian remained unaware. Creak. The palace gate swung open, and someone entered. Little master. What are you doing out here in the rain? Hurry, get under the corridor. It was Elder Wei, much younger than Gu Chengyan remembered, though still slightly hampered by his leg injury. In his hand, he carried a lacquered food box. Young Shuxian opened his big, clear eyes and obediently let Elder Wei lead him away. Gu Chengyan's heart softened instantly. Had he had a physical form, he would have pinched the child's rosy cheeks. Thankfully it's summer. If this happened in winter, little master would catch a cold. Let this old servant first help you change into dry clothes. No need. I can dress myself. The child's voice was clear and soft, tinged with just a hint of nasal tone, making him sound even more endearing. This was the first time Gu Chengyan had ever heard young Shuxian speak. So this was how his voice sounded as a child, so naturally sweet and coquettish, utterly unlike the cold reserve he carried in adulthood. As you wish, Elder Wei said simply, finding fresh clothes for him before stepping out quietly. Little Shuxian walked into the inner chamber and clumsily began undoing the buttons of his outer robe. Only then did Gu Chengyan notice, the child's undershirt was slightly yellowed and noticeably too short, clearly worn out and ill-fitting. He frowned. Though he had long known Shuxuan's childhood had not been easy, seeing it firsthand stirred a bitter ache in his chest. After removing the damp clothes, Gu Chengyan saw that the boy had almost no flesh on his frame, his build starkly different from children like Ji Liang or Han Xing's sons from well-off homes. Bruises marred his knees. His fair skin made the purplish marks stand out all the more grotesquely. He put on the clean undershirt, but the buttons on the outer robe proved tricky. With the natural chubbiness of youth, the child unconsciously pouted, struggling stubbornly with the uncooperative fastenings. His weak body soon broke into sweat from the effort, yet still he failed. Finally, he gave up and secretly slapped the rebellious button in frustration. Gu Chengyan couldn't help but chuckle. As the boy stepped out, Elder Wei happened to see him. Without a word, the elder simply smiled and fastened the remaining buttons. Little master, time for your meal. The boy nodded slightly, lifting his small chin with an air of noble dignity. Gu Chengyan, watching the chair nearly twice the child's height, wondered how he'd managed to climb onto it. But the boy simply turned, stretched out his tiny arms toward Elder Wei, who gently lifted him and set him upon the seat. His short legs dangled, nowhere near the ground. That expression, entirely accustomed to being served, was one Gu Chengyan knew all too well. After all, he saw it countless times every day. Elder Wei took out several delicate small dishes and a bowl of plain congee from the lacquered food box he had been holding since his return. Gu Chengyan frowned. The Imperial Prince's allocated meals were certainly supposed to be much more than this. The little boy was at an age when he needed proper nutrition to grow, how could he possibly thrive on such meager fare? Elder Wei looked somewhat guilty. Young master, the Imperial kitchen has been preoccupied preparing dishes for noble consort's quarters today. The chef who usually helps me is swamped and couldn't spare a moment. I'm so sorry to have you suffer through this. But the child didn't seem surprised or upset at all, as if this were perfectly normal. Instead, he comforted the elder gently, it's fine. This is enough to eat. There's no need for you to blame yourself. Elder Wei's eyes turned red. Gu Chengyan ached at how considerate the child was. Judging by his appearance, he could only be about 5 or 6 years old, yet he had already learned to yield and endure hardship so early in life. Children of ordinary families at this age were doted upon like precious treasures by their parents. Recalling the envy the boy had shown earlier toward the nestlings sheltered under their mother's wings, Gu Chengyan felt a deep pang of sorrow. Since the noble consort is occupied today, she likely won't come out. After your meal, this old servant will accompany you to stroll in the imperial garden. The little boy showed no complaints, eating carefully bite by bite. Even his short little legs wiggled slightly, a sure sign, Gu Chengyan knew, that he was genuinely happy. After finishing his meal, the child once again stretched out both tiny arms, waiting for Elder Wei to lift him down from the chair. The two walked out through the palace gate, with Gu Chengyan following closely beside them. Throughout the entire palace compound, Elder Wei was the only one attending to the child. It seemed that, in daily life, the boy rarely ventured outside, likely to avoid encountering the noble consort. He appeared unfamiliar with the scenery beyond his quarters, his big round eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Ride my horse, ride my horse. Giddy up. Not far away, another boy exuding luxury and finery was riding atop a young eunuch, holding a small whip in hand, striking the eunuch repeatedly while laughing smugly. Gu Chengyan frowned. The young eunuch was barely 10 years old, and the boy riding him wasn't light. The strain on the younger servant was obvious. Worse still, the whip left visible marks, causing him to flinch in pain each time it struck. This must be Crown Prince Lin Shuxuan. There were only 2 young boys in the palace, Gu Chengyan surmised. Elder Wei's expression instantly changed. Instinctively, he wanted to pull his young master away, anything to avoid crossing paths with that little demon. But Lin Shuxuan had already spotted the delicate, adorable-looking Xiao Shuxian. Who are you? Come here, this instant, before the Crown Prince. It wasn't surprising that Shuxian had never seen this younger brother before. Shuxian was frail and often ill, rarely appearing outside. Even during festivals, his presence in the palace was less noticeable than Qinghe Princess, who resided under the care of concubine Shu. Elder Wei whispered softly, "That's the Crown Prince, your elder brother." Gu Chengyan saw hesitation in the child's eyes, both the desire to draw near and the fear of rejection. Shuxian greets the eldest prince, the little boy said quietly, bowing slightly. The Crown Prince immediately leapt off the young eunuch and ran over to Lin Shuxian, curiously pinching the boy's soft cheek. "You're so pretty. Cuter than any child I've ever seen." The nursemaid standing near the Crown Prince scowled and quickly pulled him away from the second prince. "Your Highness, that's the second prince. As noble consort said, he's sickly. You must keep your distance, don't catch his illness." Her tone was sharp and scornful, her gaze full of disdain, as if the second prince were some sort of filthy creature. Gu Chengyan was deeply displeased. He saw the hurt and disappointment flash in little Shuxuan's eyes. The child nervously twisted the corner of his robe and lowered his head. Children were most sensitive to emotion. It was only natural to feel sorrow when faced with hostility and rejection. The Crown Prince broke free from the nursemaid and rushed back to little Shuxian, staring intently at him. "Second Prince. That means you're my little brother then. Come, play horsey with me." With that, he reached to pull Shuxian along. But the little boy's health was poor. As he tried to run, his legs suddenly gave way, and he fell to the ground. Gu Chengyan instinctively moved to catch him, but grasped only empty air. He could only watch helplessly as the boy tumbled down, skinning his palm. Though Shuxian had clearly fallen harder, everyone rushed to assist the Crown Prince, shoving the younger boy aside and fawning over the injured heir. Gu Chengyan was furious, but utterly powerless. Elder Wei hurried forward and scooped up his young master. Because it was summer and clothing was thin, even the Crown Prince was hurt from the fall and began wailing loudly. The nursemaid shrieked in a shrill voice, "What a little bringer of misfortune. Nothing good ever happens when you show up. Why did you even come out? Wasn't killing your own birth mother enough? Now you want to curse our dear Crown Prince too?" The little boy was flustered, tears welling in his eyes, deeply wronged and pitiful, such a helpless sight that Gu Chengyan's heart nearly shattered. A servant from the eldest prince's quarters rushed back to report, and in no time, noble consort Yan arrived in grand fashion. Seeing her son crying so loudly, she marched straight to the child and slapped him across the face. Without even asking what had happened, she glared at Lin Shuxian with utter disdain and snapped, "The second prince has bullied his elder brother. Utterly wicked in conduct. I order you to kneel here for 2 full hours." Elder Wei protested desperately, "Noble consort, the second prince did not push the eldest prince, he fell on his own. His knees were only just recovering from last month's punishment, please have mercy on him." A sly smile curled at the corner of noble consort Yan's lips as she sneered, "Does anyone here actually witness my royal son falling by himself?" Every attendant around the Crown Prince shouted in unison, reporting to noble consort, "His Highness was tripped by the second prince." "Did you hear that? Kneel properly. If you don't complete the full 2 hours, I shall report this to His Majesty." At the mention of the Emperor, the little boy's eyes flickered with a brief spark, then slowly dimmed again. With tiny, obedient limbs, he knelt down formally on both knees. Shuxian knows his mistake. "Please, noble consort, do not tell father." A flash of triumph passed through noble consort Yan's eyes. Before leaving, she deliberately left one of her eunuchs behind to watch over the master and servant. Though it had rained briefly at noon, the weather changed swiftly, the sun reappeared, now harsh and scorching. Even the supervising eunuch knew to hide in the shade of a tree. Elder Wei could only do his best, using his sleeves to shield his young master from the blazing sun. Still, Gu Chengyan noticed that little Shuxuan's lips were beginning to peel, pale and cracked. Soaked by rain and then roasted under the sun for 2 long hours, it was no surprise that the child developed a high fever that night. Elder Wei went to summon the imperial physician, but predictably, none would come. The noble consort ruled the inner court and basked in the emperor's favor, no one dared provoke her wrath. Elder Wei slipped some silver coins into a doctor's hand and managed to obtain a few useful herbs. Gu Chengyan already knew the old man possessed some medical knowledge. The reason he still sought an imperial physician was mainly to avoid arousing the noble consort's suspicion and being transferred away from little Shuxian. The boy burned with fever, his entire body searing hot, cheeks flushed crimson. The high temperature triggered the latent prenatal toxin within him, bringing unbearable pain along with it. Elder Wei prepared the medicine and hurried off to the kitchen to brew it. Gu Chengyan stayed beside the child, aching with sorrow, overwhelmed by a fierce desire to touch him, just once. So hot. To his astonishment and joy, Gu Chengyan found that he could actually feel Lin Shuxuan's body. He channeled his inner energy to soothe the child, reached into his robe, and drew out the silver needles he always carried, carefully inserting them into key acupoints. But without the possibility of a medicinal bath, he could only ease the child's suffering, not help purge the deadly toxin from within. Gradually, the boy stopped thrashing. His breathing grew steady, calm. In his feverish daze, the child opened his eyes and saw a gentle, handsome older brother right beside him, whispering softly by his ear, "Go to sleep now. After a good rest, everything will be better." Am I dreaming? Little Shuxian thought hazily. When Elder Wei returned with the brewed medicine, he was amazed to find his young master's condition much improved. He silently credited the protection of the late Empress from above. Little Shuxian didn't wake until the afternoon of the next day, with only Elder Wei sitting by his bedside. He looked around, completely alone. He pressed his lips together, feeling a quiet sadness. "Big brother, are you still here?" Gu Chengyan desperately wanted to answer him, but even though he sat right beside the child, the boy simply couldn't see him. Receiving no reply, the child's tears began to fall, drop after drop, streaming down his cheeks in silent sobs that tore at Gu Chengyan's soul. Instinctively clenching his fist, the boy suddenly realized his wound had been tended to, a plain white silk scarf wrapped around his hand, bearing a single character stitched neatly upon it. He smiled brightly, sweet dimples forming on his cheeks. So there really was a big brother. It wasn't just a dream. Lin Shuxian gently unwrapped the scarf and hid it beneath his pillow. He didn't want anyone else to see it, not even Elder Wei who cared for him every day. Once his health had recovered, the little boy persistently asked Elder Wei to teach him how to write. The old man was puzzled. Why had his young master suddenly taken such an interest? He had never liked writing before. The eldest prince had begun his studies at 3 years old, yet the emperor seemed to have forgotten the very existence of the second prince. At 6 years old, the child still had no tutor. It was time to give the emperor a subtle reminder. Soon after, Marquis Zhen's memorial included a formal proposal regarding the second prince's education. Only after meeting his tutor did little Shuxian draw a character and blink his eyes, brimming with curiosity. "Master, what is this character?" "This is the character Yen, meaning speech. What we speak every day is Yen. As the saying goes, Yen means to declare, it declares one's thoughts to others. Does your highness understand?" The little boy nodded thoughtfully. So this character was pronounced, Yen. How lovely it sounded. Because of Shuxuan's inquisitive and eager nature, his teacher developed a favorable impression of him and began to take greater care in teaching. He mused to himself, regardless of status or other matters, this child truly was likable. Gu Chengyan, staying beside little Shuxian, felt a faint surprise that the boy had chosen to learn the character from his own name first. Chapter 88, Side Story, The Past Life. After the second prince began his studies, word of his brilliance quickly spread far and wide, thanks to the constant praise from his tutors. It was said that he possessed an extraordinary memory. He could read any book once and recite it backward without error. Gu Chengyan remained by Xiao Shuxuan's side every day, unaware of the excessive flattery circulating outside the palace walls. He had no means to foresee, let alone shield the boy from, the storm that was soon approaching. The eldest prince, by nature, loved to play, a perfectly normal trait for a child his age. But now, with the remarkably intelligent and diligent second prince as a contrast, the eldest prince inevitably appeared less impressive. The teachers responsible for instructing the eldest prince gradually became stricter in their demands. For both professional pride and personal honor, they could not allow too great a gap to form between the two princes. Thus, the workload assigned to the eldest prince increased significantly. Having been indulged since birth, the young prince found it unbearable. In defiance, he simply threw aside his assignments and refused to do them. His frustrated tutors, upholding the widely respected principle of respecting one's teacher, were outraged at such blatant disobedience. One tutor finally resorted to the bamboo ruler as punishment. The eldest prince burst into tears and ran away. No one dared stop him. How could they detain a royal prince? Incensed and humiliated, the tutors went straight to the imperial study to resign. "Your Majesty, this humble minister is ignorant and unskilled. I am fully aware I cannot properly teach the crown prince. Please find a more capable scholar." These educators were among the greatest Confucian scholars of the age, men of integrity and principles who held fast to their moral boundaries. The emperor could not easily dismiss their grievances. He could only apologize profusely. "In terms of knowledge and scholarship, you are all ranked among the very best in Nanking. How could you possibly fail to teach a mere child under 10? It must be Changshuan's own carelessness and frivolity. Please rest assured, I will personally ensure strict discipline. Might I ask you all to retire to your homes and rest for 3 days first?" When the emperor spoke so sincerely, it would have been inappropriate for his ministers to persist in resignation. "Your Majesty is wise and magnanimous. This old servant takes his leave first." Before they could even exit, noble consort Gue stormed into the chamber, dragging the eldest prince behind her. The prince's face was streaked with tears, looking pitiful and downtrodden. It was the first time the emperor had seen his eldest son appear so broken-spirited. "Your Majesty! You must stand up for our Chongqian." The noble consort wept openly, then dropped to her knees as if to kowtow. The emperor, unwilling to see her suffer, immediately rose and personally lifted her up. "My beloved consort, what has happened? Sit down and tell me everything. I will stand by you." He then signaled to a nearby eunuch to bring a stool for the noble consort. She wiped her tears, called the eldest prince forward, and thrust both of his palms toward the emperor. Though naturally sturdy, the boy's hands were normally fair and plump. Now, deep purplish bruises marked both palms, swollen painfully, appearing alarmingly severe. A pang of discomfort struck the emperor's heart. Yes, his eldest son might be mischievous, but he was still the emperor's most cherished son, a noble prince. These tutors were mere subjects. How dare they lay such harsh hands upon royalty? Did they no longer regard him as sovereign? In truth, these were merely superficial injuries, frightening to look at, perhaps, but would heal within days with some ointment. The elderly scholars had spent decades teaching, every student they'd ever instructed had received correction, even punishment, at times. They knew where to draw the line. But the emperor and the noble consort, blinded by affection for their child, regarded the matter as grave. As a result, the eldest prince received a new set of teachers. These replacements had heard how their predecessors had been reprimanded by the emperor. Taking caution from that example, they decided it wiser to follow the eldest prince's whims, whether he chose to learn or not. Unsurprisingly, his academic progress declined rapidly. Since the eldest and second princes studied separately due to differing paces, there was little direct comparison, until the emperor's birthday celebration, when each young prince was expected to present a gift. The eldest prince, having learned nothing of substance, stumbled through his birthday congratulatory speech, unable to recite it fluently. In stark contrast, the second prince answered questions flawlessly, standing out brilliantly. Xiao Shuxian had no powerful maternal family to support him. Unlike the eldest prince, whose birthday offering consisted of rare treasures and exotic artifacts, he could not provide such luxuries. Instead, his gift was a hand-drawn scroll inscribed with 10,000 longevity characters, Wan Shou Tu. Gu Chengyan had witnessed it firsthand. The child had stayed up night after night, painstakingly writing for an entire month, because he had no spare time during daylight hours when lessons occupied his schedule. The emperor, previously disgraced by his elder son's poor performance, finally felt a surge of pride at this gesture. For the first time, he spontaneously lifted his younger son into his arms, gazing at him with tender affection. "Shuxian, your gift brings your father immense joy. Is there anything you desire? Your father will grant it, whatever it may be." The noble consort's expression darkened instantly, her features twisting momentarily. "Grant anything? What if this little brat demanded the crown itself?" Xiao Shuxian smiled faintly, two small dimples appearing on his cheeks, making him look both adorable and delicate. He blinked his eyes, overjoyed. This was the first time his father had ever held him. His embrace was so warm. Xiao Shuxian gently nuzzled against his father's chest. His eyes secretly curved into a happy crescent. Gu Chengyan's heart ached with unbearable tenderness, overflowing completely. "Can Shuxian think about it and tell father later?" Xiao Shuxian asked cautiously, gazing up at his father. Noble consort Gue sat just below the emperor, close enough to hear everything. Her smile remained bright, but her words carried a hidden sharpness. "It seems the second prince desires too much, so overwhelmed he can't even speak properly." The emperor frowned slightly. What was wrong with this child? Could it be, as the noble consort suggested, that his ambitions ran too deep? Half of his fondness instantly faded, though he showed no sign of it on his face. Naturally, he said indifferently, then set the child down and continued drinking with the ministers below. But Xiao Shuxian was delighted. Now he'd have a reason to see his father again. Noble consort Gui's gaze turned sharp enough to pierce like arrows, fixed upon the little figure she loathed. Gu Chengyan saw it all, longing to scoop the boy up and flee this nauseating, suffocating place. Her hatred for Lin Shuxuan only grew deeper. Winter arrived, bringing dampness and cold into the palace. Even clothes and quilts felt moist. Xiao Shuxian, already frail, suffered greatly. Eunuch Wei went to collect the winter coal ration, only to be told the palace supply had run out and the next delivery would not arrive for another 5 days. 5 days, let alone that, even 3 days would be too much for the second prince's fragile body. Eunuch Wei knew well it wasn't truly depleted. The order had come from noble consort Gue herself, deliberately intended to torment the young prince. Who else would dare withhold an imperial prince's allowance? The emperor had only 2 sons, no one would risk their life so recklessly. Lin Shuxian fell ill, gravely ill. Not only could they not summon a royal physician, but they couldn't even obtain medicine. Money was useless. An eunuch in charge of the Imperial Medical Institute storeroom, who had once been friendly with Eunuch Wei, spoke plainly. "This is the noble consort's direct order. We servants have no choice but to obey. Don't struggle anymore. Even the marquisate of the state doesn't care about the second prince. What can a mere eunuch do?" Though Gu Chengyan could roughly guess the misfortunes Lin Shuxuan had endured during his first lifetime, witnessing it firsthand now filled him with such bitterness and sorrow that he could hardly bear it. He longed to take the boy far away. Thinking that Shuxuan would endure injustice and suffering all his life, Gu Chengyan wished desperately to take his place. The little one burned with unrelenting fever, vomited twice, and his face turned ashen. Noble consort Yen was truly heartless. Skimping on meals was bad enough, but in freezing weather, not a single piece of coal was provided. No doctor could be called, no medicine obtained. They were clearly aiming to let him die. Eunuch Wei wandered out of the Imperial Medical Institute like a lost soul, helpless and hopeless. Would he really have to watch his young master perish before his eyes? The road outside was icy. The cobblestones were slippery. Xu Jiaoyi, who was pregnant, had come out for a walk to ease her morning sickness when she nearly slipped and fell. Suddenly, Eunuch Wei appeared, cushioning her fall with his own body. "Your Highness. Are you all right?" Her headmaid rushed forward in alarm. Xu Jiaoyi was terrified, clutching her chest, still shaken. "I'm fine, thank heavens this eunuch saved me. What is your name? Which palace do you serve?" "My name is Wei, and I attend to the second prince." Xu Jiaoyi softly repeated the words, "Second prince. The one born to Empress Wen Zhao." Her headmaid quietly nodded. "In such bitter cold, why aren't you by the young prince's side? What are you doing here?" "There is no coal in our palace, he caught a chill and fell ill. I was just trying to summon a physician." Xu Jiaoyi looked behind him, no one followed, no doctor, not even a shadow. She had lived long enough to know the feud between the late Empress and noble consort Gue all too well. Now expecting a child herself, her heart softened with compassion. "My quarters have extra coal. Come with me and take some, use it for the second prince first. The emperor will dine in my chambers tonight. I'll mention the matter of the physician to his majesty." Eunuch Wei kowtowed deeply. "Thank you, your highness, for your kindness. This old servant speaks on behalf of the second prince, your grace will never be forgotten." "Enough, enough. Get up quickly." Xu Jiaoyi truly didn't expect anything in return. The boy was sickly, whether he'd live to grow up was uncertain. That evening, the emperor and Xu Jiaoyi visited Lin Shuxuan's residence for the very first time. Secluded, dilapidated, damp and cold, the emperor suddenly felt a pang of guilt as he recalled the one time he had held the child, so frail in his arms, gazing up at him with such tender longing. He urged the imperial physician behind him, "Hurry inside with me, attend to the second prince at once." Gu Chengyan, with his exceptionally sharp hearing, remained by Xiao Shuxuan's bedside yet caught every detail at the entrance. No wonder Shuxian had always shown such forbearance toward consort Xu, he now understood she had once kindly come to the boy's rescue. The emperor surveyed the room, only a lame eunuch served his son, and the palace furnishings were worse than those used by noble consort Gui's personal attendants. Fury surged within him. After ordering the physicians to do everything possible to save the boy, he went straight to noble consort Gui's quarters that very night. No one knew what passed between the emperor and the consort, but from that day on, the second prince's treatment improved, at least outwardly, to what was considered proper. After Xiao Shuxian recovered from his illness, he became unremarkable in his studies, no longer displaying the extraordinary brilliance he once had. His tutors shook their heads one after another in disappointment. To the outside world, the second prince was known only for his weak constitution, otherwise ordinary in every way. The emperor's attention toward this son dwindled further, while the eldest prince, gifted and prodigious, began accumulating tales of genius that spread throughout the court. Chapter 89, Special Chapter, Past Life. Since Xiao Shuxian's birthday fell on the anniversary of the late empress's death, no one ever celebrated it for him. He had seen his father the emperor's birthday ceremony, and the noble consorts as well, but this was the first time he had been invited to Crown Prince's birthday banquet. The Crown Prince turned 10 this year. Wearing the mask of generosity and kindness he had pretended with in his previous life, and having already completely overshadowed the second prince, he now extended an invitation to his frail younger brother, not only to demonstrate his magnanimity as the elder brother, but also to remind the weakling of his rightful place. Although the noble consort was displeased, she said nothing. Her son had his own plans, and since it was his birthday, she let him have his way. Though merely 10 years old, the scale of the Crown Prince's birthday celebration was grand and lively. When Xiao Shuxian arrived, no one paid him any attention. He quietly found a secluded corner and sat down by himself. All the consorts of the harem had come, their gifts piling high in the side hall. After basking in everyone's flattery, the Crown Prince finally asked casually, "Where is my younger brother? Has he not arrived yet? Surely he wasn't so late, that would be such disrespect toward his elder brother." The Crown Prince's expression darkened slightly. He's here, sitting in that corner." Following the direction the servant pointed, the Crown Prince strode over with a smile. "Second brother. Why are you sitting all the way over here?" "I'm sorry, I've been so busy today, I didn't get a chance to greet you earlier." "You're not upset with your elder brother, are you?" Xiao Shuxian stood up, coughing softly a few times, then timidly shook his head. "How could I be? Shuxian would never think that way. I haven't even wished your highness a joyful birthday. This is a small token from me, please don't find it lacking. Eunuch Wei stepped forward, both hands holding a somewhat worn gift box. Internally disdainful, the crown prince smiled broadly, yet refrained from taking it personally, instead motioning for his attendant to accept it. We are brothers, how could I possibly dislike anything from you? Come, follow me and take a seat up front. Lin Shuxuan rose and followed, but by then all the seats were taken. He stood awkwardly, shrinking into himself. The crown prince glanced at him, a sneer flickering in his eyes. Truly unworthy of appearing in public. His Majesty has arrived. Her Imperial Majesty the Dowager has arrived. The noble consort quickly accompanied the crown prince forward to greet them. Lin Shuxuan stepped back, hiding himself in the shadows. Quick, rise up. My dear grandson, today is your birthday. I know you love reading, so here's something for my dowry when I married, the secret writings of a great Confucian scholar from the previous dynasty. Study them well, and someday ease your father's burdens. Thank you, grandmother. Changxian shall never disappoint your hopes. Good, 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 what a fine child. The Dowager Empress beamed with affection. The Emperor cleared his throat gently. Since your grandmother has gifted you books, I shall bestow upon you the sword hanging in my study. May my Changxian excel in both literature and martial arts. I recall that sword was father's coming-of-age gift to you, you cherished it deeply. And now you're willing to part with it? The Emperor chuckled. Mother still remembers. Father was stern, it was rare indeed that day when he praised me. That sword means much to me. Changxian, practice diligently, you mustn't waste my expectations. Your subject obeys. The noble consort smiled radiantly, her usual sharpness softened as she gently clung to the Emperor's arm. Thank you, Mother and your Majesty, for your care toward Changxian. You wouldn't believe how much he's grown. He studies secretly every day, I tell him to rest, but he refuses. The four of them, grandparents, father, and son, shared a warm, harmonious moment, appearing perfectly content. Gu Chengyan gently patted Xiao Shuxian's head. He hadn't failed to notice the sorrow deep in those eyes, but what had already happened could not be changed. Suddenly, Xiao Shuxian became painfully aware of the chasm between himself and the crown prince. Neither his imperial grandmother nor his father had ever bestowed upon him a single thing. In 10 years, the Dowager Empress had seen him only twice before, this was the third. She disliked him. He had once asked Eunuch Wei, and learned the truth, because the Dowager resented his mother, the late Empress Wen Zhao, she coldly rejected her son as well, even though he was her own flesh and blood. The Emperor even specially invited an outside theatrical troupe to perform in the palace just for the crown prince. How extravagant. Both are princes, yes, one legitimate, but the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Such is fate, truly. Just look at that sickly figure of his, seeing him gives me bad omens. He's timid and useless. Of course His Majesty holds no regard for him. There were many women in the palace, and idle gossip was inevitable. Xiao Shuxian had chosen a secluded spot to sit, surrounded by low-ranking concubines who had long fallen out of favor. Full of resentment from their daily lives, they seized every opportunity to vent their misfortunes onto others. Still young, Xiao Shuxian felt deeply pained upon hearing such harsh words. Seeing how the Empress Dowager and the Emperor doted on the crown prince only worsened his sorrow and depression. He rose, deciding to take a short walk to clear his mind, perhaps if he couldn't see them, he wouldn't feel so hurt. Lin Shuxian stood beside the lotus pond, gazing at the endless expanse of green leaves, which lifted his spirit somewhat. But as a breeze blew, he began coughing again. Eunuch Wei frowned. Young master, please sit here a moment. This old servant will go fetch a cloak. The banquet likely won't end for another half hour, it wouldn't do for us to leave too early. Go ahead. Gu Chengyan stared quietly at the boy's increasingly delicate face, struck by a rare pause. He looked more like Gu Chengyan himself with each passing day. Big brother, I know you're here, whispered Lin Shuxian. Tell me, why don't father or grandmother love me? If they dislike me so much, why did they let mother give birth to me? It would have been better if I'd never existed, then mother wouldn't have died. Gu Chengyan's heart ached, he longed to pull the child into his arms. But Lin Shuxian could not feel him, only at the brink of death could he see Big Brother. He had seen him twice before. The way Big Brother looked at him was so gentle, and Lin Shuxian treasured it deeply, more than anything else, because love was something he had so little of. Once found, he clung to it fiercely. Inwardly, he suspected Big Brother must be a ghost, after all, no one else could see him. If I die, will I always be able to see him? Will he hold me again? Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Privately trained in internal cultivation by Eunuch Wei, Lin Shuxian had keen hearing. He knew, the person behind him intended to kill him. Yet he made no move to dodge. Instead, he smiled faintly, allowing the assailant to shove him into the lotus pond. Gu Chengyan's eyes turned red. He reached out desperately for Xiao Shuxian, but his hands grasped nothing. Helplessly, he watched the boy sink beneath the water. The attacker was a strong, middle-aged eunuch, his face masked. Gu Chengyan paid no heed to him. He leapt into the water, drawing closer to Lin Shuxuan. Somehow, this time, he could touch the boy's body, could wrap his arms around him, pulling him upward. On a small platform hidden beneath lotus leaves, he carried the child ashore. He breathed air into his lungs, continuing until Xiao Shuxian coughed up the water that had filled his stomach. Big brother, it's good. I can see you again. So it's true, I really can see you once I die. Xiao Shuxian smiled, utterly content. Gu Chengyan, eyes rimmed with tears, smiled gently. Silly child, you must live well. You will see me again someday, I promise you. In the future, there will be someone who loves you deeply. You don't need to care about His Majesty or the Empress Dowager, they're merely passers-by in your life. I will always stay by your side. His figure gradually turned translucent, then vanished once more. Xiao Shuxian stretched out his hand, trying to grasp him, but found nothing. Then, slipping into unconsciousness again, he collapsed. When Eunuch Wei returned to the original spot, he found no sign of his young master. A chill ran through his heart. He rushed straight to the birthday banquet. Your Majesty. The second prince is missing. Last seen near the lotus pond. Please, send men to search. The Emperor's expression turned cold. Why aren't you already searching? Find him now. For a quarter of an hour, people scoured the area with lanterns before finally spotting the second prince lying unconscious on the obscure little platform, his condition unknown. Physicians hurried over at once. The Emperor exploded in anger. How could he fall into the pond like this? What happened? The noble consort's expression flickered oddly, then quickly settled back to normal. Your Majesty, the second prince has always been frail. Perhaps he drank a little wine and became dizzy, accidentally fell in on his own. The Emperor gave her a deep, searching look. Is that so? Tears welled in her eyes. She raised her voice, wounded and indignant. Your Majesty, are you suspecting me? Even if I despise him, I would never harm him during Changxian's birthday celebration. I wouldn't even want the bad luck. The Emperor knew her temperament well, he doubted she was responsible. Enough. I only asked. See how upset you are, your tears break my heart. I know it wasn't you. But yesterday, Duke Shen delivered news from the front lines, asking after the second prince. I cannot ignore that. If it wasn't you, then we must find the real culprit. A fleeting glint passed through the noble consort's eyes. She knew who it was, but hadn't stopped it. In fact, she had created the perfect opportunity. I know what must be done. I will personally uncover the truth behind this. In the end, the investigation pointed to a recently favored concubine, one who resented the noble consort's prominence and deliberately sought to disgrace her during the crown prince's birthday feast. The noble consort was highly praised by His Majesty for her strict management of the palace and was rewarded with 10 bolts of this year's finest brocade. The concubine who had plotted to kill the second prince was given a white silk cord as punishment. As for the victim himself, it was as if he had been forgotten by everyone. Even the imperial physicians found it unbelievable. I thought saving the second prince would earn me commendation from His Majesty. Who could have imagined he wouldn't even come to visit, let alone ask about him? What a waste of effort. He vented privately to his colleagues, and from then on, the Imperial Medical Institute grew even more indifferent toward the second prince. There was no reward in such thankless work, who would willingly bother? As the two princes grew older, the eldest prince began participating in state affairs, distributing porridge to the poor, showing respect to scholars and commoners alike. His reputation for virtue grew louder by the day, and soon he was enfeoffed as Prince Duan. At this point, the original male lead show Wen Yuan appeared and pledged allegiance to Prince Duan. With each passing day, Prince Duan's power expanded. Not long after, the Marquis of Zhen passed away due to illness. Shortly thereafter, Prince Duan was formally installed as Crown Prince. One day, Gu Chengyan witnessed it with his own eyes. Lin Shuxian had just finished lunch when he began coughing up blood. Gu Chengyan burned with fury. Even now that the eldest prince had become Crown Prince, he still refused to spare the life of his own half-brother. Gu Chengyan manifested once more, he would save Lin Shuxian, even if it meant defying heaven itself. In the original book, Lin Shuxian was fated to die. This act went against destiny. Yet deep down, Gu Chengyan sensed something, golden light of merit shielding him from the crushing force of heavenly Tao. It was this that allowed him to save Lin Shuxian. But doing so came at a cost. He was on the verge of vanishing completely from this world. By now, Lin Shuxian had grown into a man. He lay there quietly, breathing steadily. Gu Chengyan leaned down and gently kissed his eyes. Lin Shuxian stirred faintly, struggling to open his eyes. He watched helplessly as Gu Chengyan dissolved into shimmering specks of light. His veins strained, a single tear rolling down from the corner of his eye. An ocean of hatred surged through his mind. Gone. The only one who had ever loved him was gone. Lin Changxian. Noble consort Yen. You both deserve to die. Chapter 90, Side Story, The Past Life. The eunuch Wei noticed that the young master had changed after waking up from his previous drowning incident, became crueler. Or perhaps more accurately, heartless. He was like a wild beast lying dormant in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to his enemies. For the first time, he actively reconnected with the power network of the Zhenguogong mansion, taking over the Li family's web of connections from the young heir, Li Yuanluo. Eunuch Wei gathered for him those who were bloodthirsty yet skilled in martial arts, identifying their weaknesses and turning them into tools at his disposal. He still remembered clearly how his young master held a wine cup that day, smiling, a smile restrained yet utterly mad. No one is invincible. As long as someone is human, they have weaknesses, some crave wealth, some lust after beauty, others cling to power or are bound by emotions. Only a demon surviving wretchedly in this world, having lost everything, would care for nothing. Those were his exact words, as if he himself was precisely such a demon who had lost everything and barely clung to life. Eunuch Wei dared not him further, he knew it would be useless. The only thing he could do was fulfill every order his master gave, to the best of his ability. Threats, bribes, assassinations, he employed every method without restraint. Lin Shuxuan built for himself a hidden empire thriving in darkness. The crown prince grew increasingly arrogant, and half the imperial court shifted with the wind, rallying under his banner. At this sight, the emperor seated upon the dragon throne began to feel far less pleased. Then, the emperor suddenly recalled, he still had another son. And so, Lin Shuxuan started attending court sessions. He no longer appeared timid, but neither did he display any sharp edges. His conduct in every matter was unremarkable, flawless, yet entirely forgettable. This, however, satisfied the emperor greatly. A small portion of conservative officials remained in the court. Lin Shuxuan's status as the legitimate eldest son served as a natural gateway. He maintained quiet alliances with them behind the scenes while showing no outward allegiance. To the public eye, these conservatives still seemed neutral. Your Highness the Crown Prince is now in his prime, proposed an elder statesman among the conservatives. It is time to select a crown princess. The emperor did not reject the suggestion in court, merely postponing discussion on it for now. The noble family sensed an opening and began competing fiercely in secret, each scrambling to curry favor with the crown prince, making it all too clear to the emperor just how vast the prince's influence had become. One day, he summoned the crown prince before him. What business does father summon this subject for? The emperor wore a mask of kindness, yet inwardly felt slighted, the prince hadn't properly bowed to him in quite some time. You're grown now. It's time you selected a crown princess to manage your household. Is there any woman you fancy? Your father can arrange it for you. The prince's ambition was evident, yet he feigned humility with practiced ease. I leave it entirely to father and mother consort's decision. The emperor offered a few words of encouragement. They discussed state affairs briefly. In the middle of their talk, the emperor coughed repeatedly. The prince, however, seemed preoccupied, failing to show timely concern. This made the emperor feel even more displeased. You may leave now. This subject takes his leave. Soon after, Lin Shuxuan arrived. Your subject greets father. The emperor coughed twice more. Rise. There are a few matters I wish you to handle. Yes. After rising, Lin Shuxuan closed the window. The weather has turned cold, and father has begun to cough. You must take care to avoid drafts and keep warm. Father, please treasure your health, for the people of Nanling still need you. The emperor was deeply pleased. You're truly filial. But don't rush to business just yet. Play a game of weiqi with me first. The two spent the entire afternoon together. From time to time, the emperor burst into hearty laughter. I've lost again. Father's skill in chess is profound, I am far from matching it. Smiling, the emperor said, you still have much to learn. With more experience, you'll improve. They shared dinner together, and only afterward did Lin Shuxuan depart with his orders. Yet this afternoon of leisure was hardly without purpose. Lin Shuxuan gained significant advantages. The tasks assigned by the emperor were rather dark undertakings, ones that would inevitably result in a wave of vacant positions afterward. And Lin Shuxuan filled every single one with his own loyal men. The next day, the noble consort arrived at the imperial study with a carefully prepared soup. Why have you come? The weather is cold and the road slippery. I remember you usually dislike going out during this season. The noble consort smiled radiantly, her voice sweet and teasing. This humble concubine missed his majesty so dearly, she braved the cold just to bring a bowl of nourishing soup. The emperor's expression softened. This woman before him had been his favorite for most of his life, and her affectionate gesture naturally delighted him. The noble consort gestured to the maid behind her, who poured a bowl of soup, which she then personally carried to the emperor. The soup is still warm. Please, your majesty, have some. As always, my beloved consort's cooking is exquisite, the emperor praised. The noble consort sat down gracefully on the chair, her smile radiant. As long as his majesty is pleased, that's all that matters. The emperor fell silent. I heard your majesty intends to select a crown princess for the crown prince. The noble consort probed lightly. The spoon halfway to his lips was set down again. The emperor took a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. My beloved consort truly has her fingers on the pulse of the court, such quick news indeed. Only yesterday had the suggestion been made, and she arrived this morning with her soup. Clearly, the broth had been prepared since yesterday. The connection between her and the imperial court was remarkably swift. But the noble consort paid it no mind. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the matter of the crown princess now. Your Majesty, the crown princess will be my daughter-in-law. May I choose her myself? Please, won't you allow it? When a beauty coquettishly pleaded, her charm was naturally irresistible. The emperor stared at her for a long while. Until the noble consort instinctively touched her face. What is wrong with your Majesty today? Is there something amiss with my makeup? The emperor reached out, gently caressing her still youthful features. My beloved consort's beauty remains unchanged. It is I who have grown old. A flicker passed through the noble consort's eyes, then she donned a false smile. How can your Majesty speak so? You are as vigorous as ever. The emperor withdrew his hand. He felt she had changed, become no different from the others, fake, greedy, and foolish. In the past, she never flattered him with empty pleasantries. She had been bold and proud, like a peony in full bloom, intense, luxurious, stunningly beautiful. Since you wish to choose, here is a list. Look it over first. Summon those girls into the palace, pick a few that suit your taste, and let me know in a few days. The noble consort took the list, smiling contentedly. For a moment, the emperor thought, perhaps this single instant this morning was the only genuinely sincere smile she had shown all along. The noble consort hosted a flower-viewing banquet, inviting every unmarried young woman from families of third-rank officials and above into the palace. Lin Shuxuan gazed at the peonies blooming in the imperial garden and asked, is everything ready? The women have already entered the palace. Lady Shu will handle matters on the emperor's side. Lady Shu had no sons of her own and had spent her entire life rivaling noble consort Yan. Once the crown prince ascended, she would gain nothing, so when Lin Shuxuan extended an offer of alliance, she accepted swiftly. That very day, a scandal erupted within the palace. At the noble consort's flower-viewing banquet, the emperor forcibly took the consort's niece, a girl strikingly similar in appearance to the noble consort herself. The young ladies present, all high-born daughters of aristocratic families, witnessed the humiliation and sneered afterward. No matter how high her status, the noble consort comes from a humble background. Now that she's aging and fading, she dares send her own niece to serve the emperor to retain favor, truly absurd. How shameful. The emperor even bestowed the title of consort Xiao Yan upon her. Who knows, perhaps in a few years, the noble consort will have to address her own niece as elder sister. Exactly. No matter how favored she is now, she remains merely a consort. The emperor has never raised her to empress after all these years. But Xiao Yan is young and beautiful, perhaps she really could become the next empress. The noble consort, who prized dignity above all, upon hearing these rumors, smashed several sets of priceless porcelain in fury. Find out. How did the emperor even encounter that low-born girl? Who plotted this behind the scenes? Not long after, Lin Shuxuan received another piece of news. Consort Shu has miscarried. Lin Shuxuan plucked a peony from its stem, carelessly issuing orders, deliver the evidence straight to the emperor. Let him see just how ruthless his beloved consort can be. Consort Shu had carried a male heir. Consumed by hatred toward the noble consort, she went wild, exposing decades of the noble consort's sins before the public eye. With the company of young, beautiful, and considerate Xiao Yan, the emperor now looked upon the once proud noble consort, no longer innocent, and suddenly found he no longer loved her. He stripped her of her authority over the inner palace, granted it to consort Shu instead, and confined the noble consort within her own quarters. When the crown prince came to visit, seeing his once proud mother weeping silently, her face drawn and haggard, his heart filled with rage. Mother, please rest assured. I swear I will make you the most honored woman in the realm. Just wait a little longer. Clutching her son, the noble consort wept bitterly. Now, he was the only one left she could rely on. Lin Shuxuan looked at the bowl of medicinal soup before him, a strange smile creeping across his face. He picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Eunuch Wei stared in shock. Master. You knew it was poisoned, why drink it? Lin Shuxuan slammed the empty bowl onto the table. To act convincingly, one must first deceive oneself. Only then can others be deceived. I love watching them tear each other apart. Both father and I now bear the same mysterious poison, doesn't that prove my innocence all the more? It must have been the crown prince's doing. But this poison harms the body. Lin Shuxuan said calmly, I won't die. After all, the best part of the show has only just begun. While attending court, Lin Shuxuan suddenly spat blood and collapsed. The officials scrambled backward in alarm. What's going on? He's bleeding from the mouth. Quick, summon the imperial physician. The emperor frowned, instinctively glancing at the crown prince, and noticed a strange, faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. After the physician's examination, he stood drenched in sweat, voice trembling. Your Majesty, the second prince has been poisoned. How could this happen out of nowhere? I command you to do everything to save him. Investigate. Find out who dares to harm a prince. Inwardly, the Crown Prince smirked. Everyone involved had already been eliminated, there would be no traces left. Lin Shuxuan, with his frail constitution, would show symptoms first. Soon, it would be the Emperor's turn. As expected, the investigation yielded nothing. That night, deep in the darkness, the Emperor tossed restlessly, then suddenly coughed up blood. Memories of the Crown Prince's odd expression during morning court flashed through his mind, a suspicion slowly forming. With both the second prince and the Emperor falling into comas from poison, the court fell under the Crown Prince's control. Yet he still played the dutiful son, staying by the Emperor's bedside day and night. The Emperor opened his eyes weakly, gazing at the Crown Prince. "Father, you're awake." This poison had been specially prepared by Xiaomeng, the divine healer from the Jianghu medical sect, the Crown Prince's secret weapon. It was undetectable and untreatable by ordinary physicians. Even if the Emperor awoke, it would only be a fleeting moment before death, a false dawn. "Crown Prince, help me sit up." Leaning weakly against the pillow, the Emperor looked as though he might draw his last breath at any moment. "Father, drink your medicine first." The Crown Prince pretended to feed him. The Emperor shook his head, refusing. "There is something I must say to you, Changxian. Everyone else, leave us." Once the servants had withdrawn, the Emperor took a shaky breath. "Changxian. I know my time is short. Tell me, was it you who poisoned me?" The Crown Prince set the medicine bowl down on the table. Smiling, he replied, "Yes, it was me. Don't worry, father. This poison seeps silently into the heart and meridians. I've asked, your passing will be painless. You'll simply slip away in your sleep." The Emperor's eyes burned red. "I treated you well. You were my most beloved son. You're already Crown Prince. Are you so eager to take my throne?" The Crown Prince laughed. "Father, you're old. It's time to step aside for someone worthy. Mother has suffered her whole life. I won't let others trample on her any longer." "Suffered? She's the noble consort, the most favored woman in the empire. Everyone envies her. What does she have to suffer about? Rather, it's she who abuses her power, poisoning my concubines, killing my sons. If not for my protection, she'd have been dead long ago. And now she grows even more greedy. A snake that swallows an elephant, never satisfied. Not content being noble consort, now she wants to be Empress Dowager." The Crown Prince noticed the Emperor's voice growing strong, and his face paled. "You're not poisoned. Shadow guards. Seize this unfilial wretch. No need to doubt, it did work. You succeeded, but I discovered it in time. My poisoning wasn't deep. If Shuxian hadn't noticed the strange taste in my medicine when we played Go together, I might have truly died as you wished." "Impossible. He couldn't have known." No one bothered to answer him. Later, the Crown Prince was deposed, and the noble consort hanged herself. The Emperor's strength never recovered. With floods ravaging southern Ling and northern Yen taking advantage to invade, burdened by internal strife and external threats, he finally collapsed. With no other choice, he named his only capable son, Lin Shuxuan, as Crown Prince, stepping back to rest and recover. After Lin Shuxuan ascended to power, he abandoned the gentle and benevolent style of rule practiced by both the Emperor and the deposed Crown Prince Lin Changxian. He ruled with swift severity, employing iron-fisted measures. Blood at the execution grounds never fully dried. The ministers, unable to endure it any longer, gathered and entered the palace, kneeling before the Emperor, weeping in complaint. Frowning, the Emperor consoled them, then summoned Lin Shuxian for questioning. He realized, he no longer understood this son of his. "Why are you targeting the noble families?" Lin Shuxuan's eyes gleamed, then he burst into wild laughter, continuing for a long while before finally calming. "Of course they deserve to die. Hypocrites, corrupt, embezzling state funds, exploiting the people, don't they deserve death?" The Emperor suddenly felt regret. He had never taught this son the ways of kingship. Water so clear holds no fish. Sometimes turning a blind eye is the wisest path. As a ruler, one must consider the greater picture. Yes. So for years, father turned a blind eye, allowed Yen clan to stir chaos in the inner palace, let the eldest prince feign kindness while harboring arrogance, slaughter loyal generals, form factions. You watched coldly, until the knife reached your own throat. Only then did you feel pain and finally strike to kill. Is that your way of ruling? The Emperor slammed his hand hard on the table. Insolence. Boring, truly boring. Let it all be destroyed, ha ha ha. The Emperor recoiled in fear at the sight of his seemingly crazed son. Lin Shuxuan's eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. He stepped forward and gripped the Emperor's throat. "Don't kill me. I'll give you the throne. I'll give you everything. Don't kill me. No." With a sharp twist of his hand, Lin Shuxian snapped the Emperor's neck. He disdainfully flung the corpse aside and pulled out the brocade handkerchief embroidered with the character, Yen, wiping his hands slowly. Stepping out of the bedchamber, he stood at the doorway and calmly announced, "His Majesty has passed away suddenly due to illness. Hail the Emperor. Long live His Majesty, 1,000,000 years." The palace servants were quick-witted enough, they immediately bowed before Lin Shuxuan, hailing him as emperor. Thus, Lin Shuxuan ascended the throne without resistance. The noble families of southern Ling were massacred, anyone he disliked or who had ever defied him was exterminated entirely. The entire capital city was shrouded in blood. Then he coughed up blood again. Lin Shuxuan slowly pressed the blood-stained handkerchief with the character, Yen, against his face. Blood smeared across his cheeks as he laughed, his beauty eerie and ghostly. Laughing wildly, he picked up a candle and strolled about leisurely as if wandering through a garden, setting fire to various places. When the nobles finally broke through the palace gates, they found the entire imperial residence already engulfed in flames. Boom! The last image in their eyes was an intensely blinding light, followed by a deafening explosion, countless dead and wounded. Lin Shuxuan had scattered throughout the city the gunpowder invented by Zhou Wenyuan and presented to Lin Changxian. Once enemy troops breached the city walls and began pillaging and burning, one blast would trigger them all, destroying the entire capital. The world shattered into fragments, collapsing into chaos. The heavenly Tao let out a long sigh. Enough. I shall grant you another chance. Go find him, he is in Jingzhou City. Lin Shuxuan awoke once more from darkness, now carrying memories of his past life, but still felt hollow inside. It was as if he had forgotten something vitally important. All he remembered was, Jingzhou City. He must go to Jingzhou City. For some reason, he instinctively disguised himself as a woman, telling the eunuch Wei it was easier to remain hidden that way. Yet a safer method would have been changing his appearance. Still, he hesitated, afraid he might lose something essential, so he insisted on pretending to be a woman. Upon arriving in Jingzhou City, Lin Shuxuan saw a familiar back view. A smile tugged at his lips, but the moment the person turned around, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, "It's not him. Might this unworthy one have the honor of learning the young lady's name?" Ma Bingxing asked with a charming smile. "This humble girl's surname's Lin, named Shuxian. May I ask the gentleman's honorable name?" Lin Shuxian asked again, unwilling to give up. "I am Ma Bingxing, son of the prefect of Jingzhou City." Lin Shuxian fell into thought. Not him. Not him at all. After enduring a few days with the man called Ma Bingxing, Lin Shuxian slipped away under cover of night. They had taken on the guise of an orphaned girl seeking distant relatives. The male head of the household had impure intentions, his gaze laced with lust. One night, he sneaked into her room, and suddenly, Lin Shuxuan's congenital poison surged violently. He leapt over the wall, but collapsed nearby. In a daze, he heard a gentle, clear voice speaking. "She's awake." Another, livelier voice, a girl, came rushing over. "Sister, you're awake. Don't worry, we aren't bad people. My elder brother saved you earlier." Lin Shuxian slowly opened his eyes. He saw the jade pendant around his neck exposed, and instinctively clutched it tightly. His gaze landed on the youth, graceful and refined like fine jade. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his eyes. Suppressing the strange, sudden emotion within, he replied indifferently, "Many thanks for your gracious rescue. No need to thank me. Rest well first." The youth left and did not appear again for several days. Instead, his innocent, childlike younger sister stayed by his side the whole time. From her, Lin Shuxian learned his name, he surnamed Gu, and his given name was Chengyan. Gu Chengyan. He often murmured this name in private. Who exactly was Gu Chengyan? There was something unique about him, an allure that drew Lin Shuxian deeper and deeper. He said he could cure the poison in his body. Lin Shuxian, borrowing this female disguise, originally intended only to manipulate him into devoting himself to removing the poison. But unexpectedly, he fell further and further into obsession. Chapter 91, Special Story. The moment Gu Chengyan opened his eyes and woke up, he tightened his arms around the beloved in his embrace, feeling the warmth and fullness against his chest, and let out a deep breath. In that hazy, dreamlike past life experience, he had been unable to touch Shu Xian, only watching helplessly as he endured those painful memories. He kissed the forehead of the man in his arms, feeling his breathing and heartbeat, only now did he finally feel a sense of grounded reality. Yes, it was all over. Now he was right beside Shu Xian, and no one would ever tear them apart. He would never allow anyone to harm him again. Gu Chengyan no longer wanted to hide. He wished to protect his lover openly, without concealment. Lin Shuxian stirred awake, gazing at Gu Chengyan's refined features with a soft smile. He reached up to trace the gentle contours of his brows and eyes, the proud bridge of his nose, the thin line of his lips, then leaned in first, pressing their mouths together. With his tongue, he carefully outlined the shape of Gu Chengyan's lips. In his previous life, he had painted countless portraits of Gu Chengyan, intimately familiar with every feature of his face, but his lips always eluded him, somehow lacking something. Now that he could measure them with his own body, he decided he would paint another portrait when he had the chance, one even more perfect than before. A slight upward curve tugged at Gu Chengyan's lips, though his body remained still. Just as Lin Shuxian pulled back from his stolen kiss, Gu Chengyan suddenly caught him, mimicking his earlier gesture, but going further. He pried open Lin Shuxuan's teeth, exploring every inch of territory, inviting the other's softness to dance with his own. Gu Chengyan's kiss carried tenderness and affection, sending tingles down Lin Shuxuan's scalp, his entire body melting into weakness. He was always most vulnerable to this side of Gu Chengyan, his eyes slightly parted, shimmering with moisture, heart pounding with desire. A low, rising moan slipped from his lips, igniting the last remnants of Gu Chengyan's restraint. He chuckled softly. Is your Majesty inviting this subject? Lin Shuxuan's gaze flickered, his breath uneven. He lazily hooked his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck, gave a soft hum, then bit gently on the Adam's apple bobbing beneath the skin, answering not with words, but action. Gu Chengyan let out a muffled groan, his eyes darkening. He had always said, he was no saint, merely a mortal man. Mortals had emotions and desires, these things could not be suppressed. The beast within him, long caged by reason, was being slowly unleashed by Lin Shuxuan. Naturally, morning court was not convened on time. Ministers began whispering among themselves. Where is His Majesty? Could he be unwell? Gu Xiang isn't here either, and he's never late. I heard Gu Xiang stayed in the palace yesterday afternoon, discussing this year's spring examinations with the Emperor. Perhaps. They exchanged glances. Surely not another political disagreement between the Emperor and Gu Xiang, had the Emperor fallen ill again because of it? In the past, whenever such arguments occurred, Gu Xiang would always bear marks, surely this time the injury was worse. All were silently speculating, yet no one dared voice such thoughts aloud. After all, suggesting discord between the Emperor and the Prime Minister wasn't exactly honorable. Currently, Ling dynasty enjoyed peace and prosperity, the two had done nothing to harm the state or its people. If they simply didn't get along, well, perhaps it was still for the sake of Ling. Either way, it didn't matter. Meanwhile, the few who knew the truth, Cheng Jiliang, Tao Zichuan, and Zhuang Hansheng, remained silent. They suspected His Majesty was unwell, rather than embroiled in some argument with the Prime Minister. A moment later. A shrill eunuch's voice pierced the air. His Majesty arrives. The ministers hastily straightened their robes and composed their expressions, eyes fixed on their toes, standing perfectly still. As the Emperor entered through the doorway, officials at the back murmured in confusion, why were there two sets of footsteps? Those in the front row were even more stunned, they saw with their own eyes two distinct figures walking side by side, shoulder to shoulder. This. What on earth was going on? A bolder official risked a quick glance, and immediately widened his eyes so far it seemed they might pop from their sockets. Gu Xiang. Actually walking hand in hand with the Emperor. Good heavens above. What exactly was happening? Not everyone had known about the scene at Prince Cheng's birthday banquet the previous day. Most hadn't dared to spread rumors, and only a few high-ranking officials had witnessed it firsthand, and they certainly wouldn't gossip recklessly. As for the imperial family, they were even less likely to speak. The Emperor's preference for men meant he would likely produce no heirs. That left the crown prince position to be chosen from among their own distant branches, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who in their right mind would oppose such fortune? In fact, they secretly hoped Gu Xiang and the Emperor would remain inseparable, forever bound in love and harmony. Reaching his own position, Gu Chengyan stopped walking. Lin Shuxuan, however, held on tightly and didn't want to let go, he wanted Gu Chengyan to stand beside him at the top. Gu Chengyan gently shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that if he actually stood there, public criticism would rain down from all corners of the realm, giving rise to countless rumors. That might tarnish Shuxuan's reputation. Unable to persuade him, Lin Shuxuan could only release his hand and took his seat upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, we greet you. Everyone knelt in their places, bowing before the sovereign above. All ministers rise. Perhaps because both Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan appeared too composed, the officials dared not inquire further, no one even brought up the matter once throughout the entire court session. The discussions focused solely on state affairs. After court adjourned, Lin Shuxuan walked over to Gu Chengyan's side. The two exchanged a knowing smile, then left hand in hand. Everything passed between them without words. The crowd watched silently as the Emperor and Prime Minister departed, their two tall, graceful silhouettes fading into the distance. Actually, it's not a bad thing for ruler and minister to be harmonious. Much better than living in constant fear of them clashing and dragging innocent people into the crossfire. That's true. After all, aren't we all working for Ling dynasty's future, for the people under heaven, for this prosperous Chang'an? If so, it's certainly preferable for the Emperor and Prime Minister to remain united. Still, with His Majesty having kept the inner palace empty solely for Gu Xiang, shouldn't we consider selecting some suitable children from collateral branches to raise and train early on? As soon as this suggestion arose, everyone's attention shifted. The Emperor's position was secure, and now Gu Xiang stood firmly behind him, neither could be easily shaken. Yet the identity of the next Emperor remained uncertain. Whoever gained favor could enjoy boundless benefits later on. Everyone harbored private ambitions, but no one dared act rashly or bring up such matters directly before the two. Who would have the nerve to rush forward talking about succession while the Emperor was still in his prime? Were they hoping for the Emperor's demise? Who'd risk their life so foolishly? From then on, Gu Chengyan entered and exited the palace openly and unashamedly. The two didn't hide their relationship. They behaved like any ordinary couple, intimate in manner, yet when it came to official duties, each upheld their own stance. Though minor disagreements occasionally arose, afterward the ministers would always catch glimpses of Gu Xiang soothing the emperor. It looked strikingly similar to how they themselves would grovel at home trying to placate their wives. Perhaps due to Gu Chengyan's gentle nature, some ministers even secretly approached him to ask for advice on how to make their own spouses happy. After all, if someone as difficult to please as the emperor could be won over by Gu Xiang, surely those methods would work wonders on their own wives too. Especially those who had served alongside Gu Chengyan, the former vice minister of the court of state ceremonial, now minister of rites, Liang Shihang, and the current minister of revenue, Su Qinian. They specially invited him to dine at the famed No. 1 tower, seeking guidance in person. Prime Minister, tonight we're not here to discuss state matters. We come bearing a request. They were all old acquaintances, well aware that with Gu Chengyan, the best approach was directness. No need for concealment or scheming, who could possibly outwit the man with a heart as delicate and clever as jade? Esteemed gentlemen, you flatter me. Please speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to assist. Gu Chengyan had assumed it was something grave and mentally prepared himself for every possibility. Liang Shihang, being more outgoing, spoke first. Prime Minister, I won't hide anything, I've known my wife since youth, shared over 30 years together. Ever since my promotion to minister, I've grown busier, attending many banquets where, admittedly, there are often dancing girls to provide entertainment. But I swear, I harbor no ill intentions. In our younger days, my wife never minded, but now, in our twilight years, whenever she catches the scent of perfume on me, she flies into a rage, accusing me of chasing new affections, saying I wish to cast aside my faithful partner, threatening to leave our home herself. I'm utterly worn out. Hence, I beg your help. Gu Chengyan truly hadn't expected Liang Shihang to seek his counsel on repairing marital harmony. Madame Liang, now in her 40s, experiencing sudden emotional swings, this could only mean one thing, menopause. Minister Liang, Madame Liang says these things not out of genuine desire to part ways. It is merely that she has reached an age when emotions run high and spirits grow weary. She manages your entire household day in and day out, while you return home carrying the scent of cosmetics and perfumes. How can she not feel upset? At times like these, you must praise her more, empathize with her hardships. In her youth, she may not have spoken up, but that doesn't mean resentment wasn't there, only that deep affection made her willing to endure. Now, feeling unwell herself, she simply cannot bear it anymore. When you return home, Minister Liang, why not bring along a small gift for your wife? Gifts? My wife likes jewelry and dresses, but I don't really understand such things. Liang Shihang suddenly realized he indeed didn't know much about his wife's other preferences. Admiring beauty is a woman's nature, but these gifts need not necessarily be clothes or ornaments. Even if it's just a small pastry you thought tasted good at a banquet, a roasted sweet potato from a street vendor on your way home, or even a wild flower picked along the road, she would cherish them all. The object itself isn't what matters most, what she truly values is the thought behind it, the affection in your heart. Liang Shihang was enlightened. Prime Minister Gu, you are nothing short of a divine sage. Allow me to toast you. Gu Chengyan smiled, lifting his cup and drinking together with them. Su Qinian hastily set down his wine glass and exclaimed, now it's my turn. Prime Minister, I've heard you possess extraordinary skill in managing your partner, how else could you possibly soothe even His Majesty, whose temperament is so unpredictable? My wife always keeps everything inside, never sharing her thoughts with me. Now that my children have grown up, they all feel I've been an inadequate father. Could you please help analyze this situation and share some guidance? Gu Chengyan already understood Su Qinian's character, rigid, stubborn, entirely devoted to official duties. When not buried in account ledgers, he was busy compiling them, striving for absolute accuracy. Naturally, little attention was paid to domestic affairs. Not to mention, being born into a prominent family where generations lived under one roof, even said to be 4 generations coexisting, while seemingly harmonious, so many people living closely together inevitably caused friction. Minister Su lives with your parents, correct? And I believe you have several brothers, is my memory accurate? Su Qinian nodded, even adding proudly, the Su family now enjoys 4 generations under one roof. My paternal grandparents are 90 years old. My father's generation had only a single heir, I am the second child in my generation, with an elder sister above me and 2 younger brothers below. I myself have 3 sons and 1 daughter. He certainly had many children, but merely producing offspring without nurturing them was worse than having none at all. Though that's what Gu Chengyan thought inwardly, he couldn't say it aloud in front of the man himself. In that case, Madame Su must carry an even greater burden. Minister Su should take on more responsibility, make the effort to care actively for your wife and children. Praise and encouragement, however, remain the most effective tools. Su Qinian blushed deeply. Esteemed sir, I simply don't know what to say to them. I've tried before, but no matter how hard I tried to talk, we always ended up parting unhappily. Minister Su, you're used to reprimanding subordinates in the Ministry of Revenue, but family members shouldn't be treated the same way. If speaking face-to-face feels too difficult, why not try writing letters? I recall you have a refined literary talent. Pour your true feelings onto paper, let sincerity flow through every word. Many thanks for your guidance, Prime Minister. This method is certainly feasible, I shall try it tonight. And indeed, the results afterward were astounding. With Liang Shihang and Su Qinian serving as living examples, Gu Chengyan's reputation for mastery in handling relationships grew ever stronger. Many women in seclusion envied the emperor, blessed to have such an ideal partner. Talented in both civil and military matters, empathetic, gentle, considerate, elegant and graceful, who wouldn't fall in love? Thus, although everyone knew about Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan being together, there were surprisingly few voices of opposition. Instead, admiration and blessings became far more common. Still, a few men expressed disdain. 2 men together. Ha, morally corrupt. Gu Chengyan bewitches the sovereign, he deserves death. The emperor lusts after beauty. We must purge those surrounding him. Such extreme remarks were fiercely rebutted by others. What great deeds haven't the emperor and chancellor done for the people? How dare someone who does nothing but sit around criticizing claim the right to judge? You enjoy the convenience and benefits brought by the 2 of them yet show no gratitude, it's despicable, utterly shameless. These people are clearly just too well-fed and idle. In my opinion, starve them for a few days and send them off to work in the factories. Then they'd stop spewing nonsense. The people of Ling dynasty went to great lengths to protect the reputations of their emperor and chancellor. Anyone bold enough to openly speak ill of the 2 would surely get beaten half to death, possibly even ambushed in the middle of the night, with no clue who did it. Later, an anonymous scholar compiled Chancellor Gu's advice and real-life examples on maintaining family harmony into a book titled The Family Mastery Manual. It detailed ways to improve communication and deepen bonds between husband and wife, father and child, including actual cases, all featuring high-ranking officials. When even the highest officials adopted these methods, ordinary citizens naturally followed suit. Future generations would marvel, the family values of the Ling dynasty were the most harmonious in history, closest to modern ideals. Prime Minister Gu possesses extraordinary wisdom. No wonder he's able to win the heart of an emperor who has unified the realm. When Lin Shuxuan heard these things, he found himself deeply agreeing. Indeed, Gu Chengyan was exceptionally skilled at handling such matters, whether with his parents, siblings, or even with him, he always managed to care for everyone thoughtfully. Yet Lin Shuxuan grew displeased that so many people admired and longed for Gu Chengyan. Gu Chengyan belonged solely to him, no matter how admirable he was still his alone. The more he thought about it, the less interesting being emperor seemed. That was what Lin Shuxuan now felt. In his heart, a meticulous plan began to take shape, one he intended to put into motion immediately. Chapter 92, Extra. I have to return to the manor these few days and can't stay in the palace with you. After finishing the day's memorials, Gu Chengyan held Lin Shuxuan close as they idly chatted. Lin Shuxuan was painting, merely nodding half-heartedly. Oh, I see. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Gu Chengyan felt surprised. Normally when he said he'd be staying outside the palace, Lin Shuxuan would clearly show displeasure, why now such an indifferent reaction? It left a bitter taste in his heart. Before he could say anything else, Lin Shuxuan slipped out of his arms and resumed working on his painting. Gu Chengyan looked at his now empty embrace, unwilling to be ignored so easily, so he asked, "Who are you painting?" Lin Shuxuan lifted his gaze, eyeing him with obvious suspicion, then scoffed lightly. "Does it not look like me? Is your majesty questioning my painting skills?" Well, he hadn't meant to offend. Gu Chengyan coughed softly twice. Trying to make amends, he said, "I've been reviewing examination papers for quite some time, it made me slightly dizzy just now, vision blurred. Forgive me. His Majesty's painting skill is naturally superb. This clearly is me." And this wasn't mere flattery to please him, Lin Shuxuan truly had outstanding talent. He often drew portraits of Qinggu and Qingyu, capturing them vividly with a masterful touch. Yet this was the first time Gu Chengyan had seen him paint a portrait of a person. Though only the basic figure and facial outlines were visible, Lin Shuxuan had captured the subject's aura and features with remarkable precision. The gentle upward curve of the lips, the warm eyes and brows, tall and elegant like fine jade, dressed in pale blue robes, it was unmistakably Gu Chengyan himself. It's you." Lin Shuxuan's tone remained flat as he continued refining details in his painting. Suddenly, Gu Chengyan was overcome by a strange sensation, had he fallen out of favor? After all, the person being painted was himself, yet Shuxuan acted so coolly. He couldn't get used to it. Usually, Shuxuan clung to him affectionately, why had he suddenly become so distant? Then, "I'll take my leave." Lin Shuxuan gave a slight hum. But Gu Chengyan didn't move. After a long silence, Lin Shuxuan finally allowed a faint satisfied smile upon looking at his artwork. Having focused too long, his neck and elbows ached. He set down his brush, planning to rest briefly. Looking up, he expressed surprise, "Didn't you say you were leaving the palace? Why are you still here? The palace gates will lock soon." He was actually chasing him away. These words struck Gu Chengyan like thunder. He tugged weakly at his lips. "If His Majesty has no further words for this subject, then I shall take my leave now." Go ahead." Then, in high spirits, Lin Shuxuan turned to the eunuch Wei, I feel a bit hungry. Tell the Imperial kitchen to send me a bowl of mutton soup. Yes, sir. When eunuch Wei exited the Imperial study, he found Gu Chengyan still standing at the door. Oh. Minister Gu is still here. This old servant must head to the Imperial kitchen, I won't be able to escort you out today. No matter. You go quickly, don't keep His Majesty waiting. With a trace of desolation, Gu Chengyan slowly walked out of the palace gate. No sooner had he returned to the Gu household than he saw a young man surrounded by his family, laughter filling the air, a lively scene. Brother, you're back. His younger sister spotted him first. Gu Chengyan hurried forward, pressing her gently back into her seat. You're with child now, move slowly and carefully. Siki smiled and nodded. Now she was treated like a fragile porcelain doll by everyone in the family. The young man stood up, excitedly calling out, Junior brother. It's been so long since I last saw senior brother Qiming. You must have endured a tiring journey. Have you adjusted well to life in the capital? Gu Chengyan took a seat and casually asked a few questions. Yuan Qiming had grown considerably, and his character had matured. The journey went smoothly. Though Beijing's customs differ somewhat from Jingzhou, I've managed well enough to adapt. Good. Before the spring Imperial exam, we couldn't afford to appear overly close, lest others gossip. But now that results are posted, allow me to sincerely congratulate you on your success in the Imperial examination. Yuan Qiming smiled sheepishly. Thank you, junior brother. Still, I can't compare to you, you were the top scholar with 6 first-place honors. I entered discipleship before you, studied under master far longer, yet failed to rank among the top 3. I truly feel ashamed. Madame Xia interjected, even a simple woman like me knows that achieving advancement through the exams is already extraordinary, being among the best of 10,000. Qiming, don't belittle yourself. Gu Jingxiu also nodded firmly in agreement. Siki exchanged a glance with her husband Gu Qingxin, then smiled. The family enjoyed a warm and lively dinner together. Afterward, Yuan Qiming followed Gu Chengyan to the study. Qiming, we studied under the same master, Master Yuan Xiaohua, who once served as Grand Tutor to Crown Prince Lingchen. He taught us the way of emperors. Have you given thought to what path you'll take now that you're entering officialdom? Yuan Qiming's expression turned solemn. Of course, I wish to serve a wise and enlightened ruler. You know my aspiration, junior brother, I hope to carry on master's legacy. Though you are already by the emperor's side, I may still assist the next sovereign. Then, curiosity flickering in his eyes, he asked, Junior brother, is it true that you and His Majesty are together? He is the ruler, you the subject. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a crumbling wall. You must know this cannot end well for you. The emperor is my one true love, Qiming. Love is love, there's no calculating good or bad. When you meet the person destined for you, you'll understand. Seeing the tenderness and depth in Gu Chengyan's gaze as he spoke, Yuan Qiming knew his words were sincere. If that is your heart's truth, then I can only wish you happiness, junior brother. As for the next emperor, the candidate will likely be chosen from among the collateral branches of the royal family. For now, stay in the Hanlin Academy. Later, I'll arrange for you to become a tutor to the children who come to study at court. That way, you can help me, and His Majesty, assess their character and integrity. No problem at all. The two brothers in discipleship hadn't seen each other in years, and they spent the evening reminiscing about their teacher, Yuan Xiaohua. Meanwhile, Lin Shuxuan had secretly arranged for his biological parents, Lin Lingchen and Li Yusen, to be brought from Lizhou to the capital. Now, the couple had been discreetly escorted into the palace. Lin Shuxuan was still painting in the imperial study when they emerged from the secret passage. As they looked around at the familiar surroundings, their eyes welled with tears, overcome with emotion. They took a few steps forward and saw their son, dressed in bright yellow robes, seated upon the dragon throne. Piles of memorials towered on either side. He coughed twice, his complexion pale. Once a crown prince himself, Lin Lingchen understood, the higher one stands, the greater the burden. The emperor might seem honored, yet was loneliest of all. Shuxian. Tears spilled down Li Yusen's cheeks. She pressed a hand over her mouth, afraid to make any sound. Lin Shuxian paused, setting his brush aside. You've come, he said quietly. Sit. He couldn't stop himself from coughing again. Li Yusen hurried forward, mouth opening, then closing, but finally she gathered her courage. Is your majesty unwell? Why haven't you summoned the imperial physicians? Lin Lingchen also watched his eldest son with deep concern, heart aching with guilt. Lin Shuxian lowered his gaze, indifferent. It makes no difference. This weakness has been with me since birth, it cannot be cured. Only adds more bitter, appetite-killing decoctions for nothing. Hearing this, Li Yusen remembered how, when she carried her firstborn, she'd fallen victim to Yan clan's poison. That toxin must have harmed little Shuxian in her womb. I failed to protect you, my son. It's my fault, my failure, that caused you a lifetime of frailty. Tears streamed down her face, her voice thick with regret and remorse. Lin Lingchen closed his eyes, calming the storm within before speaking. State affairs drain the spirit. Your Majesty should delegate less critical matters to Minister Gu, or distribute the workload among the 6 ministries. Don't exhaust yourself. Having lived in remote Lizhou, they didn't fully grasp the situation in the capital. They had assumed Lin Shuxuan was an exceptionally diligent monarch, never imagining that every memorial on that desk was actually reviewed and processed by Gu Chengyan. Their hearts ached for their son. Weariness showed in Lin Shuxuan's eyes. He rubbed his brow. Now that I sit upon this throne, I bear responsibility to every commoner in the realm. Tasks can be assigned to the ministries, but I must personally review everything, to prevent any misjudgment leading to grave errors. Ling Chao has only just begun to stabilize. One wrong step now, and all the plans of these years would crumble to nothing. For a moment, Lin Lingchen was at a loss. As a father, he wished to help, yet his status was too sensitive, he could do more harm than good to his son. At times, I envy ordinary people. They live so freely, thinking of nothing, needing only to live their lives. But I am trapped within these high walls, never free. As he spoke, Lin Shuxuan fell into another fit of uncontrollable coughing. Instinctively, Li Yusin stepped forward, gently patting his back, hoping to ease his suffering. Suddenly, her expression changed, as if she had uncovered some immense secret. Horror flashed across her face. Lin Shuxuan remained composed, calmly pouring the tea from his cup into a nearby potted plant. I'm somewhat weary. The two of you rest for tonight, we'll speak again later. Li Yusin stared blankly at Lin Shuxuan, her face filled with disbelief. She restrained herself, unwilling to lose composure before her son. Very well. His Majesty must rise early for court tomorrow. We shall take our leave. Lin Lingchen couldn't understand why his wife remained silent. Hadn't she prepared so many things to say on their journey? Eunuch secretly escorted the two to reside in the Eastern Palace. Li Yusin gazed at the towering parasol tree, and finally her emotions broke. She collapsed onto her husband's shoulder, sobbing bitterly. Exainer, what's wrong? This parasol tree grows ever greener, yet our child is already nearing the end of his life. Lingchen, I saw. Shuxian, he coughed up blood. Li Yusin wailed uncontrollably, her tears soaking Lin Lingchen's robe. A gust of wind made Lin Lingchen shiver, but the chill outside was nothing compared to the cold within his heart. Are you certain you saw it? I truly saw it. There was clotted blood in that cup. Just now, he deliberately poured the bloody water into the potted plant. The soil is brown, clearly this isn't the first time. One of life's greatest sorrows is when parents outlive their child. He said earlier that he envies ordinary people. No wonder. He has never lived a single day for himself since birth. I live peacefully now only because I've been running away. All the burdens have fallen upon that child's shoulders. I am unworthy to be called a father. Lin Lingchen's heart was overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach. No wonder he wrote asking to see us. It must be because he knows his time is short. Lingchen, he's still so young. He struggled so hard to get this far, and now heaven wants to take him away. How cruel. We should make it up to him. Since he doesn't want us to know, let's pretend ignorance. For these days, let's stay close and help him find comfort. Even if he asks for my life, I would give it. We owe that child far too much. The conversation between the couple was relayed back to Lin Shuxuan, every word repeated without omission. A smile curved his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. What use do I have for their lives? My greatest wish is for them to live well and take over this thorny throne. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth, then ultimately said nothing. Uncle Wei, even though mother was once your mistress and saved your life, now you stand by my side. These years, you've watched me grow, step by step, to where I am today. I'm tired. I want to cast everything aside with Chengyan and live like wandering clouds and wild cranes. You'll allow us this, won't you? And you won't tell them about my plans, will you? Facing Lin Shuxuan's piercing gaze, Eunuch Wei could only offer a bitter smile. Yes. Though her ladyship was my benefactor, your majesty is my master. Of course, I shall keep silent. Lin Shuxuan smiled, satisfied, just like when he was a child. Eunuch Wei smiled in return. Over the years, through countless trials, their master-servant bond had long transcended formality. They were family who depended on each other to survive. Is Li Jia nearing the capital? Thinking of the soon-to-be entrapped Prince Gongding, Eunuch Wei momentarily felt pity. Almost. He's enjoying himself quite thoroughly right now. Let him enjoy himself. In the future, such chances may no longer exist. Make sure he's protected. Don't let anything go wrong, I want him to arrive in the capital safe and sound, completely unharmed. Master, please rest assured. Eunuch Wei suddenly recalled Gu Chengyan. As for Minister Gu, when does your majesty intend to inform him? Lin Shuxuan gently stroked the portrait on the paper, murmuring, not yet. When this painting is finished, I'll tell him. Consider it my birthday gift to him. Li Jia, fascinated by the novel sights around him, lingered on carelessly. If I'd known it was this enjoyable here, I should have slipped away earlier instead of foolishly going to the northwest on official business. My parents are fortunate, they left me behind in Lizhou while sneaking off to the capital. Definitely to secretly meet my elder brother. We're supposed to be one family, why leave me out? Unaware, he still did not know that in the capital, his real older brother was preparing to trap him like a fish in a pond, teaming up with their parents to push him onto the highest seat, so he himself could walk away hand in hand with Gu Chengyan into freedom. Chapter 93, Extra. After court that day, Lin Shuxuan asked Prince Duan to stay behind. The court officials immediately began speculating, could it be that the emperor was planning to select an heir from a collateral branch of the family? Gu Chengyan had been spending these days introducing Yuan Qiming to various officials, connections once established by his mentor, Yuan Shaohua, and thus hadn't remained in the palace. Watching Prince Duan's retreating figure, he paused thoughtfully. What did His Majesty wish to discuss with Prince Duan? Though inwardly puzzled, when others assumed that he and the emperor planned everything together and came asking for clues, Gu Chengyan merely smiled faintly and said, His Majesty shares a close bond with Prince Duan. Perhaps he simply wished to have a casual chat with his uncle. No one truly believed that explanation, but knowing they'd learn nothing more from Gu Chengyan, they soon dispersed in disappointment. Gu Chengyan remained deep in thought. He sensed that recently, Shuxian had been keeping something from him, his behavior carried an odd inconsistency. Yet if Shuxian had chosen secrecy, there must be a reason. Gu Chengyan decided not to press. If the emperor wanted him to know, he would eventually tell him. There was no need to rush. Outside the imperial study, Eunuch Wei stood at the door with attendants. Your Majesty, Prince Duan has arrived. Invite my uncle in at once. Eunuch Wei pushed open the heavy door. Your Highness, please come in. Prince Duan stepped inside, and the door closed firmly behind him. He instinctively glanced back. Uncle, please come in, came the emperor's urging voice. Only then did Prince Duan move forward into the inner chamber. Your humble subject greets your Majesty. The prince did not meet the sovereign's gaze directly, instead bowing respectfully, eyes fixed on the floor. Uncle, rise quickly, look who is here, Lin Shuxuan said, his voice laced with amusement. Prince Duan lifted his head, beginning to straighten, then abruptly staggered back half a step, eyes widening as he stared at the couple before him. Surely I've lost my mind. How can I see ghosts in broad daylight? Before him, Li Yusin raised her handkerchief to her lips and laughed softly. Just look at that. Now I've become a ghost. Could it be that a few wrinkles make me appear monstrous in my younger brother-in-law's eyes? Swallowing hard, Prince Duan gazed first at his elegant, dignified sister-in-law, then at the graceful former crown prince. Their appearances had changed little, yet it was he, the younger brother, who now looked far more aged. This isn't a dream, is it? You're really my elder brother and sister-in-law. Not someone His Majesty arranged to impersonate them. Lin Lingchen offered a faint smile. When you were 5, you stole wine from father's table during the New Year's Eve banquet, got so drunk you passed out, knocked over father's favorite glass vase, and were spanked bare-bottomed by father himself. At 10, you were chased by a farmer's goose and injured your rear, still bear a scar from it. And at 15, you first laid eyes on your future wife, fell instantly in love, and clung to her relentlessly. Enough. Brother, no more. Prince Duan flushed crimson, awkwardly covering his backside with both hands. Lin Shuxian trembled with laughter. But what happened? Brother, sister-in-law, you were supposed to have, passed away. The couple exchanged glances. Then Lin Lingchen spoke gently to his younger brother, it's a long story. Let me tell you everything from the beginning. Prince Duan seated himself across from his elder brother, waiting with rapt curiosity. Lin Lingchen recounted to his brother the trials and events he and his wife had endured through the years. When the tale ended, Prince Duan was furious. I knew it. The late emperor was behind this. Back then, my elder brother was perfectly healthy, excelling in martial arts, archery, there was no sign he could die suddenly. So he resorted to treachery. For the sake of the throne, he truly cast aside all fraternal loyalty. Lin Lingchen wore a look of deep sorrow. That man had been his own flesh and blood, the younger brother he'd protected since childhood, the very last person he'd ever suspected. My sister-in-law suffered greatly, forced into the palace, enduring Yan's arrogance and even poisoned in secret. Li Yusin, serene as ever, clasped her husband's hand. It's all in the past. Your elder brother and I lived well in Lisho these years. I heard you become a grandfather now. Among your brothers, you're the one most blessed with fortune. Seeing them ready to resume their emotional reunion, Lin Shuxian grew slightly impatient. The reason I summoned you today, uncle, isn't just to allow idle chit-chat. You must help us consider how to restore their identities and announce to the realm that the former crown prince and empress are alive, all without provoking controversy or disbelief. Composing himself, Prince Duan set aside his excitement and began to think seriously. That goes without saying. The emperor's birth father, His Royal Highness, was never formally deposed and has always remained the legitimate heir, his return to the imperial family is only natural. As for her Imperial Highness, she gave birth to the current emperor, an achievement of the highest merit. Moreover, the two were originally wed by father's decree. However, avoiding all rumors and whispers will be next to impossible. Lin Lingchen frowned. He could not bear the thought of his wife being spoken of behind her back, burdened with odious titles. Lin Shuxuan curled his lips into a faint smile. Dear uncle, I do have a better solution, but it will require your support. Whether or not you're willing to cooperate depends entirely on you. Your Majesty, speak freely. For the sake of my elder brother and sister-in-law, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Lin Shuxuan clapped his hands once and exclaimed, excellent. Though there's no need to take things too far. The late emperor's plot against Crown Prince Lingchen is a disgrace to our household, we cannot reveal the truth. Instead, let us reframe him as a benevolent ruler who protected his brother and sister-in-law's honor and raised his nephew with kindness. What do you think, dear uncle? Prince Duan pondered deeply, then broke into wide-eyed delight. This plan is feasible. At the time, Her Highness had already conceived the emperor before her official marriage to His Highness. Fearing damage to her reputation, the late emperor married her in his brother's stead. After giving birth to the emperor, she took the unconscious Lingchen prince away to Lizhou for treatment. Meanwhile, the late emperor raised the young prince in the palace and ultimately returned the throne intact. Brilliant. Aside from the late emperor, who might have objected to being posthumously recast as a virtuous man against his will, everyone else nodded in satisfaction. With this, Crown Prince Lingchen becomes the retired emperor, and Empress Wenjiao becomes the Empress Dowager. Everything falls neatly into place, no flaw for court ministers to exploit. That said, there may still be objections within the clan. That part will fall to you, uncle, as clan head to handle. Your Majesty, rest assured. Leave it all to me. The clan exists only because of your Majesty's grace. If any of them find their lives too comfortable, we can strip their titles and reduce them to commoners. As for those foolishly dreaming that their descendants might inherit the throne, I'll make sure they learn their place. Lin Shuxuan was well pleased. Then I entrust the matter of father and mother's return to the imperial family entirely to you, dear uncle. I shall give it my absolute utmost. Having obtained what he desired, Lin Shuxuan no longer hindered their reunion. I still have pressing state affairs to attend to. Dear uncle, please stay and keep father and mother company. The East Palace has been fully prepared, no word will leak out. Prince Duan spent the entire afternoon with his brother and sister-in-law at the East Palace, and only then learned he had another nephew, the newly appointed Prince Gongding, Li Jia. Could it be that the emperor intended to pass the throne to his own younger brother? Deeply moved, Prince Duan mused, truly, the child of my elder brother is just like his father, so full of fraternal affection. Clearly, he shares no blood with that vile late emperor, He had met Prince Gongding once before, a decent young man indeed. Now that the imperial lineage was secure, Prince Duan felt even more confident in carrying out his duties. Who feared making enemies? Both the current and future emperors were his direct nephews. The entire clan depended on their branch for survival. Those who refused to obey. He would teach them a harsh lesson. A month later, not a single royal relative dared inquire whether the emperor planned to select a child into the palace. Out of season and without festival cause, the emperor suddenly announced ancestral rights. The courtiers were baffled. Until the supposedly deceased former crown Prince Lingchen appeared beside the late Empress Wenjiao upon the ritual platform. As clan head, Prince Duan proclaimed aloud, 30 years ago, Crown Prince Lingchen fell into a coma due to illness. At that time, the fiancée of the crown prince was already with child. To protect her honor, the late emperor married her in his brother's place and enshrined her as empress. After giving birth to the imperial prince, who is today's emperor, she carried the unconscious Lingchen prince to Lizhou for treatment. Now that Crown Prince Lingchen has recovered, His Majesty has formally elevated his biological father and mother to the titles of retired emperor and empress dowager, proclaiming it to all under heaven. Let the realm rejoice together, the tax burden shall be waived for the entire year. The people, receiving tangible benefit, naturally celebrated with joy. After all, these were the emperor's true parents, what harm could there be in that? Ministers dared not object. In truth, the retired emperor and empress dowager held no political power. This was the emperor's private family affair, ministers needed only to listen and comply. Alongside the edict was a small, unobtrusive line, Prince Gongding Li Jia's true identity, as the emperor's full-blood younger brother Lin Shuxuan, had now been officially recorded in the imperial genealogy. Gu Chengyan read this and understood everything instantly. He exchanged a quiet, knowing smile with the sovereign atop the high terrace. Li Jia was summoned to the palace as soon as he arrived in the capital. Timidly, he glanced at his older brother, who was absorbed in painting, and softly called, "Brother. You should address me as your Imperial Highness. From now on, your name is Lin Shuxuan." Lin Shuxuan studied the increasingly refined portrait beneath his brush and smiled in satisfaction. Li Jia was brimming with joy. "Your Majesty. Does this mean you've truly accepted me as your younger brother?" Lin Shuxuan lifted his gaze and looked at him, smiling gently. He spoke at a leisurely pace, "Father and mother have returned to the imperial family. The entire world knows you are my biological younger brother." Li Jia was overjoyed. Summoning his courage, he stood up and moved closer to his elder brother. "Your Majesty. Is this a portrait of Chancellor Gu?" Suddenly, a pang of jealousy surged within him. Gu Chengyan received far more affection from the emperor than he, the emperor's own flesh and blood. Lin Shuxuan softly hummed in response, His birthday is approaching, and I wish to present him this painting as a gift. Then he turned his attention back to his younger brother, saying earnestly, You are now a legitimate prince of the realm. Ling Chao is vast, and I alone cannot manage everything. Since you are my true brother, it is only natural you should assist me. We are family, after all, aren't we? Meeting his elder brother's sincere and hopeful gaze, Lin Shuxuan felt tears welling up in his eyes. While other royal siblings fought ruthlessly for the throne, his brother instead said, Come help me, I need you. How could he not be deeply moved? Lin Shuxuan coughed lightly twice, interrupting Lin Shuxuan's emotional moment. Worried, Lin Shuxuan quickly stepped forward to pat his brother's back. Your Majesty. Are you alright? Why are you coughing? Did you catch a chill? Lin Shuxuan gave a weak smile. It's nothing. I've always been frail since birth, this happens from time to time. I'm used to it. Eunuch Wei shook his head, his voice heavy with concern. This old servant dares to speak out of turn, but your highness, as the emperor's younger brother, you really ought to urge him to take better care of himself. The emperor works tirelessly day and night on state affairs. The physicians have already said his health requires rest. If he continues like this, it will shorten his lifespan. Lin Shuxuan frowned and rebuked sharply, Mind your words. Lin Shuxuan felt a lump in his throat. Brother, let me help you. If I don't know how, I'll learn. Please don't work yourself so hard. Lin Shuxuan smiled as he looked at his younger brother. Truly. Are you willing to study diligently and share the burden of governance? Under his brother's tender gaze, Lin Shuxuan's heart burned with warmth, and he nodded firmly. Yes. I'm willing. The smile on Lin Shuxuan's lips gradually brightened. He affectionately patted his brother's shoulder and said with satisfaction, Excellent. Eunuch Wei kept his head lowered, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for the enthusiastic Prince Gongding. With an elder brother like the emperor, so brilliant as to seem almost supernatural, how could one still remain so blissfully unaware? Was he foolish or blessed? But perhaps fools do have their luck. The throne others covet above life itself, the emperor had simply handed it to him. Only time would tell whether the prince would remain as carefree later on. In the days that followed, Li Shuxuan was assigned a tutor, Yuan Qiming, a young man even younger than himself, said to be senior brother to Gu Chengyan. They were disciples of the same master, Yuan Qiming having entered the sect before Gu Chengyan. At first, Lin Shuxuan was somewhat due to the tutor's youth. But when his father learned Yuan Qiming was a disciple of Yuan Shaohua, he personally met the young man. After the meeting, he sternly instructed Lin Shuxuan to show utmost respect to this little teacher. Lin Shuxuan dared not disobey. Though his father appeared gentle, he had once been the celebrated crown prince revered by all, his abilities were far beyond what Lin Shuxuan could ever match. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Every day, Lin Shuxuan studied policy treatises and histories with great difficulty. There was no denying, Yuan Qiming taught practical knowledge. To handle state affairs without burdening his elder brother's rest, having Yuan Qiming as a tutor meant he no longer needed to constantly consult the emperor. But Lin Shuxuan was naturally playful and couldn't sit still for long. Seeing that he wasn't studying seriously, Yuan Qiming took strict measures without mercy. Their daily interactions became a battle of wits, time and again, Lin Shuxuan came up short, suffering many hidden losses. Yet he was stubborn and proud, determined to prove himself, vowing to eventually turn the tide. Yuan Qiming deliberately provoked him. You're still far too weak. If you actually studied these books properly, you might stand a chance against me. As things are now, ha. That simple, ha dripped with mockery. Just you wait. I will study. One day, I'll defeat you so completely you'll have no choice but to admire me. I await that day with bated breath. From the shadows, Gu Chengyan held Lin Shuxuan close, quietly laughing. So you planned this? You made me arrange for elder brother Qiming to be stationed at the Hanlin Academy, all just to tutor Prince Gongding. Qiming isn't naturally arrogant. You must have instructed him to act this way and provoke the prince on purpose. Lin Shuxuan went boneless, leaning his entire body against Gu Chengyan's chest. I taught him to do it, but it's effective, isn't it? Shuxuan has always been lazy and spoiled, father and mother can't really control him. Yuan Qiming is perfect. He understands the ways of imperial rule and is more than capable of teaching Shuxuan. Isn't this too harsh on him? He admires you, his elder brother, so deeply. But his real elder brother is exhausted. Isn't it only right for the younger brother to step up and share the burden? Gu Chengyan smiled, soothing him. All right, you're right, as always. It should be done. Are you planning to handle all the memorials in the imperial study for the rest of your life? Lin Shuxuan snapped back irritably. Who did he think he was doing this for? These documents weren't meant for Lin Shuxuan to review by himself, he was trying to help Gu Chengyan by finding a successor to lighten his load. And here Gu Chengyan was, showing sympathy for someone else instead. All right, I understand now, the emperor does everything for my sake. This minister truly fails to appreciate your kindness. Gu Chengyan quickly lowered his head, humbly admitting fault to prevent the other from sulking again. Heaven knew how difficult Lin Shuxuan could become when displeased, and in the end, it would still be Gu Chengyan who suffered. Better a fallen comrade than a fallen self. Poor Prince Gongding, it was with little sincerity that Gu Chengyan offered a silent apology in his heart. The two then left the scene, while the two young men on the other side remained locked in their battle of wits. Chapter 94, Side Story. Yuan Qiming, how has Zhishuan been lately? Lin Shuxuan specially summoned a man to the imperial study to inquire. Yuan Qiming stared at the figure before him, familiar yet strangely distant. In his memory, that gentle and beautiful older sister had suddenly transformed into the supreme emperor. He and his junior apprentice brother, Gu Chengyan, remained just as they once were, deeply in love, defying all worldly judgment, publicly embracing their romance. One was the prime minister who held immense power, the other, the sovereign who unified the realm. Together, they were both contradictory and harmonious. Qiming. Gu Chengyan walked in, carrying a bowl of freshly cooked clear noodle soup. Yuan Qiming snapped back to reality. The emperor is asking you a question. Lin Shuxuan glanced up. Has Zhishuan been misbehaving again? If there's any difficulty, speak plainly. I'll have the Grand Empress and Empress Dowager discipline him. After hearing these words, Gu Chengyan smiled gently as he placed the bowl and chopsticks on the table before her. Have it while it's hot. You didn't add chili oil, Lin Shuxuan complained lightly. Gu Chengyan replied with a mild smile, your stomach hasn't been well these past few days. No greasy, heavy, or spicy foods for now. Just endure it a few days. Once you're better, you can eat whatever you want. Seeing them converse so intimately as if no one else were present, Yuan Qiming suddenly felt superfluous. But he still had to respond. Your Majesty, the young prince has made great progress in his studies recently. Yuan Qiming proceeded to detail Lin Zhishuan's recent academic performance. Lin Shuxuan nodded slightly, elegantly taking small bites of the plain noodles. Gu Chengyan watched her eat, his eyes tender and doting. Does it suit your taste? I made it a bit lighter today. Acceptable. Though the emperor voiced minor complaints, she clearly enjoyed the meal. Yuan Qiming saw it clearly, they truly live just like ordinary people, carefully tending to their quiet little life together. Very well. Since he's been studying satisfactorily, I entrust him entirely to you. It's nearly time for class. You may go ahead and attend to your duties. Your servant takes leave. Before departing, Yuan Qiming glanced back quietly. To his surprise, the two had somehow drawn close without notice, dark hair entwined, his usually dignified junior brother now playfully tilting the emperor's chin, catching in his mouth the single soft-centered egg she offered. Yuan Qiming blushed deeply, flustered, and quickly hurried away. Gu Chengyan, of course, had heard the movement at the door. He gently tapped Lin Shuxuan's nose. Naughty, he said, smiling. Lin Shuxuan grinned triumphantly. Your junior brother relies on you too much. You're a married man now. You should make him understand that and keep proper distance. He doesn't understand such things yet. To me, he's still just a child. Master wrote specifically, entrusting me to care for him properly. Why are you getting jealous, Lin Shuxuan didn't answer, continuing to eat his noodles slowly and deliberately. From then on, the weather began to turn cold. Lin Shuxuan's cough worsened, and his appetite dwindled. Gu Chengyan stayed by his side every day, eating and sleeping together with him, hardly leaving the palace for quite some time. During court sessions, one could often hear the emperor's coughing from the dragon throne. As days passed, ministers noticed Gu Chengyan's expression growing increasingly grim. Alright, let's stop here for now. Work out a plan among yourselves and submit a memorial. The moment Gu Chengyan finished speaking, the emperor on the throne broke into uncontrollable coughing. For the first time, Gu Chengyan lost composure in court. He ascended the steps, tightly grasped the emperor's hand, and personally helped him down from the throne step by step. The officials exchanged uneasy glances. The emperor doesn't seem well at all. Perhaps caught a chill. The weather has indeed turned cold recently. But if it were just an ordinary cold, why would the prime minister react so intensely? The emperor has always been frail. We should do our utmost to lighten his burdens and reduce his worries. Indeed. Let's all keep our remarks brief during morning court these days and not prolong proceedings. By now, officials throughout Ling dynasty genuinely admired and respected both the emperor and the prime minister, and thus naturally devoted themselves wholeheartedly to serving them. Yet their consideration proved insufficient, the emperor took to bed on the third day and could not rise. Morning court was inevitably suspended. Lin Zhishuan also lost interest in his studies, often spacing out during lessons. Yuan Qiming frowned. Your Highness, focus. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Zhishuan threw down his book and stood up abruptly. I don't want to read this damn book anymore. My elder brother is ill, and I can't do a thing to help, I'm stuck here studying useless things. Yuan Qiming let out a quiet sigh. Without a word, he bent down to pick up the book that had been thrown on the ground, brushed the dust off it, and gently placed it back on the desk. Your Highness, His Majesty has always been frail. As emperor, he bears the burdens of governing the entire nation, his daily exertions are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Over time, this naturally takes an increasing toll on his health. That is precisely why your highness should study diligently. Knowledge brings wisdom. Only then can you soon shoulder part of his majesty's responsibilities. Does your highness understand? Lin Shuxuan glared irritably at the book in front of him, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and picked it up again, laying it open before him. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Master Yuan, please continue. Yuan Qiming was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the young prince to calm down so willingly. It seemed his junior brother had been right, Lin Shuxuan truly cared deeply for his elder brother. As soon as class ended, Lin Shuxuan rushed out without delay. He ran all the way to the outside of the imperial chambers, yet hesitated at the door, too nervous to enter. Wei Gonggang, who was just stepping out with the chief imperial physician, spotted him. Why are you standing outside, your highness? Come to see his majesty. Lin Shuxuan nodded. He pulled Wei Gonggang aside a few steps. In a hushed voice, he asked, how is my elder brother? Has there still been no improvement? Wei Gonggang's expression darkened with sorrow. Your highness, Gu Chengyan possesses exceptional medical skill. His majesty's care has been entirely in his hands, he refuses to let anyone else tend to him. The physicians merely assist by writing prescriptions and preparing medicine. Perhaps it's best if you go in yourself and see. Lin Shuxuan released Wei Gongggang's sleeve. Very well. I'll go ask myself. You may return to your duties, Wei Gonggang. Ah. After watching Wei Gonggang and the physician walk away, Lin Shuxuan took a deep breath, pushed open the chamber doors, and stepped inside. Gu Chengyan sat at the head of the bed, supporting the emperor in his arms. Lin Shuxuan leaned against him, their faces close together as they murmured softly to one another. It was Lin Shuxuan who noticed him first. She beckoned gently, signaling him to come forward. Lin Shuxuan approached cautiously, sitting down on the chair beside the bed. His fists clenched tightly, he gazed at his elder brother's pale, weak form with anxious eyes. Have you just finished class, Shuxuan? How was today's lesson? Any difficulties? Lin Shuxuan's voice was faint, like clouds drifting across the sky, ethereal, barely tangible. Lin Shuxuan tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile. He tried to sound light-hearted. Master Yuan explains everything very thoroughly. For anything I don't understand, he answers patiently. You needn't worry about me, elder brother. You should focus on recovering. Wei Gonggang said you've been under Lord Gu's personal care, how are you feeling now? He noticed the dark shadows beneath Gu Chengyan's eyes, evidence that even someone so meticulous had let himself become disheveled. Gu Chengyan offered a gentle smile. His Majesty fancied some fresh air the other evening and opened the window briefly, but caught a chill. Nothing serious, just needs rest. No overexertion or excessive worry. Lin Shuxuan couldn't tell whether those words were truthful, but he knew one thing, Gu Chengyan was undoubtedly the person least willing to see harm befall the emperor. If that was what he said, then for now, it was enough to believe. Lin Shuxuan stayed until his brother finished his medicine and began to drift into drowsiness, then quietly took his leave. But day after day passed, and the emperor's condition did not improve, it worsened, with bouts of unconsciousness growing more frequent. Even Gu Chengyan, normally so immaculate, had grown a full beard, too weary to attend to his appearance. Only then did Lin Shuxuan truly grasp the gravity of the situation. Overnight, it seemed, he matured, steadier, more reliable. When he came to visit his brother, he stepped forward decisively. With Lord Gu occupied caring for the emperor, I'll take charge of state affairs in the meantime. Lin Shuxuan's eyes filled with warmth and pride. He smiled. Good. Thank you for taking this burden. At first, Lin Shuxuan struggled with the unspoken rules of governance, but with guidance from the Grand Empress and Yuan Qiming, he gradually grew competent, handling matters methodically, without major mistakes. Staring at the towering pile of memorials, he finally understood why his brother had fallen ill so easily. Even he, healthy and strong, felt exhausted. How much more difficult it must have been for his brother, bearing the weight of empire with such a frail body. After finally finishing his work, Lin Shuxuan wandered through the palace beneath the moonlight. Without realizing it, his steps led him once again to his brother's chambers. The lamps inside had long since been extinguished. My elder brother must have already fallen asleep, he murmured, lightly slapping his own forehead. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a familiar voice from within. It was his brother speaking. Chengyan, I'm so tired. I've been trapped in this deep palace my entire life. The days we spent together in Jingzhou were the freest, happiest times of my life. I want to go back, let's go back, Chengyan. Can we? Lin Shuxuan froze. Had his elder brother always felt so oppressed? Did he actually wish to leave the capital with Gu Chengyan? All right, came the soft reply. We'll abandon everything. I'll take you back. Don't speak anymore, just sleep now, be good, listen to me. I'll arrange everything. Gu Chengyan's voice brimmed with tenderness and indulgence. Lin Shuxuan didn't dare stay any longer. He slipped away quietly. The next day, Lin Shuxuan asked Yuan Qiming, I vaguely recall that you're originally from Jingzhou. What kind of place is it? Yuan Qiming paused mid-grip on his scroll before answering. Jingzhou lies in the south, its customs differ slightly from those of the capital. It's freer there. Not particularly prosperous, but many martial cultivators gather there, and all sorts of interesting events happen frequently. Lin Shuxuan nodded. Could Master tell me how Lord Gu and His Majesty first met? As for their meeting, I only know what Lord Gu's younger sister once mentioned. They say Lord Gu, being kind-hearted, saved His Majesty's life. As for when I first saw them, it was in the countryside near Jingzhou City. That day, a heavy snowstorm struck suddenly, and they took shelter inside. Even then, they were already deeply in love, each had eyes only for the other. Sire. His Majesty has spat blood. Please come quickly to attend him. A palace attendant rushed in, breathless, delivering the urgent message. Lin Shuxuan recognized him, he served directly under his elder brother. He shot up at once and ran toward his brother's chambers at full speed. When he reached the door, he heard his mother sobbing. He softened his steps and tiptoed inside. His father wore a look of grave concern, his mother clung to his father's chest, weeping uncontrollably. Gu Chengyan held the emperor's hand, head bowed, face obscured, unreadable. Lin Shuxuan stepped forward and saw silver needles embedded across his brother's body. The emperor lay motionless, eyes tightly shut, barely breathing. Before everyone's eyes, Gu Chengyan carefully removed the needles. Lin Shuxuan slowly stirred awake. Blood still clung to the corner of his lips. He gave a weak smile, his strength nearly gone, even lifting his eyelids seemed an impossible effort. I'm fine, just too sleepy. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes closed again, slipping into unconsciousness. Let us all step out. Shuxian needs quiet rest. They moved into the outer chamber, seating themselves silently. Your Highness, Gu Chengyan suddenly spoke, I have a request. Lin Shuxuan clenched his fists, then smiled faintly. Lord Gu, please speak freely. Please accept the throne. Let me take Shuxian to Jingzhou to recuperate. At Gu Chengyan's words, Lin Shuxuan did not reply immediately. The retired emperor and empress exchanged a glance. Xiao Jia, your elder brother's body can no longer endure the burdens of governance. Can you carry this world for him? Xiao Jia, your mother and I share the same thought. Your brother doesn't belong in this capital, he cannot find happiness here, and it does nothing to help his illness. This time, let your father beg you. Lin Shuxuan tugged at the corners of his mouth. I will. Don't worry. I understand what matters most. My elder brother has suffered enough. He deserves to live his life now. This empire has always belonged to our Lin family. As his younger brother, I naturally bear responsibility. And more importantly, today's Ling dynasty was built by my elder brother himself, it's like his child. I'll care for it with all my heart. Lord Gu, my brother is in your hands. Gu Chengyan, the retired emperor, and the empress hadn't expected Lin Shuxuan to agree so easily. He was known for his lively, carefree nature, averse to restraint. Taking the throne would bind him with endless obligations, he would live the life he'd always dreaded most. And yet, he agreed without hesitation. I will, Gu Chengyan said softly. It's my duty. Leave your brother to me. And the empire, we entrust to you. He gazed fondly at the young brother-in-law before him. Lin Shuxuan flashed a confident grin. Don't worry. These past few days, I've learned a lot. Being emperor isn't bad at all. In the future, I can even marry dozens of beautiful women, live however happily I please. Gu Chengyan suddenly thought of his senior brother, Yuan Qiming. He could only hope that this brother-in-law truly would live as blissfully as he claimed. 3 days later, Lin Shuxian announced to the world that due to illness, he was no longer able to handle state affairs and would abdicate the throne in favor of his younger brother, Lin Shuxuan. From then on, there was no further news of him, nor of Chancellor Gu Chengyan, who vanished alongside him. Some said he had died, and Gu Chengyan, heartbroken, had followed him in death. Others claimed they had left together to live in seclusion among the mountains and forests, though no one ever saw them again. There were far too many legends about them. As for the truth, only they themselves knew. Chapter 95, Side Story. Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxian left the capital in secret, without bidding farewell to anyone. Only Imperial eunuch Wei and Wanyin accompanied them. The shadow guards had been left behind for Lin Shuxuan, who was now the new emperor, entrusted with all matters of state. To avoid being tracked, they did not pause on their journey. Dressed as ordinary martial cultivators, they mostly rested in the wild during nights. Fortunately, the upcoming Wulin conference meant that many people from various regions were traveling toward Jingzhou City, allowing them to blend in easily without attracting attention. Lin Shuxian had never heard of such an event before and showed great interest. What exactly is this Wulin conference? Is it just a tournament? Does the winner become the leader? And are there any special benefits? Gu Chengyan smiled gently and explained, every 3 years, all sects and schools across Zhongyuan gather in Jingzhou City for competition. Indeed, the final victor inherits the position of master. But naturally, one doesn't have to win first place, anyone who performs well can quickly rise to fame and enhance their reputation. People in the Jianghu are generally straightforward, those with superior martial skills simply earn more admiration and praise. Lin Shuxuan raised an eyebrow. So it's just about making yourselves feel good? What's so great about being master? You'd be worn out day after day upholding justice. How annoying. Of course. Our Shuxian here doesn't even care for the throne, how could he possibly care about some minor title like Woolen Master? Oh. So you're implying, do you regret leaving your position as Prime Minister, the one man beneath the Emperor but above 10,000 others? You little troublemaker, how could I? Haven't I already left the capital with you? But from the way you talk, it sounds like you're reluctant. Gu Chengyan shook his head, smiling indulgently. You enjoy seeing me speechless, don't you? Lin Shuxian nodded mischievously, laughing brightly like a fox who'd gotten its way. You're truly wicked, Gu Chengyan murmured, pulling him into his arms and locking eyes. Lin Shuxuan hooked his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck and pulled himself closer, pressing their bodies together. Gu Chengyan's gaze darkened, his back tensing, his entire frame coiled tight with anticipation. Yet just as Lin Shuxian felt the shift, he deliberately held back, teasing, provoking. And then, right before Gu Chengyan launched his advance, Lin Shuxian abruptly stopped. He pushed aside the carriage curtain and leapt down. Gu Chengyan looked at his own unmistakable reaction, sighing and rubbing his forehead. But still, ever since leaving the palace, Shuxian had become more alive. That alone made it worthwhile. Jumping down from the carriage, Lin Shuxian noticed another vehicle blocking the road ahead, no wonder they'd been stuck here for a while. Wenyin wasn't around, so Lin Shuxian asked Uncle Wei, where's Wenyin? He went ahead to check what's happening. Right then, Wenyin came running back. Second Master, up ahead there's a young lady with a maid. Their carriage broke down and blocked the road. She needs to go to Qingyang City nearby to visit her cousin, and she's asking us for help. What should we do? Lin Shuxian shrugged. Then lend them our carriage. Chengyan and I can ride horses instead. Gu Chengyan had just stepped down when he heard his companion casually give away their carriage. In that case, we'll follow the second master's arrangement. Since Gu Chengyan was slightly older than Lin Shuxian, both Wenyin and Uncle Wei addressed him as First Master, and Lin Shuxian as Second Master. Thus, Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxian each took a horse. The young lady who sought help carried a sword at her side, and her maid wore practical martial attire, clearly both were seasoned travelers of the Jianghu. This humble one, Shui Yueying of Shuyu Manor, thanks the two gentlemen for your kind assistance. Gu Chengyan replied with gentle courtesy, Miss Shui, there's no need to be so formal. Night falls soon, we should all hurry along, or else we'll end up spending the night in the wilderness. Shui Yueying didn't linger, swiftly boarding the offered carriage. They traveled through the afternoon and finally reached Qingyang City. After stepping down, Shui Yueying thanked them once again. My deepest gratitude to you both. May I ask your surnames? I'm Lin. He's Gu, answered Lin Shuxian. He found these young wanderers fascinating, this was the life Chengyan had once lived. Master Lin, Master Gu, if I may ask, where are you headed? If you're not in a rush, you might consider staying in Qingyang City for a few days. We plan to attend the Wulin conference. It's my first time going, I've never been before. Lin Shuxian looked youthful, seemingly only in his early 20s, so Shui Yueying harbored no suspicion. You're going to the Wulin conference too. What a coincidence, our Shuyu Manor is participating this year as well. I didn't travel with the others from the manor because I came to Qingyang to visit my cousin. Since that's settled, why don't we journey together to Jingzhou? It'd be nice to have company. Lin Shuxian did not decline Shui Yueying's invitation. He smiled and said, all right. When do you plan to leave? We can stay in Qingyang for a few more days. We'll leave in 3 days. My cousin is known as the most beautiful woman in the Jianghu. Tomorrow, she'll hold a martial arts match to choose a husband. Once she finds her perfect match, I'll be on my way. A martial match to choose a husband, how interesting. We'll meet you at the city gates in 3 days. Then I'll take my leave now. After Shui Yueying had gone, Lin Shuxian finally spoke up. Women of the Jianghu really are different from young ladies of noble families. But marriage is a serious matter, such a casual approach, choosing a spouse merely through combat, seems rather frivolous. Though they call it a martial match to choose a husband, its real purpose is simply to find a skilled and promising young martial artist. If I'm not mistaken, anyone hoping to marry the so-called most beautiful woman in the Jianghu will likely need to win the Wulin conference itself. It won't be as simple as just winning a duel on the arena stage. That young lady Shui Yueying we met earlier is no weakling. If she doesn't find a suitable candidate, I wouldn't be surprised if she helps her cousin knock unwanted suitors off the platform. So it's all just a show. Precisely. But their intentions are straightforward enough, to uphold their sex reputation. The next day, the city was indeed lively. Countless young people crowded around the arena, eager to watch the spectacle. A white silhouette emerged slowly from an ornate, veiled in a gossamer white scarf. Her features were delicate as a painting, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, truly breathtaking. So this is the most beautiful woman in the Jianghu. Lin Shuxian sat on the second floor of a neighboring tavern, watching with interest. Gu Chengyan smiled. The title, Most Beautiful Woman in the Jianghu, isn't granted just for beauty, she must possess martial skill as well. But in my opinion, her looks still fall short of yours. Lin Shuxuan replied proudly, and her martial arts probably don't surpass mine either. Ah yes, yes. So, does someone who claims not to care about the title of Woolen Master now intend to compete for the title of Most Beautiful Woman in the Jianghu? I care for neither title. After watching for a while with little excitement, Gu Chengyan accompanied Lin Shuxuan on a stroll through the market instead. They ate, drank, and chatted. The 3 days passed quickly. The four of them waited at the city gates, and soon enough, Shui Yueying arrived with her cousin and another young man. Master Gu. Master Lin. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shui Yueying greeted them gracefully. No trouble at all. These two are. Lin Shuxuan found himself quite enjoying Shui Yueying's company. She was bold and forthright, unlike any of the women he'd known before, far easier to get along with. Oh. I forgot to introduce them. This is my cousin, Rong Shuer, and this is Qi Tianxing, the victor of the match. Rong Shuer glanced at the gentle and scholarly Gu Chengyan, her ears turning slightly red. Although Master Lin was more exquisitely handsome, as a woman, she didn't relish standing beside someone even more beautiful than herself. Thus, despite his quiet demeanor, she felt a stronger fondness for the ever-smiling Gu Chengyan. Two maids followed behind Rong Shuer, both clearly skilled in martial arts. They appeared to be assigned to protect her. Without much delay, the group set off immediately. By evening, they found a spot near a water source and stopped to cook. Traveling at night was unwise, carriage noises could attract wild beasts. While the sky hadn't yet darkened completely, Gu Chengyan went down to the river and used sticks to spear several fish. He patiently stewed a pot of fish soup, roasting the extras over the fire. Soon, the aroma began to rise. Meanwhile, Rong Shuer watched Qi Tianxing, who had been busy for hours but caught nothing, feeling a pang of disappointment. He was her fiancé, yet utterly incomparable to Master Gu. Just then, Shui Yueying emerged from the woods, clutching a wild chicken. She looked at her own catch, then over at Gu Chengyan's side. She walked over and asked, Master Gu, my cousin and I aren't good at cooking. I'll split this chicken equally with you, would you mind helping roast it? Knowing Lin Shuxuan would likely enjoy the taste, Gu Chengyan nodded in agreement. Certainly. He turned to Wenyin. Go help prepare it, then bring it back for me to roast. Yes, sir. Shuer, Tianxing, come over here. Master Gu is helping us prepare food, we might as well sit together and chat. Soon, everyone sat around in a circle. Only Rong Shuer had a piece of plain gauze spread beneath her. Under the moonlight, she looked ethereal and delicate. They introduced themselves more thoroughly. So Master Gu is a scholar, and a disciple of Medicine Valley. How remarkable. Most of us who roamed the Jianghu never seriously studied books, Shui Yueying said with genuine admiration. Qi Tianxing grew increasingly sour as he watched Rong Shuer smiling warmly at the two young men. What did these pretty-faced weaklings have besides their looks? Together, they wouldn't match even one of his hands. Lin Shuxuan, upon learning that Qi Tianxing was to become a son-in-law to Rong's family, lost interest in him entirely. Instead, he kept pressing Shui Yueying for details about the Wulin conference. I've never been myself. I was only 15 during the last conference, and my mother wouldn't allow me to leave home. Everything I know comes from my brother. Various sects send representatives to compete. Skilled martial artists usually save their fights for last. The victor becomes the new Wulin master. They chatted animatedly while Gu Chengyan continued roasting without pause. After slicing everything neatly, he spoke gently to the group, it's ready now. Please, eat first. Rong Shuer noticed how thoughtful Master Gu truly was. He cut the meat into small pieces and ensured not a single fish bone remained in the soup. He also cared deeply for his companion. He even held out a bowl of fish soup and fed it to Master Lin, a gesture so tender it made her cheeks grow warm. A man so gentle and meticulous would surely treat his wife with great devotion. Chapter 96, Extra Story. Throughout the journey, everyone had seen with their own eyes how meticulously the young Master Gu cared for Master Lin. His attentiveness extended to every possible detail. He was an exceptionally gentle person. Being around him made everyone feel at ease. He never put anyone in an awkward position and was always mindful of each person's emotions and habits. What's more, his speech and manners were refined and poised, leaving a deep impression. Rong Shuer, who had spent years among rough martial cultivators, found herself developing feelings for him. Priding herself as the most beautiful woman in the Jianghu, she believed she would be a perfect match for Gu. Yet, to keep Qi Tianxing focused and fully committed to winning glory for the Rong family at the upcoming martial arts conference, she restrained her growing attraction all along the way. Sometimes, she even thought to herself, if only Master Gu were also a powerful martial artist, he would truly be flawless. Alas, no one is perfect. As a cultivated scholar, he likely looked down upon swordplay and physical combat. Such skills were for coarse commoners, after all. Still, Rong Shuer could tell that the young man named Wenyin possessed formidable cultivation skills and was certainly capable of protecting Master Gu. They had finally arrived in Jingzhou City. Gu Chengyan naturally needed to part ways with them to visit his maternal uncle and aunt. I have relatives here in Jingzhou whom I must visit, he said, so I won't be able to travel further with you. You may rest in the city for a day or two, it isn't far now to where the martial arts conference will be held. Shui Yueying felt a bit regretful, but she understood that this young Master Gu came from a distinguished background, they simply weren't traveling the same path. Just as she was about to speak, her cousin Rong Shuer spoke first. Jingzhou is much more prosperous than Qingyang, sister. Why don't we stay and enjoy the city for a few days? Shui Yueying considered it. The conference wasn't starting just yet, the time was still early. Both she and her cousin rarely had the chance to travel far from home, so she agreed. That's fine. Jingzhou's flower market is especially grand, I recommend you all go and take a look, Gu Chengyan said. Having lived in Jingzhou for several years, he acted as a partial host, recommending the city's best sights. Then we shall rest a while and visit the flower market. Farewell for now, young Master Gu, may we meet again by fate's design. Shui Yueying smiled warmly. Gu Chengyan nodded slightly. The four of them, master and servants, left first. Rong Shuer glanced at the direction they'd gone, quietly memorizing it. When Yin stepped forward and gently knocked on the door ring. A young footman opened the gate and peered out. Who's there? Our master is surnamed Gu. Passing through Jingzhou, he has come specially to pay respects to his maternal uncle. The young servant, remembering that their lord often mentioned his highly esteemed nephew, the current prime minister, who indeed bore the surname Gu, immediately swung the door wide open, ecstatic. He ushered the noble guests into the main hall, then ran off to the inner courtyard to inform the master and madam. In short order, Chen Shi and Xia Zhishan hurried out. Chengyan. Is it really Chengyan? Gu Chengyan stepped forward and helped steady Chen Shi, smiling as he called, Auntie, Uncle, I've returned. Xia Zhishan stroked his beard lightly, grinning broadly. It's good to have you back. Chen Shi, overcome with joy, wept and tightly clutched Gu Chengyan's hands, unwilling to let go. It's been over 10 years in a blink, your aunt thought she might never see you again in this lifetime. How could that be? I'm right here now, aunt. When Yin chimed in, that's right, madam, no sooner did we arrive in Jingzhou than we headed straight here. Only then did Chen Shi notice the other young man standing behind Gu Chengyan. He looked noble and refined, and strangely familiar. And this young sir? Gu Chengyan smiled tenderly at Lin Shuxuan. This is my companion. He's surnamed Lin. Xia Zhishan froze for a moment, then immediately knelt. Your Majesty. This subject greets your Majesty. Chen Shi, a beat behind, dropped to her knees as well. Lin Shuxuan laughed gently. Please rise. The new emperor has already ascended the throne, I'm just an ordinary person now. Uncle, aunt, you may simply call me Shuxian. Xia Zhishan and Chen Shi instinctively turned to their nephew. Gu Chengyan smiled and nodded, stepping forward to help his aunt up. From now on, we're all family. There's no need for such formalities. Shuxian and I don't wish for our identities to be known. Quite right. Now you two should live a peaceful and quiet life, Chen Shi patted Gu Chengyan's hand affectionately. Let's not dwell on that now. How have you and uncle been lately? Gu Chengyan asked, noting their rosy complexions and seeing no obvious signs of illness. Very well. The physicians from Baoji Hall come regularly to check on us. We hardly catch colds anymore. But I do think she hesitated, Shuxian looks rather frail. He really ought to rest properly. Chengyan, are you taking good care of him? Chen Shi still found the young man strikingly familiar, and couldn't help but offer her concern instinctively. Lin Shuxian replied, don't blame Chengyan. He's always considerate, it's just that I've been frail since childhood and can only improve slowly with care. The family chatted through the entire afternoon, creating a wonderfully lively atmosphere. At dinner, Chen Shi said with a smile, it hasn't been this lively in our household for ages. Your cousin has been transferred to his post and won't return until year-end. That's right, I haven't even met my cousin yet. But we'll have plenty of time in the future. You must stay here with your aunt this year. If you refuse, your aunt won't allow it. Gu Chengyan gently yielded to Chen Shi's wishes. How could I dare refuse? This year, Shuxian and I will surely stay by your side, aunt. When the moon rose above the willow treetops, the hour had grown late. Knowing they had endured a long and exhausting journey, Chen Shi kindly dismissed them for rest. The next day, after spending the whole day at home with Chen Shi, she realized she shouldn't keep the two young men cooped up any longer. Tomorrow, Chengyan, take Shuxian out for a stroll. The season is perfect, Flower Goddess Festival is approaching, and outside is bustling with excitement. Your old aunt doesn't enjoy going out anymore, but you two are still young. Go on my behalf and see what's happening. Gu Chengyan exchanged an amused glance with Lin Shuxian and readily agreed. As fate would have it, the very first people they encountered during their rare outing were Shui Yueying and her group. Master Gu. What a coincidence. It was Rong Shuer who spotted them first, her face lighting up with delight. Lin Shuxian watched her with an amused expression, this young girl seemed to have developed feelings for him. He stepped forward, taking Gu Chengyan's hand in his as they approached. What a pleasant surprise, we meet again. Rong Shuer couldn't help but feel unsettled at the sight of their intertwined fingers. They say there's a Flower King contest at the flower market today, so we decided to stay another couple of days to enjoy the festivities, Shui Yueying explained briefly. That does sound worth seeing. Each year's Flower King is a bloom of exceptional quality, exceedingly rare, such a privilege to witness. Lin Shuxuan recalled the Imperial Herb Garden, where many prized plants originated from Jingzhou's Flower King contest. Truly remarkable. The Flower King contest was Jingzhou City's annual grand event, drawing massive crowds impossible to penetrate. Gu Chengyan led them instead to a nearby tea house. The owner recognized Gu Chengyan immediately. They had been acquainted when he studied at the Prefectural Academy, frequently visiting here with Tao Zichuan and Zhuang Hansheng. Well, Master Gu. Haven't seen you in years. It has been quite some time. Could I trouble you for a private room upstairs? Preferably one with a view of the Flower King contest. Of course. Right this way. Clearly aware of Gu Chengyan's status, as the nephew of Prefect Xia, the owner promptly opened his most exclusive private chamber, normally reserved for only the highest-ranking guests. Rong Shuer wasn't foolish. Such an elegant teahouse likely wouldn't admit ordinary patrons. Master Gu's background must be exceptionally noble. After the contest came the auction, where the highest bidder would claim each flower. Gu Chengyan turned to Lin Shuxuan and asked, "Is there anything you like? We couldn't bring plants from the old 100 Herbs garden, but we can cultivate a new collection." Lin Shuxuan showed little interest, until a pot of Mo lawn orchid appeared before them. Then he remarked, "This Mo land's quality is indeed superior to the previous ones. Do you like it? It's acceptable. When Yin, keep watch for me. When the bidding starts, remind me." When Yin acknowledged with a bow. Rong Shuer had already discreetly sent someone to inquire. The flowers at this auction sold for exorbitant prices, often costing thousands of silver taels. From overhearing Master Gu's conversation with Master Lin, it seemed they'd purchased such blooms before. Truly immense wealth. Shortly after the auction ended, a steward from the Xia household arrived to summon them. "Second young master, Mr. Yuan has returned to the city. The master urgently requests your return. The teacher is back." Slightly apologetic, he addressed Shui Yueying's group, "I must take my leave, family matters call. Please remain in the private room a while longer." "Not at all. Master Gu, if you're needed, please go ahead. We'll stay and enjoy the view a while longer." After Gu Chengyan and Lin Shuxuan departed, Rong Shuer excused herself, claiming to crave snacks, and sent one of her maidservants out to buy some. When Yin immediately sensed someone tailing them. "That maid from Miss Rong is following behind us. Should I?" He made a slicing motion across his throat. Lin Shuxuan sneered coldly, the corner of his lips twitching. "Let her be. She's merely a naive, delusional girl, dreaming beyond her station. Let her realize the vast gulf between herself and Chengyan, so she might abandon her unfounded fantasies." Gu Chengyan didn't give the matter a second thought. His heart was set on reuniting with his teacher, his revered mentor. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Gu Chengyan stayed in Jingzhou City for a full 10 days, only setting off with Lin Shuxuan after the martial arts conference had already passed its halfway point. But no sooner had they made their appearance than they became entangled in a major incident. "Have you heard? The most beautiful woman in the Jianghu has turned down the proposal from the young heir of Qianghua sect." "Heard it, heard it. It happened today at the arena, after the young heir defeated that youth brought by Rong Shuer, someone named Tianqing. He publicly proposed to Rong Shuer. But she actually refused him. Why on earth did she do that? Rong Shuer just doesn't find the young heir appealing. She said she already has a beloved in her heart." "Who is it? Who is it?" "Nobody knows exactly, only that he's rumored to surnamed Gu. But there isn't any prominent young man surnamed Gu in the Jianghu, is there? Who can say?" Lin Shuxuan overheard the conversation and gave a soft chuckle. It seemed Rong Shuer truly had no sense of her own position. He leaned close to Uncle Wei and whispered a few words. Uncle Wei looked surprised, but after a moment, nodded and went off to carry out the order. Chapter 97, Epilogue. When Gu Chengyan and his party arrived, the martial arts conference was already drawing to a close. He and Lin Shuxuan were both exceptionally distinguished in appearance, clearly not ordinary men, and many people took notice of them. Especially the young women. Everyone has an eye for beauty, and at first glance, such exquisitely handsome young gentlemen were hard to ignore. Who could resist stealing more than a few glances? As Shui Yueying heard the growing whispers among the surrounding women, she finally turned her gaze toward them as well. "Master Gu, Master Lin." Beside her, Rong Shuer lifted her eyes upon hearing this, and immediately followed her cousin's gaze. She broke into a radiant smile, blooming like a night blooming cereus, so captivating that all eyes were drawn to her. Even the youths who had been staring at her just moments ago shifted their attention to Gu Chengyan's group. At once, they felt instinctive resentment toward these two men who so clearly outshone them. Shui Yueying pulled her younger cousin along and rushed over to Gu Chengyan's side. "Miss Shui, Miss Rong, long time no see." It was Gu Chengyan who spoke. Lin Shuxuan merely smiled, the mirth, however, did not reach his eyes. Watching Rong Shuer's shy, timid expression, he found it rather amusing. Back in the capital, no one dared to act so affectedly in front of him. Everyone knew that Rong Shuer, the acknowledged most beautiful woman in the martial world, harbored feelings for a man surnamed Gu. Now seeing Gu Chengyan's imposing presence, many began speculating, could this actually be the man himself? Just then, Wu Yin, the young heir of the Cheonghua sect, stormed over with an air of hostility. I am Wu Yin of the Cheonghua sect. You there, sir, surname Gu. May I ask which sect you belong to? It seems I've never heard of you before. His tone was dripping with sarcasm, clearly insinuating that Gu Chengyan was nothing more than a pretty face without any real reputation in the martial world. Upon hearing the man claim affiliation with the Cheonghua sect, Gu Chengyan simply smiled slightly. Ah, young Master Wu. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Though polite in speech, anyone with discernment could see plainly that Gu Chengyan's expression held no trace of respect or admiration. Since Master Gu has earned Miss Shuer's favor, your kung fu must surely be exceptional. Why not spar with me briefly? I would love to learn from you, Master Gu. Gu Chengyan frowned ever so slightly, though still maintained a calm demeanor. Young Master Wu misunderstands. I am merely a humble scholar, unversed in martial arts. Lin Shuxuan suddenly burst into laughter, leaning against Gu Chengyan's shoulder and trembling uncontrollably. Gu Chengyan looked at him helplessly. Wu Yin naturally didn't believe it. Could it be that Master Gu looks down on me and refuses to fight? Lin Shuxuan abruptly thought that Wu Yin and Rong Shuer made quite a pair, one sarcastic and snide, the other feigning innocence and delicacy. Young Master Wu misunderstands. I truly do not know martial arts. We came here only to pay respects at our ancestral graves, and stopped by out of curiosity. We aren't martial artists. Gu Chengyan explained one final time, still doing so only because of the man's connection to the Cheonghua sect. I'm hungry, Lin Shuxuan suddenly declared. Gu Chengyan ceased paying attention to anyone else. All right, let me take you to eat first. He turned to Shui Yueying and said, Miss Shui, we'll take our leave now. Rong Shuer stepped forward. Cousin, I'm feeling a bit hungry too. Shui Yueying didn't think much of it, after all, it was getting late anyway. Master Gu, since we've met again so rarely, why don't we go together? Gu Chengyan glanced at Lin Shuxuan, seeking his opinion. Fine, then let's go together. Wu Yin stood off to the side, practically seething with rage. Junior sect leader. The sect leader is calling for you. Just at that moment, his father summoned him. He had no choice but to quietly order someone behind him, follow them. See where they go, and report back to me. Gathered together, Gu Chengyan meticulously picked fish bones from Lin Shuxuan's plate, entirely focused. Rong Shuer gazed at him, utterly entranced. Suddenly, Lin Shuxuan grew displeased. After eating just a couple of bites, he tugged on Gu Chengyan's arm and said he wanted to return to sleep. Now the two young ladies couldn't very well follow them further, and could only bid farewell at the door. Fearing she might lose track of Master Gu again, Rong Shuer hesitated, then softly bit her lower lip and stepped forward. Master Gu, might I have a word with you in private? Before Gu Chengyan could even respond, Wu Yin raised his sword and lunged straight at him. Instinctively, Gu Chengyan leapt backward, arching his body just in time to narrowly avoid the blade. Rong Shuer gasped in shock, and simultaneously felt astonished to realize Gu Chengyan actually knew martial arts. You yourself claimed you had no skill. How can a non-martial artist dodge my sword strike? Who are you trying to fool? Hardly had the words left his mouth when he swung the sword again and attacked. The two fought from the streets onto the rooftops, exchanging over 100 moves in rapid succession. Yet Wu Yin hadn't even grazed the hem of Gu Chengyan's robe. His face flushed with fury, drenched in sweat from exhaustion, while Gu Chengyan remained as composed and elegant as ever, an immaculate gentleman untouched by chaos. And throughout the entire fight, Gu Chengyan never even drew a weapon. Clearly, Wu Yin was no match for him. So the Cheonghua sect truly declines with each passing generation, Gu Chengyan remarked with a sigh. Wu Yin seethed with rage. He unleashed the Cheonghua sect's most renowned sword technique. Shui Yueying cried out in alarm, Master Gu, be careful. Gu Chengyan calmly unsheathed his waist-hung flexible sword and countered with the very same technique. With a sharp crack, something shattered in an instant. Staring at the broken blade in his hand, Wu Yin stood frozen in disbelief. Your skills are simply inadequate, Gu Chengyan said coldly, then turned and walked away without another word. The next day marked the final assembly of the Martial Arts Conference, the day the new supreme leader would be announced. Curious to see what rank the Cheonghua sect could achieve under its current state, Gu Chengyan decided to attend. Since Lin Shuxuan was still asleep, he went alone. But before the announcement of the new leader, Wu Yin suddenly appeared before Rong Shuer, loudly declaring, Shuer. My heart belongs to you, please marry me. Gu Chengyan felt a sudden throb of annoyance. Was this man an idiot? By doing this, he not only offended the person about to ascend as leader but also painted himself into a corner. It was obvious Rong Shuer had no feelings for him. Should she reject him publicly, the Cheonghua sect's dignity would be trampled upon by all present. What a complete fool. Rong Shuer hesitated, visibly torn. She glanced toward Gu Chengyan, gathering her courage. Young sect leader, I already have someone I admire. Your kindness is misplaced. Then, seizing the moment, she quickly moved to stand beside Gu Chengyan. The crowd instinctively parted for her. Wu Yin stormed after her, pointing furiously at Gu Chengyan. What's so great about him? He doesn't even belong to any sect. Just then, a voice rang out, cool and crisp, yet tinged with subtle allure. Husband, you're flirting outside again. Do you intend to abandon me and our child? The onlookers scrambled to clear a wide path for the second heroine. A woman in red, exquisitely featured and breathtakingly beautiful, approached gracefully, cradling a white calico cat with heterochromatic eyes. Silence fell across the square. Many young men swallowed hard, mesmerized. Wife, why did you come yourself? I told you to rest longer, Gu Chengyan said gently. Lin Shuxuan's eyes shimmered as he stepped toward Rong Shuer, scrutinizing her from head to toe with amusement. Then he gave a soft laugh and leaned languidly into Gu Chengyan's arms. I heard there was supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the Jianghu here, so I came to see for myself. Never expected I might nearly gain a little sister today. Gu Chengyan shook his head helplessly. You misunderstand, my love. From beginning to end, I've only ever had you. There has never been anyone else. Oh. Where is this #1 beauty then? I don't see her anywhere. One of the women who resented Rong Shuer let out a stifled chuckle. Rong Shuer turned deathly pale, gazing at the woman before her, whose grace and beauty clearly surpassed her own. She stood there humiliated, wishing she could vanish into the earth. In my eyes, my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Let us go home. Gu Chengyan paused, gently stroking Lin Shuxuan's abdomen. His smile turned tender and affectionate. My wife is carrying our child, it's tiring for her to stand for long. I'll carry her. Lin Shuxuan naturally wrapped his arms around Gu Chengyan's neck and was swept into his arms. Those fox-like eyes lazily flickered past Rong Shuer, a glance filled with sly triumph. From that day on, there were no more #1 beauties in the martial world. For when true jade stands before you, who dares claim equality? End.